Chapter 1. Am I Shalu? Doctor, I would like a full anesthesia package, please. Full anesthesia? Sir, you realize this is merely a straightforward procedure for the removal of excess skin tissue. So, is that not possible? It is, but it will incur an additional fee. But after settling the payment, the doctor produced a slender syringe and administered it into the gluteal muscle of Moyuan. Subsequently, Moyuan peacefully closed his eyes. In the realm of Dragon Ball.I, in the mountainous forests near North City on Earth, a concealed laboratory lies hidden within a hollowed-out mountain, and deeper still, in a more secretive chamber below. Computers are operating at an accelerated pace, in a vessel filled with nutrient solution. Cells from Earth's martial arts masters, Scions, and Namekians have been amalgamated, forming an embryo resembling a worm. An elderly man clad in a brown jacket, his white hair receding to the nape of his neck, gazes at the embryo in the vessel with a countenance marked by dissatisfaction. At this time, Dr. Gero has yet to transform himself into a cyborg. It has been too long, I cannot wait any longer. According to the computer's calculations, the complete integration of the genes within these cells would require at least another 20 to 30 years to reach maturity. It is essential to note that these are cells from the strongest beings across various races in the universe. Even Dr. Gero, with his unparalleled intellect, could not accelerate the fusion process further. Moreover, Dr. Gero is acutely aware of his own physical condition. Although he remains relatively healthy, he certainly cannot endure for such an extended period. Unless, Dr. Gero shook his head. Even with such a course of action, he would not wish to wait that long. He has long since grown weary of the sight of Son Goku still alive. Son Goku, the one who has ruined his life's work, deserves to descend into hell sooner rather than later. Dr. Gero cast a lingering glance at the embryo, extinguished the lights, and prepared to depart. Here, he resolved to relinquish his aspirations, yet he did not entirely abandon them, for he left the computer running, continuing its research. However, his own thoughts would no longer dwell on this matter. Furthermore, the modification of the pair of twin siblings from a few years prior is nearing completion. This has been the closest he has come to success in his years of human experimentation. What's more, in this experiment, Dr. Gero has concentrated all functionalities on the permanent energy core and enhanced strength capabilities. It will undoubtedly surpass the previous creations in power. If successful, even without this ultimate cyborg, Dr. Gero is confident in his ability to completely annihilate Son Goku. With this thought, however, Dr. Gero did not notice that at the very moment he closed the door, a faint glimmer flickered within the petri dish and then merged into the embryo. Once the light merged with the embryo, the various cells of different races within it suddenly seemed to lose their barriers, instantaneously fusing together. Moreover, the embryo entered a phase of rapid growth. The originally worm-like shape gradually transformed with this growth. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to anyone, including Dr. Gero, who never set foot in that place again. As time swiftly passed, 5 years slipped away like a fleeting shadow. The underground secret laboratory had not changed much compared to 5 years ago. The computers continued to hum with activity, and most things remained as they were. The only notable change was the embryo within the petri dish. After 5 years, the worm-shaped embryo had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a charming little boy, appearing to be only 4 or 5 years old. He possessed soft, short hair of a pale lavender hue, with 2 small-shaped horns protruding from either side of his head. A robust tail had also sprouted from his coccyx. This tail was neither akin to the Scion's monkey-like appendage nor reminiscent of Frisia's dinosaur-like tail. Instead, it was adorned with scales of the same pale lavender as his hair, culminating in a flame-shaped fin at its tip. Aside from these features, he bore no differences from an ordinary human child. The little boy, entirely naked, curled up within the petri dish. Why am I in water? Wasn't I undergoing surgery at the hospital? They even provided me with a full anesthesia package. Moyuan found himself unable to control his body. His eyelids felt as though they were welded shut, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not pry them open. This sensation was akin to the phenomenon of sleep paralysis. His consciousness was acutely aware, yet his body was completely unresponsive. Although he couldn't open his eyes, he could sense that he was enveloped entirely in water. Strangely, without an oxygen mask, he had not drowned. Has the hospital advanced to such remarkable levels of technology? Nevertheless, surely such high-tech equipment is unnecessary for the type of surgery I underwent. As Moyuan lamented internally, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, akin to an unexpected visit from a long-lost relative, arriving without any preparatory warning. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frisia, King Cold, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien. During these 5 years, The computer had also collected cells from Frieza and his father, King Cold. The memories not only included the profiles of these individuals, but also their various martial arts techniques, his own evolutionary methods, and a directive to eliminate Sunday. Wukong, have I traversed into the world of Dragon Ball and transformed into this monstrous creature? Cell, upon reflecting on the memories that materialized within his mind, could only associate them with the character Cell from Dragon Ball. Although he had been an avid admirer of the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, often indulging in imaginary displays of Kamehameha or conjuring a spirit bomb with his hands raised. He found himself bewildered. Why on earth would you bring me here as a mere spectator? He mused. Back home, I have vast fields and numerous properties awaiting my attention. Most importantly, I have yet to erase my browsing history on my devices. Thus, he implored, please allow this precious opportunity to be bestowed upon someone else. Moreover, he noted that most individuals who traverse dimensions either do so to rescue others or in the throes of terminal illness. Yet here he was, having merely undergone a minor surgical procedure. How absurd that this could lead to such a fantastical journey. With gritted teeth, he contemplated the perilous nature of the Dragon Ball universe, a realm fraught with danger that dwarfed even the likes of the more trivial narratives found in other series that make matters worse. He had inexplicably transformed into a villainous creature. Was this not a certain path to an untimely demise? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had encountered numerous tales of dimensional travel in novels, most of which featured a golden companion known as a system. Those who possessed such systems invariably found themselves in positions of grandeur, becoming CEOs, marrying affluent beauties, and ascending to the pinnacle of success. His aspirations were modest, a mere 10 draws at the beginning, perhaps yielding an SSR and granting him power on par with a god of destruction. Surely, this was not an unreasonable request. Unable to vocalize his thoughts due to his lack of control over his body, he fervently called out in his mind, System, without you, how am I to survive? Chapter 2. Vital Energy. Moyuan contemplated that his existence, or perhaps his insect-like fate, was shrouded in darkness. Lacking a system was one thing, but now he found himself unable to control his own body. He yearned to escape this tumultuous place, to retreat into the desolate wilderness and live incognito, evading the world. Remaining in a laboratory presented two possibilities. He was uncertain of the temporal dimension in which he currently resided. If he were in a future timeline, survival was feasible. He could await the moment he regained control over his body before making his exit. However, if he were in the primary timeline, it would not be long before he attracted the attention of Krillin and Goku, leading to his likely demise. Moyuan was not inclined to entrust his fate to the whims of destiny. Therefore, he resolved to swiftly regain control of his body and flee this perilous environment. As for the directives imparted to him by Dr. Gero within his mind, he had no intention of adhering to them. Are you truly so idle as to challenge the offspring of the divine? Do you find your existence overly prolonged? Do not deceive yourself. Even if you possess some extraordinary power or system, the thought of confronting Sun Wukong would hardly cross your mind. After all, your desire for survival hinges upon Sun Wukong to mitigate future perils, does it not? Is it not preferable to have Wukong bear the brunt of calamity? Otherwise, considering your own capabilities, one might question whether you could even survive the saga of Bu. Moreover, the notion of absorbing the life energies of others to enhance your own evolution is utterly abhorrent to you. Though you may not presently resemble a human, at your core, you remain human.As, a product of a peaceful era. Moyuan finds even the mere thought of taking a life, let alone consuming another, profoundly repugnant. Moyuan struggles desperately to open his eyes, yet his eyelids remain impervious to his will. That he feels as though he is akin to a paralyzed being, his consciousness the sole remnant of vitality. Open for me. With a fervent roar echoing within, his eyes still remain closed. Yet he perceives. Moyuan finds himself enveloped in an extraordinary state, one that is both enigmatic and surreal. From an omniscient perspective, he observes the entire laboratory with clarity. He notices the small boy within the cultivation chamber displaying a hint of confusion, though predominantly filled with joy. Despite the horns adorning his head and the tail trailing behind him, he still resembles a human in essence. In the original narrative, Cell was a creature, evolving into a somewhat handsome humanoid insect in his perfected form, yet his appearance never aligned with an S aesthetic. Sensibilities at AS for the reasons behind such a significant transformation. Moyuan surmises it may stem from the alterations incurred during his traversal. In the original tale, Cell's form was primarily dictated by the genetics of Frieza and Piccolo. Now, it is likely that his current appearance is shaped by the genetics of Earthlings and Scions due to his arrival. Most importantly, the defining trait of Frisia and Piccolo's races is their asexuality. And now, Moyuan gazes upon the nascent appendage upon his form, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. A man is born with two heads. The larger head is for intellect, while the smaller is for vigor. Both courage and strategy combined create the essence of true manhood. Moreover, the absence of either would lead to dire consequences. Without the larger head, one would perish. Without the smaller head, society would falter. Thus, both are indispensable. In addition, Moyuan perceives the energy particles suspended in the air. The majority are white particles, with a smaller fraction exhibiting a bluish-white hue. From his memories, Moyuan recognizes the white particles as the so-called qi. Qi enters the bodies of practitioners during their cultivation, allowing them to wield it at will. The bluish-white particles, on the other hand, represent yuan qi. When one speaks of vitality, it inevitably conjures the imagery of the spirit bomb. The spirit bomb is a technique that harnesses energy derived from flora, humanity, fauna, and even atmospheric elements. However, only those with a benevolent heart can wield this energy, and it inflicts immense harm upon the malevolent. The more wicked the individual, the greater the damage inflicted upon them. Conversely, the harm it causes to the kind-hearted and righteous is remarkably minimal. This elucidates why, in the original narrative, neither Cell nor Black Goku ever employed the spirit bomb. Firstly, they may not be capable of successfully executing it. Secondly, even if they were to succeed, the damage inflicted would likely pale in comparison to a simple energy blast they could conjure at will. This technique, created by the North Kai, though seldom utilized, consistently yields significant results. In fact, during the Tournament of Power, it served as the key for Goku to manifest the Ultra Instinct. Moyuan was astonished to discover that his body was autonomously absorbing energy. However, the rate of absorption was exceedingly slow. Is it possible to accelerate the absorption of energy? As soon as this thought crossed Moyuan's mind, the energy particles in the air began to flow rapidly, gathering around his body. What astonished him most was that not only did the energy accumulate, but also the spirit energy joined in the gathering. Moreover, it was absorbed by his very being. As the spirit energy was gradually assimilated, Moyuan sensed a faint connection with his body. Though it was but a slight connection, and even the slightest movement of his pinky finger remained beyond his reach, this minuscule bond ignited within him a glimmer of infinite hope. Previously, he felt as though he were shackled by countless chains. Imprisoned within this body, the emergence of this connection was akin to a key unlocking one of those chains. Having glimpsed hope, Moyuan wasted no time. He devoted himself to absorbing the spirit energy from the air, striving to extricate himself from his predicament. Time flies swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Moyuan, within the nurturing vessel, appeared somewhat matured compared to a year prior. Throughout this year, he continually absorbed spirit energy without rest. However, the spirit energy in any given location is finite. Once depleted, it requires a period before new energy can gradually regenerate. Thus, it took Moyuan an entire year to absorb sufficient spirit energy to regain complete control over his body. Crack! As all the spirit energy in the air was consumed by Moyuan, the final chain within his body shattered. After taking stock of his body, Moyuan opened his eyes. In his amethyst-like gaze sparkled a light of joy. His cherubic face, still adorned with baby fat, broke into a smile that, "It has been a year. Do you know how I have spent this year?" A year has elapsed in this realm devoid of day and night, a place where solitude and monotony reign supreme. Moyuan felt as though he might be driven to madness, that he vowed that upon his departure, he would indulge in exquisite meals and delightful experiences to compensate for the losses of the past year. Although he was sustained by nutrient solutions that catered to his bodily needs, rendering hunger a distant notion, his gourmand nature compelled him to desire food, not merely out of necessity, but for the sheer pleasure it brings. After a year of confinement, his palate had grown weary, almost as if it had lost all flavor. "It is time to leave this place," he declared, his right hand forming a fist, exerting a subtle force. Boom! A surge of violet energy erupted from his fist, shattering the cultivation vessel before violently colliding with the laboratory wall, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom. The ensuing chaos ignited the machinery within the laboratory, unleashing a cacophony of relentless detonations. The air was thick with smoke. Stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. "Please, I merely wish to depart from this place secretly." It could only be said that underestimated the power coursing through his veins. In this world, a mere 10,000 combat power was sufficient to obliterate the earth. Chapter 3. The awakening of subjects 17 and 18 above the subterranean laboratory, a gaunt old man with a severed wrist stumbled into the facility. This man was none other than Dr. Gero. Having transformed himself into a cyborg, Dr. Gero had acquired eternal life and formidable strength. Initially, with the aid of his creation, Cyborg number 19, he believed he could vanquish Sun Wukong and his companions. To his astonishment, the strength of Sun Wukong's group was far more formidable than anticipated. Now that the laboratory had been exposed, he found himself at the end of his rope. It was imperative to exhaust every last resource to eradicate Sun Wukong and his allies. Otherwise, only failure and death awaited him. If it were possible, he would prefer not to awaken these subjects, but circumstances had left him with no choice. Gripping the controller tightly, Dr. Gero stood before two incubation chambers labeled 17 and 18. He hoped they had been repaired. Peering through the glass, he gazed at the occupant of chamber number 17. Murmuring to himself, with a press of a button, the chamber slowly opened. Dr. Gero watched cautiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A striking young man emerged. Clad in a black t-shirt and an orange scarf, his straight black hair framing a handsome face. Dr. Gero feigned composure, inquiring, "Have you awakened? Number 17? The youth, who was indeed number 17, turned slowly, catching sight of the controller in Dr. Gero's hand. With an obedient demeanor, he responded, "Good morning, Dr. Gero." Taken aback by 17's greeting, Dr. Gero felt a rush of surprise. "Are you addressing me?" Unfazed, 17 replied, "Of course, you are my creator." It appeared that the repairs were successful. Dr. Gero's heart soared with joy. This time, he would ensure Sun Wukong faced his demise. "Then I shall awaken Android 18 as well." Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gero directly opened the rejuvenation chamber of Android 18. As his tense demeanor relaxed somewhat, his grip on the controller unconsciously loosened. With the chamber now ajar, Android 18 opened her cerulean eyes, her strikingly beautiful face devoid of any superfluous expression. Upon awakening, she noticed Android 17 standing rigidly beside her, resembling a bodyguard. After exchanging a brief glance with him, the twins' innate telepathic connection allowed her to quickly comprehend the situation. Turning to face Dr. Gero, she observed the controller in his hand. "Good morning, Dr. Gero," she greeted, her tone as calm as a robot programmed to respond. This was precisely what Dr. Gero desired. "Even you are greeting me," he exclaimed, his delight evident. Android 18 replied coolly, "This is quite normal." It appeared that both of them had automatically rebooted. Observing Android 18 in such a state, Dr. Gero's previously taut nerves finally relaxed. 6 years prior, when he first awakened the twins, he had nearly met his demise at their hands. Had it not been for the controller, he would not have survived to this day. He chastised himself for being too hasty, overly focused on enhancing the android's powers, which had compromised their control functions. Seeing the obedient demeanor of androids 17 and 18, Dr. Gero immediately adopted a commanding posture. "This time, you must follow my orders diligently. Son Goku's companions are on their way here. Eliminate them at once, understood?" He commanded with his hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, understood," Androids 17 and 18 replied in unison, nodding obediently. Just moments after Dr. Gero's words, a loud banging echoed from outside the laboratory. After learning of Dr. Gero's return to the lab, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin forcefully pounded on the laboratory door. I found myself bewildered by their urgency, which seemed both pronounced and yet subtly restrained. "They have arrived. Those foolhardy individuals are already at the door. It is time for you to make your entrance. He, go and make them regret their foolishness." Dr. Gero cackled with glee. At that moment, Android 17 suddenly appeared behind Drive Gero, snatching the controller from his grasp. "Android 17, what are you doing?" Dr. Gero stared in disbelief at Android 17, completely taken aback by the revelation that both he and Android 18 had merely feigned compliance moments earlier. Regrettably, it was too late to voice any objections. Without the controller in his possession, Dr. Gero had lost all authority to command them, unless he could construct another controller, which was highly improbable given that 17 and 18 would surely not grant him such an opportunity. Once the controller was secured, there would be no need for 17 and 18 to maintain their charade. "Isn't this device capable of abruptly severing our power? Surely, it serves as a precautionary measure. I must destroy this contraption." With that thought, 17 gently crushed the device that governed their very existence. 17, what are you planning to do? Surely, this is not a jest? "I have no desire to succumb to eternal slumber, you wretched old man," he remarked, casting a scornful glance at Dr. Gero. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the laboratory, Vegeta listened intently to the dialogue within, a smirk of arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth. Mere androids, he thought, are no match for the formidable Prince Vegeta, a proud Super Saiyan. If you harbor any intentions of annihilating the androids, dispel such thoughts at once, he admonished Piccolo, who was poised to obliterate the laboratory and its contents. Do not be so hasty. You have no inkling of the true might of the androids, Trunks interjected, fully aware of their formidable strength as a warrior from the future. The deaths of his friends and the desolation of Earth in his timeline flashed vividly before his eyes. Trunks was determined to prevent this timeline from descending into the same chaos as his own future. Silence! Vegeta snapped, turning sharply to face Trunks. Step aside, you insolent fool, he shouted, raising his hand towards the laboratory door. Trunks pleaded earnestly, I implore you, let us retreat together for now. Once Mr. Goku has recovered, we can devise a strategy that stands a chance. Unbeknownst to Trunks, the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, despised the implication that he was inferior to Goku. He need not come. Whatever Kakarot can achieve, I, Vegeta, can surpass, and I shall do it even better. Vegeta, disregarding Trunks' warnings, directed his palm towards the laboratory door, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The formidable door, which had resisted the trio of Piccolo for quite some time, crumpled and collapsed under the assault of the energy blast. As the smoke cleared, 3 figures emerged from within the laboratory, a striking blonde girl, a handsome dark-haired boy, and a frail old man who appeared utterly flustered. In stark contrast to the old man, the young duo bore faint smiles upon their faces. Chapter 4. The Demise of Dr. Gero Trunks. These individuals resemble the ones you described, do they not? Vegeta inquired. Why yes, Trunks stammered, his muscles tensing at the sight of the familiar faces of androids 17 and 18. He braced himself for an imminent confrontation. Are those truly androids 17 and 18? Based solely on appearances. It's difficult for Krillin to fathom that they could be the very monsters responsible for nearly annihilating humanity, as Trunks had recounted. Do not allow their appearances to deceive you. They are ruthless and merciless, Trunks warned, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the androids, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. They are the henchmen of Son Goku, the ones I previously mentioned. One must not underestimate them. They have not only defeated Android 19 but also nearly took my life. Despite his immense confidence in his creations, Dr. Gero remained cautious, treating the situation as if it were a dire threat. Android 19? You created another android? Android 17 inquired. Indeed. So that was the purpose behind his transformation into an android. Android 17 realized as he glanced at Dr. Gero's mechanical body. He then asked, is Android 19 designed to absorb energy? Correct. Dr. Gero affirmed. Why, then, does the new model revert to the older energy-absorbing design? Android 18, who had been silent until now, interjected with intrigue. Before Dr. Gero could respond, Android 18 tilted her head and teased. Is it because the energy unlimited model is too powerful for you to control? Yes, Dr. Gero replied curtly. Naturally, if you could control them, I would have obliterated both of you by now. Thus, you were defeated. Android 18's playful voice echoed in Dr. Gero's ears once more, causing his expression to darken. Regardless, I have my pride. Couldn't you have waited until we were alone to say that? Dr. Gero seethed inwardly, unable to control them. Hearing the conversation between Android 18 and Drive Gero, Piccolo, and the others were taken aback. Trunks finally grasped why the artificial humans from the future found pleasure in killing. It was due to their uncontrollable nature. Dr. Gero had created the androids solely to eliminate Goku and his companions, without any intention of world destruction. This revelation clarified everything. There was no need for further discussion. Shouldn't you quickly deal with those miscreants? Provoked by this sensitive topic, Dr. Gero, in a fit of rage, momentarily forgot his precarious situation and barked orders at androids 17 and 18. Old man, have you finished your incessant rambling? We only kill when we desire to. Android 17 retorted nonchalantly. What did you say? Dr. Gero was doused with cold water upon witnessing Android 17's indifferent demeanor, instantly regaining his composure. Without his control device, he was akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Dr. Gero seethed with fury, yet he was constrained by his circumstances, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Damn it! He cast a glance at the damaged control device on the floor. If only the device had not been destroyed. Android 18, arms crossed, ambled forward and inadvertently stepped on the remote control lying on the ground. With a crunch, the remote shattered into a pile of fragments. Number 16? Android 18 approached a rejuvenation chamber labeled with the number 16. She turned to Dr. Gero and inquired, "Is this one also of the limitless energy type? Though it seems different from us in some way, it appears quite large. I wonder what sets it apart?" She scrutinized the occupant within the chamber. Noticing Android 18's burgeoning interest in number 16, Dr. Gero urgently shouted, "Do not touch him, Android 18. Absolutely do not touch him. Looks intriguing, Android 18. Why not let number 16 out?" Android 17, initially disinterested, became intrigued by Dr. Gero's alarmed reaction. "Stop. No, Doctor." Gero cried out as he saw Android 18 about to release number 16. "Do you wish for the entire world to be obliterated, Doctor?" Gero was acutely aware that the bomb within number 16 was capable of reducing the entire Earth to cosmic dust. Moreover, number 16 was a failed experiment. With an unstable temperament, who could predict whether he might whimsically detonate the bomb inside him? By then, it would be too late, and the entire planet would be annihilated. Thus, Dr. Gero was resolute in preventing them from releasing number 16. With a serious expression, Dr. Gero addressed Android 17. "Number 16 is a failed experiment. He must not be activated under any circumstances." However, both Android 17 and 18 completely disregarded Dr. Gero's words, and in fact, were even more inclined to release Android 16 due to his interference. "Stop. Do not harm him," Dr. Gero exclaimed as he rushed over to seize 18's arm, attempting to halt her actions. "Do not casually disrespect a lady." Yet, the frail, elderly Dr. Gero was no match for 18, who effortlessly shrugged him off, sending him tumbling to the ground. 18 remarked, "If he is a failed creation, why is he preserved so well?" "I heard you disposed of 15. Dr. Gero replied, "I intend to recreate him in the future. In any case, you must not take action. If he awakens, he could potentially annihilate both you and me." Dr. Gero was visibly distressed, almost fearful. "Are you suggesting he might kill us?" 17 activated the scanner within himself to analyze 16. "From the data, it appears that our capabilities are indeed superior. Forget about him. Activate him." 18. 17 commanded. He could no longer afford to waste time with Dr. Gero. "You dare to repeatedly defy my orders? You are all failures, just like 16. Do as you please, and I shall deprive you of energy." Enraged, Dr. Gero began to speak recklessly. 17, unfazed, retorted, "But the controller is no longer present. We can simply create a new one." Upon hearing the sound of the rejuvenation chamber being prepared behind him, Dr. Gero panicked. He turned to 18 and shouted, "After all I've said, do you still not understand? Do not allow 16 to activate." What he failed to notice was that when he mentioned creating a new controller, 17's expression shifted. No one wished to be controlled by another. Thus, as Dr. Gero turned to speak to 18, 17 made his move. He swiftly darted behind Dr. Gero, his hand claw-like, reaching towards the doctor's back. Dr. Gero looked on in disbelief as 17's hand pierced through his back and emerged at his chest. 17, "You wretch. Why? I created you. How could you treat me this way?" However, the only response he received was a powerful kick from 17. The blow struck Dr. Gero's neck with such force that it snapped, sending his head flying and landing before Krillin. "You ungrateful beings." Despite having transformed into a cyborg, Dr. Gero could continue to exist as long as his head remained intact. Ungrateful? Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, number 17's fury was ignited in an instant. With a leap, he descended upon Dr. Gero, aiming his foot squarely at the scientist's head. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated from beneath the ground, accompanied by a faint yet palpable energy emanating from the depths. "Ha ha! It is he. He has succeeded. He shall undoubtedly avenge me. Ha ha ha!" Dr. Gero erupted into laughter upon hearing the commotion from below. Yet, before he could savor his mirth, number 17 had crushed his head into a pulp beneath his foot. Chapter 5, Danger. Number 17 surveyed the remnants of what was once Dr. Gero, a mixture of shattered fragments and brain matter, and smirked. "TCH. I was just about to inquire, but I couldn't hold back." However, he dismissed the matter. After all, that energy lay beneath the earth. As long as he could locate an entrance to the underground, he would proceed. If no entrance existed, he would create one through explosive means. After all, a great man once declared, "In this world, there are no paths. When enough people blow things up, a path will emerge." I will not allow your ambitions to come to fruition. I must not permit the creation of more androids. Trunks trembled, unable to contain himself any longer. First, there was the emergence of Android 16. Now, the energy from below, while not particularly formidable indeed, it could be deemed weak in comparison to his current state, still rang alarm bells in Trunks' mind, especially given Dr. Gero's final moments. After all, energy can be concealed. And thus the weak energy from below might not be as insignificant as it appeared. Trunks was acutely aware of the strength of androids 17 and 18. According to Dr. Gero, 16 possessed the capacity to annihilate both 17 and 18, even to bring about the world's end. The entity lurking underground might surpass even 16 in power. With such a significant variable at play, Trunks felt he could bear no more. A golden aura enveloped him. While his once purple hair ascended into a brilliant gold, his emerald eyes brimmed with a murderous intent. Trunks was consumed by a singular thought, to obliterate the still unconscious 16. As for 17 and 18, Trunks understood all too well that even with his utmost effort, he would be unable to contend with them. A colossal energy gathered within Trunks' hands, radiating an aura of terror. Before anyone could react, he unleashed a wave of energy towards 16th's recovery chamber. Boom. The energy wave struck with such force that the entire laboratory, along with the mountain itself, was reduced to rubble. If you intend to strike, you should at least inform us first, Krillin chided, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Although they had managed to escape in time, the others, aside from Vegeta, had suffered some collateral effects. While they remained uninjured, they appeared quite disheveled. Foolish creature, how could you engage in such a senseless act? Vegeta reprimanded. What do you mean by senseless? Just take a look over there. Trunks gazed intently in the direction indicated by Vegeta. As the billowing smoke dissipated, there stood androids 17 and 18, enscathed amidst the ruins of the flattened hill. Even the recovery pod containing android 16 remained untouched under the protection of android 18. Such a feeble assault was merely a futile expenditure of energy, Vegeta scoffed. Trunks remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. The previous attack had failed to annihilate android 16, and the prospect of success now seemed even more remote. Unless Vegeta was willing to engage both androids, allowing Krillin and the others to destroy android 16. It was a hopeless endeavor. However, this was an impossibility, as Vegeta would not take such action. He would merely observe as androids 17 and 18 released android 16. Even if he attempted to intervene, he would be thwarted by Vegeta. Thus, Trunks could only watch helplessly as android 16 was freed. Soon, android 18 opened the recovery pod, and a man with an orange mohawk, clad in a green combat suit, rose slowly from within. Android 16, towering at over 2 meters, remained silent, yet exuded an immense aura of intimidation towards Krillin and the others. Hey, android 16, this is the first time I've seen you in motion. You haven't been out for several years, have you? Android 17 inquired, but android 16 offered no reply, standing in silence. Unfazed, android 17 continued. Doctor, Gero never wanted you to act, did you know? He said you might end up killing me and android 18. Android 18 interjected. That's why we want to understand what's going on. Still, android 16 remained reticent, merely casting a glance. Do you have any objections? Or would you prefer to remain silent? Android 18 pressed. In my opinion, he is simply naturally taciturn, android 17 remarked, crossing his arms indifferently. Let us move on. We should go check on that fellow underground who can help Dr. Gero with his revenge. After a brief pause, android 17 asked android 16. Is there another laboratory of Dr. Gero's underground? Do you know where the entrance is? Upon hearing android 17's question, android 16's expression shifted momentarily before returning to calmness as he shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. Not easy, but you finally spoke, android 17 noted. Your reaction is identical to the commands inputted by Dr. Gero. Android 18 remarked, surprised that such a perfect creation had been kept confined by Dr. Gero all along. After searching the vicinity, the trio eventually discovered a deep underground passage. Without much hesitation, they soared into it. Should we go down together to check on that guy? Klein gazed apprehensively at the profound chasm before him. Vegeta, observing Klein's trembling demeanor, smirked disdainfully. If you're scared, you may as well stay here. After all, you worthless ones would be of no use down there. With that, Vegeta leaped directly into the abyss. Trunks, who stood behind him with his mouth agape, was about to utter a word when he noticed Vegeta had already plunged in, prompting him to close his mouth and follow suit. The remaining companions exchanged glances, and ultimately, they too decided to venture into the depths together. Moyuan now found himself in a state of distress. Moments ago, he had heard a resounding explosion from above, accompanied by 2 terrifying auras that were at least 100 times stronger than his own. The commotion suggested that it was time for subjects 17 and 18 to awaken. The ruckus he had caused below, coupled with the undeniable presence of his own energy, had likely been exposed, though he had managed to suppress his aura. The individuals above would undoubtedly have sensed something amiss. Venturing outside now could lead to being cornered, while remaining hidden might mean that those above would soon descend. At that moment, the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed at the entrance, steady and unhurried. 16, 17, 18. Through the vision granted by his awakened ability, Moyuan could perceive 3 figures at the door. This unique perception, known as the hard eye, had emerged when he was unable to control his body. It allowed him to see everything within a kilometer radius. As his strength grew, so too did this range. Initially, he could only encompass the confines of the laboratory, but now it extended to a full kilometer. However, underground, beyond the laboratory, lay only Earth, limiting his ability to absorb vital energy. As for whether the hard eye possessed other functionalities, Moyuan remained uncertain and would need to explore its potential gradually. He watched as the 3 figures drew ever closer. Moyuan swiftly surveyed his surroundings, searching for a potential hiding spot. However, the laboratory, ravaged by his own explosive, lay barren and desolate, devoid of any place to conceal himself. Furthermore, he was not the original Gero, incapable of burrowing into the earth. Besides, it was rather too late for such an endeavor. What to do? Was he truly destined to meet his demise so soon? Chapter 6. Clinging to the leg of number 18 to his astonishment. A laboratory lay hidden deep underground. Number 18 gazed at the iron door before her, taken aback. This was the prideful creation of Dr. Gero, who still harbored intentions of revenge. Despite this, number 17 spoke with an indifference that betrayed no concern. With a resounding thud, both number 17 and number 18 forcefully kicked the door open. The laboratory, ravaged by the explosion, bore no resemblance to its former self. The power system had been irrevocably damaged. Inside, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility impossible. However, this was merely a challenge for ordinary humans. Numbers 16, 17, and 18. Being artificial beings, were unfazed by the absence of light, their vision unaffected even in the pitch blackness. So dark? Not a single light. Vegeta and Trunks, who had been following closely behind, arrived as well. Observing the impenetrable darkness within, Vegeta conjured a brilliant energy sphere in his hand, directing it upward toward the laboratory. Under the radiant illumination of the sphere, akin to a miniature sun, the entire laboratory was instantly aglow. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to a small figure huddled in the corner of the laboratory, shrouded in shadows. Felt a sense of dread as the surroundings illuminated. Realizing that his fate was sealed, his tail, gripped by fear, began to sway restlessly. With a chuckle, number 18 found his timid demeanor in the corner endearing. Unable to suppress a laugh. "Ah, so you were just a little imp," she mused. Vegeta, observing cowering, scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "I could easily dispatch 56 of such weaklings in one breath." The sight of his frail form instantly extinguished Vegeta's interest. As the proud prince of all Saiyans, he deemed such feeble beings beneath his notice. Numbers 17 and 16 were equally astonished. They would have found it entirely ordinary to encounter a towering man exceeding 2 meters. Yet, they were intrigued by the notion that this diminutive figure could indeed fulfill the vengeance that Dr. Gero had envisioned. However, this little imp was distinct from them. Number 16 was entirely mechanical, while numbers 17 and 18 were enhancements of human bodies. Despite their differences, they shared a significant trait, an absence of ki. In stark contrast, possessed a palpable life force, marking the most profound distinction between them. The frailty of brought a sense of relief too in the others. Had another formidable adversary emerged, they would have been on the brink of despair. Trunks gazed at, a sigh of relief escaping him, yet his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Unlike the others, he could not afford to lose. He had exhausted all his stakes. Thus, he sought an opportunity to eliminate before he could grow stronger. Although currently appeared weak, the dying reaction of Dr. Gero made it impossible for him to underestimate. Simultaneously, a wave of concern washed over him. So many years had passed in the future timeline. If from that era were to awaken at this moment, what could be the reason for his prolonged absence? Had he perished, or was he lurking in the shadows? If the latter were true, what level of power might he have attained? A cascade of questions flooded Trunks' mind, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging above him. He could scarcely fathom the prospect of returning to the future only to eradicate androids 17 and 18, only to confront a who had matured beyond his capacity to resist. "Trunks, what troubles you?" inquired, shaking him with concern. Trunks, with his eyes ablaze with fury, fixed his gaze on, his aura becoming chaotic and violent, akin to a bomb poised to detonate. The transformation in Trunks did not go unnoticed by Android 17 and the others. In an instant, the trio vanished from their positions, appearing beside to shield them. Although Dr. Gero had foretold that would seek vengeance, 17 remained unfazed, just as they had released Android 16 despite the warning of impending doom. Their rationale was simple, they were of the same kind. While 17 had once been human, he had since transcended that identity. Thus, their commitment to protect paralleled the decision to unleash 16. Damn it, do you wish to annihilate us all? Exclaimed, delivering a fierce elbow to Trunks' abdomen in anger. They were underground, in a confined space. Should Trunks unleash an attack, none would escape unharmed. Could meet his end, but he would not allow such a cowardly demise. Trunks curled into himself, nearly choking on his own bile from the blow. After being struck, he finally regained his composure. He had indeed momentarily lost control. My apologies, Trunks murmured, remorseful, placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, offering no further words. Trunks, do not burden yourself excessively. Once Goku recovers, all will be well. Krillin offered words of comfort. Indeed, Mr. Goku is still alive. There remains a glimmer of hope. The mere thought of Son Goku brought a noticeable change to Trunks' countenance. Humph. At the mention of Goku by Krillin, Vegeta snorted in disdain, expressing his displeasure. Whether Son Goku is dead or alive is of no consequence. Today, I shall vanquish all these puppets. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan. With the immediate crisis averted, Moyuan let out a sigh of relief. Though he had been concealed in the shadows, he had perceived every detail of the recent events with clarity. When androids 16, 17, and 18 stood resolutely before him, Moyuan felt a surge of gratitude. Hey, kid, are you also a synthetic human created by humans? You certainly appear quite different from us, inquired Android 17, arms crossed. First of all, I am not Hey. Suddenly, the haunting memories of the past began to assail Moyuan. Moyuan shook his head, casting aside the peculiar thoughts. He then turned around and gazed at number 17 with his large, watery eyes, shaking his head and saying, No, that's not it. Oh, then are you a robot? Number 17 paused for a moment, shook his head again, and murmured to himself, No, it is impossible for a robot to possess a breath. Moyuan nodded, not denying, Indeed, I am not a robot. Cast a fleeting glance at the individuals across from him, refraining from revealing his origins. He was certain that if he divulged his background, aside from Vegeta, the others would stop at nothing to annihilate him, even if it meant their own demise. 17 discerns trepidation and chose not to press further, deciding that a conversation could wait until they were alone. Have you all said enough? Vegeta interrupted their exchange, his impatience becoming palpable. Ever since he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing through him had inflated his ego to the point where he felt invincible. His gaze was fixed intently on the trio of 16, 17, and 18, while he regarded with disdain. Conversely, Trunks' eyes were locked onto. Fully aware of 17 and 18's formidable strength and realizing that their defeat was unattainable today, thus, he set his sights solely on eliminating. Feeling the weight of Trunks' scrutiny, shivered involuntarily. This was dire. He was being targeted. In a bid to preserve his life, resolved to cling to a powerful ally. Scanning the room, his gaze settled upon a striking blonde young woman. He hurriedly approached her, grasping her leg with childlike enthusiasm. Sister, hug me. Chapter 7. A spicy McChicken, please. Children are such a nuisance, 18 remarked, her face betraying her distaste. Oh no, what if she kicks me away? Listening to 18's dismissive tone sent a tremor through his heart. Just as he pondered his next move, an enchanting scent enveloped him. To his astonishment, 18 bent down and scooped him up, cradling him in her arms. Before Moyuan could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped in darkness, his face meeting a soft sensation as he was unwittingly subjected to the cleansing foam from number 18. Unfazed, number 18 held Moyuan close, though her ears, concealed within her golden locks, had already turned a vivid shade of crimson. Internally, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness. So soft and tender, I longed to nibble on his cheek. Yet she restrained herself, aware that such an act might lead her to be perceived as predatory. Nevertheless, the desire lingered. If Moyuan were privy to number 18's thoughts, he would surely implore her to indulge him. After much inner turmoil, number 18 ultimately relinquished the idea of taking a bite, though her grip on Moyuan tightened, and a faint smile, barely perceptible, graced her lips. Despite being an artificial being, she was still a girl at heart, possessing an innate vulnerability to all things adorable. Just moments ago, she had found the little bald boy rather charming, but now, in comparison to the radiant gem that was Moyuan, that little bald boy seemed unworthy of mention. From the very first glance at Moyuan, number 18 had yearned to cradle this exquisite darling and shower him with affection. However, fearing that she might startle him, she hesitated to act. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn, and the precious darling willingly fell into her embrace. To avoid overwhelming him, number 18 resolved to exercise restraint for the time being. Once the moment was ripe, oh, what mischief she would unleash. As she clutched Moyuan tightly, her thoughts wandered, and her fingers playfully toyed with the tail that trailed behind him. An enchanting smile involuntarily graced her face. Found it quite perplexing. Although the 18th displayed evident disdain towards him, they embraced him so tightly, continuously toying with his tail. It felt rather ticklish. Sigh. Moyuan struggled for some time before finally extricating himself from the fragrant bun. Fortunately, he possessed the capabilities of the Frisia race, allowing him to forego respiration. Otherwise, he would have suffocated. Upon freeing himself, Moyuan immediately looked up and was met with the peculiar smile on Android 18's face. For reasons unknown, he felt a disquieting sense about this woman. As soon as she sensed his gaze, the smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, as if the earlier expression had never existed. Let us go, Android 17 said dismissively, ignoring Vegeta. Their purpose for being there had been fulfilled. It was time to eliminate Goku. The group completely disregarded Vegeta and the others blocking the laboratory door, brushing past them without a second glance. Aside from Vegeta, the others tensed at their approach, wary of a sudden attack. However, nothing occurred. 17 and his companions passed by like mere bystanders. How dare they ignore me, Prince Vegeta? Vegeta seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration as he glared at their retreating figures. He vowed to annihilate these puppet-like beings. The more he thought about it, the more his fury escalated, nearly overwhelming him. Trunks, I have the feeling that child isn't evil. Krillin whispered to Trunks. Indeed. Tien and Piccolo nodded in agreement. They all sensed that the aura surrounding Moyuan was not malevolent. Rather, it radiated a profound peace that even evoked a desire to approach him. One's aura often reveals the depths of their soul. For instance, Frisia, Vegeta, and even Piccolo exuded a somewhat sinister energy. Androids 16, 17, and 18, however, lacked any discernible aura, making it impossible to judge their essence by such means. They could only rely on their future timeline to ascertain their malevolence. In stark contrast, Moyuan's aura could be described as purer than Goku's. Comparatively, Vegeta seemed to embody a more villainous nature. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly assert with conviction that Moyuan was a good person. For Goku could distinctly sense the rich vitality emanating from him. No one understood Ki better than he did, not even the Kai, who had created the spirit bomb, could rival his comprehension. Those with malevolent hearts could never wield Ki, even he could only borrow Ki, unable to absorb it for cultivation. The Kai, the creator of the spirit bomb, found it challenging to utilize such a powerful technique, achieving only a low success rate. Trunks shared the same perception as Krillin and the others, yet he harbored fear, knowing he could not afford to take risks. What if this was merely a facade? After all, Dr. Gero was capable of creating androids even stronger than Super Science, so it is not inconceivable that he could also disguise their energy signatures. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Vegeta, filled with rage, set off in pursuit of Android 17 and his companions. Concerned that Vegeta might act recklessly, Trunks and the others hastily ceased their discussion and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, after exiting the underground laboratory, the group led by Moya took to the skies, heading directly to seek out Son Goku. Although may not possess formidable combat prowess, he is certainly capable of flight. Nevertheless, upon emerging, 18 still holds him tightly in her embrace. Found himself quite content in the embrace of number 18. One was eager to hold, while the other was equally willing to be held. Though their journey was marked by silence, an atmosphere of exquisite subtlety enveloped them, creating an unexpectedly harmonious bond. Suddenly, number 17, who was leading the way, descended from the air. Number 18 and number 16 followed suit, and soon the trio landed on the road below. Surrounded by lush green mountains and crystal-clear waters, the refreshing air and the melodious chirping of birds brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. As number 16 surveyed the enchanting environment, a warm and friendly smile graced his face. 17, why the sudden descent? Inquired number 18. Number 17 leisurely replied, traveling can be dull. Let us enjoy ourselves while we make our way. His nonchalant demeanor resembled that of a carefree spring outing. Are we to walk? We could drive. This road will soon see passing vehicles, and we could hitch a ride, he continued. Men often engage in seemingly trivial pursuits. To think you still possess a semblance of humanity. Despite these words, number 18 did not dismiss number 17's suggestion, for such minor matters held little weight in her mind. The group stood in the middle of the road, awaiting a passing vehicle. Suddenly, an unmistakable and powerful aura approached them at an astonishing speed. Before long, a figure radiating golden light descended nearby. Moyuan lifted his head within the embrace of the 18th, gazing at the newcomer and sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. He could not help but exclaim internally, "It is their loss for not having you as their spokesperson." Upon observing Vegeta's hairstyle, particularly the resplendent golden locks that emerged when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was captivated, contemplated addressing him, requesting a spicy McChicken. Chapter 8, Vegeta vs. Android 17. I did not expect to find you still lingering here. It is quite surprising. After emerging from the depths, Vegeta could not locate their presence. The absence of energy from the androids, coupled with the fact that Moyuan was ensconced in the embrace of Android 18, further obscured their signatures. This led to Vegeta wandering aimlessly, akin to a headless fly, in search of them. To his astonishment, he ultimately discovered them near the laboratory. You appear markedly different from your previous demeanor. It is not merely a change in demeanor. Vegeta spoke in a neutral tone. Yet his expression seemed to convey the unmistakable message, I am about to flaunt my prowess. Secure in the arms of Android 18, Moyuan felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Turning to observe Vegeta's display of bravado with keen interest. I must inquire, where do you intend to go now? Vegeta commanded. We are off to find Son Goku. Our objective is to eliminate him. Android 18 unabashedly revealed her intentions, unperturbed by the knowledge of it. As I suspected, however, you shall not reach him. For you will meet your demise at my hands first. Thus began Vegeta's ostentatious display. Could hardly bear to witness the forthcoming scene. The audacious Vegeta, so brash in his confidence, was about to be thoroughly vanquished. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged knowing smiles. Was it amusing? The only time for laughter was now. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing through Vegeta's veins rendered him exceedingly arrogant. In this moment, he believed himself invincible. He dismissed the androids entirely, convinced that he alone could annihilate them all. It seems that such hubris is a hallmark of the Saiyan race. Son Goku shares this trait, often overestimating his abilities and playing the hero, a folly that rarely leads to longevity. Arrogance, insufficient power, and the need to play the hero seldom end well. Android 17's words struck at Vegeta's pride like daggers, each utterance igniting his fury. Vegeta's golden aura surged ominously, his terrifying presence growing ever more formidable. Enraged, he clenched his jaw, so tightly that prominent veins formed a shape on his forehead. Oh dear, 2 individuals have entered the golden arches. The phrase golden arches lodged itself firmly in his mind. Silence, he bellowed, as a mere puppet, how dare you speak so recklessly? I shall ensure none of you leave this place intact. Who wishes to meet their demise first? Vegeta roared in outrage. Is it that insufferable brat? The woman cradling the child? Or perhaps the large one? Should I send you all to the afterlife in one breath? Yet, the only response to Vegeta's wrath was the light laughter of Androids 17 and 18. Android 18 remarked nonchalantly, how amusing. What did you say? Vegeta felt like a capering jester, humiliated by her indifference. However, 18 ignored him and turned to Android 16, saying, 16, I wish to see your strength. Handle him. Android 16 displayed no discernible emotion as he replied, I refuse. 17 and 18 were clearly taken aback by this unexpected refusal, momentarily stunned. This fellow possesses a keen intellect. Clearly intimidated by my power. Navi Vegeta, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of misplaced pride. Little did he know, should the androids truly engage, he would likely not endure beyond 2 minutes. According to the original narrative, it would not be long before Android 18 would take matters into her own hands and decisively defeat Vegeta. Moyuan was prepared to depart from this gentle realm. However, the 18th turned to the 17th with a knowing glance. The 17th regarded the 18th and then the Moyuan cradled in the 18th's embrace. A silent understanding passed between them. It was clear that this twin sister had always been fond of adorable things. A penchant that endured even after her transformation into an artificial being. At this moment, she clearly wished to remain undisturbed. Thus, it fell upon me, the younger brother, to address this minor inconvenience. The 17th stepped outside. Confronted by the formidable Vegeta, the 17th stood serene as still water, devoid of any discernible aura. If Vegeta were to close his eyes, he might not even sense the presence of another. The 17th beckoned Vegeta with a casual gesture. Observing this complete disregard, Vegeta's eyes flared with a green intensity. Throughout the day, he had either been ignored or was on the verge of being overlooked. His simmering anger had reached its breaking point. The 17th's casual gesture acted as a fuse, igniting Vegeta's pent-up frustration. Die. Enraged, Vegeta could no longer tolerate such indignity. His golden aura blazed fiercely as he transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward the 17th. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared beside the 17th, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her head. Bang! The 17th raised her right arm, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's strike. The impact resonating with a deep thud. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Though the kick was not delivered with full force, it was executed with sufficient power. Yet it was countered with such ease. However, Vegeta did not panic. Rather, he felt exhilarated. If his opponent were too weak, victory would hold little satisfaction for him. The Scion's warrior spirit was vividly embodied in Vegeta. He executed a mid-air turn, bracing himself with his hands, and with a powerful push of his legs, aimed a strike at the 17th's abdomen. The 17th reacted swiftly, blocking Vegeta's kick and using the momentum to launch herself into the air. Vegeta pushed off the ground, rapidly closing the distance to the 17th. His speed was so great that he became a mere golden streak, soaring toward the heavens. Sensing Vegeta's overwhelming strength, a faint smile graced the 17th's lips. This Vegeta's prowess far surpassed the information provided by Dr. Gero. How intriguing! The figure of number 17 swiftly vanished into the air, engaging in a fierce skirmish with Vegeta. In an instant, the sky and the earth transformed into their battleground. A golden streak of light and a dark silhouette danced through the heavens and the ground, colliding incessantly. Each impact resonated with a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, as invisible shockwaves rippled outward. The clouds above were torn asunder, trees on the ground were snapped in half, and even the once solid cement surface was marred with spiderweb-like fissures. Concerned for Moyuan's safety, number 18 conjured a protective green shield around them. Although Vegeta's strength surpassed the data provided by Dr. Gero, even matching that of number 18, she remained unconcerned. After all, they were artificial beings endowed with limitless energy and stamina. No matter how formidable Vegeta might be, he would inevitably reach his limits, whereas they could perpetually sustain their peak condition. Furthermore, her brother, number 17, was significantly stronger than her. Meanwhile, Moyuan, cradled in number 18's embrace, was astonished to discover that the rapid movements of Vegeta and number 17, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, were laid bare before his inner vision. As if time itself had been decelerated, he could discern every motion with utmost clarity. Most importantly, he meticulously committed their techniques to memory, assimilating and transforming them into his own combat experience. Moyuan closed his eyes, absorbing the invaluable combat experience like a sponge. Chapter 9. Let us showcase a rapid performance. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. Although he initially held back, exerting only half of his strength, as time passed, he now unleashed 80% of his power. Yet, number 17 remained unfazed, responding to his attacks with the same calm demeanor as before. Could it be that he is stronger than me? Impossible. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan in the universe. I cannot allow myself to be defeated by such a puppet. With a furious roar, Vegeta's muscles tensed, and his aura surged to its maximum intensity. He grasped one of number 17's hands and yanked it forcefully, then formed his hands into a hammer shape and struck down violently on 17's back. Boom. Number 17 plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater upon impact. Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, directing a series of powerful blasts towards the trajectory of 17's descent. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions resonated through the air. The surrounding trees were obliterated into splinters, while those further away were snapped in half by the shockwave. A lush forest was transformed into a desolate wasteland. The forest, thank you, Tony Vegeta, for the Mediterranean haircut. My gratitude extends to your entire family, Trunks and the others. Having arrived at an unknown time, stood in astonishment at the scene before them. Has it been resolved? Trunks, feeling the potent aura emanating from Vegeta, was utterly shocked. If he possessed strength akin to that of Vegeta, he could surely contend with the androids 17 and 18 from the future. However, unable to sense the androids' auras, he could not ascertain whether 17 had been defeated. Yet, Trunks noticed 18's expression, rather than fear, it bore a smirk. Trunks' heart raced, and he shouted to Vegeta, "Father, be careful." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta spotted a shadow flickering within the smoke. Cough cough. Emerging unscathed from the haze. Number 17 swiftly closed the distance to Vegeta, delivering a devastating knee strike to his abdomen. The force of the blow left Vegeta feeling as though his insides had turned to mush, and he could not suppress the blood that surged forth from his mouth. Clutching his abdomen, Vegeta curled into a tight arc, his golden aura flickering erratically, struggling to maintain his levitation technique. He swayed precariously in midair. Observing Vegeta on the verge of falling, number 17 seized his hair with a firm grip. On the 17th, silence reigned, punctuated only by a soft huff. Yet, to Vegeta's ears, that sound was more grating than the most offensive of insults, crushing his pride and self-esteem beneath its weight, grinding them into the ground. Unforgivable. The humiliation within him transformed into a tempest of rage, and he sensed a shackle within him loosening. A surge of warmth coursed through his back, igniting the nearly extinguished golden aura that enveloped him, now flaring more fiercely than before. The explosive energy propelled the 17th away, and with newfound resolve, Vegeta charged at him. He had forgotten the wounds that marred his body, dismissing the searing pain. His singular focus was to annihilate the 17th. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows became lethal instruments, launching a relentless assault akin to a tempest against the 17th. Vegeta's base combat power stood at 10 million, which multiplied 50-fold upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, granting him a staggering 500 million. Now, although his foundational strength remained unchanged, his Super Saiyan multiplier had escalated from 50 to 55, elevating his power to 550 million. It seems he has grown stronger still. The 17th, feeling the force of Vegeta's blows, was taken aback, though he remained unfazed, for such power could not harm him. The 17th's own strength translated to an impressive 700 million in combat power. In their clash, Vegeta, despite his increased power, remained vastly inferior to the 17th, with each of his strikes effortlessly countered. How infuriating to be so overwhelmingly strong. Vegeta exerted every ounce of his might, yet every assault met with futility. His mind was clear. He recognized that he still fell short of the 17th's prowess. Yet, the pride of a Saiyan would not allow him to concede defeat, even in the face of death. The 17th, weary of the futile exchange, unleashed his full strength. With boundless stamina and energy, he maintained an unyielding state of supremacy. Vegeta was forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of the 17th's might. Before long, he was left battered and bruised, his battle attire in tatters, though his trousers remained unscathed. Trunks watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom the terrifying strength of this world's androids. Given Vegeta's later display of power, he could have vanquished the androids of the future timeline with ease. Yet here, in this timeline, he was utterly defenseless against them. Such formidable adversaries, could we truly withstand their might? Trunks murmured softly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as doubts about his own abilities began to surface. The battlefield was in a state of constant flux, and Krillin and the others could hardly fathom that the once indomitable Vegeta was now being beaten like a lifeless dog. Though Trunks felt a twinge of terror, witnessing Vegeta's plight compelled him to take action. Drawing the long sword from his back, he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. With sword in hand, he charged towards Android 17, determined to rescue Vegeta. "Sister, aren't you going to help?" Android 18 pondered for a moment, glancing at Android 16. Yet, 16 remained entirely unresponsive. Understanding that persuading 16 to engage was futile, 18 let out a silent sigh, reluctantly entrusting the care of Moya to 16. Protect him well. Moyuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Earlier, he sensed that number 18 held a certain disdain for him. Now, however, he could not shake the feeling that she was somewhat reluctant to part ways. "Sister, please be careful," he called out to her retreating figure. Upon hearing his words, number 18 paused, and a brilliant smile graced her previously frosty countenance, akin to a flower blooming in the snow, radiating a captivating brilliance that held one's gaze. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been secretly observing number 18, felt his shining head flush with warmth, his heart racing uncontrollably. A singular thought consumed him. How could such a delightful young woman possibly be a villain? Surely, Trunks must have erred. After number 18 departed, Moyuan perched himself upon number 16's shoulder. It was quite remarkable. Despite being a pure robot, number 16's exterior was not cold but rather exuded warmth, akin to that of a human. Moyuan was well acquainted with number 16. This seemingly formidable giant was, in truth, a gentle soul. Had it not been for Dr. Gero's programming to eliminate Son Goku, he likely would never have harbored thoughts of violence in his life. Number 16 paid no heed to Moyuan's presence. Gazing tenderly at the distant birds, a kind smile illuminating his rugged face. Thus, one observed the distant avians while the other watched the aerial skirmish, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Due to the considerable distance, which exceeded the range of Moyuan's perception, he could only rely on his instincts and sight to sense the battle unfolding afar. The conflict did not last long. Vegeta was already battered and bruised, having sustained severe injuries from number 17, with the ability to muster even half of his strength being a feat in itself. As for Trunks, his power level of 400 million was utterly insufficient against number 18's formidable 500 million, coupled with her boundless stamina and energy. In less than 5 minutes, the father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks had demonstrated a rapid descent into defeat. On the ground, Piccolo was aghast, his face turning pale, yet fear notwithstanding. He and Tien rushed forth to rescue Vegeta and Trunks as they lay defeated. Only Krillin remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, lacking the courage to intervene. Chapter 10. The proud number 18. Could it truly be that they were vanquished so swiftly? Just moments ago, Piccolo and Tien had charged to assist. But in less than a minute, they were felled by a mere few strikes from number 17 and number 18. The battlefield stood witness to only number 17 and number 18, with all others lying defeated. Krillin gazed at his fallen comrades, a mixture of astonishment and dread enveloping him. These individuals were among the mightiest on Earth. Was there truly no hope left for the planet? A sense of dread enveloped Krillin. As an icy chill coursed through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily, beads of cold sweat swiftly soaking his garments. Suddenly, Android 17 and Android 18 turned their gaze towards him. In that instant, Krillin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast of the wild. A spine-chilling sensation washing over him. He took a few trembling steps back, attempting to evade their penetrating stares. Android 17 darted towards him, while Android 18 merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before pivoting and soaring away. As he beheld Android 17 approaching, Krillin's heart sank, fearing his imminent demise. If even a Super Saiyan could scarcely endure a few exchanges, what hope did he, a mere earthling, possess? Panic-stricken, he felt utterly lost. Observing Krillin's demeanor, Android 17 found no spark of interest in engaging him in combat. Rest assured, they are all alive. Hurry and provide them with Sinza beans. They shall recover swiftly, he remarked. The words left Krillin momentarily stunned. Everyone was still alive. A flicker of realization dawned upon him, suggesting that these androids might not be as malevolent as he had presumed. Once your skills improve a bit more, you are always welcome to challenge us again, Android 17 concluded, before departing, leaving Krillin in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Android 18 returned to stand beside Android 16, her gaze fixated intently upon Moya. Moyuan felt a chill run down his spine under the unwavering gaze of number 18. He couldn't shake the impression that there was a hint of melancholy lurking within those eyes. Moyuan felt compelled to express his sentiments towards his thigh. Thus, he turned to the 18th and flashed a sweet smile. Sister, you have returned. Were you injured? No. They are not capable of harming me, replied the 18th, her gaze fixed intently upon Moyuan. Could it be? Suddenly, an improbable thought sprang forth in his mind. Why not give it a try? If this continued, he would surely appear foolish under such scrutiny. Thus, spread his arms wide and, in a childlike voice, playfully implored the 18th model, Sister, may I have a hug? Upon hearing this, the 18th model immediately took flight, given that the 16th model was rather tall and was perched upon her shoulder, gently lifting him down. As she embraced him, she wrinkled her nose in mild disdain and remarked, "Humph, little ones are such a bother. Moyuan, woman, you cannot hide from my discerning gaze." Thus, is this what they call tsundere? Under the scrutiny of my keen perception, I can see every nuance of number 18's demeanor, though she claims it is bothersome. Her eyes betray a glimmer of joy and contentment. How amusing woman has thoroughly discerned the nature of number 18. She is merely a little tsundere. Believing that, cradled in her embrace, could not see her expression, number 18 revealed a triumphant smile. Number 16 looked at her in bewilderment, finding this woman quite peculiar, oscillating between disdain and delight. Noticing number 16's gaze, number 18 shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, this woman is troubled. No. 16 silently averted his eyes, directing his attention towards a distant bird, his expression softening. How endearing are the little creatures. Before long, number 17 approached. It seemed that vehicles seldom passed this area. Let us venture to a more bustling locale. The group unanimously agreed to number 17's suggestion and took to the skies. Only Krillin remained, staring blankly at their receding figures. It was not until they had vanished into the horizon that he regained his senses. Right. I must go rescue everyone. Krillin finally remembered the unconscious individuals and swiftly leaped into the chasm created by the aftermath of the battle. He retrieved the Senzu beans and administered them one by one. Krillin hesitated momentarily over whether to give a Senzu bean to Vegeta, but ultimately chose to do so. Though Vegeta is exceedingly arrogant and often aloof, he remains one of the most powerful fighters on Earth. His survival would be significantly beneficial in the fight against the androids. As the others ingested the Senzu beans, their injuries instantly healed, as if the wounds had merely been an illusion. Trunks gazed solemnly at the sword beside him, now severed in two. This sword had accompanied him in countless battles, having cleaved Frieza in half. Throughout the years of fighting the androids in the future timeline, the sword had remained unscathed. Yet today, after just a single strike, it lay broken. The androids of this timeline are overwhelmingly powerful, pressing down on Trunks like a colossal weight, leaving him breathless. Once the group had recovered, Krillin recounted the events that transpired while they were unconscious. What? They were aware of our possession of Senzu beans? Upon hearing that the androids knew about the Senzu beans, Piccolo's face paled in fear. Knowing the beans' efficacy, why had they not been exterminated? Were they fearless, or simply overconfident? If their arrogance were all there was to it, it would be bearable. However, the thought that such formidable androids might possess hidden trump cards sent a chill down Piccolo's spine. Simultaneously, he resolved silently within himself. Vegeta, listening to their discourse on the might of the androids, felt his ire intensify with each word. The memory of his previous boasts felt like a series of resounding slaps against his own face. In that moment, Vegeta's pride and dignity seemed nothing more than a farcical illusion. Enraged, he unleashed a powerful aura that stirred up a whirlwind of dust and debris. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. He was determined to grow stronger, to the point where he could vanquish these androids and reclaim his pride and dignity. Furthermore, amidst this battle, he had glimpsed the hope of transcending Super Saiyan. He was confident that it would not be long before he achieved a level of strength that rendered him untouchable by all. Upon witnessing Vegeta's departure, Trunks felt the urge to follow. Yet, Piccolo intervened. Trunks, do not pursue him. Let him have his solitude. Trunks turned to regard Piccolo, who spoke with calm authority. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan, reclaiming his once absolute pride and dignity. Yet today he was so effortlessly defeated by the androids. This must have dealt him a tremendous blow. At Piccolo's words, Trunks too found his composure. Indeed, as his mother had said, such a proud individual as his father would undoubtedly be deeply affected by this significant defeat. It was best to allow him some time alone. Chapter 11. Names. After a leisurely flight of over 10 minutes, the group finally stumbled upon a vehicle in the desolate wilderness. It was a small truck, just large enough to accommodate Android 16. Otherwise, a standard car would not suffice for his considerable size. The owner of the vehicle was inside a nearby convenience store, purchasing items. Following a friendly exchange, the owner graciously agreed to lend them the truck without demanding its return. In gratitude, Android 16 kindly helped unload the cargo from the vehicle, moving the owner to tears. After they departed, the owner, concerned they might lose their way in the wilderness, even reported their situation to the authorities. Truly heartwarming. After bidding farewell to the kind stranger, they commenced their search for Goku. Inside the truck, Android 17 took the wheel while Android 18 cradled Moya in the passenger seat. Due to his imposing stature, Android 16 had to occupy the rear cargo area. With no further distractions, Android 17 finally initiated an inquiry about Moya's origins. Hey, kid, tell us about your background. First and foremost, I do not go by Hey. My name is Moyuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Moyuan noticed that everyone was gazing at him in astonishment. Even the driver, number 17, was distracted from the road. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Moyuan found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, it was merely a name, was it not? What was there to make such a fuss about? Yet, it was indeed a matter of significance, for artificial beings were devoid of names, only bearing numbers. Even Dr. Gero, upon transforming into an artificial entity, designated himself with the designation of Android number 20. Number 18 regarded Moyuan with a curious gaze. And you, however, possess a proper name. Moyuan suddenly comprehended. Ah, so that is how it is. In truth, I chose my own name, perhaps because Dr. Glo deemed the success rate of creating me to be too low, and thus had not yet assigned me a number. A low success rate? I recall you stating that you were neither a robot nor a cyborg fashioned by humans, so how exactly did you come into being? I was conceived through the fusion of the cells of martial arts masters from Earth and those of cosmic powerhouses. Hence I am neither a robot nor a mere artificial being transformed from an ordinary person, recounted his origins to the three of them, albeit withholding certain details. He refrained from divulging his complete transformation through the absorption of subjects 17 and 18, nor did he mention the enhancement of his own powers through the absorption of humans. After all, he had never contemplated such actions towards humans, let alone towards them. Revealing this information would only serve to complicate matters unnecessarily. Thus, were you also created with the purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong? Moyuan nodded in affirmation. However, despite his acknowledgement, he harbored no intention of confronting Sun Wukong. Beyond his reluctance, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and strength. The calculation of combat power eluded him. Yet he could distinctly sense that his own energy was merely a tenth of that of a typical Vegeta. With such feeble power, he could scarcely contend with Piccolo, let alone aspire to vanquish Sun Wukong. It was akin to searching for excrement while illuminating a latrine with a lantern. Moreover, a formidable threat loomed: Cell. The whereabouts of Cell remained shrouded in mystery. According to the original narrative, Cell would emerge around this time, preying upon the populace, with his ultimate objective being androids 17 and 18. Without assimilating these androids, Cell's evolution into his perfect form would be an arduous endeavor. As he stood now, unevolved, Cell posed little threat. Furthermore, aside from guarding against Cell, vigilance against Vegeta was also imperative. After all, in the original tale, it was Vegeta's actions that led to Android 18's absorption by Cell, culminating in a poignant display of paternal affection between Trunks and his father. Ultimately, the outcomes proved quite favorable, as Vegeta once again transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moyuan found himself perplexed. How could Vegeta, despite growing stronger each time, continuously face humiliation? It could be said that Vegeta's entire existence has been characterized by his recklessness that has led him to both self-discovery and immense power. Indeed, he has grown stronger. Yet he has not escaped the inevitable consequences of his hubris. In the realm of irony, where pride meets the sun, Moyuan would willingly bestow upon Vegeta the title of the strongest. However, despite his repeated defeats, Moyuan was acutely aware that it would not be long before Vegeta ascended to greater heights once more. At that juncture, even androids 17 and 18 would find themselves incapable of matching his prowess. Not even the fully matured Cell could stand against him. Thus, Moyuan resolved with unwavering determination to enhance his own strength. For as long as Cell existed, there was no avoiding confrontation. He would undoubtedly pursue androids 17 and 18. Even if Cell were to be vanquished now, Vegeta would inevitably seek retribution, having lost face in their presence. Time was of the essence, for it would not be long before Vegeta returned. Contemplating this, Moyuan furrowed his brow in concern. The only place left that could facilitate his rapid ascension in power was— what was he thinking? At that moment, a warm and gentle hand delicately smoothed his furrowed brow, the calm tone revealing a hint of concern. Moyuan shook his head and replied, "It is nothing." It was not that Moyuan was unwilling to converse with them. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not simply inform them that his future self would come to absorb them, could he? By the way, sister, I recall you mentioning that you were transformed from humans into artificial beings by Dr. Gero, correct? Hastily shifted the topic. Do you remember your previous names? Upon hearing's inquiry, a flicker of hatred flashed in the eyes of number 18, only to be quickly replaced by profound sorrow. She reminisced about the years gone by. Once, she and number 17 were mere inhabitants of a village on the outskirts of North City. However, that fateful day altered everything. It was the day when Dr. Gero, accompanied by a group of androids, invaded their peaceful village. Faced with the formidable might of these artificial beings, their firearms proved utterly futile. In their helplessness, they could only submit to their doom. Within a mere half hour, they were all captured by Dr. Gero, with not a single soul managing to escape. What ensued was a hellish existence. Dr. Gero commenced his inhumane experiments on human subjects. Number 17 and number 18 watched in horror as their friends and family fell victim to unspeakable atrocities. They witnessed their parents kneel before Dr. Gero, pleading for the chance to cooperate with his experiments, desperate to spare the lives of their children. Yet, Dr. Gero had no need for their compliance. The androids swiftly rendered their parents unconscious and dragged them away, never to be seen again. The siblings understood all too well that failed test subjects were disposed of by Dr. Gero, leaving no trace behind. Hatred, when harbored for an extended period, does not dissipate. Rather, it intensifies. The gravest error committed by Dr. Gero was concentrating their enhancements solely on augmenting strength, thereby diminishing their capacity for control, retaining their past memories. Number 17 and number 18, transformed into powerful androids, found their true desire not in fulfilling Dr. Gero's commands to eliminate Sun Wukong, but in exacting vengeance upon the man who had tormented their family. Moyuan suddenly sensed a heavy atmosphere enveloping the car, regretting his decision to pose such a question. Clearly, his inquiry had stirred some unpleasant memories for both number 17 and number 18. For a moment, silence descended within the vehicle. After a while, number 18 sighed, her expression gradually softening as if she had released a burden. "My name is Lazili," she revealed. Upon hearing her words, number 17 relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Letting go? Perhaps that was for the best. Indeed, it was time to move on. "I am Lapisai," he introduced himself, seated in the back. Number 16 wore a benevolent smile. In Chapter 12, The Time Machine and the Eggshell, the act of revealing their names signified that number 17 and number 18 had completely relinquished their past. Henceforth, they would no longer be known as Android 17 and Android 18. They were simply the twin siblings, Sister Lazuli and Brother Robbies. Although they had moved on, it did not imply that they had abandoned their quest to locate Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero had transformed them into androids with the express purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong, which left them with lingering resentment towards him. Even if they could not vanquish Sun Wukong, they were determined to at least give him a thorough beating. Such thoughts occupied the minds of Lazuli and Robbies as they leisurely drove towards Sun Wukong's residence. Meanwhile, Krillin and Trunks soared through the skies in an aircraft, en route to Sun Wukong's home to escort the ailing Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, intending to transport them to Master Roshi's sanctuary, an effort to safeguard the sick Sun Wukong from being dispatched by the androids. Sun Wukong served as a beacon of hope for them all. As long as he remained alive, they felt an unwavering sense of optimism. Even Bulma from the future shared this sentiment, for in comparison to Vegeta, Sun Wukong was far more dependable. On board the aircraft, Krillin placed a call to Bulma to recount the day's events, only to learn from her that an abandoned time machine had been discovered in the western suburbs. Upon viewing the photograph that Bulma had faxed, Trunks was taken aback. The machine, overgrown with weeds, was none other than the time machine he had piloted. However, his own time machine was safely reduced and encapsulated within a capsule on his person. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that the future timeline could produce two time machines, particularly in light of the rampant destruction wrought by the androids. The creation of a single time machine had already drained all available resources. Yet, the time machine in the photograph was unmistakably the one he had used. He could not be mistaken. Trunks felt a profound realization that this timeline might diverge entirely from the history he had known. From the formidable strength of the androids to the emergence of Android 16 and the appearance of the underground laboratory's androids, this timeline had unveiled an overwhelming array of unknowns. These variables weighed heavily upon his chest, akin to immense boulders, nearly rendering him breathless. He resolved to inspect the machine personally. After inquiring about the specific location of the time machine, Trunks, Gohan, and Bulma arranged to meet there. Within a span of 10 minutes, they reconvened in the western suburbs. Gazing upon the time machine before him, Trunks was nearly certain it was indeed the one he had piloted, for it bore the inscription he had penned, Hope. Regardless of the position or the handwriting, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the time machine that adorned his person. Yet, observing the machine's exterior, it was evident that it had been neglected for an extended period. If we were to assert that there existed only a singular time machine in Trunks' future timeline, then this machine must belong to an alternate reality. But what of the self from those other dimensions? A sudden chill coursed down Trunks' spine. Moreover, the gaping hole at the top of the time machine was undoubtedly not of his making. This machine represented the hope of their timeline. He would feel immense sorrow even at the slightest scratch, rendering it inconceivable that he would ever damage it. Thus, who had traversed to this timeline using this machine? An android? Or perhaps someone else? The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. To validate his hypothesis, Trunks activated the machine. Inside, he discovered two purple, hemispherical objects, the nature of which eluded him. What are these? They bore no resemblance to coconut shells. Gohan gazed at the two items, puzzled. What are they? Show them to me. Bulma, too, was intrigued. Gohan handed the objects to Bulma, stating, take a look. Bulma examined the items meticulously, turning them over in her hands. I see now. These must be the eggshells of some creature. Eggs. Yet, I have never encountered such an eggshell before. Having grown up on Mount Payas, Gohan had seen an array of peculiar animal eggs, but none had ever matched this particular shape. Suddenly, it seemed they had a revelation. They all turned their gazes towards the damaged opening of the time machine. The edges of the hole bore remnants of a purple hue, identical to that of the eggshells. Gohan's expression grew serious. Indeed, perhaps the being that created that hole emerged from one of these eggs. Trunks hastily inspected the machine, seeking any useful information. The residual energy was nearly non-existent. The entire time machine was on the brink of depletion, barely managing to display the time. After a moment's wait, the machine finally revealed the temporal reading. The year was 788? That was 3 years slower than my future. How could this be? Trunks gazed in disbelief at the time displayed on the machine. This was the future 3 years after his departure. If this were indeed the case, then his previous conjecture had been validated. A third temporal disruption had truly occurred. Trunks examined the machine once more to ascertain the time in this dimension. As he observed the time machine's readings, a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. Approximately 4 years prior to now, this individual had arrived a year earlier than during his last visit. Who could this person be? What was their purpose for coming here? Could it be that the numerous historical alterations were the result of their machinations? Furthermore, why had they remained concealed for such an extended period? What events had transpired in this third timeline? What had become of his counterpart in that dimension? Would he, 3 years hence, encounter a similar fate? Fear emanated from the unknown, like a shroud of darkness enveloping Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan noticed something peculiar behind a nearby rock. What's wrong? Bulma inquired. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating what that object could be. Gohan replied as he approached the strange entity. What is it? Where is it? Upon seeing the object, Gohan was taken aback and shouted to Trunks and Bulma, you both need to come see this. What have you discovered, Gohan? Look at that thing. Gohan pointed at the strange object. Trunks and Bulma followed his gaze and gasped in astonishment. It was an object measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, resembling some form of insect. Initially, they presumed it to be the carcass of an insect. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not a corpse, but rather a shell that some creature had shed. A shell? Are there cicadas of this size around here? Bulma exclaimed, bewildered. Not just around here. It would be difficult to find such a cicada anywhere on Earth, she continued. There are no cicadas of this magnitude. Trunks nodded, taking up Gohan's thread of thought. It might be the exoskeleton of a creature that emerged from the shell of the time machine. Gohan added, yes. That creature must have shed this shell after maturing. What is going on? What kind of creature left this shell? Bulma questioned. Gohan replied, no one knows, as no one has ever encountered it. How did it come to be? Did someone in the future place the egg in the time machine to arrive here? Or did someone follow this egg to this location? I truly cannot comprehend which scenario it could be. Trunks gazed at the shell with profound confusion. He reached his hand inside, only to be met with a viscous sensation that compelled him to retract it hastily. His hand was now coated in a purple slime. The shell had only recently been shed. The Supreme Being observed the unfolding events below, finally comprehending the source of his unease over the past 4 years. He resolved to merge with Piccolo at last. Chapter 13. Divided Paths. I apologize, esteemed listeners, for this unexpected bulletin. We now resume our previous report. An hour ago, the city of Jianga, located in the western outskirts, which had abruptly ceased all communication, has been investigated by an inquiry team. Reports indicate that the local residents vanished in an instant, leaving the city resembling a ghost town, devoid of human presence. Upon hearing this news report in the vehicle, recognized that time was of the essence. Cell had emerged, and there was little time left. If they did not grow stronger, they would inevitably face absorption by Cell, serving as sustenance for his evolution into his perfect form. Sister, could you accompany me in my training? I wish to grow stronger. Training? What brings about such a notion? La Zili questioned softly. There's no one in this world who can rival us. La Paisai scoffed before La Zili could respond. In La Paisai's mind, they were invincible. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta posed a challenge worthy of his prowess. With such strength at his disposal, what need was there for training? It sufficed to follow him on his adventures. Xiaoku, cough. Xiao Yuan, why the sudden desire to grow stronger? La Zili inquired gently. As you know, I possess the cells of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both of whom are scions. Vegeta's transformation into a golden state today is a manifestation of their race's ability, known as Super Saiyan. This expression was grave. Oh, that sounds rather extravagant, La Paisai remarked dismissively. What of transformations? Even after transforming, they were still thoroughly beaten. Do not underestimate the Saiyan transformations. Upon achieving Super Saiyan status, one's battle power can increase 50-fold. 50-fold? La Zili and La Paisai expressed mild astonishment, nodded and said, indeed. 50 times. Thus, if they can enhance their base combat power a bit more, they could certainly defeat you with the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The most significant aspect is that Scions possess a unique trait. Each time they recover from the brink of death, their combat power increases dramatically. Although Vegeta has not yet reached the point of near death after your encounter, he has sustained considerable injuries. Once he recovers and trains for a while, his combat strength will undoubtedly increase, making the outcome of your next battle unpredictable. Rapheus, observing the serious demeanor of, suddenly recalled the previous battle with Vegeta, where Vegeta's combat power had notably surged. While he could still not surpass Rapheus, if such increments continued, he might soon find himself outmatched. Is what you say truly credible? Rapheus inquired earnestly. He had already begun to believe, as had no reason to deceive him. Noticing that his words had resonated with Rapheus, decided to intensify his assertions. Indeed. Moreover, I can sense that within the Scion cells lies an even more terrifying power awaiting discovery. The Super Saiyan form is far from the pinnacle of Scion potential. They possess even deeper transformations. At that point, the multiplication of their base combat power will not merely be 50 times, but could escalate to 100 or even 1,000 times. Consider this. Should 1 point of combat power increase yield a transformation that results in a 50-point boost, it equates to training speeds 50 times that of others. If deeper transformations are realized, their training velocity could be hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of their peers. Many criticize Goku and the other Scions for their reliance on transformations, arguing that they are fleeting and that their bodies cannot endure prolonged battles. However, they fail to recognize that the adversaries they encounter are overwhelmingly powerful. Without transformation, they would stand no chance, and their lives would be forfeit, rendering endurance moot. The formidable transformations grant them the means to confront and even surpass their powerful foes, allowing them to triumph. Thus, their reliance is not a choice, but a necessity. Given ample time to train, they would not excessively pursue transformations. And what of you? Lazuli inquired, gazing at. Do you not also possess Scion cells? Can you not transform into the Super Saiyan you speak of? Indeed, paused momentarily before continuing. But my strength currently remains insufficient, far below the minimum threshold required for transformation. It is essential to understand that the minimum threshold to transform into a Super Saiyan is a combat power of 3 million, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of rage. For a seamless transition, devoid of relying on anger for the transformation, the requisite baseline combat power is undoubtedly higher than this figure. Hence, Moyuan currently remains exceedingly feeble. While he is unaware of his exact combat strength, he can surmise, based on the auras of others, that his power hovers around the vicinity of 1 million. A combat power of 1 million, if it were a decade ago, would have been sufficient to wreak havoc on Earth. However, in the present context, it merely qualifies him as a larger-than-average cannon fodder. Lazuli, is it not too late for you to cultivate now? Moyuan shook his head and said, in normal circumstances, it would indeed be too late. However, I am aware of a place where one can cultivate for an entire year. Yet only a single day passes outside. Oh, Lazuli, Lapis, and even the ever-composed number 6 were all taken aback. Such a wondrous place exists in the world? Lapis fixed his gaze upon Moyuan and inquired, but how do you know of this? As artificial beings ourselves, none of us are aware of it. Not even that old curmudgeon, Dr. Gero, felt a fleeting moment of panic, but fortunately he quickly devised an excuse. I have integrated the cells of Sun Wukong. This knowledge comes from his cellular memory, as he practiced within it for a month during his youth. Oh, is that so? Lapis observed, seemingly contemplative. To be honest, he was not entirely convinced by his explanation. Yet, it mattered little, for he sensed no malice emanating from him. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he had no desire to delve deeper. It sufficed for him to know that bore no ill intentions towards them. Sister, what do you think? Shall we go together? Gazed at with hopeful eyes. Naturally yearned to go, cherishing the prospect of spending an entire year alone with the adorable one. However, she felt a twinge of shyness as she cast a glance at her brother. With a resigned expression, replied, you should go with him. he is still quite inexperienced, and I fear he might encounter unforeseen dangers alone. As for Sun Wukong, both 16 and I are more than capable. Was well aware of his twin sister's sentiments. Fine. I am truly at a loss with you, he sighed. Shrugged her shoulders, displaying a helpless demeanor, yet internally, she was already bursting with joy, almost ready to sing a jubilant tune about good fortune arriving. Chapter 14, A Favor. Sister, I can fly on my own. At that moment, and had already parted ways with N16. Moyuan and Lady proceeded to the temple to cultivate in the Spirit Time House, while Lapisai and No. 16 continued their journey towards Sun Wukong's residence. Once they had dealt with Sun Wukong, they would reunite with the two at the temple. Just as they exited the vehicle, Moyuan found himself embraced once again by Lady, prompting him to offer a modest suggestion. With an expressionless face and a hint of disdain in her tone, Lady remarked, "You fly too slowly." "Oh, very well," he replied. Moyuan felt a tinge of melancholy as he buried his head in the snowy peak, seeking solace with a gentle application of facial cleanser. Lady toyed with Moyuan's tail, a triumphant smile gracing her face. "Oh, you little rascal. Do you still wish to contest with me?" Moyuan, grasp it tightly. Lady offered a reminder, channeling her inner energy and beginning to accelerate. Reluctantly, lifted her head from the warmth of comfort and addressed, "Sister, let us first make a trip to West City to retrieve something." Without further inquiry, simply changed direction. A few minutes later, they arrived at the residence of Bulma in West City. Their purpose for visiting Bulma was clear: to acquire the gravity chamber for training. After all, as combat power was still insufficiently low to swiftly enhance her strength, merely relying on the tenfold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber would not suffice. It is noteworthy that even with a combat power of 90,000, Goku could endure 100-fold gravity within the hyperbolic time chamber. Gravity already exceeds 10 times that of Earth, thus utilizing the gravity chamber there would yield results surpassing Earth's 10-fold gravity. Mrs. Brief, upon witnessing the two unfamiliar figures descending from the sky, rarely opened her eyes wide and inquired, "Whom do you seek?" Moyuan gazed upon the stunning blonde woman before him, instantly recognizing her as Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. "Good day, Mrs. Brief. We have come to seek Miss Bulma." Bulma has stepped out for a moment. "Is there something you wish to discuss with her?" she inquired, her tone warm and inviting. The charming little brother. Despite Moyuan's horns and tail, his adorable appearance was undeniable. That delightful visage swiftly captured Mrs. Brief's heart. Noticing the affectionate tone in Mrs. Brief's voice, Lazile's eyes flickered with a cold glint. An inexplicable chill coursed down Mrs. Brief's spine, causing the hairs on her body to stand on end. How peculiar. Why did it suddenly feel a bit cold? She rubbed her arms, which were dotted with goosebumps, her gaze drifting to Lazile beside Moyuan. "We are here to borrow the gravity chamber from Miss Bulma," Moyuan stated. "The gravity chamber, you say?" Mrs. Brief pondered for a moment. "I know where it is. I shall have someone fetch it for you. Bulma appears to have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot ascertain when she will return." Without delay, Mrs. Brief made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a robot arrived, holding a small box. Within this box lay the gravity chamber, now compacted into a universal capsule. Moyuan never anticipated that he would acquire it so effortlessly. He had expected to engage in a series of coercive negotiations. Are the individuals within the Dragon Ball realm truly this naive and innocent? Do they readily believe a few casual words? Confounded, Moyuan expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Brief before departing with the universal capsule and Lazile. Although perplexed, he recognized that securing the item was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Until absolutely necessary, Moyuan preferred not to resort to confrontation with him. Not long after and departed, returned piloting an aircraft. As she stepped into her home, she was met with the sight of her mother, who appeared visibly shaken. "Mother, what is the matter? What has transpired?" "Two individuals came looking for you. They sought to borrow the gravity chamber." "The gravity chamber? Who were those two? Did you grant them access?" "I am uncertain of their identities. However, the girl bore the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army upon her attire. Thus, I relinquished the gravity chamber that frequently utilized." "What? The Red Ribbon Army? Could they be androids? They did not cause any trouble, did they? Were you harmed?" Upon hearing the mention of the Red Ribbon Army, S' heart sank. She had received alarming news from, along with the future time traveler, and even the likes of, and had been unable to defeat the androids. If those individuals were to act recklessly, her household's robotic security would stand no chance against the androids. They would likely be reduced to mere scrap metal in no time. "It is all right. It is all right." They took the gravity chamber and departed, reassured. Concerned for her daughter's safety, she had hastily surrendered the gravity chamber to avert any encounter between them and, otherwise, given its endearing appearance, would surely have insisted they stay for a meal. That is a relief. With the assurance that all was well at home, felt a wave of relief wash over her. I must quickly inform the others. The purpose of the gravity chamber was solely for training, with the android's formidable strength. It was alarming that they were so diligently honing their skills. As reached out to contact, the urgency of the situation loomed large. Moyuan and Li have arrived near Kalinta. At this moment, within the temple, only Bobo, who is as black as coal, remains. As for Bic, after merging with the deity, he departed from the temple in search of the monstrous being that devours humans indiscriminately. Bobo, still mourning the departure of the deity, was startled and thrown into a state of panic upon seeing Moyuan and Li. Despite many speculating in a past life that Bobo was a concealed formidable boss, Moyuan had once entertained a similar notion. However, upon gazing at the coal-like figure before him, now pale and trembling with fear, he entirely dismissed his earlier fantasies. Yet, as a well-mannered youth of society, he courteously greeted Mr. Bobo, saying, "Hello, Mr. Bobo. We would like to request the use of the Spirit Time House." Having been in close proximity to the deity, Bobo was well aware of the identities of Moyuan and Li. After all, he and the deity had been clandestinely observing events within the temple. They had witnessed the unfolding circumstances with clarity. Nevertheless, their combat prowess was woefully inadequate, rendering them powerless to assist. Naturally, Bobo firmly declined Moyuan's request. Following the rejection, Li silently rolled up her sleeves. After a cordial exchange, Bobo was ultimately persuaded, and he graciously allowed them entry into the Spirit Time House. Of course, Li did not resort to excessive force. However, it seemed Bobo would remain unconscious for a considerable duration. Chapter 15. The Spirit Time House. As soon as the door to the Spirit Time House swung open, Moyuan was met with a blast of scorching air. Upon entering, both Moyuan and Li felt their bodies grow heavy. The tenfold gravity was not merely a simple augmentation of their weight. The influence of gravity was pervasive, affecting not only the surface of their bodies but also their internal organs, indeed every single cell within them. This meant that gravity could invigorate each cell in their bodies, which elucidated why cultivation under such conditions could yield remarkable results. This experience was far beyond that of mere weight trainings, which only engaged superficial muscles and could not touch the internal organs, let alone every single cell. The environment bore a striking resemblance to the Spirit Time House in Moyuan's memories, characterized by tenfold gravity, temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to minus 40 degrees, an air that was a mere quarter of the normal density. The expanse was enveloped in a white void, devoid of the cycle of day and night, creating a realm of profound silence. This was not merely a test of the body, but a trial of the spirit and willpower. Those with weak resolve would find their mental fortitude crumbling, even if their bodies could endure the strain. However, for Moyuan, these challenges posed no significant threat. The issue of air was of no concern, as he possessed Frisia's cells, enabling him to survive in the vacuum of space. The absence of air was inconsequential. Regarding the temperature, the current 50 degrees posed no adverse effects on him. As for the mental aspect, he had previously endured an entire year in a subterranean laboratory without movement. Now, at least he could move, and furthermore, Moyuan noticed the nearby storage room, which was brimming with food. It is worth noting that he had not consumed anything for an entire year and had long contemplated indulging in a grand feast upon his return. However, opportunities had eluded him until now. At last, he found himself with the time to partake in a meal. Yet, it is important to recognize that an absence of pressure is not necessarily advantageous. In the realm of cultivation, it proves to be detrimental. True cultivation demands one to forge ahead against the current. Only by embracing greater challenges can one unleash a more formidable power. Moyuan couldn't help but feel fortunate for having ventured to West City to acquire the gravity chamber. Otherwise, relying solely on the environment within this time chamber would likely yield little in terms of exerting pressure upon himself. Since the challenges were insufficient, he resolved to create difficulties for himself. After a brief period of acclimatization to tenfold gravity, he found the pressure negligible. But what about 100 times? Or 1,000 times? It is worth noting that the gravity chamber crafted by Bulma can achieve up to 500 times the normal gravity. Within this time chamber, its effects are magnified tenfold, reaching an astonishing 5,000 times the gravity of Earth. Could not guarantee that, within the span of a year in this time chamber, he would truly be able to cultivate to withstand the weight of 5,000 times gravity. Beyond this, what surprised him most was the remarkably high concentration of vital energy within the chamber, exceeding that of the outside world. It could be said that practicing in such an energy-rich environment would subtly enhance one's physicality, even if one were not adept at absorbing energy, as it would permeate through one's very breath. If this were the case, it became clear to why training under a mere tenfold gravity could yield results surpassing that of 500 times gravity outside. As illustrated in the original narrative, before Gohan entered the time chamber, his combat power fell short of transforming into a Super Saiyan, remaining below the minimum threshold of 3 million. Yet, after a year of rigorous training within the chamber, his power skyrocketed, not only achieving the full power state of a Super Saiyan, but even surpassing Goku in strength. In addition to his own immense potential, the vital energy within the chamber likely played a significant role in his transformation. 4. The situation was even more advantageous. He could absorb energy, thriving in this environment as a dragon returning to the sea or a fish reveling in water. With this influx of energy, felt increasingly confident in facing Cell and Vegeta. Reflecting on this, a smile of excitement illuminated S' face. What S wrong? Why are you so happy? Lotzi asked, puzzled by S' exuberance. This eerie place, with its thin air, tenfold gravity, and sweltering heat, only served to irritate her. Moyuan nodded with delight and said, indeed, this place is extraordinary. I am certain that a year from now, I shall become immensely powerful. By the way, sister, you must be able to cultivate as well, right? Moyuan suddenly realized that the strength of the androids was derived from modifications rather than personal cultivation. Although the old bird had mentioned that androids could indeed cultivate, he was merely a cartoonist, lacking any real understanding of Dragon Ball. Lazuli tilted her head in contemplation. I don't know. I have never practiced cultivation. Lazuli was an ordinary human girl, untouched by martial arts. The power she possessed was a result of Dr. Gro's enhancements. While Dr. Gro had implanted some combat-related memories, Lazuli remained only partially informed about the intricacies of cultivation. Let us try again after we finish our meal. Moyuan gazed at the adjacent storage room, reminiscing about the delectable dishes from his past life. He could scarcely suppress the drool threatening to escape his lips. As for Lazuli, ever since she was transformed into an artificial being by Dr. Gro, she had not tasted a morsel of food. At most, she had sipped on water. Their bodies no longer required sustenance to function. After years without a proper meal, she had nearly forgotten the essence of flavor. It was indeed perplexing for Lazuli to witness Moyuan, another artificial being, harboring a desire for food. However, at that moment, Moyuan could no longer contain himself. He scampered towards the storage room on his short legs, and shortly thereafter, emerged with an enormous pile of food that dwarfed his own small frame. In his previous life, Moyuan, although a landlord untroubled by the lack of food or financial concerns, found himself solitary after the loss of his parents. Thus, he devoted himself to self-study, mastering an impressive culinary skill set. While he may not rival the renowned chefs, his abilities surpassed those of the average individual by an extraordinary margin. The energy within the Dragon Ball universe, akin to a panacea, allowed Moyuan to manifest a knife from this energy in one hand, while his other hand conjured flames to roast a leg of lamb nearly the same size as himself. The blade in Moyuan's hand continued its relentless motion, gliding across the lamb leg, slicing through the skin and flesh before generously applying the sauce he had just crafted. As the flames danced, the lamb leg sizzled, releasing its succulent juices, while the spices he had smeared mingled with the meat's aroma, creating an exquisite and rich fragrance. This delightful scent gradually permeated the confines of the temporal sanctuary. Although Lazuli found it peculiar that Moyuan was preparing a meal, the moment she inhaled the robust aroma, her stomach, which had long been devoid of hunger for years, suddenly felt a twinge of emptiness. This unexpected shift filled Lazuli with astonishment, as she realized she had momentarily transformed back into a semblance of her former self. Capable of feeling hunger and fatigue once more, carefully separated the succulent meat from the roasted lamb shank, meticulously breaking it into small pieces and placing them in a large basin. He prepared an array of vegetables as accompaniments. Once everything was completed, he noticed Lazuli in the distance, intently gazing at the food on the table, her eyes reflecting a single word: craving. It was rather endearing. Sister, come and have dinner. Upon hearing's call, Lazuli snapped back to reality, realizing her earlier indiscretion, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 16. The escape of Cell What? After merging with the divine, Piccolo's combat prowess surged dramatically. Without hesitation, he departed from the temple and journeyed to the location within the deity's memory where Cell resided. Following an impressive display of skillful interrogation, Piccolo successfully extracted Cell's origins. However, what he learned was profoundly terrifying, even shocking to Piccolo, who turned pale with fear. The creature emerging from the underground laboratory was not Cell, and according to Cell, he would not emerge for another 24 years. There were only two possibilities. Either this version of Cell had mutated within this timeline, or there existed another underground laboratory. The known laboratory had been reduced to ruins, containing only that small creature and no other life forms. That small creature was likely not Cell, as Cell's essence was a blend of countless souls. Conversely, the essence of this small creature was unique and unlike anything Piccolo had encountered before. Moreover, its tail bore no resemblance to Cell's. Cell's tail resembled a syringe, while this creature's tail resembled that of a fish. Cell consumed humans using his syringe-like tail, sipping them away bit by bit. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the small creature possessed a similar ability, albeit through a different method. Piccolo had already resolved that once he had vanquished Cell, he would eliminate that small creature along with several other artificial beings. Having gleaned the necessary information, Piccolo no longer intended to prolong the charade. It was time to eliminate this monster. With determination, Piccolo yanked out the withered arm that Cell had drained. With a powerful shout, a brand new arm sprouted from the severed stump. Thank you for providing me with this reference. You were trying to extract information from me? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. Piccolo's gaze, tinged with malice, conveyed a clear message. How could I allow you to become complete? It's absurd that you, who possess my cells, were unaware that my arm could regenerate. You fool. As the confrontation between Piccolo and Cell loomed once more, Trunks and Krillin, sensing the peculiar energy emanating from Cell, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the monstrous form of Cell, both Krillin and Trunks were taken aback. Faced with three adversaries, Cell began to contemplate retreat, especially since he could not even overpower Piccolo. Although Krillin's combat prowess was negligible, Trunks still posed a potential threat. In a sudden motion, Cell leapt into the air, his silhouette merging with the sun, arms outstretched beside his face. Solar flare. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from Cell, transforming the world into a blinding white void. Piccolo and his companions were momentarily incapacitated, unable to open their eyes against the searing brightness. In that fleeting moment, Cell completely concealed his energy and swiftly darted into the forest, utilizing the trees as cover to escape. Frustrated, with Cell's energy undetectable and his form obscured, Piccolo and the others were left powerless to pursue him, unsure of the direction to take. By the time their vision returned, Cell had vanished without a trace. The trio ascended into the sky, scanning their surroundings, yet the dense forest yielded no sign of Cell. With no clear path to follow, they reluctantly abandoned the chase. Piccolo regretted having engaged in prolonged dialogue with Cell. He should have eradicated him entirely in one decisive blow. Now, with Cell having eluded capture, locating him again would prove to be a formidable challenge. Following today's events, Cell would undoubtedly act with greater caution until he felt assured of overcoming all opponents. After a short while, Vegeta and Tien arrived, having sensed the energies of Piccolo and Cell. Once everyone had gathered, Piccolo recounted the origins of Cell to the group. What? That underground laboratory held merely a small child? How has he transformed into a monster? Everyone present had visited the underground lab, thus their astonishment was palpable. By the way, I just received a call from Bulma. She mentioned that the androids had raided her home and taken the gravity chamber that Vegeta uses for training. Vegeta, what? What is happening? I step out for a moment, and my home is robbed? Infuriated. If it weren't for the constraints of his current strength, Vegeta would have been inclined to eliminate those thieving rascals. Yet, the androids were already so powerful, and they still sought to seize the gravity chamber for training. Was the competition now this fierce? This news brought a mix of good and bad tidings to Bic. If the androids grew stronger, it would become increasingly difficult for Cell to absorb them. However, if the androids became excessively powerful, they would be confronted with the dual threat of both the androids and Cell. Fortunately, the androids were elusive, and it would likely take Cell considerable effort to locate them. Ultimately, Trunks and Krillin resolved to return to the underground laboratory for another inspection, hoping to uncover any overlooked areas. Yet, the underground facility had long since been reduced to ruins, and Trunks and Krillin found nothing of value. In the original narrative, they had discovered the blueprints for Android 17 here, which Bulma had successfully used to create a controller. Alas, those blueprints had turned to ashes in the explosion. After spending the better part of the day with no results, Trunks and Krillin could only depart in disappointment. On their way back, Trunks recalled Vegeta's words, transcending Super Saiyan. He resolved to train alongside Vegeta. Thus, he parted ways with Krillin, who returned to Master Roshi's house to watch the news, ready to spring into action upon hearing any news of Cell. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the comfortably full Moyuan reclined against the back of his chair, patting his distended belly with great satisfaction. Possessing Scion cells, a mere leg of lamb was hardly sufficient for him. He roasted and consumed a full 10 legs before feeling satiated. Meanwhile, Lazili had long since reached her limit and could only watch with envy as Moyuan feasted heartily. This was to be expected. Despite being an android, she was fundamentally human and did not possess the insatiable appetite of a Scion. Tears of frustration welled at the corners of her mouth as she gently caressed her slightly distended stomach, realizing it could hold no more. It must be said that Moyuan's culinary skills were truly impressive. Had she not been unable to eat another bite, Lazili would have wished for more. She felt utterly unsatisfied. Regarding Moyuan's exceptional cooking, Lazili was genuinely astonished. After all, he was an android born from nothing, not one altered from a human. Surely, Dr. Gero hadn't implanted memories of culinary expertise in him? Dr. Gero was not in the business of creating a caretaker android. Such a notion seemed absurd. Although Lazili was unaware of the origin of Moyuan's remarkable talents, she had no intention of delving into it. She shared the sentiment with Lapis. Everyone harbored their own secrets. An excessive inquiry was unnecessary. As long as one knew the other posed no threat, that was sufficient. Chapter 17. Training. The training methods in Dragon Ball are quite peculiar. Unlike the practices found in fantasy novels that require intricate techniques, it is rather straightforward, exercise. But how does one train? Just like the average individual's fitness routine, consisting of push-ups and sit-ups, the training methods depicted in Dragon Ball appear almost trivial in comparison to the legendary feats of certain characters. Nevertheless, they possess unparalleled strength, effortlessly achieving extraordinary feats. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki might feel compelled to relinquish her own eyes in envy. What use is your nine-tail Sharingan? However, it must be noted that while the training methods in Dragon Ball may seem simple, the introduction of gravity elevates their complexity significantly. Moyuan retrieved a small treasure from his pocket, pressed it, and tossed it aside. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a 200-square-meter house materialized out of thin air. This was the gravity chamber, shrunk within the universal capsule. The tenfold gravity within the spirit time room posed no challenge for Moyuan. Thus, he was compelled to seek external assistance. Did not immediately increase the gravity to an excessively high multiplier. He first adjusted it to 10 times the normal gravity. When this was multiplied by the gravity within the spirit time house, a staggering 100-fold gravity suddenly descended upon. At that moment, Moyuan felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if a mountain were pressing down on his very being, even though he had braced himself for this. He stumbled slightly under the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Lazili, under a gravity magnified 100-fold, merely swayed momentarily before quickly acclimating to the intensity, a testament to her formidable strength. However, for Moyuan, 100-fold gravity was still somewhat insufficient. It exerted a minor influence on him, but not significantly. Thus, he proceeded to increase the gravity further. When the gravity was elevated to 20 times, equating to 200 times that of Earth, Moyuan finally felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him, so immense that it rendered him nearly incapable of standing upright. Meanwhile, Lazili remained largely unaffected. Although she was engaged in cultivation alongside Moyuan, her initial focus was not on training under gravity like him, but rather on sensing chi. Chi permeates all existence, residing within the human body in varying degrees. The first step in cultivation is to perceive this chi. Only by doing so can one's practice be fruitful. Otherwise, no matter how diligently one trains, it merely serves to strengthen the body without yielding any deeper martial prowess. Having never encountered the martial path before, Lazili, under Moyuan's guidance, swiftly began to sense the chi within her own body. She concentrated this chi in her hands. Although it seemed minuscule compared to the energy coursing through her, it was nonetheless a product of her own cultivation, stirring a flicker of exhilaration within her heart. The chi she gathered emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of the delicate light of fireflies. This small amount of chi, when released, could perhaps only create a slight indentation in the ground. Yet, it represented her ticket into the realm of martial practice, a ticket that some spend their entire lives seeking in vain. Moreover, Lazili was not like most individuals. After undergoing enhancements, Her physique surpassed even that of a typical A-rank being, rendering her near impervious to blades and fire alike. Thus, once she commenced her training, it would not be long before her innate chi alone would bestow upon her formidable combat capabilities. At that point, combined with the energy already present within her, she would likely surpass even a year's worth of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, rendering her a formidable opponent even for the likes of Vegeta. And so it was. Moyuan and Li were drenched in sweat within the gravity chamber, though they were merely engaged in simple exercises such as push-ups. The strain was particularly arduous under the intensity of 200 times normal gravity. Li fared relatively well, as such immense gravitational force posed little challenge for her. Moyuan found himself in a predicament. Each push-up felt as though he were lifting a mighty mountain. Every motion demanded an exhaustive exertion of his entire strength. Beads of glistening sweat trickled down his face, gathering at the tip of his nose before cascading onto the ground. Moyuan gritted his teeth, enduring the ache in his arms, gasping for breath as he persevered. He could not fathom the reason behind his relentless dedication to cultivation. Was it for the sake of survival, or perhaps for something else entirely? He remained uncertain. Yet, deep within, an intuition whispered that if he did not strive to grow stronger now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Though the path of cultivation was arduous, the results were undeniably remarkable. Moyuan perceived with his inner vision that the surrounding air and primordial energy were coalescing, encircling him like loyal guardians devotedly protecting their sovereign. Subsequently, they entered his being in an orderly fashion, assimilated by his corporeal form. As the air and primordial energy flowed into his body, Moyuan felt a warmth enveloping his body, and the aches that had plagued him gradually began to subside. Discovered that simultaneously cultivating while absorbing energy proved to be significantly more efficient than merely drawing in energy alone. Moreover, his body, undergoing the rigorous cycle of wear and repair, grew increasingly resilient. In contrast to, found her experience considerably easier with her strength. Training under the immense gravity of 200 times felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Furthermore, she possessed boundless stamina. However, the scorching air within the mental training chamber left her glistening with perspiration, her garments thoroughly soaked. The damp fabric clung to her delicate form, elegantly revealing her exquisite figure in its entirety. Regrettably, although within the realm of his perception, was currently devoid of any thoughts beyond his singular focus on cultivation and the pursuit of strength. Thus, he did not take the time to observe closely. Otherwise, his dedication to training might have faltered. Time always sped by during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had already passed for the two of them. The resounding protest emanating from Moyuan's stomach resonated distinctly within the stillness of the space. Several hours of cultivation under the weight of gravity had exacted a considerable toll on his physical energy. The meager sustenance he had consumed earlier had been entirely depleted. As hunger gnawed at him, Moyuan sensed a growing fatigue enveloping his body. Thus, he decided to relent. For it is only through satiation that one can engage in cultivation more effectively. The art of cultivation emphasizes a gradual progression, rather than an instant achievement. As Moyuan deactivated the gravity, he instantly felt a lightness enveloping him. Walking felt as though he were gliding, his entire being buoyant. After several hours of cultivation, Moyuan sensed a remarkable increase in his internal energy, nearly doubling it, while his body, rejuvenated by the influx of vital essence, became increasingly resilient. Moreover, he had nearly adapted to the 200-fold gravity, suggesting that he could afford to increase it slightly for his next training session. Upon concluding his practice, Li encountered a rather pressing issue. Moyuan, there are no clothes available for a change. After hours of cultivation, her garments were thoroughly drenched, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. All she longed for was a soothing bath. However, she possessed only a single set of clothes. It would be impractical to don the same outfit again after bathing. Yet, for Moyuan, this dilemma was hardly a concern. Glanced at, poised to utter a word when a sense of temptation enveloped the air. The wet fabric clung tightly to his skin, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Although the scenery ahead lacked grandeur, it was perfectly complemented by her delicate waist. Her slightly flushed face, reminiscent of a rose poised to bloom, was resplendent and alluring. Was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 18. Revealing True Nature. Oh, how delightful! A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Li's eyes. With a graceful twist of her waist, she approached. Her steps as feline as they were deliberate. Her figure swayed elegantly, and on her strikingly beautiful face lingered a captivating smile, reminiscent of an enchanting little wildcat. A slender, Delicate finger lifted its chin, her alluring voice whispering tantalizingly in his ear. My dear, do you find your elder sister attractive? The mask has been removed. I, Lazili, am no longer pretending. After all, we are destined to share a year in the spirit time house. Where could you possibly escape? Surrender to me willingly. Well, you are indeed beautiful. Moyuan spoke in a stammering manner, as if his soul had drifted away. How endearing. I yearn. Gazed intently as Lazili's face drew closer, his eyes widening in astonishment. What could she possibly intend to do? A soft kiss echoed in the air. Moyuan merely felt a soft, damp sensation against his cheek, followed by a sudden pull. Originally intending to bestow a gentle kiss, Lazili, upon encountering Moyuan's delicate visage, could not resist the temptation and took a hearty sip. How delightful. She even licked her lips, as if savoring something, exuding an air of insatiable desire, akin to a mischievous rogue. On the delicate cheeks of Moyuan, a small strawberry mark soon appeared, touching his own face. Moyuan gazed incredulously at Lazili. Pointing at her, he exclaimed, You lack chivalry, ambushing a young comrade such as myself. Nearly 5 or 6 years of age infuriated, Moyuan turned his back, unwilling to cast another glance at Lazili. How vexing. Having lived 2 lifetimes. It was the first time he had been kissed by a girl. Was his precious first experience lost just like that? How could she do this? Why couldn't she have bestowed a few more kisses? Anger? That was simply inconceivable. Moyuan felt a tinge of shyness. In his previous life, despite his wealth, he had never indulged in frivolous escapades. He preferred the comfort of his home, venturing out only to collect rent. With the advent of online payments, even that reason was rendered obsolete. Groceries were conveniently delivered to his doorstep. Day in and day out, he remained at home, devoid of contact with not only girls, but even female animals. As he caressed the spot on his face that had been kissed, Moyuan found himself drifting into a reverie. Suddenly, he felt a lightness enveloping him, as his body was embraced by a fervent hug. After all, the sweltering heat of 50 degrees Celsius was indeed oppressive. Are you upset, my little darling? She teased. If so, shall I kiss it better? Your abacus beads have all bounced onto my face. Upon seeing the face of Lazili extending towards him, fell silent. After waiting for quite some time without a response, Lazili questioned, Has my little darling grown to dislike me? Sister is so heartbroken, oh dear. Moyuan gazed at Lazili's faint sorrowful demeanor, a cold sneer curling upon his lips. Is this a jest for children? Such clumsy theatrics. Nevertheless, since it has come to this, feigning a state of great distress, played along with the ruse. No, I adore my sister the most, Lazili exclaimed, one arm embracing while the other pretended to wipe away tears. Is that truly the case? Moyuan quickly nodded. Indeed. I won't believe it unless you kiss me. Moyuan was taken aback. The map of the Yin Kingdom was surprisingly brief, as he beheld the enchanting visage of Lizzie, her skin as translucent and delicate as fine porcelain. He felt a sudden wave of nervousness wash over him, unable to suppress a gulp. In the stillness of the space, the sound resonated with extraordinary clarity. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lizzie's eyes. Moyuan gradually leaned closer to Lazili's face, his nostrils filled with the subtle fragrance that emanated from her. In his previous life, he had encountered a saying in biology. If one can perceive another's natural scent without the application of perfume, it indicates a genetic attraction. The veracity of this statement remains uncertain. As for Lazili, Moyuan found himself at a loss regarding his emotions. Undoubtedly, he harbored affection. Who could resist the allure of Lazili, especially among fans of Dragon Ball? However, to speak of love at this juncture would be premature. The aroma that enveloped Lazili was unlike anything Moyuan had ever experienced in his long existence. It possessed a hint of creaminess, yet lacked cloying sweetness, a whisper of floral notes without overwhelming intensity. Reminiscent of plum blossoms in the frigid winter or lotus flowers after a gentle rain, truly, a fragrance that penetrated the soul. Moyuan's lips gently brushed against Lazili's cheek. Soft, supple, and slightly fragrant. A fleeting touch, as if one were a thief caught in a moment of guilt. Moyuan is a quintessential example of someone who harbors a thieving heart but lacks the courage of a thief. His theoretical knowledge is at its zenith, while his practical experience is non-existent. In his previous life, he perused countless films, conjuring up hundreds of different scenarios and postures within his mind. Yet, when it comes to actual execution, he finds himself utterly at a loss. Nevertheless, his bashful demeanor only endears him more to Lazili. Of course, this affection is not that of romantic lovers. but rather the innocent fondness one might feel towards a child. After all, Lady simply cherishes all things adorable and is not a deviant with inappropriate inclinations. Observing Moyuan's shyness, she refrained from teasing him further. However, she did not set him down, continuing to carry him as they exited the gravity chamber. Lady then recalled an important matter. In her previous amusement with the child, she had completely forgotten about the pressing issue at hand. Thus, she pondered, should we not venture out to procure some clothing? Moyuan shook his head and replied, no need. I can resolve the issue with the clothing. Within Moyuan resides the cells of Bic, granting him mastery over all of Bic's techniques, including his extraordinary abilities. Creating a few garments is a trivial endeavor for Moyuan, akin to the clothes he wears, which he conjured himself. Otherwise, he would likely suffer the humiliation of running bare in front of so many people. Oh? Lady gazed at Moyuan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. A peculiar energy manifested in Moyuan's hands, and soon after, a set of garments materialized before him. Well, oh, Lady gazed at the suddenly appeared attire. Her eyes widening in astonishment, and the expression of surprise on her face rendered her exceptionally adorable. Such a power is indeed enviable. Moyuan leaped from Lazile's embrace, proudly thumping his chest. Sister, I can conjure any attire you desire. Lazile pondered for a moment and replied, something suitable for exercise, and perhaps a touch more stylish. Moyuan's mind began to whirl rapidly, but his knowledge regarding women's clothing was indeed quite limited. In the end, he could only manage to assemble a set of black sportswear. While it was not particularly unattractive, it was rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Lady held up the outfit for comparison and found it to be a perfect fit. However, she soon identified another issue, with a playful glint in her eyes. Lady regarded Moyuan. My dear, it seems you've overlooked a few items. What items? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Moyuan felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing Lazile's expression. For instance, a bra. And Moyuan's face flushed instantly. He hurriedly conjured two mysterious items and then dashed off to the storage room. I went to prepare a meal. Lazile watched Moyuan's hasty retreat, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Then, she called out to his departing figure, would you like to join your sister for a bath? It would save some water. Moyuan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but steadied himself and quickened his pace, vanishing from Lazile's sight. After amusing the little ones, Lazile picked up the item conjured by Moyuan and measured it against herself. This item surprisingly fitted her quite well. As a thought crossed her mind, Lazile's cheeks took on a rosy hue. Chapter 19. So it is the 19th chapter. I must say, the appeal of clothing largely depends on the wearer. What appears to be merely an ordinary sports outfit looked exceptionally striking on Lazile. Extraordinarily beautiful. After finishing her bath, Lazile emerged to find that Moyuan had already prepared several dishes. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air, awakening the cravings within her. Moyuan floated gracefully before the stove, wielding a spatula longer than his own arm, deftly stirring the contents of the pot. In a short while, another dish was ready. After serving the dish, Moyuan lifted the lid of the adjacent pot. With a bubbling sound, a plume of white steam wafted into the air, carrying with it an irresistible aroma that swiftly permeated the entire space. How delightful! Lazile quickened her pace toward him. Within the pot, a rich broth bubbled, enveloping square-cut slices of pork belly and eggs fried to a crisp, tiger skin texture, now tinged a tempting crimson by the savory liquid. Gazing at the pot, with its alluring colors and enchanting fragrance, Lazile could not suppress a swallow, eagerly yearning to savor its flavor. Darling, what delectable dish is this? Lazile inquired, maintaining a facade of composure while her eyes covertly darted toward the pot. Sister, this is braised pork and tiger skin eggs, replied in a soft voice. What is the method for making braised dishes? What flavor does it produce? Is it sweet or savory? Lazile spoke with a hint of implication. What about me? Moyuan was certainly aware of what Zili desired. It was merely a fleeting wish to indulge, yet she hesitated to voice it. Moreover, the sound of her swallowing was quite pronounced. However, how could Moyuan allow her to achieve her aims so effortlessly, after having teased him for such an extended period? It was only fair that he reciprocate the amusement. With a subtle shift of his gaze, feigned an innocent demeanor. The dish known as red braised pork boasts a vibrant hue, achieved through the caramelization of rock sugar, complemented by both light and dark soy sauces to enhance its color, resulting in a savory, slightly sweet flavor profile. He then picked up a piece of pork belly, roughly the size of a half palm, enveloped in a rich, thick sauce that was undeniably appetizing. "Sister, behold. I have chosen the finest cut of pork belly, 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean. This ratio provides the most exquisite texture, neither greasy nor dry. After simmering it gently for an hour, the excess fat has been rendered, and the lean meat has become tender and succulent, melting in the mouth. And look at this pork skin. After an extended period of braising, it has transformed into a delightful, chewy texture. With each bite, the tender, flavorful lean meat and the luscious, non-greasy fatty portions burst forth on the palate." As he spoke, eagerly placed the pork belly into his mouth. Closing his eyes in utter enjoyment, letting out a satisfied hum. Could only stare in disbelief. "It's hardening. My fists are clenching." What once appeared as an adorable visage now seems utterly grotesque. Although Moyuan kept his eyes closed, his inner perception remained alert. Upon noticing Lady clenching her delicate fists, he promptly opened his eyes and playfully exclaimed, "Sister, why not take a taste and see if it suits your palate?" Moyuan swiftly retrieved a small dish, placing within it a piece of braised pork and a tiger skin egg, before drizzling a spoonful of sauce atop the arrangement. He then presented it to Lady. Lady stared blankly at the plate in her hands, a peculiar sensation lingering in her chest, an emotion suspended between tension and discomfort. With no other recourse, she transformed her frustration into appetite. She picked up the braised pork and opened her mouth to take a bite. The texture was delightfully tender and gelatinous. The long-simmered braised pork melted in her mouth, requiring no chewing, as it dissolved effortlessly against her tongue. The harmonious blend of spices and the rich aroma of the pork enveloped her senses, igniting every taste bud with exuberance. Such exquisite flavors compelled Lady to close her eyes in sheer enjoyment. As observed's reaction, he silently congratulated himself, having successfully nipped the crisis in the bud. With a playful spirit, he relished the thrill of the moment. After the tension had dissipated, intensified the heat, allowing the savory sauce of the braised pork to reduce further. He had prepared a substantial pot of this dish, as his hearty appetite necessitated larger quantities. Otherwise, he would expend an excessive amount of time merely cooking each day. His purpose for being in this mental sanctuary was to cultivate his skills, not to refine his culinary expertise. Following the preparation of a couple of uncomplicated side dishes, the meal was ready to be served. Meanwhile, could hardly contain her excitement. She had devoured the piece of braised pork and a tiger skin egg in mere bites. The tantalizing craving that had awakened within her could not be subdued. Resolved to indulge in an extra bowl of rice for this meal, had steamed a generous amount of rice, for braised pork without rice lacked soul. The rice, now infused with the rich, crimson sauce, appeared even more enticing. Moyuan lifted a bowl larger than his own head, entering a state of exuberance. The clinking of chopsticks and the continuous sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the air. Determined to indulge in another bowl of rice, Lady fulfilled her promise, consuming a generous 2 bowls in total. Of course, her bowl was of a standard size. Initially, she felt no discomfort. However, upon finishing her meal, Lady sensed her stomach becoming increasingly distended. She gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, her face clouded with concern. If she continued to eat in this manner, she feared she would inevitably gain weight. If Moyuan were aware of what Zili was troubled by, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Given the extent of their physical exertion throughout the day, it would be remarkable if they had gained weight. In fact, maintaining their current physique would be a considerable achievement. After their meal, Moyuan sensed a notable drop in temperature. If it had originally been around 50 degrees, it now seemed to hover around 30. Moreover, the temperature continued its rapid descent, plummeting to a chilling -50 degrees in less than 10 minutes. The remaining food on the table had already frozen solid within this brief span. Fortunately, they had satisfied their hunger. Otherwise, they would have been left to partake in an icy feast. Zili appeared somewhat apprehensive about the cold, her delicate form shivering slightly. Observing this, Moyuan felt compelled to conjure 2 thick garments with his supernatural abilities. "Sister, put this on," he said. Moyuan offered his garments to Lady. Yet she gently shook her head in refusal. Indeed, -50 degrees is exceedingly frigid. However, for those who practice the art of cultivation, such a temperature is not perilous enough to cause bodily harm. It merely induces discomfort, testing one's fortitude and resolve. Since she had come to cultivate, Lady was reluctant to rely on external aids to seek refuge, for that, too, is an integral aspect of her training. Comprehended its intentions and proceeded to put away his garments. "Sister, shall we engage in combat?" After satisfying his hunger, felt an abundance of energy yearning for expression. The temperature had notably dropped, and moving about would also serve to warm. Moreover, cultivation is not solely about rigorous training. Combat constitutes an integral part of the process. It enables one to master their own strength. If training enhances one's power, then combat is the means to control it. Having devoted an entire day to cultivation, sensed a significant increase in his capabilities, and he now prepared to solidify his strength through battle. Only the power that one can completely command truly belongs to oneself. Chapter 20. Combat. In the pristine white expanse, two figures, one large and one small, hovered in midair. The expression on Moyuan's face was one of utmost seriousness. This marked his inaugural foray into battle. Despite possessing countless memories of combat, those experiences, having never been personally lived, served merely as references. Observing Moyuan assume his fighting stance, Lotzi Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. With her arms crossed loosely over her chest, she hovered effortlessly in the air. The disparity between them was monumental, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, rendering it impossible for her to take the situation seriously. "Sister, be careful," she warned. No sooner had the words left her lips than Moyuan instantaneously summoned all the energy within him. It is not like Sun Wukong and the others, who enjoy testing their limits and reveling in reckless abandon. They have the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Otherwise, this anime would conclude in less than 12 episodes. When battling against Lazili, cannot afford to exhibit even the slightest negligence. With a swift motion, vanished from his original position, akin to a specter, only to reappear behind. His small fist, infused with an overwhelming force, swung menacingly toward the back of her head. It is no exaggeration to assert that the power behind this punch could transform a towering mountain into a profound chasm. In response to his assault, exhibited remarkable composure as she turned. Her head inclined gracefully to one side, and without even shifting her feet, she effortlessly evaded the impending blow. The force of Moyuan's fist stirred the golden strands of Lazili's hair. A missed strike left Moyuan's heart unfazed. If that blow had landed, it would indeed have been a true marvel. Moyuan did not pause for a moment. With his other hand, he launched a swift punch towards Lazili while simultaneously executing a rapid kick. Despite the onslaught of Moyuan's fists and feet, Lazili remained unfazed, crossing her arms over her chest and gently swaying to evade the attacks with graceful ease. With rapid movements, Moyuan's hands and feet transformed into mere phantoms, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms assaulting Lazili. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense power, as if striving to rend the very fabric of space, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The surrounding air was stirred, coalescing into a colossal whirlwind. Yet, at the heart of this tempest, Lazili remained unfazed, navigating Moyuan's onslaught with the ease of a leisurely stroll through a park. After 5 minutes, Moyuan finally came to a halt. Despite his relentless assault, he had not even grazed the hem of Lazili's garment. Such a battle seemed futile. He gleaned no knowledge from it. Thus, he earnestly addressed Lazili, "Sister, please attack me, strike me." The adage that one must first endure blows in martial arts training was not to be taken lightly. It is only through receiving numerous hits that one can truly understand various techniques and accumulate invaluable experience. "Oh," Lazili's gaze sharpened. "Are you serious? It will hurt. So please don't cry." Nodded vigorously and declared, "Come on, I am not afraid." His gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Lazili, initially reluctant to engage, felt a pang of sympathy at the thought of making the adorable one cry. However, witnessing his resolute demeanor, she understood that she needed to take this seriously. "Then you should be cautious." Lazili tucked her hair behind her ear, fixing her gaze intently on. A white aura surged forth, enveloping her in a translucent, ethereal flame. The formidable energy instantly lowered the atmospheric pressure in the entire space, causing the air to feel almost solidified. This energy was the result of Lazili's cultivation that day, granting her a strength 20 times that of in just a few hours. Yet, she realized that mastery over this power would require time and discipline, unlike the boundless energy of a synthetic being, which could be expended freely. This energy was a product of her own training and would diminish in battle. Thus, she needed to rely on combat to harness the strength, striving to eradicate her tendency to squander energy indiscriminately and to apply every ounce of power judiciously. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Is she using her energy? Moyuan gradually comprehended Lazili's intentions. This aura was likely 20 times his own. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. Despite having trained for the same duration, Lazili's strength surpassed his own by several multiples. However, This was to be expected, as Lotzi Li's body resembled a parched lake, where even 20 times his power would barely suffice to fill its depths. In contrast, he was akin to a small puddle brimming with water, needing to expand his capacity to contain more. If he were merely to match her 20-fold strength, then perhaps he could attempt that technique. The 20-fold King's Fist, Moyuan silently declared within himself. A colossal, ferocious energy surged forth from the depths of his being, enveloping his form in a crimson blaze. This red aura resembled flames in their fervor, warping the surrounding air. In an instant, this overwhelming presence pushed back against Lotzi Li's aura, resulting in a stalemate between the two forces. Such tremendous power. Moyuan stretched his limbs, and indeed, the extraordinary power of 20-fold was remarkable. Moyuan felt as though he could effortlessly annihilate his former self with a mere punch, a blow from which there would be no escape. However, in addition to his burgeoning strength, he sensed a rapid depletion of his stamina, and his body was beginning to show signs of wear. Indeed, the power borrowed came at a considerable cost. Open your mind's eye. Moyuan discovered that upon activating the 20-fold Kaioken, the range of his mind's eye also expanded 20-fold. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? It seems quite different from Vegeta's transformation. Razali gazed at Moyuan, engulfed in a fiery red aura. Her curiosity piqued. No. Moyuan shook his head. This is the Kaioken, a formidable martial art learned by Son Goku from the North Kao. Kaioken? How intriguing. A smile curled at the corners of Razali's lips. Her interest awakened. Let us begin. The two vanished from their original positions simultaneously, as if they had conspired. With equal strength, Razali could no longer toy with Moyuan as she had before. Under the scrutiny of Moyuan's mind's eye, every movement of Razali's was laid bare. Previously, while Moyuan possessed the mind's eye, the disparity in their powers was too vast, even with clarity in observing Razali's actions. His slower speed rendered him unable to strike her. However, the situation was now transformed, with matched strength and speed. Moyuan could effortlessly deflect Razali's attacks while landing strikes upon her with ease. Razali found herself retreating step by step under the onslaught of Moyuan's attacks. As the enigmatic materialized behind, he unleashed a powerful kick. In a moment of desperation, swiftly raised her arm to block, only to be sent hurtling through the air. Observing her as she flew away, did not pursue. Instead, he positioned his hands in a flower petal formation at his waist. Turtle School Energy Wave. Moyuan did not hold back. The energy within him coalesced, forming a violet orb between his palms. In an instant, the pristine white space was suffused with a rich purple hue. With a forceful push from his hands, a colossal beam of light surged forth, swiftly catching up to the flung figure of Lazili. Her pupils constricted in alarm as she sensed the chilling breath of death. Given her current strength, a direct confrontation would spell doom. No longer holding back, she harnessed the energy of the androids, halting midair to confront the Kamehameha wave head-on. Raising her arm, she swung with great intensity towards the oncoming wave. In an instant, the violet beam bent in the air, redirecting itself towards an alternate trajectory. After a considerable moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction the Kamehameha wave had traveled, reverberating throughout the entire expanse. Released the King's Fist and gazed toward the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Cautiously, he turned his head, only to find Razali's scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him. You little rascal. Do you intend to take my life? Sister, I assure you, it was unintentional. Do you believe me? The more he spoke, the more anxious he became, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Of course, whatever my adorable little one says, I wholeheartedly believe. Moyuan, if you weren't gritting your teeth, I might actually believe you. No, please. Sister, I was wrong. Sweetheart, it wasn't intentional. You believe me, don't you? Lotzi tightly clenched her fists against Moyuan's temples, twisting with all her might. Pain mask equipped. Chapter 21. Away from the bald head. The following day, awakened from the embrace of soft jade and fragrant warmth. Feeling the delicate arms entwined around him and the rich scent of milk with each gentle breath, he dared not stir, fearing he might disturb Lotzi. It was certainly not due to the presence of Suzy. Absolutely not. Closing his eyes, he felt as if he were strolling upon clouds. Such exquisite indulgence made every additional second feel like a treasure. However, reality proved contrary to his desires. The temperature within the Spirit Time house began to shift once more. In merely 10 minutes, the heat surged by 100 degrees. Lotzi was roused from her slumber by the sweltering warmth. As she opened her eyes, the oppressive 50-degree heat prompted beads of sweat to form upon her skin, rendering it slightly damp. Is he still asleep? Li observed the peacefully slumbering with a tinge of envy. His remarkable resilience to both cold and heat was truly admirable. Just the previous day, amidst the biting chill of -50 degrees, had been like a little furnace, allowing her to sleep soundly despite her aversion to the cold. Now, as the temperature soared to 50 degrees, S body temperature had correspondingly dropped, becoming as cool as ice, exuding a refreshing chill. Li chose not to awaken and, after rising, hurried off to freshen up. Once she departed, exhaled in relief. His pretense of sleep was not due to any ulterior motive, but rather a sense of awkwardness. Although his exterior resembled that of a child, his soul was that of an adult, and this was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl. Inevitably leading to a touch of embarrassment, examined his own body. After a period of rest, the toll inflicted by the Kaioken yesterday had been completely restored with the aid of his vital energy. Moreover, his combat power had doubled once more. Although both the Kaioken and the Super Saiyan forms serve to enhance fighting capabilities, their underlying principles are entirely distinct. The Super Saiyan transformation draws upon the strength of one's lineage, akin to an external memory card for a mobile device, regardless of the extent of enhancement. It imposes no physical toll, though it does deplete stamina significantly, rendering it unsustainable over time. In contrast, the Kaioken forcibly augments one's inherent capacity, resulting in greater physical strain with each increase. It is comparable to a balloon. The more air one blows into it, the thinner the balloon becomes. And when the internal pressure exceeds its limits, it bursts. Without the restorative effects of vital energy, repeated use of the Kaioken would ultimately cripple the body. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Kaioken fundamentally relies on vital energy as a catalyst. Otherwise, would have certainly attempted to teach the technique to Li. Imagine if Cell, after absorbing countless beings, believed victory was assured upon attempting to absorb Li and Lapis, only for Li to suddenly unleash a Kaioken, defeating Cell in an instant. However, if Li were capable of employing the Kaioken, it stands to reason that Cell could as well. In the original narrative, Cell's physique is undoubtedly more formidable than that of Son Goku, yet he never utilized the Kaioken until his demise, suggesting not a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Otherwise, had he activated a twofold Kaioken, no one on Earth could have stood against him. This elucidates why, in the original story, apart from Goku, no other character has wielded the Kaioken. Were it not for this, Goku's character would undoubtedly have ensured that his friends learned the technique, enabling them to become significantly stronger and, at the very least, more capable in the face of formidable foes. Time to get up and eat. Li's gentle voice echoed in his ears. All right, responded loudly. Ceased to feign sleep and rose to freshen up. The dining table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, his stomach could not help but protest. I must sample these delights to ascertain their compatibility with my palate. Li's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with anticipation as she watched. This was her first culinary endeavor since her transformation into an artificial being. The last time she cooked was 7 or 8 years prior, during which she prepared meals while her parents were preoccupied with work. It had been so long since she had donned an apron that she felt somewhat out of practice. Nevertheless, she had tasted her creations and found them rather pleasing. Yet, she remained uncertain if her beloved would appreciate her cooking. Under Li's expectant gaze, took action. As a devoted carnivore, he eagerly grasped a particularly enticing piece of grilled meat. Ah, this dish, renowned in anime as one of the most favored delicacies, was beloved by countless protagonists. Li's preparation featured a crispy exterior and tender, juicy meat within. It required no effort to chew. With a single bite, the juices burst forth, leaving a delightful essence lingering on the palate. Truly, it was a perfect balance of crispness and tenderness. Delicious, declared, giving Li a thumbs up. Receiving such praise, Li radiated joy, her face aglow with a smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes. Knowing his appetite, she had prepared an abundance of food. As he savored the delightful meal, suddenly recalled the original narrative, where Li ended up with that bald man, Klin, and a wave of discontent washed over him. Klin was generally a decent fellow, yet one particular aspect repulsed. The fact that he named his daughter after his ex-girlfriend was utterly distasteful. Each time he thought of this, felt an urge to smash Klin's head. This singular point drastically tarnished his impression of Klin. How could he remain enamored with a former lover after marrying such an extraordinary woman as Li? TSK. What a cat. What is it? Is the food unappetizing? Li noticed sudden pause and the hint of discontent on his face, causing her to feel anxious. Did he find the meal lacking? Not at all. The food is exquisite. I thoroughly enjoy it. Was not merely flattering Lazili. Her culinary skills were indeed remarkable, rivaling his own creations. Continued to eat absent-mindedly, taking a couple of bites of meat before finally succumbing to a sudden seriousness. He gazed intently at and said, "Sister, you must steer clear of the bald man. They are not to be trusted." This specifically refers to Master Roshi and Krillin. One is disrespectful due to age, and the other is a scoundrel. Resting her chin on her hand, looked at in bemusement. Though she did not comprehend the reason behind his warning, his earnest expression prompted her to nod in agreement. Avoiding the bald man seemed a simple task. As long as her adorable friend was happy, it did not matter. After all, none of the people she cared for were bald. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, Krillin, having found nothing, was soaring through the air, preparing to return to Master Roshi's abode. Suddenly, he halted mid-flight, clutching his chest. Oddly enough, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within, as if something vital had been lost. Just as he pondered this strange sensation, he noticed that Cell was pursuing two individuals on the ground. In this urgent moment, there was no time for contemplation. With a burst of speed, Krillin swiftly intervened, rescuing the two from Cell's impending grasp. He gently lowered them to the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Cell, nerves taut and unyielding. "Sir," a gentle voice called out to Krillin. "Thank you for saving our lives." It was then that Krillin observed that the person he had rescued was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Gazing at her lovely visage, his heart raced as if ignited by a sports car. The emptiness he had felt moments ago was suddenly filled with something profound. However, thoughts of Marin back at Master Roshi's house jolted him back to reality. He quickly released the two and urged, "You must hurry and escape." The girl, aware that this was not the time for idle chatter, expressed her gratitude alongside the young boy before they dashed away. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Krillin couldn't help but feel a flush of warmth on his cheeks. Chapter 22. Cell's escape. Again faced with Cell, Krillin found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, barely managing to evade the onslaught of attacks. He looked at Cell with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Yet, there was no option. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, rendering victory impossible. Cell regarded Krillin with mockery, his amusement evident. "This charade has gone on long enough. Absorbing this little bald man's life energy should enhance my power significantly." With a wicked grin, he lunged at Krillin with lightning speed. However, what awaited him was not Krillin's life energy, but rather a shining bald head, a blindingly bright one. Solar flare. Just as Cell fled, Krillin opted to utilize the solar flare. The intense radiance illuminated the entirety of the surroundings in an instant. Facing this brilliance, Cell felt as though his eyes might be blinded. When he finally reopened his eyes, Krillin's figure had vanished from sight. However, upon glancing skyward, Cell noticed an aircraft departing the vicinity. Regrettably, its velocity was rather sluggish. Beneath the aircraft, Krillin concealed his energy, gripping the steel bar beneath as he exhaled deeply. Just as he believed he had successfully made his escape, he suddenly realized that Cell was nowhere to be seen. Krillin's senses heightened in alarm. Where had he gone? In a state of urgency, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed above him, followed by two panicked cries. Krillin quickly released his energy and soared to the top of the aircraft. Indeed, it was Cell. He was jabbing at the aircraft with his tail. In a moment of desperation, Krillin disregarded everything else and swiftly propelled himself towards Cell, forcefully pushing him away. The two stood opposed atop the aircraft's wing, the biting wind stinging Krillin's face, permeating the atmosphere with an air of menace. With utmost focus, Krillin steeled himself. Cell regarded the tense Krillin with a disdainful smirk, his needle-like tail glistening ominously. Whoosh! Sherry's tail struck like a venomous serpent, darting toward Klin with astonishing speed. Despite Klin's prior caution, he barely managed to evade the blow. However, Shara offered no respite. As Klin evaded, Shara's form flickered and appeared right before him. In an instant, Shara's fist, as massive as a cooking pot, descended upon Klin's head with tremendous force. This time, Klin could not escape. Shara's fist loomed larger in Klin's vision until, like a severed kite, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the sides of the cabin. His head penetrated the aircraft, leaving his body trapped within, immobile. Klin felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Before he could regain his senses, an inverted Shara loomed before him. With deliberate steps, Shara advanced towards Klin, each step pressing heavily upon Klin's heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Shara's needle-like tail was poised to strike. Just as Shara was about to pounce, a powerful aura approached, accompanied by a significantly weaker one. The newcomers were Piccolo and Tien, who had been searching for Shenron nearby. Sensing the battle between Gero and Klin, they rushed to the scene. Upon seeing Piccolo, Gero realized he could not engage the diminutive warrior today, for he was not yet a match for him. Regretfully, Gero patted Klin's shiny bald head before suppressing his aura and leaping from the aircraft to escape. With Piccolo and Tien's arrival, Klin finally exhaled in relief. He had been terrified moments before, fearing for his life yet again. Wait, why again? Removing his head from the cabin, Klin reassured the girl, "You need not be afraid. That monster has fled." "Thank you, big brother," she replied, embarrassed by their admiration. Klin scratched his bald head, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. A Haven tea truly helped much. If it weren't for..." Klin shuddered at the thought. Had Piccolo and Tien not arrived in time, all three of them would have perished there. "Enough talk. We must pursue that creature." Klin and Chong waved farewell before turning away. "Wait, sir." The girl wished to utter something further, yet Klin's figure had already vanished from her sight. Staring blankly at the spot where he had disappeared for quite some time, a sudden flush of crimson graced the girl's fair cheeks. Reminiscent of a love-struck maiden who has finally encountered her destined prince, her gaze gradually transformed into one of resolute determination. Time in cultivation is timeless. Unbeknownst to them, Moyuan and Li had been honing their skills in the spirit time chamber for half a year. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of vital energy. In the brief span of merely half a year, has matured into a visage reminiscent of a 10-year-old. Even has grown taller by 5 centimeters. Should King Frisia become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. However, has noticed that often gazes at him with a look of wistfulness, followed by a shake of her head and a sigh. This behavior has left perplexed, until one fateful day he clandestinely overheard soliloquy. "Alas, my little darling has grown a bit more. Though still adorable, I wonder, should I take advantage of his not yet complete growth too?" Was initially taken aback by the mere sight of Lazili, causing him to tremble with trepidation for quite some time. Fortunately, Lazili retained a semblance of conscience and refrained from inflicting harm upon him. With each passing day of relentless training, S combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation, now magnified 100-fold compared to his pre-ascension state in the hyperbolic time chamber. After unlocking the Kaioken technique, even Lazili was no longer a match for him. At this moment, stood enveloped in a realm of white mist, surrounded by swirling violet energies. A terrifying aura emanated from him, swiftly engulfing the entire space within the hyperbolic time chamber. Waves of energy radiated outward from his very being, creating a tempest that howled and whirled, as if to rend the fabric of reality itself. Yet, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite the fact that his current combat power was tenfold that of a standard Vegeta, he found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, not even brushing against the threshold of that formidable transformation. In terms of base power, he was undeniably formidable. Should he achieve Super Saiyan status, he would surpass Vegeta by an astonishing factor of 10. In such a scenario, as long as Cell had not absorbed the likes of Robbie and Lazili, he would possess the confidence to vanquish Cell. However, the transformation eluded him. If the minimum threshold for transformation was 3 million in battle power, his current strength undoubtedly exceeded that figure by a considerable margin. Comparing himself to Vegeta and others, estimated his combat power to be at least in the tens of millions, potentially even reaching the hundreds of millions. With such overwhelming strength, it seemed implausible that he could not attain Super Saiyan form. Could it be that the key to this transformation lay in his anger? Moyuan suppressed the aura surrounding him and fell into deep contemplation. The emotion of anger appears frequently, yet the experience of profound rage is quite rare. Sun Wukong's fury stemmed from the death of Krillin at the hands of Frisia. The wrath born from the murder of a childhood friend is undoubtedly immense. Conversely, Vegeta's anger arose from being overshadowed by Sun Wukong, a lowly warrior, despite being the prince of the Saiyan race. At this juncture, his self-esteem and pride were of utmost significance, and when both were trampled upon, his rage was no less than that of Sun Wukong. They each possessed justifiable reasons for their anger, yet upon reflection, he found himself devoid of any such impetus for rage. Although his parents had passed away prematurely, it was due to a terminal illness. While Moyuan felt sorrow and sadness, the intensity of his anger was difficult to muster. Furthermore, his parents left behind a substantial inheritance, ensuring his financial security for the remainder of his life, regardless of whether he chose to work. Thus, in his past life, Moyuan experienced only regret, devoid of any anger. In this life, the situation was even less conducive to anger. He had barely escaped from the laboratory before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. After spending half a year training alongside Lazuli, what could possibly provoke his ire? It would be absurd to conjure an image of cell-absorbing Lazuli to elicit feelings of rage. Some experiences cannot be grasped through mere imagination, without first-hand experience. One cannot truly empathize. Chapter 23. The Power of Bloodlines. What has transpired? Is it still not working? Lazuli had been observing from a distance. Once the commotion subsided, she approached him. Moyuan lay on his back on the ground, staring blankly at the pale sky, his expression tinged with despondency. He glanced at Lazuli, pondering the source of the issue. This predicament had persisted for 5 long months. After a month of rigorous training, had elevated his combat prowess to match that of Vegeta's standard form. From that moment forth, he endeavored relentlessly to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet, without exception, he met with failure. Lazuli observed sprawled on the ground and instinctively reached out to lift him. However, halfway through her motion, she abruptly realized that was no longer the small child she could cradle in her arms. He had now grown to a height of 1 meter and 40 centimeters, rendering such an embrace impossible. Lazuli sighed, so much joy, only to vanish in an instant. She knelt beside, gently stroking his soft hair, offering words of comfort. Do not fret, you still have 6 months ahead of you. You will surely succeed. With that, she playfully tousled his hair a couple of times before rising and heading back. Never mind, she concluded, decided to temporarily set this matter aside. He would address it after dinner, for it was not a concern that could be resolved in a day or two. During the meal, found himself somewhat distracted. Although he had chosen to defer the issue, he could not help but ponder where the problem lay. Was it perhaps due to the fact that he had yet to attain his complete form? Or was his very presence the catalyst for a shift in his constitution? After all, he had traversed realms. The probability of such a phenomenon occurring was far rarer than the chance of drawing an epic from a certain card game. Why not call it a dog card? I would prefer that too. However, he did draw me a Pizza Hut yesterday. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? With that, he hastily filled his stomach. Once more found himself in the pristine expanse. He seated himself upon the ground in a lotus position. This time, however, he refrained from attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan as he usually did. Instead, he delved into a profound state of introspection, preparing to thoroughly examine the condition of his body. Moyuan meticulously directed the energy within his body, attuning himself to every corner of his being. After a considerable time had passed, Moyuan opened his eyes, his amethyst-like gaze filled with disappointment. He found no abnormalities in his body. If only his inner vision could perceive. Moyuan murmured. Wait. Indeed. Moyuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Although he had never consciously turned his inner vision inward, it did not imply that his inner sight lacked such capability. Perhaps he simply had not considered employing it in this manner. Without any hesitation, Moyuan once again closed his eyes, harnessing the power of his inner sight. This time, unlike his usual practice of dispersing this energy outward, he drew it inward, concentrating it within his own being. In that fleeting moment, he beheld every organ within his body with remarkable clarity, each vessel, every acupuncture point, and every drop of blood, even down to the minutiae of each cell. After thorough exploration, he found no abnormalities among the organs, vessels, acupuncture points, or blood. Thus, Moyuan focused the power of his inner sight upon the cells themselves. This concentrated energy transformed his inner vision into a lens akin to a microscope. Under his gaze, the cells began to enlarge, magnifying further and further. Soon, every detail within the cells lay bare before Moyuan's discerning eyes, revealing all but the standard cellular structures. Moyuan discovered that within his cells resided 4 orbs of luminescence, each radiating a distinct hue: gold, purple, green, and white. These vibrant spheres each claimed dominion within the cellular realm. Among them, the gold, purple, and green orbs were considerably larger, exhibiting a triadic balance of power, while the white orb appeared feeble, retreating to a secluded corner. The gold orb emanated a ferocious aura, brimming with unquenchable martial fervor. The purple orb exuded a sinister presence, suffused with relentless murderous intent. The green orb radiated a benevolent essence, teeming with boundless vitality. In contrast, the white orb lacked any extraordinary aura, appearing quite ordinary. Yet it imparted to Moyuan a profound sense of universality, as if it could harmoniously encompass all things through the essence of these luminous spheres. Moyuan could ascertain that these were indeed the bloodline powers of the several races he had fused with. The golden hue represented the Scion lineage, while the purple signified the blood of the Frisia clan. The green indicated the heritage of the Namekians. Thus, the white could only belong to the Earthlings. In comparison to the other three races, the bloodline of the Earthlings appeared exceedingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle flame, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet, the bloodline power of the Earthlings possessed a peculiar quality, as if brimming with infinite possibilities. Moyuan gazed upon the four types of bloodline powers, and began to form a conjecture regarding the reason he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moyuan opened his eyes and rose from the ground. He concentrated the energy within his body upon his back. With a resounding roar, his muscles tensed, and veins bulged prominently beneath his skin. The aura within him surged forth unreservedly, swiftly reaching its zenith. As the energy intensified, a tempest arose around him, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Despite the tumultuous surroundings, his mind remained undistracted, fixated intently on the power of the blood vessels within his cells. As his aura ascended, the golden orbs within his cells radiated brilliantly, nearly transforming the entirety of the cells into a luminous gold. However, at that moment, the purple and green orbs seemed to take offense at the golden orbs' encroachment, beginning to emit their own light in response. Instantly, Moyuan's cells were illuminated by the interplay of these three hues. Meanwhile, the white orb remained withdrawn in a corner, seemingly unaffected. Under the combined pressure of the purple and green orbs, the golden orb retreated steadily, soon being suppressed back to its original state. Observing the cells, he saw the return of a tripartite balance of blood vessel power. Moyuan was aware that his transformation had once again failed. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened this time. At least he understood where the issue lay, did he not? With this knowledge in hand, the next step was to resolve the problem. Currently, Moyuan could conceive of only two methods to address this dilemma. The first involved eliminating the other bloodlines, thereby transforming himself into a pure-blooded Saiyan. The second option was to amalgamate all bloodlines into a singular, new one. Of these two approaches, Moyuan gravitated towards the latter. After all, the abilities of the Namekians and the Frisia race were notably formidable. The regenerative prowess of the Namekians and the physical strength of the Frisia clan, coupled with their survival capabilities in the universe, were invaluable attributes. As for the Earthlings' bloodline, based on the original narrative, there were scarcely any powerful warriors among them, and they had nearly faded from prominence after the Z saga. However, the Earthling bloodline could complement that of the Scions. Hybrid Scions possessing Earthling ancestry found it easier to ascend to Super Saiyan status. Thus, irrespective of the choice Moyuan ultimately made, the Earthling bloodline was worth retaining. Resolute in his decision, Moyuan approached Lazili to discuss his plans before retreating into seclusion once more. This time, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 24. Incompatible elements within the pristine white expanse. A boy with a visage that rivaled even the most esteemed readers sat cross-legged upon the ground, his brow furrowed, and beads of perspiration dotted his youthful yet handsome face. At this moment, Moyuan was exerting every effort to control the power of his bloodlines. The Golden Scion bloodline and the Green Namekian bloodline, under his command, were inching closer together. Among the three bloodlines, Moyuan chose to fuse the benevolent essence of the Namekian bloodline with the ferocious energy of the Scion bloodline. After all, the aura of the Frisia race was malevolent, imbued with murderous intent, and clearly not conducive to harmonious integration. However, Moyuan was utterly unprepared for the strong repulsion that the seemingly gentle Namekian bloodline exhibited upon contact with the Scion bloodline. Like fire and water, they were utterly incompatible. Moyuan forcefully compelled the two strands of bloodline power to converge. In that moment, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited, spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. The two strands of bloodline power surged through Moyuan's body like wild stallions, wreaking havoc. Even more terrifying was the fact that he had initially attempted to fuse the bloodline power within a single cell. However, propelled by the rampaging forces of the two bloodlines, every cell in Moyuan's body joined in the frenzy. The bloodlines of the Namekian and the Scion within each cell intertwined, forming two exceedingly potent bloodlines. Moyuan felt a surge of panic. He concentrated intently, striving to rein in the rampaging power of his bloodline. However, in this tumultuous situation, the bloodline power remained obstinate, refusing to heed his commands. To make matters worse, he was contending with two even more formidable bloodlines. The forces within him acted with reckless abandon, disregarding all restraint. At that moment, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. Influenced by the other two bloodlines, the bloodline of the Frisia clan would not be outdone. In an instant, it merged as well. The three formidable bloodlines transformed Moyuan's body into a battleground, clashing violently within him. The body of Moyuan swelled grotesquely, resembling an inflated balloon. The excruciating pain tore from him, compelling a cry to escape his lips. His form was marred with a myriad of cracks, through which crimson blood seeped, instantly staining him a deep red. From a distance, he appeared as a colossal scarlet orb. Loveliness. Lazili, who had been meditating nearby, immediately halted her practice upon hearing Moyuan's agonized scream. Without hesitation, she rushed toward him with remarkable speed. Upon arrival, she beheld Moyuan, grotesquely swollen and drenched in blood, leaving her momentarily at a loss. A wave of fear and unease surged within her, as these days of companionship had led her to consider Moyuan as family. The sight before her invoked haunting memories of her parents' tragic demise. In the sweltering heat, she felt an icy chill envelop her, as though she were trapped in a frigid cellar, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to save Moyuan, yet felt utterly helpless. With trepidation, she approached him, her hand outstretched. Just as she was about to touch him, she recoiled in sudden fear, terrified of causing him further harm. Gazing at Moyuan in anguish, her lips quivered, wishing to speak yet fearing she might disturb him. She longed to assist but felt utterly at a loss. In that moment, Lazili was overwhelmed by a sense of futility, reminiscent of the time she had been powerless to save her friends and family from persecution. Sister. At the pinnacle of her despair, Moyuan's feeble voice reached her ears. Unbeknownst to her, he had been observing her approach through the lens of his inner sight. However, his body was ravaged by the relentless force of three bloodlines, rendering him incapacitated by pain. Yet, upon witnessing Lazili's helplessness, an unexpected surge of strength welled within him. He bore the torment and forced his eyes open. How are you? What should I do? Lazili's mind was a haze, crystalline tears spilling from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her cheeks. Sister, do not weep, trust me. With those words, Moyuan closed his eyes once more. Seeing her tears, he yearned to wipe them away, yet he could not muster the strength to do so. Merely speaking a few words was his limit. Yes, hearing Moyuan's words, Lazili fought to suppress her tears. Raising her arm to dab at her watery eyes with her sleeve, she gazed at him, her voice trembling as she implored, "You must be all right. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will never forgive you." However, Moyuan had already closed his eyes, diligently confronting the insurrection within his body. There was no response. Lazili chose not to linger beside Moyuan any longer, retreating to a distance while keeping a vigilant gaze upon him, fearful of disturbing his concentration. At this moment, Moyuan's body was in disarray, tumultuously affected by the three bloodline powers. Externally, only swelling was visible, but internally, everything had been thrown into chaos. Muscles, bones, blood, and organs, all had been shattered by the violent upheaval of the bloodline powers. Yet, remarkably, he remained alive. A normal person would have succumbed to such a state. But he continued to endure. Moyuan summoned all his strength, as if conjuring three cages to confine the three strands of bloodline power. Damn it! Before he could even catch his breath, the trapped bloodline forces surged like enraged beasts, violently assaulting their confines. In but a few fleeting seconds, they broke free from their prison. Perhaps it was due to their fury that they became even more unrestrained within Moyuan's body. Excruciating pain surged through him, more intense than before. Am I going to die? This was the first time Moyuan realized how close death truly was. He wondered if the dragon pearl could resurrect him. After all, his soul did not belong to this realm, and he pondered whether, upon death, his spirit would be sent to the underworld. If not to the underworld, then where would it go? Or would it simply dissipate into nothingness? He never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of these three bloodline forces. Wait, three? Moyuan suddenly recalled that within his being, there resided not solely three types of bloodline powers, but also the bloodline essence of earthlings. The diminutive white orbs of light continued to huddle in the recesses of each cell. Yet, amidst the tumultuous chaos within his body, they appeared impervious to the surrounding turmoil. Even as the other bloodline powers surged past, they remained utterly unmoved. As Moyuan gazed upon the clusters of white light, a wild thought flickered through his mind. Let chaos reign. Let it be utterly chaotic. Unlike other bloodline powers, the feeble essence of earthlings was something Moyuan could effortlessly command. Before long, the white light clusters, which had been cowering in the corners of various cells, were gathered together by Moyuan, forming a larger orb of white light. However, despite its increase in size, it still paled in comparison to the other three bloodline powers, remaining significantly weaker, only 1% of their magnitude. Such frailty rendered it impossible not only to contend with them but even to draw near. Was there truly no way out of this predicament? Moyuan was engulfed by a profound sense of despair. He had initially believed that the bloodline power of the Earthlings would yield remarkable results. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, a sudden realization struck him: the vital energy. Astonishingly, the bloodline power of the Earthlings was absorbing this vital energy. Chapter 25, Devouring One. The bloodline power of the Earthlings, which was originally dispersed in the far corners of Moyuan's cells, was absorbing the vital energy at an infinitesimal rate, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. However, upon gathering them together, Moyuan could distinctly perceive the bloodline power of the Earthlings absorbing the primordial energy. If that is the case, then let it commence. Cease to pay heed to the other three bloodline powers, allowing them to run rampant within him. He unleashed his mind's eye, which now enveloped a substantial portion of the time chamber. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong remarked that the time chamber is roughly comparable in size to Earth. The vital energy within the range of his mind's eye surged toward him, drawn by his allure. What was happening? Lazuli suddenly sensed a tempest brewing within the time chamber. If she could perceive the vital energy, she would realize that this tempest was a whirlwind formed by the flow of that very energy. All the vital energy congregated around, creating a colossal vortex of vitality in his vicinity. Lazuli was torn between joy and sorrow, uncertain whether this transformation heralded good or ill. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene, silently praying that would emerge unscathed. Feast, feast. I shall provide you with as much as you desire. Once you are satiated, ensure that those three rebellious ones are dealt with. A tidal wave of vital energy surged into his being. Under his command, the bloodline power of Earthlings morphed into a gluttonous entity, opening its cavernous maw to ravenously consume the vital energy. As the energy gradually dissipated, the vortex's hunger intensified. Moyuan was astonished to discover that the white orb had indeed expanded. Though the growth was exceedingly gradual, it was unmistakably enlarging. In the depths of his heart, Moyuan was overwhelmed with joy. This transformation unveiled a glimmer of hope before him. As he witnessed the efficacy of his vital energy, he immediately intensified his efforts. The howling winds outside grew increasingly fierce. The vortex of vital energy surrounding Moyuan expanded significantly. Countless strands of vital energy were drawn into the vortex, subsequently absorbed into his being. Time slipped away like grains of sand between one's fingers, often unnoticed. Before he realized it, a month had elapsed. Throughout this month, Razali had vigilantly remained by Moyuan's side day and night. Even with her boundless stamina, a month without rest, though not exhausting, had begun to induce a sense of weariness. Her enchanting eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues. Yet, she could not bring herself to close her eyes in slumber. Fixated on Moyuan, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. At this moment, the vortex of vital energy surrounding Moyuan had diminished to an almost imperceptible state. The entire spiritual time chamber was nearly drained of its vital energy. Although Razali could not sense the vital energy, she sensed an inexplicable absence. Soon, the vortex vanished entirely. The vital energy within the spiritual time chamber had been completely consumed. Within Moyuan, however, a monumental transformation had occurred. The power of the Earthling bloodline, once merely a fraction of the size of other bloodline powers, had now undergone a radical change. He had metamorphosed into a formidable entity. The entirety of the vital energy within the spiritual time chamber had been devoured by him. His physique now rivaled that of other bloodline powers, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. The moment had arrived. Moyuan observed the rampant forces of the other three bloodlines within him, a cold smile curling upon his lips. He resolved to take action against them, with his first target being the bloodline of the Frisia clan. Why not commence with the bloodline of the Namekians? Through days of observation, he had come to understand. Moyuan discovered that the bloodline of the Namekians was not feeble. In fact, the weakest among these three bloodlines belonged to the Frisia clan. So why is it that the Namekians possess such limited strength? Moyuan discovered that it was not the weakness of their bloodline, but rather its overwhelming strength that rendered the conditions for activating their lineage excessively high, far beyond their reach. Much like the Scions, whose formidable bloodlines demand stringent prerequisites for activation. In contrast, while the Frisia race is undeniably powerful, their bloodline potential pales in comparison to that of the other two races. This disparity is somewhat comprehensible, given that the Namekians refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan. As noted in the original narrative, Dandy is described as an exemplary member of this clan, and they possess the remarkable ability to create the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, one might recall the dragon god, Shenron, who brought forth the Super Dragon Balls. Moyuan harbored profound skepticism, contemplating whether the dragon god Salamander was, in fact, an ancestor of the Namekians. Moreover, the Dragon Balls possess a unique characteristic. Upon the death of their creator, they transmute into stone. Evidently, the Super Dragon Balls have not undergone this transformation. Admittedly, some may argue that the Dragon Balls of Earth were activated by Dandy after the demise of their deity. Yet, this raises a significant issue. To activate the Dragon Balls, one must possess the requisite power to do so. It would be implausible for Dandy to activate the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, even if the dragon god Salamander has perished, it is certain that a Namekian of equal strength to Salamander exists. With the target firmly established, Moyuan hesitated no longer. He commanded the White Orb of Energy, a manifestation of the earthly bloodline. Under his guidance, the White Orb transformed into a formidable dragon, its claws bared, and swiftly lunged towards the Purple Orb of Energy. Before the Purple Orb could react, the White Dragon seized a substantial chunk with a fierce bite. The sensation of Moyuan is not mistaken. The bloodline of Earthlings can indeed harmoniously integrate with other bloodlines. After the White Divine Dragon consumed a mouthful of the Violet Orb, its originally pristine white form was tinged with a subtle hue of purple. Moreover, there was no sense of rejection whatsoever. Moyuan couldn't help but recall the transformation of Cell into his perfect form. Initially, he absorbed hundreds of thousands of Earthlings, followed by the absorption of the two mightiest among them, Lazuli and Lapis. Only then did he achieve his perfected state. Could it be that this process was essentially fortifying the Earthling bloodline within him? Once the bloodline of the Earthlings reached a certain magnitude, he could then devour the other three bloodlines and assimilate them for his own use, ultimately evolving into the ultimate perfect form. To validate his conjecture, Moyuan quickened his pace. The ambushed purple orb was rendered powerless to resist, swiftly devoured by the White Divine Dragon in just a few bites. The White Divine Dragon was entirely tinged with a faint purple hue. Moyuan's gaze fell upon the Scion bloodline. It was not his intention to initiate a confrontation with the Scionts. Rather, the golden orb belonging to the Scion lineage had autonomously transformed into a magnificent golden gorilla, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle akin to that of a divine dragon. In light of this, let the battle commence. Moyuan gazed upon the golden gorilla, feeling as though the blood coursing through his veins was boiling, just as it had been foretold. Moyuan and the gorilla moved in perfect synchrony, swiftly becoming entangled. There were no martial arts techniques on display, only the primal methods of combat inherent to beasts. Moyuan commanded the divine dragon to ensnare the formidable gorilla, opening its maw to deliver a ferocious bite upon the creature's shoulder. In an instant, a radiant orb of golden light was severed from the gorilla. The wounded beast, unwilling to concede, seized the dragon's body with one hand while launching powerful punches towards its head with the other. However, the dragon, having already consumed the bloodline of the Frisia clan, displayed a strength far superior. Its foreclaws clutched the gorilla's form with an unyielding grip, embedding deeply into its flesh. As the gorilla retaliated, the dragon's talons simultaneously tore away several chunks of meat from its adversary. Moreover, the gorilla's assaults were ultimately ineffectual, and after losing pieces of its own flesh to the dragon, it visibly weakened significantly. Chapter 26. Devouring 2. Seizing the opportunity to strike. As observed the great gorilla growing weaker, he seized the opportunity to command the divine dragon to intensify its assault, eager to swiftly acquire this bloodline power. The already outmatched gorilla, now rendered feeble, was utterly incapable of resisting the dragon's onslaught. After several exchanges, the gorilla's body was left in tatters, devoid of any unscathed flesh, its form ravaged by relentless bites. At this juncture, the gorilla found itself ensnared by the divine dragon, its weakened physique unable to extricate itself. Just as prepared to deliver a final blow, anticipating the complete consumption of the gorilla, the green orb of the Namekian bloodline stirred restlessly. The divine dragon, having devoured half of the Scion bloodline, was now adorned with streaks of golden light, its aura considerably strengthened, igniting a sense of impending peril. If were to continue unabated in his consumption, it would be his turn to be devoured next. In an instant, it transformed into a green divine dragon and launched a sudden assault on the purple divine dragon under S control. The green dragon moved with remarkable speed, colliding with the dragon that was entangled with the gorilla in the blink of an eye, catching completely off guard. This collision caused a momentary slackening in the grip of the dragon holding the gorilla, and the gorilla, quick to seize the opportunity, managed to break free. Moyuan never anticipated that the seemingly benign Namekian lineage concealed a treacherous nature. His heart, utterly despondent, could hardly fathom the audacity of an ambush directed at him. A fledgling practitioner with scarcely 2.5 years of cultivation under his belt, Moyuan was seething with indignation. He felt as though his heart had been consumed. Well, it was already. The weakened gorilla stood beside the green divine dragon, seemingly having reached a consensus to join forces against Moyuan. However, it was far too late for such an alliance. Had they united sooner? Coupled with the inherent power of the Frisia clan's bloodline, the three factions might have posed a formidable challenge to Moyuan. But now, he had already absorbed the power of the Frisia clan's bloodline, in addition to half of the Scion bloodline. At this moment, the power of the Earthling bloodline surpassed even the combined strength of the two. Although the Namekian bloodline was indeed potent, it was comparable to that of the Scions, who had also produced divine beings, and thus their bloodlines were not inferior. The Frisia clan, being a mutation, stemmed from King Colt's transformation, and Frisia himself was a product of asexual reproduction. Therefore, their bloodline's mutation led to a power close to that of divine beings. With such strength, and considering the gorilla's remaining diminished ability, Moyuan faced no real threat. What could a dragon rider possibly lose to? As the menacing green dragon and golden gorilla loomed, Moyuan boldly advanced. Plans? Strategies? All utterly unnecessary. In the face of overwhelming force, there was no need for fanciful tactics. The aura of the purple divine dragon surged forth. With a mere illusion, the dragon vanished from sight in an instant. Before the green dragon and golden gorilla could react, the purple dragon reappeared beside them, delivering a swift and powerful tail swipe that sent them crashing apart. They were cast away in opposite directions. The purple dragon then set its sights on the golden gorilla, pursuing it with unrelenting speed. Seizing the moment before the green dragon could comprehend the situation, it opened its cavernous maw, devouring the golden gorilla whole in one swift motion. By the time the green dragon gathered its wits, the golden gorilla had vanished, leaving only the formidable, golden glimmering purple dragon in its wake. Overwhelmed by the terrifying presence emanating from the purple dragon, the green dragon quaked in fear, akin to a timid girl confronted by a rogue. Alas, it was no beauty but a wretched creature in Moyuan's eyes, a wayward child who had made a mess of its own existence. Moyuan showed no mercy as he lunged forward. With 2 previous experiences under his belt, he had become quite the connoisseur. The exquisite power of bloodlines often requires no elaborate culinary techniques. Sashimi is indeed the most authentic way to savor such vitality. After a month of diligent preparation, Master Mo could finally indulge in this feast at a leisurely pace. The flavor remained a mystery to Moyuan, yet after devouring the bloodline essence of the Mexstar, he found that only a single strand of bloodline energy remained within him, retaining its original capabilities. Gazing upon this remnant power, he couldn't help but ponder whether Earth had once harbored an immensely powerful being. Much like the Earthling bloodline within him, which appeared feeble at first, it surged to greater strength upon absorbing vital energy, surpassing even the might of divine bloodlines. Moreover, it possessed the ability to consume other bloodlines and assimilate their powers. The spirit time house within the temple was equally remarkable. The disparity in the flow of time inside compared to the outside world was astonishing, and the abundance of vital energy within was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Moyuan suddenly pondered whether it was conceivable that the vital energy here was intended to activate the bloodlines of Earthlings. However, due to Earth's position at the edge of the universe, it had rarely been invaded by formidable cosmic beings. Once martial arts practice lost its pressures, the practitioners, oblivious to their own weaknesses, could easily fall into arrogance and complacency, leading to a gradual decline in the strength of Earthlings over generations. Eventually, as humanity began to delve into technology, the art of combat nearly fell into oblivion. The number of those capable of absorbing vital energy dwindled significantly. With the decline of martial arts, the practitioners became even scarcer. Consequently, those who could have absorbed vital energy to activate their bloodlines no longer engaged in martial arts, while those who did practice were not necessarily able to absorb the energy. Moreover, substantial vital energy was required to awaken the bloodline, a condition that could only be fulfilled within the confines of the Spirit Time House. Yet, access to the Spirit Time House necessitated climbing the Karen Tower and undergoing numerous trials to enter the temple, making such individuals exceedingly rare. Thus, the bloodlines of Earthlings remained deeply buried. Of course, the above is merely Moyuan's personal conjecture. After addressing the power of the bloodline, Moyuan gazed at his body, which had been reduced to a state of ruin. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. However, for Moyuan, who possessed the bloodline abilities of the Namekians, this was hardly a concern. Soon, a tremendous vitality surged from within him, initiating the process of repairing his body. The once swollen body of Moyuan, resembling a balloon, gradually deflated. The fissures adorning his skin instantaneously mended, while the bones, flesh, and organs within him regenerated anew. Not far away, Lazili observed with palpable relief as Moyuan returned to his normal form. Yet, his body was still encrusted with scabs of dried blood, leaving uncertainty about the completeness of his recovery. Nonetheless, the restoration of his shape was monumental news for Lazili. She felt as though the heavy stone that burdened her heart had finally been lifted, granting her a newfound lightness. The ominous clouds that had shadowed her face dispersed, revealing a splendid rainbow. It was at that moment that Moyuan made a movement. He had fully restored his former self. Moyuan rose from the ground, feeling a peculiar itch upon his body. It was merely the scabs of blood. With a sudden shake of his powerful frame, the clinging scabs began to peel away, revealing his robust physique. Hiss. Following the sound, Moyuan noticed Lazili not far away, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him. Moyuan followed Lazili's gaze downward. To his astonishment, a massive dragon, with its claws bared and wings unfurled, soared gracefully in the wind. Sister, Moyuan, with both hands, restrained the mighty dragon eager to soar into the skies. His face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted towards Lizzie. Lizzie, with a disdainful pout, remarked, "Oh, come now, little one, what scene has my sister not witnessed?" Moyuan roared with frustration, "I don't care. Turn it around." Relenting, he added, All right. I shall prepare a meal for you, dear sister. You must be famished after a month without food." With a dismissive wave, Zili turned away, her face displaying a hint of exasperation. However, as she turned, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She was rather ample. Chapter 27. A strong-willed woman. After Zili departed, Moyuan hastily conjured a new outfit to wear, as his previous garments had been torn apart by his sudden physical expansion. Once dressed, he quickly pursued Zili. "Sister, you should rest now. I will call you when the meal is ready." From earlier, Moyuan had noticed the bloodshot veins in Zili's eyes and the weariness etched across her face. Surely, during the time of his troubles, she must have had little chance to rest. Moyuan couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in his heart. It is truly delightful to be cared for by someone. Ever since his parents passed away in his previous life, no one had worried for him, nor had he experienced such nurturing attention. "Are you all right?" Lazili looked at Moyuan with a hint of skepticism, not doubting his culinary skills, but rather concerned that his body had not yet fully recuperated. "Of course. I am perfectly fine." As he spoke, Moyuan flexed his bicep. "See, my body is now in impeccable condition. It is you, dear sister, who must take care not to overexert yourself. Do not underestimate me. Oh, I possess boundless stamina and infinite energy." Lazili replied with an air of proud defiance. Moyuan gently urged her forward, guiding her towards the bed. As he did so, he affirmed, Yes, sister, you are truly remarkable. Yet, you have not rested for such a long time. It pains my heart to see you this way." She retorted, "I am resting not out of fatigue, but to spare you the worry." A woman of unwavering strength, even with her eyes nearly closing, she remained resolute in her defiance. Moyuan thought to himself, Even the king of all has cleansed the universe, yet he cannot silence your incessant chatter." On the surface, Moyuan said, Indeed. Therefore, in order to spare me the pain in my heart, I kindly ask you, dear sister, to rest quickly. I shall come to summon you once I finish preparing the meal." He gently laid Lazili upon the bed and covered her with a blanket. At this moment, the temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, necessitating the use of blankets. However, to ensure Lazili's comfort as she slumbered, Moyuan also established an energy shield nearby. This shield possessed no other function but to ward off the biting cold. After Moyuan established the energy shield, the temperature in the vicinity immediately rose from a chilling -50 degrees to a more pleasant 20 degrees. Such warmth rendered sleep exceedingly comfortable. The moment Lazili's head touched the pillow, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her. Previously, when Moyuan had encountered difficulties during his cultivation, her nerves had been taut, and the sheer terror she felt had rendered her oblivious to any fatigue. Now that Moyuan had recovered, the tension that had gripped her was suddenly released. With the easing of her nerves, Weariness surged upon her like a mighty tide. Indeed, scarcely had she reclined before her eyelids fluttered shut, and her breathing grew tranquil. As Moyuan beheld the exquisite visage of Lazili, weariness etched upon her features. A pang of compassion welled within him. His hand gently brushed against her face, so tender, so smooth. Her skin was flawless, remarkably delicate, devoid of any imperfection. Although this was not the first occasion Moyuan had caressed Lazili's face, it was undeniably the most extraordinary experience. Unconsciously, his fingers lingered upon her crimson lips, the soft sensation igniting a tumult of emotions within him. How soft, he thought, yearning. Unmentionable scenes danced in his mind. Suddenly, as if jolted by a spark, Moyuan withdrew his hand hastily. His fair complexion flushed crimson. In a flurry, he departed. After Moyuan departed, Lazili opened her eyes while lying on the bed. She extended her hand from beneath the covers, gently caressing the spot where Moyuan's hand had just brushed against. Eventually, her fingers lingered on her lips. A hint of shyness flickered in Lazili's beautiful eyes, and an unnatural blush adorned her cheeks. In that moment, her heart stirred with indescribable emotions. "Ah," Lazili shyly whispered, her voice barely audible, a sound only she could perceive. She then turned onto her side, pulling the blanket higher, curling up her body, completely enveloped within the fabric. Lazili, perhaps due to her constitution, was not particularly fond of meat. Her greatest delight lay in savoring soup. Ever since Moyuan last prepared a pot of exquisite slow-cooked soup, Lazili had been utterly captivated by its taste. Upon discovering her fondness for soup, Moyuan took to concocting a different pot almost every day. As someone from Guangdong, the art of soup-making seemed to be ingrained in his very being. He could effortlessly create any type of soup. Today, he planned to prepare a nourishing chicken soup with Codonopsis and astragalus for Lazili, intending to fortify her, even though her constitution may not necessitate medicinal nourishment. Nonetheless, the soup was delectable, and Lazili adored it. After simmering for an hour, the hen had transformed into a tender, flavorful delight. Moyuan lifted the lid of the clay pot. Instantly, a cloud of white mist emerged, performing a delicate dance of molecular diffusion in the air. The aromas of Codonopsis and astragalus melded seamlessly with the essence of chicken. A rich fragrance began to permeate the surroundings, soon reaching the vicinity of Lazili. In her slumber, Lazili's nose twitched gently. The scent of chicken soup. She abruptly opened her eyes and, with remarkable agility, sprang from her bed, hastening to Moyuan's side. "Sister, have you rested enough?" Moyuan was hardly surprised by Lazili's sudden appearance. Every time he prepared a soup, she would invariably materialize beside him at the mere whiff of the aroma. The first time it happened, she nearly startled him, but he eventually grew accustomed to it. Lazili replied with an aloof nod, her gaze fixated on the chicken soup, her throat subtly constricting. Internally, she admonished herself to remain composed and steady, to not appear overly covetous, lest she undermine her sisterly authority. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Moyuan had already seen through her facade. Otherwise, he would not have taken the trouble to brew a pot of soup each day, varying the recipes with creativity. Moyuan gazed at Lazili, who was feigning a serious demeanor, and inexplicably found her rather endearing. Moyuan skillfully picked up a bowl and served a portion of chicken soup to Lazili. "Sister, do taste the seasoning." A flicker of delight sparkled in Lazili's eyes as she composedly accepted the bowl. After gently blowing on the soup to cool it slightly, she eagerly brought it to her lips. The moment the rich, velvety chicken broth touched her palate, her eyes gleamed with joy. The soup was not only exquisitely smooth but also left a lingering sweetness from the medicinal herbs, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. In no time, Lazili had finished the entire bowl. While savoring the taste of the soup, she calmly set the bowl down. The flavor is just right. Now, let us commence our meal." With that, Moyuan lifted the pot of chicken soup and made his way to the dining table, while Lazili carried a pot of rice from the side. The table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. After each served themselves a bowl of rice and soup, they began to indulge heartily. However, Moyuan soon noticed an oddity. There was one dish that Lazili had not touched at all. This particular dish consisted of chicken blended with various seasonings and shaped into delightful forms before being deep-fried to a golden crisp. Not only was it delicious, but it was also visually appealing. Yet, Lazili had not taken a single bite, which puzzled Moyuan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Sister, why do you not partake in this dish?" Lazili sighed, gazing longingly at the beautiful creations on the plate, and softly replied, "Because the chicken is simply too exquisite." Chapter 28. finding Sun Wukong in the temple, a mysterious black object, lying in a shadowy corner untouched by sunlight, suddenly stirred. After nearly a day of unconsciousness, Bobo finally awoke. Is indeed a person of great integrity. To shield Bobo from the sun's harsh rays, he deliberately led him to a cool, well-ventilated spot. Bobo remarked, "There's a hint of conscience, but not much." It must be said, as Bobo lay there, he seemed to meld seamlessly with the shadows. Without a keen eye, one might scarcely notice the presence of a person reclining there. Upon awakening, Bobo felt a tinge of confusion. His round, innocent eyes radiated a purity untouched by the world's corruption. How did I end up here? Did I fall asleep in this very spot last night? Wait. It's the android. The lost fragments of my memory have finally returned. He recollected being incapacitated by the android, which had subsequently ventured into the room of spirit and time. A wave of profound unease washed over Bobo at this realization. Glancing at the time, he noted nearly a full day had elapsed. This meant the android had been inside for almost a year, given their already formidable strength prior to entering. Bobo struggled to fathom the extent of their power after a year of training within that realm. A deep-seated dread enveloped Bobo's heart. First, there was the android. And then a monstrous creature emerged from the lower realms, with the android now honing its skills in the room of spirit and time. Bobo felt besieged on all sides. As if he were caught between a wolf and a tiger. Was the Earth truly doomed? Furthermore, with the absence of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls had lost their efficacy. In such dire circumstances, the death of the Earth's warriors would be irrevocable. There would be no means of resurrection. In that moment, Bobo felt as though he had lost his anchor, his one sprite, bell-like eyes dimmed with despair. I must inform the Supreme Kai. Piccolo, he thought, recalling the fusion of the Supreme Kai with Piccolo. Presently, Piccolo was the only one capable of confronting the android. Yet, Bobo hesitated. While Piccolo was indeed powerful now, could he truly contend with an android that had trained for a year within the room of spirit and time? To speak candidly, Bobo felt a sense of uncertainty within. After much contemplation, he resolved to refrain from seeking out Piccolo for the time being. Piccolo was still preoccupied with the pursuit of that monstrous entity, and it was prudent not to distract him during such a critical juncture. Thus, Bobo's gaze hardened with determination as he settled into a meditative posture at the entrance of the room of spirit and time, emanating an aura of resoluteness. In that moment, he placed his own life and death beyond concern. Meanwhile, Lapis had lost all interest in leisure. His sole desire was to locate Sun Wukong swiftly and then rendezvous with Moyuan and the others. Consequently, he and Android 16 abandoned their vehicle and soared directly toward the direction of Baozi Mountain. Before long, they arrived at Sun Wukong's doorstep, only to find his home deserted and vacant. Android 16, do you know where Sun Wukong has gone? Lapis inquired. With an expressionless demeanor, Android 16 replied. The radar has not detected Sun Wukong's energy. However, he is likely at one of two places he often visits, either the Universal Capsule Corporation in West City or Master Matato's Island in the South Sea. Ah, I see. Which of those is closer? Master Matato's residence is approximately 2,700 kilometers southeast of here. Very well, let us depart. With that, Lapis took to the skies. Android 16 followed suit. 2,700 kilometers would typically require a flight of 2 to 3 hours by airplane. However, for Lapis and Android 16, it would only take a matter of minutes, and that was without exerting their full capabilities. Otherwise, they could have arrived in mere moments. Before long, a small island materialized before Lapis. Indeed, it was quite diminutive, with Master Rashi's quaint abode occupying nearly one-third of its expanse. Lapis silently contemplated the need to resolve this matter swiftly before proceeding to the temple. He was quite intrigued by the room of spirit and time that Moyuan had mentioned. The population on Kame House was sparse, only Sun Wukong's family, along with Master Rashi. Yamcha, Puar, and Oolong were present. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin were still out searching for Cell. Hello, may I assist you? A charming young boy was diligently studying on the beach. Upon witnessing Lapis and Android 16 descending from the sky, he politely inquired, Are you Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan? Lapis quickly identified the boy before him. Indeed, this young lad was none other than Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan. Ah, yes, I am Son Gohan. Are you here to find my father? He's unwell and has yet to awaken. Having never encountered the androids, Gohan mistakenly believed they were friends of his father. Is he unwell? Lapis inquired, somewhat astonished. According to their records, Goku was an exceptionally formidable martial artist. While injuries are common among practitioners of martial arts, illness is exceedingly rare. After all, contemporary medicine has advanced remarkably, rendering terminal illnesses nearly obsolete. Moreover, the physical prowess of martial artists far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, making the prospect of sickness almost impossible. Indeed, the thought of his father's condition weighed heavily on Gohan's heart, causing his voice to falter. When will he recover? Lapis had no inclination to engage with someone in a state of unconsciousness. It would be dreadfully uninteresting. Gohan shook his head, replying, I don't know. Father just took his medication not long ago, and he appears to be in great pain. The image of his father struggling in agony on the bed filled Gohan with profound sorrow. He wondered if the special medicine Trunks had brought was truly effective. If it were not, tears of frustration began to well in his eyes. He dared not dwell on the thought. The fear of losing his father was overwhelming. Suppressing his tears, Gohan inhaled sharply and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned to Lapis and asked, By the way, are you friends of my father? I don't believe I've seen you before. Friends? Lapis chuckled, taken aback by Goku's son's naivety in assuming they were acquaintances of his father. No wonder he divulged so much with just a casual inquiry. We might actually be enemies, Lapis teased, casting a sly glance at Gohan. What? Gohan was utterly taken aback to discover that the two before him were indeed adversaries of his father. The only foes he could conceive of at that moment were them. You are androids? Gohan exclaimed loudly, his energy surging forth without reservation as he fixed a vigilant gaze upon Lapis and Android 16. Androids? Lapis grimaced at the term, as it evoked unwelcome memories. Android. Hearing Gohan's exclamation and sensing his energy, the occupants of the room rushed out in alarm. All eyes were fixed on Lapis and Android 16, as if facing a formidable threat. Lapis surveyed the meager assembly, quickly losing interest. They were far too weak, devoid of any desire to engage. Let us leave, he declared, disregarding them entirely. He signaled to Android 16, then ascended into the air, prepared to rendezvous with Moya and the others at the temple. As for Goku, wait until he recovers before returning. After all, he has no interest in confronting a patient. On the 16th, there was no further comment as he followed Robbie's out. Everyone on Turtle Island gazed in bewilderment at the two figures disappearing into the horizon, suddenly perplexed. Were the androids not supposed to eliminate Goku? How could they pass up such a splendid opportunity without taking action? My Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed over to embrace Gohan, inspecting him closely for any injuries. The news of the android's arrival had terrified her. With Goku incapacitated and Gohan still so young, what would she do if something went wrong? Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine, Gohan reassured her, noticing her deep concern. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt that the androids might not be as malevolent as he had once thought. Chapter 29. Exiting the Hyperbolic Time Chamber Creek. The door of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which had been sealed for a day, swung open once more. A tall man and woman emerged from within. The young man stood at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique slender yet athletic, though he lacked exaggerated muscles. The contours of his bare arms revealed a distinct muscular definition. He was the type whose clothes concealed strength but revealed it when bare. Beneath his short, purple hair lay a strikingly handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. The young woman, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, was already exceptional among her peers. Yet beside the young man, she appeared somewhat petite. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features were delicately striking, reminiscent of a mixed heritage, exuding an exotic charm. Her body proportions were nearly flawless, with every curve accentuated in all the right places. Her long, shapely legs were particularly captivating. This man and woman were none other than Moyuan and Razali, who had spent a full year training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps it was the abundant energy within the chamber that contributed to their transformation. After being modified into androids, Razali's growth rate had drastically slowed. Yet during their year in the chamber, she had grown a remarkable 10 centimeters. There was no need to mention Moyuan after resolving his bloodline issues. He seemed to have consumed a growth hormone, towering to an impressive height of 1.90 meters in merely 2 months. Fortunately, he ceased to grow any taller after reaching that height. Hand in hand, they emerged from within the door. After a year of companionship, the nature of their relationship had evolved beyond its initial simplicity, teetering on the brink of something deeper yet unspoken. Razali, Robbie stared incredulously at the two figures stepping out. He could hardly fathom that his twin sister had transformed in such a manner, making it difficult for him to accept in that moment. What? Razali responded with remarkable composure, her hand still firmly clasped with Moyuan's, showing no intention of letting go. What? How dare you even ask? Robbie's advanced with a fuming demeanor. Robbie's. My sister and I, sensing the fury radiating from Lapidus, quickly positioned himself in front of Latsili, eager to engage in a calm conversation. After all, he was his beloved brother-in-law. Had it been anyone else, a swift slap would have sufficed. However, to his astonishment, Lapidus retorted with disdain, "Who cares about your trivial matters?" He then forcefully shoved aside. Momentarily taken aback by Lapidus's words, found himself unprepared for the sudden push. After displacing, Lapidus seized Latsili by the shoulders and shook her vigorously, demanding loudly, "Speak up. How did you grow so tall all of a sudden?" Moyuan and Latsili, to his utter astonishment, he found himself preoccupied with this matter. La Paisai gazed at Latsili, who stood a full 5 centimeters taller than him, and felt an unsettling sensation within. They had been transformed into artificial beings before fully developing, and it seemed as though their growth had ceased altogether. Years passed without any change in height. Yet now, Latsili had astonishingly grown a full 10 centimeters. Previously, Latsili's shorter stature had offered La Paisai a modicum of comfort, but now everything had shifted. The 5-centimeter gap loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. It is worth noting that even the king had sought the Dragon Balls in hopes of bridging this very distance. Not everyone possesses Vegeta's remarkable hair, which allowed him to transcend the 170-centimeter mark despite standing at 164 centimeters. La Paisai had resigned himself to the belief that he would never grow taller. However, Latsili had ignited a spark of hope within him, and he was eager to uncover the secret behind her transformation. "Look." Latsili pointed toward the room of spirit and time behind her. "I grew taller after training in there for a year." Initially indifferent to the room of spirit and time, La Paisai now gazed at it as if it were a mesmerizing beauty, almost drooling in awe. Observing La Paisai's pitiful demeanor, Latsili could not help but deliver a playful smack to his head. "Ouch! What was that for?" La Paisai complained, cradling his head. In response, Latsili coldly uttered 2 words, "Shameful." Upon hearing those words, La Paisai felt a surge of indignation. Was it truly so embarrassing to desire a little extra height? With dissatisfaction, he began to debate with Latsili. When verbal arguments fail to yield a clear victor, other methods often come into play, such as a brawl. Moyuan watched with exasperation but refrained from intervening. After all, La Paisai stood no chance against the current Latsili. Thus, the siblings engaged in their playful exchange of emotions. Moyuan discovered a dark, indistinct object lying at the entrance of the spirit time house. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bobo. However, Moyuan distinctly recalled having dragged him to a shaded area away from the sun. How could he possibly be here now? Could it be that he was rendered unconscious again by Laplace and his companions after awakening? Moyuan silently nodded, contemplating that this was perhaps the only possibility. However, he couldn't help but find Lapiz utterly lacking in humanity, as he seemed oblivious to the necessity of placing Bobo in a cool, well-ventilated area. What if it got sunburned? After inwardly chastising Lapiz for a moment, he continued to reflect. Moyuan seized Bobo by one foot and dragged him into a shadowy corner, placing him down with care. Once all was accomplished, Moyuan brushed off the dust from his hands, nodding in satisfaction. A good deed done, completed. Bobo, a touch of kindness, albeit rather scant. As Moyuan completed today's benevolent act, La Zili and La Peace concluded their discussion, resulting in La Peace being left battered and bruised, admitting that he had indeed spoken too loudly. The discourse unfolded as follows. La Zili initiated the exchange with a left hook, followed by a right hook, then a jab, and concluded with an uppercut, executing a rapid series of strikes that left La Peace utterly disoriented. La Peace's once smooth and lustrous black hair now resembled a disheveled nest atop his head. Despite his defeat in the verbal sparring, La Peace found himself increasingly intrigued by the hyperbolic time chamber. Prior to today, he had firmly believed himself to be the strongest individual in this realm. Yet, within the span of a single day, he discovered that his sister's prowess had eclipsed his own. Could it truly be possible to achieve such significant advancement in just 1 year of training? If so, why then was Vegeta so feeble? Clearly, there must be some anomaly with this peculiar chamber. Approaching Moyuan, La Peace looked up at him with a scowl, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Hey, kid." He was exceedingly irked. Just a day prior, he had stood as the second most formidable member of their team, and now, after merely a day's separation, he found himself the smallest among them. How could he endure this? It was one thing for his sister to surpass him. But why had this kid transformed overnight from a mere child into someone taller than himself? Most importantly, He was now expected to consider him as his brother-in-law. I may not be able to influence your relationship, but if you wish to be my sister's husband, you must first demonstrate your strength, Lapis asserted sternly. After all, without strength, how could he protect his sister? Lapis understood that once Lazili made her decision, he could not alter it. Yet, he was adamant that without demonstrating some measure of power, he would never acknowledge Moyuan as his brother-in-law. Lapis felt confident facing Moyuan. It was reasonable for Lazili to surpass him, as she had only been slightly weaker before. However, Moyuan was a different matter entirely. Just a day ago, his strength had been so weak that a mere gust could have felled him. Lapis found it implausible that anyone could grow stronger than him in such a brief period. Very well, I will compel you to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law. Moyuan replied earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the challenge posed by his future brother-in-law. Thus, Moyuan resolved not to hold back. The two ascended above the temple to engage in combat, primarily to avoid damaging the sacred structure. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lapis felt as though Lazili was gazing at him with a hint of pity. Chapter 30. Lapis activates his bloodline a few minutes later. Lapis returned once more, having endured another round of punishment, upheld his promise and refrained from retaliating. However, the once loose garments of now fit rather snugly. He walked with a slight limp, lacking his usual grace. Coupled with the bruises on his face from his remarks, he appeared quite pitiable. After all, was his own brother-in-law. Upon returning to the temple, promptly attended to his injuries. I didn't realize you possessed such skills, remarked, stretching his fully restored body in astonishment as he gazed at. In a mere few seconds, all his wounds had miraculously healed. Perhaps it was due to the superficial nature of his injuries, yet the outcome was still astonishing. Moyuan smiled faintly and said, "There is much more than you could have imagined." After enduring that brutal beating, Laplace had completely submitted. With his sister under his protection, she could now feel at ease. Concurrently, Laplace's curiosity about the Time Spirit House grew even stronger, regardless of the underlying reasons. The transformation of Moyuan and Lazili into formidable beings is indisputable. Thus, the Spirit Time Chamber must possess extraordinary energy. Labisi can hardly contain his eagerness to enter. A year hence, he is certain to emerge significantly stronger, perhaps even capable of overwhelming both of them. After all, he had always surpassed them in strength. Given that they all have the same year to cultivate, is it not only natural for him to be the most powerful? A peculiar smile crept across Labisi's face as he succumbed to his daydreams. Observing her brother's odd expression directed towards the Spirit Time Chamber, Lazili felt compelled to voice her concerns. I sense something amiss with him. He looks rather troublesome. Moyuan nodded in agreement, then proposed, why not? Give him a good beating once more? Their eyes met, confirming their shared intentions. Just as they prepared to act, Labisi suddenly sensed a chill creeping up his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He turned to see his sister and her companion glaring at him with ill intent. What do you intend to do? A sudden sense of crisis compelled him to take a step back. What wicked thoughts were you just harboring? Lazili's calm tone struck a note of profound unease within Labisi. This was not a mere pressure of strength, but rather an oppressive force emanating from her lineage. And no, I was thinking of nothing. Oh? Were you not just imagining how you would overpower us after cultivating in the Spirit Time Chamber? How did you know that? Labisi was rendered speechless, caught off guard by Lazili's revelation of his thoughts. A smirk graced Lazili's lips as she teasingly regarded her brother. Now you know. What? You. Labisi's mind swirled with conflicting emotions. His trembling finger pointed at Lazili, unable to articulate a single word. Who would have thought that even someone as clever as he could be outwitted? Is this what it means to be cursed by talent? Why must one exist while the other shines? As Moyuan and Lazili embraced each other, observing coldly, after a moment of silence, Labisi resignedly lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and surrendered to the inevitable. A myriad of emotions surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a singular thought. Please. No slaps to the face. In response to his younger brother-in-law's final plea, Lazili and Moyuan naturally acquiesced with the utmost generosity. Thus, following a series of Labisi's muffled sounds of discontent, harmony was restored, as if nothing had transpired at all, if one could overlook Labisi's corpulent form. As a considerate brother-in-law, Moyuan thoughtfully provided Labisi with a session of restorative treatment, to which Labisi expressed his profound gratitude with great emotion. After their playful scuffle, their relationship grew significantly closer, and Labisi prepared to enter the Spirit Time House for training. Since only 2 individuals could enter the spirit time house at a time, Moyuan decided to accompany lady.With for a while, intending to teach him the art of cultivation while also observing if he could sense the vital energy, thereby awakening the latent power of the Earthling's bloodline. As for Lady, she would remain outside with number 16, for her current strength was more than sufficient to dominate anyone on Earth. Moreover, Moyuan did not need to stay for a full year. His goal was simply to impart the knowledge of cultivation to lady. Once they entered the spirit time house, lady eagerly anticipated his training, imparted the method of cultivation to him. Lapis, truly deserving of the accolades from seasoned practitioners, exhibited remarkable potential. Merely after a brief explanation, he commenced his practice. Within mere minutes, sensed the flow of energy within him. Lapis had already begun to perceive the vital energy coursing through his being. Now, he merely needed to cultivate further to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing his own vitality. Most significantly, he also sensed a distinct form of energy, purer and far more potent. As previously elucidated by, this energy was likely the primordial essence. Lapis felt a deep yearning within his body for this primordial energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to absorb the primordial essence that wafted through the air. The surrounding primordial energy was drawn to him, converging in an orderly manner as it entered his being. Gradually, the essence was assimilated, nourishing the power of his bloodline. Was somewhat taken aback. Although he was aware of his immense potential, he never anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. To sense and absorb the essence of vitality during his very first practice was indeed remarkable. This could perhaps be attributed to the abundant vitality within the. However, it undeniably indicated that his potential was exceedingly formidable. Speaking of the vitality within the, it is indeed plentiful. The last time, nearly depleted the entire essence of vitality. Yet after a while, it rejuvenated itself. The recovery rate of vitality here is exponentially faster than that of the outside world. As gradually absorbed it, the surrounding vitality began to thin. However, he was unable to draw the more distant essence. Once he had consumed the nearby vitality, he would need to relocate to continue his absorption. Observing this, acted decisively. In an instant, his mind's eye enveloped the entire. All the vitality was swiftly summoned by, converging towards them at an astonishing speed. In that moment, a tempest raged within the, igniting a storm of vitality. While in the midst of his cultivation, since the previously sparse vitality around him swelled once more, even surpassing the levels before he began his training. It was abundant to the point of resembling a sea of vitality. Not being foolish, deduced that such a significant change could only be orchestrated by his inexpensive brother-in-law. After all, there were no others present aside from the two of them. With the issue of vitality resolved, could now cultivate without any reservations. He quickly dismissed all distractions, centering his thoughts to continue his training. Chapter 31. Do you believe in light? In the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction of day and night. And within the confines of the temporal room, this truth resonates even more profoundly. The fleeting passage of 2 months has come to an end. At this juncture, lady has ceased his absorption of vital energy. The bloodline within him has assimilated sufficient energy to meet the conditions for activation. Although he dedicated an additional month to this process compared to Moyuan, the amount of energy he absorbed was merely 1/5 of what Moyuan had garnered. As lady emerges from his meditative state, a veneer of calmness cloaks the elation in his eyes, which cannot be concealed. Following the activation of his bloodline, his combat prowess has doubled. Yet, this enhancement is not what brings him the greatest joy. Beyond the increase in fighting capacity, the power of his bloodline has allowed him to merge entirely with the perpetual energy core within him. Henceforth, he can augment the energy core through his cultivation practices. In truth, the concept of boundless energy merely signifies that the recovery rate of the energy core surpasses its output. However, this also imposes limitations on the intensity of his attacks. Against adversaries whose combat abilities do not exceed his own, lady finds himself in an invincible position, capable of exhausting foes with his inexhaustible energy and stamina. Yet, when faced with those who are more formidable, his so-called infinite energy proves to be of little consequence. For if true infinite energy were attainable, who could possibly stand against him? Do not speak of Shalu. Even later, you could do nothing against him. Only those who possess unique powers, such as the God of Destruction or the Omni King, could hope to defeat him. Moreover, the energy stored in the perpetual energy core has its limits. Without activating the bloodline, the perpetual energy core within Lapis cannot be enhanced through cultivation. To grow stronger, he must rely solely on cultivating his chi. Ultimately, the core's function is merely to ensure he does not run out of energy. Beyond that, it serves little purpose. However, the the situation has changed. The activation of the bloodline power has allowed him to merge completely with the perpetual energy core. No longer merely a technological construct, it has become an integral part of his being. He can now enhance the core through cultivation, increasing its energy recovery speed and expanding its energy storage capacity, while also eliminating any limitations on his energy output. In essence, he can release all the energy within him in an instant, significantly amplifying his offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, this means that his energy is no longer infinite. It simply recovers at a rate many times faster than that of others. Of course, if he manages to keep his energy output below the recovery rate, he could achieve what might be termed infinite energy. Yet, this strategy holds little merit. When faced with formidable foes, it is far more effective to increase his output and annihilate the enemy outright. Suppressing his elation, Lapis prepared to rise from the ground. However, upon moving, he noticed something even more thrilling than his newfound strength. He felt that his clothing, which had previously fit him perfectly, had become somewhat constricting. Dismissing the possibility of having been beaten during training, only one conclusion remained. His body had developed. With excitement, Lapis sprang to his feet. A piercing sound echoed within the time chamber. Lapis exclaimed, "My pants! Ah, they've split." After 2 months of training, Lapis's physique had flourished under the nourishment of chi. He had grown 20 centimeters taller, reaching an impressive height of 185 centimeters. His body no longer appeared as frail as before, although his muscles remained relatively lean. They had increased in size. His enlarged physique had stretched his clothing to the brink, and with a sudden exertion, the fabric could no longer withstand the strain and tore apart. Turning mechanically towards the source of laughter, Lapis beheld his mischievous brother-in-law, who was gazing at him with a teasing expression. More precisely, he was staring at Lapis's torn trousers, through which a handsome face, obscured by a veil, could be glimpsed. "So you also believe in light, do you? Just as your trousers have torn. Would you like me to provide you with a fashionable outfit akin to that of the hero?" Lapis, when he was transformed into a cyborg. He was merely in his teenage years. Is it truly a mistake for a young boy to believe in the brilliance of light? Is it truly a mistake? Lacking formal training, could only contain his laughter for a brief moment before bursting into hearty guffaws, clutching his belly. "Ha ha ha, I am not laughing at you. Ha ha. Hick, ha ha, I just thought of something delightful, ha?" Not content with mere laughter, he conjured 3 distinct suits of Ultraman, presenting them before. "Do you prefer this blue one? Or perhaps this red one? Or this amalgamation of red and blue?" Feeling a surge of indignation, clenched his fists defiantly. The tension escalated. In an uncontrollable fit of frustration, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent sprawling. The two then engaged in a playful scuffle. Reminiscent of children at play, devoid of any technique, exchanging blows haphazardly, one punch after another. After a while, the chaos continued unabated. Moyuan and Lapis lay on the ground, their faces resembling that of a pig. Moyuan gazed at Lapis's pig-like visage, unable to suppress a smirk. Alas! His smile inadvertently tugged at the wound on his own face. He couldn't help but jest. "You, my friend, possess quite a vicious hand. Do you not understand the unwritten rule of not striking a face?" "Huh? How do you speak? You are the one who wields the most malicious blows," Lapis retorted, gingerly touching his swollen, piggish features. "Is it not true that you were the one who first laid hands on my visage? Otherwise, I would not have retaliated in kind. You brought this upon yourself by mocking me. You deserved it. Do not speak nonsense. I did not mock you. I was merely assisting you in fulfilling your dreams," Moyuan declared with righteous fervor. "I had already envisioned it for you. You don the attire of a superhero and then proceed like this." Reclined upon the ground, his hands positioned in an L shape, as a violet radiance coalesced around his arms. He then proclaimed with fervor, "Lapis Ray, With. As he uttered these words, the purple light surged forth from his limbs, painting a brilliant stroke across the bleak expanse surrounding him. "How splendid is that? I've even devised a name for the technique. Are you not moved?" He chuckled heartily while patting Lapis on the shoulder, though Lapis's swollen visage betrayed no emotion. A glimmer of peril sparkled in his eyes. His hands were clenched tightly. "You scoundrel! I shall end your life. Hey, do not strike my face." During the time that Moyuan entered the spirit time room, several events unfolded in the outside world. Gero unexpectedly encountered Vegeta and Trunks. Having absorbed hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans, Gero's combat power had risen to match that of Piccolo. Together, Vegeta and Trunks were no match for him. Fortunately, Piccolo sensed the battle's energy and arrived just in time. Otherwise, Vegeta and Trunks would have faced absorption by Gero. Upon Piccolo's arrival, Gero fled immediately. Despite his combat power being on par with Piccolo, Gero was unwilling to take that risk, especially since Piccolo had brought Sins of beans. After consuming the beans, Vegeta and Trunks' injuries were instantaneously healed. Once rescued, Trunks let out a sigh of relief. However, he discovered something that filled him with dread. An important item of his was missing. Chapter 32. Sister Good, Sister Wonderful in an endless expanse of pure white space. Two red beams of light intersected and collided in midair. Each collision reverberated through the air, producing thunderous sounds, while ripple-like waves emanated from the point of impact, spreading outward. The winds howled violently, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Fortunately, this spirit time room lacked the towering skyscrapers of the city. Otherwise, the residual force from their battle alone could have obliterated an entire city. After a considerable duration, the battle finally ceased. The two red beams of light came to a halt, revealing their true forms, Moyuan and Lapis. They had spent 6 months within the spirit time room. The crimson flames enveloping them were manifestations of the Kaioken technique. After Lapis activated his bloodline, Moyuan imparted the Kaioken to him, capable of sensing vital energy. Lapis quickly mastered the technique. With his formidable physique, he could activate the tenfold Kaioken without sustaining injury. Only exceeding that threshold would impose strain on his body. However, the Kaioken merely enhanced his energy, without accelerating his energy core's recovery speed. Nevertheless, Lapis' natural recovery rate far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even with his recovery speed unchanged, he could maintain the Kaioken state for an extended period. As it relinquished their state of the King Fist, the crimson flames enveloping them extinguished instantaneously. Through 6 months of diligent cultivation, S' innate combat prowess had ascended to an impressive 500 million. Following the activation of his bloodline, experienced a remarkable doubling of his strength. And after an additional 4 months of rigorous training, his combat power soared to a staggering 1.5 billion. Recently had unleashed a 10-fold King Fist, while activated a 30-fold King Fist, equalizing their combat capabilities. Perhaps due to the harmonious fusion of 4 distinct bloodlines, S' physique was extraordinarily formidable. He could even execute a 20-fold King Fist without sustaining any injuries. Although the 30-fold King Fist would inflict some damage upon his body, S' terrifying regenerative abilities ensured that he would fully recover in no time. After conducting experiments, discovered that with his physical prowess, he could utilize the Kaioken technique without exceeding 50 times its limit, thereby avoiding significant bodily harm. However, should he encounter a formidable adversary necessitating the use of a power beyond this threshold, recognized he had more prudent alternatives, sparing himself from self-inflicted damage. As the day of training came to an end, despite having activated his bloodline which allowed him to survive solely on water akin to the Namekians, still adhered to the practice of sharing meals. This habit was shared by and as well, beyond the sheer pleasure of savoring exquisite cuisine. What cherished most was the warmth of dining in the company of friends and family. Since the tragic passing of his parents, he had been a solitary figure, the departure of his loved ones having sealed off his heart. Reluctant to venture outside or forge new friendships, he paradoxically yearned for companionship in the realm of the internet. However, he found solace, allowing his true self to emerge. He forged numerous friendships online, engaging in endless conversations daily. Yet, when local acquaintances suggested meeting in person, he would conjure up various excuses to evade such encounters. Deep down, he longed to connect, but found himself hindered by an internal barrier. Each night, as silence enveloped his empty home after stepping away from his computer and setting aside his phone, he was greeted only by a haunting stillness. Did he relish solitude? No. He merely grew accustomed to it. He longed for the days when his family of 3 was together, yet time, alas, flows in one direction. In this new world, fraught with peril, had nonetheless discovered love and kinship. Indeed, in his heart, and her companions, including the enigmatic 16, had become his family. If presented with the choice to return to his previous life or remain in this realm, he would unhesitatingly opt to stay. For here he had found those he wished to protect for a lifetime. The meal concluded amidst the playful rivalry between and, with no longer a necessity to rely on food for sustenance, found that the preparation of meals required only the modest portions befitting a normal person. Moyuan reclined in his chair, a toothpick casually held between his lips, exuding an air of contentment. Meanwhile, Lapis busied himself with clearing the dining table, adhering to the fundamental rule that the cook should not wash the dishes. It has been 6 months, Lapis. I am heading out. Would you like me to summon number 16 to keep you company? So soon to be leaving? I can manage on my own. Moyuan's face radiated with joy. as though he had just recalled a delightful memory, unabashedly revealing his inner feelings as he said, "There's no helping it. I miss my sister." Unintentionally served a mouthful of dog food. Lapis stared with lifeless eyes and retorted, "Lazili is my sister." "Pfft, you don't even call her. Why concern yourself with it?" Moyuan scoffed. Lapis then posed a soul-searching question, "Then why don't you call me brother?" In response, Moyuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "What would a singleton like you know about romance?" Rose to his feet, compassionately patting the shoulder of the young man. "You will not comprehend the goodness of your sister." In youth, one fails to recognize the virtues of an elder sister, mistakenly cherishing a young maiden as a treasure. In the innocence of youth, one remains oblivious to the grace of an elder sister, misguidedly treating the bloom of youth as a mere folly. An elder sister is admirable and enchanting. She possesses long legs and a graceful figure. She alleviates your worries and cherishes you as a precious gem. Glanced at Lapis, shook his head, and turned towards the entrance of the spirit time house. Below Kalinta, a green, insect-like humanoid creature gazed up at her. It was said that deities resided there. One could only wonder if the taste of the divine was even more delectable. Ha ha ha. Salu licked his lips, emitting a peculiar laugh. Then, without hesitation, Salu propelled himself upwards at great speed. Soon, he spotted an object floating in the air, resembling a small island. Without pausing, he flew directly into the temple. Upon entering, Salu was filled with immense joy as he beheld someone he had long yearned to find. To his astonishment, the individual he had searched for tirelessly on the ground was standing in this temple. Though Lazili had undergone significant changes during her year of training in the Spirit Time House, Salu recognized her instantly. 18. Let us merge into one. Salu declared earnestly before Lazili, uttering a chilling proposition. Who are you? Lazili inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Salu. She had sensed his presence when he ascended, a peculiar aura that felt like a fusion of many different energies. She was intrigued by what this entity could be, only to find it matched the oddity of his aura. In response to Lazili's question, Salu did not hold back, revealing everything. Wait, did you say underground laboratory? Which underground laboratory? Lazili was startled by Salu's claim of emerging from an underground lab. Of course, it's the underground laboratory beneath the one you have always occupied. And what of 17? Where is he? Lazili dismissed Salu's inquiries, contemplating the veracity of his words. She had visited the underground lab before, and aside from, there were no life forms present, unless he had emerged prior to. Could he be a failed creation of that old man? Perhaps he had escaped destruction by mere chance? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, did not require absorbing them to become a complete entity. Moreover, this creature was undeniably grotesque, resembling a failed cosmetic surgery. Just the sight of him was repugnant. Indeed, he must be a failed specimen. Lazili thought with conviction. If he were a failure, then it was her duty to assist the old man in eradicating him. Lazili gazed at Gero with an increasingly perilous glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, Gero, oblivious to the imminent danger, continued to scan his surroundings in search of Lapis. Chapter 33. The Sun Fist proves its worth. Android 18. You should consider yourself fortunate. Once you are absorbed by me, a flawless and invincible superhuman will emerge in this world. This is the ultimate warrior that Dr. Gero has tirelessly pursued for years. Having absorbed countless individuals, Gero's power had significantly surged, leading to a swollen sense of superiority that rendered him dismissive of Lazili. Should she willingly allow herself to be absorbed? It would be ideal. Otherwise, he regarded it merely as a waste of time and forcibly consuming her essence. Unbeknownst to Gero, with each word he uttered, the frostiness in Lazili's gaze intensified. Flawless? Invincible ultimate warrior? Such proclamations were nothing short of absurd. Gero's words elicited nothing but disdain from Lazili, who, like him, was the product of a fusion of various martial arts master cells. Moyuan only needed to cultivate himself to attain formidable power. As for Shalu, Razali could distinctly sense the mottled aura emanating from him, along with the resentment of countless souls. Clearly, Shala had acquired his current strength by absorbing the life energy of numerous humans. Such reliance on external forces for enhancement is indicative of a flawed being. Moreover, Shala's current power is hardly impressive. It is perplexing to ponder where he derives the audacity to attempt to absorb the essence of both herself and Lapisai. Ultimately, Razali reached a conclusion. Shalu is a dim-witted inferior product. Yet, Shalu was not entirely devoid of intellect. While he attempted to captivate Razali's attention with his words, his tail stealthily amassed energy behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It seems you are unwilling, he remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he noticed Razali's utter indifference. Razali remained expressionless, her gaze icy as she regarded Shala without uttering a single word. Not a single punctuation mark of his words warranted her belief. Since you refuse, I shall not compel you. With that, Shala turned away, seemingly poised to depart. However, at the instant he pivoted, his needle-like tail moved. Like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, it lunged toward Razali with lightning speed. Razali appeared momentarily taken aback, showing no inclination to evade. Join with me. Shala laughed maniacally, certain of his victory. Yet, in the face of Shalu's inevitable strike, Razali found it utterly mundane, even stifling a yawn. Too slow. For Razali, Shalu's sudden assault was excruciatingly tardy. Just as the tail was about to make contact, she finally acted. The young girl drew forth her delicate, pale hand from her bosom. Though her movement seemed languid, it precisely grasped Shala's lightning-fast tail. What? Shala gasped in shock as his tail was ensnared by an overwhelming force, his previously triumphant expression replaced by one of sheer panic. Razali scrutinized the needle-like tip of Shala's tail, asking, "Is this what you use to siphon the life energy from humans? What are your intentions?" Disregarding Shala's response, Razali concentrated the energy within her body into her hand, enveloping it in a pure white aura. Then, using her hand as a conduit, the energy spread along Shala's tail. The sensation was searing, an intense burning coursed through the appendage. The excruciating pain of the burn elicited a piercing scream from Cell, like a creature ablaze. He yearned to flee, yet his tail was firmly clutched by Lazuli. Gripped by an overwhelming force, he found himself utterly incapable of extricating his tail. Just as the searing agony threatened to spread throughout his entire being, Cell made a swift and resolute decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his own tail. Drip. Drip, purple blood oozed from the severed appendage, cascading onto the ground. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the recent turn of events. According to the data provided by Dr. Gero, his power was supposed to surpass that of androids 17 and 18. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught of android 18. This was inconceivable. Unbeknownst to Cell, this timeline had undergone profound alterations due to his and Trunks' arrival. Both Lazuli and Lapis, even before their training, possessed strength that surpassed that of the future timeline's androids 17 and 18. Not to mention, they had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. With their current prowess, unless Cell achieved his perfect form, it was utterly impossible for him to contend with either of them. Certainly, it is primarily due to the formidable strength of Lapis. Currently, Shara finds himself devoid of any fighting spirit, solely desiring to flee and continue absorbing humans. Once his power reaches a sufficient level, he intends to return and absorb Lazuli. However, before he can escape, he must seek Lazuli's consent. Despite his current weakness, Shara possesses the ability to absorb humans to rapidly enhance his strength. If left unchecked, he could pose a significant threat to them. Furthermore, this grotesque creature harbors the delusion of absorbing the siblings. He must not be allowed to leave. Resolute in her decision, Lazuli initiates the attack. With remarkable speed, she manifests her presence behind Sheru. Her long, alluring legs transform into lethal weapons, striking directly at Shara's head. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, Sheru is unable to react in time. When Lazuli's foot connects with his head, he experiences a moment of disorientation, his mind muddled as if submerged in a thick fog. He is propelled away as if struck by a speeding freight truck. Seizing the moment, Lazuli pursues the airborne Sheru with relentless speed. What follows is akin to a game of soccer, with Sheru unwittingly cast as the ball. Lazuli, like a child discovering a new toy, revels in her aerial play. Although this plaything is decidedly unattractive, it nonetheless offers a pleasing sensation with each kick. Sheru remains on the defensive, utterly incapable of mounting any form of counteraction. Realizing the peril of his situation, Sheru understands that he must act quickly lest he be killed. A fierce instinct for survival sharpens his mind as he begins to seek any possible escape routes. After a brief period of amusement, Lazuli decides to conclude the game. With a powerful kick, she sends Sheru hurtling toward the ground, while a terrifying energy gathers in her hand. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity as Lazuli prepares to strike, Sheru spreads his arms wide beside his head. Solar flare. A blinding light erupts from Sheru, illuminating the surroundings. Though Lazuli's enhanced physique grants her extraordinary capabilities, her eyes remain vulnerable. Suddenly, the world before her is engulfed in a blinding whiteness, and a sharp pain compels her to shut her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Sheru seizes the chance to suppress his energy and swiftly escapes into the forest. utilizing the cover of the trees to make his departure. Chapter 34, Confession Sister, what's wrong? Are you hurt? A familiar voice resonates in Lazili's ears, causing her to lower her guard. Upon emerging from the spirit time house, Moyuan quickly realized that Lazili was no longer atop the temple. Android 16 informed him that a grotesque green creature resembling an insect had arrived, proclaiming its intent to absorb both Lazili and Lapis to attain its perfect form. However, it was evident that the creature, Cell, was significantly weaker than Lazili, as it was swiftly defeated. From 16's description, Moyuan deduced that this insect-like monster was indeed Cell. Although he was aware that Lazili's current prowess surpassed that of Cell, a twinge of concern crept into Moyuan's mind. Having just exited the spirit time house, he sensed no signs of battle, prompting him to act without delay. He immediately unleashed his psychic vision. Soon, he spotted Lazili beneath Corinth Tower. Notably absent was the presence of Cell, likely having fled due to its inability to contend with her. However, something appeared amiss with Lazili. The thought that she might be in distress sent a wave of anxiety through Moyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards her at his utmost speed. Lazili herself was perplexed by her condition. Initially, she felt nothing unusual, but upon hearing Moyuan's voice, an inexplicable sense of grievance washed over her, causing her lips to pout involuntarily. Coupled with the stinging pain in her eyes from a blow she received, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, rendering her a pitiable sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Observing Lazili's distress, Moyuan became alarmed, circling around her to assess any injuries. Upon examination, he discovered that her eyes bore only minor harm, which would soon mend. "Sister, please tell me if you're unwell," he implored, a hint of urgency in his voice. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lazili replied softly, "I'm fine." Her voice was tinged with a slight quiver. Indeed, aside from her eyes, she suffered no other injuries, perhaps just a mild soreness from kicking Cell earlier. "Cell, do you hear the words of the people?" Moreover, after some time had passed, the discomfort in her eyes had lessened considerably, the stinging sensation nearly dissipated. Lazili slowly opened her eyes, tears still glistening in their corners. Her once bright eyes appeared even more luminous with moisture, a testament to her earlier distress. Yet, she felt a twinge of melancholy over Cell's escape. "It's a relief to know you are well," Moyuan reassured her. Moyuan gently cupped Lazili's face, his fingers softly wiping away the tears that glistened in her eyes. As she felt the warmth of his palm against her skin, a comforting heat enveloped her. Gazing upon Moyuan's handsome visage, Lazili could not help but feel her cheeks flush with a delicate hue. The facade of an authoritative older sister she had maintained in his presence dissipated in that moment. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, she sensed a soft spot within her heart being tenderly touched. This sensation of being cherished, it was rather delightful indeed. Lazili found herself not only unperturbed by this feeling, but genuinely enjoying it, albeit with a hint of shyness. This demure demeanor of hers captivated Moyuan, for it was the first time Lazili had revealed such bashfulness before him. Typically, she would tease him with the audacity of a rogue. Noticing his infatuated gaze, Lazili felt a mix of embarrassment and secret joy. Attempting to feign composure, she playfully retorted, "Fool, have you not yet had your fill of looking?" "Ah." Moyuan suddenly embraced Lazili tightly, his hands clasping her as if to meld her into his very being. Resting his chin upon her shoulder, he whispered softly in her ear, "Not enough. A lifetime would never suffice." S-word struck deep within's heart like a piercing arrow. Feeling the warmth of, experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. She enveloped his waist with her delicate arms, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Suddenly, after an indeterminate passage of time, recalled that she had pressing matters to attend to and quickly extricated herself from his embrace. She then recounted to him the words spoken by moments earlier. Initially, had dismissed remarks, but upon reflection, they struck her as peculiar. For instance, he had mentioned that he would be born in 24 years. Yet, the underground laboratory had already been obliterated. And how could he, destined to appear 2 decades hence, manifest now? He must be an incarnation of me from another dimension. What? Found this hard to fathom. After all, and were not merely different, they were entirely dissimilar. Aside from the fact that both were synthesized from other cells, their appearances, essences, and every aspect were completely divergent. Moreover, required the absorption of their siblings to evolve into his complete form. If also needed such absorption, he could have achieved his full potential long ago. In the room of spirit and time, had shown no defenses against. Furthermore, given his current strength, even combined, she could not hope to match him. The fact that refrained from attacking them indicated that he harbored no intentions of doing so. nodded solemnly, his expression grave. He resolved to disclose part of his truth. Aside from his origins of transcendence, he would be forthright with. According to the information relayed to me by the computer, I should not have been able to manifest so soon, and it also mentioned that absorbing you would allow me to attain my complete form. Perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstance, I was born prematurely, and I realized that the information from the computer was inaccurate. I could achieve my complete form merely through cultivation, without the need to absorb you. Was utterly astonished. Yet, the disparity between you two is staggering. He is so unseemly. How could he possibly share the same mother? According to the data provided, Doctor had indeed designed me to possess that ghastly appearance. Nevertheless, dear sister, you must trust me. I would never cause you harm. Moyu's gaze was fixed intently on Lazili, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. He feared that she might doubt his words and distance herself from him because of this matter. It must be said that Moyu's declaration had a profound impact on Lazili. Nevertheless, she chose to trust him, and her faith stemmed from a singular reason. Had Moyu truly intended to harm them? He possessed ample opportunities to do so both in the past and present, yet he refrained from taking any such action. Thus, Lazili placed her trust in him. It's all right. My sister believes in you, she reassured him, sensing the turmoil within his heart as she gently embraced him. However, the threat posed by Cell was undeniably troublesome. He would undoubtedly seek ways to target both her and Lapith. Lazili felt a twinge of anxiety. For the extent of Cell's strength derived from absorbing human energy was an unknown variable. In merely one day, he had absorbed hundreds of thousands of humans, emerging far stronger than he had been before his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Considering Earth's population of billions, one could only imagine the magnitude of power he would attain if he absorbed them all. Do not worry, I will find a way to deal with Cell, she affirmed. Moyuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Lazili and Lapisai were his kin, and he would never allow anyone to harm them. Since earlier, his inner sight had remained open, enveloping the entirety of the earth. Under the watchful gaze of his perception, Shalu was utterly exposed. At this moment, Shalu had traversed a considerable distance across the globe. On the opposite side of the earth, however, if Moyuan flew at full speed, it would only take him a few minutes to reach. Wait, how could he possess such a thing? Suddenly, Moyuan's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 35, Shalu escapes to the future timeline. What is happening? Moyuan's reaction left Lazili feeling somewhat uneasy. As observed come to an abrupt halt, he unexpectedly produced a small box from seemingly nowhere. From this box, he extracted a universal capsule. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and soon a uniquely designed machine manifested upon the ground. This machine was none other than the time machine that had once belonged to. Was taken aback by the formidable strength of this world's androids, and an unsettling feeling crept over him, as though a voice deep within urged him to flee. The reality he faced was starkly different from the history etched in his memory. The presence of an additional android, 16, along with the terrifying power of the androids that surpassed historical records, illuminated the extraordinary nature of this timeline. Had encountered, or the within this, he would have grasped the true essence of cruelty. The thought of abandoning this place stirred a sense of reluctance within. After all, he had yet to achieve his ultimate form. However, time was of the essence. Remaining in this timeline posed an ever-present risk to his life. It would be wiser to depart in search of alternative possibilities. Moreover, he had encountered an adult, a figure he recognized all too well. In his original timeline, was the one he had slain. Thus, the of this timeline must undoubtedly belong to a third timeline. The mere fact that existed here indicated that androids 17 and 18 from the third timeline remained unharmed. Having acquired the time machine from, devised a cunning plan. He resolved to travel to the third timeline to absorb those two androids. Once he achieved his complete form, he would return to this timeline. The androids here were undeniably powerful. Absorbing them could potentially elevate him beyond his complete form, transforming him into an even greater entity. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated this. With a sudden resolve, he executed a decisive act, severing his lower half. Due to the time machine's limited size, it could not accommodate his entire being. During his previous journey to this timeline, he had foolishly chosen to regress into an egg, a decision that had squandered years of his existence. With the abilities bestowed upon him by his scion heritage, he could have physically diminished his form, only to restore it upon traversing timelines. Manipulating his upper half into the time machine, he pressed a series of buttons before casting a final, lingering glance at the world he was leaving behind. I shall return. The time machine vanished in an instant. leaving behind only the lower half of Cell and a pool of violet blood. Cursed be the fate, I was a moment too late. Shortly after Cell's departure, Moyuan arrived. Upon witnessing Cell extract the time machine, he had no time to explain to Lazuli and rushed over at full speed. Alas, he still arrived too late. Gazing at the severed limb on the ground, Moyuan felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that Cell would acquire a time machine. Such a turn of events was absent from the original narrative. It seems that my presence has altered the course of this timeline. Aside from the discarded time machine Cell arrived with, the only other one on Earth belonged to Trunks. Peering with a discerning eye, I discerned that Trunks was currently at Bulma's home in West City, where she was busy repairing the abandoned time machine. Presumably, the time machine Cell utilized originated from Trunks. Moyuan effortlessly unleashed a wave of energy, vaporizing the severed limbs on the ground to prevent environmental contamination. Although it was somewhat regrettable that Shara managed to escape, Moyuan felt no significant fear. After all, who among them was not a complete entity? Possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. Having devoted a year in the underground laboratory to training, coupled with a year and a half spent in the spirit time room, he has amassed a total of 2.5 years as a martial arts apprentice. With such a solid foundation, feels unperturbed by any challenges that may arise. However, this realization has instilled within him a sense of vigilance. This world is tangible, and his presence is bound to alter its course, rendering the original narrative obsolete. For instance, today he had been certain that the creature, Cell, could not escape his grasp. Hence, he refrained from pursuing him immediately, allowing Cell to flee instead. Little did he anticipate that Cell would acquire a time machine and escape to another timeline. This lesson has been duly noted by who vows never to commit such a rudimentary mistake again. Meanwhile, in West City, Trunks is engulfed in anxiety, unable to find solace in his surroundings. The loss of the time machine instills a profound dread within him, as he fears Cell may venture into the future. Without his presence, the Earth of the future timeline would be as vulnerable as a ripe fruit, easily manipulated by any adversary. Thoughts of his mother weigh heavily on him, and Trunks dares not delve further into such distressing contemplations. He has lost the motivation to train alongside Vegeta, consumed solely by the desire to see Bulma repair the time machine, so he can return to the future without delay. Above all, he must thwart that monstrous entity. In the future timeline, amidst the desolation, a peculiar machine materializes from thin air. Its transparent lid gradually lifts, and a green creature, possessing only half a body, floats out. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would surely think they had encountered a specter. This half-bodied monster, with purple liquid dripping from its severed waist, would instill fear in anyone who laid eyes upon it. Cell inhales deeply, savoring the sin of war and death. The thrill is intoxicating. Androids 17 and 18. I shall soon come for you, he muses, relishing the anticipation. You must have been waiting for this moment for quite some time, haven't you? As he envisions himself absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form, he cannot suppress a maniacal laughter. After a moment, Cell finally regains his composure. It is time to attend to business. Shara harnessed the energy within his body, and in a brief moment, his lower half emerged from the fractured remnants. Subsequently, he stowed away the time machine, as he would rely on this device to return to his original timeline. However, Shara soon encountered a pressing issue. The energy source of the time machine had been depleted. The remaining power had sufficed only for his arrival in this era, leaving no surplus for the return journey. Fortunately, Shara was aware that there existed individuals capable of remedying this predicament. While the energy concern was trivial, the paramount objective now lay in absorbing the androids, number 17 and number 18. As for the prowess of the androids in this timeline, Shara felt no trepidation. He had previously encountered Trunks from this era, and given Trunks' modest strength, he had managed to survive under the android's dominion for numerous years. This indicated that the android's capabilities in this timeline were likely comparable to those in his own. They could not possibly be exceedingly formidable. Chapter 36. The onslaught of the androids. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries heralded the somber symphony of doom. In this realm, rife with death and despair, humanity could only cower in the dimmest corners, too fearful to emerge. Grayness had become the prevailing hue of this world. In a concealed underground refuge for humans, a middle-aged woman with blue hair, clad in a white lab coat, diligently wielded her tools, perspiration glistening upon her brow as she toiled before a machine. After an extended period, she finally paused, wiping the sweat from her face with her sleeve, revealing a weary yet joyful smile. At last, she had succeeded. With the establishment of this nutrient extraction machine, the urgent issue of food scarcity could be addressed. In this apocalyptic era, humanity found itself incapable of cultivating crops. The androids could emerge at any moment, rendering it impossible for people to remain in one place for any length of time. They were left to subsist on wild animals and foraged greens. As for the supplies within the cities, 2 decades have passed since the arrival of the androids, and the resources within the city have either been destroyed or rendered inedible due to the passage of time. Although wild resources abound, the threat of android attacks compels individuals to venture out alone or in pairs, shunning group excursions. This cautious approach indeed reduces the likelihood of detection by androids. Yet it also significantly diminishes their harvest. Most people find themselves barely subsisting, often managing only a single meal a day. Insufficient to sate their hunger, merely a means to stave off starvation. Bulma picked up a piece of wood and placed it into the machine, then pressed the switch. The device whirred into action, and within 2 minutes, it produced a transparent liquid resembling water. She brought the cup of nutrient solution to her nose, inhaling its scent. The aroma of wood was neither unpleasant nor particularly fragrant. Without hesitation, Bulma consumed the liquid in one gulp. A bitter taste spread across her palate, reminiscent of medicinal concoctions. Yet, this bitterness did not dampen her spirits. She savored the flavor as if it were a sweet nectar. After drinking the nutrient solution, she could distinctly feel her bodily functions revitalizing, akin to having enjoyed a hearty meal. Although the taste was unpalatable, at least she would not suffer from hunger, would she? Trunks. The thought abruptly ceased, just as Bulma wished to share her joy with her son. She was struck by the realization that he had taken the time machine to another dimension in search of the strength to defeat the androids. A wave of concern washed over her as she reflected on her son. Several days had elapsed, and she wondered how he was faring in that realm. Had Goku's illness been cured? And what of Vegeta? The mere thought of him caused Bulma to shake her head in resignation, hoping he might set aside a modicum of his pride. Yet, she understood that such a hope was futile. After all, he was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Scions, was he not? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a series of intense explosions outside. The quaking earth knocked Bulma off her feet, but this was not the first instance of such chaos. Over the past 2 decades, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Remaining calm, she rose from the ground and began to gather her belongings, packing everything into her multifunctional capsule. Dr. Bulma, a voice called out, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Several armed individuals rushed in from outside. A burly man with a thick beard addressed her urgently. Dr. Bulma, we must evacuate at once. The androids have arrived. Bulma nodded and said, yes, I have prepared everything. Is everyone else gathered? They're all assembled and ready to depart as soon as you arrive. Indeed. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure from this place. After years of evasion, they dared not linger for even a moment. Their movements were swift and decisive, and they quickly joined the others. Thanks to Trunks' protection and Bulma's frequent inventions of machines that enhanced human survival, their numbers had grown significantly, nearing 1,000. While this may seem modest, it constituted the largest congregation on Earth. Should their ranks swell further, their whereabouts would be easily exposed, making them vulnerable to the androids. Thus, they were compelled to disperse into several smaller strongholds to avoid being eradicated all at once. Bulma often devised new machines for Trunks to deliver to other outposts, ensuring humanity's continued existence on the planet. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from outside. Children huddled in their mothers' arms, trembling with fear, while adults clutched their children tightly, faces etched with terror. Despite having endured such experiences numerous times, the dread in their hearts remained unabated. Jia, come here, called a bearded man to a young fellow not far away. What is it, uncle? Jia responded promptly, joining him along with a group of a dozen young men. The bearded man removed the rifle slung over his shoulder and handed it to Diameter. Take this. It will be in your hands from now on. The other older men followed suit, relinquishing their rifles to the younger ones, retaining only a few grenades. Uncle. Jia's eyes glistened at their gesture. They had faced this scene countless times before. Whenever the androids attacked, the older generation would stay behind to confront them, while the youth took up arms to lead the others to safety. Rather than a defense, it was more a means to satiate the androids' thirst for destruction. Once they had had their fill, they would inevitably depart. This had been the pattern for 20 years. Otherwise, humanity would have long since been annihilated. The androids played a cruel game of cat and mouse, gradually eroding human resistance before devouring them whole. The bearded man gently patted Jia's shoulder, gazing at him with calm reassurance. Do not be disheartened. We have managed to survive for 20 years, and that is enough. Other gentlemen engaged in the same actions, fully aware of the impending challenges they were about to face. Yet, they exhibited not a trace of fear. Their every deed was merely to leave a spark for humanity. "Commence!" commanded the bearded elder with a resonant voice. Everyone moved with remarkable orderliness. A dozen or so gentlemen followed closely behind him, their resolute gazes, steadfast strides, and indomitable faith coalescing into a formidable presence that stirred the soul. They advanced with powerful steps toward the entrance. Gero watched their retreating figures, tears streaming from his eyes like a leaky faucet. Bulma, her eyes glistening with tears, gently patted Gero's back in silence. Suddenly, Gero lifted his head and shouted at them. "Elder, what is your name?" With a creak, the doors swung open, yet the bearded elder did not pause, continuing onward. Once outside, they shut the door firmly. Just as it was about to close, leaving only a narrow gap, a few clear words reached Gero's ears. "Sloan." Chapter 37, The Powerful Artificial Human Boom. The door slammed shut, and the figures of the gentlemen vanished. "Sloan? Elder Sloan." A radiant smile broke through Gero's tear-streaked face. This was the first time he learned the name of Elder Sloan. For 10 years, whenever he inquired about the elder's name, he would always respond that names were inconsequential and that he should simply call him Elder. None in the entire outpost knew his true name. The older ones referred to him as the bearded elder, while the younger ones simply called him Elder. Since the day Sloan rescued him from the ruins a decade ago, Gero had remained by his side. Throughout these years, he had come to regard Sloan as a father figure. Wiping away his tears, Gero realized there was no time for sentimentality. They had to leave this place swiftly, otherwise, the sacrifice of the gentleman would hold no meaning. Gero raised the weapon entrusted to him by Elder Sloan and shouted, "Let us depart." Bulma concealed her sorrow, harboring a silent resentment towards her own ineptitude. As a brilliant scientist, her expertise was lamentably skewed. Despite her ability to fabricate machines capable of traversing time and space, her accomplishments in weaponry had been woefully inadequate. Compounded by the relentless pursuit of androids, the scarcity of materials for weapon research had resulted in her producing only a handful of ordinary arms over the years. Although these creations surpassed the weaponry of the past, they remained utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon the androids. Even if the androids stood idly by, the weapons could not breach their defenses. Ultimately, these arms had become little more than tools for hunting. Boom. The golden-haired girl and the dark-haired boy unleashed beams of light from their hands, each strike resulting in violent explosions that painted the sky a vivid crimson. The pair gazed at the fiery spectacle with faint smiles, as if savoring a grand fireworks display. Not far from them, several weathered individuals concealed themselves behind rocks, occasionally peeking out to unleash a hail of gunfire. Their marksmanship was impressive, with 7 or 8 out of every 10 bullets finding their mark. Yet, the bullets seemed to ricochet off an impenetrable steel, sparking without causing any harm. The boy and girl appeared increasingly irritated by the incessant harassment of the bullets. Raising their hands, they directed beams of light towards the assailants' hiding spots, leaving behind nothing but charred corpses. Damn it! Just emerging from their stronghold, Sloane's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly bursting with rage, an inferno of fury ignited within him as he retrieved a grenade and hurled it with force towards the androids. Upon seeing the grenade soar towards him, Android 17 smirked disdainfully, raising a hand to swat it away without a second thought. However, the moment his hand made contact with the grenade, countless fissures erupted across its surface, blinding light streaming through the cracks and illuminating the faces of androids 17 and 18. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the blast sent Sloan and his companions hundreds of meters away, tumbling to the ground. A direct hit. Lying on the ground, Sloan gazed up at the mushroom cloud with a face full of hope. This grenade had been crafted by Bulma at great expense, its power magnitudes greater than that of a regular grenade. As he beheld the immense explosion it had wrought, Sloan dared not claim that it would annihilate the androids in one fell swoop, but surely it would inflict some injury upon them, at the very least. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sloan and his companions fixated their gaze on the epicenter of the explosion. The thick haze was slowly swept away by the wind, revealing 2 shadowy figures within. How could this be possible? Once the smoke cleared, Sloan and his group stared in disbelief at the 2 individuals standing resolutely in place. The artificial beings stood with their arms crossed, wearing mocking smiles upon their faces. Apart from their somewhat tattered clothing, they bore no visible injuries whatsoever. Although Sloan and his companions had speculated about the formidable nature of these beings, they had never faced one directly. They could not fathom that even such a powerful grenade could inflict no harm upon them. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. They could not help but wonder, could humanity truly defeat these two monsters? 17 brushed the dust from his attire, expressing his boredom. 18. I no longer wish to continue playing. This is far too dull. Hearing this, 18 nodded slightly, confirming the tedium of their current endeavor. Indeed. Let us eradicate humanity and then venture to another planet for amusement. Their casual tone rendered the annihilation of humanity seem like a trivial task. Yes, let us proceed. 18 voiced no objections to 17's suggestion. She had grown weary of this game of hunting humans for 2 decades. It was time for a change. Perhaps the destruction of humanity? Or the obliteration of Earth? A cruel smile graced 18's exquisite features as they resolved to abandon this game. With no desire to squander any more time, the two of them prepared to eliminate every human on Earth with utmost efficiency. Their first target would be the insignificant beings before them. Sloan and his team, upon witnessing the malevolence etched on the faces of the artificial beings, instinctively knew their intentions were far from benevolent. Block their path, Sloan bellowed, pulling a grenade from his pocket and hurling it towards the artificial beings. The dozen or so individuals behind him followed suit, unleashing a barrage of grenades upon them. 17 and 18 appeared oblivious to the incoming projectiles, allowing them to strike without resistance. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously as the smoke settled around the buried figures of the artificial beings. Sloan dared not relax for even an instant. He understood that these grenades were utterly ineffective. However, they had never entertained the notion of annihilating the beings. Their sole intention was to delay them, granting others precious moments for escape. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Sloan felt an ominous premonition, especially the mocking grin of the artificial beings that haunted his mind like a nightmare. Hurry, throw all the grenades. I have discarded everything. It has all been thrown away. So have I. I am out of options. Everyone has expressed that they have exhausted their grenades. The depletion of grenades signifies that they are now entirely unarmed. Sloan and his companions stood on high alert, preparing to confront the androids with bare hands. Get down, Sloan exclaimed as he spotted a flicker of light through the smoke. In an instant, everyone scattered in panic. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot from the haze, striking the very spot where they had just stood. Boom. In an instant, the ground was blasted into a crater approximately 10 meters wide. Several slower individuals were annihilated in the explosion, while others suffered grievous injuries, their legs shattered. Damn it. Sloan seethed with rage upon witnessing the horrific fate of his comrades. The androids, designated number 17 and number 18, relished the sight of Sloan's furious despair, deriving an inexplicable satisfaction from the helpless fury of their prey. Once more, they raised their hands, their fingertips glowing ominously. Take cover, Sloan shouted urgently to his companions, his heart racing with dread. Number 17 and number 18 coldly observed the frantic escape of the others, a smirk forming at the corners of their lips. With swift precision, beams of light erupted from their fingers, as quick as lightning. Sloan suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest, followed by the agonizing sight of a beam piercing through him. He staggered forward a couple of steps before succumbing to the ground, powerless. In that moment, he envisioned his parents waving at him. Father, Mother, are you finally here to take me away? Sloan understood that his time was up. His heart had been shattered. Yet, he found solace in knowing that they had bought enough time. Surely, everyone had managed to escape safely. Now, he could finally rest. So weary, Sloan gently closed his eyes, a smile gracing his face, devoid of resentment, only relief. Diameter. You must live on. Chapter 38. The End of Humanity? In the wilderness, a convoy of over 100 vehicles sped forward at breakneck speed. Above them, a blonde girl and a dark-haired boy hovered in the air, closely pursuing. Damn it. Dia slammed her hand against the steering wheel in frustration. What could these two androids possibly want? For the past half hour, they had been tailing them without launching an attack, merely following closely. Initially, they had contemplated dispersing the convoy to escape individually. However, any vehicle that strayed from the formation was swiftly obliterated, along with its occupants, by the hovering androids. Dia. Change direction. Ahead lies a dead end. Bulma furrowed her brow as she gazed at the map. All right. Dia immediately turned the steering wheel, preparing to change direction. Just as Dia made the turn, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far in front of their vehicle and creating a massive crater in the once relatively flat terrain. With a resounding crack, debris from the explosion shattered against the windshield, leaving it webbed with a myriad of fractures. In that moment, Both Bulma and Jia grasped the harrowing reality. The androids were intent on driving them off a cliff. Jia gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes narrowing at the gaping chasm ahead. Yet, they found themselves with no alternative to remain stationary meant certain death, while to proceed offered merely a fleeting extension of life. Dr. Bulma, let us confront them, Jia declared through clenched teeth, unable to contain his fury any longer. The pursuit of the androids signified the demise of the man he had regarded as a father, Uncle Sloan. Now, they were to be toyed with by their adversaries. With death inevitable, he reasoned, it would be better to fight back. Doctor, you stay in the car. We will divert the android's attention, he insisted. Absolutely not. Bulma swiftly rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. Jia met her serious gaze. Dr. Bulma, you are humanity's hope. Without you and Lord Trunks, we would have perished from hunger or fallen to the androids long ago. Should we perish, it is but a fleeting loss. But your survival ensures a better future for humanity in this apocalypse. For the sake of mankind's future, I implore you. Jia understood that, without Trunks' protection and Bulma's inventions, their survival in this hellish world would have been inconceivable. Ultimately, Bulma succumbed to Jia's pleading gaze. With her reluctant consent, Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then seized his weapon and opened the car door. Exiting the vehicle, he raised his gun and bellowed, "Brothers, let us stand and fight." Most of their comrades at this base had already fallen, leaving primarily young men in their teens and 20s, all of whom were seething with rage after being toyed with by the androids. Fear had long since abandoned them. They were determined to break through the very heavens themselves. Thus, upon hearing Dia's call, they all leapt from the vehicle, guns raised, aiming at the androids above. Fire. With a single command from Dia, everyone immediately opened fire. Bullets cascaded like mercury, enveloping the air around number 17 and number 18 from all directions. Unfazed, they crossed their arms, showing no inclination to evade. The onslaught was merely tedious. Number 17 extended a finger and gently flicked it. A minuscule energy orb shot forth from his fingertip, swiftly descending amidst the crowd below. Boom! A brilliant explosion erupted, illuminating the sky. The orb's arrival was so swift and its power so immense that evasion was utterly impossible. It not only claimed the lives of several young warriors, but also obliterated nearby vehicles in an instant. Run! Jia bellowed. As if rehearsed, everyone scrambled into their vehicles, which then dispersed in every direction. The occupants were not idle. They opened their sunroofs, poking their heads out and firing frantically at the airborne androids. A knowing glance passed between number 17 and number 18. With a smirk, number 17 decided to indulge them in a little competition. Let's see who can claim more lives. Number 18 dashed forward, her hands radiating a blinding light. Energy orbs erupted from her palms. Boom, boom, ha. Number 18 cackled maniacally, her shots raining down without the need for precision, the speed of her energy orbs rivaling that of a Gatling gun. With boundless energy at her disposal, she had no concerns about depleting her power. When pressed, she could pierce through with singular strikes. When abundant, she unleashed relentless firepower. Clearly, she belonged to the latter category. The explosions were relentless, raising clouds of dust from the ground. Soon, a thick haze engulfed the area within several kilometers. At last, number 18 ceased her frenzied assault. Under her barrage, not a single inch of land within that expanse had escaped devastation. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed a landscape riddled with craters, reminiscent of the moon's surface. Vehicles and people had vanished, not having fled, but rather reduced to mere dust in the aftermath of the explosions. Monsters. Demons. They're demons. Mom, I'm scared. The sight left humanity in sheer horror. Those with fragile mental fortitude trembled uncontrollably, devoid of strength. At that moment, number 17 descended from the sky, holding a person in his grasp. It was Dr. Bulma. Dia was taken aback upon seeing the figure in the hands of number 17. He never anticipated that an android would directly assault Bulma. Number 17 threw Bulma to the ground, casually remarking, "No wonder you all went to such lengths to divert us." It was for her all along. Number 17 was well aware of who Bulma was, having seen her profile in the data provided by Dr. Gero, the brilliant scientist Bulma, who was also the mother of Trunks, the very individual who had thwarted them multiple times. It was no surprise that these humans would risk their lives for her. Dia, witnessing Bulma's capture, could no longer contain himself and charged forward, his weapon spewing flames. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Every bullet struck number 17. Annoying little insects, he sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. In an instant, he vanished from sight and reappeared before Dia, delivering a seemingly casual punch to his abdomen. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant blow bent Dia over like a shrimp, blood and bile spewing from his mouth. He felt as though his very insides were being twisted, his strength sapped, and his consciousness fading. After knocking Dia down, number 17 disregarded him and strode directly towards Bulma. He seized her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly. Aren't you here to protect her? Come on then, he taunted. The young warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, yet dared not fire. For number 17 held Bulma in front of him. A shot would undoubtedly harm her. Moreover, firearms were ineffective against androids. They could only watch helplessly. Heh, it seems you no longer wish to save her, number 17 observed, sensing their inaction. He began to exert pressure with his hand. As he tightened his grip, Bulma struggled to breathe, her face turning a deep shade of purple from lack of oxygen. She clawed at number 17's hand, desperately trying to pry it away. But her strength was no match for his. Gradually, her struggles weakened, her awareness beginning to fade. Trunks. In that moment, Bulma longed to see her son one last time, but alas, cackling ominously, a voice echoed in her ear. I can't allow you to kill her. Suddenly, Bulma felt the grip on her neck loosen. She collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Finally, I've found you, androids number 17 and 18. A sinister voice echoed once more. Bulma looked up to find a tall, green figure before her. Her first instinct was to assume it was Piccolo, but upon closer inspection, she realized that aside from the similar hue, this being bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. His green skin was adorned with a multitude of dark spots, and the wings on his back resembled those of an insect, while his face, too, evoked an insect-like appearance. Overall, he struck her as quite repulsive and grotesque. This insect-like creature grasped the hand of android 17, which had previously been choking her. At that moment, Bulma understood that she had been saved by him. Instantly, her perception of this strange figure became more favorable. Who might you be? She inquired. Upon hearing her question, the creature's eyes glinted as he replied, I am Cell, a friend of Trunks. He sent me here to deal with these two androids. Trunks? Bulma was taken aback. Where is he? Trunks remains in another timeline. You are aware of the constraints of the time machine, are you not? It was already quite a challenge to fit me in. So he is waiting in another dimension for news of my success, Cell continued, weaving his tale. Bulma glanced at Cell's towering frame, exceeding 2 meters in height, and found herself somewhat persuaded by his words. Very well, let us discuss further once I have dealt with these androids, she said, intending to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Cell. However, Bulma was not one to be oblivious. She recognized that this was not the right time for idle chatter. She nodded affirmatively and retreated to rejoin the others. Monster, who are you? Android 17 exclaimed, as Cell's grip on his hand was unyielding, leaving him in a state of shock. Your power is truly feeble, but that is of no consequence, Cell remarked, sensing 17's strength, which was consistent with the information provided by Dr. Gero. His excitement surged as he gazed at androids 17 and 18, akin to a connoisseur admiring a delectable feast. In Cell's eyes, they were indeed no different from a sumptuous delicacy, destined to be consumed. Curse you, you hideous creature, perish. Android 17 seethed with rage. Having been mocked for his strength, it was always he who looked down upon others. When had it become his turn to be scorned? Once again, a repugnant creature looked down upon him. Number 17 leapt up, exerting all his strength to deliver a fierce kick to Cell, caught in a moment of delusion. Cell was taken by surprise and was sent flying by number 17's blow. He soared through the air as if struck by a cannonball, crashing into a mountain peak miles away, shattering it upon impact. Is this a jest? Such power. The nearby humans were once again awed by the might of the androids. Bulma stood in stunned silence. The very one who had just rescued her had been so effortlessly defeated? Wait, look over there. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone turned in the direction he indicated. A green figure was rapidly approaching them. In no time, Cell reappeared before them, and scathed, as if he had not just been sent flying. Cell touched the spot where he had been kicked by number 17 and grinned. Not bad, it even stings a little. Upon witnessing this, number 17 realized he was no match for Cell. He exchanged a knowing glance with number 18. As twins, they shared a unique telepathic bond, allowing them to understand each other with a mere look. In an instant, number 17 and number 18 utilized their high-speed movement to appear beside Cell, attacking him from either side. Be careful, the nearby humans gasped. Yet Cell made no move, as if oblivious to their presence. Bam, bam. Number 17 and number 18 each delivered a powerful kick to either side of Cell's neck. Impossible. 17 and 18 were utterly taken aback. Their expressions akin to those who had encountered a specter. They did not hold back in their assault, yet their unreserved strike seemed to collide with an indestructible stone. Not only did the stone remain unscathed, but they also felt a numbing reverberation through their feet. On the surface, it appeared that Cell had no defenses, yet in truth, his energy coursed through every fiber of his being. Upon arriving in this timeline, Cell had sought out androids 17 and 18, absorbing every human he encountered along the way, augmenting his power incrementally. Presently, his battle prowess had soared to an astounding 800 million. In contrast, the battle strength of the androids in this timeline was a mere 400 million, only half of Cell's might. This disparity in power was an insurmountable chasm. Just moments ago, even without defense, 17's full-force strike had only succeeded in pushing Cell back, but had failed to inflict any harm. Now that Cell had taken a defensive stance, they were not even worthy of making him budge. Cell's mocking laughter pierced the fragile pride of the two androids. Having dominated Earth for 2 decades, this was their first experience of disdain. In a moment of rage, they lost their composure. Their limbs became a blur as they launched relentless assaults upon Cell, their strikes interspersed with energy attacks. Yet Cell stood resolute, like a colossal mountain, impervious to the tempest around him. How formidable! The android's attacks were utterly ineffectual. I declare, henceforth, Cell shall be my idol. Is not your idol Dr. Bulma and Lord Trunks? Does having a girlfriend preclude me from having a younger sister figure? In an instant, Cell's image was magnified in the hearts of those watching. Even his insect-like visage seemed strikingly cool. 5 minutes elapsed. Having had his fill of the sport, Cell's hands moved with the precision of a striking serpent, swiftly seizing one leg of each android. Then, like wielding a colossal hammer, he lifted them high and brought them crashing to the ground. Boom! A massive pit, several meters deep, formed instantaneously. 17 and 18 lay at the bottom like defeated beasts, their garments tattered and bodies marred by a multitude of wounds, resembling 2 shattered porcelain dolls. Damn it! 17 and 18, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise from the ground. Their gazes toward Cell transformed, now infused with profound dread. Fear enveloped them. Cell's formidable power had unveiled the specter of death. Their fighting spirit had waned, leaving only the desire to flee, to escape this place. Energy coalesced in the hands of 17 and 18. Boom! 2 energy blasts erupted from their palms. Yet their target was not Cell, but the ground nearby. The blasts detonated upon impact, unleashing a cloud of dust and smoke. In that moment, 17 and 18, as if in unison, swiftly took advantage of the obscuring smoke to escape, darting in opposite directions. By the time the smoke cleared, they had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. Cell achieves perfection. What? The androids have fled, Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise at their disappearance. They cannot escape, Cell replied with an unsettling calm, showing no surprise at the androids' retreat. In fact, their ability to flee was precisely due to Cell's deliberate decision to let them go. Otherwise, given Cell's battle prowess, their escape would have been utterly impossible. Cell remained unperturbed, for he had already marked 17 and 18. Locating them would be a trivial matter. He produced a small box from his person and tossed it to Bulma. Bulma, this is the time machine. Its energy is depleted. I will go eliminate those 2 androids. Please replenish its energy as quickly as possible. Okay. Bulma responded, momentarily flustered as she almost fumbled the box. After delivering his instructions, Cell took off in pursuit, following the direction of the marks he had left. His intent in allowing the androids to escape was to avoid arousing Bulma's suspicions by absorbing them in her presence. After all, he needed her to replenish the time machine's energy. If Bulma detected anything amiss, she might refuse to assist him. To exercise caution, Cell ultimately resolved to allow androids 17 and 18 to escape, intending to absorb them in a different location. There was, of course, a second reason. He feared that if one android witnessed the other being absorbed, the latter might resort to self-destruction, rendering his efforts futile. Their separation at this moment was, therefore, precisely what Cell desired. After a while, Cell sensed the mark had come to a halt. Soon, a barren peak emerged before him, and the aura of the mark was nestled within its confines. Android 17 sat against the wall of a cave, his strength nearly depleted. Cell's previous strike had left him gravely injured, his internal organs battered, and fractures riddling his bones. He felt as though death were imminent. The sound of footsteps echoed starkly in the stillness. Android 17 braced himself against the wall and rose cautiously, his gaze fixed on the cave's entrance. Energy coalescing in his hands, radiating a perilous glow. His pupils dilated sharply. Although he had yet to see the intruder, he discerned a tall, oddly shaped silhouette. The characteristics of the shadow perfectly matched those of the monster that had inflicted his wounds. In an instant, as Cell appeared at the cave's mouth, Android 17 unleashed the gathered energy wave towards him without reservation. "Die, you hideous creature," he bellowed. The energy coalesced into a colossal beam of light, completely filling the cave's entrance. Yet, in the face of such formidable energy, Cell did not flinch. Instead, he chuckled. He confronted the energy wave head-on, refusing to evade. Just as the terrifying force was about to strike him, he finally made his move. With a swift motion, Cell redirected the energy wave, causing it to veer at a sharp angle and ascend into the sky. Licking his lips, Cell could hardly contain his eagerness to savor this delectable feast. The tip of his tail glimmered ominously. Without further ado, he vanished, reappearing beside Android 17, who, gravely injured, was powerless to resist. The tip of Cell's tail expanded into a bell-like shape. "What do you intend to do?" Android 17 cried out in terror. "Become my nourishment." Cell cackled as his bell-shaped tail, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, engulfed Android 17 entirely. A colossal surge of energy surged into Cell's body, prompting an involuntary roar from him. The energy coursed through his being, and Cell felt himself strengthening at an astonishing rate. With a thunderous eruption, his form radiated a dazzling white light, a tremendous aura exploding forth from within him. The terrifying force instantaneously leveled the mountain to the ground. A sphere of white light hovered in the air, gradually converging to reveal his robust physique. After absorbing Android 17, Cell had finally transformed into his perfect form. This mature incarnation bore a closer resemblance to a human, with his facial features distinctly pronounced. Power, immense power, ha ha ha. With his transformation, Cell's laughter had become notably melodious. Sensing the formidable strength within him, he felt invincible, believing he could effortlessly vanquish even the Android 18 from that previous timeline. His battle power had surged to a staggering 8 billion, a tenfold increase. Having savored the magnificence of his perfected state, Cell could hardly contain his eagerness to absorb Android 18 and attain his ultimate form. If his mature state was already so formidable, how unparalleled would his complete form be? With newfound speed, Cell moved with astonishing swiftness, locating Android 18 in mere minutes. Employing the same method, he swiftly consumed her, leaving her with no capacity to resist. A force even greater than before was birthed within Cell. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and in an instant, a ferocious wind howled as a green energy enveloped him, expanding outward in a protective shield. Everything in its path was obliterated. Trees, boulders, and even mountain peaks succumbed to its might. Crackling lightning danced within and outside the shield. The entire Earth, and indeed the entire solar system, trembled under this immense power. This terrifying presence reverberated throughout the galaxy, causing all living beings to shudder. On Earth, chaos ensued. Earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions unfolded in rapid succession. Bulma, who was engaged in the creation of the time machine, was thrown to the ground by the sudden tremors. What is happening? Could it be the androids returning? Straining to listen, she realized there were no sounds of explosions. No. It seemed to be an earthquake. Bulma felt compelled to tidy up her belongings and hurried to a spacious area. Once outside, she was greeted by a multitude of people. The sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, and terrifying bolts of lightning roiled through the heavens, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The crowd gazed silently at the sky, enveloped in a palpable sense of dread. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, this bizarre phenomenon did not last long. After a mere 10 minutes, the sky returned to its former glory, with blue expanses and white clouds, and the warm sunlight once again bathed everyone in its embrace. It was as if the earlier tumult had been naught but a fleeting illusion. Suddenly, Bulma noticed a shadow cast over her and turned around to find a strikingly handsome figure. "Who are you?" she exclaimed in surprise. Before he could respond, a nearby Daya rushed over, excitement radiating from her. "Lord Cell, you must be Lord Cell." Cell nodded in affirmation. The crowd erupted in fervor. The handsome figure before them was none other than Lord Cell. In their memories, Cell had always appeared somewhat unkempt, yet the man before them, despite a slight resemblance, wore a completely transformed visage that left no room for doubt. He was undeniably handsome. Bulma curiously inquired, "How did you become like this?" Cell chuckled lightly, "It's nothing, really. I experienced a breakthrough in power, and my form has become more perfected." "Oh," Bulma exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, before hastily asking, "What about the androids?" "They have been eradicated by me," he replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged with jubilation. The cursed androids had finally been vanquished, and the war was over. Long live Lord Cell. He is so handsome. I love you, Lord Cell. I want to bear your children. I wish to duel with you. Wait. It seemed something strange had slipped into the mix. Cell observed the ecstatic humans, embracing one another and weeping tears of joy, and pondered silently. How would Trunks feel if he knew that this timeline had taken on my form? Surely, he would be elated, for I have saved this world. He. Chapter 41. Kinoan Main Timeline. It has been 3 days since Cell escaped to the future timeline. In the temple, Mr. Popo called out, "Come, let us share a meal." Moyuan warmly greeted Bobo, as if he had already made the temple his home. The long dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, where Moyuan, Razali, and Lapis gathered in anticipation of their meal. 16, being a robot, had no need for sustenance and often spent his days wandering in the woods below, lost in thought. After Bobo regained consciousness for the second time, Moyuan and the others refrained from rendering him unconscious again. Instead, they extended gestures of goodwill, assuring him of their lack of intent to harm the earth or annihilate humanity. Although Bobo harbored some skepticism, he found himself powerless to resist, given their formidable strength. Consequently, Moyuan and his companions decided to make the temple their temporary abode. In recent days, Moyuan has consistently invited him to partake in meals. Yet he has declined each time. Initially, he wished to maintain a certain distance from them, for he was no ordinary individual and had no need to survive on food. However, after spending some time together, Bobo found himself wavering. He realized that these individuals did not appear to be malevolent at all. Moreover, the dishes they prepared were undeniably delectable. Though not hungry, he felt an undeniable craving. In just a few days, he had swallowed hard more times than he had in the past century. Thus, this time, Bobo hesitated. Observed that seemed somewhat hesitant. He swiftly approached and guided him over to the dining table. As for, those familiar with Dragon Ball may not only appreciate his character, but at the very least, they would not harbor any disdain towards him. Moyuan was no exception. Thus, he genuinely desired to befriend Bobo. Although Bobo had been brought over by Moyuan, he still felt a warmth spreading across his face, a hint of embarrassment. However, his skin was so dark that it was impossible to discern any change. Every time prepared a meal, he set 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, allowing them to sit down and indulge in their meal without the need to retrieve additional utensils. Felt a stir of emotion. Despite having firmly declined multiple invitations in the past, each time had thoughtfully prepared his utensils, which signified a genuine desire to invite him to dine, rather than mere empty courtesy. After all, having lived for so many years, he could discern between sincerity and pretense. The meal was exceedingly harmonious, subtly strengthening the bond between them and, after craving it for several days, indulged in multiple bowls of rice, causing his already round belly to become even more plump. Following the meal, took on the responsibility of clearing the dishes. Feeling embarrassed about accepting a free meal, joined him in washing the plates. Moyuan and Latsili sat at the edge of the temple, their feet dangling in the air as they nestled close together, gazing down at the vast expanse of white below. Suddenly, Moyuan spotted a glimmering golden object amidst the billowing clouds. It was the Nimbus cloud. Moyuan's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a child who has just discovered a new toy. Although he possessed the ability to fly himself, and his speed surpassed that of the flying Nimbus by an immeasurable margin, he couldn't help but be captivated. After all, this was the flying Nimbus. Soaring through the clouds was undeniably magnificent, wasn't it? What boy has not dreamed of riding upon clouds? Grasped his hand with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, come with me." Though perplexed, did not resist, and allowed herself to be led by him. The two ascended above the enchanted clouds known as. "What is this?" inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "This is called," replied, "legend has it that only those with a pure and benevolent heart can ride upon it." In truth, he too harbored doubts about his own worthiness, having perused various learning materials in a previous life. Yet, he approached it with a spirit of inquiry, rewarding himself with newfound knowledge. Pure and benevolent? Upon hearing these words, began to question her own nature. What if she could not ascend? Would that not imply a lack of purity in her heart? An unsettling silence enveloped the air. Eventually, could no longer contain himself. To hell with it. If I must fall, then so be it. With that, he ceased his aerial technique and plummeted from the sky. Should he not be deemed worthy by, he would pass through it and continue his descent. Moyuan felt as though he had fallen onto an air cushion, his entire being sinking deeply before swiftly rebounding, propelling him high into the air like a trampoline. Ha 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 ha. Moyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. He never anticipated that as a seasoned artisan who had dedicated years to diligent study, he would be able to ride the cloud of somersaults. Thus, my heart is indeed pure, is it not? Moyuan thought to himself, unabashedly, sister, why don't you give it a try as well? Beckoned to Latsili, inviting her to join him. Observing how joyfully he played atop the nimbus cloud, she felt an irresistible urge to descend and partake in the fun. Yet, the fear of not being able to mount the cloud gripped her, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. She dreaded the possibility of social embarrassment. Just as Latsili wrestled with her conflicting emotions, leaped energetically from the nimbus, landing beside her and enveloping her in an embrace as they both plunged downwards. Caught off guard, Latsili momentarily forgot her ability to fly, surrendering herself to his grip as they descended. The thought raced through her mind. This could be the end. Unbeknownst to Moyuan, Latsili harbored a myriad of intricate thoughts. He believed that if he could comfortably sit upon it, Latsili would surely have no trouble either. Just as Latsili was on the verge of tears, Moyuan swept her into his arms and they found themselves atop the nimbus cloud. Although she was cradled in his embrace, her body did not fully make contact with the cloud, yet her hands grazed its surface. Remarkably, her hands did not pass through the nimbus cloud but instead made tangible contact. The texture was soft and elastic, akin to cotton, yet possessed a superior sensation. This exquisite touch instantly enchanted Latsili. She wriggled free from Moyuan's hold and began to bounce joyfully upon the nimbus cloud, exuding the exuberance of a young girl. After some time, the two lay side by side on the cloud, gazing into each other's eyes. Sister, let me whisper to you that I never truly imagined I would find myself perched upon the nimbus cloud. I thought I was destined to plummet. When I saw you leap without hesitation, I assumed you were brimming with confidence. Hiki bashfully scratched the back of his head, admitting, at that moment, I thought, if I must perish, so be it. At worst, I would become the subject of your mockery. Raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquired. So, why did you doubt your ability to sit upon the nimbus cloud? Is there something unwholesome lurking in your heart? Alas, that would be your fault. Moyuan sighed and cast a melancholic glance at Latsili. Latsili, what troubles you? Why do you seem so distressed? Were it not for your irresistible charm, I would not be lost in such idle musings. As unabashed words caused a flush to spread across delicate face. Yet, the proud, despite her embarrassment, maintained her defiance. Producing a sound akin to that of a mosquito, what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Remained silent, gazing deeply and affectionately at. The intensity of his stare caused her to blush, and with a playful fist, she lightly tapped his arm, pouting, speak up. I want to devour you. What? In that moment, time stood still, and the world around them fell into a serene hush. Even the sun, shy and bashful, hid its face behind the clouds, reluctant to steal another glance. Chapter 42, Seductive Guidance on the Nimbus. Moyuan resembled a mischievous child who had erred. Sitting beside Latsili with an awkward grin, Latsili held a compact mirror, gazing into it. I apologize, dear sister. It is my first time, and I lack experience. Softly pleaded for mercy. Latsili huffed in a petulant manner and retorted, who has encountered this for the first time? Can one truly exert such force on their initial attempt? Her fingers delicately brushed over the swollen area. You've even swollen my lips. How shall I face others later? For those with impure thoughts, reflect in solitude. Hiki, aware of his misdeeds, felt utterly speechless. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, possessing the knowledge of healing arts. He believed he could be of assistance. Thus, he cautiously inched closer to Latsili. Sister. Moyuan's large hand gently encircled Latsili's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. What are you doing? Don't you see that I am still angry? Latsili pouted, her voice laced with irritation. Yet, she made no effort to escape from Moyuan's hold. Moyu, seeking to atone for his past mistakes, gently pressed his finger against the swollen lips of Latsili. Instantly, she felt a refreshing coolness emanating from his touch, causing the fiery discomfort on her lips to gradually dissipate. To her astonishment, as she caressed her lips, she realized they had completely returned to their normal state, devoid of any swelling. To prevent such occurrences in the future, it was imperative that they practice diligently. Suddenly, a mischievous voice from Moyu whispered in her ear, and she watched as his face slowly loomed larger in her vision. Autumn beans in a sack this time. Moyu was not as impatient as before. Rather, he savored the moment as one would a fine wine, taking small sips and relishing the taste. Latsili, too, found herself gradually entranced, responding with fervor. As evening descended, Moyuan and Latsili returned to the temple atop a nimbus cloud. upon seeing them perched upon the cloud. Bobo's face lit up with joy. The Nimbus cloud was a trustworthy companion, confirming their virtuous nature. "Oh, what is this?" Lapis exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the cloud. What boy could possibly resist the allure of soaring through the skies? "This is the Nimbus cloud, if you desire more. There is an abundance over there. Help yourself." Moyuan gestured in a direction. As for the Nimbus cloud beneath him, it was to be his mattress, not to be shared with others. After all, this cloud surpassed the custom mattress he had spent 2 million on in his past life and comfort. Moreover, he could alter its shape at will, making it an exquisite natural mattress. Upon hearing of the plentiful Nimbus clouds nearby, Lapis eagerly darted off. Moments later, he returned, beaming with excitement while standing atop a Nimbus cloud. The sight of Lapis on his cloud made Bobo even more jubilant, revealing a tooth in his delight. How charmingly captivating he was. The following day, after lunch, Moyuan and Lapis engaged in practice within the temple, honing their combat skills without the use of energy. Bobo watched from the side, shaking his head. Though he fell short in combat power compared to them, in terms of combat techniques and awareness, he surpassed them all. Although Moyuan possesses the cellular memories of figures such as Sun Wukong, his excessive reliance on his sixth sense has hindered his ability to fully utilize these memories. These recollections cannot be mastered merely through observation or knowledge. Rather, they are cultivated through countless battles that forge muscle memory and combat consciousness. As for Lapith, he relies solely on his boundless stamina and rapid energy recovery to overpower others. While one cannot say he entirely lacks combat skills, it is fair to assert that his abilities are scarcely adequate. After a brief exchange of blows, Moyuan ceased his efforts. The two were evenly matched. Devoid of any significant technique, and further engagement would yield little advancement. Suddenly, Moyuan caught a glimpse of something dark from the corner of his eye. Bobo. Indeed. How could he have forgotten about Bobo? What's wrong? Are we not fighting anymore? Lapith inquired, puzzled by Moyuan's abrupt halt. Our continued struggle is fruitless. We require a mentor to guide us. A mentor? Given our current capabilities, who possesses the authority to instruct us? Robbie's retorted defiantly, gazed silently at, perceiving a youthful naivety that suggested a lack of experience in the trials of life. With such modest prowess, did he truly believe himself invincible? Here stands one. Dear? Who? Surely you do not mean? Haha. Although they had now come to regard as a friend, could hardly believe that this individual, whom he had effortlessly subdued with a single blow, could serve as his mentor. Confidently asserted, do not underestimate Bobo. I can assure you that in terms of strength, you are undoubtedly no match for him. He then approached Bobo and inquired, Bobo, could you impart your combat skills to us? Without the slightest hesitation, Bobo replied, of course. As a friend, he could not possibly decline such a modest request. Moreover, the stronger and his companions became, the safer the earth would be. From every conceivable angle, Bobo had no grounds to refuse. Lend me your strength in combat, and I shall match my prowess to yours. I am eager to see if you can defeat me. Lapis declared, with a hint of defiance in his gaze directed at Bobo. Bobo nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he walked over. Moyuan approached lazily and sat beside her, whispering, Lapisai is about to face a beating. Really? The words have left in a state of astonishment. She was well aware of his combat prowess and could not fathom that her brother would be significantly inferior to. Moyuan raised an eyebrow. Shall we place a wager? What shall we bet on? If Lapisai loses, you must kiss me. And if he wins, then I shall kiss you. Lazili responded with a playful pout. Get lost. Meanwhile, as they exchanged flirtatious banter, Lapisai and Bobo had already engaged in combat. Lapisai matched Bobo's combat prowess, allowing the fight to unfold without the need for sensory perception. Everything was visible to the naked eye. Lapisai charged at Bobo with great ferocity, yet Bobo remained steadfast, not moving an inch, evading or parrying all of Lapisai's attacks. He even countered with several strikes against Lapisai. The more they fought, the more unsettled Lapisai became, feeling as though Bobo could see through his every move. While each of Bobo's attacks seemed inescapable. Frustrated, Lapisai's anger surged, and he summoned his energy to its peak, matching Bobo's highest combat level. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into formidable weapons as he unleashed a relentless barrage towards Bobo, interspersed with energy blasts. Even the experienced Bobo found it impossible to remain stationary as he had before. However, Lapisai's attacks only forced Bobo to move. Defeating him was out of the question. Amidst Lapisai's tempestuous onslaught, Bobo navigated the battlefield with the ease of a leisurely stroll in the park. evading Lapis-Eye strikes with minimal movement and landing precise hits on him each time. After 10 minutes, Lapis-Eye finally ceased his assault. Not from fatigue, such a skirmish would not tire him even over a month, but in surrender. In those fleeting moments, he had come to accept Bobo's undeniable capability and qualifications to be his mentor. Chapter 43. Wukong awakens in a future timeline after defeating the androids. All of humanity gathered on Earth to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Presently, the total human population on Earth barely exceeded 100 million, despite the modest numbers. With the genius scientist Bulma at the helm, the pace of rebuilding their new home was swift. As the hero who saved Earth, a grand statue of Gero was erected in the heart of the new capital, Gero City. Wherever Gero went, fans clamored for photos and autographs, akin to a major celebrity. Yet, Gero had little time for such frivolities. His sole desire was to return to that timeline and absorb the androids there. He dashed to Bulma's laboratory and inquired of her, engrossed in her experiments, "Bulma, how much longer until the energy for the time machine is ready?" "At least another fortnight is required, for the extraction of temporal energy is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, you vanquished the android. Otherwise, the mere collection of these materials would have consumed several months." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Cell found himself at a loss. "Have a month it shall be, then." Cell chose not to linger in the laboratory any longer and turned to depart. The thought of remaining in this future timeline for an additional 2 weeks filled him with ennui. Here, there are no formidable adversaries to sharpen his prowess. The notion of absorbing humans has lost its appeal. At his current level of power, even consuming the entirety of Earth's dwindling population of fewer than 100 million would yield negligible gains in strength. A sudden realization struck Cell. This moment coincides with his own emergence from the underground laboratory. If he were to absorb his counterpart from this timeline, his power could indeed see a significant enhancement. "Allow me to eliminate the last vestige of threat on this planet. Do refrain from being too moved." Ha 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 ha. Main timeline. In pursuit of swiftly enhancing combat techniques, Moyuan and Lapis decided to engage in training within the Spirit Time House. Under the diligent guidance of Bobo, Moyuan and Lapis experienced remarkable progress. As their skills advanced, they became increasingly astonished by Bobo's combat techniques. Moyuan even harbored doubts that if Bobo possessed sufficient combat prowess, he might directly grasp the essence of ultimate freedom. The enhancement of battle techniques has significantly augmented both Moyuan's and Lapis's fighting capabilities. Even Lazily, who typically showed little enthusiasm for combat, was drawn by Moyuan into the Spirit Time House for meticulous one-on-one training. Moyuan, 600 million. Lapis, 7 billion. Lazily, the energy of the androids is 500 million. Their power level is 800 million. Came house. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Chi-Chi, holding a glass of water, was about to wipe Son Goku's body when the sudden jolt knocked her off balance. What is happening? Could it be the androids attacking? As the thought of the androids crossed her mind, Chi-Chi's heart raced. Goku. She hurriedly ran upstairs. Upon opening the door, she found the room completely empty. Goku? There was no sign of Goku in the room. Chi-Chi peeked out of the window, and a figure she had longed for appeared before her. Goku's illness had completely healed. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chi-Chi leaped from the second-floor window. She and Goku engaged in a series of affectionate displays, showering each other with love. Finally, Goku decided to take Gohan with him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Chi-Chi was reluctant, she understood that her objections would be futile, so she ultimately consented. Recently, Cell had suddenly vanished. Although Trunks mentioned that his time machine might have been stolen by Cell, who likely fled to the future, everyone remained vigilant. They patrolled the area to prevent Cell from making a sudden appearance. Moreover, since the androids had not shown up since their last encounter at Kame House, their patrols were also aimed at keeping an eye out for the androids. Goku quickly located Gohan through instant transmission and then brought him to Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks returned to train alongside Vegeta. Due to the slow progress of Bulma's research on the time machine, which was not expected to be completed anytime soon, Trunks was determined not to waste any time and aimed to become stronger. If he couldn't defeat Cell, returning to the future would be pointless. Vegeta. Son Goku flew beside Vegeta. Stop being a nuisance, Kakarot, and get lost. Vegeta had nothing kind to say in response to Goku. Don't say that. I know of an excellent training location where 1 year inside equates to only 1 day outside. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression changed instantly. That place is a room in the Supreme Kai's temple. Is that true? Vegeta was intrigued. If such a place truly existed, He was confident he could defeat those cursed puppets and that ugly green creature. Seeing Vegeta's reaction, Goku knew he had piqued his interest and quickly intensified his persuasion. It's real. Come with me. I am not suggesting that we cultivate together. It merely happens that the room is quite spacious, which is why I invited you to join Trunks inside. Goku understands Vegeta's temperament. Without providing him an opportunity to save face, Vegeta would undoubtedly refuse to enter. Vegeta declared. Very well. However, I have a condition. I must enter first. Goku nodded in agreement. That works. As long as Vegeta consents. It is merely a matter of the order of entry. With an additional formidable warrior, our chances of vanquishing the enemy increase significantly. Subsequently, the two pairs of fathers and sons soared towards the temple. Within the temple, and engaged in a sparring match, devoid of any energy manipulation, purely honing their skills. Following rigorous training both had undergone a remarkable transformation. In comparison to their current prowess, their former selves resembled two children who had merely dabbled in martial arts. Although they possessed some techniques, their execution was chaotic. Observing their duel, nodded in satisfaction. Equally astonished by their progress, they were now on par with the likes of, with even surpassing him in the pace of improvement. Gradually, their bout reached its conclusion, with inevitably succumbing to once more. Though could not dominate as decisively as might, he maintained a consistent upper hand throughout the match. Damn it, I lost again, lamented. Feeling dejected as he had never once claimed victory despite receiving the same amount of guidance from. Haha, losing to your brother-in-law is nothing to be ashamed of, boasted. Playfully patting on the back. Fuming, retorted, you scoundrel. It's bad enough to be outmatched in strength, but now my familial status too. He shrugged off his hand and swiftly positioned himself beside, wrapping an arm around his neck and demanding, have you been secretly giving him special treatment? Why is he so much stronger than I am? Nearby, shot him a sidelong glance, remarking coolly, could it be that you are simply not as clever? Glared back, his eyes wide with indignation. Is it possible that I am actually your younger brother? At that moment, appeared beside, wrapping his arm around her waist. So you are merely the younger sibling. Sighed, indeed, it seems I am the extraneous one. Chapter 44. The sun shines, the rain stops. And moves forward him? Someone is approaching. For powerful presences are nearing the temple. It is and his companions. Immediately recognized familiar aura. Moyuan beheld the man with the familiar crab hairstyle through his mind's eye. Beside him stood an adorable young boy, presumably Sun Wukong. He had already encountered Vegeta and Trunks, so there was no need for further introduction. Calculating the time. It was indeed the moment for them to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Moments later, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the temple. Vegeta and Trunks were initially taken aback by Moyuan and the other's sudden appearance. Although La Zili and La Bai Si had not changed much in appearance after their training in the chamber, they had certainly grown taller. As for Moyuan, it was needless to say that apart from the tail behind him and the two small horns atop his head, there was hardly anything that remained the same as before. You are androids. What are you doing here? Trunks finally recognized them, his body tensing as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan at any moment. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's just two defeated foes, right? Shorty. La Bai Si mocked, glancing at Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta was infuriated. You wretched puppet. Who are you calling short? Huh. Of course, it's you. Surely no one would dare to compete with a child, would they? La Bai Si continued to taunt Vegeta. Vegeta could no longer contain his wrath, his anger surging to the heavens. His singular thought was to annihilate these wretched puppets. Moreover, during this time, his strength had significantly increased, and he was absolutely confident in his ability to defeat La Bai Si. A golden aura enveloped him as Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. After being defeated by La Bai Si and enduring the attack from Cell, Vegeta's combat power had soared, now reaching a remarkable 15 million in his base form, with his Super Saiyan transformation stabilized at 55 times that power. His combat prowess had now risen to an astounding 825 million. Had La Bai Si not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he surely would have faced defeat today. However, regrettably, this world does not entertain what-ifs. Vegeta's formidable strength astonished both Sun Wukong and Trunks. This terrifying aura was indeed twice that of Trunks. If my father possesses such strength, I am certain I could eliminate the future androids, Trunks mused inwardly. He was taken aback by Vegeta's newfound strength. Realizing he could not afford to lag behind, Vegeta's impressive power did not incite jealousy in Sun Wukong. Rather, it kindled his fighting spirit. Oh. For the second time, Vegeta's strength also surprised lady.C. He never anticipated that within just a few days, Vegeta could grow so powerful. It made one wonder, is this the potential of a Super Saiyan that Moyuan spoke of? Rabies suddenly felt a sense of relief for having heeded its advice to cultivate in the time chamber. Otherwise, today could have ended in disaster. The immense power surging within him sparked a wave of jealousy in Vegeta. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta pointed to himself, proclaiming his prowess with a triumphant gesture. This iconic moment nearly elicited a laugh from. Throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, whenever Vegeta uttered such words, his moments of despair would invariably follow. Today was no exception. Are you afraid? Vegeta misinterpreted Rabies' silence as a sign of intimidation from his own might. For he was now an unparalleled warrior, the strongest Super Saiyan in history. With arms crossed and a self-assured smile gracing his lips, his gaze radiated an air of dominance. Rabies observed Vegeta reveling in his own self-importance, contemplating how best to display his superiority in their impending confrontation. Come forth to meet your demise, Vegeta eagerly anticipated revenge. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Rabies ascended into the sky, confronting Vegeta with an air of disdain. He mockingly beckoned Vegeta with a casual flick of his finger. Make your move. This contemptuous demeanor infuriated Vegeta. You seek death, he roared, his energy surging to its zenith. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Rabies, unleashing a powerful kick aimed at him. Rabies swiftly pressed both hands against Vegeta's foot, using the force of Vegeta's attack to propel himself backward. It was not that he could not withstand Vegeta's strength, rather, he intended to relocate the battlefield. After all, their relationship with Bobo was amicable, and a careless clash here could result in the destruction of the temple. As Vegeta watched Rabies being sent flying, he felt a deep-seated disdain. Is that all you've got? Vegeta, fueled by rage, pursued Rabies, appearing behind him, grabbing Rabies by the shoulders. He drove his knee forcefully into Rabies' spine, envisioning the moment when he would shatter Rabies' vertebrae, unable to suppress a laugh. Just as his knee was about to connect, Rabies executed a swift maneuver, breaking free from Vegeta's grasp and positioning himself behind him. With a swift motion, Rabies ensnared Vegeta's neck with his left hand, while his right hand delivered a barrage of powerful blows to Vegeta's side. The kidneys suffered a tremendous blow. Such pain could overwhelm even Vegeta's remarkable endurance. Suddenly, Lapis released Vegeta. Clutching his side, Vegeta's aura diminished significantly. How could your power be so immense? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, when he was choked, Lapis' strength had completely surpassed his own, rendering him unable to escape. Did you think I had exerted my full strength when battling you? Lapis cunningly feigned modesty. Impossible. I am the strongest being in this world, Vegeta exclaimed. His energy surged, dispelling the previous lethargy. Fury propelled him beyond the pain, restoring him to his peak. Raising his hands, he concentrated his energy between his palms. A barrage of energy blasts, akin to a meteor shower, surged toward Lapis, embodying a classic royal combat technique. Observing intently from the temple, Moyuan could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? Lotzi Li inquired with curiosity, grasped his hand and shared with her the vivid scene of and engaged in battle. Observe, he remarked, S technique is known as the Prince combat style. Each time he employs this move, it heralds his imminent misfortune. Elucidated the essence of Vegeta's technique to Lazili. As expected, after executing a series of princely maneuvers, Lapis emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Vegeta found himself subjected to yet another brutal beating. At last, Lazili could no longer contain her laughter, joining in mirth. Moments later, Lapis returned, tugging at Vegeta's hair as if discarding refuse. Chapter 45, Lapis vs. Son Goku. With a resounding thud, Lapis carelessly tossed Vegeta before Son Goku and his companions. Daddy! Vegeta! Trunks cried out in despair, rushing over to assist Vegeta to his feet. Fear not. I did not exert excessive force. He is still alive. Lapis's light-hearted voice floated to their ears. Gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Good heavens! Who would have thought this lad, with his delicate features, could be such a master of pretense? Even after you had pummeled into such a wretched state, he still claimed he hadn't exerted himself. What is the matter? If he didn't die, does that mean he held back? Had observed the recent battle with clarity, to say nothing of other injuries, had at least suffered the destruction of a kidney at the hands of, and this was still considered a light touch? Should we fault for being unable to endure the blows? Hurriedly produced and offered it to. Upon consuming was instantly rejuvenated, even regrowing his ruined kidney. This miraculous scene made silently marvel. After his restoration, seemed to feel quite embarrassed, standing silently to the side, and the others refrained from approaching him. In such a situation, could only process his feelings on his own. The words of others would be of no consequence. Looked at, and the others. His expression turning serious. Why are you in the temple? Did you do something to? Upon hearing S words, rushed over. Are you all right? Did they bully you? No, no. And the others did not bully me. They are my good friends, not bad people. Quickly waved his hands in explanation. S words left and utterly astonished. Artificial humans are not bad people? Could they actually be good? Hesitated for a moment, tugging at S sleeve. Dad, I too feel they don't seem like bad people. A few days ago, they came to the Turtle Hermit's house looking for you. And when they heard you were still unwell, they left without causing any trouble. It seems they haven't killed anyone yet. For some reason, always felt these artificial beings were not malevolent, aside from, of course, impossible. How could artificial beings possibly be good? Was entirely unconvinced by S words. His timeline had been ravaged by these two artificial beings. Anyone who claimed they were good would be met with his disbelief. Every time he saw the faces of end, rage surged within him. He wished for nothing more than to reduce them to ashes to relieve his pent-up frustration. One could only wonder if would be overcome with fury upon returning to his future timeline, now transformed into the Earth. It's true, they can even ride the Nimbus. Seeing their skepticism, revealed another shocking piece of information. Nimbus was left dumbfounded. The Nimbus, let alone the Turtle Hermit, even and could not ride on it. Only those of pure heart could ascend the Nimbus. Is that truly the case? Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at Bobo, who nodded heavily in response. Mr. Wukong, androids can absolutely never be the good guys. Trunks, noticing that Sun Wukong seemed to entertain the possibility, became quite animated. Trunks, hold your excitement for a moment. Sun Wukong quickly reassured him before continuing. You must see that this timeline is utterly divergent from the history you recall. In your memory, only 2 androids existed, yet now, there are 7. Given such a deviation in history, it is conceivable that androids could indeed become benevolent. Trunks lowered his head, aware of this potential yet unwilling to embrace it. The prospect of benevolent androids would be ideal, but if they were not, the grim future he feared might once again unfold. The stakes were too high for him to wager. Sun Wukong, judging by your demeanor, it seems your ailment has been cured? At that moment, Lapis approached, having awaited this day for a long time. The last time he spared Sun Wukong was out of disdain for striking a patient. This time, nothing would deter him. Indeed, I have recovered, Sun Wukong replied, his expression grave as he met Lapis's gaze. Then let us engage in battle and put an end to our grievances. Moyuan did not impede Lapis's actions, nor was there any compelling reason to do so. Some grievances must be resolved, although it is said that debts have their rightful owners. The one who transformed them into artificial beings and harmed their families was Dr. Gero. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong bears a measure of responsibility for this matter as well. Had Sun Wukong eradicated the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army from the outset, Lapis and his companions would not have suffered. The repercussions of past actions have led to this inevitable confrontation. If one is to lay blame, it can only be directed at Sun Wukong for failing to eliminate the roots of the problem. Observing that Vegeta was easily defeated by Lapis, Sun Wukong understood that he could not possibly stand against Lapis. After all, during his period of illness, Vegeta's strength had far surpassed his own. If such a formidable Vegeta could be vanquished so easily by Lapis, how could he hope to prevail? Yet, despite these thoughts, Sun Wukong felt no fear. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. To engage with a masterful opponent had always been his lifelong aspiration. Furthermore, he was not entirely devoid of hope for victory. An idea seemed to dawn on him, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. The two stood opposing one another in the void. Sun Wukong's muscles tensed, adopting a battle stance, fully prepared for the impending clash. In stark contrast, Lapis appeared remarkably relaxed, arms crossed, exuding an air of leisure that suggested a mere excursion rather than a confrontation. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a golden cyclone that enveloped him. In an instant, a brilliant golden aura erupted from within, burning fiercely, while his icy green eyes glinted with determination, fixated on Lapis. With a mighty surge, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, charging toward Lapis, his right fist imbued with cataclysmic energy aimed directly at him. The collision was thunderous as Lapis met Sun Wukong's strike with a punch of his own, unleashing a terrifying energy that caused a shockwave through the air, stirring the winds and scattering the clouds. The two separated after their initial clash, only to continue exchanging blows. Sun Wukong's face contorted in ferocity, exerting every ounce of strength with each strike, while Lapis maintained a smirk, effortlessly countering Sun Wukong's onslaught with grace. As he deflected Sun Wukong's attacks, Lapis would occasionally strike from clever angles, inflicting sharp pain that made Sun Wukong grimace, his expression growing ever more menacing. With a sudden burst of force, Sun Wukong utilized Lapis's momentum to create distance between them, gasping for breath. Lapis watched him calmly, choosing not to capitalize on the moment. Impressive, Sun Wukong remarked as he wiped the blood from his mouth, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. Yet, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. Sun Wukong, your combat prowess pales significantly in comparison to Vegeta's, Lapis taunted. Lapis crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Father. Sun Gohan looked at his bloodied father with deep concern. The battle had yet to cease. After taking a couple of breaths, Sun Wukong erupted with energy, his formidable aura soaring into the heavens. He felt exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful foe. Ever since his triumph over Frieza, he had not faced such overwhelming pressure. Currently, Sun Wukong's combat power stood at 500 million, while Lapis had just unveiled an astounding 800 million. With a burst of speed, Sun Wukong appeared instantaneously behind Lapis, his fist imbued with terrifying energy hurtling towards him. Slap. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lapis extended his hand to firmly catch the blow. He then gripped Sun Wukong's fist and yanked him forward, simultaneously delivering a knee strike that struck like a cannonball, forcefully impacting Sun Wukong's abdomen. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed from Sun Wukong's lips. However, Lapis did not grant him a moment's respite, following up with a powerful elbow strike aimed at his back. Boom. Sun Wukong plummeted like a meteor onto the temple, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Father. Tears streamed from Gohan's eyes like an open tap. Unable to contain himself at the sight of his father being so brutally beaten, he instinctively rushed forward. Gohan, I'm fine, don't come over. At that moment, Sun Wukong's voice resonated from the depths of the pit, halting Gohan in his tracks. Sun Wukong pushed himself up from the ground, his martial arts uniform tattered and torn, with only his pants clinging on in a desperate struggle. His body was riddled with bruises and scars, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Hiya! With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's aura surged back to its zenith. Then, he extended 2 fingers from his left hand to his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared behind Lapis. Bang! A swift kick struck Lapis's waist, accompanied by instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong realized the vast disparity between himself and Lapis. Should he attempt to evade with high-speed movement, he would inevitably fall prey to Lapis's keen senses. Lapis's power surpassed his own, as did his velocity. Although high-speed movement is swift, it leaves discernible traces. Once Lapis detects his aura, he can ascertain Sun Wukong's precise location. Conversely, instantaneous movement is distinct. It enables one to vanish and reappear in an instant, traversing space without leaving any aura for the adversary to sense. By the time he reemerges, his attack is already upon the foe, leaving them no opportunity to react. Below, watching the spectacle, Moyuan could not suppress a smile. This was precisely what he awaited. If Cell could master such a technique after merely observing it once, Moyuan had no reason to doubt his own capabilities. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of Sun Wukong cells within him. As Sun Wukong executed the instantaneous movement, Moyuan distinctly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation surrounding him, an oscillation belonging to the realm of spatial energy. Moyuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the spatial energy surrounding him. Subsequently, he beheld a wondrous realm, a world composed of an intricate web of spatial nodes. However, these nodes remained shrouded in mystery. To venture forth carelessly could lead him into perilous territories, such as spatial rifts. Thus, it became imperative to rely on his breath to locate the desired spatial node. A single misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Moyuan was filled with immense delight. Although teleportation cannot serve as a conventional combat technique, it can yield unexpected results in extraordinary circumstances. Just as Sun Wukong had employed teleportation to strike Laplace moments ago, Moyuan opened his eyes, and a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. Countless spatial nodes appeared in his vision. Ordinarily, spatial nodes exist solely within one's mind, rendering it impossible to discern their actual locations. However, Moyuan was able to perceive these spatial nodes, signifying that he could teleport freely to any point within his line of sight. without relying on any sensory cues for his instantaneous movement. If this were the case, his teleportation could transform into a conventional combat technique, akin to hit time skip. Consequently, his assaults would become as elusive as a specter, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless against them, like a child who has just acquired a new toy. Moyuan could not resist the urge to test whether this teleportation was as he had envisioned. His first target was a spatial node situated 2 meters away from him. As Moyuan linked to that node, his body instantaneously vanished from its original position, only to reappear 2 meters away. Success. The results of the experiment did not disappoint Moyuan. The effects were indistinguishable from his expectations. Thus, although his combat prowess remained unchanged, his practical capabilities had increased severalfold. Let us try this next. Moyuan suddenly contemplated that if the power of his mind's eye could perceive spatial nodes, then he would be able to traverse freely within the realm of his mind's eye. Moyuan could hardly contain his eagerness as he activated his inner vision. In an instant, the entire Earth became enveloped by this extraordinary perception. As anticipated, numerous spatial nodes manifested within his inner eye. Moyuan linked to a spatial node on the other side of the Earth, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing in the very place he had just observed. Ha ha ha! Moyuan could no longer contain his laughter, for with this newfound ability, he found himself almost invincible, provided the gap in strength was not too vast. After regaining his composure, he utilized his inner vision to locate lady and executed a sudden teleportation. Meanwhile, lady was perplexed, wondering how her substantial boyfriend had vanished in an instant. She sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hands, feeling rather glum. Isn't my wife adorable? However, it was not long before Moyuan reappeared by her side. A flicker of joy crossed lady's eyes, though she maintained a facade of indifference and asked, "Where have you been?" Moyuan exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, I have just mastered Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. Soon, I shall teach you this technique. If you manage to grasp it, you will be able to safeguard yourself even against formidable foes." The first thought that crossed mind upon mastering the art of instantaneous movement was to impart this ability to. After all, in a world teeming with formidable adversaries, it was impractical for them to remain inseparable at all times. With the ability to teleport, could evade even the most daunting foes if she found herself outmatched. Upon hearing his words, a warm sensation envelops heart. At that moment, the battle between and was drawing to a close. Although had managed to land several unexpected hits on using his newfound skill of teleportation, these minor blows felt akin to mere tickles and failed to inflict any real harm upon. Meanwhile, having expended a considerable amount of energy in the prolonged skirmish, found himself nearing exhaustion. With a resolute gaze, he decided to make a final, desperate strike. Distancing himself from, he placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "Kamehameha." A formidable aura coalesced between his hands, forming a brilliant blue sphere that radiated dazzling light. With a swift motion, shaped the sphere into a colossal beam, charged with an overwhelming force, and unleashed it towards. "Ha ha ha, futile effort," retorted fearlessly as a green energy shield enveloped him. Tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, a terrifying presence materialized behind. Overlaid upon its original golden aura was a fierce crimson flame, propelling his combat power from 500 million to an astounding 50 billion. An even more formidable wave of energy erupted from his hands. In a moment of panic, was caught off guard. The green energy shield disintegrated upon contact with the Kamehameha wave. The sheer force of the attack surged through his body, causing him to unravel under its might. Just as felt the impending grip of death, the energy unexpectedly dissipated. It turned out that its body could no longer withstand the combined strain of Super Saiyan and Kaioken, and after merely 5 seconds, he was on the brink of collapse. Unable to maintain even the flight technique, he plummeted from the sky, yet was not in a much better state. In those fleeting seconds, he sustained severe injuries. Watching descend, felt a shiver of dread wash over him. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 47. Reconciliation. The events unfolded with such abruptness. Moyuan initially believed that Lapis possessed significantly greater combat prowess than Sun Wukong. Thus he paid little attention to their skirmish after acquiring the ability of instantaneous movement. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong ultimately unveiled a technique that caught them completely off guard. Fortunately, Lapis emerged unscathed. In an instant, materialized beside, administering a healing spell. It must be said that final assault was indeed ferocious. The explosive surge of 50 billion in combat power, albeit fleeting at merely 5 seconds, left gravely injured. Meanwhile, upon witnessing his descent, and hurriedly rushed to his side, producing for him to consume. upon ingesting them, was instantly revitalized. No matter how many times he had witnessed this phenomenon, could not help but marvel at its remarkable efficacy. It was no wonder that was tasked with depleting the supply. Otherwise, if and his companions each possessed 100 or 80, they could simply consume one in moments of peril. Coupled with the Scion's unique ability to exponentially increase their combat power upon near-death recovery, what formidable adversary could withstand such prowess? Just as in the present instance. After consuming the and recovering, S combat power surged from its usual 1 million to an astonishing 15 million. It was simply monstrous. Moyuan's healing technique is not as formidable as the celestial beings. It took approximately a minute to fully restore the Laplace. As Moyuan noticed that Laplace was still somewhat shaken, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and teased, "What's wrong? Are you frightened?" "Huh." "As if I would be scared." Laplace scoffed slightly, then, with a touch of indignation, retorted that Sun Wukong is utterly devoid of chivalry, resorting to ambushes. "If it were a fair fight, do you believe I could not disfigure his head in an instant?" "Oh, I believe, Moyuan replied, "but upon our return. Your sister was nearly terrified by your antics." Moyuan casually brushed it off, then pulled Lapice back. The sibling's stubbornness must surely be an inherited trait. In the depths of his heart, Moyuan silently complained. Upon returning to the temple, Razily meticulously examined Robbie C's condition. After all, Robbie C was her only family, and it was only natural for her to worry in such circumstances. "Robbie C, I'm fine. Moyuan has already healed me," Robbie C replied impatiently. Yet her body complied as Razily conducted the examination. As twins, Robbie C was born merely a few minutes after Razily. Hence they did not adhere to the custom of addressing each other as sisters, opting instead for direct names. In their childhood, Robbie C often wished to assume the role of the elder sibling, only to be unceremoniously subdued by Razily. Once fully recovered, Sun Wukong approached. "Is there something you need?" Moyuan inquired. Sun Wukong grinned widely, responding, "The grievances have been settled. We are now friends." Instantly, Moyuan and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. "How did we become friends? Who is friends with you?" Robbie C retorted without hesitation. "Oh, come on. Don't be like that." Sun Wukong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Wukong." He then pointed to the individuals beside him, saying, "This is my son, Sun Wufan, and this is Trunks." Finally, he gestured towards Vegeta in the distance, stating that one over there is Vegeta. He extended his right hand. His gaze fixed intently on Moyuan and the others. Moyuan glanced at Lazili and lady.C, noticing that both wore expressions of nonchalance, as if leaving the decision entirely to him. Moyuan had a rough understanding of their intentions. He thus extended his right hand to shake with Sun Wukong. "I am Moyuan, and this is my girlfriend, Lazili. The one you just sparred with is my brother-in-law, lady.C." Upon hearing Moyuan's introduction, Lazili's typically composed demeanor flushed with rare embarrassment. Trunks was taken aback. "Do androids have names too? Aren't you referred to as number 17 and number 18? Trunks' remarks darkened the expressions of Lazili and lady.C. "This is the last time. I implore you not to refer to them as androids again," Moyuan said, his gaze piercing with a chilling intensity directed at Trunks. "You must still be unaware of how they became androids, correct?" He then recounted the experiences of Lazili and lady.C. Upon hearing the story, Trunks and Sun Wukong bowed sincerely to Lazili and lady.C, offering their apologies. "We are truly sorry." They had never anticipated that the androids were once living, breathing humans who had been transformed. Trunks also realized that Lazili and lady.C retained remnants of their humanity due to Dr. Gero's attempt to enhance their powers, which ultimately led to their rebellion against him. Previously, he had thought them devoid of humanity for killing the very man who created them. Now he felt that Dr. Gero had met a deserved fate. In contrast, the androids of the future timeline appeared to have undergone a complete erasure of their humanity, reveling solely in the act of slaughter. Sun Wukong, too, was astonished to learn that his past misstep had resulted in such widespread tragedy. Though unintentional, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Lazili and lady.C remained silent, merely responding with a dismissive huff. Discerned from their reactions that they had indeed granted forgiveness. "By the way, Yuan," Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity, "I have heard them say that you emerged from an underground laboratory. Are you, perchance, the creation of Dr. Gero, fashioned from our very own cells?" Moyuan cast a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong. "Indeed, you are as I expected, unfazed and remarkably familiar." He did not deny it, readily acknowledging the observation. "Impressive. I have heard tales that just a few days prior, you appeared as a mere child, yet now you have grown so tall. Sun Wukong gestured in amazement at Moyuan's stature. However, how is it that you look entirely different from Gero? Perhaps it is a result of mutation, Moyuan replied, offering no further elaboration. Mr. Moyuan, may I inquire if you have encountered Gero? Trunks asked with palpable urgency. Nodded, a few days ago. He visited this place and was driven away by us. Do you know where he fled to? Trunks gazed at with palpable anxiety, shook his head and said, I do not know. I only saw him board a strange machine, and then he vanished. Trunks's pupils trembled, and his entire body quaked. The very thing he feared most had come to pass. Mom. Trunks appeared as though his soul had been lost. No, I must return immediately. This revelation drove Trunks to the brink of madness. In an instant, he erupted with fury, preparing to fly back to West City. Trunks, calm yourself, Goku restrained him. Bulma has yet to repair the time machine. Returning now would be futile. You must first accompany Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. When you grow stronger, only then can you confront Cell. But I am terrified. She is all I have left. I cannot lose my mother. Trunks was engulfed in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 48. Versus Goku. Since Goku and the others arrived, the temple had become quite lively. Ultimately, Trunks managed to suppress his impulsive emotions and entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta to train. Vegeta, having been bested by Lapis twice, was harboring a deep-seated frustration. Before they entered, entrusted the gravity chamber to Trunks, thus returning it to its rightful owner. As for how far he could advance in the gravity chamber, that would depend on his own fortune. Regarding the gravity chamber, it serves as a minor advantage I have granted the protagonist. There is no need to dwell on whether one can stack gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber. The protagonist is different from Goku and the others, who can experience such a significant surge in power due to years of accumulation. A newborn can hardly boast of any such accumulation. After Trunks and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the others did not remain idle. Goku was training with Gohan, while Moyuan was instructing Lazili and Lapis in the art of instant transmission. Lapis exhibited a profound interest in this ability, as Goku had used it unexpectedly against him several times, nearly leading to his defeat. Unfortunately, no matter how diligently Moyuan taught, Lapis struggled to sense the spatial energy. Goku approached him, offering words of encouragement, sharing that it took him over half a year to grasp the spatial energy and an additional 6 months to master the skill, albeit only to a limited extent. According to Goku, his innate talent for spatial manipulation was quite modest. He could only employ this ability to expedite travel and could barely utilize it effectively in combat, achieving merely a surprise effect. In contrast, those with higher spatial aptitude could execute instant transmission at will, without needing to sense energy as he did. Goku himself was uncertain about how to attain such mastery, as he had yet to reach that level. Upon hearing Goku's insights, Moyuan experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear why such a formidable ability as instant transmission had been relegated to a mere travel technique in Dragon Ball. It was due to Goku's insufficient talent. Notably, the time manipulation ability showcased by Hit, known as Time Skip, flourished in battle, suggesting that spatial abilities ought to be similarly applicable in combat. After Goku's remarks, Lapis's enthusiasm for instant transmission waned, adopting a more relaxed attitude towards it. To everyone's surprise, within just an hour under Moyuan's guidance, Lazili successfully sensed the spatial energy. Even more astonishing was her ability, akin to Moyuan's, to perceive the spatial nodes around her. Although her range was not as extensive as Moyuan's, and she could not perceive everything within her vicinity as he could, she was capable of sensing the spatial nodes within her limited range, a sort of impoverished version of his perception. Nevertheless, this was an impressive feat, indicating that Lazili could seamlessly integrate instant transmission into her combat techniques, without the necessity of energy sensing to pinpoint spatial nodes. She could use instant transmission at will as long as she remained within her perceptive range. With her newfound ability, Lazili joyfully frolicked about the temple, her figure flickering in and out of sight, eliciting envious glances from both Lapis and Goku. Particularly, Lapis could not suppress the tears of envy that streamed from the corners of his mouth. Alas, a lack of talent is an immutable fact, and no amount of effort could change that. Choosing to focus on what he could control, Lapis sought out Bobo for practice. After sparring with Goku, he realized his combat experience was still insufficient. Despite being significantly stronger than Goku, he had nearly fallen short. Observing Lapis training with Bobo, Goku felt a surge of competitiveness and extended an invitation to Moyuan to join him in training. Moyuan was equally curious about how his combat abilities measured up against Sun Wukong. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Upon witnessing the impending duel between Moyuan and Sun Wukong, others gathered around to observe the spectacle. The two took their stances, confronting each other in midair. Sun Wukong remained the same as ever, unable to shed his penchant for probing and testing. He refrained from transforming immediately, for he was yet unaware of Moyuan's true combat prowess and intended to gauge it first. Moyuan's regular combat power stands at 600 million, whereas Sun Wukong's regular combat power is merely 15 million. To Moyuan, each of Sun Wukong's moves appears exceedingly sluggish, akin to competing against a newborn infant. With a single kick, sent Sun Wukong sprawling. Transform, Wukong. Such a test bears no significance. Ha ha ha. Yuan, you truly are formidable, Sun Wukong chuckled. Although the earlier trial offered no clear insight into his combat prowess, Sun Wukong sensed that it would not fall short of his own transformed state by much. Be on your guard. With that, Sun Wukong's gaze turned piercing. A golden cyclone enveloped his entire being, and in an instant, he transitioned into his Super Saiyan form. Upon transformation, Sun Wukong's combat power surged from 15 million to a staggering 750 million. An overwhelming aura was unleashed mercilessly. Moyuan felt a hint of pressure. Moyuan was also engulfed in fury, a violet aura emanating from his being. His formidable combat power of 600 million erupted without reservation. The powerful presence stood in equal measure against that of Sun Wukong. Truly formidable. The aura emanating from stirred a sense of awe within Sun Wukong. Although his combat prowess was seemingly inferior, the intensity of his presence was by no means diminished. It was perplexing. The terrifying energy he exuded caused the very heavens to shift in hue. The once radiant sky was abruptly shrouded by ominous, dark clouds. A resounding clap of thunder echoed, heralding the onset of battle. Moyuan and Sun Wukong charged towards each other in perfect unison. Bang! Moyuan and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The immense power they unleashed created a vacuum around them. Sun Wukong shouted, as his limbs transformed into mere afterimages, striking toward Moyuan with each blow infused with formidable strength. Bring it on! Moyuan exclaimed with excitement. He relished such battles. When facing Bobo, he had to temper his own strength, as Bobo's innate combat instincts were extraordinarily formidable, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained during their encounters. In contrast, when battling Lapidus, he found Lapidus's combat skills to be somewhat lacking. Unless Lapidus unleashed a greater level of power, Moyuan invariably dominated their skirmishes. However, Son Goku's strength was comparable to his own, yet his battle experience surpassed Moyuan's, rendering this particular confrontation perfectly suited for him. Reacted without hesitation, immediately engaging in a fierce clash with Sun Wukong. However, the combat prowess that Sun Wukong honed through countless life-and-death battles was undeniably formidable. He consistently struck at from cleverly unorthodox angles. Yet, this was also the reason refrained from utilizing his heightened perception, had he employed such insight. Unless Sun Wukong's speed was so extraordinary that could not evade, it would have been nearly impossible for him to land a hit. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong was astonished to find that combat skills were advancing at a terrifying pace. Initially, he managed to strike 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts, but now, he could scarcely land 1 or 2 hits. Moyuan resembled a sponge, fervently absorbing these invaluable combat experiences. With a powerful strike, S elbow descended upon Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong, wary of a direct confrontation, pressed one hand against arm and, utilizing the force, deftly rolled behind him. Just as he prepared to launch an attack on his vulnerable back, an immense power struck him. S tail lashed out like a formidable whip, imbued with terrifying strength, and struck Sun Wukong with a resounding crack. He was sent hurtling through the air like a shooting star. As he neared the divine temple, Sun Wukong summoned all his strength, halting abruptly as if he had hit the brakes. Regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze to Meet's eyes, and in that moment, an endless fervor for battle ignited within both of them. With a crackle, 2 invisible bolts of lightning erupted from their eyes, colliding fiercely. Chapter 49, The Rift in the Sky. In unison, Moyuan and Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar, instantly igniting a tempest of fury. In that fleeting moment, the world was enveloped solely in hues of gold and purple. Amidst the clash and friction of their formidable auras, countless bolts of lightning materialized from the void. The heavens erupted with flashes and rumbles, and a ferocious wind howled, resembling the harbinger of an apocalypse. Within the temple, Lapis conjured a protective shield, encasing the sanctum to shield it from the impending chaos. Otherwise, the discomfort would be unbearable. With a resounding boom, the energies of Sun Wukong and Moyuan reached their zenith, colliding to create a colossal tempest. The biting gale sliced towards them like a blade. Yet before it could draw near, it was scattered by the sheer force of their potent auras. Moyuan and Sun Wukong locked their gazes upon one another, their fighting spirits surging uncontrollably. The clash was imminent. In an instant, they transformed into beams of light, hurtling towards each other. Their fists and feet were imbued with formidable energy, each collision erupting in violent explosions. Boom. In just a few fleeting seconds, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The entire sky was shrouded in a veil of explosions. The shockwaves and searing winds generated by the blast swept across the ground, toppling trees and scorching the earth. What a thrill! Moyuan shouted with exhilaration. This evenly matched battle captivated him entirely. He had cast aside all distractions, immersing himself wholly in the conflict. Similarly, Sun Wukong was equally enraptured, exuberantly shouting and executing his movements without the slightest pause. Moyuan caught Sun Wukong's fist with his left hand, while his right fist gathered a terrifying energy. As he pulled Sun Wukong towards himself with his left hand, his right fist suddenly swung out, crashing towards Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, immediately using his left hand to block Moyuan's punch. Bang! Sun Wukong clutched his chest, his entire body flying through the air as if struck by a cannonball. How about my technique of striking the ox behind the mountain? Moyuan, brimming with pride, recounted his experiences within the Spirit Time House, where he had spent a year and a half not only honing his skills, but also devising a myriad of peculiar techniques. One such technique, known as striking the ox beyond the mountain, had recently proven its worth, though Sun Wukong had managed to block his fist. The force of Moyuan's energy penetrated through his palm, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the chest. How impressive! Sun Wukong, having been struck, found himself momentarily winded. After a brief recovery, he rubbed his chest and praised, "Let me attempt this technique." Moyuan was suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. In an instant, a fist-sized purple energy orb materialized in his hand. "Prepare yourself, Wukong." Moyuan shouted and hurled the energy blast towards Sun Wukong. The instant Sun Wukong caught sight of the energy blast, he attempted to evade it, only to suddenly realize that the energy blast had vanished mid-flight. Vanished? Not only Sun Wukong, but even the few spectators in the Divine Hall displayed expressions of bewilderment. Only lady.With appeared slightly astonished. Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? The technique employed by Moyuan seemingly unfurled a new realm of possibilities for lady.With. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the energy sphere, Sun Wukong abruptly halted, hesitating to make any rash movements. Yet, before he could contemplate his next course of action, he suddenly sensed a spatial disturbance behind him. In an instant, the vanished energy sphere reappeared just behind him. The proximity was too great. Sun Wukong had no time to evade and could only attempt to envelop his entire back with energy. With a thunderous roar, the seemingly insignificant energy sphere harbored a terrifying force. Even with his defenses in place, Sun Wukong dared not confront it directly, let alone in his current unprepared state. The explosion painted the entire sky in hues of crimson. Observed the explosion with a hint of exhilaration. This was a spontaneous idea of his, and he was pleasantly surprised by its immediate success. In essence, the technique was quite simple. It involved infusing spatial energy into the energy ball and allowing it to traverse through spatial nodes, reaching another point in space. Additionally, one could adjust the speed of the energy ball's appearance based on the circumstances. It could manifest instantaneously or with a delay. However, this maneuver was still relatively easy for Sun Wukong to defend against, given that he also possessed the ability to communicate with space. He could sense the fluctuations in space, thus discerning the origin of the attack. This time, he had been caught off guard, but it would not be so easy to strike him again. As the explosion subsided and the flames dissipated, Sun Wukong emerged, his garments tattered and torn. Remarkably, while his clothes were nearly in shambles, his trousers bore only a few minor holes. In fact, had conducted relevant experiments regarding this. It appeared that the trousers possessed some form of special energy that allowed them to withstand destruction in battle, sustaining merely a few tears. Moreover, the area around the crotch remained undamaged. Of course, this did not imply that the crotch offered absolute defensive capabilities. Should one attempt to absorb an attack with that region? Well, if one was unafraid of the consequences, they were free to try. Despite his disheveled appearance and the various wounds adorning his body, Sun Wukong regarded these injuries as trivial. In terms of endurance and willpower, he was undeniably among the best. I never imagined you could wield instantaneous movement so adeptly. It is truly impressive, Sun Wukong remarked in admiration. Merely trifling techniques, hardly worth mentioning, waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned, as if it were a matter of little significance. Have you heard the whispers of the people? Sun Wukong retorted, at a loss for words. He had mastered instantaneous movement for several years, relying on breath-locking to facilitate his own movement. Yet, having just learned the technique, was already able to manipulate it with such finesse. Was talent truly so remarkable? Could one act with impunity merely due to innate ability? Sun Wukong silently grumbled to himself. It was evident that talent could indeed yield extraordinary results. Moyuan, come on. Let us continue. Sun Wukong, his gaze sharpening. All right. And so, the two resumed their fierce combat. As their battle persisted, the number of onlookers at the temple gradually increased. Mental note. They should have arrived during the fight between Vegeta and Lapis, but alas. I forgot. Hands on hips. A feeble excuse. Piccolo and the others sensed the energy of Sun Wukong's confrontation and hurried over. Initially, upon witnessing Razali and Lapis, a conflict almost broke out. Fortunately, with Gohan and Bobo mediating, they managed to avert a skirmish. After listening to Gohan and Bobo's explanations, the group was left utterly astonished. To their surprise, the adversaries from mere days ago were now begrudgingly considered allies. This meant they had only one foe remaining, Cell. Furthermore, Cell had ventured into another timeline. With no certainty of his return, it was even possible that he might never return. Given this situation, there was no need for them to continue searching for Cell. Regrettably, with the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls were rendered unusable, preventing the resurrection of those slain by Cell. Time passed inexorably. The duel between Sun Wukong and Moyuan was drawing to a close. At this moment, a stark contrast was evident between them. Sun Wukong's attire was tattered, his body marred with wounds, while Moyuan, despite some damage to his garments, appeared unscathed. This disparity did not stem from a significant difference in their inherent combat abilities. Rather, it was due to Moyuan's lineage, which blended the blood of Namekians and the Frisia race, granting him superior physical resilience and formidable regenerative capabilities. Moreover, since they were merely sparring, neither had fought with lethal intent. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Let us conclude with one final move to determine our victor." Moyuan gazed intently at Sun Wukong. "Come forth." The two shared a silent understanding, once more elevating their energies to the zenith. Sun Wukong positioned his hands in a floral formation at his waist. Kamehameha. A small azure sphere materialized between his palms. Moyuan's right hand formed a sword technique, with violet light pulsating at his fingertips, emanating an aura that seemed capable of rending space itself. Sun Wukong observed the purple radiance with a grave expression, involuntarily channeling more energy between his hands. Gradually, he sensed the small sphere in his grasp teetering on the brink of his control. "Wave!" Sun Wukong shouted, thrusting both hands towards Moyuan, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that surged forth with the ferocity of an army sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, the heavens and earth were bathed in a cerulean glow. Those observing the battle within the temple felt an acute tension, their gazes fixated on Moyuan. Quick, dodge. Even La Zili, fully aware of Moyuan's true prowess, could not help but cry out in anxious alarm. Moyuan appeared oblivious to the impending attack, with his entire focus concentrated at his fingertips. Just as Sun Wukong's energy wave was about to strike Moyuan, the violet radiance at Moyuan's fingertips ceased to flicker, solidifying into a blade. "Tear the sky." The ethereal words echoed in the ears of the onlookers. A flash of purple light suddenly appeared, shattering the Kamehameha wave aimed at Moyuan into fragments. A streak of purple sword light struck directly at the heart of the energy wave, advancing towards Sun Wukong. Where it passed, the energy wave transformed into countless specks of starlight. How was this possible? Sun Wukong could hardly believe his eyes, as the energy within him surged wildly into his hands. The Kamehameha intensified, growing larger and more formidable. Yet, it could not halt the sword light, merely slowing its speed. Sensing impending doom, Sun Wukong hastily utilized instant transmission to flee. Without the obstruction of the Kamehameha, the sword light vanished into the horizon like a dragon returning to the sea, countless light years away from Earth. A flash of purple light flickered, and several stars erupted in succession, quietly dissolving into cosmic dust amidst the silent, resplendent fireworks. Chapter 50, Seeking a New Celestial Being. Yuan. That move of yours is terrifying. If I had run even a moment slower, I would have surely been struck down, Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his chest, feigning a look of fear. In that final moment, Sun Wukong recognized he could not withstand the assault, so he quickly reappeared beside Moyuan. Reflecting on the encounter with that formidable technique, he still felt a shiver of trepidation. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Moyuan smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. This technique was Moyuan's most powerful move, honed over a long period. It combined the essence of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Krillin's Destructo Disc, interwoven with his unique creativity. If one were to equate energy to water, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha would be akin to a high-pressure water gun, while Moyuan's Tear the Sky resembled a water knife. The high-pressure water gun serves to wash away, whereas the water knife is capable of slicing through stone and steel. The same force, when concentrated, inflicts greater damage. The might of Tear the Sky is formidable, possessing exceptional penetrating power. Of course, it has its drawbacks. The release requires a lengthy build-up, demanding considerable time to gather energy. Additionally, once unleashed, it is nearly uncontrollable if the opponent, like Sun Wukong, manages to evade. The attack essentially yields no damage. However, this issue was rectified once Moyuan mastered instant transmission, allowing him to manipulate spatial nodes. He chose not to employ it earlier, mainly because it was unnecessary. He had no intention of truly killing Sun Wukong. "Come, let me heal you," he offered. A verdant radiance enveloped Moyuan's hand as he pressed it against Sun Wukong's body. "Wow, you can actually perform healing magic," Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the wounds on his body rapidly mend. This would certainly save them a precious senzu bean. Ever since the senzu beans had been squandered by Aki Luobe, they had been desperate enough to consider splitting one in half for use. Indeed, they had resorted to such measures. In any case, senzu beans had become a rare commodity. Every bean saved was a boon. After restoring Sun Wukong's health, the two of them returned to the temple together. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised to see Piccolo and the others present. "Piccolo, what brings you here?" Piccolo, arms crossed, replied with a hint of exasperation. "Given the commotion you caused, it would have been more peculiar had we not come." "Ah, true, haha." Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "Oh. By the way, Piccolo, can you revert to your form before merging with the Supreme Kai?" Sun Wukong suddenly recalled and inquired. Ever since learning that Cell had escaped to another timeline, Sun Wukong had longed to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans on Earth who had fallen victim to Cell. However, the Dragon Balls had become unusable since the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo. "Unfortunately not," Piccolo shook his head. "Once I merge with the Supreme Kai, we cannot separate again. If it weren't for the numerous upheavals on Earth, we wouldn't have chosen to fuse in the first place." "Is that so?" "It seems it's indeed impossible," Sun Wukong conceded, feeling a sense of resignation. He then posed another question. "I heard from Gohan that some Namekians survived. Do you know which planet they went to?" "I hope to locate them soon." Piccolo responded. "What?" Sun Wukong explained. "I wish to find a Namekian to remain on Earth. This way, both the Supreme Kai and the Dragon Balls could be revived, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Wukong with hopeful anticipation. "If we could find a new Supreme Kai, I would be immensely grateful to you." Bobo was elated at the prospect of a new Supreme Kai, his spirit soaring at the thought. Although Bobo, Moyuan, and Sun Wukong were good friends, he understood that they could not remain in the temple indefinitely. Once they departed, he would be left alone in solitude. While Sun Wukong's idea was splendid, Piccolo couldn't help but inquire, "But Wukong, how will you bring him here? We currently have no idea which planet they are on." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Have you forgotten that I can teleport? As long as I can sense a key signature similar to yours, it indicates the presence of a Namekian." Piccolo was taken aback. "Can you really sense ki from such a distance?" Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "I suppose so, if it is not too inappropriate or distant. There should be no problem. I shall give it a try now. You all remain still for the time being." With those words, Sun Wukong placed his index and middle fingers upon his forehead, commencing his search for a presence akin to Piccolo's. Observing Sun Wukong's earnest demeanor, the crowd held their breath in anticipation. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly as he removed his fingers from his forehead. The onlookers gazed at him with eager hope. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "I apologize, but it appears I am still unable to do so. What should we do now?" The crowd reacted with dismay. Then, a thought struck him. "If we go to Lord Kai, perhaps we might find a solution." Sun Wukong, invigorated by this new idea, hastily began to search for Lord Kai's energy. How does one reach Lord Kai? Eureka! In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. He must have already arrived at Lord Kai's location. I hope everything goes smoothly, thought Gohan silently. Once they learned that Cell had traversed to another timeline. Piccolo and the others ceased their patrols and remained in the temple, their curiosity piqued by the Room of Spirit and Time. They too contemplated spending some time training within its confines. Moyuan and Baiku were not acquainted and had no desire to engage in casual conversation. Moreover, they harbored a degree of caution towards Moyuan and his companions. Consequently, the temple became divided into two small groups. Moyuan, Latsili, and La Bai Si are three individuals. Baiku, Sun Wu Fan, Klin, and Tianjin Fan comprise four others. Prepared a delightful afternoon tea and summoned Bobo to join him. The four of them sat beneath a large sunshade, relishing the exquisite treats in a truly delightful atmosphere. However, perhaps due to the presence of Beaker and his companions, Bobo did not linger outside for long. Bobo suggested they all go over together, but declined the invitation. The reasons were twofold. First, they were not well acquainted, and second, Beaker and his friends harbored a sense of wariness towards them. Gathering together would only serve to create discomfort, as not everyone possesses the carefree spirit of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing his reasoning, Bobo chose not to press the matter further. Do you two truly not regard me as a person? Lapis remarked, observing her sister and engage in their affectionate exchange with a hint of exasperation. Moyuan and Latsili gazed at La Bai Si with an air of perplexity. After exchanging a glance, they burst into laughter in unison, exclaiming, "Single dog." La Bai Si, in a fit of frustration, flipped over a table. Not far away, Klin found himself unable to resist stealing glances at Latsili. For reasons unbeknownst to him, whenever he witnessed the intimate interactions between Latsili and Moyuan, a pang of heartache coursed through him. Moyuan sensed Klin's gaze and turned his head to regard him with indifference. Klin felt the chilling intensity in Moyuan's eyes. Instantly overwhelmed as though he were being targeted by a savage beast from the wilderness, making it difficult for him to breathe. He quickly turned away, daring not to look at Latsili any longer. "What is it? Is there something amiss?" Latsili inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," he replied. Moyuan turned his head, his expression returning to normal. Lazili did not inquire further, instead offering the items in her hand to Moyuan's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Moyuan took a decisive bite. Hiss, cough, cough. A sharp, pungent flavor surged straight to his head. Mustard, an overwhelming dollop of mustard. Moyuan was choked to the point of tears. Upon noticing that Latsili was stifling her laughter with her hand, he resolved that such a delightful flavor should not be savored alone. He embraced Latsili and, seizing the moment before the taste dissipated, shared the exquisite experience with her. Moments passed. Moyuan gazed at the tearful Latsili, who had been choked by mustard, and softly remarked, "This is what it means to share both joys and sorrows." Beside them, Lapisi, Chapter 51, the resurrection of the divine dragon. As dusk approached, the sky darkened gradually. The slanting rays of the setting sun painted the horizon in hues of red, the rosy clouds resembling a bashful maiden, a sight that was truly delightful to behold. Perched high above, the temple offered a daily view of the most exquisite sunsets. Yet, no matter how many times one witnessed it, each occasion was an invitation to be utterly entranced. Sunlight streamed through the evening clouds, casting a golden glow upon the earth. From above, one could behold a landscape shrouded in mist, the ethereal light of the clouds creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, indescribably beautiful. The evening glow gently adorned Latsili with a delicate pink halo, akin to a fairy descended to the mortal realm, stunningly enchanting. Moyuan gently held the soft hand of Latsili, a profound sense of peace enveloping his heart. This feeling brought him immense joy. Were it not for the knowledge of formidable adversaries that lay ahead, he would have longed for a secluded haven with Latsili, where they could relish a tranquil life together, sharing a modest abode, meals, and the changing seasons. Alas, in this world, the aspiration for a serene existence is indeed a luxury. If he were merely an ordinary individual, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, now that he possesses the strength, Moyuan refuses to place his fate in the hands of others. This resolve is not solely for his own sake, but also for those he wishes to protect. Gazed tenderly at, his grip tightening with a sense of urgency. 2 hours had elapsed since departed, and the sky was nearing twilight. Uncertainty loomed over whether he had located the Namekian. Sat cross-legged on the ground, boredom enveloping him. He will surely succeed. My father will find them without fail, asserted resolutely. Suddenly, a ripple in space manifested, and two figures materialized within the temple. "Hello. I've just returned from the new Namek," announced, accompanied by a child strikingly similar to, exclaimed, astonished by the presence of the young boy. After all, was merely a child, and had never anticipated that would bring such a young companion before the Earth's deity. "Is he the new deity?" inquired. Observing the child, who bore a remarkable resemblance to the former god, a smile of joy gracing his features. "Indeed," affirmed with a nod, and rushed over, brimming with exhilaration upon seeing their friend. They had endured countless adventures together on Namek, forging a bond that made them inseparable friends. Exclaimed, equally thrilled to see them. Since departing Earth, he had missed these two dear companions dearly. At long last, they were reunited. The three embraced, joyfully spinning in circles. "It's been ages. Your presence is a true delight," exclaimed. "Can you really be the deity on Earth?" inquired. "Why, yes," replied, feeling slightly bashful from their enthusiastic reception. "I knew it. I could see your potential from the start. You are destined for greatness." With affirmation, Ant's joy intensified. "I must ask you," said, his expression turning serious. "Can you truly create the Dragon Balls?" "Absolutely. The elder from Namek told me that is an exceptionally gifted descendant of the Dragon clan." Interjected before could respond. Looked at in confusion, "Elder?" The current Grand Elder clarified. "Yes," scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "It's the Grand Elder. He assured me there would be no mistakes. With 100 days, I believe I can complete the Dragon Balls," stated confidently. This time frame was considered remarkably brief among the Namekians. 100 days? Will it really take that long? Wukong was taken aback. He had thought that the Dragon Balls could be created with mere ease, yet he was astonished to discover that it required such an extensive amount of time. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Suddenly, Dandy, after a brief contemplation, conceived an ingenious plan. If he could obtain the 7 Dragon Balls previously used on Earth, along with a model of Shenron, he could promptly revive the Dragon Balls. Is that truly possible? Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The former Dragon Balls must have transformed into stones scattered across the Earth by now, Piccolo calmly analyzed. If a model of Shenron is needed. "I happen to have one that I made myself," Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. "That's splendid. This should pose no problem," Dandy replied, as the others displayed expressions of joy. "By the way, Dandy, can we wish for 3 wishes just like we could on Namek?" Krillin inquired. "Indeed." Dandy nodded slightly. Piccolo then asked, "Can we also, as before, use just 1 wish to bring back the deceased? For instance, can we revive those who were slain by Cell?" Dandy felt a slight overheating of his CPU at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Regarding this matter, I believe I wasn't fully prepared initially. If such a wish were to be made, it would only count as 2 wishes. Gohan exclaimed in delight. "So we can actually fulfill 2 wishes? "Yes," came Dandy's affirmative reply. And the group was eager to have Dandy revive Shenron. Not only could they revive many individuals at once, just like before, but they would also be free from the limitation of reviving a person only once, even gaining an additional wish. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Bulma produced the model she had crafted and handed it to Dandy. At that moment, Moya and Lazuli approached to observe, as he too possessed the bloodline of the Namekians and might even be able to create Dragon Balls himself. As for why it was only the 2 of them, it was because Lapis had overindulged in dog food and went off to find Android 16 to digest. Dandy then extended his arms towards the model of Shenron, reciting the incantation from Namek. Subsequently, a peculiar energy coalesced in Dandy's hands and flowed into the model. This energy was extraordinary. It lacked the offensive nature of Ki, yet possessed an inexplicable power. After a while, the model of Shenron transformed into a beam of golden light shooting skyward. It then divided into 7 streams of light, dispersing and landing across the Earth. All done. The Dragon Balls, which had scattered and turned to stone, should now be revived. Wonderful. I shall go borrow the Dragon Radar from Bulma at once. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. He then pressed his finger against his forehead, sensing Bulma's aura. Wukong suddenly called out Moyuan. Wukong looked at him in confusion. "After resurrecting those who were slain by Cell, could you grant me the remaining wish?" "I wish." "Of course." Moyuan was taken aback. He had intended to elucidate to Sun Wukong his aspirations for this wish. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong readily acquiesced. "Very well. I shall seek the Dragon Balls. Farewell." Sun Wukong smiled faintly and vanished. Stood in a daze, gazing at the spot where Wukong had vanished for quite some time. "Truly, you are remarkable." Wukong. Chapter 52. Wishes. "Hello, Dandy. I am After Wukong's departure, approached Dondi. "Hello, brother." Dondi was taken aback, unsure of why he had suddenly addressed a stranger as brother. Yet, there was an inexplicable warmth emanating from the person before him, evoking memories of his older brother, Nairo. Dondi, who was typically reserved, felt a tinge of shyness, his green visage slightly flushed, could not resist caressing his round head. It was soft, plump, and remarkably smooth. Unconsciously, he found himself lingering a bit longer. "Dandy, could you possibly teach me how to create a Dragon Ball?" Reluctantly released Dandy's head and inquired, "The Dragon Balls?" Dandy gazed at in astonishment. "But the Dragon Balls can only be crafted by those of dragon lineage. I suppose I could be considered half, well, a quarter of a dragon." Dandy scrutinized from head to toe, but could discern no trace of the characteristics typical of a Namekian. Furthermore, the Namekians reproduce asexually. How could there possibly be hybrids? Not to mention the reproductive isolation. They fundamentally lack the ability to procreate with others. Upon observing Dandy's expression, Moyuan discerned his disbelief. Consequently, he extended his hand, and a unique energy materialized above it. Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the energy emanating from Moyuan's hand. This energy was the distinctive bloodline energy of their Mechstar people, known as willpower. While willpower lacks offensive capabilities, it possesses numerous extraordinary applications, such as healing and the creation of objects out of thin air. These are but a few manifestations of its power. Of course, these feats are not exclusive to willpower. Magic and supernatural abilities can achieve similar results. The paramount function of willpower lies in the creation of wish orbs, commonly referred to as Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing Moyuan's possession of willpower, Dandy readily agreed without hesitation. Beside them, Piccolo had initially contemplated voicing his thoughts but ultimately remained silent after a moment's reflection. Goku placed his trust in him, as did Bobo. Moreover, the aura surrounding Moyuan was serene, devoid of any malevolent undertones. With this in mind, Piccolo reasoned, "What harm is there in trusting him just this once?" Having come to this conclusion, he sought a secluded corner to meditate, embarking on his own training. Dandy, experiencing the exhilaration of his inaugural teaching venture, diligently guided Moyuan in the art of crafting Dragon Balls. "Dandy," Moyuan inquired, "you mentioned that special materials are required for their creation, yet I currently lack such materials. What should I do?" The special materials Dandy referenced likely pertained to fragments scraped from the Super Dragon Balls. Moyuan felt a sense of frustration. It could be said that he was utterly stymied at the very first step. The universe is vast, and searching for the Super Dragon Balls is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, there was no need for concern. Dandy pulled out a small cloth pouch from his bosom and proudly proclaimed, "Behold, this is the material I brought from my clan, originally intended for crafting Dragon Balls. Yet, since Earth already possesses Dragon Balls, these materials have become unnecessary." In that moment, Moyuan felt as though Dandy was radiating brilliance. "Marvelous, Dandy. You truly are the most magnificent person in this world. You are nothing short of a savior." Graciously showered praises. "Oh, I am not that remarkable." Dandy, overwhelmed by the compliments, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. Once the materials were procured, promptly commenced the creation of the Dragon Ball. Under Dandy's meticulous guidance, a Dragon Ball, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg, was soon fashioned. The subsequent task involved a prolonged period of nurturing the Dragon Ball with willpower, implanting a seed of desire within it. Only upon the possession of this seed would the Dragon Ball begin to absorb the willpower present in the universe. When saturated with willpower, it would become possible to summon the divine dragon and make wishes. It is noteworthy that possessing 7 Dragon Balls is not a necessity, nor does a larger Dragon Ball equate to greater strength. The potency of a Dragon Ball is contingent upon the skill of its creator. Presently, the Dragon Ball on Earth, having been activated by Dandy, boasts a strength comparable to that of the Dragon Balls from Namek, despite being less than half their size. Time for dinner, unbeknownst to him, had already dedicated over 2 hours to the crafting of the Dragon Ball. During this interval, had ventured to prepare the evening meal. Thanks to the efforts of Bobo and Gohan earlier that afternoon, Krillin and Tien had lowered their defenses. Consequently, prepared dinner for everyone that evening. Considering the number of individuals in the temple and the presence of the insatiable Son Goku, spent 2 hours finalizing the meal. Dinner is ready, just in time. As I was on the verge of starvation, at that moment, Son Goku returned to the temple at the perfect hour for a meal, cradling 7 shimmering Dragon Balls in his arms. Without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Balls onto the ground and eagerly rushed to the dining table. ready to partake. Moyuan swatted away Sun Wukong's hand, insisting, "First, wash your hands." All right, you are truly too strict, Moyuan." Sun Wukong replied, hurriedly rushing off to the washroom. Gohan and Krillin felt a tad embarrassed by Sun Wukong's antics. However, neither Moyuan nor Sun Wukong seemed to mind such trivial matters. Lapis and Android 16 were also summoned back by Moyuan through telepathy. Soon, everyone gathered around the dining table, including Piccolo and Dandy. The only one absent was Android 16, as he was a robot and did not require sustenance. Moreover, he had been programmed with directives from Dr. Gero. And merely refraining from taking action against Sun Wukong was quite commendable. The meal proceeded harmoniously, devoid of any unfortunate incidents. After dining, the rejuvenated Sun Wukong finally remembered the Dragon Balls. "Sister, do you wish to return to being a normal person?" Moyuan inquired. Although he was aware that the dragon could not restore Lazuli to her former state, he pondered the possibility if Lazuli truly desired to revert to normalcy. Moyuan would also go to great lengths to find the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill Lazile's wish. Lazile gazed at Moyuan in astonishment. "You made a wish with Sun Wukong just for me?" Nodded and said, "Indeed, if you wish to avoid becoming an ordinary person, we shall grant a wish to eliminate the bombs and control systems within you." The control systems within Lazile and lady.With also pose significant risks. In the original narrative, Klin merely wished away the bombs from their bodies, leaving the control systems intact. In Dragon Ball GT, Dr. Gero exploited the control systems to manipulate lady.With, subsequently creating Hell's Android 17, which fused into Super Android 17. While it remains unclear whether this timeline is a variant of the original or the GT timeline, it is prudent to eradicate these potential threats for safety. Lazile felt her eyes moisten slightly, unable to restrain herself from embracing. "Why are you so kind to me?" she murmured softly. Moyuan lowered his head and gently pressed a mark upon her smooth forehead. His voice was deep and earnest. "Because you are my sister, my family, my dearest, and my only beloved." Moyuan's heartfelt confession struck deeply at Lazile's heart. In this moment, a singular impulse consumed her. Yet, she found herself unable to resist. Nor did she wish to. Thus, Lazile rose to her tiptoes, her delicate arms encircling Moyuan's neck, and, with unwavering determination, she pressed her lips against his, leaving her indelible mark. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Lazile continued to cling to Moyuan's neck, her large, glistening eyes gazing at him with profound affection, so filled with emotion that it seemed they might overflow with tears. Leaning closer to Moyuan's ear, she whispered, "You are my one and only," smiled, feeling immensely honored. Ultimately, Lazile chose not to revert to an ordinary life, finding contentment in her current state. The primary advantage lay in their possession of an infinite energy furnace, which ensured their appearances would remain youthful indefinitely, a dream coveted by countless women. Consequently, made a wish, requesting the divine dragon to eliminate the hidden dangers within Lazile and her companions, such as the bombs and control systems. With these threats eradicated, the three of them experienced a profound sense of relief, as if a long-standing shackle had finally vanished. Even 16 ceased to harbor animosity towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 53, Vegeta's daring feat. With a creak, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open once more. Amidst the blinding white light, two figures, one tall and one short, emerged gradually. Compared to yesterday, their physiques had visibly expanded, muscles bulging, and an overwhelming aura radiating from them, showcasing the terrifying advancements they had achieved over the past year. Both Vegeta and Trunks now possessed a base combat power of 500 million. Furthermore, they had ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan, enjoying a 60-fold increase in combat prowess. Krillin and Tien were nearly immobilized by the oppressive aura, while Piccolo could not help but break a sweat. Although their base combat powers were still inferior to those of Vegeta, the Saiyans, upon transforming, boasted at least a 50-fold enhancement. Piccolo realized he was no longer a match for Vegeta. Vegeta emerged with an air of supreme confidence, a disdainful glance sweeping over everyone present. The sheer magnitude of his power inflated his ego, rendering him indifferent to those around him. However, he abruptly noticed that the three puppet dolls before him displayed no signs of fear in the face of his formidable presence, although Sun Wukong also remained unfazed indeed. He seemed quite exhilarated. Vegeta had long ceased to regard him as a typical individual. But how could these three puppets dare to underestimate a prince? As Vegeta contemplated unleashing his wrath, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to transform, which indeed placed his power slightly below theirs. With this realization, he felt a wave of understanding wash over him, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded and his companions. What had initially been disdain now bore a hint of pity for the weak. Ants would forever remain ants, unable to fathom the might of a prince. The three individuals observed the sudden and perplexing change in Vegeta's expression. Moreover, his gaze was undeniably unsettling. Vegeta, are you suffering from constipation? Your complexion is truly dreadful, remarked as he stepped forward, arms crossed. With a disdainful smirk, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with frost. You puppet fools are utterly oblivious. I had no intention of engaging with you. But since you have so foolishly chosen to seek your own demise, do not blame me for my mercilessness. The sight of stirred painful memories of the humiliation Vegeta had endured at his hands on 2 previous occasions, a transgression that was simply unforgivable. Vegeta, do not act rashly. Is one of us not an enemy? Exclaimed, rushing forward to position himself between the two, attempting to mediate. In response, Vegeta forcefully shoved aside. Get out of my way. Kakarot, he growled, having resolved that even if he did not slay today, he would ensure that the latter received a lesson he would never forget. Wishing to intervene, was restrained by, do not worry, Goku. Everything will be fine. However, Vegeta's current power level was nearing the strength he possessed after transformation, and the prospect of meeting his end at Vegeta's hands loomed ominously. Goku was sweating profusely with anxiety, unaware of his mastery of the King's Fist. He believed combat prowess was merely in the billions. Rest assured, is not as weak as you imagine, assured, seemingly unfazed. Having trained alongside in the hyperbolic time chamber for 6 months, he knew that could already unleash a 20-fold King's Fist. Following an additional 6 months of solo training, would undoubtedly have made significant progress. Presently, could not ascertain the exact multiplier of his King's Fist, but he was certain it exceeded 20-fold. Given Vegeta's current power level, a mere 20-fold King's Fist from would suffice to utterly dominate him. As observed the lingering unease in, he leaned closer and whispered 3 words. In an instant, was taken aback, gazing at with incredulity. He questioned, did you just mention? As he instinctively cleared his ear, doubts crept in, making him wonder if he had misheard. He was acutely aware of the high threshold required to master this technique, though he had contemplated teaching it to and the others. He knew they could not surmount that formidable barrier. Ultimately, he had to abandon the notion, remained silent, merely gathering a small orb of vital energy in his hand. Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended the situation. So that is why, upon seeing you, I have always felt that you were not malevolent. It turns out to be this way. By the way, to what extent can Robbies unleash the King's Fist? Moyuan raised 2 fingers, at least 20 times. Hiss. Wukong inhaled sharply. His gaze towards Vegeta transformed, now laced with a hint of pity, mirroring the way Vegeta had looked at Moyuan and the others moments before. Wukong felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. Why must he endure punishment every time he makes a bit of progress? What kind of law is this? Unable to bear the thought of Vegeta's impending fate, Sun Wukong summoned Gohan, and together they prepared to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Just before they stepped inside, he cautioned Moyuan to ask Lapis to go easy on Vegeta, ensuring he wouldn't be killed. Finally, with a look of compassion, Sun Wukong shook his head and closed the door to the chamber. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Lapis had already ascended above the temple, their auras surging with intensity. Vegeta, looking down upon Lapis with disdain, sneered, you worthless fool, I grant you a chance, kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall spare your life. Lapis, crossing his arms, retorted mockingly, it seems you've been constipated for too long. Perhaps your brain is filled with excrement. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta did not erupt in anger. His mindset had shifted. He perceived Lapis's taunts as nothing more than the impotent rage of a weakling, dismissing them entirely. With a confident smile, he replied, I hope you can maintain that arrogance for a while longer. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his energy, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The temple beneath him began to crack under the immense pressure of his rising power. Moyuan swiftly conjured a protective shield to envelop the entire temple. He then materialized several lounge chairs, along with a selection of snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beverages. Addressed the others, saying, feel free. He then took Latsili by the hand, and the two found an ideal vantage point, reclining in chairs while enjoying snacks, utterly content. Above them, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles swelling once more. A golden aura blazed around him, and a terrifying energy swept across the entire earth. Feeling the cataclysmic power coursing through him, Vegeta smiled confidently. He then raised his thumb towards himself and proclaimed, I am the indomitable Vegeta. Below, could not contain himself and sprayed his drink everywhere. Vegeta had done it again. He audaciously dared to utter such a phrase. Lotzi covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Ever since had mentioned it to her, she could no longer regard Vegeta's words with a straight face. Remembering Goku's advice, felt compelled to speak with Lapis. Thus, he called out, "Lapis, take it easy. Don't kill Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Lapis flashed an okay gesture. Chapter 54. Vegeta falls yet again. Vegeta was furious. Faced with such overwhelming power, these insignificant beings showed no fear whatsoever. They even dared to suggest that Lapis should go easy on him. As if that were something meant for him. "You fools." Vegeta seethed, glaring at Lapis. "No one can underestimate me, Vegeta. I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. I am the Super Saiyan Vegeta." With a roar, Vegeta's energy surged once more. The earth trembled, mountains quaked, and the seas boiled. As if on the verge of collapse, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, dazzling like the sun. Vegeta had pushed his power to its zenith, unleashing a combat strength of 30 billion without reservation. The surrounding air became thick and suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. How terrifying. Could such power truly belong to a mortal? Krillin and Tien Shinhan trembled under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed maniacally. "Tremble, you insects." He could already envision the terrified expressions of these puppets under his oppressive presence. Clap, clap, clap. The jarring sound of applause interrupted Vegeta's fantasies. He realized that the insignificant beings before him showed no signs of fear. Instead, they wore satisfied smiles as they applauded him, as if witnessing a clown's splendid performance in a circus. "Vegeta, is this all your power?" Lapis gazed at Vegeta, hesitating to speak, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. Countless words condensed into a mere click, a simple sound that shattered Vegeta's defenses entirely. To be looked down upon was far more painful than death itself. "You wretched puppet. I shall dismantle you today." Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with uncontrollable rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. Does it not resemble a scenario where two individuals have entered and dismantled me? Lapis sneered. "Vegeta, open your eyes wide and discern who has truly dismantled whom." 20-fold Kaioken. Huh. With Lapis's roar, a crimson aura erupted from within him, blazing fiercely. Simultaneously, Lapis's energy surged dramatically. His base combat power stood at an astounding 1.7 billion. Upon activating the 20-fold Kaioken, his power skyrocketed to 34 billion. The terrifying aura instantly subdued Vegeta. However, the disparity of 4 billion in combat power, in the context of their current abilities, was not insurmountable. Though Vegeta was momentarily suppressed, he still retained some capacity to resist. Thus, Lapis resolved to elevate his strength further, aiming to conquer Vegeta with overwhelming prowess. This marked their third confrontation, and Lapis had long grown weary of Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. 30-fold Kaioken. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Lapis's body, yet he did not even flinch. During the latter half of his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had refined his physique. Now, he could activate the 20-fold Kaioken without sustaining any injury. Although the 30-fold Kaioken would inflict some damage, it remained within his limits. Upon unleashing the 30-fold Kaioken, Lapis's combat power surged to an astonishing 51 billion. The fearsome aura extended beyond the solar system, enveloping a vast portion of the northern galaxy. The solar system at the center trembled under this overwhelming force. How is this possible? Even if I were to transform, I would still fall short. Trunks was left speechless, utterly astounded by Lapis's might. Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber not only granted him immense power, but also inflated his pride to its zenith. In Vegeta's eyes, apart from his fellow Saiyans Goku and his son, no one else warranted his regard. Yet now, Lapis's strength struck him like a resounding slap, shattering his arrogance into pieces. Unforgivable. Vegeta's eyes burned with fury, his rage uncontainable. "I am the strongest warrior in the universe." Vegeta roared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Lapis. The multitude of energy orbs fell like a meteor shower, striking Lapis with relentless force. The blasts continued to erupt from Vegeta's hands, as if he were venting his pent-up rage. This flurry of royal combat techniques persisted for nearly 5 minutes, enveloping the sky in a thick shroud of smoke, resembling a dark, oppressive cloud from a distance. Once he finished his assault, Vegeta did not pause. Instead, he extended his arms wide in midair, drawing upon the energy of the world around him. He was not foolish enough to believe that mere energy blasts could vanquish Lapis. Those were merely distractions, a smokescreen to prepare for his ultimate attack. Should this final move connect, Vegeta was confident he could defeat, or even annihilate, Lapis. In an explosive display, a radiant light burst forth from Vegeta's being. The energy of the cosmos rapidly converged upon him. In that moment, the heavens trembled, fierce winds howled. Thunder rumbled, and the very mountains quaked. Vegeta compressed the energy, drawing it closer, until it clung to him like a cloak. The released energy manifested as bolts of lightning, wreaking havoc across the realm. While the temple remained unscathed under the protection of Moyuan, the earth below suffered a grim fate, marred by destruction and chaos. Vegeta, is this your ultimate reliance? As the smoke cleared, Lapis stood unscathed in the air, arms crossed, observing the gathering energy with a calm demeanor. I concede that you possess great power, but I cannot believe you truly dare to withstand my attack, he remarked. Vegeta directed his hands towards Lapis, a flickering energy orb, crackling with lightning, hovering between them. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from it was impossible to ignore. This energy sphere surpassed Vegeta's peak combat strength and continued to escalate. He taunted further, I doubt it. You are nothing more than a coward. Lapis remained silent, quietly watching the display, mistaking Lapis's silence for acquiescence to endure his attack. Vegeta's lips curled into a mocking smile. The lightning-imbued energy sphere pulsated restlessly at his fingertips, embodying power that had reached twice his own, equating to an astounding 600 billion in combat strength. Vegeta found himself unable to compress any further, struggling to maintain control over the sphere. Ha ha, perish now, you wretched puppet. This is my final flash. With an air of certainty, Vegeta could not contain his laughter, releasing the pressure on the energy orb. In an instant, a colossal energy wave erupted from his hands, radiating an aura capable of obliterating worlds, hurtling toward Lapis. The energy wave soared across the sky, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the depths of the cosmos. Vegeta gasped heavily, his breath escaping in labored bursts. This technique had nearly drained every ounce of power from within him. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that he had vanquished that accursed puppet. As he surveyed the empty space where Lapis had stood, an uncontrollable laughter erupted from him. Ha! No matter how formidable your strength, you still fell at my hands. What are you laughing at? A monotonous voice, akin to a demonic whisper, echoed ominously in Vegeta's ear. This sound sent a chill coursing down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form all over his body. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Lapis, who should have perished beneath his onslaught, standing unscathed. Why? Huh? Vegeta's incredulous exclamation prompted a chuckle from Lapis. Vegeta, are you foolish, or am I? Do you truly believe such a clumsy provocation could deceive me? You. Vegeta was rendered speechless by rage. Enough. Just let me give you a good beating. And should you dare speak insolently to us again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Lapis cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You. Vegeta huffed indignantly, yet as he caught sight of the chilling malice in Lapis's gaze, he swallowed back his retorts. Very well, remember my name. I am Lapis. Ensure you do not mispronounce it again, or I shall indeed take your life. 10 minutes later, Lapis was once again tugging at Vegeta's hair as they returned to the temple. One must admit, Vegeta's hairstyle was remarkably easy to grasp. After 3 attempts, Lapis had already expressed his approval. Chapter 55. Preparing to journey to the future. In the vast expanse of the desert, 2 beams of light, one golden and the other purple, danced through the air in a rapid, chaotic intertwining, colliding with tremendous force. Boom! The deafening sound of their clash resonated across the land. The aftermath of the battle unleashed invisible shockwaves that rippled outward, while golden sands were swept up by the tempestuous winds, forming towering waves reminiscent of a cataclysmic ocean. The engulfing sands cloaked the desert in a terrifying spectacle, akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Bang! Following another collision, the purple light was sent spiraling downward, crashing into the desert like a meteor, embedding itself deep and creating a massive pit several meters in depth. The golden light hovered above the crater, revealing the silhouette of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had gathered his energy within, having spent a year in the Room of Spirit and Time, where he perfected his Super Saiyan transformation to its full power. At this stage, not only had his combat prowess surged to 60 times its original strength, but he also mastered the ability to control the energy produced by his transformation, allowing it to remain contained within himself without a trace of power wasted. Moyuan found himself deeply buried beneath the sands, a delicate layer of energy enveloping his body, completely shielding him from the surrounding grains. Engaging in combat with Sun Wukong in his normal state was indeed a display of hubris, for Sun Wukong was no longer the same as he once was. Currently, his battle prowess in a typical state had soared to an astonishing 600 million, and upon transformation, it escalated to an unparalleled 36 billion. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, Moyuan's lips curled into a smile. During his confrontation with Sun Wukong, he discovered that under such immense pressure, his own combat strength was rapidly augmenting. In previous encounters with Razali and Lapith, he had always matched his power to theirs. In his earlier, weaker days, Razali had also tempered her strength to that of his own for their sparring sessions. This had led him to remain oblivious to the terrifying potential he possessed. Throughout this battle, Moyuan's combat strength achieved a significant milestone, elevating his normal state power to an impressive 700 million. Moyuan can hardly contain his eagerness to continue his duel with Sun Wukong. With a deep roar, Moyuan unleashed a burst of violet flames. The sand in the massive pit swirled into a colossal vortex. Bang! The sand at the vortex's center erupted, revealing Moyuan's figure, and scathed. Observing Moyuan, untouched by the chaos, Sun Wukong could not help but feel a twinge of envy, though he had held back in their previous confrontation. The force of the attack had exceeded what even someone of Moyuan's caliber could withstand. Astonishingly, Moyuan emerged without a single blemish, a testament to his formidable strength. Yuan, endowed with scion cells, you must have the potential to transform into a super scion as well. Come, unleash your full power, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. His gaze fixed on Moyuan. Moyuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded and said, "Indeed, I can transform. But my transformation may differ somewhat from yours." Different? Words instantly piqued Sun Wukong's curiosity. What is different? Is it the form or the enhancement in combat prowess? After a moment's contemplation, formed a gesture resembling the universe between his thumb and index finger, aside from a slight variation in form. The increase in combat strength surpasses yours by a minuscule margin. Sun Wukong, fueled by an even greater curiosity, exclaimed, "Then show me quickly." Replied, "Observe closely, Mr. Wukong." As was preparing to transform, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice echoing from a distance. After a moment, hurriedly appeared before them. "Hello, what brings you here? Has something happened?" Inquired. "It is as follows. My mother has repaired the time machine, and I wish to invite you both to journey to the future and assist in defeating," earnestly regarded and, just moments prior, he had received a call from and was eager to return. However, he suddenly recalled warning about the terrifying strength possessed upon achieving his perfect form. Thus, to ensure their success, he resolved to enlist Ant's aid in confronting. Hence, the present scene unfolded, naturally, and had no objections to his request. As a formidable adversary was precisely what they yearned for. Moyuan was equally eager to ascertain the comparative strengths of himself and the complete form of Cell. "You go ahead, I shall join you shortly." With that, Moyuan focused his inner vision to locate the temple and activated his instantaneous movement, vanishing from one spot only to reappear at the same location. Inside the temple, Lady was diligently practicing various applications of her spatial abilities. In terms of spatial talent, Lady was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Through her mastery of instantaneous movement, she had developed a myriad of spatial capabilities. She had created a dimensional space for item storage, executed a dimensional slash that tore through space, and manipulated the solidification of her enemy's spatial forms, among others. If she continued on this path, as her strength grew, there was no doubt that she would rival, if not surpass, the likes of Hitter, who possessed the ability of time manipulation. Suddenly, a wave of spatial disturbance rippled through the air, followed by a familiar aura enveloping Lady. "Sister, I have returned." Moyuan embraced Lady, murmuring softly, "Why have you returned so soon?" Conveyed to Lazuli his intention to accompany Trunks to the future. After a moment of silence, Lazuli responded, "Very well, you may proceed." "Shall I take my leave then?" Pinpointed Bulma's location, preparing to teleport. "Wait. What is the matter?" Looked at Lazuli with confusion. Lazuli gracefully glided towards him, rising on her toes. Moyuan touched the damp corner of his mouth, smiling foolishly. "What a silly sight. Hurry along now. Don't keep them waiting." Lazuli chided playfully, gazed at Razali, and said, "I just remembered there is an important matter I have yet to attend to." Razali tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her features. "What matter?" At that moment, Razali noticed face magnifying before her eyes. After a brief pause, Moyuan gazed at the charming, slightly tipsy Lotzi in his arms and earnestly asserted, "It is of utmost importance to reciprocate. The exchange of gifts is indeed a commendable tradition." With that, he gently released Lotzi and spoke with sincerity, "Now, I truly must take my leave." Lotzi's autumn-like eyes shimmered with a tender affection, as if they held an endless array of unspoken emotions. "I shall await your return," was momentarily taken aback, then nodded resolutely. "Very well. Lock on to Bulma's location," he declared, vanishing from sight. Lazuli gazed at the spot where had disappeared for a considerable time, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. She intensified her training, unwilling to remain sheltered behind when faced with adversaries in the future. After all, she was the elder sister. Chapter 56. The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Cell? When arrived at Bulma's home, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta were already present. "Yuan, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Sun Wukong, rising with palpable excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to confront Cell. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at, turning his head away in silent frustration. The memory of being ruthlessly beaten by Laplace days prior resurfaced every time he laid eyes on. "Just wait. This prince will eventually eradicate you one by one," he thought bitterly. "Dear young man, might I have the pleasure of your company on a date?" Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, exclaimed upon seeing the strikingly handsome, her eyes widening in admiration as she rushed over to clasp his arm enthusiastically. "Mom," Bulma lamented, exasperated, as she held her forehead in resignation at her mother's infatuation. Yet, he was indeed quite handsome, if only Vegeta and Trunks were not around. Bulma furtively glanced at, secretly pondering. Moyuan quietly withdrew his hand from Mrs. Brief's embrace, offering a polite smile as he greeted, "It has been a while, Mrs. Brief." To his surprise, Mrs. Brief seemed momentarily perplexed by his words. After scrutinizing him closely, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, "Are you that little brother from that day?" Had it not been for the unmistakable features of Moyuan, she would scarcely have believed that the towering figure before her, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, was the same child she had encountered days earlier. Over the past few days, both Mrs. Brief and Bulma had heard Trunks speak of Moyuan and his companions, coming to understand that they were not the villains they had initially presumed them to be, which alleviated their fears. "Indeed, I must extend my gratitude to you, Mrs. Brief, for generously allowing us to use the gravity chamber that day." Moyuan sincerely expressed his thanks. "Ah." Mrs. Brief paused slightly, then waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, no need at all. From now on, we shall all be good friends. By the way, I wonder if you have a girlfriend, Yuan? I must tell you, I have a daughter who is quite beautiful." In truth, Mrs. Brief felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, she had given them the items out of fear upon recognizing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on Lazuli. "I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a girlfriend," Moyuan replied. "Is she the lovely young lady who accompanied you that day?" "Indeed." Speaking of Lazuli made Moyuan's heart swell with warmth, akin to savoring honey. "All right, Mom, they need to get going," Bulma interjected, noticing Trunks' restless demeanor. She knew her mother well. If left unchecked, Mrs. Brief could engage Moyuan in conversation until nightfall. "Follow me," Bulma instructed Moyuan and the others. The group trailed Bulma out of the room and into the courtyard, where she produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding boom and a swirl of smoke, an oversized time machine materialized before them. This journey into the future would only include Moyuan, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Gohan would remain behind, as Chi-Chi had forbidden him from going. Moyuan understood Chi-Chi's concerns well. While everyone focused on Gohan's extraordinary abilities, they overlooked a crucial fact. He was merely 10 years old. What parent could bear to send their 10-year-old child into battle against fearsome creatures? Do not speak of Kiki. Even Goku finds it difficult to bear. His earlier insistence on training Gohan stemmed from his uncertainty in confronting Moyuan and their ilk, as well as Cell. However, Gohan's latent potential instilled a sense of hope within him. Now, with Moyuan and his companions having become allies, the only adversary left to contend with is Cell. Moreover, Goku perceives a strength within Moyuan that surpasses even Gohan's. Naturally, he is reluctant to allow Gohan to embark on any perilous adventures alongside them. In the depths of time, the 4 companions of Moyuan boarded the time machine. Trunks skillfully adjusted the controls, casting a final glance at his mother from the bygone era, who waved farewell to them. "Goodbye. May all proceed smoothly." Trunks also waved to Bulma. "Farewell, mother." He silently mused. With that, he pressed the activation button. The time machine gradually levitated, and with a flicker of light, it vanished in an instant. With a sudden whoosh, a peculiar contraption materialized above the rugged terrain, slowly descending to the ground. Moyuan and his companions emerged from the time machine, gazing upon this ravaged world. Moyuan fell into silence. While watching the anime, the impact was not as profound. However, witnessing this battered realm with his own eyes truly left him shaken. Moyuan opened his heart's eye, enveloping the entire earth within his vision. What he beheld was beyond his comprehension, a nascent town of considerable size, where nearly all of humanity seemed to converge. Most astonishingly, a towering statue, several meters in height, stood majestically at the heart of the town. Before the statue lay a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Shalu." Gazed upon the colossal statue resembling Cell, his mind swirling with questions. The actions of Cell since his arrival in this world appeared to diverge from their expectations. "What troubles you, Yuan? Have you uncovered something?" Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the peculiarity in his expression. Trunks too regarded him with eager anticipation. "Allow me to show you. You will understand once you see for yourselves." "Place your hands upon my shoulders," instructed. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Trunks complied, while Vegeta, with a reluctant huff, followed suit. In an instant, the four vanished. Moments later, they materialized at the heart of Cell City, directly before the statue. "What is the meaning of this?" Trunks exclaimed, incredulous at the scene unfolding before him. Humans bustled about, diligently constructing the city. Despite the toil, their faces radiated with joy. "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Cell?" Upon reading the inscription on the monument, Trunks was rendered speechless. Wukong leaned closer to, whispering, "Could it be that Cell is, in fact, a good person?" Then Wukong shook his head again, muttering to himself, "That can't be right. He has already taken so many lives on Earth. He cannot be a good person." "Humph. If we just bring out Cell, the truth will be revealed." Vegeta coldly snorted. "Lord Trunks?" At that moment, a young man approached and inquired. Hearing this, Trunks turned his head, his eyes lighting up with joy at the sight of the young man before him. "Dia, it truly is you, Lord Trunks." Dia exclaimed with delight upon seeing Trunks' familiar face. Trunks grasped Dia's shoulders, anxiously asking, "Dia, where is my mother? Is she well?" "Dr. Bulma is fine. She should be in the laboratory." Suddenly, Dia's expression shifted to one of dejection as he asked Trunks, "Lord Trunks, does your return mean that Lord Cell has gone back?" Trunks composed himself, refraining from answering Dia's question, instead stating, "First, take me to my mother, and along the way, tell me what has transpired during my absence." Chapter 57. The Transforming Cell. Dia led the four of them to the laboratory. Along the way, he recounted the events of how Cell had annihilated the androids to save humanity. Observing Dia's face filled with admiration, Trunks felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. In his mind, he had envisioned that upon Cell's arrival in this timeline, he would surely devour the two androids and evolve into his perfect form, subsequently consuming humanity to augment his own power. Trunks had prepared himself for the worst. Even if this entire Earth were to vanish, he would not be surprised. Moreover, Goku had assured him that even if Earth were lost, he could seek assistance from the Namekians and use the Dragon Balls to restore it. However, the notion of Cell transforming into a hero, a savior, was something Trunks could never have fathomed. The group stepped into the laboratory, their expressions laden with complexity. Rather than a laboratory, it resembled a vast warehouse, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items piled into small mountains. A few individuals rummaged through the heaps of scrap in search of usable materials and parts. "Hey, Dia, what brings you here?" A man, busy sifting through materials, greeted Dia with a smile upon noticing his arrival. "This is Lord Trunks. He has returned, and I brought him to see Dr. Bulma." Dia introduced Trunks to the man. The gentleman, unfamiliar with Trunks from another location, had nonetheless heard numerous tales about him. "Ah, so this is the son of Dr. Bulma, the Trunks who summoned Lord Cell to rescue us?" The elder gazed at Trunks with great astonishment. Cell had saved humanity, and Trunks' invitation to Cell could be interpreted as Trunks having rescued humanity himself. Unlike the elder, Trunks felt as though he had consumed something distasteful. Yet he also harbored a flicker of relief. Although one could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls after death, who truly desires to witness their loved ones suffer at the hands of cruelty? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dia led them to the innermost chamber of the laboratory. This room was where Bulma conducted her work. The machines within were primarily those she had utilized 2 decades prior in West City, representing the pinnacle of technology on Earth. Without these machines, Bulma would not have been able to fabricate the time machine with such expediency. Knock, Knock, knock. Trunks gently tapped the door 3 times. Mother. I have returned. No sooner had Trunks spoken than a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the room. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing an ecstatic Bulma before them. Trunks, she exclaimed. The two embraced tightly. After a considerable time, they composed themselves. Wait, Goku? Vegeta? What brings you here? And who is this? Bulma finally noticed the 3 companions accompanying Trunks. Hello, Bulma. Goku greeted her with a cheerful smile. Vegeta, on the other hand, merely scoffed and turned his gaze elsewhere. Like Wukong, greeted Bulma with a smile, saying, Hello, my name is. Mother, let us proceed inside, Trunks suggested. Dr. Bulma. Lord Trunks, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not disturb you further, Jess stated before instinctively departing. What? Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape, utterly incredulous at the revelations she had just heard. From Trunks, she learned of the true nature of Cell, a creature they had regarded as a savior. It was astonishing to discover that this being, created by Dr. Gero, was not merely a friend of Trunks but had, in fact, stolen Trunks' time machine to arrive in this timeline. His sole intent was to absorb the androids 17 and 18 from this reality, transforming himself into his perfect form. The notion of saving humanity seemed to serve merely as a guise to compel others into aiding him in generating the special energy required to activate the time machine. Naturally, Bulma fully trusted her son's words. By the way, Mother, do you know where Cell is gone? Trunks inquired. Bulma shook her head, replying, I am unsure. He visited the laboratory a few days ago, and I have not seen him since. I know where he is, interjected. Just moments ago, he had begun to use his clairvoyance to search for Cell's whereabouts. After scouring the surface of the Earth without success, suddenly sensed a peculiar energy near Dr. Gero's laboratory. Following this energy, he ultimately uncovered Cell in an underground laboratory. At this moment, Cell's energy fluctuations were extraordinarily active, indicating that something monumental was occurring. Through his clairvoyance, could distinctly perceive the terrifying energy within Cell, eclipsing even Goku's peak battle power. It is worth noting that in the hyperbolic time chamber, with the assistance of the gravity room, Goku's battle power had surpassed that of the original narrative. At full power as a Super Saiyan 1, Goku's strength exceeded that of the complete form of Cell in the original storyline. However, this current Cell had achieved the astounding power level of 500 billion and was still on the rise. This was merely Cell's perfect form. Should he assume his lightning form, his power would at least double. At that point, even would be uncertain of his ability to confront him. We must not delay. Let us depart swiftly. Had no time to explain to them. He instructed them to place their hands on him before employing instant transmission to vanish. In the underground laboratory, for figures materialized out of thin air. Sensing their presence, Cell instantly opened his eyes. Goku. The interrupted Cell glared at the newcomers with gritted teeth. A few days prior, he had arrived here and encountered his counterpart from this timeline. The fully transformed Cell effortlessly consumed the newly born version of himself from this dimension. However, upon absorbing this Cell, he discovered that his body felt as though it had completed the final piece of a puzzle, achieving a state of perfection. Additionally, a new transformation had begun. Originally, his battle power was a staggering 25 billion, but after several days of metamorphosis, it had soared to an astounding 50 billion. This power was double what it had been before, and the transformation was not yet complete. If he were to fully transform, Cell could scarcely fathom how formidable he would become. Yet now, everything was being ruined by the individuals before him. Forced to exit his transformation state, Cell could no longer find the sensation that had allowed him to enter it. You are all doomed. Cell's teeth ground together. His gaze filled with malice as he stared at and the others. Chapter 58. The Transformation Merging 4 Bloodlines. Ah! Cell roared, his power surging to its zenith, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted into a colossal pillar of light. The ground above the underground laboratory vaporized under the onslaught of this dreadful power. The heavens darkened. Winds howled and thunder roared. The entire Earth, the solar system, and even the galaxy trembled beneath the weight of this overwhelming presence. Strange phenomena erupted across the planet, as if the apocalypse had descended. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were struck with dread. Yet that was all. Just days ago, the 30-fold Kaioken activated by Robbie was a notch stronger than Cell. Trunks felt an immense relief that he hadn't ventured into this timeline alone. Otherwise, he would have surely been no match for Cell, though had never revealed his true power before them. It was clear that he held a position of dominance among the four. If he lacked formidable strength, how could he possibly be the leader? observing the unflappable. Trunks felt a surge of reassurance as Cell's overwhelming pressure seemed to diminish. Yuan, do you have confidence in confronting him? Goku inquired of, his eyes cautiously fixed on Cell. Yuan nodded calmly. No problem. That's great. With you backing me up, I feel reassured, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. You may find it hard to believe, but initially, my thought was that if the sky were to fall, you, Sun Wukong, would bear the weight. How did it suddenly shift to me having to shoulder the burden? What exactly went awry in this chain of events? In a moment of contemplation, fell into deep thought. Vegeta, overhearing the dialogue between and Wukong, felt a surge of irritation. When did the Prince of Vegeta ever require the assistance of others to rectify a situation? Ever since he ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan, he believed that only Kakarot could match him. Yet now, one by one, they all seemed to surpass him. Even Kakarot's son had reached a combat power that rivaled his own. The more Vegeta pondered, the angrier he became, his face reddening with indignation. His gaze fixated on Cell. He yearned to vent his frustration. Let us cease this idle chatter and confront him together. Surely, the three of us can contend with this foe, Vegeta stated coldly. He was not foolish. He understood the vast disparity in combat power, realizing that a solitary effort would be futile, having learned that lesson well from his encounter with Lapis. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong felt a thrill of excitement. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, his passion for combat was unparalleled. In an instant, Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans. After being thoroughly defeated by Lapis a few days prior, Vegeta had experienced a boost in his combat power. Now, his base strength equaled that of Sun Wukong, reaching an impressive 600 million. Upon transformation, Sun Wukong, 6 billion Vegeta, 6 billion Trunks, 3 billion Cell regarded them with disdain, sneering, with your meager strength, you are unworthy of my attention. He then retracted the needle-like tip of his tail, which expanded into a bell shape. Subsequently, a series of smaller blue versions of Cell emerged from within. A total of 7 appeared, each exuding a formidable and malevolent aura, their power levels matching that of Trunks, each boasting a combat power of 300 million. It is worth noting that a few years ago, Frieza, with a combat power of 120 million, was deemed a cosmic emperor. If Frieza were to be summoned now, he would likely not survive 3 seconds. The 7 miniature cells fixed their sinister gazes upon them, chuckling ominously. Wukong, you handle these few, and leave Cell to me. In the realm of Moyuan, Sun Wukong gazed gravely at the 7 diminutive figures before him, nodding thoughtfully. Although their combat prowess was slightly inferior to his own, their sheer number, 7 in total, was formidable. In the face of such a numerical disparity, any marginal difference in strength was swiftly rendered negligible, and it was conceivable that they could find themselves at a disadvantage. Trunks could contend with but one foe, leaving him and Vegeta to confront 3 adversaries each. The prospect of facing 3 monsters, each possessing a combat power of 300 billion, was undeniably daunting. Yet, a thrill coursed through Wukong. You? With such meager strength, I could extinguish you with but a breath. Ha ha ha. Cell erupted into wild laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. Moyuan remained impassive, his gaze coldly fixed on Shalu. I hope you can still laugh as merrily in a while. For reasons unknown, Shalu felt a flicker of unease under Moyuan's scrutiny. It was inconceivable. There must be some mistake. After all, he was the strongest in the world. Shalu incessantly reassured himself in his mind, attempting to diminish that fleeting sense of discomfort. Moyuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he clenched his fists. Drink, he exclaimed with a low growl. The violet aura enveloping Moyuan was adorned with a layer of golden flames. Gradually, the golden flames began to intertwine with his intrinsic violet aura, culminating in a magnificent hue of purple gold. His hair stood erect, while the small horns on either side elongated slightly towards the back. The flame-shaped fin upon his tail appeared to morph into a living fire, perpetually burning and dancing. His hair transitioned from a light violet to a resplendent purple gold. The once violet pupils transformed entirely into a shimmering gold. The previously serene aura surrounding him underwent a profound metamorphosis, distinct from the cold and ruthless demeanor typically displayed by transformed Saiyans. The aura emanating from Moyuan was akin to that of a sovereign commanding the world, supreme and inviolable. Simultaneously, his power surged instantaneously, 700 million, 5 billion, 10 billion, 700 billion. In the blink of an eye, Moyuan's combat prowess escalated from 700 million to 700 billion, an astonishing increase of 100-fold. This transformation was the culmination of his fusion with four bloodlines, manifesting in a metamorphosis of unparalleled might. Merely in its initial form, it attained 100 times the power, comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying pressure of his aura enveloped the entire realm, causing all that existed to seem diminished, as if bowing in deference to their king. Cell found himself overwhelmed, his own essence subdued by this formidable presence. Under such oppressive force, his fleeting unease metamorphosed into profound terror. How could this be? Not only Cell, but even Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were left in disbelief. Is this what you meant by being just a little stronger than us? Goku questioned, his face a canvas of confusion as he gazed at Moyuan. Moyuan once again formed the gesture of the cosmic fingers. Indeed, it is but a mere fraction. Who are you truly? There has never been anyone like you in history. Shala's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Moyuan. Why? Why is this happening? If only I were granted a few more days to transform, I would undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this world. The overwhelming sense of injustice morphed into fury as Shalu looked up to the heavens, roaring in defiance. Well then, it is time to send you on your way. Moyuan, with his right hand deftly forming a sword technique, regarded Shalu with a calm demeanor. Crack the sky. A beam of purple gold sword light shot forth from his fingertips. This slender blade, scarcely 2 meters in length, instilled a profound terror in Shalu. An instinctive warning surged within him. To confront this force head-on would spell his demise. Block it, Shala commanded. And 7 smaller versions of himself immediately sprang into action, standing resolutely before him as they conjured a myriad of techniques to counter the incoming strike. The sword light flickered momentarily before vanishing into thin air. In an instant, the heads of 2 small Shalas detached from their bodies, exploding in a horrific display. The eerie spectacle sent chills racing down Shala's spine. Flee. This singular thought consumed Shala's mind. Yet, just as he contemplated escape, the sword light materialized before him. A mere 2 meters away. At such a close range, retreat was futile. In desperation, Shala pooled all his strength into his hands. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the sword light with all his might. However, against such overwhelming power, his efforts proved to be a mere exercise in futility. The sheer force of the sword light propelled Shala through the air, transforming him into a streak of brilliance as he hurtled away from the earth. The blade pierced his body incrementally, unleashing a terrifying force within him, akin to countless daggers slicing through flesh. A web of cracks emerged upon his surface, widening with each passing moment, blinding light radiating from within. Damn it! Unfortunately, Shalu's anguished roar dissolved into a silent scream amidst the void of space. In a dazzling display of brilliance, he metamorphosed into a magnificent firework. Chapter 59, Silver Shalu. Is this truly the end? Sun Wukong stood speechless, gazing at the colossal firework in the cosmos. Vegeta and Trunks, father and son, were equally struck by astonishment, their mouths agape. The remaining 5 small Shalus huddled together on the ground, trembling in fear. These 5 had been deliberately spared by Moyuan, knowing well that Wukong and Vegeta were eager for a challenge. As for the reason behind the elimination of 2, although Wukong and Vegeta possessed greater fighting prowess than the small Shalus, facing 3 simultaneously was a strenuous endeavor. 2, however, presented just the right balance. Moyuan gazed at the sky, a slight frown creasing his brow. What troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired, having noticed the unusual expression on Moyuan's face. Moyuan gazed at the sky and spoke solemnly. Cell is not dead. What? Goku and the others exclaimed in disbelief. However, observing Moyuan's demeanor, it was evident he was not jesting. Through his inner vision, Moyuan discerned a writhing mass of silvery flesh at the epicenter of the explosion. Knowing Cell's vulnerabilities, he had unleashed his previous attack without reservation, specifically targeting Cell's core. Yet, to his astonishment, even under such a formidable assault, Cell's core had managed to endure. Furthermore, that silvery core emanated a sense of oppression, as if it harbored a terrifying power within. In his hand, once again formed the sword technique, poised to deliver another blow to Gero. However, before long, he relinquished this intention, for it was already too late. Before his eyes, the mass in space writhed rapidly, expanding in size. In an instant, a completely silver Gero materialized in the cosmos, his body enveloped in crackling lightning, emanating an overwhelming aura that radiated outward like a tempest. Gero gazed at his own hands, flexing his fingers. An unparalleled power surged through him, a strength he had never before experienced. Initially, Gero believed he was doomed, yet astonishingly, The core within his mind had survived the terrifying onslaught. Moreover, this core had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Following the destruction of his physical form, the transformed core resurrected him. In this revival, he flawlessly inherited the power of the core, emerging as the most formidable Sheru, the Silver Sheru. Haha. Gero erupted into maniacal laughter, unleashing his full might without reservation. A terrifying aura coalesced into a storm within the cosmos, which soon swept toward Earth. Instantly, a tempest of death ravaged the planet. The entire Earth trembled violently, countless mountains leveled to the ground beneath this cataclysmic storm. The construction of Shara City was obliterated in a mere heartbeat. Countless lives were buried beneath the ruins, while others were hurled into the air, reduced to mere pulp by the swirling debris. Shara City resembled a hell's cape. "You stay here to deal with the little Sheru, Trunks, and I will return," urgently declared, seizing Trunks and addressing Goku. Before Goku could respond, he activated instant transmission, vanishing from the spot with Trunks. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared in Shara City, raised his hand, and in an instant, a vast transparent shield enveloped the entire area. Suddenly, the raging winds ceased, and various objects, previously swept into the air, fell like rain in a dense cascade. Once the storm subsided, the surviving humans gazed upon the ruins of their city, tears streaming down their faces. Trunks found Bulma in the laboratory. Fortunately, there was a basement. As soon as the storm erupted, everyone in the lab swiftly took refuge below, thereby escaping a dire fate. Those working on the surface, however, were far less fortunate, with countless lives lost to the tempest. Originally, the Earth's population had dwindled to merely a few tens of millions, yet after the storm's wrath, only a scant few 100,000 remained. "Lord Trunks, what on earth is happening?" Dia, dragging a broken leg, approached Trunks, his body marred by numerous wounds inflicted by debris hurled by the storm. His left leg had been shattered by a massive stone. "It's Cell." "Lord Cell? How could this be? Wasn't he your ally? He even vanquished those two fiends to save humanity." Dia's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted. Trunks looked at Dia earnestly and replied, "Cell is not my friend. He is also an android. His defeat of those two was merely to absorb them, to attain his perfect form. It's impossible. This cannot be." Dia, his faith shattered, sank to the ground, his gaze vacant as he shook his head repeatedly. Ever since Cell had annihilated the two androids, Dia had idolized him. Now, confronted with the revelation that his idol was also an android with ulterior motives for saving the Earth, Dia's fragile spirit, already battered by countless encounters with death, crumbled entirely. Cell had nearly become his sole pillar of strength. Now that even Cell had fallen from grace, Dia was utterly devastated. "Trunks, it is unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs." At that moment, Cell suddenly appeared above them. He continued, shifting the conversation. "Moreover, what you stated is not entirely accurate." Upon hearing Cell's voice, Dia's eyes brightened, and he crawled towards Cell, dragging his broken leg. "Lord Cell, what he said is all lies, isn't it?" "Humph," Cell scoffed, an intense aura erupting from him, sending Dia, who was nearing him, flying. Then, with a mocking tone, he added, "He omitted a crucial detail. I intended to annihilate the Earth once I acquired the energy from the time machine. However, I did not anticipate that Trunks would return. But now that you have returned, you must possess a time machine, correct? Ha 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 ha. Once I eliminate you all, I shall seize your time machine and return." Gero could not help but lick his lips. Dia's fantasies were utterly shattered, and the overwhelming shock caused him to lose consciousness, his vision fading to black. However, Gero could scarcely spare him a glance. Yet, before that moment, Gero turned his gaze towards Moyuan, his eyes icy and brimming with lethal intent. "Just now, I almost thought I was on the brink of death." Upon transforming into his silver form, Gero experienced a tremendous enhancement in his combat prowess. His power now soared to an astonishing 15 trillion, exceeding Moyuan's strength by over 100 billion. A terrifying aura enveloped Moyuan, instilling within him a tinge of pressure. Perhaps influenced by his scion lineage, under this oppressive sensation, Moyuan felt nothing but exhilaration, devoid of any trace of fear. Recently, Moyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at the fiercely determined Cell, declaring, "Let us engage in a battle. The victor shall thrive, while the vanquished shall perish." This suits me perfectly. Chapter 60. Accumulating experience in the face of the silver-hued Cell, Moyuan, though unafraid, did not underestimate him. After all, Cell's combat prowess far surpassed his own. In stark contrast, Cell's immense strength had inflated his ego to an extreme degree, rendering him utterly dismissive of Moyuan. To him, Moyuan's meager fighting capabilities were inconsequential. With a mere flick of his hand, he could extinguish Moyuan's life. With a scornful gaze, Cell taunted Moyuan, "Make your move. Otherwise, once I strike, you shall have no chance to retaliate." He stood there, arms crossed, completely unguarded. Observing Cell's overt arrogance, Moyuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In an instant, Cell's pupils contracted to the size of pinholes. Moyuan has vanished. Yet before Gero could comprehend the situation, a dull thud resonated. Clutching his abdomen, the disdainful expression on Gero's face was replaced by one of agonizing contortion. Seized Gero's shoulder and once more utilized instantaneous movement. The two vanished from the earth. To prevent their clash from wreaking havoc upon the planet, shifted the battleground to the cosmos. Both possessed Frisia's cells, granting them the ability to thrive in the vacuum of space. Gero, in his wildest dreams, could not fathom that despite the vast disparity in their combat prowess, he found himself momentarily incapacitated by a single punch from. Unbeknownst to him, although his fighting strength did not match his own, he frequently absorbed vital energy, resulting in a power that surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, he had acquired the unique properties of this energy, which inflicted greater damage upon those of malevolent nature. It was evident that Gero fell within this category, as he bore the weight of countless human lives upon his conscience. Therefore, even with such a pronounced difference in their combat abilities, was still capable of inflicting harm upon Gero, ensuring that he could breach his defenses. Moyuan, wielding his power without mercy, firmly grasped Shala's shoulder with one hand while relentlessly striking his face with the other. Slap, slap, slap. In the depths of his mind, composed a melody for himself. For sound cannot travel through the void of space. Felt a buzzing sensation in his head. His silvery white visage bore several distinct handprints, his cheeks swollen to an alarming degree, and his eyes adorned with a makeup reminiscent of the iron-eating beast. Subsequently, a powerful kick struck S' abdomen, and the force from his foot surged forth. Like a meteor, was propelled into the cosmos, crashing through a multitude of meteors before becoming firmly embedded within a colossal asteroid. Scoundrel! 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 At last, regained his senses. The sharp sting on his face served as a stark reminder of the events that had just transpired. The resounding slaps dealt by not only struck his face but also shattered his sense of dignity. Unleashed a silent roar, unleashing the entirety of his power. The surrounding lightning surged forth like a furious beast from the wild, roaring and howling in wrath. A blinding radiance illuminated the void of space. After a considerable time, the brilliance faded. In its wake, all the meteors in the vicinity vanished without a trace, leaving only the imposing figure of standing amidst the remnants of his fury. At that moment, his face bore no scars. He gazed coldly at, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Were a gaze capable of inflicting death, would have likely perished hundreds of times by now. With his fingers poised upon his forehead, vanished from sight. Moyuan swiftly sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space and evaded without hesitation. As anticipated, at the very moment he dodged, Cell's attack struck. Had Moyuan been even a fraction slower, he would have been caught by Cell's blow. That wretched creature, I swear I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Cell's menacing voice reverberated in Moyuan's mind, a manifestation of his telepathic abilities. Unfazed by Cell's threats, Moyuan replied nonchalantly, Does your face still ache? Enraged, Cell's fury ignited, his eyes flashing with malice as he launched a fierce assault against Moyuan. Bring it on. Moyuan became exhilarated, advancing rather than retreating, becoming entangled with Shalu in a fierce clash. Both combatants exerted their full strength without holding back, the residual energy from their confrontation vaporizing the surrounding meteors. Although Moyuan's offensive power posed a threat to Shalu, his speed was woefully inadequate. The disparity in their strengths, with Moyuan lagging significantly behind Shalu, rendered his velocity insufficient to keep pace. What appeared to be an intense battle was, in reality, Shalu maintaining the upper hand over Moyuan. However, Moyuan remained unperturbed, not even resorting to the use of his keen insight. Had he employed such perception, he would have discerned Shalu's every move with clarity. Yet, this approach would ultimately thwart Moyuan's true intentions. Moyuan wished to test whether he could rapidly enhance his abilities under such pressure, much like he did during his recent battle with Wukong. Under the relentless onslaught of Gero, Moyuan dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Yet he still fell prey to an opening. In an instant, Gero seized Moyuan's tail, lifting him up and swinging him like a colossal hammer, mercilessly crashing him against the surrounding meteors. As fragments of rock shattered under Moyuan's assault, he too sustained numerous wounds across his body. His once pristine black martial arts attire lay in tatters, reduced to mere rags barely concealing his modesty. "It is time to send you on your way," Gero proclaimed, hurling Moyuan towards a massive meteorite and swiftly conjuring a dazzling energy sphere in his hand. Kamehameha. With a silent roar of fury, Gero propelled the energy blast toward Moyuan. The azure wave struck him, propelling him through the cosmos. One meteor after another was obliterated, and even small planets fell victim to the bombardment. Ultimately, after hurling Moyuan toward a star, the energy wave finally dissipated. At this point, not a single unscathed piece of flesh remained on Moyuan's body, and nearly all his bones were shattered. The pain was excruciating. Moyuan lay motionless on the ground. The injury he sustained would be considered fatal for most, yet for him, it scarcely qualified as a serious wound. Possessing the power of will, he could even regenerate severed limbs. Thus, this injury was hardly significant. Soon, Moyuan's body began to mend itself autonomously. Before long, he had returned to his original state. If one were to overlook his tattered clothing, one would never suspect that he had just endured a fierce battle. Feeling a chill enveloping his body, Moyuan chose not to rush back to seek out Shalu. Instead, he first changed into a fresh set of clothes. He then seated himself in meditation to attune to the strength coursing within him. Following the recent skirmish, his baseline combat prowess had soared by a staggering 1 billion. After transformation, his combat power reached an astonishing 100 billion. Indeed, it proved advantageous. Moyuan erupted into exuberant laughter. If he continued to fight like this, his combat prowess would soon surpass that of Cell. At that moment, vanquishing Cell would become an effortless task. The rapid enhancement of his abilities made Moyuan eager to return and confront Cell for experience. Moyuan pressed his fingers against his brow, searching for the essence of Sheru. Moments ago, he had been propelled far away by Sheru's Kamehameha, exceeding the limits of his perception. Now, he could only rely on the aura to pinpoint Sheru's location. Soon, Moyuan discerned Sheru's presence. Sheru, I am coming for you." A faint smile graced the corners of Moyuan's lips. Chapter 61. The Downfall of Cell. In the boundless expanse of space, a silvery figure stood suspended in the void. Cell gazed in the direction where Moyuan had vanished, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. He harbored no belief that Moyuan could have survived his onslaught. With a cold chuckle, Cell pressed his fingers to his forehead, preparing to return to Earth. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the fabric of space around him. "Cell, the battle is far from over. Where do you think you're going?" A familiar voice echoed within his mind. He then beheld a figure he had presumed to be dead reappearing before him. "You're still alive?" Cell exclaimed, a hint of surprise coloring his tone. He had unleashed his full power in that last attack. The disparity in their combat strength was such that survival seemed impossible. Moreover, Moyuan appeared unscathed. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Cell's reaction was merely one of mild intrigue. After all, the universe was teeming with myriad races, and Cell speculated that Moyuan might belong to a species endowed with remarkable vitality. Furthermore, in matters of resilience, Cell did not consider himself inferior to others. As long as his core remained intact, he could resurrect indefinitely. "Tell me, why not seize the chance to escape? Is it not preferable to live? Must you return to court death?" Cell shook his head, seemingly lamenting Moyuan's fate. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage directly." Moyuan, disinterested in conversation, was solely focused on amassing experience. "Come on." Moyuan beckoned with his index finger. An oblivious creature." Shala could not help but spit in disdain. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shalu initiated the assault, launching countless beams of light towards Moyuan. Just as the attack was about to strike him, Moyuan suddenly vanished. Moyuan utilized instantaneous movement to appear beside Sheru, his right leg striking out like a chain toward him. Sheru, not one to be caught off guard, was well aware of the spatial fluctuations that accompanied such teleportation. Thus, he had already braced himself. He raised his own leg to collide with Moyuan's. The force of their clash sent ripples outward, annihilating meteors in their path, reducing them to cosmic dust. Sheru was filled with astonishment. A searing pain surged through his leg, although he had felt pain from Moyuan's previous strikes. It paled in comparison to this. There was but one explanation. He had grown stronger. Moyuan wore a faint smile upon his face. After enhancing his strength, he found that engaging in combat with Shalu was no longer as painful as it had been before. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Moyuan seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault on Shalu. Bang, 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 bang. Unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the visage of Cell with precision. After several blows, Cell donned a mask of vibrant hues, a testament to his bruised and battered face. The searing pain ignited an insatiable fury within him. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from his being, propelling away. "I shall end you." Cell's anger was palpable, his teeth grinding almost to the point of shattering. "Ah, look at you in your monochromatic silver. How dreadfully dull. Now, don't you think it appears much more vibrant?" Taunted, conjuring a mirror before Cell. Gazing into the reflection of his swollen and discolored face, Cell's rage surged to new heights. With a twisted expression, Cell's eyes flared, and the mirror shattered into dust. His fury reached a boiling point, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying as he fixated on. "Ha!" Cell's silent roar resonated, his aura becoming almost tangible. A terrifying tempest of energy radiated outward, shaking the very fabric of space itself. In a flash, Cell appeared beside, his palm charged with a spherical blue energy blast. Aimed directly at him with unyielding force, S pupils constricted sharply. It was too swift. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his hand to withstand the blow. Death! The energy blast in Salu's hand struck, instantly exploding into a cataclysmic detonation. Yet, Salu remained undeterred. A barrage of energy blasts surged forth from his palm, each carrying a terrifying force. A technique passed down from Prince Vegeta was flawlessly executed by Salu. The silent explosions enveloped the area. At the epicenter, having taken Salu's attack head-on, found half of his body nearly shattered. Drawing upon the willpower within him, he soon fully regenerated. Moreover, his combat strength surged slightly, reaching an astonishing 11 billion. Ha! A burst of amethyst energy erupted, sending Salu's energy blasts careening away. Then, propelled himself from the explosion, charging towards Salu. The two engaged once more, their fists and feet colliding, creating shockwaves of energy that swept through the surroundings. Moyuan effortlessly shot a blast of energy towards Cell, which landed upon a diminutive asteroid. In an instant, this asteroid collapsed, contracting until it was ultimately obliterated in the vast emptiness. The two had been engaged in combat for several hours. Cell, increasingly alarmed, noted the shift in their struggle. Initially, he had the upper hand against Moyuan. But now the tide had turned, with the two nearly evenly matched, and Moyuan seemingly gaining a slight advantage. In just a few hours, a trace of unease began to take root in Cell's heart. The growth of Moyuan is astonishingly rapid. Moreover, Gero feels an immense depletion of power within himself, while his opponent appears utterly unfazed, as if perpetually in a state of peak performance. If this battle continues in such a manner, it is likely that he will soon meet his demise. Since the immense power coursing through his being, his battle prowess had now ascended to a staggering 14 billion. Upon transformation, it surged to an astonishing 140 billion. Although Cell's combat strength exceeded his by 100 billion. The reality of their confrontation revealed that its capabilities were superior, inflicting far greater damage upon his adversary. Consequently, as the battle progressed, Cell became increasingly hesitant and cautious. With Cell no longer able to exert any pressure on him, perceived that the growth rate of his internal power had slowed to a near standstill. This indicated that Cell had nearly outlived his usefulness. In the face of a Cell devoid of purpose, only death remained as the inevitable outcome. A glint of cold light flashed in Moyuan's eyes. He could never let Shalu off the hook, especially since this wretched insect constantly lingered around his wife. Who could possibly tolerate such a thing? Having made up his mind, Moyuan was no longer willing to squander time with Shalu. He resolved to swiftly conclude the matter, eliminate Shalu, and return home to embrace the beautiful sister. Surely, that would be far more delightful. In an instant, Moyuan erupted with an overwhelming fury, his violet golden aura transforming into what appeared to be genuine flames, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Similarly, Salu unleashed his own formidable energy, the two forces standing in stark opposition to one another. Their gazes clashed like bolts of lightning. Upon witnessing the murderous intent reflected in Moyuan's eyes, Salu felt a twinge of trepidation within his heart. Moyuan suddenly materialized behind Gero, seizing the pair of wings resembling those of a cockroach. With a forceful tug, Gero let out a blood-curdling scream, the intense agony overwhelming him. Yet, within the vastness of space, no one could hear his cries. Despite the pain, Gero's tail coiled behind him, swiftly elongated, the needle-like tip aiming directly at Moyuan. Moyuan swiftly extended his foot to trample on Gero's tail resting upon his back, then exerted force with the hand gripping the wings. Simultaneously, he pushed off with both feet against Gero's back, causing the wings to be violently torn away by Moyuan. Moyuan casually discarded his wings, and in a flicker, he pursued the Saru that he had sent flying, gathering a blade of energy in his hand. He severed the tail of the Saru. Subsequently, Moyuan seized the Saru by its head and propelled it into the meteorites. Countless fragments of meteorites shattered upon the impact, the tremendous force rendering the Saru's brain feeling as though it were turning to mush. Moyuan pressed Cell against a colossal planet, and under his terrifying power, Cell was forcibly driven from the planet's surface to its very core, akin to a drilling machine. The searing magma enveloped them within the depths of the earth. Very well. You may proceed on your journey. Moyuan, with one hand gripping the sword formula, had already prepared the... I have a question. Shala gazed at Moyuan with an expression of discontent. Who on earth are you? There is no record of your existence in history. Oh, did I not mention it to you? Moyuan pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed had not. In truth, I am you from a different time and space. Upon uttering these words, as Shala's eyes widened in shock, the purple gold blade in Moyuan's hand pierced through the core of Shala's brain. The silver-white core disintegrated in an instant. Moyuan instantaneously departed from the planet, unleashing the full force of the rift. In an instant, the entire planet, along with the entity known as Cell, was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 62, Rebuilding Our Home on Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, after consuming a magical bean each, finally vanquished the 5 miniature cells. Moreover, in the course of this battle, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta experienced significant gains, with their battle powers elevated by 200 million, now reaching a formidable 800 million. Upon eliminating the small cells, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to Cell City, which had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. Buildings lay in ruins, with not a single structure remaining intact. Severed limbs and remnants were strewn across the city, and the ground was stained with crimson and white. Even Vegeta, who had witnessed countless atrocities since childhood, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Trunks was organizing the survivors to assist the afflicted humans. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong immediately joined the rescue efforts. Although Vegeta had initially been reluctant to lend a hand, the sight of the weary and distressed Bulma tirelessly working and drenched in sweat compelled him to begrudgingly join the rescue team. We could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback by the devastation around him, had completely forgotten about the Dragon Balls in his eagerness to save more lives. Instead of spending excessive time on rescue efforts, it would be more prudent to venture to Namek and summon a deity. Not only could they restore Earth to its former glory, but they could also bring back the deceased humans. After discussing his thoughts with Trunks and the others, Sun Wukong began to search for the energy signatures of the Namekians. In no time, he vanished from the scene. After Sun Wukong's departure, the others did not remain idle. Bulma hurried to reconstruct a Dragon Ball radar, while Trunks continued with the rescue efforts, unwilling to witness lives extinguished before his eyes while waiting for Sun Wukong to complete his task, which would likely take a considerable amount of time. As Trunks worked to save others, he occasionally sensed the distant energy of battles in the cosmos. Yet he felt powerless to assist, silently praying that Moyuan would triumph over Cell. Vegeta gazed at the sky with a sense of dissatisfaction. Despite the vast distance, the terrifying presence of Moyuan and Cell sent shivers down his spine. Bearing the pride of the Scions, he found himself overshadowed by these two genetically engineered beings, especially as they possessed Scion blood within them. This was a bitter pill for Vegeta to swallow. He vowed to become the strongest and restore the glory of the Scions. After annihilating Cell, did not linger in space. After changing into a fresh set of clothing, he utilized instantaneous movement to return to Earth. Mister, you have returned? Is Cell? Upon seeing his return, Trunks hurriedly inquired. Moyuan nodded, affirming that he had indeed vanquished Cell. Upon hearing this, Trunks' face lit up with joy. The knowledge of Cell's defeat lifted the immense weight that had long burdened his heart. So many wounded? Moyuan gazed at the multitude of injured individuals strewn across the ground, a frown etching his brow. Among those lying there, the least affected bore fractures, while the more grievous cases clung to the fragile thread of life. Those capable of movement had already rushed to offer aid. Trunks, gather all the wounded, Moyuan commanded. Understood, Trunks replied, refraining from inquiring about Moyuan's intentions, though he had already surmised a general idea. Before long, all the injured had assembled. Moyuan raised his hands, and a wave of benevolent energy emanated from his palms, enveloping all the injured. Each individual felt a gentle warmth cocooning them, and soon, their wounds began to heal at a visibly astonishing pace. Even severed limbs miraculously regenerated. It was nothing short of a divine miracle, as everyone beheld their restored bodies. Exclamations of awe erupted among them. Their gazes toward Moyuan, once filled solely with respect, now brimmed with profound admiration. Following their recovery, these individuals swiftly returned to their rescue efforts. With an increase in rescuers, a greater number of lives could be saved. One by one, the wounded were brought before Moyuan, and under his care, they swiftly regained their strength. Moyuan felt as though he was a personified magical being, capable of healing others with a mere wave of his hand. In truth, his ability to mend these individuals so effortlessly stemmed from the nature of their injuries, which were all commonplace. By commonplace injuries, it is not implied that they were inconsequential. Rather, it indicated that their wounds were not inflicted by energy-based attacks. Wounds resulting from assaults by formidable opponents would retain remnants of energy, complicating the healing process. The challenge lay not in the repair of the wounds themselves, but in the expulsion of the residual energy clinging to them. Time seemed to fly during moments of busyness. As dusk approached, Wukong returned, accompanied by a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. This individual was none other than Dandy, now grown. Wukong took Dandy to the temple to resurrect the eternal dragon. Once the dragon was revived, Wukong hurriedly grasped the Dragon Ball radar freshly crafted by Bulma and set off to gather the Dragon Balls. Approximately an hour later, he returned, cradling all 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish." After reciting the incantation, ominous clouds enveloped the sky, and a colossal dragon materialized in the heavens. Perhaps due to Dandy's 2 decades of cultivation in this realm, the dragon's power had been augmented, allowing it to fulfill 3 wishes without the limitations typically imposed by Earth's Dragon Balls. Trunks' first wish was to resurrect those humans slain by the androids. However, this wish was unattainable, as the passage of time had seen many souls reincarnated, rendering their revival impossible, including Goku and the other Z fighters. Ultimately, they could only restore those who had perished within the last year at the hands of the androids. The second wish was to revive those humans who had fallen victim to Cell. This wish was readily granted, albeit with the unintended consequence of also resurrecting androids 17 and 18. Still disoriented from their revival, they were swiftly dispatched back to the afterlife by Trunks' sword. For their final wish, they initially contemplated restoring Earth to its state prior to the emergence of the androids. However, after much deliberation, they opted instead to request sustenance sufficient for humanity's survival for a time. As for Earth, they resolved to rebuild a new sanctuary. In a shadowy corner, a young man curled up, his gaze vacant and his spirit devoid of life. The sound of clear footsteps failed to rouse him. A bearded elder approached from behind. Observing the boy's despondent state with deep sorrow, he gently placed his large hand upon the boy's head and rubbed it softly. "Yeah, I have returned." At this moment, the sun appeared to pierce through the haze, illuminating the dim corner. The pallor of despair was dispelled under the sun's radiance, and Dia's vacant gaze began to shimmer with a hint of vitality as life gradually revived. Sloan, Uncle. Chapter 63, The Birth of the Second Soft Rice Man Main Timeline. Earth, West City, Universal Capsule Corporation. After spending a day in the future timeline, Moyuan and his companions once again boarded the time machine to return to their own era. Unlike their departure, during which 4 individuals set forth, only 3 returned. Upon their arrival, Bulma immediately insisted on hosting a grand celebration. To this, Moyuan and Goku expressed no objections. However, prior to the festivities, they needed to return to fetch their family. Fortunately, both were adept at instant transmission, making the task of retrieving someone a matter of mere moments. Moyuan swiftly located Lotzi Li's position and then vanished from the spot. After spending a day apart, he profoundly grasped the meaning of the phrase "a day apart feels like 3 autumns." As Moyuan emerged, he beheld a graceful figure leaping towards him. Moyuan opened his arms and skillfully embraced her, spinning around a few times. "Sister, I have returned." As she listened to the deep, magnetic voice by her ear, Lotzi Li felt a hint of warmth spread across her cheeks. "Was everything smooth? You weren't injured, were you?" Her concerned words brought a comforting warmth to Moyuan's heart. The feeling of being cared for is truly unparalleled. "Things went relatively well. I have already vanquished Shalu. But what?" Noticing Moyuan's prolonged hesitation, Lotzi Li grew anxious. "Are you injured?" As she spoke, she began to tug at Moyuan's clothing, eager to check if he had sustained any injuries. Moyuan grasped Lotzi Li's restless hands and said, "I am suffering from internal injuries, which are not visible from the outside." Upon hearing the term internal injuries, Lotzi became increasingly flustered. Suddenly, she noticed a glimmer of amusement in Moyuan's eyes, as if she had come to a realization. Then what should we do? Can it be cured? If it cannot be cured, I suppose I shall find a place to bury myself. As these words escaped her lips, Moyuan could not help but recognize that Lotzi had discerned his playful intent. Feeling somewhat guilty, he responded softly, "It's not impossible to heal. All it takes is for my sister to give me a kiss, and I shall be immediately restored." "A kiss? Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed." Moyuan nodded fervently. "So, no need for an elaborate treatment in bed." Lotzi's eyes sparkled with mischief, and her lips curled into a smile that could enchant the world. As her delicate fingers playfully traced Moyuan's chin, enticing him further, the heart of Moyuan raced uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, murmuring, if it were possible, the efficacy should be even better. "Really?" In response to Moyuan's eager gaze, Lotzi's enchanting face gradually drew nearer. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Half a centimeter. Much to Moyuan's anticipation, Lotzi skillfully evaded him, leaning in to tease, "Continue dreaming, my little man." With that, she pushed Moyuan away and turned to leave. As gazed upon the graceful silhouette of, a surge of anger welled within him. Was this all there was after shedding his trousers? How could one endure such a sight? What man could possibly withstand it, even if could tolerate it? The readers certainly could not. Infuriated, he summoned his ability to teleport in an instant. Sensing the ripples in space, a glimmer of cunning danced in his autumn-like eyes. Suddenly, Moyuan appeared before Lotzi, and amidst her startled exclamation, he captured her delicate lips. A fierce exchange of words ensued, a battle of wits and tongues. In the end, the skirmish concluded with Lotzi, teary-eyed, raising the white flag of surrender. Gazing at the weeping beauty in his embrace, Moyuan declared sternly, "You know I am not insignificant." Lotzi seemed to recall something, and her fair face flushed a deep crimson. That evening, everyone gathered at Bulma's residence. The most astonishing revelation was that Krillin had brought along a stunning girl, who was nearly his height. With her chestnut hair, Moyuan could easily dismiss the thought of his ex-girlfriend, Marin. I have always been too kind to Krillin. Moyuan had long harbored suspicions that Krillin might secretly harbor feelings for Bulma, as his former girlfriend bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Of course, this was merely Moyuan's conjecture. The truth of Krillin's affections for Bulma remained known only to him. The girl Krillin had brought along was named Karen. Following Krillin's introduction, everyone became aware of how he had come to know her. Karen was indeed the girl whom Krillin had rescued from Cell. Just a few days after Krillin's heartbreak from being dumped by Marin, he fortuitously encountered Karen. Subsequently, with Karen taking the initiative to pursue him, the two swiftly became a couple. Notably, Karen was the only daughter of a wealthy magnate on Earth. While her family may not possess the same wealth as Bulma's, they still ranked among the elite of the affluent on the planet. In stark contrast to Marin, who had treated Krillin as a mere ATM, Karen had not asked for a single penny from him and frequently gifted him with presents, which even Yamcha could not help but envy. Thus, Krillin emerged as the second dependent man present, seemingly ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Just look at Vegeta's gluttonous expression to understand how appealing such a life can be. After all, it is rare to find a beautiful and kind-hearted wealthy woman in this world. Feeling envious? Lazuli nonchalantly tossed her hair and inquired. Yet, Moyuan discerned a bold message in her eyes. You better answer properly. Moyuan shook his head and softly remarked, Not at all. Although soft rice is quite delectable, it is not to my taste. After a brief pause, he continued, Moreover, in my heart, they collectively do not compare to even a single finger of yours. Moyuan truly feels no envy. Although he currently possesses not a single cent, the pursuit of wealth is an endeavor remarkably simple for him. A mere foray into the depths could yield a plethora of treasures. Should all else fail, he could resort to acquiring alien technologies. Once brought to Earth, they would undoubtedly translate into a fortune. S response evidently pleased, who joyfully fed him a piece of cake. Meanwhile, cast a disdainful glance at the couple, who exuded an unpleasant odor. He picked up his plate, seeking a quiet corner to retreat to. Hey, let's have another match. Suddenly, approached, calling out to him. Having finished his meal, unable to resist the urge to spar, noticed readiness for a fight. After their recent journey through the timeline, had significantly improved his abilities, though he was aware that he still fell short of his prowess. Nevertheless, he was no longer as defenseless as before. Of course, His eagerness to engage in combat played a major role in his enthusiasm. While was indeed weaker than him, the sheer number of opponents made the skirmishes less satisfying. Did not decline the challenge, and the two ascended into the sky. Upon their return half an hour later, bore wounds yet radiated an unusual excitement, while, disheveled in appearance, wore a serious expression. They are progressing swiftly, aren't they? Indeed, Lapus nodded vigorously. In just a few days, Vegeta has made such significant advancements. If this continues, it won't be long before he surpasses me in strength. To prevent this from happening, Lapus resolved to intensify his training. Chapter 64. A date after the incident with Cell, Tranquility returned to Earth once more. During these days, has not been idle. He has thoroughly scoured the ocean depths. A plethora of treasures, long submerged beneath the waves, have been collected by him. He has been residing in the temple during this time. And although Dandy and Bobo do not mind, indeed they welcome their presence, feels that this arrangement is not entirely appropriate. He yearns for a place to call his own. As a gardener, the concept of home is deeply ingrained in him. While one might say that wherever family resides is home, having a personal sanctuary provides a profound sense of security. In such a space, one can be unrestrained and at ease, free from the worry of being judged or expelled. Through Bulma's connections, sold a small portion of the treasures, acquiring a substantial sum of money. With this wealth, he not only purchased a house but also acquired a grand island, and even established a jewelry company. The primary aim of starting the company is to gradually sell off the remaining treasures. After all, selling such a vast quantity of valuables all at once would not only be impractical but also disrupt market prices. Therefore, it is prudent to open a company and sell these items slowly. As for the management of the company, he intends to hire professionals. Not to mention that lacks expertise in corporate management. Even if he were knowledgeable, he would rather not squander time on such trivial matters. The time spent managing a company could be better utilized in training, as becoming stronger is the essence of all endeavors. Without sufficient strength, no amount of wealth can be enjoyed. And should one wonder if fears that others might deplete his company? Those who wish to tempt fate are welcome to try. The residence purchased by Moyuan is an expansive estate located in the outskirts of West City. The estate boasts a vast area, encompassing a nearby hill, thus embodying a harmonious blend of mountains and water with an exquisite environment. At this moment, the grand estate is inhabited solely by Moyuan and Zili. In this world, technology has advanced significantly, with the sophistication of robotics reaching impressive heights. Hence, Moyuan opted not to employ human staff for the maintenance of the house. Instead, he acquired 100 domestic robots. At times, the efficiency of robots surpasses that of humans, particularly in cleaning tasks, as these machines adhere strictly to their programming, working diligently without the temptation of shortcuts or negligence. In contrast, humans, being inherently clever, might resort to using a cloth meant for cleaning toilets to hastily wipe down tables or even rinse cups. As for La Paisai and number 16, they are likely still traversing the globe in search of endangered animals, aiming to transport them to an island sanctuary for protection. Zili, perched upon the sofa, idly fiddles with the remote control. Perhaps due to the scarcity of morning television programs, she finds herself flipping through channels in vain pursuit of an engaging show. Ultimately, she decides to switch off the television, stifles a yawn, and, resembling a languid kitten, nestles into Moyuan's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position to relax. "Are you feeling tired?" Moyuan embraced her to prevent her from slipping away, then gently wiped away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes due to her yawning with the pad of his finger. And Lazuli let out a soft hum. She was so weary now that she did not even wish to speak, pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we go shopping? We might as well pick up some clothes." Indeed, the allure of shopping and acquiring new garments is a temptation that most women find irresistible. And Lazuli was no exception. Upon hearing the prospect of shopping, she instantly brightened up. This time, decided against flying or utilizing teleportation. Instead, he opted for a more conventional mode of transportation, riding a motorcycle. In truth, had also purchased several cars, but why choose a motorcycle? I can only say DDDD. The road conditions today were rather poor. A 30-minute journey turned into an hour of jostling before they finally arrived. Upon reaching their destination, Lazuli disembarked from the vehicle, her legs feeling slightly wobbly. With a hint of rosy cheeks, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at and playfully chided, "You naughty boy." Once inside the mall, Lazuli began to exhibit her formidable shopping prowess. She explored nearly every store from top to bottom. However, felt no fatigue at all. What do you think of this? Is it beautiful? Lotzi Li emerged in a khaki body-hugging dress, her long, slender legs elegantly encased in gossamer black stockings, accentuating her curvaceous thighs and delicate calves. Such a visual feast left utterly invigorated. It must be said, Lotzi Li possessed an exquisite figure, truly a perfect garment hanger. Especially after spending a year in the time chamber, she had grown 10 centimeters taller, most of which was in her legs. Those long legs, slightly over a meter in length, were simply irresistible. Without needing to wait for his response, Lotzi Li could read his eyes, which seemed to devour her, and knew that this outfit was a keeper. In addition to trying on clothes for herself, Lotzi Li also encouraged to model a few outfits. Ultimately, after her careful selections, they both donned new attire. Of course, they didn't forget about Lapisai and number 16, purchasing a few outfits for them as well. Oh, there's another store. Lotzi Li suddenly spotted a shop tucked away in the corner, and judging by the window display, it appeared to be another clothing store. Adhering to the principle of not overlooking potential treasures, she pulled into the shop. Inside, aside from a saleswoman at the counter, there was no one else. The clothes here are rather peculiar, Lotzi Li remarked, holding up an outfit. She observed that the garments were remarkably fabric efficient, boasting a low neckline, a short hem, and an ethereal, sheer quality. Quickly discerned the nature of the establishment. It was evidently an adult shop. Beyond a selection of peculiar uniforms, an array of intriguing implements was displayed, handcuffs, whips, and mace, among others, captivating his imagination. Seizing the moment while was momentarily distracted, deftly acquired several outfits and swiftly settled the transaction under the bemused gaze of the saleswoman at the counter, subsequently stowing them away in a dimensional space. After surveying the surroundings, appeared to grasp the situation, her face flushed as she grasped his hand, leading him hastily out of the shop. The pair emerged from the mall as dusk approached. With their fingers intertwined, they strolled leisurely down the street, intending to visit a nearby food street for dinner. In the Dragon Ball world, where technology flourished, all machines operated on pollution-free energy, rendering the air remarkably fresh. Breathing in the crisp atmosphere, they enjoyed the warmth of each other's hands. At this moment, Moyuan felt his heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. A profound satisfaction welled up within him. He truly wished that this path could stretch on indefinitely. What is the matter? What is you smiling so joyfully? Lotzi Li inquired, regarding him with a curious gaze. It's nothing. I'm simply feeling fortunate. Fortunate? Smiled radiantly, indeed. I am fortunate to have come to this world and to have encountered you. Such candid words rendered somewhat bashful. With her head lowered, she murmured softly, so am I. Chapter 65. Watching a movie as dusk settled, it was the perfect time for dinner. Even before stepping onto this gastronomic street, the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air. How delightful! Wrinkled her petite nose, the enticing scents uplifting her spirits. Eagerly, she tugged at, hastening their pace towards the source of the allure. The food street buzzed with life, thronged with people, while vendors on either side were bustling with fervor. The vibrant atmosphere was largely attributed not only to the abundance of culinary delights but also to the nearby university. Among the crowd, one could easily spot youthful maidens clad in stylish JK uniforms, radiating vitality and charm. The arrival of and instantly captivated the attention of countless individuals. How strikingly handsome they are. Moyuan stood tall and possessed a strikingly masculine and handsome visage, rendering the young ladies around him momentarily immobilized, their delectable treats losing their allure. Although he bore horns upon his head and a tail trailing behind, distinguishing him from ordinary humans. This world was home not only to humanity but also to beast men, fully covered in fur. Thus, they regarded Moyuan's peculiar features without astonishment or disdainful glances. Several bolder girls, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, prepared to approach him for a conversation. Yet, upon noticing the ethereal beauty of Lotzi Li beside him, their confidence waned. After all, in comparison to Lotzi Li, they felt utterly mundane, akin to the disparity between an ordinary individual and a celestial being. Likewise, Lotzi Li captivated the attention of numerous young men. However, when they measured themselves against the towering Moyuan and then glanced at their own slender arms and legs, they promptly relinquished any unrealistic aspirations. Nevertheless, a few overly self-assured souls attempted to engage, only to feel their hearts race as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering them breathless. By the time they regained their composure, he had already moved on. The gazes of others did not perturb Moyuan and Lotzi Li's appetites. They commenced their culinary adventure at the first stall at the entrance. As they beheld the sizzling squid on the grill, Lotzi Li couldn't help but salivate. The squid, as large as her face, was expertly turned by the grill master, brushing it with oil and sauce, pressing it, flipping it. These seemingly simple actions required great finesse. Without a modicum of experience, one could not execute them with such skill and ease. Ultimately, a layer of secret sauce was brushed over the squid, followed by a sprinkle of seasonings, resulting in a fragrant skewer of grilled squid. Once completed, the master placed the squid into a brown paper bag and handed it to Lazili. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the cravings within her belly. She took a bite. How delicious! Next, she offered the grilled squid to Moyuan, exclaiming, "Try this. It's absolutely delectable." Indeed, it was remarkable. The squid was incredibly fresh, devoid of any fishy taste, boasting a savory flavor with a slightly charred exterior. Its meat was firm and springy, growing more flavorful with each chew. Truly delightful. Moyuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The two of them finished off an entire skewer of grilled squid, taking turns with each bite. Subsequently, they strolled down the street, hardly overlooking any food stall. Takoyaki, tamagoyaki, tempura, unagi, fried chicken skewers, oden, and so forth. As they continued, Lazili took only a small bite of each delicacy, while the remainder found its way into Moyuan's stomach. There was simply too much to indulge in, and lacking a scion's capacity for consumption, she could only nibble a little, watching and longing as Moyuan savored each morsel. After 2 hours of culinary exploration, they finally concluded their journey down the street. Moyuan and Razli strolled leisurely along the street, sipping juice and indulging in a delightful digestion. Was quite unperturbed, he could indulge in as much food as he desired. However, was another story. She felt as though her stomach might burst. "Shall we go watch a movie?" After all, returning now would leave us with nothing to do, suggested after they had walked for a while and spotted a cinema. "That sounds great. I haven't seen a film in ages," replied eagerly. Ever since she had been captured and transformed into a synthetic being, she had not had the opportunity to enjoy a movie, let alone watch television. Despite her already full stomach, she insisted on purchasing a bucket of popcorn. For a movie devoid of popcorn lacked soul. Besides, even if she couldn't consume much, there was always who had an insatiable appetite. After their tickets were verified, the two entered the screening room, which bore little difference from the cinemas of her past life, save for the more spacious seating. They settled into seats located in the middle, slightly towards the back. The air conditioning was quite brisk, and given that was particularly sensitive to the cold, especially in the summer when she wore lighter clothing, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. Gently draped a coat over her legs, which were clad in delicate black stockings. He then embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his warm embrace. Leaning against shoulder, felt the chill that enveloped her dissipate. This familiar sensation evoked memories of their time spent together in the spirit time room, where they would warm each other. Since their departure from that mystical place, they had not shared a room again. The presence of had made somewhat hesitant. How nostalgic. As these thoughts lingered, a rosy hue gradually graced her fair complexion. Moyuan inhaled the faint, ethereal fragrance emanating from Lazili, and was similarly transported back to the cherished days spent within the confines of the spirit time house. Thus, the two of them absent-mindedly watched the film until the lights of the screening room flickered back to life, momentarily jolting them from their reverie. As for the content of the movie, it had left little impression upon them. They vaguely recalled it being a poignant tale of youthful heartache, as the title certainly suggested a theme of adolescence. Furthermore, several young women nearby were weeping inconsolably, surrounding girls. In truth, this was a horror film, and we were reduced to tears by fright. After the credits rolled, they embarked on their journey home, enduring yet another hour of bumpy roads. They finally arrived at their abode. Lapis and 16 had yet to return. Given the late hour, they likely had ventured off to an island for the night. Moyuan and Lazili were not particularly concerned. After all, he was no longer a child, and given his current strength, he was unlikely to encounter any trouble. After returning home, Lazili retrieved her clothes from Moyuan and eagerly headed to her room. There were numerous garments she had yet to try on. Suddenly, among the bags, she stumbled upon several rather unusual and somewhat inappropriate items. Moyuan, get up here. Hearing that voice from the living room below, Moyuan's heart sank. Oh no, winky face. He had inadvertently included those items as well. In that moment, he was at a loss. His mind consumed by a singular thought. I am doomed. Hurry up. Moyuan hesitated for a moment, when a serious voice from upstairs, belonging to Lazili, echoed through the air. Never mind, if death is to come, so be it. Moyuan steeled his heart and advanced step by step, emanating an air of solemn resignation akin to facing one's demise. Yet in his trepidation, he failed to perceive that beyond the sternness in Lazuli's voice lingered an inscrutable nuance. Chapter 66. The proposal. Knock, knock, knock. Gently rapped on the door. "Come in," came the voice of Lazuli from within. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind and prepare himself psychologically, he slowly turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, he sincerely began, "Sister, I was wrong." S eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Could this truly be viewed without any monetary exchange? The lavishly acquired tutoring materials from his past life were instantly cast aside, rendered irrelevant. The light gray backless knitted top perfectly showcased her exquisite figure, enticingly hinting at her allure from the side. Her back resembled the finest white jade, flawless and translucent. Her beautiful feet gracefully overlapped, lacking any dark covering, which diminished some mystery but rendered them dazzlingly bright, stunningly beautiful. "Close the door, will you?" Lazuli remarked, feigning composure as she observed the stunt. Yet, the flush on her cheeks and the restless tapping of her delicate toes betrayed her inner turmoil. Observe the situation. And it was evident to him what Lazuli's intentions were. It was hardly conceivable that she was merely inviting him in for a sip of water, though. One could argue that such a notion was not entirely implausible. Moyuan slowly approached her. With each step he took, Lazuli felt her heart racing. She was so nervous that she found herself at a loss for words. Moyuan lowered his head, gently grazing it like a dragonfly alighting upon the surface of water. Although Zayli had already steeled herself for the moment, she still felt the tension tighten her lips. Was she afraid? Moyuan gently caressed her hair and asked softly. Lazuli shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm not afraid, just a bit nervous." She had long been prepared, so fear was out of the question. However, facing such a situation for the first time, even with preparation, it was inevitable to feel a sense of anxiety. Moyuan settled beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against Moyuan's sturdy chest, Lazuli felt her inner tension gradually dissipate. The two nestled together in silence, sharing a tranquil moment. After a while, Lazuli lifted her head from Moyuan's embrace, wishing to steal a glance at him. In that fleeting moment, her gaze met a pair of tender, affectionate eyes. Their eyes locked, and it seemed as though sparks ignited, colliding in the air. Lazuli gradually became enraptured by those deep, expressive eyes. At that instant, time seemed to stand still, all was hushed, and the world around them faded away, leaving only the person reflected in their eyes. In each other's gaze, they discovered a satisfying answer. Moyuan gradually lowered his head. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. Noon, roused from his slumber, gazing tenderly at the figure nestled in his embrace. Her countenance bore the marks of fatigue, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, evoking a profound sense of compassion within him. Although Lazuli had been transformed, endowing her with extraordinary stamina, rendering her almost impervious to physical exhaustion, her emotional state was a different matter altogether. The burden of sustained high spirits had led to a weariness of the mind. Observing her in such a vulnerable state, chose not to disturb her slumber. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips before quietly rising from their shared sanctuary. After attending to his morning rituals, made his way to the kitchen, intent on preparing a nourishing dish of stewed black chicken with salvia and safflower. Not only was it delectable, but it also possessed the benefits of nourishing eating, replenishing the kidneys and invigorating blood and chi. Most importantly, it was a favored delicacy of Lazuli's. While the broth simmered, busied himself kneading dough, aspiring to craft a savory pancake, his beloved delicacy. The pancake would be crisp on the outside yet tender within, layered to perfection, brushed with a sweet and fragrant secret sauce, and finally adorned with a sprinkle of scallions and sesame seeds. Once all was complete, returned to their chamber, finding Lazuli still ensconced in the depths of peaceful slumber. Moyuan gently shook a few times and softly said, "Sister, it's time to rise." However, Lazuli did not open her eyes. She pulled the blanket over her head and curled up into a ball. Moyuan gazed at the lump under the quilt, feeling an inexplicable amusement. Moyuan feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, I have prepared your favorite chicken soup. There's nothing I can do now. I must consume it myself. Otherwise it will cool and lose its flavor." The mere mention of chicken soup echoed and magnified in Lazuli's mind, dispelling some of her drowsiness. After a night of vigorous exercise, her stomach was now a desolate void, protesting with audible cries of hunger. Slowly, she poked her head out from beneath the covers, struggling against her heavy eyelids, her bleary eyes fixed on Moyuan as she extended her arms, whispering in a soft, pleading tone, "Help me." She was genuinely exhausted, finding it arduous to keep her eyes open, her spirit waning, unwilling even to move. Lady could not comprehend the situation. Was it not said that only a thoroughly exhausted ox would appear so? Yet this ox before her seemed anything but fatigued. Rather, it exuded vitality and vigor. In stark contrast, it was the field that appeared to have been ravaged. Moyuan gently lifted Lady from her cocoon of blankets. As he gazed upon her exquisite form cradled in his arms, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. With a heart as clear as ice, he remained undaunted by the weight of the world. Yet, alarmed by his own emotions, he quickly recited the Ice Heart Sutra in his mind, striving to extinguish the flames that flickered within his soul. After considerable effort, he finally quelled the tumultuous fire. By the time he had managed to regain his composure, half an hour had elapsed. Once she had freshened up, Lady appeared considerably revitalized, though she still nestled against Moyuan, resembling a languid little kitten. Moyuan cradled her as tenderly as a father would his daughter, gently feeding her. From time to time, Lady would bestow soft kisses upon his face and lips as tokens of appreciation. After their meal, the two nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. "Sister, what is it?" Lady inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Nothing. I simply felt the urge to kiss you," he replied. Lady, exasperated, rolled her eyes and pouted her delicate, rosy lips, saying, "You truly leave me with no choice. Come here." Then, as Lady gazed at him with anticipation, their lips gradually met in a gentle embrace. Following a prolonged and passionate French kiss, they savored the moment. Moyuan gazed at Lady, gently taking her right hand as he affectionately asked, "Sister, will you marry me?" At that moment, Lady unexpectedly noticed a delicate ring adorned with transparent diamonds gracing her ring finger, having slipped onto it unbeknownst to her. This exquisite token had long been prepared by Moyuan, yet he had been awaiting the perfect moment to propose. Warm tears cascaded down Lady's cheeks. She had already been ready to establish a family with Moyuan. However, she had never anticipated that such a delightful surprise would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. Under Moyuan's fervent gaze, Lady nodded earnestly. With a blend of shyness and unwavering determination, she uttered a single word: "Yes." Chapter 67. The Wedding on the Vast Ocean. A grand wedding was taking place on an island adorned with vibrant decorations, abundant flowers, and colorful balloons. In the center of the venue stood and the host. Seated below them were not only the families of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but also others such as Bobo, Dandy, Krillin, Tien Shenron, and Yamcha. Even the typically reserved Piccolo had graced the event with his presence. "Esteemed guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all." The host's voice, resonant and rhythmic, filled the air, accompanied by melodious music. As the opening remarks concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Sun Wukong and the others cheering and clapping fervently. Moyuan donned a pristine white suit, his posture impeccably straight, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the entrance. This was, after all, a momentous occasion in his life, and he felt a palpable sense of anxiety. A beautifully crafted carriage approached slowly from a distance. Inside, Lady sat upright, her demeanor akin to that of a kindergartner, hands resting firmly upon her knees, her entire form tensed. She clutched the fabric of her white wedding gown with fervor, her lips pressed tightly together. Like Moyuan, Lady was enveloped in nervous anticipation. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance. Paisai stood tall in his formal attire, awaiting her descent. Lady took his hand as she gracefully alighted from the carriage. At the entrance, several gentlemen clad in suits held aloft a lengthy veil. Lady stepped beneath the veil, which gradually descended, enveloping her in its ethereal embrace. The veil, adorned with small balloons at the back, floated gently, lending her an otherworldly aura. Beneath the immaculate veil, Lady's exquisite features were subtly revealed, reminiscent of a fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm, pure and unblemished. Paisai's emotions were a tapestry of complexity. After all, it was his sister's wedding, and a tinge of sadness lingered in his heart. Yet, amidst this melancholy, he also felt a profound joy for his sister's pursuit of happiness. As Moyuan and Lady gazed at one another through the delicate veil, the tension within their hearts gradually dissipated. At this moment, the officiant's voice resonated once more. "If love is a beautiful flower, then marriage is its sweet fruit. Let us now direct our attention to the gateway of happiness and, with the most fervent applause, welcome the bride." As the officiant's words concluded, an enthusiastic wave of applause filled the air. Paisai slightly raised her arm, prompting Lady to gracefully step onto her brother's arm. Ordinarily, this role would have been fulfilled by their father. However, in the absence of their parents, this duty was entrusted to La Paisai. Together, La Paisai and La Zili slowly approached Moyuan. With each step they took, the sound of celebratory cannons erupted, ribbons danced in the air, and balloons ascended to the sky, while countless bubbles floated about, creating a mesmerizing dreamscape that left onlookers entranced. The women present cast envious glances as La Zili advanced towards Moyuan, who likewise moved towards her. The path beneath their feet symbolized the journey of life, its first half accompanied by family, and the latter half shared with a partner. As the three met in the center of the pathway, when La Paisai placed her sister's hand in Moyuan's, his vision blurred. "Take good care of her," was the only phrase La Paisai uttered. Moyuan gazed at Lapis, nodded solemnly, and earnestly pledged, "I shall." Moyuan took La Zili's hand, guiding her to turn towards the distant horizon. La Paisai stood rooted in place, watching their silhouettes fade away, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He should feel happiness for his sister, shouldn't he? Accompanied by music and applause, Moyuan and La Zili halted before the officiant, Bobo, slightly turning to face one another. In that moment, the entire venue fell into a harmonious silence, each person holding their breath in anticipation of the most exhilarating moment. Bobo, microphone in hand, adopted a serious expression. "Mr. Moyuan, do you take Ms. La Zili to be your wife, in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, to cherish, nurture, protect, understand, respect, care for, and accompany her throughout your lives, forever?" "I do," Moyuan replied, gazing deeply into La Zili's eyes, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. "Ms. La Zili, do you take Mr. Moyuan to be your husband, in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, to be faithful, support, assist, comfort, and accompany him throughout your lives, forever?" La Zili's eyes glistened with emotion as she held Moyuan's gaze for a long moment. With her lips slightly parted, she softly yet firmly uttered 3 words, "I do." As soon as La Zili's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in jubilation once more. Applause, cheers, and the sound of celebratory cannons filled the atmosphere. The host presented a box, declaring, "Now, the bride and groom shall exchange tokens of their vows." Inside the box lay 2 exquisite rings, each adorned with a magnificent colored diamond, one red and one purple. These precious stones, discovered by Moyuan in the depths of the ocean, had been meticulously cut into heart shapes and set upon the rings. Moyuan gently took La Zili's frail, delicate hand, slipping a ring adorned with a crimson diamond onto her ring finger. In turn, La Zili placed a ring set with a violet diamond onto Moyuan's left hand's ring finger. After exchanging the rings, Moyuan could no longer contain himself. He did not wish to wait for the officiant's words. He directly drew La Zili into his embrace, lifting her veil and passionately capturing her crimson lips with his own. After this kiss, they would no longer belong solely to themselves, but also to one another. Nightfall enveloped them. Moyuan and La Zili returned to their new home. Although they were exhausted from the day's activities, a sense of joy enveloped them. After completing their evening routines, the two nestled comfortably beneath the covers. Moyuan held tightly onto La Zili. "My dear husband, are you feeling unwell?" After their marriage, La Zili's way of addressing Moyuan had changed, though she still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. "I am not unwell." La Zili gazed at Moyuan with a gentle yet piercing look. Then, with a delicate gesture, she pinched him. "Ouch." Moyuan inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at La Zili. "Sister, are you already contemplating a life of solitude so soon after our marriage? Weren't you just saying you were not unwell?" Moyuan gazed at her with a melancholic expression. "Was it not all due to your relative's lack of boundaries? Surely, you cannot expect me to engage in a bloody battle, can you?" The gaze of Moyuan instilled an inexplicable sense of guilt in La Zili, prompting her to avert her eyes. "In such circumstances, I am powerless," she murmured. Moyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. All right. I truly find you exasperating." Half an hour later, La Zili shook her sore and numb limbs, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed that this half hour had been in vain, yielding no results whatsoever. What to do? Perhaps. Moyuan's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to La Zili's ear and whispered a suggestion. Upon hearing his proposal, La Zili's pupils widened in shock. This. Her face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. After a long pause, she finally managed to suppress her overwhelming shyness. Casting a glance of reproach at Moyuan, she ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. A considerable time passed. Moyuan, with a heart full of contentment, embraced the weary La Zili as she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 68, Daily Life. A Yuan. Come forth to cultivate. Early in the morning, the resonant voice of Sun Wukong echoed through Moyuan's estate. Damn it, I shall slay him. Moyuan awoke in bed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ever since he and Sun Wukong co-founded a security company last month, Sun Wukong had taken to visiting him daily under the pretense of going to work, urging him to practice. Initially, there was nothing amiss with the idea of practicing. However, this rascal had become increasingly excessive, arriving earlier and earlier. Today, he had the audacity to come knocking at 6 or 7 in the morning. In the blissful throes of newlywed life, Moyuan found himself tirelessly engaged until the early hours of the morning. Today, scarcely having enjoyed 2 hours of rest, he was roused once more by his call. Moyuan is now filled with regret, immense regret. What was he thinking when he decided to partner with him in starting a company? Last month, while shopping with lady.With, Moyuan encountered the woeful Wukong. Upon inquiring, he discovered that Wukong had been ordered by Chi to seek employment. However, Wukong, possessing nothing but fighting skills, struggled to find a job after searching for a long time. Thus, Moyuan conceived the idea of starting a security company with him. Moyuan provides the financial backing, while Wukong dedicates his efforts to training the staff. Although this company has only been established for a month, it has already successfully trained several employees with a promising aura. Thus, Moyuan remains exceedingly optimistic about the company's future. Moreover, even if others do not utilize these services, he can employ these individuals to safeguard his jewelry store. For this world is not as peaceful as it may seem. Armed robberies occur frequently, as exemplified by a certain blonde woman. Compared to other professions, this job aligns perfectly with Wukong's expertise, allowing him to approach work each day with fervor, training employees while simultaneously seeking self-cultivation alongside Moyuan is a delightful experience. Wukong never imagined he would discover such a splendid opportunity that offers both financial gain and the chance for personal growth. The affectionate call of husband from Sun Wukong stirred lazily from her slumber. She nestled her head into Moyuan's embrace, playfully nuzzling him. Moyuan embraced her, gently stroking her hair to soothe her, saying, "It's all right, don't mind him, let us continue to sleep." Under Moyuan's comforting presence, lady.With soon fell into a deep slumber once more. He then conveyed a message to Wukong, instructing him to seek out Lapis on the island, also informing him that Vegeta was there as well. Rising to engage in close combat with muscular men, or embracing his fragrant wife in slumber, clearly, the choice was obvious. Upon receiving Moyuan's message, Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and turned to Gohan beside him, saying, "Hee, it seems a bit early. He's still asleep. Let us go find Lapis and Vegeta to train." Gohan felt a bit helpless, having informed his father before that it was too early. However, Wukong, not convinced, insisted on waking him up. Since it was the weekend, Wukong had brought Gohan along to train with him. Initially, Chi was reluctant to allow Gohan to train with them, fearing it would disrupt his studies. This had troubled Wukong for quite some time, as he genuinely wished for Gohan to train alongside him. Ultimately, it was Moyuan who devised a plan. After Wukong discussed it with Chi, she agreed to let Gohan train with him, provided it did not interfere with his studies. The reasoning was quite simple. Chi-Chi's reluctance stemmed from her fear of Gohan encountering danger in battle. Thus, the purpose of Gohan's training could be reframed. What if Gohan trained not for battle, but for self-defense? After all, the future harbored many formidable foes, and even if one wished to evade conflict, others might force their hand. Without sufficient strength, the consequences could be dire. In the end, after Wukong's persistent persuasion and Gohan's assurance that his studies would not be affected, Chi finally acquiesced. When Wukong and his son found Lapis, he and Vegeta had already finished their bout. The two lay on the beach, panting heavily, their garments in tatters, leaving only a minimal covering. Ever since their encounter at the banquet, Vegeta had frequently sought out Lapis for sparring. In the midst of their intense battles, Vegeta's strength surged rapidly. To prevent Vegeta from surpassing him, Lapis too dedicated himself fervently to training. They shared a sense of camaraderie forged through conflict. Just a few days prior, Bulma had lamented to lady.With, asserting that Lapis and Vegeta were a perfect match, as Vegeta's visits home had become increasingly infrequent. He often returned late at night, and when questioned, it was always about being with Lapis, nearly driving Bulma to distraction. Were it not for her understanding of Vegeta's character, she might have suspected infidelity. "Ah, you two have already finished?" Wukong gazed in astonishment at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. "I had thought I had risen early, but it appears I must awaken even earlier next time." I cannot afford to be outdone by them. Wukong silently resolved this in his heart, unaware that these two were not early risers at all. In reality, they had spent the entire night awake, engaged in a relentless bout. Lapis and Vegeta casually acknowledged Wukong's presence, lying motionless on the ground. Too fatigued to even open their eyes. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, and the lack of sleep was beginning to take its toll. Well, given the circumstances, Wukong had no alternative. Fortunately, Gohan did not have school today, allowing him to train alongside his father. Gohan, let us commence with some warm-up exercises, Wukong instructed. Gohan nodded in agreement. All right, Dad. The two then dashed off to a nearby spot to engage in their warm-up routine. Before long, the father and son, having completed their warm-up, soared into the sky to spar. In an instant, the winds roared and the sea surged, while thunderous explosions reverberated across the heavens. Meanwhile, beneath the tumultuous battle, Lapis and Vegeta lay peacefully on the beach, deep in slumber. Occasionally, the waves would crash against them, yet they appeared utterly oblivious. Were it not for their rhythmic breathing, one might easily mistake them for lifeless corpses. By midday, Moyuan and Li rose from their slumber only after feeling completely rejuvenated. Following a delightful and sumptuous lunch, they savored the moment. Moyuan led Li to seek them out. Upon their arrival, they beheld 4 lifeless bodies lying in an orderly fashion upon the sandy shore. Their garments were tattered, and they bore numerous wounds, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. Alas! Moyuan let out a sigh and then approached them to administer treatment. Ever since the emergence of Moyuan, the humanoid celestial being, these individuals had become increasingly reckless in their brawls. It was as if they were living proof of the adage, as long as one cannot be killed, one should fight to the bitter end. A few minutes later, a miraculous medical phenomenon unfolded. The 4 lifeless bodies sprang back to life, fully rejuvenated. Son Wukong performed a graceful leap from the ground, clapping Moyuan on the shoulder with a grin, exclaiming, "How fortunate it is to have you." Silently gazed at him. It is one thing to strike hard against Vegeta, but to unleash such ferocity upon Gohan as well? Upon encountering Gohan, was almost compelled to report the scene as a case of child abuse. Gohan's body was marred with bruises, lacking a single unscathed patch of flesh. Haha, had I not restrained myself, I would surely face Kiki's wrath upon my return. Son Wukong chuckled heartily, exhibiting no trace of remorse. In response, could only harbor silent sympathy for Gohan. Chapter 69. Dragon Ball across the vast, boundless expanse of the ocean. Several beams of light streaked swiftly, churning the waters into tumultuous waves. Deep gorges marred the sea's surface, resembling the fearsome claw marks of a colossal beast. Bang, bang, bang. The beams of light vanished into the air, followed by a cacophony of collisions. Invisible shockwaves surged through the atmosphere, disturbing the surrounding air. Boom, splash. A diminutive golden figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ocean with the force of a meteor, creating a towering column of water. Following suit, one after another, figures descended from the sky. Some plunged into the sea, while others struck the islands. As the remaining individuals were knocked down, a silhouette enveloped in a radiant purple-golden aura gradually emerged in the air. As Moyuan released his transformation, his fierce aura dissipated, and his upright hair slowly settled. He then opened his spiritual eye, locating the fallen individuals with precision. Skillfully, he retrieved them one by one from the sea and cast them back onto the island. Soon, Lapis, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta were neatly arranged upon the sandy shore. Their eyes were tightly shut, their bodies riddled with wounds, presenting a visage of imminent demise. Moyuan had grown accustomed to such scenes. He adeptly began to administer treatment to them. Before long, the 4 opened their eyes in succession, rejuvenated and springing back to their feet. This scenario had persisted for several months. Initially, Lazuli had joined them in their training, but 2 months prior, upon discovering her pregnancy, she had ceased her training to focus on nurturing the child at home. Well, today's training concludes here, Moyuan stated calmly, preparing to teleport home to cook for his wife. So soon? We've only trained for a few hours. Wukong lamented. Cast a glance at Wukong, feeling somewhat helpless. Wukong. Chi-Chi is also pregnant. Aren't you going to return to care for her? The carefree Wukong often forgot other matters when engrossed in his training, prompted by his reminder. He immediately recalled the expectant mother waiting at home. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Right, he said, taking Gohan's hand. Gohan. Let's return home and prepare a meal for Mom. With that, he activated his instantaneous movement and vanished. Vegeta observed the disappearing father and son with a smirk. Muttering to himself, Women are indeed troublesome. He then turned his attention to Robbie's. Robbie's, let us continue our training. Robbie's shook his head, replying nonchalantly, no. The little dinosaurs on the island are about to hatch. I must return to care for them. Having said that, he ignored Vegeta and soared away in the direction of his island. Vegeta disdainfully watched Robbie's retreating figure. Even hatchlings are a nuisance. Then, he recalled, by the way, Vegeta. Bulma complained to my wife yesterday about you never coming home. She even warned that if you continue to neglect her, she would find a new father for Trunks. Upon finishing his words, disregarded the visibly distressed and instantaneously teleported home. Upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his composure, the disdainful expression on his face vanished entirely. His countenance turned an ominous shade of green, nearly transforming him into a legendary Super Saiyan. He could almost hear the sound of raindrops falling upon his head. Roared in fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring towards the direction of at breakneck speed. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Failed to notice the faint flickers of electricity crackling around him. Dear sister-in-law, I have returned. The familiar voice maid, who was chatting with, sprang up from the sofa. She then leapt into a warm embrace, clinging to like a koala bear, supported her delicate peach to prevent it from slipping away, then leaned down and affectionately brushed his lips against hers. All right, it's time to descend. Bulma is still watching, he gently reminded her. At the sound of his words, Lazuli remembered Bulma's presence, and, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she gradually eased herself away from him. Bulma gazed at the pair with a tinge of envy, secretly yearning for a romance as sweet as theirs. Alas, her first boyfriend, Yamcha, was a notorious philanderer, flitting from one girl to another during their relationship. As for Vegeta, while he was steadfast in his loyalty, he seemed utterly disinterested in women, consumed instead by his relentless training. Days would pass without a glimpse of him, rendering her solitude akin to that of a widow. Sighing, Bulma lamented the trials of love. You two carry on. I shall take my leave and not intrude any further. She had no desire to play the third wheel, nor did she wish to indulge in their affection. With that, she cradled Trunks and bid farewell to Lazuli and before driving home. Unbeknownst to her, a fiery man awaited her return. After Bulma's departure, held Lazuli tenderly on the sofa for a while. At over 2 months pregnant, Lazuli showed no noticeable changes. Her abdomen remained flat. And had it not been for the absence of relatives' visits, they might not have realized her condition at all. The two then joined forces to prepare a nourishing and delightful dinner. Although had initially intended to cook by himself, Lazuli insisted on participating. However, her physical resilience meant that pregnancy had not significantly impacted her, and she could protect the fetus with her energy. Engaging in normal activities posed no inconvenience whatsoever. After their meal, Moyuan and Lazuli reclined on the swing in the estate, gazing at the stars above. What is this? Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Moyuan's embrace. Curiously, Lazuli reached out to touch it. She extracted a bead, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, from Moyuan's arms. Is this a dragon pearl? Typically, a dragon pearl requires only about 100 days of nurturing to reach completion. However, this particular dragon pearl had been nurtured for nearly 6 months before finally achieving its full form. Well, let me show you something else delightful. A mysterious smile graced the lips of Moyuan as he accepted the dragon pearl from Lazuli. Oh, Lazuli's curiosity was piqued. Her eyes fixated on the dragon pearl. A surge of willpower flowed from within him into the pearl. The seed of willpower within the dragon pearl fervently absorbed the essence emanating from Moyuan. Gradually, the once transparent dragon pearl began to transform. The purple-gold seed of willpower split into 2 clusters, slowly elongating. Soon, the willpower seed morphed into 2 adorable chibi figures, representing both Moyuan and Lazuli in a delightful caricature. The chibi versions of them sat side by side within the dragon pearl, their heads gently leaning against one another. Moyuan took out a necklace and set the dragon pearl upon it. He then adorned it around Lazuli's swan-like neck. Lazuli gazed at the dragon pearl with delight, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Can this grant wishes? Nodded and said, Of course, you may make your wish now. He then imparted the incantation to Lazuli. Chapter 70. Lazuli's wish. Upon hearing the incantation from, Lazuli's mind was flooded with questions. Was this spell not excessively embarrassing? She turned to with a look of utter dismay, her eyes conveying a silent plea. Is there no alternative? The corners of Moyuan's eyes twinkled with mirth as he raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Of course, it can be altered. However, Moyuan intended to tease Lazuli, planning to revert the incantation to its original form after this wish was made. Lazuli, gazing at the Dragon Ball in her hands, found herself at a loss for words. A sudden reluctance to make a wish washed over her, yet one particular desire surged within her heart. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach. After much contemplation, Lazuli surveyed her surroundings. The space was desolate, apart from the two of them. Not a single soul was in sight. Drawing a deep breath and summoning her courage, she shouted towards the Dragon Ball on the ground. "Darling, I love you. You are the most handsome." As Lazuli's voice echoed into the air, a radiant beam of light erupted from the Dragon Ball, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a tempest raged, clouds billowed, and ominous darkness enveloped the entire earth, while countless bolts of lightning danced within the storm, producing a deafening cacophony. A colossal purple-golden divine dragon materialized in the cosmos, its size dwarfing the solar system by 1,000-fold. With its cavernous maw agape, it consumed the entire solar system in one swift gulp. To the others, the only indication of something amiss was the earth shrouded in dark clouds. While Moyuan and Lazuli, at the moment the dragon devoured the solar system, found themselves transported to an extraordinary realm. This space was a void, where they stood suspended in emptiness, facing the magnificent divine dragon. They had arrived at the very core of its being. "Speak your desires, whatever they may be. I shall fulfill them," boomed a resonant voice throughout the ethereal expanse. The Dragon Ball crafted by Moyuan is capable of granting but a single wish, however. Its potential far exceeds that of the Earth's Dragon Balls. It could be considered a rudimentary version of the Super Dragon Balls. Nonetheless, this Dragon Ball possesses the capacity for evolution. As Moyuan's strength escalates, so too will the power of the Dragon Ball. Should Moyuan surpass the Dragon God Salama, the might of this Dragon Ball would then eclipse that of the Super Dragon Balls. "Protect my unborn child, ensuring he remains unscathed and thrives in health." Lazuli proclaimed her wish to the dragon. Upon receiving Lazuli's plea, the dragon's immense eyes shimmered with brilliance. Tiny specks of starlight materialized around Lazuli, gradually merging with her being. "Your wish has been fulfilled," boomed the dragon's voice, resonating once the starlight had completely integrated into Lazuli. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into a blinding radiance, dissipating into the void. Moyuan and Lazuli found themselves back in their estate, as though the preceding events had been naught but a fleeting illusion. However, the Dragon Ball on the ground had turned to stone. At that moment, the stone Dragon Ball levitated from the ground and flew into Lazuli's hand. "What?" Lazuli gazed at the Dragon Ball in her possession, astonished as she turned to Moyuan. "This Dragon Ball was crafted specifically for you. It won't wonder like others do. After granting your wish, it will return to you." Moyuan proudly declared that the Dragon Balls also possess a binding feature. For instance, the Dragon Balls of Earth are bound to Earth, while those of Namek are tethered to Namek, ensuring they do not traverse to other planets. Furthermore, the Super Dragon Balls are bound within the realms of the 6th and 7th universes. In a similar fashion, Moyuan directly bound this Dragon Ball to Lazuli. "How wonderful!" Lazuli exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to plant a fervent kiss on Moyuan's lips. Initially, she believed that after making a wish, she would need to search for the Dragon Balls. However, with this newfound capability, she could now make wishes with complete peace of mind. Observing Lazuli's joy akin to that of a child, Moyuan felt as if he had savored honey. The two lingered in the embrace of the swing for a considerable time before retiring to rest. After finishing his ablutions, Moyuan emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. To his astonishment, Lazuli had inexplicably donned a basketball uniform. The simplicity of the athletic attire, when adorned by her, emanated an exquisite beauty that was utterly captivating. "Sister, what is this?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Moyuan's mind like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap that dispelled all his lingering doubts. Moyuan suddenly realized, "So, your wish today." He finally comprehended the true significance of Lazuli's wish. Lazuli nodded. Ever since her pregnancy, she had not engaged in any physical activity, and she felt as though her body was on the verge of rusting. Moreover, she could discern that Moyuan was also enduring. "Darling, come on. One-on-one basketball." Lazuli licked her dry red lips, extending an invitation for a couple's basketball match. How could Moyuan resist? After all, he was an aficionado of basketball. Having been a trainee for 2.5 years in his previous life, he promptly donned a set of basketball attire. Thus, a fierce basketball contest commenced. Moyuan launched an advance. Lazuli maintained an intense focus, with her arms extended, diligently defending, unwilling to let her guard down even for a moment. Moyuan initiated the attack to the left, and Lazuli responded swiftly, promptly raising her defenses. However, with a deft pull, Moyuan shifted his assault to the right. Lazili quickly adjusted, fortifying her stance once more. Despite her timely defense, Moyuan astonishingly changed direction once again, returning to the left. At this moment, Lazili attempted to reposition, yet her feet were ensnared by Moyuan's feints. Helplessly, she watched as Moyuan charged toward the penalty area, leaping high to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. In the first round, Lazili faced a decisive defeat, yet she remained undeterred, her spirit unyielding. In the second round, Moyuan abandoned finesse, opting instead for a direct body push. Although Lazili possessed considerable physical prowess, she still fell short in comparison to Moyuan. Despite her earnest efforts to resist, in the face of such overwhelming strength, her resistance proved futile. Lazili was forced to retreat step by step, ultimately left staring in disbelief. Moyuan truly exemplifies the prowess of someone who has diligently practiced basketball for 2.5 years. The ball dances in his hands, as he showcases an array of skills: intricate dribbling, the triple threat stance, dual-handed ball control, long-range shots, close-range attempts, the pull-up jumper, and breathtaking dunks. The match persists, with the scores steadily widening, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and ultimately 99-0. Throughout the night, there was not a single successful defense against him. By the end, Lazili was utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. The final score was 100-0, and as the last round concluded, Lazili could no longer endure, collapsing in sheer fatigue. Meanwhile, Moyuan remained as spirited and vigorous as ever, prompting Lazili to exclaim in frustration, "You're a freak," to which he replied, "Thank you for the compliment," with a cheerful demeanor, remained utterly unconcerned, even reveling in what he perceived as the highest form of praise. After the match, he was drenched in sweat. He lifted the exhausted, and after freshening up, they returned to rest. This 1v1 bullfighting encounter concluded with being left with a shaved head. Chapter 71. The surrender of In the boundless cosmos, a colossal spaceship sped through the void. Inside the vessel, a short, stout alien with blue skin, clad in battle attire and donning a cape, sat comfortably in a chair. His name was a subordinate of Frisia. Previously, he served as a military advisor in the Third Star Domain. Now, with Frisia's legion in disarray, he had become the chief of staff for this remnant force. As he observed the spaceship drawing closer to its destination, a gleeful smile spread across his face. Days prior, a magnificent purple-gold dragon had emerged in the universe. Despite the vast distance, its enormous size had not gone unnoticed. Reflecting on Frisia's previous mission to Namek, could almost confirm that this behemoth was the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. After several days of reconnaissance, they had established that the Dragon Balls were indeed located on Earth, within the solar system. If they could locate the Dragon Balls, they could resurrect Frisia. Since Frisia's demise, they had been living as fugitives, perpetually pursued by the Galactic Patrol. Additionally, other factions had seized the opportunity to strike, vying for a share of their former territory, much of which had already been pillaged. Those under his command had either perished or fled, leaving only a scant few aboard this vessel. Once Frisia was revived, vowed to repay all the grievances endured over the years with interest. He brooded malevolently over both the opportunistic intruders and the Galactic Patrol. The thought of those wretches kneeling before him, pleading for mercy, elicited a hearty laugh from. "How much longer until we reach Earth?" he inquired of the soldier piloting the ship. "Lord, we should arrive in approximately 3 days," the soldier replied respectfully. 3 days? Earth is indeed quite remote, murmured. Then waved his hand dismissively. "Continue piloting the ship. I shall take my leave. Inform me upon our imminent arrival at Earth." "Understood," the soldier affirmed. With that, exited the control room. Gazed at the heavens, sensing a myriad of unfamiliar auras, both great and small, approaching the Earth. However, the mightiest among them possessed a mere combat power of several tens of thousands, easily extinguishable with a mere breath. As Moyuan opened his spiritual eye, he found that with the advancement of his strength, the scope of his perception had expanded to encompass the entirety of the solar system. Soon, at the very edge of the solar system, he discovered a spacecraft, emanating the very essence he had sensed. Due to the considerable distance and the faintness of these energies, none but Moyuan discerned any anomaly. "You may continue your cultivation. I must depart for a while," addressed Wukong and his companions before activating instantaneous movement, vanishing from their sight, leaving the 4 of them in a state of bewilderment. Within the spacecraft, Solb could now perceive Earth with the naked eye. an insuppressible excitement swelling within him. Lord Frisia, we will soon locate the Dragon Balls and subsequently revive you. The surrounding minions also displayed expressions of elation, having suppressed their anticipation for far too long. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Oh? So you were in league with Frisia. I am curious as to how you became aware of the Dragon Balls on Earth. This unfamiliar voice caused Salb's heart to skip a beat. He then noticed that an individual resembling a scion had inexplicably appeared beside him. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this stranger made Salb exceedingly vigilant. He drew his firearm towards. The other minions also unsheathed their sidearms, eyeing with caution. Salb then pressed a button on his power level detector. The numbers on the device fluctuated rapidly before eventually stabilizing. 5. Upon seeing this figure, Salb let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a mere weakling with a power level of only 5. He lowered his handgun and regarded with disdain. Salb held no doubts regarding the accuracy of the power level detector. As for sudden appearance, he felt no surprise. After all, the universe was home to countless peculiar races. Much like the Ginyu Force's Guldo, whose power level exceeding 10,000 could momentarily halt time. In the eyes of the universe, Moyuan was merely a mediocre fighter with a modicum of spatial abilities. Are you here to court death, young man? He taunted, his hands itching for action. A tall and slender extraterrestrial emerged, rubbing his fists together, his countenance unmistakably marked by malice. This individual was Tagma, the right-hand man of Solbay. With a mocking gaze fixed upon Moyuan, he regarded him as nothing more than a toy, possessing a formidable combat power of 50,000. Tagma held no regard for someone so pathetically weak. He had already begun to contemplate the most entertaining ways to eliminate Moyuan. Ha ha ha, Lord Tagma is about to strike. This fellow is destined for a most gruesome demise. Indeed, there had been a previous unfortunate soul who had provoked Lord Tagma, enduring 7 days of relentless torment. And it was said that by the end, his body had been reduced to a mere pulp. The surrounding minions reveled in the impending doom, their voices a cacophony of delight. Moyuan cast a glance at Tagma. Subsequently, Tagma's emaciated frame began to swell grotesquely. An excruciating pain penetrated deep into his very marrow. Tagma could not restrain a cry of desperation. Save me, he implored, turning to Salb beside him, hoping for assistance. However, the bizarre spectacle had rendered Salb and the surrounding minions utterly astonished. A pervasive dread enveloped their hearts. They felt a chilling wave wash over them, rendering their bodies immobile. Please, I beg you, spare me. Tagma turned to Moyuan, pleading for mercy. He wished to kneel, but his body had expanded to the point of rigidity. In the face of his supplication, Moyuan remained unmoved, casting not even a glance in his direction. With a resounding bang, Tagma's entire form erupted, transforming into a violet mist of blood that scattered into the air. All but Moyuan found themselves stained by this sanguine spray. Now, may I finally receive a proper response to my inquiries? Moyuan gazed at Solbay with an impassive expression. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating these individuals. My lord. Solbay suddenly knelt to the ground, face down, utterly unable to meet Moyuan's gaze. It was only upon witnessing the colossal divine dragon a few days prior that we became aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls here. Observing Solbay's submission, the other soldiers, without uttering a word, relinquished their weapons and similarly knelt. They possessed no extraordinary abilities, only an unwavering loyalty from the heart. This singular trait had allowed them to survive amidst relentless pursuit for so long. Oh, is that so? Moyuan had not anticipated that it was the divine dragon he had summoned a few days prior that had led them here. How many soldiers remain in Frisia's legion? Inquired once more. My lord, everyone is already here, Salb replied with his head bowed, displaying utmost reverence and daring not to conceal anything. His words astonished, for he had not anticipated that within just a few years, Frisia's power would be so thoroughly eroded. My lord, we are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, and we hope you will accept us. Salb raised his gaze to his eyes ablaze with fervor. For Salb, it was merely a quest for a formidable ally. After Frisia's demise, he had taken command of Frisia's legion. Initially, he had relished the power, basking in authority without a thought of resurrecting Frisia. However, after enduring the harsh realities of society, he came to realize that the supremacy of Frisia's legion was not due to the sheer number of its members, but rather the very existence of Frisia himself. In a matter of years, the legion had disbanded, and he found himself akin to a stray dog, constantly battered. He had grown weary of such existence. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon, he believed he had grasped a lifeline. If Frisia were resurrected, he could reclaim his former glory. albeit under the shadow of another. This prospect seemed infinitely preferable to his current plight. Yet, emergence made it clear that the pursuit of the Dragon Balls to revive Frieza was a futile endeavor. It was uncertain whether even they would be able to escape the solar system alive. In the pursuit of survival, he resolved to submit to his command. Chapter 72. The Celestial Empire inside the spacecraft. An eerie silence prevailed. Moyuan gazed intently at Salb, who knelt before him. A subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from his being. Salb found himself utterly paralyzed, the invisible weight causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. This psychological torment was more terrifying than that inflicted by Frieza. Frieza, akin to a tyrant, exuded a ruthless and violent aura that sent shivers down one's spine and instilled a profound sense of dread. In contrast, Moyuan resembled a supreme emperor. An unintentional dominance radiating from him, compelling others to submit in reverence. Moyuan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Accepting the words of this group would undoubtedly mean that no one would attempt to resurrect Frieza in the future. Of course, dealing with these individuals now would yield the same outcome. After much contemplation, he remained deep in thought, ultimately resolved to accept this group of individuals. After all, the cosmos harbors a plethora of resources that remain elusive on Earth. He could harness these individuals to generate wealth in the universe, thereby exchanging it for resources absent from his home planet or even for martial arts from other celestial realms. As to how he might procure these cosmic resources, contemplated two promising strategies. The first revolves around the exquisite cuisine of Earth. The Dragon Ball universe evidently suffers from a dearth of culinary delights. Even the ancient deities, Beerus the Destroyer and Whis, who have existed for eons, find themselves entranced by Earth's gastronomic offerings, marveling at their splendor. One can only imagine the delight such ordinary beings would experience. Therefore, should he spread the delectable dishes of Earth throughout the universe, he could undoubtedly amass a fortune. The second strategy involves a technological marvel that is entirely absent in the cosmos, the versatile capsules from Bulma's family. Earth's technology is notably fragmented, with its pinnacle achievements including the Universal Capsule, time machines, and Dr. Gero's android technology. These innovations stand as unparalleled treasures within the universe. Yet, there exists a significant gap in technological advancement. Prior to the alien invasions, they were incapable of constructing even spacecraft. The Universal Capsule, regardless of its location, can wield tremendous influence, providing immense convenience in both warfare and daily life. Thus, should engage in the trade of these capsules, he too could reap extraordinary profits. Rise, stated with an air of calm. Saul lifted his gaze, excitement illuminating his features as he inquired, "My lord, do you truly wish to accept us?" Inclined his head slightly, declaring, "I shall accept you." Upon hearing this, Saul was filled with elation. However, shifted his tone sharply, intoning with a fierce intensity, "Should you dare to entertain any treachery, I assure you, your demise will be far more gruesome than that of the unfortunate fellow just now." A chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably, afraid to even draw a breath. Nevertheless, reigned in his presence, adopting a demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze, and remarked, "If you are capable of serving me diligently, I assure you, I will not treat you unjustly." Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the group. "My lord, no, my king, you need not worry. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, and we shall not entertain any disloyalty." Saul was the first to affirm his allegiance. The other soldiers quickly followed suit, proclaiming their fidelity. "Rest assured, my king, we are utterly devoted. Should anyone dare to betray you, we shall flay him before you even need to lift a finger." "Indeed, my king, he speaks the truth." Moyuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very well." As began to speak, a profound silence enveloped the entire venue, with all eyes fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting his words. "Please, share your current circumstances," he requested, directing his gaze towards. "My lord, we are all gathered here now. Yet our former territories have been seized by others. Initially, we had intended to resurrect and reclaim what is rightfully ours, unwilling to conceal any truths. Lay bare the entire situation." Moyuan nodded and said, "Very well, I shall entrust you with a task now. Your Majesty, please speak." "We assure you that we will fulfill the mission," Sol Bei declared, thumping his chest with a loud promise. Cast a sidelong glance at him, and said, "Reclaim all of our former territories." "What? This?" Instantly, Salb's confidence waned, and his voice grew feeble. If they were capable of fighting back, they would not have been reduced to such a state. "Fear not, I shall assist you," reassured him. Upon hearing his words, Salb hesitated slightly. "My lord, their strength is formidable. They possess millions, even tens of millions, of combatants. Even if Frieza were to be resurrected, I could crush him effortlessly, replied nonchalantly. Salb felt a jolt of surprise. Although he was unaware of Frieza's true battle power, he had long believed it to be merely 50,000. However, since Frieza's demise, the forces that had been suppressed by him had begun to emerge, many of whom possessed combat abilities in the millions or tens of millions. It was then that Salb realized Frieza's strength was undoubtedly far beyond 50,000. Otherwise, how could he have subdued such powerful individuals? Yet, claimed he could easily eliminate Frieza. Just how powerful must be? Salb harbored no doubts about its words. The thought of finally having a formidable ally filled him with uncontainable excitement. My lord, when shall we commence our campaign? He exclaimed, eager to unleash all the frustrations of the past days. Let us depart at once, commanded. Instantly, everyone sprang into action in an orderly manner, their faces illuminated by expressions of exhilaration. At that moment, Salb suddenly recalled something, knelt before on one knee, and said, My lord, please bestow a name upon our faction. Well, Moyuan pondered for a moment, then solemnly declared, Heavenly Empire. Let us call it the Heavenly Empire. Moyuan was poised to establish a glorious era belonging to the Celestial Empire in the world of Dragon Balls. Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire. Solbei raised his hand and shouted the words with fervor. Inspired by his enthusiasm, everyone else raised their hands and echoed his call. Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire. In that moment, the spaceship resonated with the fervent voices of its occupants. After addressing these matters, Moyuan left a clone of himself aboard the spacecraft before returning to Earth. This clone was an enhancement derived from the four-body technique of Tianjin Fan. It possesses half of his usual combat prowess. Most significantly, this clone can exist for an extended duration. It will not vanish unless its energy is completely depleted or Moyuan chooses to dissolve it. Chapter 73. The twins' time swiftly elapsed. And 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, having acquired a wealth of extraterrestrial technology from Solbei, exchanged it with Dr. Brief for the versatile capsule technology. However, the capsules produced by will not be sold on Earth. They are destined solely for sale on planets beyond our world. This arrangement constitutes a mutually beneficial partnership, and Dr. Brief had no grounds to refuse, as he had never contemplated extending his company into outer space. Although the alien technologies provided by may not rival the versatile capsule in sophistication, their abundance and classification as advanced cosmic technology render them invaluable. Moreover, the medical devices included possess a worth that, in certain respects, rivals that of the versatile capsules, as they can be regarded as a more modest version of the miraculous beings. Simultaneously, with the assistance of his avatars, Solbei swiftly reclaimed his former territory. The dominant forces consisted merely of a handful of formidable beings, each possessing combat prowess of 30 to 40 million, who fell swiftly to his avatars with minimal exertion of energy. Consequently, a faction known as the Celestial Empire emerged, gaining renown in the Northern Galaxy. Once the territory was regained, refrained from reverting to their previous practices of plundering and trafficking planets. Instead, he began to assimilate weaker nations, acquiring resources through fair taxation. In return, the Celestial Empire pledged to protect these smaller nations from external threats. In stark contrast to other factions, the resources demanded by the Celestial Empire were remarkably modest, prompting countless smaller nations to align themselves under its banner. Faced with the Celestial Empire's formidable strength, rival factions could only watch as their own power dwindled, rendered powerless to voice their discontent. Following Frieza's demise, the remaining dominant forces had already been vanquished by the Celestial Empire, leaving no one among them with combat abilities exceeding 1 million. In such circumstances, who would dare to confront the Celestial Empire? Many factions began to entertain thoughts of retreat, grappling with the reality of dwindling income sources. Without revenue, how could they sustain their numerous subordinates? They slowly contemplated whether it might be prudent to withdraw from the Northern Galaxy in search of a livelihood elsewhere. Furthermore, as the Celestial Empire continued to flourish, they could find themselves facing annihilation at any moment. After all, under the same roof, one cannot allow others to rest easy. They are well aware of this principle. Thus, they neither dare nor wish to wager their lives. Gradually, as the Celestial Empire flourished, numerous factions silently departed from the Northern Galaxy. Following the rise of the Celestial Empire, conflicts in the Northern Galaxy diminished, with the Celestial Empire serving as a vital link, direct connections were established among various nations and planets. Under the impetus of the Celestial Empire, they embarked on free trade, and the ubiquitous capsule began to permeate the vast market of the universe. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. On Earth, Lazuli languidly reclined on the sofa. Perhaps due to her increasingly prominent belly, she had become progressively lethargic. After satisfying her hunger, she often felt drowsy, preferring to lie still. Additionally, she experienced an unusual and heightened sense of hunger. Strangely, since her transformation into an artificial being, she had rarely felt hunger. However, at this moment, she genuinely sensed the emptiness within her abdomen. It was possible that the child growing inside her was absorbing a significant amount of her nutrients, compelling her to frequently nourish herself. "Sister-in-law, it's time to eat." Moyuan emerged from the kitchen, several plates, and a clay pot floating beside him. Lazuli was nearing her due date, which is why Moyuan had refrained from his cultivation practice and remained at home to care for her. He placed the dishes on the table in front of Lazuli, then gently assisted her in sitting upright from the sofa. "Darling, you smell wonderful," Lazuli exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Moyuan's neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek, finishing with a playful nibble. A small strawberry suddenly appeared on Moyuan's face. As Lazuli gazed at the delightful strawberry on Moyuan's handsome visage, her eyes involuntarily curved into two crescent moons. What could be the cause of such joyous laughter? Moyuan served Lazuli a bowl of fish soup, and upon witnessing her radiant happiness, he felt somewhat perplexed. After all, how could one not be elated with such a charming and wonderful husband? Lazuli took a sip of the delectable fish soup, her smile sweet and content. Moyuan raised an eyebrow, indulging in self-admiration. "Isn't it true? I too believe I am exceptionally handsome." Such vanity. A few compliments and he becomes so elated. Indeed. With a proud countenance, Moyuan proclaimed, "These praises come from my wife, who is not only intelligent and graceful, but also naturally beautiful. Capable of making the moon hide in shame and flowers wilt in comparison, enchanting and wise. How could I not feel elevated?" Moyuan's flattery was so excessive that even Lazuli felt a tinge of embarrassment. She swiftly picked up a large piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, effectively silencing him. "Close your mouth." After swallowing the morsel of meat, Moyuan, with an expression of bliss, exclaimed, "The flavor of the meat fed by my beloved is simply unparalleled. It is truly delightful." No sooner had he spoken than Lazuli stuffed several more pieces of meat into his mouth, filling it to the brim. Moyuan chewed for a moment, and after swallowing the morsel in his mouth, he was about to speak when his mouth was once again filled. Moyuan welcomed everything without reservation, indulging in whatever food Lazuli offered him, relishing every bite. However, he felt that this meal should not be consumed solely by himself. Thus, while accepting Lazuli's offerings, Moyuan also took the initiative to feed her. Gradually, their mutual feeding transformed into a shared meal, culminating in a delightful dining experience. After finishing their meal, Moyuan embraced Lazuli's shoulders as they settled onto the sofa. Lazuli rested her head against his shoulder, gently caressing her protruding belly, her face radiating pure joy. "Darling, I can feel them kicking inside me." Indeed, Lazuli was carrying a pair of twins, one boy and one girl. "Really?" Moyuan gently placed his hand on Lazuli's belly. As expected, he could distinctly feel movement within. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Lazuli. She shook her head, her voice tender. "It's not too bad. Just a little discomfort. That little rascal. How dare he make my wife endure such pain? Once he arrives, I shall teach him a lesson." Moyuan exclaimed indignantly, just as Lazuli was about to respond. A sudden wave of intense pain coursed through her belly, draining the color from her face and causing beads of sweat to form. "Darling, I think it's time," Lazuli gasped. Moyuan anxiously lifted her into his arms and instantly transported them to the hospital. He had already made the necessary arrangements at the hospital, ensuring that as soon as he arrived, they would be ready to assist with the delivery. Moyuan accompanied Lazuli into the delivery room, offering her comfort by her side. Observing Lazuli's pale face contorted in pain, Moyuan felt a deep sense of distress within himself. Just this once. Resolved that this would be their final child, unwilling to subject to further suffering. After several arduous hours, 2 children were brought into the world. However, paid them little attention, as his innate power continuously flowed into, aiding her recovery from the toll of childbirth. Under the nurturing influence of this power, S' complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her pain began to dissipate. "Darling, let me see the children," she urged, sitting up from the bed, eager to behold her offspring. then approached the nearby crib and tenderly lifted both children, marking the first time he laid eyes on his offspring. He sensed an extraordinary bond connecting them. Perhaps it was the essence of shared bloodline. Unlike most newborns, whose skin is often wrinkled, these two possessed smooth, supple skin reminiscent of jelly, and they were undeniably adorable. Each child bore features of, on either side of their head sprouted small horns, and each had a tiny tail at their backs. The boy's hair was golden, mirroring that of, and his tail was of the same hue. The girl, on the other hand, had hair of a milky white, and her tail matched in color. How utterly charming! Upon seeing the children, was reminded of the first time she encountered, equally delightful, and her heart felt as though it might melt from the overwhelming cuteness. She felt that the hardships of the past 10 months had not been in vain. They had already chosen names for the children. The girl was named, and the boy. Chapter 74. The true conditions for activating bloodline. With the arrival of the two children, Ant's lives underwent a profound transformation. My dear husband, how I wish I could tuck them back inside. In the dead of night, cradled the golden-haired boy and cast a wistful glance at. Since the birth of their children, their marital intimacy had nearly vanished, and every attempt to engage in any private matters required a clandestine approach. Moyuan, cradling his daughter, found himself lost in contemplation. What is the true purpose of bringing a child into this world? How can these two children be made to vanish at the appropriate moment? A revelation struck him. In a moment of inspiration, conceived a brilliant idea. HM tilted her head in confusion, gazing at the exhilarated, unaware of the reason behind his excitement. Moyuan took Tianlin from Li's embrace. After a brief fluctuation in space, Moyuan vanished from sight, cradling two children in his arms. After a brief interval, he reappeared, but the children he once held had vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? A knowing smile curled at the corners of Moyuan's lips. They have gone to where they belong. Upon hearing this, Li seemed to grasp the implication, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little demon. My lady, the hour is late. It is time to rest. Gazed intently at the exquisite form of, his eyes sparkling with admiration. After giving birth, her figure had become even more voluptuous, and the curves seemed to have a mind of their own, settling precisely where they were meant to be. The little white rabbit, now grown, had become increasingly mischievous, hopping about and unsettling thoughts, leaving him utterly entranced. With a blush adorning her cheeks, gently lifted the corner of the blanket, gazing at him with tender affection. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, conveying everything without the need for words. Oh, exclaimed softly, playfully tapping on the head, tomorrow. The child will have to go hungry. Moyuan raised his head nonchalantly and said, rest assured, with their uncle around, they will never go hungry. Li rolled her eyes in exasperation. Well, after all, he is the husband she chose for herself. What can she do? She can only indulge him. Chuckled softly. The long knife had been unsheathed for several months, its blade now dull and lackluster. It was time to return it to its sheath for maintenance. The day the long knife was sheathed marked the return of the night. On an island 1,000 miles away, stared blankly at the two infants cradled in his arms. Momentarily at a loss for words, he could only recall being asleep in bed when suddenly a figure appeared, and before he knew it, he was holding two heavy little babies. Beside the bed lay a heap of baby supplies, akin to diapers. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Your niece and nephew miss you. They insisted on coming to see you at this late hour. Surely you must miss them too? I have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't disturb your reunion. Farewell. That scoundrel ground his teeth in fury, exclaiming, I swear I will kill you. A fierce aura emanated from him, and instantly, the skies over the island darkened, thunder rumbled, and the sea churned with wild waves and gusting winds. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder filled the air. Wah 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 wah. The two infants in his arms were jolted awake by the thunder, bursting into tears. Quiet now, and your uncle will take you to play with delightful things. In an instant, the storm clouds dispersed, and the sea returned to tranquility. As if the tumult had been but a figment of imagination, as fierce demeanor vanished, and he made silly faces, flustered as he attempted to soothe the two children. For a fleeting moment, he felt utterly exhausted. He would rather engage in a clash of muscles with a contest between men. Suddenly, he found himself longing for. If he were present, he could help share the burden of one child. Alas, it seemed that unless he was training at a critical juncture, would invariably retreat homeward as soon as darkness fell, impossible to stop. As for, he had vanished to who knows where, in search of endangered species. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a year had passed since the twins were born. The Dragon Ball hung around its neck had returned to its original form, no longer resembling a stone. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. After playfully teasing, had reverted the incantation to its original state. The magnificent dragon reappeared, and the family of four found themselves at the heart of the dragon's presence. The twins gazed in awe at the formidable Shenron, waving their tiny arms excitedly. If they weren't being held by, they would have flown straight towards the dragon. Speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them. A resounding voice echoed through the space. Razali had long contemplated her wish. This time, her desire was to absorb vital energy in order to awaken her bloodline. Grant me the ability to absorb vital energy, she implored. Upon hearing Razali's wish, the dragon's eyes sparkled with golden light. After a moment, the dragon's voice reverberated once more. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Razali, though not entirely surprised by the outcome she had anticipated, felt a twinge of disappointment. She then inquired, Can you activate the bloodline within me? The dragon shook its head and replied, I am afraid I cannot fulfill this wish either. With a sigh of resignation, Razali felt a sense of melancholy. At that moment, the dragon spoke again. Although I cannot awaken your bloodline, you possess the means to do so yourself. For you already hold the key. The key? Razali asked, perplexed. The dragon nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the conditions for unlocking a human bloodline on Earth do not solely rely on vital energy. Rather, it requires advanced energy to serve as the key. Vital energy is merely one of the keys, not the sole key. Advanced energy? Could it be? A glimmer of joy flashed in Razali's eyes as a transparent energy materialized in her hand, distorting the space around her. Space energy. Razali possessed an exceptional affinity for spatial abilities and could easily sense the space energy. Ever since she mastered teleportation, she had been exploring the utilization of spatial energy. However, she had not anticipated that space energy could also serve as a key to activate her bloodline. It seems you understand now. Indeed. As long as you allow your bloodline to absorb sufficient space energy, it shall awaken naturally. Well then, your wish has been granted. With that, the dragon transformed into light once more and vanished. The Moyuan family returned once more to their estate. Evidently, the divine dragon had interpreted this matter as a wish of Lazili. The dragon pearl, transformed into stone, floated into Lazili's hands. She delicately embedded the stone pearl into her necklace and adorned it around her neck once again. Chapter 75, The Two Little Creatures of Transformation. Daddy Dragon Long and Mei Mei. The divine dragon vanished, leaving Moyuan's arms filled with disappointment as he held Mo Chinin and Mo Tianlin. Their small eyes brimming with sorrow. At less than a year old, they could utter a few simple words. Observing the two little ones with their pouts, they appeared on the verge of tears. Swiftly conjured a magnificent purple dragon with his aura. Chin, Tianlin, what do you see up there? The two little ones, upon witnessing the soaring dragon in the sky, instantly beamed with delight. Dragon, they exclaimed, clapping their hands and babbling joyfully. In an instant, the two of them darted from its embrace. These little beings possessed an innate combat prowess of extraordinary magnitude, making flight as effortless for them as sipping water. Moyuan played with the divine dragons for several hours, until the sky began to darken. Reluctantly, he decided to put the dragons away. However, the two children still appeared unsatisfied, longing for more playtime. Ultimately, it was only after Moyuan assured them that he would join them again the following day that they reluctantly agreed to part ways. That night, Moyuan reclined on the bed, gently lulling the two children to sleep. Upon learning the conditions necessary to awaken her bloodline, Lazili eagerly set off to cultivate her abilities, expressing her desire to activate her bloodline as soon as possible. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for the two little ones fell squarely on Moyuan's shoulders. As Lazili was preoccupied, Moyuan resolved to ensure that the children would not think of their uncle tonight. La Pacey, listen to me. Thank you very much. After half an hour, Moyuan finally succeeded in coaxing the two children into slumber. Moyuan gazed at the two children lying beside him, whose features bore a resemblance to both himself and Lazili, and an involuntary smile of happiness graced his face. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired friends and family. And now, he was blessed with his own children. Surely, if his parents were to know of this, they would feel immense joy for him. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, Moyuan gradually succumbed to slumber. In the night sky, countless stars twinkled, while the radiant moon cast a gentle glow, enveloping the earth in a diaphanous veil of light. Under the cloak of night, everything appeared so serene and harmonious. Suddenly, An unusual surge of energy jolted Moyuan awake. He opened his eyes to find the entire room illuminated as if it were midday, aglow with a brilliant light. The source of this illumination was none other than the two little ones lying at his sides. Moyuan and Moyuan were enveloped by a radiant glow. Moyuan could not discern what transpired within the radiant glow. "Darling, what is happening? What has occurred?" Sensing the surge of energy, Li promptly ceased her cultivation and immediately teleported back. Upon witnessing the two luminous entities on the bed, Li felt a surge of anxiety. Moyuan gently grasped Li's shoulder, his hand softly patting her as he reassured, "Do not worry, although the circumstances remain unclear. I sense it may not be a malevolent occurrence." However, Li was still unable to ease her mind. Her brow furrowed in distress as she gazed upon the two orbs of light, filled with apprehension. Yet, she hesitated to act impulsively, fearing unforeseen consequences. After all, they were her children. While Moyuan urged her not to worry, he himself harbored deep concerns, anxious for their well-being. Despite his keen perception, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the happenings within. Nevertheless, he could faintly sense that they were undergoing a remarkable transformation. Minutes passed, and the radiant glow enveloping the two children gradually began to dissipate. Moyuan and Li opened their eyes wide, fixated intently, hardly daring to blink. Soon, the radiance dissipated entirely, and finally gained clarity. Upon discerning the objects on the bed, they were momentarily stunned. The space that once cradled two children was now devoid of their presence. In their stead lay two serpentine dragons, each half a meter in length, adorned with scales and possessing 4 formidable claws. One dragon gleamed with a resplendent white hue, while the other shimmered in golden brilliance. Through their innate senses, and discerned the unmistakable essence of their children within these majestic beings. The white dragon was none other than their sister, and the golden dragon represented their brother. With a touch of disbelief, pointed at, her voice laced with astonishment. "Are these two dragons truly our children?" To which, equally perplexed, nodded slowly. "It appears so." Barring any unforeseen circumstances, having inherited the bloodline of the Scions, had pondered whether he might transform into a gorilla. Yet, as time passed and he witnessed the full moon on numerous occasions, no such transformation occurred. He had come to believe that perhaps he lacked this capability. However, it now seemed that he too possessed the potential for transformation, albeit not into a gorilla, but into a divine dragon. It appeared that following the fusion of their bloodlines, both his method of transformation and its resultant form had undergone a significant evolution. The thought of transforming into a dragon ignited a spark of exhilaration within, his eyes glistening with fervor. Yet, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such revelations. Moyuan endeavored to suppress the restless thought stirring within him. He then gathered the two little divine dragons from the bed. These two tiny creatures slept as soundly as if they were in a deep slumber. Even as Moyuan turned them over in his hands, they showed no signs of awakening. However, Moyuan harbored a lingering uncertainty. How could he restore them to their original forms? "My love, do you think they will never revert to their former selves?" Li clearly shared Moyuan's concern. Although the dragon forms were undeniably majestic, there remained an oddness about them. Moyuan shook his head and replied, "It is not impossible. It can certainly revert back. I simply do not yet comprehend the process of transformation. Once I discern how the metamorphosis occurs, I will ascertain the means to return." Moyuan remained remarkably composed. After all, their transformation did not drive them into a frenzy like ordinary scions, causing them to lash out indiscriminately. Clearly, this metamorphosis did not impair their intellect. However, to err on the side of caution, Moyuan and Li resolved to keep watch over them, intending to assess the situation further once they awakened without any complications. Children possess the remarkable ability to slumber deeply, and it was not until after 10 o'clock the following morning that they gradually stirred from their slumber. Moyuan slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Upon noticing the little white dragon lying beside him, his fatigue instantly evaporated, and his once dull gaze became vibrant. The little white dragon, Moyuan, awakened at the sound of her brother's call. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a small golden dragon gazing intently at her. "Long, long, long, long," they both exclaimed. Perplexity etched on their faces as they regarded one another. The familiar voice they had heard from each other sparked a sense of recognition. The two little creatures, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached one another. They lifted their tiny paws and tentatively touched each other. Suddenly, as if realizing something profound, both dragons recoiled swiftly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Originally worried, Lazili and Moyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the two little beings, rendered speechless. Daddy, Mommy. The two dragons flew into their parents' embrace, pointing at each other and babbling excitedly, as if to express their grievances. Brought the two grumbling dragons before the mirror. Upon seeing their reflections, they finally comprehended the transformation that had occurred. They had become divine dragons. The two little creatures' eyes sparkled with wonder. How splendid! Subsequently, overwhelmed with excitement, they wriggled free from's grasp and soared out of the window. Moyuan initially intended to inquire how they had transformed. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, they were merely two children who had yet to reach their first birthday, struggling to articulate their thoughts. He surmised that even if he posed the question, he would glean little in the way of meaningful answers. Moyuan could only rely on his own research. Chapter 76, Transformation into a Dragon. After half a day's study, Moyuan remained utterly perplexed, making no discernible progress. In the evening, he encountered two little divine dragons who had played so long that they had lost track of their way home. He inquired of them, Qin, Tianlin, can you return to your original forms? The two little creatures tilted their heads, baffled as to why their father would pose such an unusual request. Please. Their current appearance was simply magnificent. Of course, more importantly, they had no idea how to revert back. The two young dragons lay on the ground, one paw supporting its chin, deep in contemplation. This conundrum was evidently beyond their grasp. Their tiny minds were filled with great uncertainties. How could they transform back? This was indeed a dilemma. The two little heads whirred with activity. Although they did not comprehend, they decided to ponder the matter. As they contemplated, their gazes gradually lost focus, and eventually, they slowly closed their eyes. Have they fallen asleep? Observing the two little dragons sprawled on the ground in their enchanting slumber, a bead of sweat formed On's forehead. Sighing, he shook his head, covering his forehead in resignation. Very well, I shall delve into my studies at my own pace. No need to dwell on this matter any longer. Moyuan was just about to take these two little ones home when suddenly, a faint glow emanated from their bodies. This occurrence was strikingly similar to what had transpired the previous night. Moyuan extended his finger, gently placing it upon them, attuning himself to the transformations occurring within their beings. A unique energy emanated from the core of their essence, coursing throughout their entire forms. Indeed, akin to Shalu. They too possessed a core within. For them, the heart and brain, typically regarded as vital organs, held no significance. Even if the heart were to rupture or the brain shattered, as long as the core remained unscathed, they could swiftly restore themselves. However, unlike Shalu's core, theirs manifested as a singular orb. The orb belonging to Moyuan is of a resplendent purple-gold hue, while Tianlin's orb gleams in a radiant golden shade. And Qin's orb is a delicate pearlescent white. At this moment, Moyuan contemplates that perhaps he could aptly name this orb the Dragon Orb. Soon, the energy within the core suffuses the two little beings entirely. Enveloped in a luminous glow, they gradually revert to their human forms. Remarkably, these two little ones are still clad in the pajamas they wore last night. Unlike Science, who lose an entire outfit with each transformation, this is undoubtedly fortuitous news. Moyuan lifted the two children from the ground and then used teleportation to bring them home. He had already grasped the method of transformation. There was no need to rush. He would address that matter later. At home, Lazili had nearly finished preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting Moyuan's return with the two little ones to commence the meal. She wondered if the children had transformed back yet. Lazili still found their human forms to be adorably soft and endearing. Moreover, their plush bodies were delightful to hold. Sister-in-law, we're back. The familiar voices rang out. Moyuan suddenly appeared beside Lazili, cradling two little dolls. With a soft thud, he tossed the tiny beings onto the sofa. They sprawled on the couch, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Under normal circumstances, one would never treat a child in such a manner, yet these two were no ordinary beings. With their extraordinary combat prowess of a million, they could withstand far more than a mere fall. Even a missile strike would leave them unscathed. Lazili's face illuminated with joy upon seeing the two little ones transformed back into their human forms. Her beloved little ones had returned. Why were they referred to as little cuties? Because in her heart, her true darling would always hold the utmost affection, and even these two, who were like pieces of her own heart, would forever take a secondary place. My love, how did they revert back? She inquired. Moyuan paused for a moment and replied, I simply asked them if they could change back. Lazili, intrigued, asked, And then they transformed on their own? Moyuan nodded and then shook his head. What does this mean? Lotzi found herself somewhat perplexed. After I inquired, they began to contemplate. And in the midst of their thoughts, they drifted off to sleep, reverting to their former selves just as they had the previous night. Lotzi was momentarily at a loss for words. After all this time, they still did not comprehend how to control their transformations? After a brief pause, she asked in a daze, so, they transform when they sleep? Not exactly. Moyuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before continuing. I have now grasped the mechanics of their transformations. I shall gradually teach them how to master it. Even if they cannot manage it, I can assist them in reverting. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, Lotzi felt a sense of relief. The two then roused the two little ones who had been napping on the sofa for their meal. The little ones had now learned to eat, their teeth remarkably strong, as they gnawed directly on the meat. Initially, Moyuan and Lotzi were concerned that their bodies might not handle it, but upon realizing there were no issues, they allowed them to eat freely. After mastering the art of eating, the little ones naturally weaned themselves. However, due to their premature weaning, Lotzi found herself overwhelmed with an abundance of milk. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Moyuan had no choice but to partake. The following day, Moyuan traveled to a desolate planet in a distant star system, far removed from the solar system, preparing to undergo his transformation. He had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the metamorphosis process, yet he harbored a lingering sense that his transformation might not be as straightforward as that of the two children. Thus, to avert any unforeseen complications, he chose this secluded location for his inaugural transformation into a dragon. The planet's temperature plummeted to an estimated -200 degrees Celsius. However, Moyuan remained entirely unfazed by the frigid conditions, as such temperatures held no influence over him whatsoever. He sat upon the ground, calming his mind, and began to commune with the unique power residing within his core. Streams of energy surged forth from the core, flowing to every corner of his being. A resplendent violet glow emanated from him, enveloping Moyuan in a cocoon of light. Moyuan felt an enveloping warmth, as though he were immersed in tepid water. However, what he remained oblivious to was the alarming expansion of the luminous cocoon encasing him, growing at a terrifying speed. Minutes passed, and gradually, the cocoon of light began to dissipate. Moyuan opened his eyes, feeling as if a breath was lodged in his throat, an unbearable pressure. With a roar, the sound could not travel through the vacuum, yet invisible waves of immense magnitude radiated outward from his mouth. In their wake, everything, meteors, stars, was obliterated, dissolving into cosmic dust. After releasing that breath, Moyuan finally felt a profound sense of relief. What a delight! As he regained his composure, he realized that he was no longer on the planet he had just been on. Instead, he found himself suspended in the vastness of space. Furthermore, he noticed that his surroundings were adorned with what appeared to be small orbs. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these were not mere beads, but rather colossal planets. Moyuan opened his inner eye, perceiving his current self from a divine perspective. A purple dragon, comparable in size to the one he summoned with the Dragon Balls, materialized within his line of sight. The size of an ordinary planet paled in comparison to his fingertip. With each movement of Moyuan's body, several celestial bodies nearby were shattered into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had not transformed on Earth. Otherwise, his colossal form would have obliterated the entire solar system. Chapter 77, Dragon Knight. In the boundless expanse of the universe, a magnificent purple dragon traversed the myriad realms at an astonishing speed. Wherever the dragon passed, it unleashed a series of terrifying cosmic tempests. Countless planets were dislodged from their orbits by the tumultuous storms, causing the entire star system to unravel in an instant. Moyuan traversed the starry expanse with exhilarating grace, embodying the liberating essence of a dragon returning to the sea. The entire universe unfolded before him like a vast ocean, inviting his unfettered gallop. Suddenly, Moyuan pondered a dilemma. His considerable size posed a challenge. He found himself unable to play with the two children in his dragon form. A solution was imperative. He must devise a way to diminish his stature. Resolute, he set about to do just that, suspended himself in the void, focusing intently as he summoned a unique energy, striving to diminish his physical form. Before long, he uncovered the means to contract his size. In an astonishing display, his body, which was vastly larger than the solar system, rapidly shrank down to a mere 2 meters in length. observing his newly reduced stature, nodded in satisfaction. He attuned himself to the spatial node of his home and, in an instant, vanished from the void. A ripple of spatial energy surged through, and the majestic purple divine dragon, now measuring over 2 meters, materialized beside. At that moment, was engaged in playful antics with 2 young divine dragons, both of whom had mastered the art of transformation, effortlessly altering their forms at will. The sudden appearance of Moyuan immediately captured their attention. Husband? Daddy? A radiant light flickered around Moyuan, who instantly reverted to his human form. He had mastered the art of transformation, no longer requiring the time it took during his initial metamorphosis. Daddy so handsome, exclaimed the siblings, their eyes sparkling with delight as they rushed towards him, each taking hold of one of his arms. Daddy transforms into a dragon, so handsome. Their little voices chattered incessantly. All right. I shall transform into a dragon and play with you, Moyuan said, gazing at the 2 little ones with affection and a smile. Your joy is paramount, while I possess nothing. Lazili watched the tender scene of familial affection with a twinge of envy, feeling a pang in her heart. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for her attention, and now they seemed oblivious to her presence, leaving her feeling rather forlorn. Upon hearing her unspoken sentiment, Moyuan's heart tightened. He gently released the 2 children and swiftly made his way to Lazili, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with practiced ease. My dear wife, would you care to take a turn as a dragon knight? Dragon knight? Lazili keenly seized upon the focal point of his words. A slip of the tongue. I see, haha. Moyuan chuckled, attempting to deflect the moment. Lazili, however, chose not to dwell on it. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Ride you? Would that be appropriate? Moyuan leaned closer to Lazili's ear, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. We have been together for so long. This is hardly our first rodeo. When have I ever? Lazili's retort was abruptly silenced, as if a sudden realization struck her. Her lovely face flushed a delicate shade of pink, resembling a ripe tomato. The image of her sister-in-law galloping with grace from the previous night was etched deeply in my heart, and whenever I recalled it, I could not help but. Enough. The mortifying scenes flooded Lazili's mind. Embarrassed and furious, she quickly covered Moyuan's mouth to prevent him from continuing. Otherwise, she feared she might just want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Moyuan chuckled softly, gently removing the hand that Lazili had placed over his mouth, and then inquired, Shall we ride? Indeed, Lazili replied through gritted teeth, casting a fierce glance in his direction. Mochinin and Motianan exchanged glances, their youthful minds unable to decipher the conversation between their parents. Yet, it seemed evident that a quarrel was unfolding. Mother appeared quite agitated, while father bore an expression of delight. Confusion enveloped them. In each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sentiment. The world of adults is indeed perplexing. Come now, children, let us go play, called out Moyuan, transforming into his dragon form. He enlarged his stature slightly to ensure that Lazili would sit comfortably. Turning his head towards her, he advised, I am quite large, so hold on tightly and do not slip off. With that, he became a streak of light and soared through the door. Mochinin and Motianlin, upon realizing that their parents had departed, could no longer afford to contemplate other matters. They transformed into their dragon forms and pursued them outside. Light years beyond the solar system lies a shadowy expanse of stars, devoid of any stellar presence, shrouded in perpetual darkness, where scarcely a glimmer can be perceived. Unlike any other day, this particular starfield radiates with an extraordinary brilliance. Countless planets erupt in a spectacular display, illuminating the dark void with a vibrant pyrotechnic celebration. Strands of light dart between the planets, occasionally colliding with one another. Energetic projectiles frequently burst forth from these luminous trails. And should misfortune befall a planet struck by such a projectile, it would become one of the fireworks, briefly illuminating this starfield. These radiant trails belong to Moyuan, Laplace, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Not long ago, Moyuan, through the influence of his faction, the Celestial Empire, acquired a technique known as the internal energy skill. This technique serves a singular purpose, to bestow upon its practitioners the ability to survive within the vastness of the universe. After imparted this martial art to and his companions, they relocated their training grounds to the cosmos. After all, on Earth, they could hardly unleash their full potential, as each training session required utmost caution to avoid inadvertently obliterating the solar system. Over the course of more than 2 years, combat power surged from 14 billion to an astounding 100 billion, and upon transformation, it reached a terrifying height of 1 trillion, equivalent to a quadrillion. Both and also experienced significant enhancements in their combat capabilities. Achieving a standard battle power of 50 billion. S potential proved formidable. His training over these 2 years elevated his combat power beyond that of. With a standard battle power reaching 60 billion, surpassing and by 10 billion. Notably, was the first among the 3 to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Seizing the opportunity to relentlessly dominate and for several days. Following this intense experience, became increasingly determined, honing his skills until his standard battle power soared to 70 billion. And with his formidable physique, he could unleash a 50-fold increase of the without sustaining any injuries. However, even with this level of power, he could not hope to contend with. To reclaim his dignity, began to explore, seeking to fully integrate its might into his own energy. Moyuan was equally intrigued by Lapis's idea, and thus the two embarked on a collaborative study. After 6 months of diligent effort, they successfully integrated the power of primordial energy into their own essence. Previously, their energy possessed certain attributes of primordial energy, but it was limited to inflicting greater harm upon malevolent individuals, leaving others unaffected. However, they now had the remarkable ability to enhance their energy's potency 5-fold, simultaneously delivering even greater damage to those of evil intent. In essence, their combat prowess could now rival that of 5 ordinary warriors. Consequently, Vegeta found himself once again in a dismal predicament. Despite having trained vigorously for half a year, he soon faced relentless defeats. All the bravado he had built up over that time was swiftly dismantled, leading Vegeta to question his very existence, engulfed in a prolonged state of melancholy. I do not intend to abandon the concept of combat power. Instead, I have devised several parameters to maintain its coherence, which I will elucidate in due course. Chapter 78. A blade hidden behind a smile. The battle rages on. In the midst of the overwhelming assault from Sun Wukong and his companions, Moyuan strolled with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly evading their attacks with a mere feint of his body. It was not that his combat experience surpassed theirs by a significant margin, but rather that his fighting prowess eclipsed theirs to such an extent that their offensive maneuvers appeared sluggish, akin to that of a turtle in his eyes. Clearly, Sun Wukong and the others had grown accustomed to this scenario, displaying no hint of surprise as they launched their fervent assaults with excitement. They favored their training in the vastness of space far more than their previous endeavors on Earth. Here, they could unleash their full potential without reservation, unburdened by the fear of collateral damage. As for the planets in this region, countless uninhabited celestial bodies existed throughout the universe. Even if they were to obliterate these planets, it would elicit no concern and would not impact the cosmos in the slightest. The golden auras enveloping Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta blazed brightly, with arcs of blue electricity dancing around them. The trio had all attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Moyuan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Although he possessed a 100-fold increase in his Super Saiyan form, he aspired to achieve Super Saiyan 2 as well. Who would ever consider their power excessive? Moreover, Super Saiyan 2 exuded an undeniable charisma. Unfortunately, he found himself at a loss regarding the path to this transformation. Whether it was due to insufficient base combat power or some other enigmatic requirement remained uncertain. If it were merely a matter of combat power, he could gradually augment it over time. However, the prospect of needing unknown conditions filled him with trepidation. He pondered just how long it might take to attain this elusive form. As he watched his 3 companions transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a glint of mischief flickered in Moyuan's eyes. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and the others felt an unsettling chill run down their spines, prompting an involuntary shiver. Alarmingly, Sun Wukong noticed the sinister grin adorning Moyuan's face, an ominous premonition of impending trouble. Indeed, almost simultaneously, a colossal fist the size of a cauldron materialized before them, sending them hurtling backward into the nearby meteorites. After a brief interval, the trio emerged from the debris, relatively unscathed due to Moyuan's restrained approach. However, they now sported sunglasses meticulously crafted by Moyuan himself. Upon seeing them adorned in the same sunglasses as the iron-eating beast, Moyuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. They certainly appeared far more pleasing to the eye now. Ha ha ha. Lapus pointed at the 3 of them, clutching his belly in laughter. In the silence of space, where sound could not traverse, Moyuan connected the 5 of them through telepathy, establishing a semblance of a chat room. Lapus, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing the laughter of Robbie's, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily perplexed. However, after a brief interval, as he observed the expressions on Vegeta and Gohan's faces, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Vegeta, you look utterly ridiculous right now, huh? Vegeta, with his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, gazed at the gleeful son Wukong, speechless. Humph. Kakarot, do you truly believe you are in a better position than I am? Unfortunately, the oblivious son Wukong paid no heed to such matters, pointing at Gohan while continuing to guffaw. Ha 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 ha. Gohan, your current appearance is equally amusing. I cannot contain myself. You are all simply too funny. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, how infuriating. We are all in the same predicament. Why does he get to laugh so joyfully? It became evident that those unburdened by worries often lead more cheerful lives. Though both bore dark circles under their eyes, the carefree individual could merrily laugh at another's misfortune, while the other, upon being laughed at, grew increasingly frustrated. This was precisely the case with son Wukong at that moment. Dad, if Mom sees us like this, we will be scolded. Gohan tugged at Wukong's clothing, his expression filled with concern. Son Wukong's smile froze on his face instantly. However, a smile, once born, does not vanish. It merely shifts. Just like now, as Wukong's laughter transitioned onto Vegeta's countenance. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, to think you could be reprimanded by your wife is simply hilarious. Vegeta exclaimed with a hint of pride, boasting, Bulma would never dare to raise her voice at me. At that moment, Robbie's quietly remarked, but Bulma would surely find your current state quite amusing. Vegeta, feeling a mix of irritation and inability to retort, thought, it seems you all are quite satisfied with each other's appearances, which puts my mind at ease. However, it is time for me to return home. With that, Moya prepared to teleport home. Yet, just as Moya was about to initiate his instant transmission, Son Wukong intercepted him. Yuan, why not restore us before you leave? Otherwise, I will surely face Kiki's wrath. Yes, yes. Uncle Moya, please help us return to normal, Gohan pleaded, nodding fervently. Even Vegeta's gaze betrayed a hint of anticipation. Returning in such a state, only to be mocked by Bulma, would be more unbearable than death itself. Humph. You require treatment for such minor injuries? Moya scoffed disdainfully. This is certainly not out of jealousy for their ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Oh no, it is not. Yuan, Son Wukong cried out dramatically, sliding forward to clutch Moya's leg. Please save the children. Son Wukong clasped his hands together in earnest supplication, lamenting, Chi-Chi will truly scold me to death. Moyuan spread his hands in exasperation. Witnessing this, Wukong continued to plead, if you could just heal Gohan, it would suffice. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will surely be furious with me upon seeing Gohan in this state. Please, I beg you. It is one thing for me to wear sunglasses. But if Gohan were to don them, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly scold him mercilessly. Very well then. Nodded slightly, then proceeded to heal Gohan. Once the treatment was complete, he instantly teleported back home. As for Lapis, it appeared that Vegeta had some matters to discuss with him. With Goku present, there was no doubt he would be brought back safely. Vegeta stealthily approached Lapis, his demeanor wavering, struggling to utter a single word. If there is something to say, just say it. Observing Vegeta's bashful disposition, Lapis felt a pang of discomfort himself. Well, Vegeta mumbled, a hint of shyness unexpectedly gracing his face. Lapis instinctively took a few steps back, his heart tightening. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Vegeta bellowed, you fool, what are you thinking? Lapis's expression, one of profound difficulty, made Vegeta suspect he was contemplating something unsavory. Then why are you blushing? Lapis retorted, somewhat irked. I simply want to inquire how you have grown so tall. Vegeta, exasperated, finally blurted out a question he had been holding in for quite some time. It was worth noting that during their first encounter, Lapis was nearly of the same height as him. In fact, Vegeta could even suppress Lapis's stature with his hairstyle. However, during their second meeting, Lapis had seemingly shot up by 20 centimeters as if he had taken hormones. Is this reasonable? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Lapis burst into laughter. Vegeta roared at him. You scoundrel, do not hide your malice behind laughter. Vegeta, I never imagined you would have such a concern. However, we are not the same. My previous lack of height was not due to a failure to grow, but rather because I was transformed into an artificial being before I could reach my full height, causing my physical development to slow. It was only during my time in the hyperbolic time chamber that my growth rate returned to normal, hence my sudden increase in height. As for you, Lapis smirked derisively. You simply cannot grow taller. Vegeta. Chapter 79. Ultra second form. As night descends, the sky transforms into a deep azure canvas, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Occasionally, A meteor streaks across the heavens, leaving behind a luminous tail that enhances the vibrancy of this celestial tapestry. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a solitary figure sits poised in the void. Cloaked in a resplendent aura of purple and gold, he radiates an intense energy that distorts the surrounding space, as if threatening to pierce through it. Inexplicable currents of spatial energy surge from all directions, ebbing and flowing like the tides, creating invisible waves. At the epicenter of this tidal phenomenon, the figure resembles a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding spatial energy. Recently, Moyuan has been striving to transform into his ultra-second form. However, he has made no tangible progress. He has remained in his ultra-first form for an extended period, which has already reached its full capacity, allowing him to maintain this state without any depletion of energy. Yet, upon witnessing Razali successfully awaken her bloodline through the activation of spatial energy, he felt a flicker of hope. As the ethereal light of the ink abyss flickered, a novel thought emerged. Perhaps he, too, must harness the energy of space, much like the vital essence required to awaken one's bloodline. It is conceivable that his transformation into a Super Saiyan 2 would follow a similar path. Thus, he ventured into the depths of the cosmos, unabashedly absorbing the energy of space. Gradually, the spatial energy was assimilated by his bloodline. Moyuan could distinctly sense the gradual strengthening of his bloodline. This transformation filled him with exhilaration. Moyuan was nearly certain that this was the moment he would transform into a Super Saiyan 2. With unwavering focus, he began to absorb spatial energy. The range of his mind's eye had now reached an astonishing distance of 10 light years. Within this expanse, the spatial energy was drawn to him, surging towards him in a frenzy. After 2 months of diligent effort, the bloodline within Moyuan finally absorbed enough spatial energy to reach a state of saturation. Subsequently, he felt a terrifying force erupting from his bloodline, initiating a transformation within him. The purple-gold flames gradually solidified, resembling genuine fire that clung to his form. Concurrently, silver-gray lightning flickered within the flames, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning enveloped Moyuan entirely. Surrounded by thunder and fire, Moyuan appeared as an ancient deity, exuding an unparalleled nobility. His gaze possessed a disdainful majesty that made others hesitate to look directly at him. The overwhelming aura emanating from him swept across the 4 major galactic systems, even influencing star realms beyond the Milky Way. As mentioned by Goku in Dragon Ball, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way throughout the universe. Far away in another star realm, Goku and the others were momentarily stunned by this formidable aura. Is this the presence of a Yuan? Goku stared in awe at the direction from which the energy emanated. Even when combined, they would be unable to contend with such a formidable force. Gohan was equally taken aback, his mouth agape. Is this what his Super Saiyan 2 form entails? Why is it so powerful? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had painstakingly elevated his own strength to attain the Super Saiyan 2 form, initially believing he could soon rival Moyuan. Little did he expect that in merely 2 months, Moyuan's power would soar like a rocket once again. The level of strength Moyuan now possessed was beyond his reach. Stung by this realization, the fire within Vegeta reignited. He absolutely would not allow a hybrid like Moyuan to surpass a pure-blooded Saiyan. This was unacceptable. Rabis was also taken aback by this aura. But after the initial shock, he felt more joy than jealousy. After all, Moyuan was his brother-in-law. No matter how strong he became, he was still family. And Rabis could not feel jealousy, only happiness for him. Each of the 4 held their own thoughts, yet one sentiment united them. Their fighting spirit had been ignited. A Yuan is so powerful, we cannot lag behind. Let us train even harder, everyone, Goku declared with fervor. The others remained silent. Yet the burning determination in their eyes conveyed their shared resolve. Moyuan flexed his limbs, feeling the power within him surge uncontrollably. His baseline combat strength had doubled, reaching an astounding 20 billion. Furthermore, the enhancement from his Super 2 form amounted to an astonishing 500-fold, surpassing even that of Super Saiyan 3, which offered a 400-fold increase. Moreover, as the spatial energy fused with his own ki, there was a qualitative leap in its potency, effectively doubling its might once more. This meant that the quality of the ki within him had escalated to 10 times that of an ordinary individual. The overwhelming force coursing through him compelled Moyuan to unleash a punch. To his astonishment, his arm vanished into the void, seemingly disappearing. In the distance, on a colossal star, a fist emerged from thin air, crashing violently against the star's surface. The sheer magnitude of the force erupted from the punch, penetrating the entire star and leaving its surface riddled with countless fractures. Moyuan retracted his arm. In an instant, the colossal star in the distance began to collapse, followed by an eerie contraction, as if something were drawing it away, vanishing into the void. This force gazed incredulously at his own hand. With a mere casual punch, he obliterated a colossal star, one that was at least 100 times larger than the sun. Such a massive celestial body was effortlessly reduced to nothingness, much like squashing an ant. However, upon further reflection, this ease of destruction became comprehensible. Having transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his combat power surged to 10 trillion, yet his true strength reached a staggering 100 trillion. With such formidable prowess, even a gentle breath from him could annihilate a planet, let alone the force of his punch. The manipulation of spatial energy thrilled him beyond measure. Recently, after Lotzi Li activated her bloodline using spatial energy, he had longed for such mastery over space. Now, he had fully attained it, since merging with spatial energy, felt an unprecedented ability to control it at will. For instance, he could create a spatial portal, allowing ordinary individuals to traverse vast distances effortlessly. And this portal could remain for an extended duration, not merely a fleeting one-time use. His command over spatial energy had surpassed his former capabilities. If he were to face Sun Wukong now, he could easily mask any spatial fluctuations from him and even seal the space, rendering Wukong unable to utilize instant transmission. Moreover, his control extended far beyond that. This mastery of spatial energy enabled him to transcend mere manipulation. He could even transform into space, dispersing his body into spatial particles, reminiscent of the elemental transformation seen in certain mythical tales. Unless his adversary possessed some extraordinary means, he would be virtually invincible, as no one could even lay a finger on him, let alone defeat him. In essence, should Sun Wukong wish to engage in combat with, his foremost challenge would be to figure out how to touch him. Only by overcoming this hurdle could he qualify for a confrontation, for otherwise, any attempts at battle would merely be a futile exercise in time-wasting. Chapter 80, School Tap, Tap, Tap. A little girl with a head of white hair burst into the room, her face alight with excitement as she shook the person nestled in bed, exclaiming, "Daddy, wake up. Chin is going to be late for school." Today marked the day would embark on her journey into primary school. Having never attended kindergarten, this was her inaugural experience in the academic world. The mere thought of making numerous friends at school kept her awake with anticipation through the night. Her youthful mind brimmed with delightful fantasies about school, and even the little tail behind her could not help but wag joyfully. "What time is it?" Moyuan slowly opened his bleary eyes and gazed at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 6 o'clock. Moyuan felt a sense of helplessness. School commenced at 8 a.m., and it was customary to arrive by 7:30. The previous evening, he had set an alarm for 6:30, allowing ample time to prepare breakfast and escort them to school. Chin, it is only 6 a.m. now. It is too early, and the school has yet to open. Let us rest a while longer and awaken at 6:30, shall we? However, the sparkle in Mo Chin-yin's eyes visibly dimmed. Pouting her small lips, she lamented, "But I cannot fall asleep." Witnessing his daughter's forlorn expression, Moyuan's heart nearly melted. The sturdy tail of Moyuan entwined around his daughter's body, drawing her into the warmth of the bed. His broad palm gently patted her back, whispering, "Sleep now," comforted by her father's soothing presence. Mo Chin gradually felt her eyelids grow heavier. She nuzzled her little head against his chest a couple of times, adjusting her sleeping position, ready to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, her head seemed to collide with something. This unexpected jolt roused her from her drowsiness. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized, oh, it was merely her mother. How reassuring. Glanced at the deeply slumbering Lazili beside her and posed a question that had long perplexed her. "Father, why do mother and you sleep so late every morning? Furthermore, you both appear rather fatigued." Moyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The question posed was rather difficult to answer. After pondering for a moment, he devised a convenient excuse, stating, "Mother practices diligently every night, which is why she is so fatigued." The innocent Chinin, wholly trusting in Moyuan's words, nodded in understanding, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind. "No wonder mother is so tired every day. It turns out that is the reason. I shall also practice alongside mother every evening from now on." Ahem. Moyuan was nearly frightened to death by his daughter. Such words should not be uttered lightly, as they may lead to unforeseen consequences. Chin, you are still young. It is essential for you to get a good night's sleep, for lack of rest may hinder your growth. Surely, you do not wish to end up like Uncle Clint, who remained short, do you? Moyuan spoke with a semblance of seriousness. Then I shall not have Chin Chin. No, I shall not. Upon hearing that it might result in her growing as short as Clin, Chinin was startled, shaking her little head rapidly like a rattle. She had seen Clin before, who barely stood at a little over 1.50 meters. Even her brother had reached 1.40 meters. As for herself, she was nearing 1.30 meters. The minimum height she could accept must at least match that of Vegeta, though Vegeta often relied on his hairstyle to appear taller, even without it. He stood at 1.65 meters, which falls within the normal height range for girls. Suddenly, the alarm clock on the bedside table rang. Unbeknownst to her, half an hour had already slipped away. Moyuan turned off the alarm clock and, cradling his daughter, rose from the bed. He gently placed her on the floor and said, Chin Chin, go wake your brother. Father will wash up and prepare breakfast for you. Most of the time, it was Moyuan who made breakfast, for whenever he was home, Latsili could hardly rouse herself in the morning. Chinin saluted Moyuan with a military gesture, declaring her unwavering commitment to fulfill the task. With her little legs in motion and her tiny tail wagging, she hopped and skipped towards the direction of Mo Tianlin's room. After completing her morning routines, Moyuan made his way to the kitchen. These two little ones were at the prime of their growth, possessing hearty appetites capable of devouring an abundant feast in a single meal. Moyuan glanced at the large pot of marinated meat in the kitchen, preparing to serve each of them 10 succulent meat buns as a foundation. Moyuan prepared the delectable rujiamo, a traditional dish from Laetongwen, characterized by its thin, crispy skin, which is favored by children more than the conventional baijimo. The tender, flavorful braised pork knuckle, infused with rich seasonings, was meticulously chopped together with green peppers and onions before being generously stuffed into the bread. Soon enough, a delightful array of plump, meat-filled rujiamo was artfully arranged on the dining table. In addition to the rujiamo, Moyuan also crafted a savory beef offal soup, crispy youtiao, steamed buns, and stuffed pancakes, among other delights. By the time Moyuan had completed his culinary creations, the two little ones were already seated at the table, their eyes eagerly fixed on the tantalizing spread before them, ready to indulge without waiting for their father. Moyuan observed the two little ones drooling over the food before them, finding the sight somewhat amusing. In their household, no formal rules had ever been established, however. Since they had become aware of their surroundings, the siblings had always waited for everyone to gather before commencing their meals. This, indeed, brought a sense of comfort to Moyuan. Just as they were about to begin their meal, Lazili descended the stairs, yawning. 7 years had elapsed since the Shalu incident. Though Lazili's appearance had not changed much since that time, her demeanor now exuded a mature charm. Her once shoulder-length hair now cascaded down to her waist, the naturally flowing golden waves adding a touch of allure far beyond that of her former short hairstyle. What has roused you from your slumber? As Moyuan inquired. He skillfully served a bowl of soup to Latsili. She appeared to be only partially awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and she made her way to Moyuan's side, relying on instinct to take a seat beside him. Today marked the children's inaugural day of school, and as their mother, it was only fitting for me to accompany them. A sense of ritual was essential, albeit this would be the sole occasion. Henceforth, they would venture forth independently. After all, rising early is indeed a formidable challenge. Following breakfast, Moyuan drove the family towards the school. Within a mere 15 minutes, they arrived. I watched as the siblings entered the school, their figures receding into the distance. Could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, the two children had grown so much. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the age for schooling, and the time requiring our companionship was dwindling. Indeed, seemed to share in this sentiment. Contemplating this, felt a pang in his heart. With a sorrowful expression, he took his hand. She clasped his hand tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, as if she empathized with him. Let us find a place to celebrate and soothe our wounded souls. How about tonight? We shall not return home. What about the children? Let them spend the night at's house. As they concluded their conversation, both nearly burst into laughter. The children were finally embarking on their educational journey, and as parents, it was truly difficult for them not to feel joy. Subsequently, sent a message to her, requesting her assistance in caring for the two children that evening. He also informed the family group that the children would be staying at for the night. Once everything was settled, they exchanged a smile and drove away. The departing vehicle appeared to radiate delight. Chapter 81. A Nightstay Crack. The chopsticks in his hand snapped in two. His back teeth were nearly ground to dust, and his eyes bore a fierce glare at the golden-haired child seated across from him. Why was this little imp here? After a day of training, returning home for dinner, he was confronted with the one person he least wanted to see. Indeed, that person was was quite familiar with, as he often assisted in caring for him and due to his close friendship with. However, why did harbor such disdain for now? There was but one reason: the blue-haired little girl incessantly cooing and calling out in delight, his 3-year-old daughter. Through tireless efforts, who was originally not due to arrive for several more years, had come into the world earlier than expected. For this precious daughter showered her with boundless affection, cradling her as if she were delicate glass, fearing she might shatter, and cherishing her as if she were made of sugar, fearing she might melt. And yet, what was the outcome? One cannot help but wonder at the enigmatic allure that seems to envelop Moyuan Lin. The moment little Bra laid eyes upon him, mere months old, it was as though she had encountered a magnet, clinging to him with an unyielding grip. Should anyone attempt to separate them, she would wail incessantly, much to the chagrin of Vegeta. As a father, he had never experienced such treatment. The most infuriating aspect was Bulma's jest about making Bra Moyuan Lin's little bride, which turned Vegeta's countenance a ghastly shade of green. From that moment forth, his disdain for Moyuan Lin only deepened, much like the present situation. Accustomed to Vegeta's scornful gaze, Moyuan Lin remained unfazed. After all, being scrutinized by him would not cause him to lose a single ounce of flesh. As Moyuan Lin rose while cradling Bra in his arms, he courteously remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, my parents have engagements this evening, so we shall be imposing upon your hospitality for the night." "Oh, do not concern yourself with the notion of imposing." Bulma waved her hand dismissively and said, "Feel free to treat this place as your own home. Stay for as long as you wish." Bulma regarded Moyuan Lin with the approving gaze of a mother-in-law, increasingly pleased with him. After all, she had watched him grow up and was well aware of the kind of person he had become. Most importantly, since Moyuan Lin's arrival, Bra hardly ever fussed. As long as she was by his side, she transformed into the most well-behaved baby in the world. "Humph. Busy?" Vegeta scoffed derisively. Rhetoric was something he had heard countless times before. Each instance signified that he and were to assume the role of caretakers once more. After all these years, had grown too weary to even concoct a new excuse. How infuriating. Not a single decent person among those bearing the surname. S teeth clenched in frustration. In fact, his anger had diminished his appetite to the point where he consumed 2 fewer bowls than usual. Nevertheless, the sight of across from him, relishing his meal while cradling his daughter, only fueled his ire. How dare he court his daughter while feasting on his provisions? With a resounding crash, slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table, huffing disdainfully as he stormed away. Out of sight, out of mind. S departure did not affect the appetites of the others. They were accustomed to such scenes, even and paid no heed, continuing to enjoy their meal. Moyuan Lin, needless to say, has not ceased to indulge in her culinary delights from the moment the meal commenced. At this very moment, her eyes are solely fixated on the exquisite dishes before her, rendering all else mere ephemeral distractions. Aside from satisfying his own hunger, Moyuan Lin also tended to feed Bra, observing him tenderly and patiently nourishing his daughter. Bulma couldn't help but wear a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt. This union she wholeheartedly approved of. As for Vegeta's consent, who cares? Everyone relished the meal, save for Vegeta. After dinner, Trunks took Moyuan Lin, Moyuan Lin, and Bra to seek out Gohan and Goten for some fun. Gohan and Goten were currently attending school in West City. With the Kakarot family no longer lacking in funds, they had relocated from the Bun Mountain to West City for the sake of Gohan and Goten's education. Goten and Trunks shared the same elementary school with Moyuan Lin and Moyuan Lin. Unlike the original narrative, Gohan did not enroll in Orange Star High School. Instead, he attended a prestigious high school in West City. In this timeline, Mr. Satan was merely a somewhat famous martial artist and not the so-called savior. Hence the absence of Satan City. Without the enhanced status of a savior, Orange Star High School had devolved into merely an ordinary high school. I heard my father mention that the renowned Golden Warrior, known for combating crime and injustice, is none other than my brother Gohan. Is that true? That's simply incredible. Children possess an almost non-existent resistance to the allure of superheroes. Upon hearing Moyuan Lin's words, Trunks was instantly electrified, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had often fantasized about transforming into a heroic figure, one who eradicates evil and upholds justice. In a flash, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, a brilliant streak of gold vanishing into the sky. He could hardly contain his eagerness to hear Gohan recount his tales of defending righteousness, and exchanged glances before transforming into streaks of light, pursuing their objective. Beyond the confines of the solar system, a cloaked spacecraft breached the defenses established by the Celestial Empire, silently inching closer to Earth. Inside the vessel, a tall extraterrestrial with pink skin leaned slightly towards a grotesquely deformed being beside him, addressing him with utmost reverence. Lord Babidi, in just 1 hour, we shall penetrate Earth. Excellent, Babidi replied, nodding with satisfaction, then added bitterly, if not for the fear of alerting the Supreme Kai, we wouldn't have to go through such elaborate measures to infiltrate. However, it matters not. Once I resurrect Majin, neither the Celestial Empire nor the Supreme Kai shall escape my wrath. I shall annihilate them all. Ha ha ha. Babidi's maniacal laughter filled the air, contorting his wrinkled visage into an even more hideous expression. Demeanor offered a slight smile, his confidence unwavering. As the king of the demon realm and its foremost warrior, he held absolute assurance in his strength. He knew that with a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate the entire defensive line set up by the Celestial Empire in less than a minute. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Supreme Kai. Thus, they relied on Babidi's magic to cloak their vessel as they stealthily approached. Internally, Demeanor harbored doubts about Majin-Bu's capabilities. He did not believe himself to be inferior to the fiend. Nevertheless, as Babidi's loyal servant, he was bound to follow his master's commands. Thus, they stealthily infiltrated Earth in search of the egg that sealed Majin-Bu. Meanwhile, Vegeta emerged from the bath, drying his damp hair as he entered the bedroom. Where's Bra? He inquired upon seeing only Bulma present. Deep down, he harbored a troubling suspicion. His fears were soon confirmed when Bulma uttered the distressing truth. Bra is sleeping with Tien. What? Bra is only 3 years old. How could you allow her to sleep with that little brat? Vegeta's heart sank in despair. No, I must go and eliminate him, he declared, rushing towards the door. Wait, Bulma intercepted him. What is it? Vegeta demanded, but Bulma did not respond. Instead, she gently loosened the belt of her bathrobe, revealing her alluring figure. Since their daughter's birth, their intimate moments had dwindled significantly. The last time had been a month prior. Seizing this rare opportunity, Bulma was determined not to let it slip away. What are you doing? Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his voice faltering. What do you think? My prince. Bulma teasingly lifted Vegeta's chin. That detestable woman. Vegeta cursed inwardly, then swiftly closed and locked the bedroom door. He fixed Bulma with a gaze as fierce as that of a starving wolf. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. Chapter 82. The Discovery of Babidi. Weekend. The family sat harmoniously in the living room, engrossed in a television program. Suddenly, a promotional advertisement seized attention. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was on the verge of commencement. Upon witnessing this revelation on the screen, felt a twinge of astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, he had resided in this world for 7 years, during which he had either cherished moments with his family or devoted himself to rigorous training. Life had been remarkably fulfilling, to the extent that he nearly forgot the original storyline. He vaguely recalled that the 25th tournament marked the onset of the saga involving the villain Majin-Bu. If that were the case, then Babidi must already be on Earth. Although the celestial realm was fortified by the defenses established by the Heavenly Dynasty, was not Na'vi enough to believe that mere mortals, with power levels barely exceeding 1,000,000, could thwart Babidi. Indeed, through the probing of his inner vision, swiftly detected Babidi's hidden spacecraft concealed beneath the Earth. In the lowest tier of the vessel lay an egg emanating a sinister aura, presumably the very egg that sealed Majin-Bu. Moyuan calmly withdrew his focus. He was not prepared to eradicate them just yet. The demon Majin-Bu was not a concern for him at all. In fact, if Majin-Bu were to emerge, he might not even be able to contend with Vegeta. Over the past few years, they had not relaxed in their training. Goku and Vegeta had both achieved a regular combat power of 12 billion. Gohan, too, had not squandered his potential, reaching a combat power of 15 billion. Lapis had an even more formidable regular combat power of 20 billion. As for Moyuan, he was truly terrifying, with his regular combat power soaring to an astounding 40 billion. Furthermore, Goku had developed Super Saiyan to its third form. However, akin to the original story, the Super Saiyan 3 form suffered from significant energy depletion, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged battles. To address this issue, Goku experimented with various methods and ultimately attempted to integrate his ki with his own energy. To his surprise, this maneuver not only resolved the energy depletion problem of Super Saiyan 3, but also doubled the strength of his ki. As for why it merely doubled, this was primarily due to Goku's insufficient affinity with his ki, and possessed the remarkable ability to amplify their energy levels fivefold, primarily due to the activation of their bloodlines, which significantly enhances their affinity with the primordial energy. Conversely, seeks to further elevate his energy intensity, necessitating a gradual increase in his own affinity with the primordial energy, thereby integrating more of it into his being. Upon witnessing ascend to Super Saiyan 3, was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Despite training together and even indulging in clandestine extra sessions, he was astonished to find himself so vastly surpassed by the disparity between the 100-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 2 and the 400-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 3 is stark and undeniable, especially considering his energy has doubled in strength, as the Prince of the Saiyans finds it intolerable to be outmatched by a lower-class warrior like. Thus, he embarks on an intense and relentless training regimen. After 2 solid months of nearly ceaseless practice, may not have transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but he has developed Super Saiyan 2 into an entirely new state. Unlike Super Saiyan 1, which remains a mere 100-fold amplification even at full power, has shattered this limitation, elevating his Super Saiyan 2 battle power amplification from 100 to 300 times. Concurrently, his Super Saiyan 2 form has undergone notable alterations, the most evident being the intensified electrical energy that now envelopes his body. This form has transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2 but has yet to reach Super Saiyan 3, leading to dub it Super Saiyan 2 Beyond, or perhaps Super Saiyan 2. 5, consequently, who initially possessed a greater base battle power, has now become the weakest among them. With a 300-fold amplification, S transformed battle power surges to an astounding 36 trillion, or 3.6, far surpassing, whose power hovers around 2 trillion, rendering him no match for. In the original narrative, Super Saiyan 1 registered 3,000 energy units on Vegeta's detector, which I interpret as 1 unit representing 100 million, thus placing his base power at 5 billion. Super Saiyan 3 boasts a 400-fold increase, allowing to match or slightly exceed, suggesting that its battle power does not exceed 2 trillion. Regarding the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, contemplates the possibilities but recognizes the challenge ahead. He surmises that achieving Super Saiyan may 3rd require integrating a novel, advanced form of energy into his bloodline, akin to the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. However, such advanced energy is not easily found. Take spatial energy, for example. It is omnipresent, yet had it not been for witnessing utilize instant transmission, might never have sensed its existence throughout his lifetime. From the very beginning, Moyuan possessed the ability to sense the vital energy, primarily due to the presence of Sun Wukong's cells within him. At that time, Sun Wukong had already mastered the technique of the spirit bomb. Nevertheless, Moyuan was resolute in his determination and dedicated time each day to attune himself to the energies of the universe. Regrettably, after several years, there was no discernible progress. However, during this period, his Super Saiyan 2 form, akin to Vegeta, transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2. The augmentation of his combat prowess escalated from an initial 500 times to an astounding 2,000 times. Presently, his peak fighting capability has reached 80 trillion. When factoring in the 10-fold increase in energy strength compared to an ordinary individual, his combat power rivals that of an ordinary person at 800 trillion. This formidable strength even surpasses that of Gohan, who has unlocked all his potential and entered a mysterious state under the guidance of the old Kai. Due to the alterations in history, the World Martial Arts Tournament did not garner the global attention it did in the original narrative. Apart from martial arts enthusiasts, the general populace remained largely indifferent to such competitions, harbored no intentions of participating. Engaging in such a confined venue would be utterly stifling and lacking in enjoyment. It is likely that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta shared his sentiments. However, found himself intrigued by the prospect, without their involvement in the World Martial Arts Tournament. How would Babidi acquire sufficient energy to resurrect Bu? Surely, he wouldn't resort to sacrificing the Demon Realm King, Demeanor? Yet, it wasn't entirely implausible. Should Babidi find himself at an impasse, he might indeed contemplate offering Demeanor as a sacrifice. After all, in Babidi's eyes, Majin Bu was the epitome of power. Relying solely on Demeanor would render him incapable of avenging his father. Most importantly, Demeanor was merely a servant, a slave, even a dog, in Babidi's perspective. The fate of Demeanor was of no concern to him. Now that had discovered Babidi's presence on Earth, he resolved not to allow him to wreak havoc unopposed. Soon, guided by his inner sight, located the 2 individuals who were collecting energy for Babidi. With a mere thought, they vanished without a trace. These 2 were not virtuous souls. Their alignment with Babidi's dark magic spoke volumes. Therefore, felt no remorse in their annihilation. Subsequently, he decided to engage Babidi in a manner that would be entertaining. In truth, harbored a desire to see Majin Bu emerge. After all, Fat Bu was a character he held in high regard, and if possible, he hoped for the continuation of this world with Bu's presence. Thus, silently cheered for Babidi, wishing him the vigor to resurrect Majin Bu swiftly. Chapter 83. Dabira's Fear Cursed. Who is the wretched soul obstructing my endeavors? Babidi's eyes, filled with fury, seemed to burst forth from his wrinkled face, contorted like a crumpled piece of dough. It had been a fortnight, exactly 2 weeks. Throughout this time, he had orchestrated the collection of energy from over 20 individuals. Yet not a single one had returned, leaving no trace behind. Initially, one might consider it mere coincidence. However, after so many occurrences, it was unequivocally evident that something sinister was afoot. Someone was conspiring against him. Upon reflection, Babidi concluded that only the Supreme Kai and the enigmatic power from the Celestial Empire could be behind this treachery. After all, it was implausible for the Celestial Empire to establish a defensive perimeter at the fringes of this universe without justification. The most likely explanation was the presence of high-ranking officials from the Celestial Empire. Moreover, it was highly probable that this individual was the mysterious sovereign of the Celestial Empire, reputed to possess formidable and unfathomable strength. Nevertheless, Babidi remained skeptical, convinced that no matter how powerful this sovereign was, he could not surpass the might of Dabira. The sovereign, despite his prowess, was merely a strong figure within a faction, whereas Dabira was the king of the demon realm, the preeminent master of that domain. My lord Babidi, allow me to shadow them this time and uncover the identity of the instigator, Dabira proposed with a slight bow, a confident smile gracing his face. He feared no one. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's servant's ability to teleport, they would have long since eliminated him. There would be no need to hide from the Supreme Kai as they did now. Their evasion was primarily due to the chaos the Supreme Kai could cause, not his strength. After all, a being capable of instantaneous movement, who could neither be killed nor captured, was akin to an irritating fly that one could neither swat nor catch. After careful consideration of Dabira's suggestion, Babidi acknowledged the necessity of this approach. They remained in the dark about the source of their troubles, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable. Then this task shall be entrusted to you. If it is indeed the Supreme Kai's doing, retreat at once. However, if it is another, ensure that you deal with the troublemaker decisively. Babidi's protruding eyes glimmered with a chilling menace. As you command, my lord Babidi. A slight, cold smirk curled at the corners of Dapula's mouth. 2 powerful figures soared swiftly across the wilderness, their muscular bodies bulging, veins protruding, and a distinctive M-shaped mark emblazoned upon their foreheads. In their grasp, they wielded a vessel reminiscent of a water jug. These 2 were none other than the humans under Babidi's control. Under his influence, their combat prowess, which had originally been a mere 10 points, had escalated to several thousand. This overwhelming power had led them to lose themselves. Were it not for Babidi's command, they would have been unable to restrain their urge to unleash the force within. Haba, once we accomplish our master's task, shall we find a place to revel in our newfound strength? One of them remarked with an evil grin. Teddy, I find your suggestion exceedingly agreeable, Haba replied, as they exchanged glances and erupted into sinister laughter. Let us hasten to fulfill our master's orders. With that, the 2 accelerated toward the nearest city. Close behind them, Dapula followed closely, yet he remained oblivious to any suspicious presence. Just as Dapula began to feel puzzled, a ripple traversed the space surrounding Haba and Teddy, akin to a stone disturbing the stillness of a pond. Then, to Dapula's horror, Haba and Teddy vanished before his astonished eyes. Gazing at the now vacant spot where they once stood, a chill coursed through Dapula, causing his body to tremble slightly. This power was unlike that possessed by the Kaioshin. Although he had encountered the Kaioshin before and was well aware of their abilities, it was clear that while their servants had the power of instantaneous movement, it was merely that, instantaneous movement. What he witnessed now transcended such simplicity. Most disturbing was the fact that the assailant had not revealed themselves, implying that the individual who intervened might not even be physically present. If they could detect those 2 from such a distance, could they also be aware of him? This suggested that every move he made was likely under the scrutiny of this unseen observer. The thought sent a shiver down Dapula's spine. He had to return and inform Lord Babidi of this alarming development. If necessary, they would retreat from Earth and seek to amass energy elsewhere. Remaining on this planet was simply not an option. Time was of the essence. Dapula unleashed his utmost speed, fleeing as though a terrifying, savage beast were in pursuit. Seated languidly on his sofa, with one leg crossed over the other, observed the frantic escape of with a tranquil demeanor. The sight of in such a disheveled state stirred not the slightest ripple within him. However, He had no intention of ending his life just yet. He wished to observe the subsequent actions of both and should be grateful that he refrained from targeting ordinary individuals. His manipulations were always directed towards those of nefarious character, thieves and murderers, who, due to their corrupt inclinations, were the most susceptible to control. Should choose to exert his influence over ordinary people, would be compelled to terminate this game prematurely. Moyuan gently swayed the goblet in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then raised the glass and downed the yogurt in one swift motion. The game has only just begun. Is yogurt truly more delectable than wine? Indeed. And why drink yogurt from a goblet? Because life inherently requires a touch of ritual. What? You say we must flee the earth? Babidi widened his bulging eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Depura. Yes, my lord Babidi, Depura responded with utmost seriousness. I suspect he has been aware of us from the very beginning, yet for reasons unknown, he refrains from taking action against us. Reasons unknown? In response to Babidi's inquisitive gaze, Depura weakly continued, perhaps he intends to toy with us until our demise. Although Depura had not witnessed the one who would strike, an undeniable sense of dread whispered that this individual was beyond their capability to confront. However, Babidi evidently held a contrary perspective. With a haughty scoff, he declared, I believe he lacks the courage to act against us. If he truly dared, he would have struck by now. This is merely intimidation. Babidi did not consider a concealed figure capable of vanquishing them. If he possessed such strength, how could he remain hidden, resorting only to underhanded tactics? After all, Depura was the strongest individual he had encountered, second only to Majin Buu, with even the Kais trembling before him. Yet, Depura wished to offer further counsel. Enough of this matter. But as he began to speak, Babidi impatiently interrupted him. Since the Earthlings cannot gather energy, let Pwai do it instead. We must amass sufficient energy to resurrect Majin Buu, Babidi commanded sternly. Seeing Babidi's resolute determination, Depura could only sigh inwardly. As you wish, my lord Babidi. Chapter 84. A desperate gambit. Upon receiving Babidi's command, Pwai, with his energy collector in hand and his long, proud head held high, set forth with unwavering confidence. Though not as formidable as Depura, he possessed a combat power of 2 billion, a significant force in the universe, even surpassing the previous cosmic emperor. This strength was a gift from his master, Babidi, and he was eager to shed blood for his lord's cause. However, just as Pwai stepped out of the spaceship, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred. Pwai. The silence enveloped Babidi and Depura as they stared at the monitor in shock. After a moment, Babidi screeched in terror, activate the spaceship. We must leave this place at once. He no longer wished to remain in this perilous place. Pui had already become the third strongest under his command, though there was still the formidable Edge, whose battle power soared to 80 billion. However, Babidi was unwilling to take any chances. The bizarre methods employed were such that even Dabra could not guarantee his own endurance against them. Sending Edge out would merely be a death sentence. As for the reason not to dispatch Dabra to gather energy, it was obvious, knowing that the enemy possessed long-range lethal capabilities. He would never dare allow Dabra to stray far from his side. Babidi valued his own life above all and would never willingly place himself in jeopardy. Thus, they were left with but one option, to leave Earth and escape into the cosmos. There were countless places in the universe where energy could be harvested, rendering their current predicament far too risky. Upon issuing his command, Dabra promptly directed his subordinates to activate the spaceship. With a resounding roar, the vessel ignited into action. As he watched it ascend steadily, Babidi breathed a sigh of relief. In less than a minute, they were nearing the threshold of the atmosphere. Gazing down at the clouds below, fury filled Babidi's eyes. Through gritted teeth, he vowed, once I resurrect Majin Buu, I shall obliterate this planet. And that wretched scoundrel shall be turned into my slave, enduring torment for eternity. Minutes passed, and an unsettling realization struck Babidi. He activated the monitor beneath the ship, only to witness, to his horror, that they were descending closer to the ground. What was happening? Dabra, you must check this. The shocking sight caused him to break into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he called out to Dabra. My lord Babidi, we must rush to the control room. Dabra felt a foreboding sense of dread. The two hurriedly made their way to the spaceship's control room. Once there, the pair beheld the vastness of space displayed on the large screen. Quickly, activate the monitor beneath the ship. At Babidi's command, the crew swiftly complied. What unfolded was eerie. The large screen revealed two images. One depicted the vastness of space, confirming their departure from Earth, while the other showed the planet rapidly approaching beneath them. According to the visuals, they were merely a few hundred meters from the surface. Stop the spaceship at once. Babidi cried out in panic. However, A few hundred meters is but a fleeting moment for a spacecraft traveling at full speed. Before the operators could react, a thunderous crash resonated, accompanied by violent tremors. Ultimately, the spacecraft came to a halt, yet it was forced to do so upon colliding with the ground. Meanwhile, far away in the western capital, Moyuan raised his goblet once more, which was now filled to the brim with forgetful calf milk. Moyuan gently shook the milk for the forgotten child, a playful smile adorning his face. Is this Earth a place you can come and go as you please? Lord Babidi. The ship's propulsion system was damaged in the recent collision, and it is now impossible to start the spacecraft. What shall we do? Hearing this news, Babidi anxiously paced back and forth. Depura became increasingly fearful, realizing his suspicions were indeed correct. The enemy intended to toy with them, and their strength was undoubtedly superior. Otherwise, they would have simply allowed them to leave rather than obstructing their departure. After all, as the king of the demon realm, Depura had weathered many storms. Soon, he regained his composure. Lord Babidi, we cannot remain idle. I will draw the enemy out for battle while you harness our fighting energy to resurrect Majin Buu. Depura communicated to Babidi, deciding to stake everything on this gamble. Rather than being toyed with step by step, it was better to make a desperate attempt. If he could resurrect Majin Buu, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. After pondering for a moment, Babidi consented, as he could think of no alternative. With Babidi's approval, Depura immediately unleashed all the power within him, a staggering battle strength of 600 billion erupting forth. Instantly, the heavens and the earth trembled, and the entire solar system quaked under the weight of this immense force. Come out, you cunning coward. If you have the courage, face me in a battle to the death. Depura roared, knowing full well the enemy could hear him. Moyuan indeed heard everything, even the words he transmitted to Babidi. However, he was not inclined to approach. Upon sensing the malevolent and formidable aura of prana, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, rushed forth eagerly. Sun Wukong, capable of instantaneous movement, arrived first. In addition to him, two others also used instant transmission to reach the scene, King Kai-Shin and his servant, Jebet. Who are you? Wukong inquired, astonished, as he beheld the tall and short figures before him, one clad in pink and the other in purple. Yet, they had no time to acknowledge him. As they stood poised, fixated on the imposing figure of the demon realm king, Depura, who emanated a chilling aura. Finally willing to show yourself? Depura directed his gaze at Wukong. Huh? Wukong glanced around, realizing he was alone aside from himself. Pointing at himself in confusion, he asked, Are you referring to me? Crack. Witnessing Wukong's feigned ignorance, Depura's fury reached its peak, enough to grind his teeth to dust. Having arrived via instant transmission, Depura hastily concluded that Wukong was the one manipulating events behind the scenes. As for King Kai-Shin and his attendant, he dismissed them entirely. Are you still pretending to be oblivious at this point? What exactly do you intend to do? But I truly don't understand what you're saying. Wukong replied, utterly bewildered. He genuinely had no idea what Depura was implying. He had merely left his wife at home upon sensing a dark presence. Beyond that, he was completely in the dark. Chapter 85. Is Vegeta being controlled? Depura, you shall not resurrect Majin Buu. King Kai-Shin, who had been overlooked for quite some time, finally spoke up. King Kai? Ha ha ha. This matter does not concern you, Depura sneered. You. King Kai-Shin seethed with rage, but found himself unable to retort, fully aware that he lacked the strength to oppose Depura. King Kai? The familiar term piqued Wukong's interest. Indeed, this is the most noble King Kai of the universe, the deity of all kings, including the Grand Kai, Jebet stated solemnly. What? He is the King Kai I have heard about from the Grand Kai? Is this true? Seeing Wukong's astonished expression, King Kai-Shin nodded with a hint of pride, preparing to say a few words. However, at that moment, he noticed Wukong whispering to Jebet. Loud enough for all to hear, but he seems so weak. Are you sure he's truly the King Kai? The Kai-Shin, Shin, inquired. Could you possibly raise your voice a tad? I can hear you. Wait, did you just call me weak? He suddenly recognized a glimmer of realization. Indeed, he was the weakest Kai-Shin in history, yet he possessed a staggering battle power of 500 billion. He was only marginally weaker than Depura. However, the human before him had audaciously described himself as weak. Unless his battle power vastly eclipsed Shin-S, it was implausible for him to utter such a term. Goku nodded affirmatively. A few years prior, a battle power of 500 billion was undeniably formidable. But now, can you defeat him? Shin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Depura. I'm unsure. We must test it, Goku replied, though his confident smile spoke volumes. Please, you must stop him. Their purpose for coming to Earth is to resurrect a terrifying monster. A monster? How fearsome is it? Is it stronger than him? At some point, Vegeta had also arrived on the scene. Initially, he held little interest in Demeanor's meager battle power, but the monster spoken of by Shin piqued his curiosity. Indeed, this monster is known as Majin, a creation of Babidi, the father of Babidi. He once nearly obliterated the entire universe. Shin's expression turned grave. Little did he anticipate that his words would ignite excitement in the two warriors. Hey, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, looking at Goku with a slight smirk. They both perceived a similar glimmer in each other's eyes. In the midst of their conversation, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Shin, Piccolo was rendered motionless, overwhelmed by an intimidating pressure that prevented him from lifting his gaze. This was a suppression unrelated to strength. It stemmed from a dimensional disparity, a divine hierarchy that imposed such restraint. Piccolo, having assimilated the old Kai's essence, felt this pressure acutely, while an ordinary person like Goku remained oblivious to it. To illustrate their relationship, one could liken the Kaioshin to a company's CEO, while the Supreme Kai was merely a lowly employee. Naturally, the employee would feel immense pressure in the presence of the CEO. As for the others, they had no connection to that company. Why should they feel the weight of the boss's presence? The situation is as follows, however. It is undeniable that Piccolo's combat prowess has significantly diminished compared to that of Goku and the other Saiyans. In terms of standard combat strength, Piccolo still possesses an impressive power level of over 10 billion. Yet, these Saiyans possess the ability to exponentially amplify their strength with ease, rendering any comparison futile. Hey, tell me, how can we resurrect that Majin? Vegeta inquired, directing his gaze towards Demeanor. Wait, you can't be serious. Vegeta's words nearly shattered the composure of the Supreme Kai, Shin. What sort of jest is this? He had fought tooth and nail to prevent the resurrection of Majin, and here was someone eager to revive him? He could never erase from his memory the horrors he faced against Majin years ago. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's desperate intervention, he would have surely fallen to Bu. Of the 5 Supreme Kais, he was the sole survivor. Furthermore, it was only because Babidi lost control over Majin that he chose to seal him away. Had Bu not been sealed, he could never have avenged the other Supreme Kais. Reviving Majin is quite simple. All that is required is a sufficient amount of pure energy. Babidi's voice echoed from the speaker. At that moment, he had taken refuge at the base of his spaceship, alongside the egg containing the sealed Majin. Through his magic ball, he observed all that transpired within the vessel. Babidi had also made a notable discovery. He had spotted an individual whose heart brimmed with malevolent intent. And this person was remarkably powerful. Perhaps he could utilize this individual to resurrect Majin. With both hands gripping the magic ball, Babidi began to chant an obscure and intricate incantation. In an instant, the entire magic sphere was enveloped in rose-hued electrical currents, pulsating like the fangs of a venomous serpent, exuding an aura of malevolence. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly clutched his head, screaming in agony. A peculiar force surged into his body, awakening all the dark thoughts that had lain dormant within him. Over the years, Vegeta had managed to diminish these dark thoughts considerably. However, he soon realized that this strange power was not only stirring his inner darkness but also unlocking his latent potential. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion. Vegeta's combat power soared rapidly. His power level, originally at 12 billion, had now ascended to 15 billion. This newfound power level matched that of Gohan. Yet, it was still insufficient. This amount of strength was not enough to defeat Kakarot. I crave more. Vegeta relinquished all resistance, allowing the force to rampage through his being. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into the transcendent form of Super Saiyan 2, levitating into the air. A terrifying force generated intense wind pressure, sweeping everyone off their feet. Red lightning flickered around him. A strand of electricity surged forth, striking Gohan. In an instant, Gohan was sent hurtling backward. Although Gohan had yet to transform, even a mere spark of electricity could inflict harm on someone with a power level of 15 billion. Underscoring the sheer magnitude of this force. After a brief moment, the aura and lightning enveloping Vegeta dissipated, and he plummeted to the ground, lying prostrate. Vegeta. Goku was about to rush over to him, but was halted by the Kaioshin. Do not approach. It is too late. Babidi can control those harboring malevolent intentions. And Vegeta is now under his sway. Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, reveled in the immense power coursing through him, erupting into exuberant laughter. His strength now rivaled that of Goku. Even if Goku were to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he felt no fear. Kakarot, let us engage in battle, this time. I shall not be defeated. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Goku, emanating an aura of malevolence. A distinct black symbol had materialized on his forehead. Chapter 86, The Embrace of Darkness Power. An endless reservoir of power. An overwhelming force filled Vegeta's being, causing his body to swell slightly with energy. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. He also discerned an unusual phenomenon, the enigmatic power invading his body. This force was imbued with tremendous destructive potential and malevolence. Having encountered Ki before, Vegeta instantly recognized that this power, akin to Ki, belonged to a higher form of energy. However, its essence was starkly different. If Ki represented light, then this force epitomized darkness. If he could harness such advanced energy, could he not, like Goku, enhance the intensity of his own Ki? Thus, Vegeta relinquished his resistance, allowing this power to infiltrate him. Beyond merely awakening his potential, his primary ambition was to master this force. Fortuitously, he succeeded. His potential had been significantly unleashed, with his normal combat power now reaching 20 billion. And his Ki had melded with this newfound energy, doubling its intensity. Now, though he could not transform into Super Saiyan 3, his combat prowess had surpassed that of Goku. Kakarot, come forth. This time, victory is assured. A formidable aura of battle emanated from Vegeta, fixating upon Son Goku. Suddenly, Goku relaxed. A faint smile gracing his features as he faced Vegeta. Vegeta, you aren't under control, are you? What are you saying, Goku? Have you not seen the mark upon his forehead? That symbol signifies that he has fallen under Babbidi's influence. King Kai, Shin, interjected, noticing Goku's apparent ease. There is no need to fret. This trivial tactic cannot subdue Vegeta. He is, after all, the proud prince of Saiyans. Goku waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Huh. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. I, Prince Vegeta, a Super Saiyan, cannot be controlled by anyone. There exists no being capable of controlling me. Save for myself. With each powerful declaration, the M-shaped mark upon Vegeta's forehead gradually faded, ultimately vanishing entirely. Impossible. Babbidi stared in disbelief as the mark disappeared. He had resorted to using dark energy to subdue Vegeta. The last individual he had controlled with such energy was demeanor, and none other had been deemed worthy of such a potent force. Babbidi sought to awaken Vegeta's inner darkness, implanting his magical seal to dominate him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the darkness within Vegeta had lost its purity. In the past, he may have reveled in killing, ravaging planets for profit, and trafficking worlds. However, he had since risen above such trivial pursuits. The darkness within him, or more accurately, his desire, had transformed. It was a yearning for strength. He aspired to surpass Son Goku, overcome Beerus, and transcend the likes of Moro, to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Babbidi mistakenly interpreted Vegeta's ambition as malevolence. What dark energy could accomplish was merely to amplify an individual's inner desires. It could not conjure malevolence from thin air. Thus, not only did Babbidi fail to control Vegeta, but he inadvertently catalyzed a significant enhancement in Vegeta's power. West City. Moyuan gazed at the black orb in his hand, filled with astonishment. Truly, one might traverse iron shoes in vain yet find what one seeks effortlessly. He had not anticipated that discovering a new source of advanced energy would be so uncomplicated. He had long coveted the Super Saiyan 3 form. Once he infused the dark energy into his own bloodline, he would undoubtedly achieve this transformation. However, he hoped his metamorphosis would not resemble Goku's, lacking eyebrows and sporting a hairstyle akin to a hedgehog. In terms of aesthetics, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan 2. And even the Super Saiyan 1 was more appealing. With the new advanced energy now in his possession, Moyuan resolved not to delay any longer. He sought a secluded spot to commence his seclusion, aiming to attain Super Saiyan 3. Before departing, he sent a message to Lazili, providing her with a brief update to alleviate her concerns. As for matters on Earth, with Goku and Vegeta present, was that not sufficient? Should Majin Buu re-emerge, they would likely have their hands full with him. He pondered whether the pure-hearted Fat Buu would be separated once more this time. Gohan, I leave Dubra in your capable hands, Goku declared, invigorated by Vegeta's energy. All right, Gohan replied, feeling somewhat resigned, yet he understood his father's nature. No one could deter Goku in this matter, not even his mother. What are you all doing? Do you not realize that Babbidi wants you to fight? Kaioshin exclaimed in despair. The energy generated from your battles will only serve to resurrect Majin Buu. Are you not aware of this? Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Do not worry, Asin. There are beings on Earth far stronger than us. Even if Majin Buu emerges and we cannot defeat him, there will be others to handle it. Stronger than you? Kaioshin glanced at the fully powered Vegeta, casting a dubious look at Goku. Are you certain? Where are they? Oh, them. The foes here are too weak. They lack his interest. You see, his power dwarfs mine by 100-fold. After contemplating the disparity in strength between himself and Vegeta, Kaioshin reluctantly nodded. Indeed, he felt woefully inadequate. Currently, Vegeta's fully unleashed combat power had ostensibly reached an astounding 6 million. Due to the passage of time, he had long forgotten the extent of Majin Buu's might, only recalling that the pressure Buu exerted upon him was akin to what he now felt from Vegeta. However, that was many years ago, and over time, his own strength had significantly progressed. Thus, it was conceivable that Vegeta's prowess had indeed surpassed that of Majin Buu. Yet, Kaioshin remained apprehensive. For beyond Buu's formidable strength lay his terrifying abilities, his nearly indestructible body, and his capacity to enhance himself by absorbing others. Despite knowing that Vegeta's power eclipsed that of Majin Buu, he could not shake his unease. He recounted Buu's peculiar traits to Goku and the others, but regrettably, Goku and Vegeta seemed even more intrigued by Majin Buu afterward. Clenching his fists, Goku unleashed his full power, a torrent of energy erupting from within him. In an instant, his eyebrows vanished, his brow jutted out, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His expression hardened. Vegeta, let us commence. They decided to engage in battle on Earth, so as to allow Majin Buu the opportunity to absorb their energy. Fortunately, Earth had previously been enhanced by a wish made with the Dragon Balls, ensuring that unless their power exceeded that of its protector, it would not suffer catastrophic damage. Chapter 87. Vegeta, a joyful snap. And it was gone. The sun hung high in the sky, unadulterated by clouds. The scorching rays baked the earth. Trees stretched their limbs, their lush foliage creating a vast green umbrella that shielded the ground from the searing sunlight. Birds sought refuge in the woods, perched upon branches to relish the precious coolness. In such sweltering heat, all living creatures grew lethargic, desiring only to lounge comfortably in shady, breezy spots, utterly disinclined to move. Thus, the forest experienced a rare tranquility, with everything appearing serene and harmonious. Suddenly, a mysterious object plummeted from the heavens like a meteor, shattering this peace as it crashed into the forest. The violent impact caused the ground to sink and the earth to fracture. The shockwave, laden with swirling dust, swept across the area like a tidal wave. In its wake, trees were severed in half, leaving no trace behind. In less than half a minute, a vast expanse of forest was reduced to mere rubble. Kakarot, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face as he gazed down at the vast crater below. The malevolent energy had ignited a fervent desire within him, fueling his battle spirit. In contrast, Goku remained his usual self, ever the seeker of challenges. The outcome was inevitable. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Goku utterly defenseless. After all, even at full strength, Goku now paled in comparison to Vegeta. In such circumstances, his probing was bound to yield predictable results. Ouch. That really hurts, Vegeta. Do you hold nothing back? Goku groaned as he emerged from the rubble. Nursing his battered body with a pained expression, Vegeta fixed his piercing gaze upon Goku and admonished, Enough chatter. Unleash all your power, Kakarot. You've grown remarkably strong. I am no match for you now. Huh. So you concede, Kakarot? Of course not. I am merely invigorated. Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's enthusiasm, felt a smile tug at his lips. Ah, this is the Kakarot I know. Vegeta, this technique has been long dormant within me. I initially learned it to contend with you. Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened at this revelation. Was he deceiving him? Could his body truly withstand it? Goku bent his legs into a horse stance, fist clenched, channeling every ounce of his energy. 5 times Kaioken. Ah, a crimson aura enveloped him, intertwining with his golden energy as his power surged dramatically. His combat strength skyrocketed from 4.8 million to 7.2 million, far surpassing Vegeta's might. The overwhelming pressure of Goku's aura bore down upon Vegeta, who could scarcely fathom that he had just surpassed Goku, only to be eclipsed in less than half an hour. With a gasp, Goku caught his breath, acknowledging the considerable strain the stacked Kaioken placed upon his body. Presently, he could only manage the 5 times Kaioken. And even that was not sustainable. In an intense battle, he could maintain it for at most 10 minutes. yet he felt a sense of fulfillment. Were it not for the infusion of energy within him, he doubted he could even activate the 1.5 times Kaioken. Most importantly, as his affinity with his energy deepened, the toll the Kaioken took on his body would gradually diminish. Perhaps one day, he could activate the Super Saiyan form while stacking it with 10-fold, 20-fold, or even 40 or 50 times the Kaioken. Vegeta, come. I cannot hold this state for much longer. Damn it. Vegeta, filled with indignation, muttered a curse under his breath. Each time he believed he had surpassed Goku, Goku would always conjure up some new trick. In a sudden surge of fury, Vegeta vanished into thin air, yearning to release his pent-up frustration. In an instant, he reappeared behind Goku, delivering a fierce kick aimed at him. Goku swiftly turned, evading the blow with a slight shift of his body, and then seized Vegeta's ankle with his left hand, yanking him forcefully to his side. In one fluid motion, Goku's right elbow descended like a cleaving axe, striking Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. The impact was tremendous. Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, the violent collision fracturing the earth beneath him, creating a web-like pattern of cracks. Coughing violently, Vegeta felt as if his insides had been obliterated, and he spat out blood. Yet, Goku was not inclined to let him off easily. Just moments prior, Vegeta had shown no mercy in their skirmish. In fact, this level of engagement was merely child's play in their rigorous training sessions. Goku hoisted Vegeta into the air before his form began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. As Vegeta plummeted, Goku appeared once more, delivering a knee strike that propelled him skyward. The cycle continued. Goku relentlessly struck Vegeta with his knees, launching him beyond the atmosphere. Once they had breached the confines of Earth, Goku reappeared behind Vegeta, executing a powerful downward kick imbued with the force capable of shattering planets. The sound of Vegeta's spine cracking echoed painfully in his ears. With no time to ponder his fate, he was thrust downward by Goku's overwhelming force. This scene felt eerily familiar, as Goku had recently descended upon him with a similar flurry of attacks. Vegeta summoned all his strength, desperately attempting to slow his descent. However, with each moment of deceleration, Goku would materialize behind him, accelerating his fall once again. How infuriating. The exhilaration of earlier combat with Goku now felt like a distant memory, replaced by utter frustration. Just as Vegeta's descent began to slacken, Goku, ever the benevolent opponent, appeared once more behind him, poised to lend a hand. But just as Goku was about to intervene, Vegeta spun around, thrusting both hands towards Goku. A swirling blue sphere crackling with lightning energy emanated a menacing aura between his palms. Ultimate Flash, Vegeta roared, unleashing the energy sphere as a powerful ki blast aimed directly at Goku. Vegeta watched with triumph, thinking, now, how will you evade this? Yet, before he could savor his victory, he was astonished to see Goku's expression remain calm, even bearing a smirk of confidence. Kamehameha. What? Just as Vegeta's energy wave was about to strike Goku, Goku adjusted his posture, revealing the other side of his body to Vegeta. His hands had long been positioned at his waist, in between his palms. A sphere of compressed energy trembled restlessly. It turned out that Goku had already sensed Vegeta's intentions. Thus, while feigning an attack, he began to gather his energy in preparation for a significant move. The sphere, compressed to its utmost limit, surged forth from Goku's hands, instantaneously transforming into a colossal energy wave. The disparity in power caused Goku's Kamehameha to swiftly engulf Vegeta's final flash. With disbelief etched on Vegeta's face, the energy wave mercilessly consumed him. A tremendous beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground with a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the universe. The forest, once leveled to the ground, had now transformed into a vast canyon. Fortunately, the earth had been fortified. Otherwise, had it been the earth of yore, it would have been shattered to pieces under the force of Goku's attack. It is precisely for this reason that they battled on Earth without reservation. Chapter 88. The Demon Flash Canon. After Goku and Vegeta departed, Gohan faced Demeanor and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With a battle power of 1.5 million, Demeanor could muster no strength to withstand Gohan's might. A single energy blast obliterated Demeanor and Demeanor remnants. How terrifying. Gohan's prowess indeed left others greatly astonished. The Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito were left agog, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They could not help but start to question themselves, who truly was the divine being. Hey, you two look utterly bewildered, don't you think? Piccolo clapped Gohan on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride. Well done, Gohan. Gohan, scratching the back of his head bashfully, replied, Oh, I still have a long way to go compared to Uncle Moyuan and Dad. Uncle Moyuan's strength must be formidable by now, right? Piccolo was somewhat familiar with Moyuan, having lived in the Supreme Kai's palace, where Moyuan frequently visited to see Bubbles and Dent. Over time, they had grown acquainted. Not to mention Tianlin and Qini. Piccolo had often helped care for those two children. At times, he even wondered if he possessed some hidden caretaker trait. Given how often children seemed drawn to him, Uncle Moyuan's power is truly terrifying. Even if you combined 100 of me, we would still fall far short of his capabilities. The mere mention of Moyuan's strength sent a shiver down Gohan's spine. That kind of power was simply too fearsome. Even if the three Scions, along with Lapis, joined forces, they would be utterly dominated by Moyuan alone. Are you joking? Is Moyuan truly that formidable? Krillin was utterly astonished. Ever since marrying Karine and receiving her unwavering support, he had ceased working and devoted himself entirely to martial arts. After years of diligent training, he had made remarkable progress, achieving a combat power of 1 billion. Although he could not yet compare himself to Gohan and the others, his strength was indeed formidable. Not just on Earth, but even in the vast cosmos. Even if Frieza were to rise again, Krillin could easily subdue him with one hand. Yet, despite his extraordinary power, there remained an insurmountable gap between him and Gohan. To Krillin, Gohan appeared invincible, yet Gohan humbly claimed to fall far short of the strength of Moya. Just how terrifying must Moya's power be? Tangent Fan was also overwhelmed, having been paralyzed by fear since the onset of the battle against Vegeta, whose overwhelming power had left him reeling. Over the years, he and Jiaozi had been diligently honing their skills, and it had been a long time since they had reunited with their old friends. After years of arduous training, he, like Krillin, had attained a combat power of 1 billion. He had initially believed his progress to be substantial, only to discover that compared to Goku and the others, his advancements were merely a drop in the ocean. Let us depart quickly. We must prevent Babidi from resurrecting Majin Buu, urged the Kaishin Asen. Having witnessed the demise of Demeanor, despite the knowledge that powerful warriors existed on Earth capable of defeating Majin Buu, he still wished to avoid the resurrection of the fiend. Perhaps the shadows of years past, faced against Majin Buu, still haunted him. Whenever he recalled those memories, he could not help but shudder. Under Asen's urging, the group proceeded through the passage to the lower levels of the spaceship. Full already. How could it fill up so quickly? Babidi exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the gigantic egg pulsating with red light. The pointer on the energy gauge was firmly positioned at the M-shaped symbol at the center, indicating that the energy required for Majin Buu's resurrection was now sufficient. Very soon, Majin Buu would return. Babidi had never anticipated that the energy generated from the brief clash between Vegeta and Goku would suffice for Buu's revival. Could it be that time had weakened the seal? It was not outside the realm of possibility. Babidi chose to believe that the seal had weakened rather than consider any other reason. After all, if it were due to something else, that would be truly terrifying. Preoccupied with the allure of Majin Buu, Babidi was entirely oblivious to the fact that Demeanor had already been reduced to mere remnants by Gohan's devastating assault. However, even if he had noticed, it would have mattered little. With Majin Buu present, Demeanor had become inconsequential. From beneath the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu, several openings began to emit steam, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Damn it, we are still too late. The Kaishin, Asen, gazed upon the colossal egg radiating a crimson glow, realizing that the resurrection of Majin Buu was now inevitable. By the time Gohan and his companions reached the base of the ship, it was already too late. The energy required for Majin Buu's revival had been fully amassed. It would not be long before he emerged from his seal. As time progressed, an aura of malevolence began to pervade the entire vessel. Ha ha ha, Kaishin, you cannot thwart my plans. Once Majin Buu is revived, I shall kill you to avenge my father. Babidi cackled arrogantly. The thought of Buu's terrifying power filled Asen with urgency. He could not simply stand by and witness the resurrection unfold. Gohan, everyone, quickly. Let us all strike at that egg. Majin Buu will be at his weakest right after his unsealing. We must seize this chance to eliminate him. Hurry, Asen implored fervently, gathering energy in his hands in preparation for an assault on the massive egg. Upon hearing Asen's command, Gogeta immediately commenced his attack, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his palms, resembling a machine gun as they rained upon the egg. The thunderous explosions did not so much as scratch the egg but left the ship in ruins. With a resounding crash, the entire vessel was obliterated, yet within its confines, the assembled warriors, all possessing immense battle prowess, remained unscathed. Such minor explosions posed no threat to them, as the smoke cleared and the ship vanished from sight. They found themselves back on solid ground, while the sealed egg of Majin Buu remained entirely unharmed. Ha ha, futile. Your feeble attacks cannot harm my Buu, Babidi gloated triumphantly. Once Majin Buu emerged, he would reign supreme across the universe, unmatched even by the gods themselves. Everyone, attack together. Asen shouted decisively. Unleashing a wave of energy toward the egg, Jebet followed suit, launching another assault. Krillin and Tien shared a glance, contemplating their next moves. Kamehameha. New special beam cannon. Gohan hesitated as he looked at Piccolo. He was aware that both Goku and Vegeta desired Majin Buu's revival. Should he eliminate Buu, Goku would surely be disappointed. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parent. Piccolo, discerning the conflict within Gohan, offered a calm smile and said, attack. If Majin Buu could be so easily vanquished, Goku would likely have little interest in him. With Piccolo's guidance, Gohan's resolve solidified. Uncle Piccolo, let us fight together. With a reassuring smile, Piccolo nodded and said, good. The two gathered their energy for a brief moment before launching their attack simultaneously. Demon Flash. Light Killing Cannon. Chapter 89. The Fall of Babidi. Demon Flash. Light Killing Cannon. Gohan's golden Demon Flash energy wave was entwined with Piccolo's purple Light Killing Cannon. Though they had not fought together for 7 years, their synergy was remarkably harmonious, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. After channeling their energy, the power of this energy wave exceeded 2 million in combat strength. Babidi was left speechless, astonished by the terrifying force contained within this attack. Could it be possible that such strength existed on Earth? A sense of dread washed over Babidi. According to his father Bibidai's records, even Majin Buu's power was not as formidable, was it? Could it be that Majin Buu would not be vanquished by them? Although Bibidai's notes mentioned that Majin Buu possessed an indestructible trait, Babidi had never witnessed it firsthand and remained uncertain of Majin Buu's capabilities. Moreover, this attack was indeed overwhelmingly fearsome. With a resounding boom, the colossal egg, subjected to immense damage, began to distort slightly. The flickering red light intensified with increasing frequency. After a while, the onslaught finally ceased. The gigantic egg appeared as though it had been thoroughly cooked, emitting steam from its surface. The eerie red glow vanished. As if the egg had been breached. Everyone fixated their gaze on the massive egg. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated in their ears. The egg, which had been sealing Majin Buu, split in two. A torrent of pink gas surged forth from within. Wonderful. My Buu is finally about to emerge. Ha ha. Babidi erupted into ecstatic laughter upon witnessing this scene. At last, he could breathe easy. If such a powerful attack could not harm his Buu, how immensely powerful must Buu be? In mere moments, the area was engulfed in pink gas, which slowly ascended and vanished from view. With the pink mist no longer obscuring their sight, they could finally discern the situation. The two halves of the eggshell lay on the ground. While the space beside them was utterly empty, there was not a trace of Majin Buu, not even a shadow. No, it cannot be. It should not be like this. How could this happen? Staring into the void of the egg, Babidi could hardly believe his eyes. This must be a trick. Hasten forth. Come out quickly, Buu. Babidi is on the brink of madness. At this moment, were it not for Buu, he would have to confront a multitude of formidable foes alone. He would surely perish. The joys and sorrows of humanity remain disparate. For every heart weighed down by grief, there exists another buoyed by joy. None are more jubilant than the Supreme Kai Shen, who beams with such fervor that his visage appears askew. Splendid! Majin Buu has been utterly vanquished by our recent assault. We have triumphed. How marvelous! Babidi, bereft of Dubra and Majin Buu, your demise is imminent. No, you are mistaken. Gohan, with a grave demeanor, shattered Shen's illusion. A potent energy pervades the atmosphere. Piccolo, equally somber, sensed this formidable presence alongside Gohan. Look, what is that? Krillin exclaimed, pointing skyward in alarm. Responding to his words, the group directed their gazes upward. A vast expanse of pink energy coalesced in the sky, resembling a colossal cloud, emanating an overwhelming aura. Was that pink energy emerging from the egg? What on earth is happening? Shen began to panic. The energy in the sky formed a massive vortex, drawing all the energy together. With the gathering of this energy, its potency escalated. It is Majin Buu, my Buu. I knew he could not be so easily obliterated, for he is a creation of my father. The transformation in the sky stirred Babidi into a frenzied leap of excitement. Everyone, flee. We cannot overcome this. Witnessing the emergence of Majin Buu, Shen was so frightened that his legs quaked. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, you should leave this place. I will hold off Majin Buu, Gohan calmly declared. though his maximum combat power was merely 1.5 million, far inferior to Majin Buu's 2 million. He believed he could delay him just long enough. Once his father and Uncle Vegeta arrived, even the 2 million combat power of Majin Buu would be easily subdued. Gohan, you engage Majin Buu. I shall go and eliminate Babidi. Piccolo conveyed a message to Gohan, who nodded gently in acknowledgement. Both Krillin and Tien, understanding their limited combat prowess, recognized that remaining would only serve to distract Gohan. Thus, they promptly withdrew. Once they had retreated, Piccolo sprang into action, swiftly appearing beside Babidi. His hand poised like a blade aimed at the sorcerer. Babidi, startled by Piccolo's sudden presence, hastily erected a protective shield, his voice trembling as he cried out, Majin Buu, come to my rescue. Alas, no response came, for Majin Buu remained in the air, yet to materialize. You cannot kill me. If I perish, no one will be able to seal Majin Buu, and the entire world will be doomed. Piccolo sneered coldly, effortlessly shattering Babidi's shield and seizing his throat. Even if you live, you will not seal Majin Buu. You will only exploit him to wreak havoc upon this world. Since your existence changes nothing, I bid you farewell. Stop. You cannot kill Babidi. Just as Piccolo was about to act, he was suddenly halted by the voice of Kaioshin Shin. He felt a paralyzing force constricting him, rendering him immobile. Should Babidi die, Majin Buu would truly be uncontrollable. Listening to Kaioshin Shin's naive words, Piccolo cast a derisive glance his way. How naive. In that moment, all respect for the so-called Kaioshin vanished, and the power binding him dissipated. With renewed vigor, Piccolo tightened his grip on Babidi's neck. A sickening crack echoed as Babidi's neck shattered. Subsequently, Piccolo tossed Babidi's lifeless body aside, conjuring a powerful energy wave that obliterated him entirely. In an instant, Babidi was reduced to nothingness. It was over. Witnessing Babidi's demise, Kaioshin Shin collapsed onto the ground, his face a canvas of terror. Meanwhile, Majin Buu finally coalesced in the air, a charmingly rotund figure with pink skin. Wahoo! Majin Buu exclaimed innocently, landing with a thud. After surveying his surroundings, he began to perform exercises as if no one were present. Is this truly Majin Buu? Gohan stared blankly at the seemingly harmless creature before him, questioning the very essence of existence. Chapter 90, Majin Buu. The desolate land bore not a single blade of grass. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. A humanoid being, adorned with smooth, pink skin, played merrily to itself. With arms outstretched for balance, it staggered forward, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps. Its face bore a languid, endearing smile, exuding an aura that belied danger. Yet, the Supreme Kai, Shin, trembled in terror, beads of cold sweat pouring down his body as if a faucet had been turned on. He was acutely aware of the true menace that lay behind the innocent facade of Majin Buu, a form he had assumed after devouring the Grand Supreme Kai. The resemblance to the Grand Supreme Kai only deepened Shin's dread. Majin Buu swayed unsteadily as he approached Gohan and the Supreme Kai, placing his hands on his hips to scrutinize them before shaking his head in apparent bewilderment. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, causing Gohan to tense up in apprehension. In that moment, Majin Buu sprang into action. He leaped high into the air, and with a thunderous thud, landed squarely on the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Both Gohan and Piccolo felt a bead of sweat form on their brows simultaneously. This unexpected display of a backward plummet was truly bewildering. However, Majin Buu appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, springing back to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping from water, and resumed his swaying gait. Lord Kai, allow me to escort you from this place, Kibito suggested, observing the Supreme Kai's trembling form. Why yes, Gohan, Piccolo, we must leave at once, lest he take our lives. The Supreme Kai clung to the notion of escape as if grasping at a lifeline. Gohan shook his head resolutely, responding, you all should depart. If Majin Buu is truly as you say, I cannot simply stand by. With a heart full of compassion, Gohan could not bear to watch as Majin Buu wreaked havoc upon Earth, taking lives indiscriminately. He did not need to defeat Majin Buu, he only needed to delay him. Once Goku and Vegeta concluded their battle, he could withdraw. Regrettably, Uncle Moya and Uncle Lapis showed no interest in dealing with such a minor adversary. Otherwise, he would not have to take this risk. Gohan sighed silently within himself. Gohan, what troubles you? Piccolo inquired. If we cannot halt them, we must retreat. We still possess the Dragon Balls. Gohan paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. I understand. After finishing his instructions, Jebet departed with King Kaiasin and Piccolo, using instant transmission. Suddenly, Majin Buu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Although he appeared to be engrossed in his own amusement, he had been secretly observing Gohan and the others. The abrupt disappearance of Piccolo and his companions left Majin Buu perplexed. He approached Gohan and inquired, "Where have the three of them gone?" "They had some matters to attend to," Gohan replied. "So, you wish to stay and play games with me?" Yes." "Yay, yay." Upon hearing that Gohan would join him in play, Majin Buu clapped his hands in delight. "Let us begin the game." Gohan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What shall we play?" Suddenly, Majin Buu opened his eyes wide, his formerly charming round face transforming into one of malevolence. "Killing." In an instant, as Majin Buu spoke, his right hand lunged forward like a striking serpent, aimed directly at Gohan's eyes. "What?" Gohan exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, after enduring many battles over the years, his reflexes were remarkably sharp. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. Bang! Although he protected his eyes, the overwhelming force of Majin Buu sent Gohan flying. He smashed into the ground like a cannonball, embedding himself deeply into the rocky terrain, as stones cascaded down to bury him. After striking Gohan, Majin Buu did not pursue him further. Instead, he remained in place, thumping his chest like a gorilla and making joyous, bizarre sounds. Gohan hissed as the sharp pain coursed through his hand, causing him to gasp in surprise. His entire hand had gone numb, rendering him immobile. Had he truly been struck by Majin Buu with such force that it resulted in a fracture? Gohan was filled with dread. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within Gohan, as if a dam had burst. In an instant, the stones weighing him down were sent flying. Gohan emerged from the rubble, one arm hanging limply at his side. Meanwhile, Majin Buu seemed oblivious to Gohan's resurgence, still engrossed in his chest-thumping antics. Damn it! Even Gohan's usually composed demeanor was tested by Majin Buu's obliviousness. He pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead, gathering a significant amount of energy. He prepared to unleash Piccolo's most formidable technique, the special beam cannon. A formidable aura captured the attention of the demon Majin Buu. However, Majin Buu merely cast a fleeting glance at Gohan before turning his gaze away, displaying complete indifference to Gohan's actions and showing no intention of obstructing him. As Gohan concentrated his energy, he remained vigilant against a potential ambush from Majin Buu, fully aware that the demon would not allow him to gather energy so openly. Yet, as time inexorably flowed, Gohan amassed a substantial amount of energy, the might of which undoubtedly surpassed 2 million, perhaps even reaching 3 million. This power was greater than the combined technique he had previously executed with Piccolo, the special beam cannon. Remarkably, during this process, Majin Buu exhibited no inclination to attack him. Gohan began to question whether Majin Buu concealed an even greater strength or if he truly was as mindless as he appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the energy at his fingertips had reached a critical threshold. He could no longer accumulate anymore. Majin Buu. Special beam cannon. The cataclysmic force erupted from Gohan's fingertips, aimed directly at Majin Buu. Gohan believed that Majin Buu would not dare to withstand such an assault. After all, he had nearly depleted his own power in order to gather this immense energy. To Gohan's astonishment, Majin Buu merely smiled at him, hands on his hips. Boom. The special beam cannon struck Buu squarely in the face, and the terrifying force obliterated his head in an instant. What? Gohan could scarcely believe his eyes. Had he truly vanquished Majin Buu so easily? How could he, a creature who once threatened to annihilate the entire universe, be destroyed so effortlessly? Yet, with Buu's head obliterated, one had to wonder who could survive without a head. Not even the Namekians could manage such a feat to be prudent. Gohan resolved to destroy the rest of Buu's body as well. Just as he prepared to act, a horrifying scene unfolded. The headless Majin Buu began to move. He raised his hands and touched his shoulders for a moment, and then, astonishingly, a brand new head materialized out of thin air. What manner of monster was this? How could he possibly survive? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the indestructible trait spoken of by Kaioshin? No wonder he had discouraged Piccolo from killing Babidi. Such an ability was indeed terrifying. The formidable Majin Buu raised his arms and bellowed loudly. Moments later, he cast his gaze upon Gohan. With a resounding hiss, the vents on Majin Buu's head and arms expelled a copious amount of steam, emitting a piercing whistle. Now it's my turn. Gohan immediately sensed the dire predicament he was in. The previous attack had nearly depleted his inner strength, leaving him with little combat capability. To make matters worse, one of his arms had already been rendered useless by Majin Buu's assault. In such circumstances, a direct confrontation would only lead to inevitable demise. Escape. Any hesitation would be a profound disrespect to Majin Buu. Without a moment's delay, Gohan soared into the air, fleeing swiftly. Majin Buu, witnessing Gohan's retreat, did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he leisurely executed a series of warm-up exercises, taking his time. After a brief delay, Majin Buu abruptly propelled himself off the ground. With a thunderous roar, he shot forth like a rocket. In a matter of mere seconds, Gohan sensed an overwhelming aura drawing near. Curse it! A bit faster! Gohan desperately strained the remnants of his power, striving to enhance his speed. However, his energy was critically diminished, and no matter how hard he pushed, he could hardly muster any additional strength. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared before him, playfully sticking out his tongue like a mischievous child intent on scaring him. Under normal circumstances, Gohan might have found this amusing, but now he was engulfed in sheer terror. A chilling dread crawled up his spine. Perish. Majin Buu grinned wickedly as he uttered those ominous words. Then, with a swift motion, his gloved hand struck down towards Gohan, akin to swatting a fly. Quick, precise, and brutal, Majin Buu's speed was unparalleled, leaving Gohan no chance to evade the impending assault. With a resounding crash, Gohan was struck by Majin Buu, plummeting to the ground with the force of a falling aircraft. The once solid earth yielded like tofu, creating a massive crater upon impact. Exhausted and depleted, Gohan could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura extinguished, and his hair reverted to its natural black. Majin Buu descended beside Gohan, contemplating. What shall I transform you into? A delightful cookie? Chocolate? Or perhaps some caramel? Majin Buu's chubby visage contorted with a mixture of confusion and distress, as he lamented the fact that he desired to consume all of these delicacies. Alas, with only one individual available, he could only conjure a mere morsel. Sighing, he reflected on the hardships of life. Very well, I shall transform you into a cookie instead, and later seek out other humans. After a brief contemplation, Majin Buu ultimately opted for his favorite treat, the cookie. For Vegeta had once proclaimed that cookies were the most delectable delight in existence. Though he harbored disdain for Vegeta, he could not deny the irresistible allure of cookies. With newfound determination, the antennae atop Majin Buu's head began to radiate a brilliant light. Am I doomed? Gohan lay prostrate on the ground, utterly drained of strength. His body bore numerous injuries, and the vigor within him had been thoroughly depleted. In that moment, he could only watch helplessly as Majin Buu prepared to transform him into a cookie for consumption. Ho ho ho. Majin Buu seemed to chuckle with glee at the prospect of soon indulging in cookies. Simultaneously, a beam of light akin to lightning erupted from his antennae. Upon witnessing this radiant beam, Gohan resignedly closed his eyes. Gohan, are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. It was his father's voice. Gohan opened his eyes to see Goku standing beside him, cradling another individual. Goku gently placed Vegeta on the ground and assisted Gohan in rising. I apologize for my tardiness, he said, and Gohan nearly succumbed to tears, believing his demise was imminent. He had not anticipated that his father would arrive just in the nick of time. Had it been even a second later, he would have perished. Father, do not worry, leave the remainder to me. Goku patted Gohan on the shoulder. Dad, be cautious, his regenerative abilities are formidable. I had just obliterated his head, and he was able to restore himself. Understood. Goku nodded, his expression darkening as he turned to confront Majin Buu. Upon seeing the injuries adorning his son, Goku's fury ignited. You vile creature, I shall transform you into a cookie. The cookie that had been so close at hand abruptly eluded him, inciting Majin Buu's wrath to boil over. He opened his eyes, glaring menacingly at Goku. Majin Buu pinched his own belly a few times, and to Goku's astonishment, he tore a chunk of flesh from his abdomen. He then elongated this piece of meat as if it were pasta. Grasping one end of the meat strip, he began to spin it rapidly. The meat twirled in his hand like a propeller, launching a multitude of energy blasts from its length. In an instant, Goku was enveloped by a barrage of energy orbs. Take this. With a thunderous roar, Wukong instantaneously transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. A terrifying aura enveloped him, generating a fierce wind pressure that propelled all energy blasts away. In an instant, the deflected energy blasts scattered around, engulfing the surrounding area in a cacophony of explosions. Fortunately, the vicinity was a mountainous wilderness, devoid of any human presence. Had this occurred in a city, such a display would have been sufficient to obliterate half of it. Observing the ineffectiveness of his energy attacks, the villain Majin Buu hurled the meat stick in his hand towards Wukong. Wukong raised his hand, launching an energy blast that struck the meat stick. Majin Bu, witnessing the attack with a sly grin, was taken aback when Wukong's blast made contact. To his astonishment, he realized that his meat stick had perished. Under normal circumstances, its cells were immortal. Even if shattered, they could reform. Yet now, he sensed no cellular presence within the meat stick, indicating that they had been eradicated by the man before him. While Majin Bu stood in stunned disbelief, Wukong did not hesitate. He lunged forward, closing the distance between them. With a flurry of strikes, Wukong's fists and feet became lethal weapons, unleashing a tempest of blows upon Majin Bu. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Majin Bu was utterly incapable of evading Wukong's relentless onslaught. He was battered and weakened, akin to a tattered cloth, as Wukong's every punch and kick inflicted excruciating pain upon him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Moreover, a terrifying energy coursed through Wukong's strikes, invading Majin Bu's body and stifling the regenerative abilities of his cells. With a decisive kick, Wukong sent Bu crashing to the ground, then placed his hands on his hips. Between his palms, a blue energy sphere began to swell, emanating a resplendent light. It was the Kamehameha wave. Majin Bu lay within a colossal pit, his eyes widened to their fullest extent. Severely injured and utterly immobilized, his cellular regeneration abilities had been suppressed. He found himself with no means of escape. An overwhelming wave of energy, akin to a torrential current, surged towards him. Majin Bu felt his body gradually disintegrating, and his consciousness began to fade away. Chapter 92. Encountering a plump Bu searching, seeking meat, I stumbled upon a grand dinosaur. I offered a salute and extended my hand. It invited me for a feast. In the woods, I discovered a dinosaur and entrusted it to my dove. The dove acknowledged me with a nod. I joyfully exclaimed, "Dove, hurry and roast it. Hurry and roast it." The melodious, youthful voice echoed through the forest. A little girl with white hair, clad in a pale yellow dress, pranced along with exuberant steps, cheerfully humming her own rendition of a song. She dragged along a colossal dinosaur, vastly larger than herself. The mere thought of her brother roasting meat for her filled her with uncontainable joy, causing her little tail to twirl with delight. Nearby, a small bird perched on a tree breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for its diminutive size. Had it been as large as the dinosaur, it surely would have found itself captured by the little sorceress for a roast. Oh, what is that? Not far off, a tuft of pink material protruded from the grass. Its alluring hue suggested it might be delectable. With round, eager eyes, Chenine fixated upon it, her gaze brimming with longing. Based on her years of culinary experience, she surmised it to be a piece of meat, delicious meat at that. However, she had never encountered such a specimen before. Could it possibly be from a rare creature? If it were indeed a rare animal, it would be off limits for consumption. Her uncle, Lapith, had warned her against eating rare creatures, insisting they must be brought back for him. Sighing in regret, Chenine found herself torn between the allure of the feast and her loyalty to her uncle. After all, he was exceedingly kind to her, often treating her to delightful meals. Gently releasing her grip on the dinosaur's tail, Chenine tiptoed forward, cautious not to make a sound. She approached the enticing piece of meat with utmost care. When she was merely a few meters away, she suddenly leaped, lunging forward to embrace the tantalizing morsel. Hooray! I've caught it! Clutching the bouncy, jelly-like meat. Chenine could already envision its exquisite taste. She was eager to discover which creature it belonged to. Within her petite frame lay boundless strength. With effortless ease, she dragged forth the creature that appeared several times her size from the dense grass. Oh no, it's a person. Had Goku and the others been present, they would have recognized that this individual was none other than Majin Bu. In that critical moment when Majin Bu was struck by Goku's Kamehameha and on the verge of annihilation, he utilized Jebit's instant transmission to escape to this location. However, due to Goku's energy suppressing his cellular regeneration, Bu's wounds could not heal. Although he appeared unscathed on the surface, the majority of his cells had been obliterated, bringing him close to death. Even his consciousness had slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Wake up, please wake up, Chenine urged as she shook Bu gently. Yet, Bu showed no signs of awakening. If it weren't for the warmth of his body and the faintest hint of breath, Chenine would have assumed he was already deceased. Could it be due to his injuries? Contemplating this possibility, a sphere of green energy materialized in Chenine's hand. It was her willpower. Under her guidance, the willpower flowed into Bu's body. As anticipated, a powerful energy surged violently within Bu. Strangely, this energy felt somewhat familiar. In a moment of desperation, Chenine acted without further thought, attempting to expel this energy with her willpower. Yet, she was still too weak. Her willpower was insufficient, and she could only drive away a small fraction before exhausting her reserves. Nevertheless, this small action allowed Bu to regain a sliver of consciousness. In the midst of chaos, a narrow slit opened in Bu's eyes. He beheld a charming young girl with white hair, her hands placed upon him, a warm current flowing from her into his being. The tumultuous energy within him began to recede, little by little, under the influence of this warmth. Bu felt his cells gradually regaining vitality. However, the young girl appeared increasingly fatigued, her adorable face glistening with beads of sweat. At that moment, Bu's emotions became complex, a vague, indescribable feeling blossoming in his heart. After a while, Bu sensed the warm current beginning to wane, and the girl had started to gasp for breath. Moments later, she succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. With the loss of her willpower, Goku's energy resumed its rampage within Bu. His consciousness once again faded into oblivion. Perhaps it was time to seek help from Dodo. After resting for a moment, Chinin regained some strength. With one hand supporting a dinosaur and the other aiding Bu, she began to depart slowly. Dodo. Dodo. In a clearing beside a forest waterfall, Tianlin was meticulously preparing barbecue seasoning. Inheriting the remarkable genes of his parents, the 6-year-old was already capable of cooking a few dishes, with barbecuing being his forte. At home, he seldom had the opportunity to prepare meals. So his grilling skills were honed not only through his parents' guidance but also through countless practice sessions with his younger sister. It was that the family lacked sufficient meals. Rather, it was that Chinin, his little sister, had an insatiable appetite. As a caring older brother, Tianlin felt compelled to satisfy her cravings. Upon hearing Chinin's urgent cries, Tianlin quickly set aside his work. "What's wrong, Chin? What happened?" "Gidge, this person seems to be in dire condition. We must save him." At that moment, Tianlin noticed the individual with pink skin lying beside Chinin. Realizing that his sister was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Who is he?" With wide, innocent eyes, Chinin replied, "I don't know. I found him in the woods." Tianlin examined the condition of the unconscious individual. This energy belongs to Uncle Wukong. As he grew older, Tianlin often practiced alongside Moyuan, which made him familiar with Wukong's aura, since their group tended to train recklessly. Chinin had received individual instruction from Moyuan and Lazili, never training with Wukong and the others. As a result, she momentarily failed to recognize Wukong's energy. Tianlin looked at Chinin earnestly and asked, Chin, this person was injured by Uncle Wukong. Should we save him?" He was actually hurt by Uncle Wukong. No wonder I felt this energy was so familiar." Upon hearing her brother's words, Chinin began to hesitate. She trusted that Uncle Wukong would not harm someone without reason, but the individual appeared to be on the brink of death. If they did not act swiftly, he might not survive much longer. Tianlin stood quietly by, awaiting Chinin's decision. Regardless of her choice, he would support her unconditionally. Chapter 93, A Promise to Help Save Him. Chinin declared with unwavering determination. After much contemplation, her kind heart could not bear to witness a life slipping away before her eyes. Moreover, this person did not seem to be malevolent at all. How could someone so adorable possibly be a bad person? Even if he were, she could always call upon her father to resolve the matter. Her father was incredibly formidable. With a sense of pride swelling within her as she thought of her father, Chinin declared, "All right, let us begin." He won't last much longer. Without further ado, after receiving a definitive response from his sister, Tianlin commenced preparations to rescue the individual in distress. The two young children, one on each side, simultaneously channeled their willpower into Bu. However, Goku's energy proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Despite nearly exhausting their own willpower, they managed to expel only a fraction of it. Although they did not completely banish Goku's influence, Bu's life was ultimately preserved. In addition to expelling some of Goku's energy, Tianlin and Chinin also facilitated the repair of some of Bu's cells. Gradually, Bu regained clarity. He sensed that the residual force of Goku within him had diminished by 1/5, and his physical condition had also improved to some extent. While his cellular regeneration remained suppressed, his injuries no longer posed a lethal threat. Bu heard 2 faint breaths beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered 2 children lying on either side of him, a golden-haired boy and a silver-haired girl. Upon seeing the girl, a series of images flashed through Bu's mind like scenes from a film. It was her. With the images in his mind, Bu realized that they were the ones who had saved him. The weariness evident on their faces indicated the considerable energy they had expended in his rescue. Yet, Joy radiated from their smiles. Bu pushed himself up with his hands, attempting to rise from the ground. However, before he could steady himself, his legs gave way. Thud! His heavy body fell back to the ground, startling Tianlin and Qinin awake. "Ah, you're awake," Qinin exclaimed, her delight prompting her to rush to his side. A sense of pride welled within her. This was her first act of saving someone. "Thank you for rescuing me," Bu expressed with remarkable politeness towards his saviors. "Don't mention it." Qinin waved her hand dismissively, then added, "By the way, my name is Mo Qinin, but you can call me Qin. That's what my family and friends call me." She then pointed to Tianlin to introduce him. "This is my dove." Tianlin nodded slightly at Bu, saying, "Hello. I'm Mo Tianlin. You can call me Tianlin." "Hello. I am Bu. Thank you for saving me. From now on, you shall be my friends." Bu beamed with the innocence of a child, evidently elated at the prospect of having two new friends. "By the way, Bu, how did you come to be injured by Uncle Goku?" Qinin inquired, perplexed, as this version of Bu seemed far from villainous. Why would Uncle Goku have harmed him? Could it have been an accidental injury? Goku? Who is Goku? Bu tilted his head, unable to recall who this Goku was. Qinin clarified. "He is the one who inflicted your injuries. So he is indeed Wukong?" Bu realized suddenly. Qinin continued to inquire, "Why did Uncle Wukong strike you?" "I recall playing a game when he suddenly appeared and gave me a good thrashing. Fortunately, I managed to escape with instant transmission. Otherwise, I would have been defeated." Playing a game? Qinin and Tianlin were taken aback. How could Uncle Wukong behave in such a manner? Just for playing a game, he turned violent? Tianlin, convinced that Wukong could not possibly be that kind of person, asked, "What game were you playing?" Bu, with a naive expression, replied, "It was a killing game. Transforming people into little snacks to devour." "What?" Bu's words horrified them both. Tianlin immediately pulled Qinin behind him, eyeing Bu with suspicion. "Killing is unacceptable." Regaining her composure, Qinin dashed in front of Bu and admonished him loudly. She had always been taught by her father that martial arts were not for reckless behavior, but to protect those dear to her. This lesson had been etched in her heart. Yet Bu claimed that killing was part of a game. How could she tolerate that? Bu tilted his head, puzzled, but Bibidi said it's called playing a game, and it's quite fun. Who is Bibidi? Bibidi is the detestable person who created me. Observing Bu's innocent demeanor, Qinin and Tianlin began to comprehend the situation. Bu was akin to a blank canvas, and Bibidi was the one who painted it black. Why do you heed the words of someone you despise? My father has always told me that killing indiscriminately is wrong, that power should not be wielded for malevolence, but to safeguard those we cherish. Qinin assumed the role of a stern little teacher, striving to correct Bu's misguided beliefs. Bu lowered his head, pondering for a moment. "So, you believe my actions are wrong?" With serious expressions, Qinin and Tianlin nodded emphatically, replying in unison, "Indeed." Bu gazed at their solemn little faces and then smiled. "Very well. I shall refrain from such actions in the future." Qinin extended her pinky. "Pinky swear." "Bu? Just like this." Qinin demonstrated the gesture with her hands for Bu. In an instant, he understood. He then removed his gloves, revealing 5 fingers. "Pinky swear, and we shall never change." A seal. The 2 thumbs, one large and one small, pressed together. "It is agreed. Henceforth, I shall not kill indiscriminately. Deceit is for little piggies." After sealing the promise, Qinin beamed with delight. In her heart, this seal represented the highest form of commitment. There was no promise more worthy of trust than this. "Yes." Bu nodded vigorously. "Qin, Tianlin, I am hungry." He patted his large belly, expressing his desire for cookies. Upon hearing Bu's words, Qinin suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit that day, feeling an emptiness in her stomach. She cradled her belly and looked at Tianlin weakly, playfully saying, Dove, Qin is hungry." All right, I will prepare roasted meat for you." Tianlin affectionately stroked Qinin's hair. "Aren't there any cookies?" Bu was quite insistent on the cookies, as Bibidi had proclaimed them to be the tastiest treats in the world. "What are cookies?" "The roasted meat that Dove makes is the second tastiest in the entire world," Qinin proudly declared to Bu. "Why second?" Tianlin inquired. "Because Daddy's roasted meat is the absolute best." Tianlin mused over his father's roasted meat. "Well, it is indeed better than mine. Next time, Qin will treat you to Daddy's roasted meat. I guarantee it will be so delicious you'll swallow your own tongue." Qinin boasted as she patted Bu's belly. The playful sounds filled the air, and before they knew it, Tianlin had already grilled some meat. The 3, having expended considerable energy, sat together, each holding a large piece of meat. Delicious. Better than cookies. Tianlin, I want more. Dove, I want some too, Tianlin remarked. It seems this dinosaur may not be quite satisfied today. Chapter 94. Serendipitous encounter with Gohan. Qin lay on the grass, caressing her slightly swollen belly, letting out a blissful belch. Tianlin, also sprawled on the grass, emitted a longer and louder belch, feeling rather proud. Qin, mine is longer. Though it was unclear what there was to be proud of, he successfully ignited Qin Yin's competitive spirit. Humph, you smelly dove. Mine is the longest. Hee. I can make it even longer. Meanwhile, Pew observed the sibling rivalry with contemplation. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide. A thunderous belch erupted, resonating through the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After the impressive display, Pew laughed joyfully. In the face of such a monumental belch, both Tianlin and Qin Yin conceded defeat. Tianlin even granted Pew the highest compliment. You are amazing. Thus, this absurd contest ultimately culminated in a resounding victory for Pew. After a hearty meal, the wills of Tianlin and Qin Yin had largely been restored. The duo once again tended to Bu's ailments. Following this treatment, the residual energy of Goku within Bu had diminished to merely half. Bu's injuries had completely healed. Yet his cellular regeneration capabilities remained suppressed, preventing him from recovering as effortlessly as before. Let us venture into the city for some amusement, Tianlin suggested. Noticing the day was still young. Yay. Upon hearing the prospect of leisure, Qin Yin sprang up from the ground with enthusiasm. Come on, Bu. I shall take you to enjoy snacks, sip milk tea, and indulge in ice cream. Are they delicious? Just as delectable as barbecued meat. Then let us hasten, for I am famished. Upon the mention of delightful treats, Bu could hardly contain himself, soaring into the air without a moment's pause. Wait, Bu. You are flying in the wrong direction. It is this way. Inside the ice cream parlor, Qin Yin's small hand darted across the menu. Suddenly, she noticed Bu beside her, drooling at the mouth. Anxious of Bu's formidable appetite, she thought, well, let us sample every flavor. In no time, a mountain of ice cream filled the entire table, accompanied by an array of cakes and other desserts. Bu picked up an ice cream cone and licked it with his tongue. The icy, delicate texture and the exquisite blend of fruits and milk instantly awakened his taste buds. Bu's narrow eyes widened, sparkling like stars. Delicious. He opened his mouth wide and devoured the entire ice cream cone in one go. Seeing Bu relish the treat with such delight, Qin Yin felt a swell of pride. So, did Qin deceive you? Bu exclaimed, shoving the ice cream frantically into his mouth. It is infinitely more delicious than the small biscuits I had before. Bu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since gaining consciousness, he had never experienced joy quite like today. Vegeta deceived him into believing that cookies were the most delectable treats in the world. However, upon tasting the cookies on Earth, Bu realized that there existed a substantial disparity among cookies. The cookies he previously consumed were akin to gnawing on wood. The cookies on Earth brought him to the brink of tears. They were truly exquisite. Moreover, beyond cookies, there was an abundance of delicious delights. In comparison to Qin Yin and Tianlin, Vegeta seemed utterly inhuman, urging him to commit acts of violence while depriving him of delectable treats. In contrast, Qin Yin and Tianlin appeared as angels, healing his wounds and introducing him to a plethora of culinary wonders. He vowed to protect Qin Yin and Tianlin, ensuring they would not suffer harm. On the bustling streets of West City, a striking girl with 2 braids walked arm in arm with a somewhat shy, yet handsome young man. Gohan, how about we go for ice cream? The weather was already quite warm, and given that this was their first date since confirming their relationship, Videl felt a mix of shyness and excitement. The pair before us were indeed Gohan and Videl, with Satan no longer serving as the savior. It was only natural that no city was named after him. However, as a moderately famous boxer, he was not lacking in funds. For the sake of their daughter's education, they relocated to the bustling metropolis of West City. Coincidentally, Videl and Gohan found themselves attending the same school, not only as classmates, but also as desk partners. Influenced by Satan from a young age, Videl developed a keen interest in martial arts. Upon discovering that Gohan was the renowned Golden Warrior, she persistently begged him to teach her. As they trained together, they gradually became enamored with one another, leading to Videl's heartfelt confession a few days prior. Thus, they naturally found themselves together. All right, let's go for ice cream, Gohan replied, feeling more anxious than Videl on their first date. Moreover, Videl was clinging to his arm, and he felt as though his arm was enveloped in cotton. Such sensations were overwhelmingly stimulating for this innocent boy. It was inevitable that his thoughts wandered. Upon reaching the ice cream shop, Gohan looked through the glass window and saw a plump figure indulging in ice cream. He feared he would never forget that face. How was this possible? Was he eliminated by my father the day before yesterday? Gohan was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Should Majin Buu wreak havoc here, the entire West City would likely face annihilation. Presently, Goku, Vegeta, and Lapis were off training in distant star systems, leaving no one to thwart the menace that was Majin Buu. Although he had sustained severe injuries in their last encounter, Gohan's power had slightly increased upon recovery, reaching a formidable 20 billion. Yet, with his current strength of 2 trillion, he could merely hope to match Buu's might. The true terror of Buu lay in his seemingly indestructible nature. Unlike Goku, who had integrated his energy into his very being, Gohan found himself utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Buu. What compounded Gohan's anxiety was the presence of 2 children seated beside Buu. Were they not the offspring of Uncle Moyuan? With Uncle Moyuan engaged in training elsewhere, what would he say if misfortune befell his children while Gohan stood idly by? Furthermore, Tianlin and Qinin had always been regarded as his own younger siblings. For myriad reasons, he could not bear to witness any harm befall them. I must rescue them. But how? Gohan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Gohan standing at the entrance of the ice cream shop, Biddy observed his pallor and sensed his discomfort. Brother Gohan? With keen perception, Tianlin instinctively turned upon hearing Gohan's name. Through the glass window, he glimpsed Gohan at the door. In an instant, Tianlin, Qinin, and Buu all turned their gazes toward Gohan. Chapter 95, the strength of lazuli. Gohan's heart raced, and his pupils constricted to pinpoints. In a sudden panic, he shoved Biddy aside, exclaiming, "Run! It's dangerous here!" With a swift motion, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair stood upright, crackling with electricity, and his once gentle features sharpened into a fierce visage. His piercing gaze locked onto Buu. "Qinin, Tianlin, you both must flee. I will confront this fiend." Biddy, pushed aside, gazed at Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. "So handsome, brother Gohan, don't act rashly. Please, hear me out." Tianlin hurried over to intercept Gohan, while Qinin positioned herself protectively in front of Buu. "Are you suggesting that Buu is actually a good person?" Under the earnest persuasion of Qinin and Tianlin, the 5 of them engaged in a profound discussion. Yes, he was merely deceived, believing that killing was akin to playing a game. He now realizes his mistake and has promised us he will no longer take lives. Indeed, Gogo is right. Buu has pledged not to kill anymore. He even made a pinky promise with Qinin. Qinin firmly believes in Buu's promise. At that moment, Buu approached Gohan and bowed solemnly, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "I am sorry. Although Buu has not yet regained his abilities, his combat strength remains intact. Even if he were to engage Gohan in battle, they would be evenly matched. Moreover, his unexpected abilities could easily lead to Gohan being overwhelmed if he were not cautious." Nevertheless, in order to spare Qinin and Tianlin from discomfort, he resolved to ease the tension with Gohan. After all, just a few days prior, he had nearly dealt Gohan a fatal blow. In truth, he was at fault. Buu's actions left Gohan momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Buu appeared genuinely earnest, as if he were truly remorseful. Furthermore, having spent the day with Qinin and Tianlin, Buu's behavior contrasted sharply with his earlier, more malevolent persona. It was unlikely he would have spared them in the initial moments of his resurrection. Initially, Gohan perceived Buu as childlike, but that perception shifted dramatically after their near-fatal encounter. Though Gohan wished to believe in Buu's redemption, he remained apprehensive about allowing Qinin and Tianlin to remain in his vicinity. As the elder brother, he felt a profound responsibility to ensure the safety of his younger siblings. However, Gohan stole a glance at the side, where Videl was present. Noticing his gaze, Videl responded with a gentle smile. Today marked their first date, and Gohan was unwilling to let it be jeopardized. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he clapped his right hand into his left palm. He thought of Aunt Lazuli. Although Lazuli rarely trained alongside them, Gohan was well aware of her formidable combat prowess. Even his father, Goku, might not surpass her in strength. This was indeed the case. For Lazuli had not neglected her training over the years, her power now reaching a staggering 20 billion. Alongside Moyuan, she had developed a technique that combined the King's Fist with the Saiyan transformation, creating a combat technique tailored to amplify spatial energy, known as Boundless. The principle of Boundless lies in creating a space within the body, typically utilized for energy storage, which can then be infused back into oneself when needed to enhance combat strength. However, Forcibly channeling this energy necessitates a robust physique to endure the influx. As it stands, Lazuli can only withstand a 100-fold increase, exceeding which would inflict severe damage on her body and is not sustainable. Nonetheless, this technique serves as an energy supplement, akin to a blue buff. In a sense, it embodies the achievement of infinite energy. Is also capable of employing this technique, yet he predominantly utilizes it as a means to acquire a blue buff. For the strain he endures from his own transformation is considerably lesser than that incurred by this method. There is simply no need to sacrifice a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. However, this technique can indeed serve as a potent trump card in moments of desperation. Augmenting his transformation. Resolved, Gohan promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. Earlier that morning, he had overheard her mention plans to indulge in a beauty session with Lazuli and Bulma. As they all resided in West City and were wealthy women, it was common for the trio to convene for shopping excursions, having seamlessly transformed into close companions. The call connected swiftly. Gohan. Hello, Mom. Chi-Chi. Gohan? What is the matter? Did your date go well today? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Should I transfer more money to you? Since the family no longer had to fret over financial concerns, Chi-Chi had adopted a more relaxed demeanor, exuding a youthful spirit compared to 7 years prior. Gohan quickly reassured her. No, I have enough money. The reason for my call is to inquire about Aunt Lazuli. Chi-Chi, looking for Lazuli? Gohan. Yes. It's regarding Chi-Chi and Tianlin. Meanwhile, within the confines of the beauty salon, Lazuli reclined on a bed adjacent to Chi-Chi, enjoying a facial mask while a skilled technician massaged her. Upon overhearing Gohan mention matters concerning their children, she contemplated for a moment before responding. I shall come over right away. With a swift search for the spatial imprint left on her children, she teleported instantly. In a brief moment of spatial distortion, Lazuli appeared in the ice cream shop, adorned with her facial mask. Mom! Exclaimed Chi-Nin and Tianlin in unison, immediately clinging to Lazuli's arms like two charming trinkets. Mom, allow me to introduce you to our new friend. His name is Bu. Aunt Lazuli. I sought you out to discuss this matter. Gohan's expression was somewhat serious. In just a few words, he conveyed all the details about Bu to Lazuli. Bu stood nearby, unusually displaying a nervous demeanor, fearing that Lazuli might not favor him and would prevent Chi-Nin and Tianlin from befriending him. Chi-Nin and Tianlin also appeared quite anxious, their hands tightly clutching the edges of their clothes. Observing the three of them in such a state of tension, Lazuli found it rather amusing, particularly Bu, a towering figure of over 2 meters, who nervously fiddled with his gloves. There's no need to be anxious. Your mother will not hinder your friendship, Lazuli gently said as she ruffled Tianlin and Chi-Nin's little heads. Hooray! Long live Mom! They cheered, leaping joyfully while holding hands. However, Gohan still harbored some concerns. Rest assured, Gohan, my dear husband, your Uncle Moya has left plenty of protective measures on these two children. Unless someone possesses greater power than him, they cannot harm them. You should simply enjoy your date. Upon hearing Lazuli's words, Gohan finally felt at ease. Uncle Moyuan's terrifying power could easily vanquish hundreds of Bu with a mere flick of his wrist. Very well, you may continue your play. But I must return to my beauty regimen. As she spoke, Lazuli's form gradually faded, disappearing from sight. Chapter 96. The Kaioshin's Pursuit Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. With a resounding thud, Kaioshin Ashin slammed his hands upon the table, rising in fury. Upon learning that Majin Bu had not perished, he had come to implore Goku to once again intervene and obliterate Bu completely. To his astonishment, Goku revealed that Majin Bu was not inherently malevolent and had even vowed to cease all acts of violence. How could he possibly accept such a notion? 5 Kaioshins had fallen to Bu, leaving only him alive, and countless star systems had been annihilated by the fiend, had it not been for Bibidai's inability to control him. Leading to his eventual sealing, the entire universe would have faced utter destruction. Indeed, I too have perceived Bu's inherent kindness. He resembles a child at heart. Gohan has begun to speak in Bu's defense as well. Suddenly, Kaioshin Ashin recalled a significant detail. Initially, Majin Bu was profoundly wicked, driven solely by a desire for destruction. However, after absorbing the Grand Kaioshin, he seemed to undergo a transformation. His destructive impulses were quelled, leaving behind only a playful spirit. Could this change be attributed to the Grand Kaioshin? As a Kaioshin himself, Ashin possessed some knowledge of the matter. 1,000,000 years prior, the Grand Kaioshin's power was formidable. Had he not expended most of his strength to seal that abomination, Even the insignificant Majin Buu would have been effortlessly eradicated with a mere gesture. Although the Grand Kaishin's power had waned, his spirit remained exceptionally potent. Each time Majin Buu absorbed a being, he also absorbed their soul. It is highly plausible that the overwhelming strength of the Grand Kaishin's soul rendered it dominant over Buu's essence, thus altering his personality entirely. His soul may now be governed by that of the Grand Kaishin, albeit devoid of the latter's memories. If this were the case, could we not consider the current Buu to be a semblance of the Grand Kaishin himself? Yet, even so, the remnants of the malevolent Buu still linger within him. One could fear that one day, the darkness within him might awaken, unleashing untold calamities. Rest assured, Ashen, even if Majin Buu is not entirely benevolent, there are at least 5 individuals on Earth capable of eliminating him. Furthermore, the location of Majin Buu at present is the safest in the world. Should he dare to act recklessly, I assure you he would be instantaneously vanquished. Goku reassured Kaishin Ashen. Is that individual truly as formidable as he seems? To speak candidly, he has consistently harbored a sense of skepticism regarding the mention by Wukong. In his perspective, the existence of a fundamental powerhouse like Wukong on Earth is already an extraordinary anomaly. It is essential to recognize that the majority of formidable beings in the universe cultivate their immense power over extensive lifespans. Take himself as an example. After several million years of cultivation, he has attained a combat strength of 500 billion. Yet, how long has Wukong trained? Nearly a few decades. And he possesses a combat power in the trillions, a rarity in this world. As for his strength surpasses Wukong's by a staggering 100-fold. What does this imply? If that is indeed the case, then all of his millions of years of existence would seem trivial in comparison. Indeed, Wukong nodded emphatically. A Yuan's power is the most terrifying I have ever witnessed. Not just 100 of me, but even 1,000 or 10,000 of me would be effortlessly defeated by him. Wukong had yet to mention that is currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Once completed, his strength would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Otherwise, the god of destruction, Aizen, would likely be left utterly astonished. Well, with no success in persuasion, god of destruction Aizen prepared to depart. He hoped that Majin Buu would indeed refrain from causing havoc as they had claimed. Ha 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 ha. The melodious laughter of a little girl echoed in the air. Buu, fly a bit faster. Chinin sat upon Buu's back, and the two were ready to soar into the city to purchase snacks. After several days of treatment, there was no longer any trace of Wukong's energy within Buu. Chin, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate, Buu cautioned, then commenced to speed up. The exhilaration of such velocity surpassed that of any roller coaster. Not far away, amidst the clouds, god of destruction Aizen and Jebet quietly observed Buu. From Buu's current demeanor, he indeed appeared to be different from what they remembered. Thus, the two of them discreetly continued to monitor Buu from the shadows. When they witnessed Buu accidentally collide with someone, they began to sweat nervously. Surely Majin Buu is not about to resort to violence? However, the ensuing scene shattered their preconceived notions. Buu, seemingly unscathed, nearly caused the other individual to fall to the ground due to his own mass. To their astonishment, Buu approached the fallen person, helped him up, and even offered an apology. The jaws of god of destruction Aizen and Jebet dropped in disbelief. Moments ago, they had been internally sweating for that individual. Jebet exclaimed, "My lord, I too sense that Buu truly seems to have changed for the better. Let us take another look." In truth, the heart of the Supreme Kai, Ashen, has already wavered. He simply cannot let go of the vengeance for the other Supreme Kais who were slain. Alas, Chin, what are you purchasing? Standing by the roadside stall, waiting for the vendor to prepare delectable dishes, Chinin suddenly hears someone calling her name. Turning around, she realizes it is Trunks and Goten. Goten. Trunks, I am buying tempura. At the mention of tempura, the two young boys immediately begin to salivate. No child can resist the allure of crispy fried delights. Vendor, I would like an assorted tempura, please. I want one too. The two eagerly begin to place their orders. However, the vendor, with an apologetic expression, replies, I am sorry, little ones, but everything here has already been sold to this young lady. The expressions on their faces visibly shift to disappointment. Would you like to come to my house for a while? My pigeon is roasting meat, and I have bought many delicious treats. Since they live nearby, they have often visited each other since childhood and are quite familiar. Sure, but I need to call my mom first. Yes, I also need to call my mom. Without hesitation, Goten and Trunks agreed. They then called Bulma and Chi-Chi to inform them. Knowing they were heading to Chinin's house, Bulma and Chi-Chi felt assured and consented without further discussion. Then I will go buy some ice cream, which we can enjoy later. Ice cream? I love ice cream. Could you buy a little extra? A strange voice emerged, and Trunks and Goten turned to see the source of the sound, a colossal figure. Chin. Who is he? Trunks and Goten inquired, looking at Chin. Allow me to introduce you. This is Bu, my good friend. Chin introduced Bu, patting his large belly like a big sister. Chapter 97. Trunks, will cover all expenses. Goten gazed at Bu in astonishment. So you are Bu? Trunks, somewhat curious, asked, do you know him? Goten nodded. Yes, I have heard my brother and father speak of him. He is quite formidable. My brother cannot even defeat him. Wow, he is that powerful. Even Gohan brother cannot defeat him? Upon learning of Bu's immense strength, Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Bu. Let us go, Bu, and buy ice cream together. Whatever we get, today it is on me, Trunks. Trunks tilted his head back, proudly thumping his chest with a resounding sound. Bu glanced at Trunks, then at Chin, and shook his head. No, I want to be with Chin. Although he yearned to indulge in ice cream, Bu was reluctant to leave Chin alone here waiting for the tempura to be ready. How about this? Let us all go buy ice cream together, and after we finish, we can return for the tempura. Chin, noticing Bu's desire, suggested, is that agreeable? Boss. The boss, smiling warmly, replied, of course, go ahead. It will take me a while to finish everything here. Wonderful. Then let us set off together, they declared in unison. The ice cream shop was not far, and they arrived within 10 minutes. As Trunks pushed open the shop's door, he proclaimed with exaggerated flair, choose freely. Today, Trunks, will cover the entire bill. Really? Bu inquired, his finger poised on his lips. Naturally. My family is the wealthiest in the world. There's no need to save. Then I shall not hold back. Subsequently, under Trunks' horrified gaze, Bu emptied the entire ice cream shop including all the other treats. The lovely shop attendant cheerfully beckoned Trunks to pay. For the first time, Trunks found the ice cream seller to be rather detestable. Gazing at the single-digit balance displayed on his phone, he felt an emptiness. As if his very essence had been siphoned away in that moment, the scion of the world's richest family faced bankruptcy on their way back. Trunks moved like a lost soul, a mere shell of himself. Upon returning to the tempura stall, they found their tempura fully prepared and packed into a versatile capsule. Accepting the capsule, Chin climbed onto Bu's back amidst the envious stares of Trunks and Goten. Let us go home. Chin cheered, and Bu soared into the sky. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances before hurriedly pursuing them. Not far behind, Gogeta was eager to follow but was intercepted by King Kaioshin. No need to follow. Let us return, he instructed. Gogeta nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. In the estate of the Moyuan family, a group of children gathered joyfully around a large bonfire, engaging in playful antics. Bu entertained them by demonstrating his ability to consume 99 ice creams in one go. He lifted a substantial bag of ice creams high into the air, launching it upward with great force. Subsequently, Chin, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten skillfully hooked their fingers into Bu's mouth. Pull. At Chinin's command, the four darted off in various directions, like a stretched rubber band. Bu's mouth expanded to an enormous size, resembling a small black hole. The 99 ice creams cascaded down from above, and Bu effortlessly caught them all. He puffed out his cheeks and vigorously chewed on the ice creams. With a resounding duong, he swallowed all 99 in one gulp, patting his belly in satisfaction. Consuming such a copious amount of ice cream at once filled him with immense joy. He now believed ice cream to be the most delectable treat in the world, one he could never tire of. Bu, this time we challenge you to eat barbecued meat. Bu nodded eagerly, excited at the prospect. Soon, a new challenge was set in motion. Contestant, Majin Bu. Challenge, consume 200 pieces of barbecued meat in one sitting. Chin, with her adorable face set in determination, asked, Are you ready, Bu? Bu nodded, his round face displaying unwavering resolve. Ready. Excellent. Chin responded with approval. On your marks. As she spoke, Chin gathered energy into a ki blast, which slowly ascended, glowing like a light bulb in the air. All eyes were fixated on the ki blast. With a bang, it erupted spectacularly, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Upon witnessing the explosion, Chin promptly tossed a large bucket of barbecued meat into the air. Once again, the four children hooked Bu's mouth and pulled outward. Soon, Bu's mouth morphed into a gaping abyss, just as before. Suddenly, Chin realized a critical oversight. She had inadvertently thrown the bucket along with the meat. Moments later, the entire bucket, meat and all, plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the bucket of barbecued meat landed directly into Bu's stomach. Thud, thud, thud. A new cylindrical form of Bu emerged, his unique physique akin to that of a boneless creature, contorting into the shape of a barrel. "Are you all right, Bu?" Chenine rushed over in concern. Bu's body wriggled for a moment before reverting to its original shape. Burp. He let out a loud belch, a look of contentment gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Delicious." Chenine, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten exchanged subtle twitches at the corners of their mouths. Lo and behold, even the iron communication had been consumed alongside. Lazuli reclined in her lounge chair, savoring the barbecued delicacies prepared by her son, the snacks bought by her daughter, and the ice cream purchased by Trunks. As she relished the culinary delights, her gaze drifted toward the resplendent moon suspended in the sky. Lost in contemplation, Lazuli couldn't help but notice that the moon, in her eyes, appeared less than perfectly round. In the depths of the cosmos, in the vast expanse of the void, sat in quiet contemplation. Surrounding him were countless black holes, each a portal to the unknown. Through his keen observation, he discerned that these voids harbored an abundance of malevolent energy. Thus, he had deliberately sought out this singularly unique location, devoid of any celestial bodies. Only an overwhelming multitude of black holes stretched infinitely before him. Guided by the force of his inner vision, tendrils of dark gas began to drift from the black holes, coiling around him like ethereal shadows. As time progressed, the swirling black gas increased in density, enveloping him in an ever-thickening shroud. Moyuan gradually transformed into a black cocoon. From a distance, it resembled a miniature black hole. The malevolent energy was slowly being absorbed by Moyuan's bloodline. The bottleneck that had hindered him for several years grew increasingly tenuous. Moyuan was filled with exhilaration. Once he had absorbed enough malevolent energy, he would be able to transform into the Super Saiyan 3 form. At that moment, his power would surge dramatically, overwhelmed with excitement. Moyuan intensified his efforts to absorb the dark energy, eager to complete his cultivation as soon as possible. Beyond merely seeking to enhance his strength, the most pressing matter weighed heavily on his heart. He longed for his family, his children, and the one he cherished the most. Chapter 98. I have returned, Bu. Bu. In the previous moment, Bu had been contentedly munching on snacks while watching television. However, upon hearing Lazuli call his name, he immediately collapsed onto the sofa, feigning death. Bu. There was no response. Lazuli emerged from the kitchen, spatula in hand, and found Bu on the sofa, eyes tightly shut. It was evident that he was merely pretending to sleep, as he had squeezed his eyes shut so forcefully that his face was contorted. With a swift motion, she delivered 2 solid thumps to Bu's head. Almost instantaneously, his head swelled on either side, resembling 2 freshly steamed buns, which even emitted wisps of steam. Stop pretending. Get up and buy me a bottle of soy sauce. Hiss. Bu cradled his throbbing head, gasping in pain. That hurts. Lazuli. How did you know I was faking? I was doing so well. Bu was utterly perplexed, despite his earnest effort to keep his eyes closed. She had seen through his ruse. Lazuli scoffed with disdain. With such a feeble attempt, anyone with eyes could tell you were pretending to sleep. Enough chatter. Hurry and get the soy sauce. Fine. Bu felt a twinge of defeat, lowering his head as he resignedly climbed off the sofa. Bu had now settled into their home. Whenever Chenine and Tianlin were not in school, he would entertain the 2 children. When they were at school, Bu transformed into a joyous sloth, spending his days lounging on the sofa, watching television, playing on his phone, indulging in games, and snacking. This was far more delightful than the chaos he had wreaked upon planets and lives before his sealing. If he could, Bu would wish to remain at home for eternity, living a life of ease and comfort. Unfortunately, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Moreover, the homeowner possessed the power to subdue him. Terrifying. Terrifying. Like a kite severed from its string, Bu soared through the air, precariously unstable. Though his flight was slow, he soon spotted a supermarket. Wait, a supermarket? Bu suddenly recalled that the snacks at home were nearly depleted, instantly invigorated by the thought. To buy snacks, he murmured joyfully. A broad smile adorning his face as he pushed 2 shopping carts, embarking on his delightful supermarket expedition. Biscuits? Grabbing. Chocolate? Snatching. Potato chips? Taking. Wherever he roamed. Upon spotting his favored treats, Bu unabashedly cleared entire shelves. The carts began to resemble towering edifices, constructed under the guidance of Bu's seemingly unremarkable intellect, which at that moment sparkled with brilliance akin to a seasoned architect. He laid a firm foundation within the carts, and soon, under Bu's masterful orchestration, the snacks reached for the ceiling. Maneuvering the precarious yet steadfast carts to the checkout, onlookers prudently stepped back, wary of the potential collapse. Even those in line ahead of him yielded, allowing Bu to proceed first. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a kind-hearted bunch," oblivious to the fact that their consideration stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Before long, the floor was dotted with numerous bags brimming with snacks, and Bu paid with glee. Using the allowance granted by Lizzie, the remaining funds easily covered dozens more such shopping sprees. "Sir, would you like us to deliver these to your home? We offer complimentary delivery services," the cashier inquired with a warm smile. "How long will it take?" Bu asked. "Approximately an hour," she replied. Upon hearing this, he decisively shook his head. "No, thank you. That's too long." Then, to the astonishment of all present, Bu's body began to elongate, sprouting numerous small hooks. He proceeded to hang each bag on these hooks. Just before departing, a vague sense of forgetting something important washed over him, yet the specifics eluded his memory. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to dismiss it and headed home to indulge in snacks while watching television. Woohoo! The joyous Bu swiftly flew back home. "Lizzie, I'm back," he cheerfully greeted her. "Did you buy snacks?" Lizzie inquired, noticing the multitude of shopping bags adorning Bu. She harbored no objections to his snack purchases, sharing a penchant for them herself. Yes. The snacks at home were running low, so I picked up a few, including your favorite cucumber-flavored chips." Bu proudly presented a bag of the cucumber chips to Lizzie. "Not bad at all." Lizzie gazed at the potato chips, nodding in satisfaction, before inquiring, "What about the soy sauce?" The abrupt silence in the air was unsettling. Bu's smile instantaneously froze, and even the surrounding atmosphere seemed to halt. At that moment, Bu finally recalled the crucial matter he had forgotten: soy sauce. The joyous shopping at the supermarket had caused him to overlook the most important detail. He was doomed. Slowly raising his head, he noticed that Lizzie's eyes had narrowed into slits. Although her expression was obscured, he could distinctly sense the latent hostility emanating from her. "Lizzie, I believe you should allow me to explain. I don't want your opinion. I want my own." Bu was suddenly presented with a freshly steamed meat bun, still radiating warmth. 3 buns perched atop his head like an unstable tripod. "Aren't you going to hurry and buy it?" Lizzie remarked with a smile. Observing Bu rolling on the ground while cradling his head, her words drifting lightly through the air. Yes, Bu exclaimed in terror, scrambling to his feet despite the throbbing pain in his head, bowing and nodding apologetically at Lizzie before hastily exiting, racing towards the supermarket. He procured a bottle of soy sauce at the fastest pace imaginable and hurried back home. Presenting the soy sauce to Lizzie, he said, Chin and Tianlin will be back from school soon, and I must fetch them." He then swiftly departed, eager to distance himself from the scene of his blunder. Lizzie watched Bu's hasty retreat with a smile, unable to suppress her amusement. Since Bu had moved into their home, it had become considerably livelier. Yet, this was a welcome change, bringing a vibrant atmosphere. She sighed, pondering when her husband would return. It had been over 2 months since his last visit. And during Moyuan's breakthrough into Super Saiyan 2, it had only taken 2 months to conclude. Now, it had been over 2 months without any sign of him. Lizzie retrieved the Dragon Ball from her collar, caressing it as she observed the 2 tiny figures within, lost in thought. Thankfully, the Dragon Ball remained intact, otherwise, she would be consumed by worry. As long as the Dragon Ball had not turned to stone, it meant that Moyuan was still safe. Lost in her reverie, Lizzie failed to notice the space behind her distorting. A tall figure materialized out of nowhere, enveloping her in an embrace. "Wife, I have returned." Chapter 99. A cold? "You are." "Wife, I have returned." Moyuan rested his chin upon the rounded shoulder of Lizzie, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. An overwhelming sense of tranquility washed over him. The familiar voice, the comforting embrace, the warmth he recognized, and the scent that captivated him all felt like home. Lizzie's delicate form trembled slightly. In the span of over 2 months, not a single day had passed without her yearning for him. "My dear husband, you have finally returned. How I have missed you." Lizzie turned to face him, her porcelain arms encircling Moyuan's waist. Her small head nestled into his embrace, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent that enchanted her. "I too have missed you, with every moment, every minute, every second." Moyuan held tightly onto Lizzie, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. Suddenly, he felt a weight upon his neck. In the next moment, his lips were sealed, and a delightful sweetness of strawberry flooded his mouth. "Ah, Daddy, you're back. Chin missed you so much." Upon returning home from school, Chin was elated to see the familiar figure of Moyuan. She launched herself into his embrace like a little cannonball, catching him off guard. causing his body to sway slightly from the sheer force of her affection. Moyuan tenderly embraced Qin, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Daddy misses you both dearly," he exclaimed. Qin giggled incessantly, her joy evident. Meanwhile, Tianlin remained composed, clinging tightly to Moyuan's leg, unwilling to let go. Moyuan could not show favoritism. He gently bent down to lift Tianlin. Cradling each child in his arms, he announced, "Let us go. It is time for dinner. Today, Father has prepared your favorite dish, braised pork." "Hooray!" Qin and Tianlin exclaimed in unison. "By the way, there is also Buo." Moyuan noticed the figure standing at the door, seemingly at a loss. Upon hearing Moyuan mention him, Buo grew even more anxious. Before encountering Moyuan, he had already heard numerous tales about him from Qin and Tianlin. In summary, they conveyed that he was exceedingly powerful and not to be trifled with. After all, in the eyes of Qin and Tianlin, their father was an invincible force in the world. Whether it was the formidable Sun Wukong, who had nearly bested him, or the effortlessly dominant Lady, neither could stand as a match against Moyuan. Faced with such immense strength, how could Buo not feel fear? His rebellious spirit had been thoroughly crushed by Lady over the past 2 months. Now, all that remained was a sense of righteousness, devoid of any defiance. Hello, my name is. I am Buo. Buo hurriedly approached Moyuan, so nervous that he struggled to articulate his words, gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him and spoke warmly. "Do not be anxious. Zelia has already shared everything about you. From now on, you may reside here comfortably, considering this place your home and us your family." But stared blankly at its warm smile, his heart enveloped in a singular sentiment. "Is he an angel?" Suddenly, but felt a peculiar sensation in his eyes, as if liquid were beginning to flow from them. It was an odd feeling, one he had never experienced in all his years. Yet, he did not despise it. "Let us go. It is time for dinner," Qin beckoned to Buo. Buo nodded earnestly, raising his hand to wipe away the tears. After their meal, took a moment to observe Buo's physique. After all, this Buo had yet to split into his lighter and heavier selves, retaining a portion of malevolence within. Wished to resolve this issue promptly to prevent any unforeseen complications. "Buo, relax and do not resist. I shall now examine your body." Moyuan's finger gently tapped on Buo's forehead as he softly uttered, "Come forth." Bu took a deep breath and replied, "Let it begin." The essence of flowed from his fingertips into the being of. The structure of his body is remarkably unique, entirely distinct from that of an ordinary human. In fact, he possesses no bones at all. Rather, his form consists solely of a single type of cell, one that can metamorphose into any other cell. Logically, the malevolent incarnation, ought to be imprisoned within S physique, yet traverse the interior without encountering another being. If this is the case, it suggests that the Thin was born later, a manifestation of inner malevolence surging forth and ultimately giving rise to a new entity. Might it be that within him reside 2 souls? After all, transformed into the rotund form only after absorbing the Great Kaioshin, possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding the Great Kaioshin's formidable strength, which undoubtedly exceeds that of. A powerful being is sure to harbor a soul of considerable potency. Hence, the soul of this plump may very well be a new essence formed from the consumption of the Great Kaioshin as soul, resulting in a bifurcation into 2 distinct souls. The original S-soul, being too feeble, has been subdued by this newly emerged essence. The contemplation of Moyuan stems from the fact that after Bu is divided into 2, while the diminutive Bu is vanquished, the rotund Bu continues to exist. If they are indeed manifestations of a singular soul bifurcated into malevolent and benevolent segments, it would parallel the fate of the Supreme Kai and Old Bu, wherein the demise of one would inevitably lead to the extinction of the other. Thus, it is plausible that Bu embodies a duality of souls. Should this hypothesis hold true, Moyuan might employ the ancient technique of soul division practiced by the Supreme Kai, potentially extricating the malevolent essence residing within Bu. With this notion in mind, Moyuan found himself no longer in haste. "All right, it's all settled. You may go watch television now." Upon hearing Moyuan's words, Bu vanished in an instant. For he was not one to exhibit patience. He had endured a lengthy wait moments ago, and now he yearned for snacks, television, and games. Midnight struck. Moyu indulged in a refreshing bath, having gone over 2 months without one. Although he had not perspired significantly, he still felt an undeniable discomfort within. After bathing, Moyu sensed a delightful awakening of his pores, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. He gently toweled his slightly damp hair. Moyuan slowly emerged from the bathroom. "Doctor, it seems that I may have caught a cold." Moyuan was taken aback. A celestial being draped in white lay gracefully, her delicate figure ensconced in a sheer white garment that accentuated her alluring curves, with a pronounced décolletage visible beneath the slightly shortened hem. Her charming navel peeked out enticingly. The white pencil skirt sculpted an astonishing silhouette, while her legs, adorned in white silk, elegantly intertwined. The exquisite beauty of Lazili was further enhanced by a subtle blush, her golden waves cascading in resplendent glory. Moyuan, suppressing the turmoil within, approached and seated himself beside Lazili. He extended his hand to rest gently upon her forehead. A temperature of 40 degrees. This is not merely a cold. It is a fever. Before Moyuan could finish speaking, Lazili, infuriated, threw a pillow that struck him squarely on the face. With an irritable tone, she demanded, "Just tell me whether it will be treated or not." With a serious demeanor, stated, "My lady, a cold necessitates an injection, however. Your condition is rather intricate. I recommend taking your temperature first. Should it be excessively high, an intravenous drip will be required." With that, he raised his hand, and a barrier enveloped the entire room. Chapter 100. No one will come to your aid, even if you scream. The morning sunlight lazily streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow within the room. The figure on the bed, with delicate brows furrowed, sought refuge in a shadowed corner. Feeling a gentle pressure against his chest, gradually opened his eyes to behold a fluffy golden head nestled close. Had a habit of sliding down while sleeping, ultimately curling up against S chest. Moyuan gently caressed the silky long hair of Lazili, his smile radiating with affection. Cradled in his arms was the fragrant softness of jade, and he found it difficult to rise from bed. Moreover, getting up now would inevitably disturb his beloved wife. Observing the slight fatigue etched on Lazili's face, he could not bear to awaken her. It must be said that illness has a way of making one restless. Last night was a tumultuous affair, filled with injections and 4 drips, until the early morning when her fever finally subsided. Do not inquire about the nature of the infusion. It simply was a concoction of longing for you. Everyone must take care of their health and avoid falling ill, if one is a lone wolf. It is even more imperative to safeguard one's well-being, for a sick lone wolf. TSK. As for the children, missing a meal is of little consequence. As the sun reached its zenith, Moyuan and Lazili finally rose from their slumber. Initially, they had intended to hasten to the kitchen to prepare a meal, lest the children go hungry. Upon descending the stairs, however, they discovered their worries were unfounded. Qin, Tianlin, and Bu-O were comfortably settled on the sofa, with Bu-O in the center, while Qin and Tianlin reclined against his soft form. The coffee table was strewn with takeout boxes, and the floor was littered with unopened deliveries. The 3 of them were joyfully indulging in their takeout while watching television, utterly content, and exchanged a glance and shrugged. Well, it seemed they had underestimated the children. "Oh, Mom and Dad, you're awake? Come and eat. We ordered a plethora of delicious dishes," exclaimed upon seeing and descend. "Oh, what delightful treats has our dear procured." Moyuan smiled gently, taking Lazi's hand as they moved to another sofa to sit down. Qin had purchased an abundance of treats, including barbecue, fried chicken, hamburgers, tempura, and an array of delectable snacks. The 3 little ones, with Bu being the youngest at heart, eagerly presented each dish laid out before them, as if seeking praise for their efforts. Moyuan did not hesitate to express his admiration, giving them a thumbs up. Wonderful. As for any notions regarding the unhealthiness of takeout, Moyuan would never utter such words. Given the constitution of their family, even indulging in arsenic would pose no peril. Today being the weekend, Qin and Tianlin were free from school. The family, after a long time apart, gathered together to watch television. After lunch, Moyuan called Bu outside. He intended to see if Bu could attempt to split off the original malevolent Bu. Prior to this, Moyuan had already discussed the consequences of such an act with Bu. Following the split, his power would diminish by at least half. However, the advantage was that he would no longer be influenced by the evil Bu. Without a moment's hesitation, Bu agreed to the split. "Bu, I shall now impart the technique to you. Give it a try." Moyuan's finger pressed gently against Bu's forehead, imparting the technique of soul division to him. Upon receiving the knowledge, Bu commenced the process of division. Qin and Tianlin, the 2 little ones, watched anxiously from the sidelines, their eyes wide with trepidation, fearful of any mishap that might befall Bu. Before long, several pores on his body began to emit steam, suffused with a palpable aura of malevolence. The sharp, piercing sound of a steam whistle echoed incessantly. Bu let out a pained howl as an increasing volume of gas erupted from within him. In a matter of moments, a large mass of gray-blue vapor materialized above his head, resembling a looming storm cloud. After expelling the gas, Bu was drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, appearing utterly drained and remarkably weakened, glanced at Bu, noting that the power within Bu had diminished to 90 billion in combat strength. A reduction of just over half. Qinin and Tianlin, the two young ones, could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed over to help Bu to his feet. Did not intervene. At this moment, Bu had completed his division. How does it feel? Bu took a couple of deep breaths and replied, I feel somewhat weakened. My power has diminished significantly, yet I also sense a considerable lightness throughout my being. Moyuan nodded slightly. This was not difficult to comprehend previously. Bu's soul had to allocate a portion of its power to suppress another soul. Now that suppression was no longer necessary, it naturally became easier. At this moment, his body was entirely his own. After separating from the malevolent part, Bu's aura seemed as if it had been purified, devoid of any sinister essence. Meanwhile, the ominous black clouds that loomed in the sky, exuding a malevolent energy, began to shrink and gradually solidify. Before long, a gaunt, gray version of Bu materialized in the air. The nefarious aura quickly attracted the attention of Goku and the others. Piccolo and Dandy were also watching the live broadcast from the temple. With his ability to instantaneously move, Goku appeared in an instant. Hey, Yuan, you have finally returned. Yes, I just came back yesterday. What is the situation now? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Goku inquired. That is the evil part that split from Bu. Once we deal with it, there will no longer be an evil Bu. Goku nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he seemed so weak. The emaciated Bu in the air now felt a sense of panic. Although he had been suppressed within Bu, he was well aware of the events occurring outside. Before he had split, the three present could easily overpower him. Now, his strength was just slightly over half. As for the thought of devouring Fat Bu, he should abandon that notion and instead focus on preserving his own life. Moyuan, Zili, and Wukong completely disregarded the Thin Bu. Engrossed in their own conversation and paying no heed to his thoughts, Thin Bu felt utterly miserable. He was unable to fight back, and remaining suspended in midair only made him appear foolish. He longed for Moyuan and the others to grant him a swift resolution to his plight, yet he hesitated at the thought of death. After much inner turmoil, Thin Bu resolved not to remain idle any longer. Suddenly, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. He had fled, though malevolent. Thin Bu was not foolish. He would never recklessly confront an adversary he knew he could not defeat. Wait, how did he escape? Wukong exclaimed, astonished. As he pointed at the empty sky, Moyuan smiled nonchalantly, fully aware that there was no escape for him. He then extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Truth be told, it was unnecessary to snap his fingers, yet, without a touch of theatrics, who would recognize his handiwork? With a thud, the once-escaped Shobu-O reappeared before them. Shobu-O, resembling a frightened girl confronted by a villain, collapsed to the ground. Terror etched across his face as he began to scream. Scream all you want. Even if you were to lose your voice, no one would come to your rescue. For reasons unknown, a thought suddenly surged within Moyuan's mind. Chapter 101. The Demise of Shobu-O. Shobu-O am engulfed in panic. The individuals before me wear twisted smiles, reminiscent of the deranged. What am I to do? Who can save me? At this moment, Shobu-O longs to return to the confines of Bu-O's body. Though perpetually restrained, at least he could still cling to life, could he not? Presently harbors two thoughts. One is to obliterate the slender Bu directly, and the other is to allow Bu to absorb him. After contemplation, ultimately resolves to annihilate him outright. Although permitting Bu to absorb him would restore Bu's strength, there lingers a concern that his soul might not be entirely consumed, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Furthermore, the marginal increase in Bu's power holds little significance, as there are no formidable adversaries that necessitate his resolution. With this decision made, Moyu gazed intently at the slender Bu. An invisible aura pressing down upon him like an immense mountain. Within the depths of Bu's fearful eyes, Moyu slowly raised his hand. With a gentle clench of his open palm, Bu vanished in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Wow, Yuan, you have grown even stronger, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at how effortlessly Moyu could obliterate the formidable Bu, whose combat power stood at a staggering 1 trillion, without even needing to transform. Moyuan smiled faintly. I've made some modest progress during this seclusion. After breaking through to the Super Saiyan 3 form, Moyuan's combat power had skyrocketed to 100 billion. Moreover, The amplification of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation was a staggering 5,000-fold, combined with his ki intensity being 15 times stronger than an ordinary warrior. His current maximum combat power could reach an astonishing 7,500 trillion. At present, such power could almost be considered invincible. In his base Super Saiyan form alone, Moyuan could effortlessly overpower Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 state. So, you can transform into a Super Saiyan 3 now? Yes, I can. Goku scratched his head in confusion. That's strange. Last time when you broke through to Super Saiyan 2, your energy rippled all the way to Earth. Why was there no disturbance this time? If I hadn't seen you today, I would have thought you hadn't even returned yet. Ah, that's right. Hearing Goku's words, Lazuli also found it peculiar. Indeed, last time when Moyuan made his breakthrough, I could sense that terrifying energy even from Earth. Logically, his ascension to Super Saiyan 3 should have caused an even greater commotion. Yet this time, there was no sign of it at all. Frowning slightly, Lazuli turned to Moyuan. So, what exactly is the reason for this? Tenderly pinched her nose. The location of my recent cultivation is exceedingly distant from Earth, and I exerted considerable effort to locate it. So that is the case. Upon hearing's words, they comprehended the situation. After all, the universe is vast, and even the mightiest aura may fail to reach certain realms. Wukong, is this the individual you spoke of as the strongest on Earth? Suddenly, King Kai Asin and his servant Jebet appeared. King Kai Asin and Jebet had remained on Earth, uneasy about Bu's presence. The moment the sinister aura of the emaciated Bu manifested, they utilized instant teleportation to rush over, albeit cautiously, in truth, rather timidly, choosing to observe from a distance. They then witnessed effortlessly vanquishing the frail Bu. This sight left them utterly astounded, rendering their mouths agape. Such an exaggeration. Aside from the Grand Kai, he had never encountered anyone so formidable. Even the other Kai's strengths paled in comparison. Moreover, to his knowledge, possessed the same Scion lineage as Wukong. Remarkably, he had not even transformed. He was able to obliterate that malevolent Bu merely with his base combat power. How immensely powerful must he be in his transformed state? After all, even Wukong could ascend to the 3rd level. And King Kai Asin found it hard to believe that someone as powerful as would be incapable of such a feat. This implies that true strength is at least several hundred times greater than what he has thus far exhibited. If King Kai Asin were aware that transformations yield a fundamentally different enhancement than Wukong's, he would likely faint from sheer terror. Asin, you have yet to meet this individual. Correct? He is the most noble deity in this universe, the King Kai, Wukong introduced earnestly. Not at all, King Kai Asin responded, waving his hands repeatedly. In the presence of such a powerhouse as, he dared not adopt any airs. You may call me Asin, just Asin. Observing Asin's flustered demeanor was somewhat amusing. Well, Asin, I am. You may call me Yin, or simply my name, he replied. All right. To be candid, Asin still felt a twinge of apprehension. A single mage and Bu had decimated their ranks, leaving only him. If this individual were to unleash his fury, who in the universe could possibly restrain him? Unless the Grand Kai were to be resurrected and restored to his peak condition, but that seems utterly impossible. Yin, I wish to witness your Super Saiyan 3 power. Wukong was filled with curiosity. It was certain that he could not defeat him. Even when he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he was already outmatched. Nevertheless, he yearned to witness the true extent of his current strength. He wished to understand just how formidable humanity could truly become, as this knowledge would greatly aid in his own cultivation. Indeed, I too am eager to witness it. At that moment, Vegeta arrived. Much like Wukong, Vegeta was equally intrigued by his prowess. It wasn't just Wukong and Vegeta, in fact, and her 2 children, as well as even Bu, were all filled with curiosity. However, felt a twinge of concern. Darling, you won't end up like Wukong, will you? With that spiky hair and your eyebrows gone? As she pondered this, she couldn't help but shiver. No, she simply could not accept it. It was rather unappealing. Was she truly so disdainful of Wukong's transformation? Affectionately brushed his fingers against Lotzi Li's nose. She pouted her delicate, rosy lips, saying, It's not that I dislike it. It's just not very appealing. Wukong, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. Hey, I'm still here. Can you wait until I leave to critique? Lotzi Li chuckled and apologized. My apologies, I completely forgot about you just now. I promise it won't happen again. Nevertheless, Wukong felt she would undoubtedly do so in the future. All right then, what can I do? I can't fight. Her husband. Chapter 102. 2 good fruits, let us change the venue. I certainly don't want to turn my home into a battlefield. Moyuan cast a glance at the villa behind him and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, a group of individuals was transported to an unknown star domain, far removed from the solar system. Jebbet and Ashington were taken aback, utterly astonished that Moyuan could achieve such instantaneous relocation without any physical contact. However, they soon realized that the others exhibited no surprise at all, as if they had become accustomed to such phenomena. "Come, let me witness the extent of your current power," Vegeta declared candidly. "But do pay close attention, do not even blink." With his fist resting upon his waist, summoned all his might. Suddenly, a resplendent violet flame enveloped him, and his aura began to ascend dramatically. This cataclysmic presence generated an overwhelming force. Under its influence, and were propelled backward with tremendous force, while and her companions remained untouched, shielded by the protective barrier that had previously established such strength, and were left astounded, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The sheer momentum sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to swiftly adopt their most formidable forms to withstand the onslaught of this energy. In contrast, and had already retreated to a safe distance, trembling in fear and daring not to approach. With a crackling sound, bolts of black lightning, shimmering with silver hues, materialized from thin air, coiling around S-form. A closer inspection revealed that these bolts had coalesced into several serpentine dragons of lightning, undulating chaotically against S-body. His violet hair deepened in hue, transforming from its previously erect stance to cascade gracefully down his back. In a matter of moments, as short hair had transformed into flowing locks that danced with the wind, the change seemingly influenced by a sinister power. After transforming into a super scion, Moyuan, who was originally imbued with righteousness, now exudes a hint of wicked charm, resembling a debonair scion of chaos. How handsome! Lazili gazed at Moyuan with infatuation, her cheeks flushed, and her thoughts escaped her lips unconsciously. Moyuan reigned in his aura, his figure flickering before materializing beside Lazili. He enveloped her delicate waist, which felt almost boneless under his grasp, with his large hand, and leaned down to gently peck her crimson lips. The corners of Moyuan's lips curled upwards, his devilishly charming smile possessing an enchanting allure that made Lazili's heart race, akin to a lost fawn frantically bounding within her chest. "My esteemed lady, I wonder if my current appearance can capture your discerning gaze?" The melodious voice of Moyuan roused Lazili from her slumber. Oh dear. Upon recalling her earlier infatuated demeanor, Lazili felt as though her face had been ignited, and the heat refused to dissipate. She covered her face with both hands, overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment at the thought of facing anyone. After so many years together, with their child now grown, she believed she had become accustomed to Moyuan's handsome visage. Yet today, with his new look, she found herself utterly undone, reminiscent of the innocent shyness she felt during the early days of their romance. But truly, he is so incredibly handsome. "Mom and Dad, it seems like you're in a television drama," came the voice of Chin, and turned their heads in unison, and sat cross-legged in the void, resting their chins on their hands, watching the two with great interest, resembling their familiar demeanor when watching television at home. Although they often shared sweet moments in front of the children, this time shyly buried her head in his embrace, unable to meet the children's gaze. Ahem. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in, and exchanged puzzled looks. "Ah, is this your latest form? It truly is impressive," exclaimed excitedly as he dashed over, already beginning to stretch his limbs, eager to engage. Though he knew he could not win, he still felt compelled to take a shot. Such is the nature of, too, had transformed into his strongest state yet. Moyuan gently patted Lazili on the back before releasing her. Lazili, along with her two children in view, retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the impending battle. With a sly smile, she glanced at Goku and Vegeta, teasingly asking, "Are you prepared to take your blows one by one, or shall you face them together?" Humph. Although Vegeta recognized the truth in Moyuan's words, he could not suppress his irritation. Goku, on the other hand, was unfazed and exclaimed with excitement, "Let's take them on together. I can hardly wait." "Then let it be so." Moyuan beckoned them with a flick of his finger. "Don't underestimate me." Vegeta, like a powder keg, was quick to ignite. He was acutely aware of being no match for Moyuan, yet he could not tolerate being belittled. It struck at his pride. In an instant, Vegeta's fury erupted, and he elevated his energy to its peak. With astonishing speed that resembled instantaneous movement, he closed the distance to Moyuan, his fists and feet propelled by an overwhelming blend of rage and power, striking toward Moyuan at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. However, appeared utterly relaxed, his body swaying gently as he effortlessly evaded all of Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta, wait for me to join in. In mere seconds, and Vegeta had exchanged countless blows. Goku couldn't contain his annoyance any longer and rushed in to assist Vegeta in assaulting. The duo flanked him from either side. Unfortunately, their swiftest maneuvers seemed excruciatingly sluggish in his eyes. The vast disparity in combat prowess rendered capable of perceiving their movements with remarkable clarity, even without the aid of keen sight. Goku had a habit of shouting while engaged in battle, though was not physically struck. He found himself quite disturbed by the incessant clamor. Amidst the onslaught from his two adversaries, he yawned in boredom, nonchalantly using his pinky to scratch at his buzzing ear, which had been vexed by his incessant noise. How infuriating! Those scoundrels! And were driven to the brink of frustration by his languid demeanor. Their assaults, fueled by irritation, escalated to an entirely new level. Regrettably, this surge in their efforts was akin to a mere child transitioning from the age of 3 to 4, utterly inconsequential. I shall no longer engage. You are simply too feeble. Moyuan slowly raised his hands, placing them between the brows of Vegeta and Goku. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts as they attempted to evade the impending touch. However, despite the seemingly leisurely motion of Moyuan, their efforts to escape were utterly futile. With a flick of his fingers, struck the foreheads of both warriors, Wukong and Vegeta. Instantly, they were sent hurtling backward as if struck by a train, crashing into a nearby meteorite. In that fleeting moment of impact, they seemed to perceive a choir of celestial beings encircling their heads, serenading them with ethereal melodies. Lightly blew on his fingers, remarking with a sense of wonder. The sound is crisp. They are indeed two splendid melons. Chapter 103. The dazzling entrance of Bakong. Goku and Vegeta struggled amidst the rubble for quite some time before finally emerging. They both clutched their buzzing heads, still somewhat disoriented, feeling as though their minds were enveloped in a thick haze. After a considerable pause, they began to feel somewhat better, only to discover an unfortunate development. Both of them had developed a noticeable bump on their foreheads. Though small, resembling that of a dumpling, it appeared quite conspicuous on their brows. Vegeta, are you attempting to learn the third eye technique like Tien Shinhan? Goku laughed heartily, pointing at the bump on Vegeta's forehead while clutching his belly in mirth. Kakarot, you are no better. Vegeta's fists clenched, and he forced out the words through gritted teeth, barely containing his anger. But what of Goku? He continued to laugh. I know, but you truly look hilarious like this. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the air. Goku and Vegeta turned simultaneously to see Laziri tapping her screen a few times before quietly placing her phone down. Laziri, what are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Laziri remained remarkably calm. Oh, nothing, just sharing life. Sharing with whom? With your wives. Quick, retract it. Not only Vegeta, but even Goku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Laziri waved the phone in front of them. Too late, they've already seen it. Then Goku and Vegeta caught sight of the images on the phone. Laziri, image Chi-Chi. Bulma. I'm in stitches. JPG Bulma. Laziri, dear friend, please take more pictures. JPG Bulma, I must print these out and decorate the entire room with them. JPG Bulma, let us see if Vegeta dares to give me the cold shoulder again. JPG Chi-Chi. Well, I raise my hand one. JPG damn it. Vegeta roared. Why is there a signal here? Laziri silently shook her head, smiling without a word. As someone who manipulates space, is it really so difficult to find a signal? Behind Lazili, Moyuan quietly set down his phone and sent her several images. He then silently tucked his phone away, concealing his contributions and achievements. The phone vibrated a few times, and Lazili saw the images sent by Moyuan. One hand raised a thumb behind her back, while the other selected the images for a quick forward. Lazili, image Lazili, image Lazili, image Lazili, image Bulma, good sisters, shake hands. JPG Chi-Chi, good sisters. May our collaboration be delightful. JPG Vegeta, the situation has escalated to this point. I believe we must take action. Goku's expression was grave. Kakarot, what do you propose? Fusion. What? Vegeta immediately began to shake his head in refusal. You want me to perform that foolish gesture? Absolutely not. Goku looked at Vegeta with utmost seriousness. Do you wish to continue to submit helplessly under Moyuan's tyranny? It is time for us to rise. Upon hearing Goku's resolute tone, Vegeta felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, the thought of that shameful fusion gesture sent a shiver down his spine. No, I will never perform such a disgraceful act. Moyuan had mastered the Metamoran fusion technique years ago and had instructed Goku in its intricacies. He certainly had no intention of practicing it himself. No, absolutely not. After learning the technique, Goku had persistently urged Vegeta to fuse, but Vegeta would rather endure Moyuan's wrath than engage in that humiliating display. After being rebuffed by Vegeta, Goku sought out Lapis, but she too was unwilling. With no other options, Goku had to abandon his fusion aspirations. However, today he rekindled the idea of fusion. Convinced that it was the moment when Vegeta would be most likely to acquiesce, Goku pulled Vegeta aside, and the two began to converse quietly. What exactly transpired between them remained a mystery. After several minutes, Vegeta, his face flushed with embarrassment, finally consented to Goku's proposal. Nevertheless, Vegeta had one stipulation. Let us fuse somewhere else. Otherwise, we will surely be photographed again. Without hesitation, Goku nodded in agreement. Without Vegeta's prompting, he would not transform here. For the risk of being captured in photos, or even videos, was far too great. Then, with a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, Goku activated instant transmission, and they departed. As and watched the two figures vanish, they exchanged a knowing glance, a mischievous smile gracing their faces. In an instant, the two disappeared from their location. Not far from where they had just been, on a distant planet, and arrived via instant transmission. After years of training, had mastered the art of instant transmission, enabling him to execute short-distance jumps without relying on energy locks. After surveying the surroundings to ensure they were alone, began to teach the fusion dance. Unbeknownst to them, a spatial layer existed not far ahead. Holding her phone, pointed the camera at and. Indeed, she was live streaming. Of course, the audience consisted solely of and. As watched awkwardly perform the dance, she laughed so hard that her sides began to ache. Amidst her laughter, she opened the screen recorder. Such delightful moments should not be confined to fleeting enjoyment. They deserve to be immortalized. At the very least, it should be treasured as a family heirloom, allowing future generations to admire its grace and prowess. After a few attempts, was utterly embarrassed, hastily asserting that he had mastered the dance and urging to commence the fusion. Positioning themselves on either side, they synchronized their movements. In no time, a brilliant blue light enveloped and, tada! Oh no, it was affectionately dubbed, making a dazzling entrance. It turned out that during the final step, had not extended his index finger, but rather made contact with his finger using his fist, resulting in a failed fusion and transforming him into hilarious. And, hidden within the spatial layer, were laughing so hard they began to pound the ground. Meanwhile, and at home were also doubled over with laughter, clutching their stomachs and hammering the sofa in delight. While laughing, they made sure to capture screenshots to preserve their husbands' amusing images, ensuring that these would serve as treasured family heirlooms, deserving of meticulous care. The rotund, brimming with arrogance, bellowed defiantly, "Humph! This time, watch how I trample you. I will return to you the humiliation you've inflicted upon me over the years all at once." Very well, this was unmistakably a statement laden with essence. Chapter 104, quite exciting. The boastful was completely oblivious to the fact that his strength had not only failed to increase but had diminished even further compared to his pre-fusion state. His battle power stood at a mere 10 billion, perfectly illustrating the principle that 1 plus 1 can indeed be less than 1. Ha 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 ha. Your time is up. As Beikong laughed heartily, he pressed his finger to his forehead, preparing to teleport back. Witnessing this scene, Moyuan and Lazili promptly vanished from their spot, returning to their original location ahead of him. Simultaneously, Lazili swiftly concealed her phone within a spatial compartment, continuing her live broadcast. In the next moment, Beikong also reappeared through teleportation. Moyuan, if you beg for mercy now, Lord Vegeta might consider going easy on you. Beikong exclaimed boastfully as he landed, completely oblivious to the fact that he had transformed into a flawed version of himself. Who was this uncle? The sudden appearance of Beikong left Qinin, Tianlin, and Bu perplexed. The three tilted their heads, racking their brains to deduce the identity of the stranger. Ah, he is the fusion of your Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta. Although a minor error occurred during the merging process, Lazili explained as she stepped beside them to clarify. Oh, the three little ones suddenly understood. No wonder I sensed the presence of Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta in him. So that's how it is. Moyuan gazed at Beikong's short stature, unable to suppress a chuckle. Supporting his forehead and bowing his head, he stifled laughter to the point that his entire body quivered. In Beikong's eyes, however, Moyuan appeared to be intimidated, trembling under the overwhelming aura of dominance that emanated from him. Humph, are you frightened? That is only to be expected, after all. I am none other than the mightiest warrior in the universe, Lord Vegeta. Beikong, with his protruding belly, proudly placed his hands on his hips and elevated his chin. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, lacking professional training, Moyuan could not restrain his laughter any longer. What are you laughing at? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror first? Moyuan conjured a large mirror and placed it before Beikong. How dare he mock me, Lord Vegeta? Beikong glared at his overly nourished reflection in the mirror, his anger boiling over. With a single fist, he shattered the glass. Even if you begged for mercy, I would not spare you. Thud, thud, thud. Beikong, like an astonishingly resilient meatball, bounced a few times in the void before charging towards Moyuan. However, the speed he exhibited was such that had Moyuan been smoking, he would have had ample time to light a cigarette and take a couple of puffs before Beikong reached him. Noticing Moyuan's seemingly indifferent demeanor only fueled Beikong's fury further. He swung his fist toward Moyuan's face with great force. As the distance closed, a triumphant smile spread across Beikong's face. Moyuan slowly raised his arm, just as Beikong's fist was mere centimeters away from his face. His body came to an abrupt halt as if colliding with a wall. Moyuan's large hand pressed firmly against Beikong's head, vividly illustrating the stark contrast in their arm lengths. This seemingly trivial distance of mere centimeters felt as insurmountable as the divide between heaven and earth. Moyuan smirked mischievously. Beikong, have you ever experienced a roller coaster? Before Beikong could fully comprehend the situation, Moyuan's arms swiftly elongated, much like a roller coaster. His arm twisted and turned in the void, causing Beikong's stomach to churn uncontrollably. Ultimately, Moyuan seized Beikong's head and with a powerful flick, sent him soaring through the cosmos. Beikong collided with several fragments of meteors before crashing violently into a planet. Moyuan possesses the genes of the Namekians, allowing him to extend his arms effortlessly. Mother, why are you blushing? Shinin gazed in confusion at the unusually flushed face of Lazili. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel a bit warm. Shinin, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed. It doesn't seem warm at all. In fact, it feels rather cool. A wave of heat washed over Lazili's face, as technique was something she had experienced several times. How to describe that sensation? It was rather exhilarating. In the live stream, Bulma and Chi-Chi were fervently tagging Lazili. Bulma, Lazili, dear friend, why are you so flustered? JPG Bulma, Lazili. Why is your face turning red? Are you feeling shy? Hiki. JPG Chi-Chi, Lazili, I'm quite curious as well. Winking. JPG. Lazili decisively activated the mute mode. These two mischievous girls. Lazili silently cursed. So painful. Beikong crawled out from the deep pit. At that moment, he was covered in wounds of various sizes, his face bruised and battered. Several of his teeth had been knocked out. He looked quite pitiful. So what now? Do you still want to fight? A familiar voice echoed once more, causing Beikong's entire body to tremble with trepidation. He raised his head to look. Moyuan stood at the edge of the vast pit, a smile gracing his features as he regarded himself. Humph, today I shall spare you, Lord Gogeta. But remember, do not act so arrogantly before me again, otherwise I will not show you any mercy. Despite the fear that churned within him, Beikong would never yield. His resolve was as unyielding as diamond. With that, Beikong scampered away with surprising speed, even faster than during battle. Could it be that his instinct for survival had awakened a hidden potential within him? Moyuan gently stroked his chin, secretly intrigued. Beikong darted into a pile of rubble, concealing himself. Like a thief, he cautiously glanced around, and upon confirming that Moyuan had not pursued him, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite his appearance suggesting he had sustained grave injuries, in truth, he was merely experiencing slight discomfort. It was merely superficial wounds. One could assert that although his combat prowess post-fusion was a mere 10 billion, his defensive capabilities had undoubtedly reached an astounding 100 billion, significantly enhancing his resilience. How could this be? How could Lord Vegeta be unable to defeat this Moyuan? Beikong was utterly perplexed, completely unaware that his current state was a consequence of a failed transformation. After lingering there for an additional 20 minutes, his fusion time finally elapsed. A burst of radiance enveloped him, and he once again separated into Goku and Vegeta. As soon as they parted, Vegeta seized Goku by the collar with a furious demeanor. Kakarot, did you not assert that our combined strength would undoubtedly vanquish Moyuan? What is happening now? Vegeta was nearly beside himself with rage. After performing such a humiliating act, they ended up with this pitiful result. Not only had they been mocked by Moyuan, but they had also endured an unnecessary beating. Who could possibly accept such a fate? Goku, having been spat upon, awkwardly chuckled. He too was bewildered. He had meticulously followed the instructions imparted by the Namekians, so how could this have occurred? The two Namekians who taught him the fusion technique had experienced a dramatic surge in power after their own fusion. Chapter 105. The Mighty Gogeta Vegeta. Consider whether you might have erred in that last step, Goku suggested. Vegeta retorted, how could that be? I executed it precisely as you instructed. Goku rose to demonstrate once more. Vegeta, did you not perform it exactly as I did? Any minor deviation could lead to a failed transformation. After Goku leaped through the motions, he inquired, and Vegeta noticed that Goku's final index finger was extended, realizing he had neglected to do so himself. However, as the Prince of all Scions, how could he possibly admit to making a mistake? Indeed, I executed it exactly as you taught, without any errors, Vegeta declared emphatically. Though his tone was resolute, the evasive glimmer in his eyes did not escape Goku's notice. Understanding Vegeta's pride, Goku chose not to expose him. Vegeta, let us attempt it once more. This time it will surely succeed. Goku clung to Vegeta, refusing to relent. Absolutely not. You shall not coax me into performing that ridiculous move again. Vegeta turned his head away, preferring to keep his eyes from witnessing the scene. Please, just one more time. Won't you, Vegeta? Goku implored, his hands clasped in desperate supplication. No matter where Vegeta went, Goku followed. Forget it, Kakarot. I will absolutely, unequivocally not perform that maneuver again. Come on, Vegeta, think about it, Goku urged. We've already created so much hilarity today. Now we have a chance to confront Moyuan. If we fail to fuse, we will have truly squandered this opportunity. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, though his gaze betrayed a hint of wavering resolve. Sensing this, Goku unleashed his ultimate persuasion. Consider, Vegeta, how you will face Bulma when you return home. Do you truly wish to forego the chance to give Ayuan a good thrashing? Goku's words whispered like a devil's temptation, deeply enticing Vegeta. He lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Goku's reasoning was sound. To give up now would render him nothing more than a clown in a circus, merely a source of amusement. Most importantly, if Bulma had indeed adorned their home with those photographs, they would become the kings of the card deck. Just this once, this is the final time. I shall never fuse with you again, Vegeta declared, raising a finger, his face flushed with embarrassment. All right, the last time. We must teach Ayuan a proper lesson this time, Goku replied, his tone filled with indignation. Let us commence. With that, Goku and Vegeta assumed the posture for the metamor infusion technique once more. After a series of comical movements, their index fingers finally touched. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted forth, a colossal beam of light shooting skyward, illuminating the starry expanse. This aura manifested into a formidable cosmic tempest, reinforced the protective shield, finally managing to fend off the tempest. Axin and Gogeta cowered behind Bu-O, trembling in fear. The magnitude of this power is truly terrifying. Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, had there been such a formidable being in the universe at that time, the other Kaioshins would not have met their demise. Gogeta couldn't help but express his thoughts. Moyuan narrowed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. It was not fear, but rather exhilaration. After all these years, apart from the formidable silver Shallow he encountered 7 years ago, he had not met a rival as powerful as himself. Although he was aware of many beings stronger than him in the universe, most of those he knew were mighty figures from other realms. As for the 7th universe, there were indeed numerous strong contenders. However, with his current combat prowess, he would likely meet his demise if confronted by them. As for Gogeta, he would at most receive a thorough beating. The fusion technique of the Metamorans is akin to that achieved through the use of Patera earrings. Both methods result in a multiplication of their combat powers. However, if one were to ascertain which is superior, it is undoubtedly the Patera fusion of Vegeta that reigns supreme. This is due to the fact that, prior to the Metamor infusion, the two individuals must synchronize their energy levels. For instance, Gogeta currently has a combat power that has been adjusted to 10 billion, with both Vegeta and Goku calibrating their strengths accordingly. Thus, Gogeta's combat prowess amounts to a staggering 10 billion multiplied by 10 billion, yielding a total power of 1 Yodaton. Conversely, with Patera fusion, their strengths are directly multiplied at their peak capacities. Thus, 12 billion multiplied by 20 billion results in a phenomenal 2 for Yodaton of combat power. If the maximum combat strengths of both were identical, then the difference between the Metamor infusion and Patera fusion would be negligible. Here they come. Moyuan gazed excitedly in a particular direction. In the next moment, a man clad in a combat vest reminiscent of a Metama alien soared towards him. He bore the physical traits of both Goku and Vegeta, his well-defined muscles prominently displayed. Although his hair stood upright, it remained black, indicating that he had yet to transform and was merely in his base state. Watching the live broadcast, Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. A heart-fluttering sensation enveloped her. It was a troubling yet exhilarating realization. Her two most cherished men had merged into one, embodying her ideal partner, the visage of Vegeta. Regardless of the angle from which it was perceived, profoundly captivated Bulma's heart. As for Chi-Chi, truth be told, though she hesitated to admit it, she too was undeniably struck by his handsomeness. Meanwhile, Lazuli cast a concerned glance at Moyuan. The immense power radiating from Vegeta was overwhelmingly superior, nearly a billion-fold stronger than Moyuan. Such a disparity in combat prowess rendered the outcome unmistakable, even without a confrontation. Lazuli quietly severed the mobile signal. Though they were close friends, she could not bear to expose them to the sight of her husband being overpowered. Should they inquire, she would simply explain that Vegeta's overwhelming strength had disrupted the space, preventing her from maintaining the signal. Yes, that would suffice. Moyuan pinched Razuli's nose gently and reassured her, "Do not worry. Although I may not be able to defeat him, I am not so feeble. Moyuan, today I, Lord Vegeta, shall teach you a lesson." Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance, hands firmly placed on his hips. As the flames of determination reignited within him, Moyuan became enveloped in black lightning, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet, under the oppressive aura of Vegeta, he felt as insignificant as a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, weak and powerless. "Come, Vegeta, I am eager to witness the extent of your current strength." With Vegeta's overwhelming presence bearing down on him, Moyuan's blood surged with fervor, his fighting spirit ignited as he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. Chapter 106, Vegeta's Fury. Moyuan, today I shall avenge my past humiliations and repay all the indignities I have endured. Vegeta's fingers gradually coalesced into a fist. His aura crashing against Moyuan like tumultuous waves. Stood resolutely, his inner vision sharpened, his aura reaching its zenith. This battle was destined to be the most arduous he had faced since arriving in this world. In stark contrast, appeared to be at ease, seemingly relishing the overwhelming sensation akin to those times when had dominated them. The sheer magnitude of power was indeed intoxicating. Let us commence without delay. Your time is fleeting. A smirk graced his lips. Since you are so eager to seek torment, I shall oblige. Rather than launching an immediate attack, retrieved a mobile device, activating its recording function. I intend to capture every moment of your defeat for future enjoyment. Ahaha. After positioning the phone, struck with lightning speed. To the naked eye, S movements were imperceptible. Yet, through his inner vision, he discerned every motion with clarity. Just as Strike was poised to land, transformed his form into spatial particles, evading the blow. He actually dodged? A hint of surprise flickered across face. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he had unleashed 30% of his speed. Logically, such a vast disparity should have rendered evasion impossible. Intriguing. With a playful smile, initiated another assault. Moyuan remained utterly tense, meticulously observing every subtle movement of Vegeta. Just before he could launch an attack, Moyuan deftly evaded. After a brief exchange, not only did Vegeta fail to land a single blow on Moyuan, but he also found himself struck several times in return. Although Moyuan's strikes felt merely like a tickle to him, it was nonetheless a source of considerable embarrassment. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. This time, he unleashed half of his power. In a flash, Vegeta's kick connected with Moyuan, sending him crashing through a planet with tremendous force. How astonishingly swift. In the void, Moyuan stood with one arm hanging limply at his side. After Vegeta had accelerated, although he could still perceive Vegeta's movements with his inner eye, he found himself unable to react in time. In a moment of desperation, he could only feebly raise his arm to block. At that instant, Vegeta had delivered a blow that shattered the bones in Moyuan's dangling arm into dust. Yet, such an injury was of little consequence to Moyuan. With the flow of willpower coursing through him, his arm was restored to its former state in an instant. Frustratingly, Vegeta appeared with his phone in hand but captured nothing. Their battle unfolded at such a velocity that the camera could not record any moment. He had intended to film Moyuan's injury, but by the time he arrived, Moyuan had already healed. Vegeta increased his speed once more, holding his phone in one hand while striking with the other. However, despite his enhanced speed, his power remained restrained, as he feared unintentionally delivering a fatal blow to Moyuan. To Moyuan, Vegeta's speed now bore little distinction from instantaneous movement. Unable to keep pace with Vegeta any longer, Moyuan simply closed his inner eye and relied on instinct to engage in combat. The two moved so swiftly that their figures became almost imperceptible, as if they had entered an alternate dimension to fight. Yet, the shockwaves generated by their clash caused the surrounding planets to gradually disintegrate into nothingness. The disparity in speed left Moyuan consistently on the receiving end of blows. Nevertheless, the force Vegeta exerted remained within Moyuan's capacity to endure. With each injury, his willpower would automatically mend the wounds. After several minutes of combat, aside from his tattered clothing, he bore not a single mark upon his body. Conversely, Vegeta felt increasingly frustrated each time he aimed to capture Moyuan's injuries. The latter would already have healed before he could take a shot, leading him to inadvertently crush his phone in irritation. Once his phone was broken, Gogeta unleashed a more ferocious assault with his unencumbered hand. Amidst the barrage, Moyuan gradually began to discern Gogeta's combat patterns. From initially being a mere target for punishment, he had progressed to the point where he could, with careful anticipation, narrowly evade a few of Vegeta's strikes. Moyuan closed his eyes. In such combat, vision serves little purpose and may even lead to erroneous judgments. Sensing Vegeta's aura, he anticipated his movements based on his fighting habits. As the assaults aimed at Moyuan increased in frequency, he found himself evading them with greater ease, occasionally managing to counterattack. Gradually, Moyuan cleared his mind, entering a state of profound transcendence. In this unconscious realm, he launched a relentless assault on Gogeta, propelling his body in a direct line towards him, devoid of any intention to evade. Yet, just as Gogeta prepared to strike, Moyuan's form executed a series of astonishing maneuvers to deftly avoid the impending blow. Moyuan did not notice that within his veins, the blue essence was subtly tinged with a faint silvery glow. What could this mean? The peculiar state of left in extreme discomfort. Each of his attacks was evaded by in an unimaginable manner, only for him to counterattack in return. Although strikes failed to breach his defenses and he felt no pain, the humiliation was akin to the taste of excrement for. Most crucially, he had already maximized his speed, yet still could not land a blow on. Impossible. How could I, the esteemed, possibly be defeated by him? I am the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. Fueled by indignation, was momentarily blinded by rage. With a crackling sound, a golden aura erupted from within him. Entwined with blue arcs of electricity, his energy surged once more. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, his combat prowess soared to an astonishing 100 quintillion. The fierce aura propelled away. Facing such an all-encompassing assault, found it impossible to evade. The force of the impact jolted him awake, pulling him from his mystical state. Still bewildered by the recent events, he was startled to see in his Super Saiyan 2 form charging towards him. Hey, are you trying to kill me? Fortunately, they had been at a sufficient distance, allowing to instantaneously teleport out of harm's way. In his fury, paid no heed to's words. His body momentarily flickering before vanishing from sight. Moyuan was suddenly engulfed in a chilling wave of dread. A sense of peril loomed ominously around him, as the very air was thick with the breath of death. Moyuan sought to activate his instantaneous movement to escape, only to realize that he was incapable of doing so. The very fabric of this space had been sealed off by Gogeta. The entire realm resembled an immense prison, ensnaring him with unyielding confinement. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Technique of Freedom? With an aura of ferocity surrounding him, Gogeta re-emerged. In his grasp, he held a blue sphere of energy. This fist-sized orb of power filled Moyuan with the sin of death. He could not allow himself to be struck. His instincts warned him that if he were to be hit by this attack, it would surely spell his demise. There was no alternative possibility. Yet, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Gogeta's speed was exceedingly swift, leaving Moyuan with no chance to evade. Moreover, Gogeta's current condition was rather abnormal, resembling Goku's transformation into a primal state, completely out of control. Just as Moyuan believed he was destined to meet his end, Gogeta emanated a radiant light. The energy sphere in his hand vanished, and then he inexplicably split into two beings. Time had arrived. Moyuan let out a long sigh. A sense of joy akin to that of surviving a calamity washing over him. Fortunately, the moment for their fusion had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to traverse the depths of hell, albeit with the possibility of resurrection. However, who would willingly embrace death if it could be avoided? It is, after all, a painful experience. Oh, has time truly passed so swiftly? Wukong and Vegeta, upon separating, appeared somewhat reluctant. Moyuan was bewildered by their words, casting a skeptical glance at them. Is this truly quick? Had it been but a second later, I would have met my demise at your hands. What? Wukong exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yuan, are you jesting? We have battled for such an extended period, and not once did we even graze you. How can you claim that we intended to kill you? Moyuan rubbed his ear, somewhat doubtful of what he had just heard. Did you say that I evaded all of Vegeta's attacks just now? Moyuan wore a bemused expression, as if questioning the absurdity of the situation. In his recollection, he had managed to narrowly evade a few of Vegeta's attacks, while most of the time he was on the receiving end of blows. Ultimately, he had nearly fallen victim to Super Saiyan Vegeta's lethal strikes. Indeed, both Goku and Vegeta nodded earnestly. You were astonishing just now. We pushed our speed to its utmost. Yet we still could not land a single blow on you and found ourselves on the receiving end of numerous hits from you. Are you jesting with me? Wait. Do you not recall that Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and nearly ended my life just moments ago? Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Devoid of any recollection of what had just mentioned, Goku pondered for a moment before responding. I remember that we were frustrated because we couldn't land a hit on you. And then the time for fusion arrived. Vegeta nodded in agreement. The three of them gazed at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After several minutes of discussion and organization, they finally unraveled the sequence of events. In short, they had all lost a fragment of their memories. Moyuan entered a profound state of tranquility, rendering his mind completely blank, leaving him utterly unaware of the events that transpired during that time. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegeta found themselves in a state of uncontrollable rage due to the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 2, resulting in a loss of memory. Yuan, how on earth did you achieve that? You managed to evade all of Wukong's attacks at such remarkable speed. It was truly astonishing. Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as he was deeply intrigued by Moyuan's recent state. Moyuan shook his head and said, I am uncertain how it was accomplished. If what Wukong claims is true, I suspect that I inadvertently employed the Supreme Freedom technique. However, I have never studied this technique. How could that possibly be? Moyuan activated his inner eye and examined his own body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength had doubled, with his normal combat power escalating from 100 billion to 200 billion. Furthermore, the intensity of his chi had increased from the original 15 times to 20 times. While he could comprehend the enhancement in combat power, given the high-intensity battle he had just experienced, the elevation in chi intensity was a different matter altogether. Such an increase could only occur from absorbing a new, advanced energy. Moyuan meticulously examined his bloodline and ultimately detected an anomaly. The once azure essence was now tainted with a hint of silver. This trace of silver evoked memories of Wukong in the state of ultimate freedom and transcendence, wherein his hair transformed into a silvery hue. Could it be that the essence is evolving into the energy of ultimate freedom and transcendence? Perhaps it signifies the divine power that emerges upon the completion of the cultivation of the divine art? Moyuan was perplexed. Yet it seemed that this was the only way to make sense of it all. Moreover, it was under the stimulation of the spirit bomb that Wukong comprehended the ultimate technique of freedom. Perhaps the immense pressure he experienced while battling Vegeta awakened the energy within him, leading to a glimpse of this ultimate mastery. Regardless, this development was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for Moyuan. Lazuli anxiously gazed in the direction of the battle between Moyuan and Vegeta. The terrifying and violent aura emanating from Vegeta was utterly astounding, evoking an apocalyptic sensation as if the entire universe were on the brink of destruction. Ashen and Jebet, the two deities, had yet to recover, cowering behind Bu, clutching his cape and trembling in fear. Although aware that Vegeta would never harm Moyuan's life, Lazuli could not help but feel a pang of concern. The tumult of battle had subsided for over 10 minutes, yet Moyuan and the others had not returned. Lazuli was becoming increasingly restless. You all stay here and wait for me. I shall investigate the situation, she instructed Chin-In and the others, preparing to head toward the site of the confrontation. Darling, I'm back. Just as Lazuli was about to depart, Moyuan returned. Hubby. Lazuli dove into Moyuan's embrace like a returning swallow. Are you all right? Were you injured? Her delicate hands roamed over Moyuan's body, meticulously checking his condition. Moyuan gently grasped Lotzi Li's wandering hand, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, my dear wife. I am unharmed and well. Is that truly the case? Please do not deceive me. The commotion you caused earlier was quite alarming. I was terrified, she replied, still haunted by the lingering essence of that moment. Her petite hands, unable to resist, began to explore Moyuan's form once more. Lotzi Li's unease persisted. for she had yet to ascertain the truth herself. Indeed, I would never deceive you, my beloved wife. However, should you continue this exploration, we might indeed find ourselves in a precarious situation. Lotzi Li's small mind brimmed with substantial confusion. Moyuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If a physical examination is necessary, we can arrange for a thorough check when we return home. It is not appropriate here." What nonsense are you talking about? Lotzi Li's face flushed crimson, her ears burning as if set ablaze. Ha ha ha, enough of that. Let us return home. Chapter 108, Wampa Star, the Ultimate Flash. Turtle School Energy Wave. Whoosh. Two colossal energy waves surged from either side, launching an assault on Moyuan. Vegeta and Goku had exerted every ounce of their strength, their muscles bulging, veins prominently displayed. The energy waves, thicker than a human, surpassed the speed of light. Moyuan's expression remained tranquil as he waved his arm, causing two energy waves to curve in a U shape before him, shooting towards Wukong and Vegeta. "It is futile. You might as well fuse together," once again urged the two to merge. During this period, he had been diligently studying the faint silver energy within the essence. However, he remained at a loss. Thus, he wished for Wukong and Vegeta to merge once more, hoping that under the exhilarating power of Vegeta, they might once again experience a state akin to the Ultra Instinct. "Impossible. I shall never merge with Kakarot again. Do not even think about it." Vegeta's stance was resolute. Throughout this time, he had suffered relentless humiliation from Bulma's barrage of memes. For instance, whenever Bulma inexplicably became angry, she would send him memes featuring Baekong, urging him to wait for it. JPG. Additionally, there were animated gifs from their fusion accompanied by various phrases, such as "Am I beautiful?" and "Elegant little swan." Handsome warrior transformation, among others. Currently, Bulma's phone was filled with memes of him and Baekong, and even her wallpaper was adorned with them. He was so incensed that he contemplated leaving home. Wukong, on the other hand, held no strong objections to the fusion. Though he too had been subjected to memes by Chi-Chi, his thicker skin allowed him to occasionally use his own memes with a sense of pride. Nevertheless, the quality of Wukong's memes paled in comparison to Vegeta's, as evidenced by their frequency of use. Noticing Vegeta's reluctance, turned his gaze toward his brother-in-law, Robbie's. "Don't even think about it." Robbie's interjected before could utter a word, then cast a glance towards Uncle. "It seems that the fusion with my father does not feel quite right. Upon reflection, it is indeed a violation of ethics for a father and son to merge." Ultimately, SK settled upon, "And do you not wish to give me a good beating? Truly, do you not desire it?" To be honest, they were quite inclined to do so. After all, they had endured torment for several years. Who would not yearn to turn the tables? Yet, the thought of that embarrassing maneuver, along with its myriad of expressive reactions, made them reconsider. Well, one may perish, but one cannot suffer social demise. Save your breath. Even if you were to strike me down, I would leap into that abyss, he declared, pointing towards a nearby black hole. "I shall never fuse again." Cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Had he not been familiar with Dragon Ball, he might have been swayed by Vegeta's fabrications. However, as it stands, the prospect of their fusion seems utterly unattainable for the time being. In light of this, found little motivation to continue his training. Given his current prowess, such rudimentary practice offered negligible enhancement to his combat strength. He deemed it far more pleasurable to return home, recline, and indulge in some television. "You may continue your training. I shall take my leave," he declared, before utilizing instantaneous movement to return home. Upon his arrival, he found the house deserted, with the two children and Bu off on an adventure, while Azuli had embarked on a shopping excursion with her two close friends. Moyuan switched on the television, retrieved an abundant array of snacks, and uncorked a large bottle of fizzy soda. With a leap, he sank into the plush embrace of the sofa. Blissful, indulging in snacks while watching television, life seemed perfect. Suddenly, however, as he was engrossed in his show, a frown creased Moyuan's brow. The avatar he had dispatched years ago to assist Soul Bay had been shattered. Although several years had elapsed, that avatar still possessed immense power, amounting to billions. He scrutinized the information transmitted from the avatar. "Planet Wampa? Broly? Wait, Broly." Moyuan, filled with excitement, sprang up from the sofa, suddenly recalling the individual he had momentarily forgotten. If there was anyone whose strength could rival his own at present, it could only be Broly. The thought invigorated him further. A cacophony of green beams of light cascaded from the heavens, bombarding the ground like celestial blossoms, with miniature mushroom clouds erupting in their wake. Solb, cowering behind a stone, gripped his handgun tightly, trembling in fear. Regret consumed him for venturing into this cursed place. Why couldn't he have stayed safely at headquarters? Now, the king's avatar had been vanquished, and the accompanying subordinates had all fallen victim to that monstrous entity. Just a few days prior, their spacecraft had gone missing in this vicinity. When the subordinates reported their plight, it was overheard by the king's avatar. Upon learning it was Planet Wampa, the avatar expressed keen interest and resolved to come personally. Naturally, as the king's most trusted aide, Solb had to accompany him. However, to his dismay, their vessel had barely descended before they were attacked by the creature. Even the king's avatar was effortlessly obliterated by that monster. Though he possessed a universal capsule containing their ship, he dared not use it. If he attempted to escape in the spacecraft now, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the others. In the skies above Planet Wampa, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, with a muscular build radiating a green aura, raised one hand high, cradling a sphere of green energy within his palm. Countless beams of green light erupted from the energy sphere, striking the surface of Planet Wampa, contributing to the cultivation of its farmlands. Then, he opened his mouth, condensing green energy within, unleashing a colossal green beam that sliced through the land below like a laser knife. The ground quaked and shattered, boiling as if in a cauldron. Writhing in chaos. It was over. He was doomed. Solb despaired as the green beam drew ever closer. With no escape in sight, he closed his eyes in resignation, bracing himself for the inevitable. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, and then he fell onto a soft patch of grass. Had he perished? Was death truly devoid of pain? Was he now in paradise? Solb, report the current situation, a voice commanded. Huh? Was that the king's voice? Could it be that the king had also met his end? Opening his eyes, Solb beheld the towering figure of Moyuan before him. Cautiously, he inquired, My lord, how is it that you are also dead? Was it not your avatar that perished? What are you thinking? I am still very much alive. And so are you. I'm not dead. Am I truly not dead? Sobel, incredulous, touched his own body. No pain, no wounds, full of vitality. The relief of having escaped a perilous fate was undoubtedly joyous. Scalding tears filled his eyes. Wailing, Oh my king, I thought I would never see you again. Never be able to serve you again. Sobel clung to his leg, weeping profusely. Chapter 109, Broly. All right, enough of the tears. Moyuan attempted to withdraw his foot, only to discover that the grip of this fellow was surprisingly tenacious. My lord, you have no idea. Suair Bey continued to speak to himself. Enough. Moyuan spoke sternly, causing Sol Bey to startle. He promptly released Moyuan's thigh and stood upright, as if at attention, with his head held high and chest out. Very well, speak up. What is the matter? Received information through his clone indicating that upon their arrival at this location, the spaceship was assaulted by Broly even before it could land. He remained oblivious to whether the previously lost ship had encountered any misfortune related to Broly. However, upon scanning the planet Wampa with his mind's eye, he discovered that Broly's father, Paragus, had met his demise. This revelation likely explained Broly's frenzied state. The circumstances surrounding Paragus's death, however, remained shrouded in mystery, though it probably bore some connection to the earlier disappearance of the ship. My lord, he reported. The lost ship was on a mission to pursue a band of cosmic pirates, but after sending a distress signal, it vanished without a trace. The specifics of the incident are still unclear. As one of the foremost powers in the galaxy, the Celestial Empire, having accepted protection fees, naturally bore the responsibility to safeguard the interests of its subordinate factions. It was only customary to combat cosmic piracy. Given that Sobel was equally in the dark regarding the events, decided to transport him back. After sending Sobel away, turned his gaze towards Broly's direction. Sensing the stirring of his own body, presently it appeared that Broly was in a state reminiscent of a humanoid great ape. Although his tail had long been severed by Paragus, preventing him from transforming into a full great ape, he could still assume this form in moments of rage, albeit at the cost of his rationality. The extent of his power augmentation remained uncertain. Only through confrontation could that be revealed. Moyuan instantaneously utilized teleportation. Broly, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the individual beside him, momentarily hesitated before unceremoniously thrusting the energy sphere in his hand towards Moyuan. Goodness, are we truly engaging in battle without so much as a word of greeting? As expressed his disdain, he extended his hand and effortlessly crushed the ability sphere held by Broly. Broly, thwarted in his attack, instantly erupted in fury. His muscles swelled, and his aura surged ominously. Within his golden eyes glimmered a desire to annihilate all. Broly's fist could indeed be likened to a cauldron, a colossal appendage that struck with a brutal force. The size of his fist, comparable to his head, approached with a menacing energy. In this state, Broly's combat power had escalated to approximately 200 billion, nearly matching his usual prowess. However, S aura was undeniably more formidable than that of others. He tilted his head to evade Broly's punch, feeling the fierce gust from the blow sting his cheek. Moyuan seized Broly's wrist as he swung a punch, effortlessly redirecting his momentum. Broly staggered momentarily in midair before being struck by a powerful blow from Moyuan, which sent him crashing into the ground. The earth erupted, forming a massive pit several meters deep. A surge of excruciating pain ignited Broly's ferocity. With a roar, he elevated his energy further, rising like a sprout from parched soil. Exuding a fierce and ruthless aura, a vibrant green energy materialized in his hands, and a barrage of small energy blasts erupted forth, firing relentlessly at Moyuan like a machine gun. Moyuan maneuvered gracefully in the air to evade the assault, swiftly closing the distance to Broly. Meanwhile, his hands were enveloped in a swirling aura of violet energy. Have you ever witnessed a palm strike descending from the heavens? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Moyuan's mouth. Meanwhile, Broly below remained oblivious to his words, merely roaring with fervor. The Buddha's palm. Moyuan struck downward with a sweeping motion, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged towards Broly below. The purple palm expanded in the air, swelling and swelling, until it reached a colossal size of several hundred meters. The energy blasts launched by Broly disintegrated upon contact with this enormous hand, vanishing into nothingness. The giant palm descended with an overwhelming force that seemed languid yet arrived in an instant, crashing upon Broly. He found himself unable to evade it. With both hands he braced against the massive palm, attempting to push it away. Yet, how could he withstand the might of Moyuan? The moment Broly made contact, he was instantly overwhelmed, sent crashing back into the earth. A thunderous sound echoed as a vast imprint, 100 meters deep, was etched into the ground. At the center of the imprint, Broly lay as if gravely injured, motionless. Could it be that he had succumbed so swiftly? It was inconceivable. Moyuan was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, after a brief moment, Broly rose once more. Like a wounded beast, Broly roared in fury. Green energy erupted from his body like a fountain, forming a colossal beam of light. The emerald pillar shot skyward, its terrifying power disturbing the air as if a tempest had descended. A green energy shield expanded rapidly outward from Broly's center. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and splintered. Even the towering mountains were instantaneously leveled. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were transformed. After a moment, the energy gradually dissipated, revealing Broly's massive and imposing physique. At this moment, Broly's hair had turned golden and stood tall. His form had expanded once again. Standing beside Moyuan, who towers at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, Broly appeared significantly shorter. In the original narrative, this form of Broly possesses the strength to effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. However, it seems that the reality is not as exaggerated at this moment. With a fearsome roar, Broly's eyes were devoid of pupils, exuding a feral and savage aura. His pupilless gaze fixated upon Moyuan. With legs bent, the ground beneath him crumbled as Broly propelled himself, creating a small crater. Under the immense force, Broly vanished in an instant. A gust of wind rushed forth, prompting Moyuan to deftly maneuver in the air, evading his assault. In a swift motion, he executed a somersault, delivering a kick to Broly's head. With a dull thud, Broly stood completely unmoved. This is troubling. Moyuan's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinholes. He saw Broly extend his massive hand and grasp Moyuan's ankle, lifting him up and forcefully tossing him aside. S form surged forward like a laser, penetrating deep into the mountains. Propelled by immense force, he traversed the earth with the swiftness of a drilling machine. Broly, with a powerful stomp of his legs in midair, unleashed a thunderous shockwave, sending invisible ripples through the atmosphere. With a sudden burst, Broly launched himself forward. After a series of rapid accelerations, he closed the distance to. In his massive hand, a green energy sphere radiated a menacing glow. With a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Broly directed his palm towards. A colossal green energy wave erupted from the heart of the mountains, obliterating the vast range of hundreds of kilometers in an instant, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Chapter 110, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Countless green energy blasts erupted from Broly's mouth, relentlessly raining down upon the planet Wampa. Each blast carved a massive crater into the surface. With no adversary in sight, Broly unleashed his fury upon Wampa, embodying the essence of a frenzied beast intent on annihilating everything in his path. Hey, Broly, our battle is far from over. Turning around, Broly beheld a familiar silhouette re-emerging, albeit slightly transformed. Purple flames enveloped him, his hair standing tall, and his golden eyes glinted with an air of supremacy. Just moments before Broly's energy wave would have struck him, he had deftly evaded it using instant transmission. After all, was not one to relish in suffering. If he could evade an attack, he would not hesitate to do so. Roar. Broly was oblivious to such considerations, consumed by a singular thought: destruction. In an instant, he closed the gap too, his colossal fist aimed squarely at his abdomen. Bang! Moyuan swiftly swung his fists, the two pairs colliding fiercely, neither yielding to the other. In comparison to Broly's formidable punches, Moyuan's fist resembled those of an infant. Was slightly taken aback. He distinctly sensed Broly's current combat power, which stood at an astonishing 32 trillion. To possess such formidable power in the Super Saiyan form is indeed remarkable. One can only imagine the strength he would wield upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. It is worth noting that himself has a combat power of merely 20 trillion in his Super Saiyan form, achieved only through a 100-fold enhancement from his normal state, which reaches 200 billion. The fact that Broly's Super Saiyan form can attain 32 trillion raises questions about the true extent of his base combat power and the magnitude of his transformation enhancements. However, remained unfazed by the mere 32 trillion. After all, when considering his energy, which is 20 times greater than that of an ordinary individual, his actual combat power soars to an impressive 400 trillion. Moyuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he exerted his strength once more. His fist, which was half the size of Broly's, effortlessly pushed him aside. Following this, Moyuan advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful blow to Broly's abdomen. The immense force caused Broly to contort, resembling a large shrimp. A mouthful of bitter liquid erupted from his lips. Emboldened by his power, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly, each blow striking with the force of a whip or a hammer. The stark disparity in their strength rendered Broly utterly defenseless, his form contorting in the air as he struggled against the onslaught. Bitter anguish spewed from his lips. Even amidst the relentless assault, Broly's power surged, escalating from 32 trillion to 40 trillion, then to 60 trillion, and ultimately reaching 80 trillion. Yet, upon attaining this pinnacle, his strength ceased to rise further. Is this the limit of your current form? Refrain from eliminating him in one fell swoop, intending instead to compel Broly to unleash his full power. The Super Saiyan form can achieve a staggering combat strength of 80 trillion. Frankly, this is already quite terrifying. It seems that Broly either possesses an exceptionally high base combat power or his transformations amplify his strength tremendously. Yet, to force Broly into his transformed state, resolved to escalate his efforts. An invisible wave of force emanated from his hand, penetrating Broly's body. The force wreaked havoc within, before erupting from his back. The mountains and rivers behind Broly were obliterated by this onslaught. Coughing violently, crimson blood spewed from Broly's mouth. His internal organs had sustained considerable damage from this assault. The metallic taste of blood ignited Broly's ferocity. A green aura ignited once more, and a familiar beam of light surged skyward. However, this time the beam was larger and more powerful than before. The verdant energy coalesced into a protective barrier, radiating a menacing aura from Broly. His golden hair gradually transformed into a grass-green hue, and his muscles bulged anew, elevating his stature even further. Broly now stood at an estimated height of 3 meters. His robust frame nearly double that of his pupilless eyes fixed intently on. Moyuan was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation, as though he were being scrutinized by a savage beast of the wilderness. However, there was one peculiar aspect. Broly's aura had not intensified. It had merely taken on a chilling aura of malevolence. Could it be? Moyuan activated his third eye and scanned Broly. So this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Moyuan has nearly grasped the essence of what it means to transcend into a Super Saiyan. In simple terms, it is an innate divine power, truly a gift of nature. Within Broly's lineage flows a superior energy, the very essence that transforms his hair to a vibrant shade of green. This energy does not directly augment his combat prowess. However, it amplifies the intensity of his ki. Perhaps due to its innate nature, Broly does not need to integrate this energy into his ki as others do. Instead, it automatically enhances his aura when he harnesses it. The extent of this enhancement remains to be discovered through experience. Suddenly, an overwhelming shockwave erupts as the green energy barrier explodes. Moyuan stood resolutely in the air, completely indifferent to the tremendous force surrounding him. With eyes wide open, Broly, having completed his transformation, vanished from sight. So swift. Unable to discern Broly's movement, Moyuan felt a tightening in his chest. Bang! Broly suddenly materialized behind Moyuan, his fist, as large as a cauldron, struck mercilessly against Moyuan's back. The impact left Moyuan feeling as though the very bones in his back would shatter. This force was nearly double his own. If that were the case, Broly's combat power in this form had reached an astounding 800 trillion. As diligently harnessed his willpower to mend the pain that plagued his back, he quietly contemplated the formidable strength of Broly. He allowed his body to be sent flying, devoid of any intention to regain control. Yet, Broly had no intention of sparing him. With a powerful thrust of his legs in midair, the sound of muffled explosions echoed as Broly swiftly closed the distance to. Clutching two vibrant green energy spheres in his hands, he unleashed them with force upon nearing. The energy spheres struck him in succession, erupting instantly in a cacophony of sound. A colossal fireball shrouded in thick smoke materialized in the sky. Broly gathered energy once more, unleashing a barrage of green energy blasts toward the fireball. The explosive noises cascaded relentlessly. With each assault, the massive fireball swelled further in size. Broly directed his palms toward the expanding fireball, releasing two enormous waves of energy that converged midair, coalescing into an even more formidable force. This gigantic energy wave consumed the swelling fireball entirely, transforming the surrounding realm into a verdant haze. The aftermath of the energy wave obliterated everything in its wake, rendering even distant stars into mere shadows, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 111. The abduction of Broly. Gradually, the energy wave in Broly's hands diminished. The once massive fireball dwindled to a mere cloud of thick smoke. Behind this veil of smoke, a vast chasm had formed upon the planet Wampa, resembling a stark parting of the earth. Broly threw back his head and roared triumphantly, as though celebrating the demise of a formidable adversary. Although he currently lacked consciousness, he was convinced that could not possibly survive his full-on assault. A faint crackle of electricity reached Broly's ears, prompting him to cease his roaring and gaze towards the smoke. A gentle breeze began to disperse the haze, and a familiar figure emerged from within. Broly felt on the verge of madness. How could this individual be so persistently elusive? In his memory, he had vanquished 3 times already, including his clones. Yet this person always reappeared, revitalized and stronger than before. Broly could not fathom whether it was he who was endowed with extraordinary luck, or if was simply the one defying fate. The violet golden aura surrounding Moyuan solidified, while black arcs of electricity danced around his form. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of being struck by 2 energy spheres from Broly. Moyuan directly activated his Super 2 form. The 500-fold amplification propelled his combat power to an astonishing 100 trillion, with his actual battle prowess soaring to an impressive 2,000 trillion. Broly's attacks upon him felt merely like a gentle tickle, utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Moyuan gazed at Broly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now it is my turn. This time, Moyuan was determined to hold nothing back. Broly's combat prowess had likely reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. What lay before him was the task of rendering Broly unconscious or incapacitating him to the extent that he could no longer maintain his current state and regain consciousness. Roar. Broly once again succumbed to fury, completely oblivious to the overwhelming aura emanating from Moyuan, which eclipsed his own by more than double. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, Broly lunged forward with his formidable physique. Moyuan sank down, evading Broly's bare hug. As the unadorned fist struck upwards with force against his abdomen, Broly was sent soaring into the heavens by the sheer impact of that punch. Moyuan gazed at the ascending Broly with a faint smile, then utilized instantaneous movement to vanish from his original position. In the next moment, he reappeared above Broly. His robust tail lashed down upon Broly's back with the force of a colossal whip. Bang, 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 commenced the training of his tail, while Broly resembled a colossal ball, being flung through the air by. In less than a minute, Broly's body was adorned with crimson marks, and his cheeks were flushed a deep red. Broly roared incessantly in midair, attempting to retaliate. Alas, S-speed was exceedingly swift, rendering Broly incapable of landing even a single hit. A substantial amount of energy coalesced around Broly as he prepared to unleash the power gathered in his mouth. Suddenly, Moyuan emerged, delivering a powerful strike to Broly's face with his robust tail, leaving him momentarily stunned. The vibrant green energy erupted from Broly's mouth, rendering him dazed. If you have grievances, keep them bottled up. I shall assist you in swallowing your unspoken words, Moyuan remarked coolly, observing the smoke wafting from Broly's mouth. How could Broly possibly contain his fury? Energy surged and coalesced at the surface of his body, transforming him into a vibrant green figure, radiating health and vitality. With a thunderous roar, countless beams of green light burst forth from him, as if he had morphed into a green sun, illuminating the entire world. The dense barrage of green rays shot forth haphazardly, unleashing indiscriminate devastation. Moyuan charged directly towards Broly, enveloped in a radiant green light. Countless beams of emerald energy cascaded upon him, akin to raindrops merging into the vast ocean, inflicting no discernible harm. In a swift motion, Moyuan materialized behind Broly. His palm extended to deliver a resounding slap to the back of Broly's head. The crisp sound signified that Broly's head was not particularly flawed, merely a tad vacant. Seized Broly by the hair, forcefully bringing him down from the air to the ground. Broly's face was mercilessly ground against the earth, akin to a tilting plow. In that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, for Broly could no longer utter a sound. The instant he opened his mouth, it filled with dirt. Suddenly, Broly's powerful hands grasped wrists, attempting to shake him off. Yet, in Broly's formidable grip, S arm resembled a slender twig. Despite this seemingly fragile limb, Broly found himself unable to budge in the slightest. Moyuan deftly turned and landed on Broly's back, gliding swiftly as if on a skateboard. Occasionally, he would lift Broly's head to allow him a moment to catch his breath. However, each time Moyuan granted him this respite, Broly would open his mouth wide, ready to unleash a cacophony of sound. Thus, just as Broly prepared to bellow, Moyuan would once again pin him down to the ground. After enduring a mouthful of dirt, Moyuan finally managed to remedy Broly's troublesome habit of excessive noise. At some point, Broly had succumbed to unconsciousness, and his hair had reverted to its original black hue. Swiftly pressed down hard on Broly's rear to halt his momentum. With a screech, the tremendous inertia propelled Broly several meters before coming to a complete stop. It must be acknowledged that Broly's physical constitution is remarkably resilient. Despite sliding along the ground for such a considerable distance, not a single wound marred his surface. His attire bore only slight damage, and he merely suffered a bit of dirt in his nose, mouth, and ears. Placed a hand upon Broly's abdomen. In an instant, the earth within Broly's body was expelled. Subsequently, administered healing to Broly. Before long, the injuries within Broly were fully restored. "Who are you?" Broly inquired, gradually regaining consciousness and gazing at the unfamiliar figure beside him. "I am, and I hereby declare that you are under arrest." "What?" Broly exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What transpired? Why am I to be arrested?" Moyuan pulled out several photographs and tossed them in front of Broly. "Are these individuals ones you have slain?" Broly picked up the photos, gazing at the unfamiliar faces with increasing perplexity. "I have never encountered them. What about these individuals?" Moyuan tossed several photographs to him. Upon seeing these images, Broly's expression shifted dramatically, a menacing aura emanating from him, with green energy subtly manifesting. "Stay calm." Moyuan's hand rested upon Broly's head, his formidable power directly suppressing the impending eruption of energy within him. "These individuals are cosmic pirates. My subordinates ventured here in pursuit of them, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. My investigations suggest that they were likely slain by your hand. They murdered my father." "Who?" "They." Broly pointed to the images of the cosmic pirates. "And what of my subordinates?" "I do not know. Upon witnessing my father's murder, I fell into a frenzy, and I am unaware of what transpired afterward." Broly bowed his head, a shadow of sorrow casting over him. "Aside from them, I had additional subordinates who came here today and met their demise at your hands. How shall we resolve this?" Broly stared blankly at Moyuan. "I do not know." Having grown up, this was his first encounter with such a situation. The kind-hearted Broly felt the weight of remorse for the lives he had inadvertently taken. "In light of this, you shall accompany me henceforth to atone for your sins." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Broly acquiesced. Observing Broly nod obediently, a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in Moyuan's eyes. Chapter 112, Broly's Transformation Form. Moyuan produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and an impressive array of delectable dishes materialized out of thin air. Instantly, an alluring aroma wafted through the air, stealthily invading Broly's nostrils. His stomach erupted in a thunderous protest, while his wide, bewildered eyes fixated intently on the food below. Unblinking and entranced, Moyuan smiled gently and said, "Please, help yourself." Then he seated himself and began partaking of the meal as well. After the prolonged battle, hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Broly, never one for formalities, immediately commenced a veritable tempest of consumption the moment permission was granted. A haunch of meat the size of a man's head vanished down his throat in 2 mighty gulps, having been raised on the colossal spiders of planet Vampa. This was Broly's first encounter with cuisine of such exquisite flavor. The feast proved utterly irresistible. Within moments, Broly had devoured the majority of the spread. Reaching for a cola, he shook the container several times in puzzlement when no liquid emerged. Like this, Moyuan demonstrated. Moyuan also picked up a bottle of cola, unscrewed the cap, and demonstrated for him. Broly nodded and then twisted the cap of his own cola bottle. Suddenly, with a loud pop, cola erupted like a fountain, unexpectedly splashing Broly's face in the gaze of Moyuan's anticipation. Haha, this is cola. One must not shake it before drinking, or else it will end up just like your current situation. Erupted into laughter. Broly, in a state of bewilderment, nodded his head, completely oblivious to the fact that was teasing him. He extended his tongue to lick the cola off his face. Suddenly, Broly's eyes brightened with realization. It was sweet. Without hesitation, he seized the cola and took a sip. The effervescent bubbles exploded in his mouth, and the icy cold cola cascaded down his throat into his stomach, eliciting an indescribable sensation of delight that sent shivers down his spine. It was simply exquisite. Ah, how delightful. Burp, come to think of it. Broly had a rather pitiable existence. Throughout his life, he had subsisted solely on the gigantic spiders of planet Vamp, never having tasted even a drop of water, let alone cola. His own father had treated him like a mere dog, placing an electric shock collar around his neck to exert control over him. Fortunately, that collar was now gone, likely obliterated during one of his episodes of rage. How could someone with such formidable combat prowess be constrained by a mere collar? It was merely a choice Broly made out of loyalty to his father. After satisfying his hunger, Moyuan prepared to assess Broly's combat prowess, seeking to validate his own hypothesis. Broly, elevate your power to its utmost, he instructed. Broly nodded slightly and then began to exert his strength. 500 billion? Found himself lost in contemplation. If 50 billion were indeed Broly's peak combat power, then his Super Saiyan form would represent an astonishing increase of 1,600 times. How could this be? Even with the fusion of 4 bloodlines, his Super Saiyan form yielded a mere 100-fold enhancement. Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan and show me, he urged. Super Saiyan? Broly looked at with confusion. He had heard the term from Paragus, yet he had no idea how to achieve such a transformation. Concentrate your energy on your back, sense that power, and awaken it, instructed. For someone of Broly's immense combat prowess, there was no need for the typical rage to trigger the transformation. It could be achieved effortlessly. With a sudden realization, Broly followed guidance, focusing his energy at his back. In no time, he sensed an overwhelming force surging within him. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from Broly's body, his dark hair swiftly transforming into a radiant gold. While his muscles expanded dramatically, felt the aura emanating from Broly. In his form as a Super Saiyan, his combat power surged from 50 billion to 4 trillion, marking an astounding increase of 80 times. Observing his transformed state, it bore a striking resemblance to the muscular physique of Trunks during his Super Saiyan transformation. However, it remained uncertain whether Broly would experience a decrease in speed in this form. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Broly was somewhat taken aback, as he was experiencing such overwhelming power for the first time, having previously transformed in an unconscious state. Upon witnessing Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, remained composed and did not succumb to madness, nodding slightly. This indicates that his conjecture is likely correct. Upon witnessing Broly's base combat power, found himself contemplating a theory. Broly's remarkable enhancement of 1,600 times could very well represent an alternative transformation akin to the Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation entails first transforming into a great ape, subsequently augmenting this form with the Super Saiyan state, and finally reverting to humanoid shape. Thus, the great ape form, with its 10-fold increase, combined with the 400-fold boost from the Super Saiyan 3 form, results in a staggering 4,000-fold amplification for Super Saiyan 4. Conversely, Broly possesses the might of a great ape while in humanoid form, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he essentially embodies the golden great ape state, as he remains devoid of rationality. However, if this reasoning holds true, his enhancement should only amount to 800 times. Could it be that Broly's beastly form provides an increase exceeding the mere tenfold? The dragon form of Moyuan boasts an impressive 50-fold amplification, a feat achieved through the amalgamation of 4 formidable bloodlines. However, do not be misled into believing that such a surge in combat prowess is merely a straightforward enhancement. Overcoming formidable foes in later stages is far from a simple matter. As for Broly, if we apply the same calculation as Moyuan, his great ape form would yield a 20-fold increase in strength. It is only fitting that he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only does his Super Saiyan form surpass that of ordinary Saiyans, but even his great ape form exhibits superior power. Should Broly manage to conquer the drawback of losing his rationality in the great ape form, he would essentially be akin to Goku executing a 20-fold Kaioken without sustaining any injuries. Furthermore, he may choose to forego the Super Saiyan 4 path in favor of the Super Saiyan God route, thereby simultaneously possessing the attributes of both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Truly, a terrifying prospect. Moyuan could scarcely fathom the immense power Broly must have possessed at that time. Subsequently, Moyuan proceeded to assess Broly's speed. After a brief exchange of blows, was certain that Broly's Super Saiyan form possessed an astonishing increase of 80 times in strength, not achieved by sacrificing speed, but rather by enhancing both speed and power simultaneously. However, Broly's most significant dilemma was that upon transforming into a great ape, he would lose his rationality, regrettably lacking the royal Saiyan bloodline. He could not maintain his reason in that form as Vegeta did. Suddenly, Broly sensed a formidable power within himself. Cautiously, he reached out to this energy. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming strength enveloped him, transforming his golden aura and hair into a vibrant shade of grass green. His muscles swelled once more, morphing him into an imposing figure, approximately 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. In that moment, Broly seemed to metamorphose into a fearsome, bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 113. Eliminating side effects. Broly's transformation interrupted its contemplation. Nevertheless, despite entering the legendary Super Saiyan state, he retained his rationality. It appeared that only the great ape form would strip him of his reason. If that were the case, pondered whether the dragon could resolve this issue for Broly. Should that be possible, Broly would emerge as the quintessential warrior. Let us proceed. Excited, Moyuan patted Broly on the shoulder. Before Broly could react, he found himself in an entirely different location. By this time, dusk had begun to fall on Earth. His wife, children, and Bu were all at home. Daddy. Wow, this uncle is so tall. The transformation into Super Saiyan form startled Chunin, as Broly, towering around 3 meters, was over a meter taller than Moyuan. Standing beside him, Chunin was dwarfed, her height barely reaching Broly's legs. Lazuli, holding a spatula, inquired, "Darling, who is he?" Gently patted Broly's arm, introducing him with a warm smile. "Allow me to present Broly, a Saiyan like Goku and Vegeta." He then proceeded to introduce Broly to his family. "Now, why don't you take Uncle Broly to watch television while Mother and I prepare dinner?" With that, entrusted Chunin and Tianlin with Broly as he and Razuli headed to the kitchen. "Uncle Broly, you are so tall. And why is your hair green?" Tianlin exclaimed. His curiosity piqued. Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta are also Saiyans, yet they both have black hair. The two children flitted around Broly like curious little birds, their eyes wide with wonder. Realizing he was still in his transformed state, Broly quickly reined in his power. His hair reverted to its natural black, and his muscles contracted. In a matter of moments, he shrank from approximately 3 meters to around 1 meter 90. Wow! The two little ones continued to chatter excitedly around Broly. After dinner was served, Moyuan summoned the dragon using the Dragon Balls, proclaiming, "Speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them." The desire was expressed for Broly to transform without losing his sanity. The dragon's eyes flickered momentarily. "Your wish has been granted," it declared. After the wish was realized, the dragon transformed back into light and vanished, while the Dragon Balls reverted to stone, returning to Lazuli's hands. "Broly, do give your humanoid great ape form a try." Moyuan was eagerly anticipating Broly's transformation. Soon, a green aura began to emanate from Broly's form, exuding a feral and violent energy. However, this time, Broly did not succumb to madness. Observing Broly in his great ape form, Moyuan contemplated a question. This transformation, which amplified Broly's power tenfold compared to other Saiyans, might be influenced by that superior energy. "Try transforming into a Super Saiyan once more," he suggested. Broly nodded in agreement, and, following Moyuan's previous instructions. Combined the golden flame with the green aura. In an instant, a terrifying power of 80 megajoules erupted forth. Indeed, as Moyuan had surmised, Broly's transformation operated on principles akin to that of the Super Saiyan 4. Broly then transitioned into his Super Saiyan form, encountering no difficulties. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Moyuan felt a sense of relief. Ah! Goku silently screamed in the void of space, the source of his torment being none other than Broly. Stop! Goku shouted, opening his fingers to halt Broly's onslaught. His body was marred with bruises, presenting a pitiful sight. Broly, suppressing an inexplicable rage, ceased his impending assault on Goku. Broly, why does it always feel like you're avenging something when you hit me? Goku complained, rubbing his aching body. Not just Goku, but Broly himself found it perplexing. He could not help but feel enraged upon seeing Goku. Had it not been for the elimination of his transformation side effects, he might have lost control entirely. Although he was able to maintain his composure now, he still couldn't resist delivering powerful blows during their encounters. I don't know why, but it always feels infuriating to fight you. Though I can't quite pinpoint the reason, Moyuan, aware of the truth, merely smiled in silence, unable to provide an explanation. After all, it would be absurd to tell them that Broly harbored a dislike for Goku due to being frightened by Goku's cries as a child. Such matters were relics of over 30 years past, long forgotten even by the two involved. By the way, Broly, you seem to be about my age, right? Goku suddenly remarked. Broly nodded. Yes, what of it? I wonder if we had some kind of conflict in our childhood? I hit my head on a rock back then. And all memories of planet Vegeta are lost to me. Perhaps. I too can't recall. My memories of planet Vegeta have faded, since we can't remember. Could you please go a little easier on me next time? Just a tiny bit? Wukong made a gesture that would elicit great excitement in men from a certain country. I shall endeavor to maintain composure. Upon witnessing Broly's transformation, contemplated whether he too could harness the strength of his beast form while still in human guise, subsequently transforming from that foundation. After all, his transformation would not result in a loss of reason, making the process considerably easier than it was for Broly. Perhaps he could even achieve a breakthrough into the Super Saiyan 4 form, as unlikely as it may seem. Moyuan began to harness the power within the core. Soon, he sensed a transformation occurring within his body, which he endeavored to suppress. As he utilized the core's potency to amplify his own strength, he simultaneously stifled the changes within him. Sweat trickled down Moyuan's face. Almost there. Just a little more. Boom. Ha 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 at last. He succeeded. Moyuan erupted into joyous laughter. After an arduous half-day of effort, he had finally succeeded. Now, he could wield a 50-fold amplification of power even in his human form. He was eager to experiment further, to see if the enhancements of his transformation could be compounded. Moyuan did not forget the most crucial matter. After all, merely possessing a human form with the enhancement of a dragon form is of little significance. It is essential that the augmentations of both forms can be layered upon one another. Chapter 114. Let's indulge in a dessert first. Let us attempt to transform into the Super One. Summoned the latent power within his bloodline. In an instant, a formidable force surged through his being. This potency could only be experienced in its entirety when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, astonishingly, even in his Super Saiyan 1 form, he could elevate his combat prowess to match that of Super Saiyan 3. Visually, the once violet golden hair deepened in hue, and his aura intensified, resembling a true flame, more dense and tangible than before. Then came Super Saiyan 2, with a staggering amplification of 194, 832, 409 times. His combat strength soared to an astonishing 5 trillion. Upon reaching Super Saiyan 3, with a 250,000-fold increase, his power shattered the trillion barrier, reaching an unprecedented 5 quadrillion. Within him resided the energy akin to a miniature universe. Moyuan felt that with the slightest movement, he could shatter the void. With a combat power of 5 billion, he could defeat a standard Wukong by merely multiplying the disdainful novel's transit station by 948324092. In his current form, he could already be regarded as possessing a Super Saiyan level enhancement, though his appearance had yet to transform into that of a Super Saiyan. Moyuan contemplated a possibility. If he were to alter the transformation process, could he perhaps attain the Ultra Instinct form? After all, seeking another source of advanced energy proved to be exceedingly arduous. While he had grasped the essence of the high-level energy within Broly, he found himself unable to locate such energy within the realm of existence. Moyuan harbored suspicions that this energy bore a resemblance to the silvery essence within his own vital force, suggesting it was a manifestation of advanced energy undergoing further evolution. Perhaps even a form of divine power. Hence, he declared Broly to possess an innate godly strength, truly a born deity. Moreover, Moyuan sensed that Broly had yet to fully harness the might residing within him, possibly not even unleashing a fraction of its potential. Should Broly masterfully wield the power within, it was likely that even the current Moyuan would find it impossible to defeat him. Moyuan released his transformation, once again harnessing the power within the core. Now he could instantaneously shift between two forms utilizing this energy. With a mighty roar, a colossal purple divine dragon manifested in the cosmos. Moyuan did not suppress his transformed size. Now, his form extended several light years in length. A mere flick of his tail could shatter a small galaxy comparable in size to the solar system. Moyuan transformed once more into his Super Saiyan form, building upon his dragon shape. Soon, a majestic purple-golden flame enveloped the divine dragon, while black lightning crackled with a width surpassing that of entire planets. Should any celestial body inadvertently come into contact with this formidable lightning, it would be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The originally purple scales were now adorned with a delicate layer of gold. Next, he would revert to his human form, all while maintaining his immense power. Moyuan stabilized the power within him, mastering the art of diminishing his own form. Under his meticulous control, the surface of the divine dragon began to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. The colossal dragon gradually contracted in size. As time flowed steadily onward, Moyuan's body diminished from several light years in length to a mere few dozen meters. Moyuan exerted great effort to maintain control, the radiance emanating from the divine dragon growing ever more resplendent. The entire dragon seemed to transmute into pure light, resembling a miniature sun that illuminated the surrounding space. The dragon-shaped silhouette gradually morphed, inching closer to a human form. A crackling sound, akin to shattered glass, echoed through the air. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated. Cursed be the fate, it was so close. Just as he was on the verge of achieving his human form, a barrier materialized. This barrier appeared exceedingly fragile. Yet Moyuan found himself utterly powerless against it. As he resolved to forcibly breach this obstacle, the energy within him suddenly spiraled out of control. Subsequently, he reverted to his original state. It was evident that this method was futile. He must seek a higher form of energy. Moyuan felt a tinge of regret. Though it was within his expectations, it would be ideal to achieve a breakthrough to Super 4 at once, but if that proved unattainable, it was of little consequence. With his current strength, albeit not the mightiest, he was still capable of self-preservation. In the golden autumn, the air was crisp and invigorating. The autumn sun radiated warmth, devoid of the harshness characteristic of summer. Lazuli adorned with headphones, she sat on a swing beneath the trees in the courtyard, engrossed in her book. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, casting a gentle glow upon her. A soft breeze, akin to a playful hand, caressed the hem of her white dress, teasing a strand of golden hair. The sun, the grand tree, and the maiden formed an exquisite tableau, a vision of beauty that Moyuan cherished deeply. "Dear lady, I would like to propose a rendezvous," he ventured. A striking crimson rose unexpectedly caught the young woman's gaze. She slowly closed her book, her expression serene yet playful as she declined the rose with a gentle smile. "Sir, I already have 2 children aged 6. Moyuan, with an expression of astonishment, dramatically exclaimed, "What a coincidence. I too have 2 6-year-old children. Oh, my son is named Mo Tianlin, and my daughter is named Mo Qinin. How fortuitous. My children bear those very names as well. I surmise your husband must be named Moyuan, a strikingly handsome gentleman devoid of friends, perhaps?" "Incorrect," Lazuli responded, crossing her arms before her chest with a bold gesture. She scrunched her adorable little nose and remarked, "He is merely a self-absorbed, insufferable younger brother. Then might this graceful, charming, and gentle sister accompany me, a self-obsessed younger brother, on a spontaneous rendezvous?" Moyuan raised the red rose in his hand before Lazuli. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lazuli turned her head away, yet her little eyes furtively glanced at Moyuan. "Since sister is unwilling, shall I discard this flower then?" Moyuan lifted the flower, feigning an intention to discard it. In the blink of an eye, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands, as pure as jade, swiftly snatched the rose from his grasp. Lazuli turned her head slightly, her gaze wandering, murmuring indistinctly, "I never said I was unwilling." After a prolonged silence without a response, Lotsie glanced back, only to find Moyuan smiling at her with delight. What are you doing? She stammered. Oh, nothing. I just think you still look so charming, dear sister. What nonsense are you spouting? Lotsie felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. I'm going to change clothes now. I want to waste time chatting with you. With that, she cradled the flower and hurriedly retreated into the house. Moyuan gazed as Lotsie faded from his view, then took a seat on the swing, patiently awaiting her return. After all, one could hardly assume that when a girl mentions changing outfits, it is merely a matter of simplicity. An hour later, Lotsie reappeared, adorned in a denim ensemble identical to Moyuan's. The loose denim jacket concealed the denim shorts beneath, accentuating her long, slender legs encased in thigh-high stockings. Her golden waves cascaded effortlessly, and a subtle touch of makeup enhanced her already striking features, rendering them flawless. Moyuan couldn't help but gaze in fascination. Fool, let's go, Lotsie said with a smile in her eyes. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. The expression on Moyuan's face at this moment serves as her greatest commendation. Wait, there is an important matter yet to be addressed. Lotsie tilted her head cutely and inquired with curiosity, what important matter? I shall first indulge in the dessert. Dessert? Just as Lotsie was still perplexed, she suddenly noticed Moyuan's handsome visage magnifying in her sight. Chapter 115. Amusement Park. It's strawberry-flavored and rather sweet. Lotsie playfully shot a glance at Moyuan. Pouting in mock annoyance, how bothersome, my lipstick has completely worn off. She then retrieved her lipstick and a compact mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup. Let us proceed. Gently clasped Lottie's hand, their fingers intertwining effortlessly. As they were headed for a date, he opted to drive. In the garage, he selected a spacious sedan. While motorcycles have their allure, the comfort of a car was undeniable. As for the choice of a sports car, both he and Lottie were rather tall, and the confined space of such vehicles proved uncomfortable. But what about the children? Buckling her seatbelt, Lottie suddenly recalled that they had 2 little ones. Rest assured, I have already sent a message to Rabies and Broly, asking them to take care of it, he reassured her. Broly, after initially staying with, had become well acquainted with others and subsequently moved in with Rabies. Compared to residing in a grand estate, Broly preferred the natural surroundings of the island. Now, Broly had become the primary caregiver for the family. Whenever Lottie sought moments of solitude, the 2 children along with Bu would be entrusted to him. Initially, he had considered assigning Bu the role of caretaker, but soon realized, well, let's not delve into that. Standing at 2 meters tall, Bu was hardly suited for childcare. In fact, it was more a matter of the children looking after him, with Broly's presence no longer needed to accompany Goku and the others for training, as their skill levels were too disparate, resulting in negligible progress during their sessions. With more time to spend with family, found himself engaged in delightful conversation, unaware that they had already arrived at their destination, the amusement park. This marked the first occasion since the arrival of their child that ventured to the park together. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the number of visitors was significantly less than on festive days. After a brief wait of several minutes, successfully purchased tickets. It is advisable to avoid the most popular attractions at the outset, as one could end up queuing for the entire morning. For instance, on my first visit, I once queued for nearly 2 hours just to experience the roller coaster. Consulting the park map shows the nearest attraction, the spinning teacups, which typically attracted fewer patrons at the beginning. After purchasing a beverage and strolled leisurely hand in hand, a stark contrast to the hurried individuals rushing to join the lines. Indeed, the number of visitors on a weekday was significantly reduced. During holidays, even less popular rides would require a wait. To their pleasant surprise, upon reaching their destination, they found that they could board immediately. As they settled into the teacups, suddenly pointed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Dear, look over there." Following her gaze, spotted a tuft of upright hair peeking over the edge of the cup. Recognizing the distinctive hairstyle, he realized it was astonishing to see at the amusement park instead of training today. This was quite unbelievable, considering that since arrival, had been relentlessly devoted to his training. As the prince of the scions, he found himself outmatched by any random scion he encountered, which was a source of great frustration, nearly shattering his resolve. Consequently, he had no choice but to exert even greater effort. Moyuan had thought that Vegeta would not take a day off for at least 2 years, yet unexpectedly, he encountered him at the amusement park merely a month later. With a stern expression, Vegeta sat emotionless within the spinning teacups. Opposite him, Bulma gleefully snapped photos with her phone. Rising from her seat, Bulma moved beside Vegeta and raised her phone. Vegeta, let us take a picture together. Reluctantly, Vegeta lifted his hand to give a peace sign. Delighted, Bulma saved the photo to persuade Vegeta to join her for a day of fun. Bulma had employed her charms throughout the previous night, and it had taken considerable effort to win his consent. Now, Vegeta was filled with regret, deeply regretting that he had succumbed to Bulma's allure, proving that the allure of beauty can indeed be perilous, as the ancients wisely warned. Although Moyuan and Lazili noticed them, they did not intend to approach. After all, they had left 2 children behind to enjoy their time together as a couple. Furthermore, it was likely that the other party preferred to remain undisturbed. After engaging in a few more leisurely activities, Moyuan glanced at his watch. It was already past noon. He turned to Lazili and said, "My dear, it's past 12. Shall we go for a meal?" "Certainly," Lazili replied, gently patting her stomach. Although she did not feel particularly hungry after becoming accustomed to 3 meals a day, it felt rather peculiar not to eat when the time came. After indulging in a sumptuous feast at the restaurant, they embarked on a new round of adventures. While their morning had been filled with leisurely activities, they planned to seek out more exhilarating experiences in the afternoon. Moyuan and Lazili found themselves seated upon the exhilarating roller coaster, their trepidation dissipating as they embraced the thrill like 2 ordinary souls. The roller coaster plunged from a height exceeding 200 meters, provoking an outburst of terrified screams from the passengers. As the cacophony of shouts enveloped them, Moyuan and Lazili, seated at the forefront, joined in the chorus, not out of fear, but from sheer delight. Upon disembarking from the ride, they promptly set off towards the next attraction, their spirits elevated. The sun began its descent. Unbeknownst to them, they had nearly exhausted all the amusements the amusement park had to offer. Lazili held out an ice cream towards Moyuan's lips, playfully exclaiming, "Darling, ah." Moyuan gently took a bite of the pink ice cream. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Moyuan savored it delicately. "It has a strawberry flavor, though it is not as sweet as you." Lazia suddenly realized something. Her face slightly flushed. "I truly wonder what occupies your mind all day." "I think of you." "Humph. Such a smooth talker." "Me? A smooth talker? Have you ever tasted it?" Lazia nodded seriously. "Yes, I have tasted it." "Very well, I have indeed tasted it." Observing rendered speechless, burst into joyful laughter. Indeed, only magic can triumph over magic. As the sky gradually darkened, they planned to savor their dinner atop the Ferris wheel in the amusement park. The nighttime amusement park would host a splendid fireworks display. They could relish delicious cuisine while admiring the breathtaking fireworks from the heights of the Ferris wheel. How enchanting! Nestled against, her gaze fixated on the dazzling fireworks outside. Indeed, how enchanting! Moyuan could not help but express his admiration. However, his gaze was not directed at the fireworks outside, but rather fixated on the face of Lazili. Sensing the intensity of Moyuan's penetrating gaze, Lazili lifted her head. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the sound of the exploding fireworks faded away, enveloping the world in a profound silence. At that moment, it felt as though only the 2 of them existed amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. A pair of flawless, alabaster arms entwined around Moyuan's neck. Moyuan slowly lowered his head. Unbeknownst to them, the Ferris wheel had ascended to its zenith. Chapter 116, The Purple Vortex. Beep, beep. An alarm sounded, detecting an unidentified energy response. Evacuate immediately. An alarm echoed, warning of an unidentified energy reaction. At the farthest edge of the northern galaxy, in a star domain, a spacecraft adorned with the emblem of the Celestial Empire emitted the alarm. Upon hearing the warning, the ship's commander promptly ordered the vessel to halt, refusing to advance any further. "Look, what is that?" a soldier shouted, pointing at a spot on the screen. All eyes turned to the display. A purple point of light emerged, rapidly expanding. Within mere seconds, it had grown to a size comparable to that of a planet. No longer merely a point of light, it had transformed into a colossal purple vortex. "Retreat, retreat!" the commander cried in terror. They witnessed the vortex, its terrifying gravitational pull devouring everything in its path. Whether meteors or planets, all were consumed. Even black holes could not escape its grasp, though fear gripped them. Their professional training kicked in, and they swiftly maneuvered the ship to retreat. The commander, while directing the evacuation, relayed the situation back to headquarters. Meanwhile, the enormous purple vortex continued its relentless expansion behind them. Most terrifying of all, the speed at which the vortex expanded surpassed that of the ship's flight. "Quick, increase speed!" the commander shouted in panic. Yet the vessel had already reached its maximum velocity. There was no way to accelerate further. As everyone gazed at the encroaching purple vortex, despair etched their faces. With the vortex drawing ever nearer, an increasingly potent gravitational force began to tug at the ship. Under this influence, their speed diminished steadily. It's over. Sob, sob, sob. I've never even had a girlfriend. And now I'm going to die. Sob, sob, sob. Just as everyone resigned themselves to their fate, the purple vortex abruptly ceased its expansion. Look. The vortex has stopped. What? Is that true? All eyes once again fixated on the screen. The purple vortex had indeed halted its growth. Despairing hearts reignited with a glimmer of hope. Quick, let us seize this opportunity to escape. Everyone swiftly composed themselves, concentrating intently on maneuvering the spacecraft. At this juncture, they found themselves perilously close to the violet vortex. The immense gravitational pull ensnared their vessel, rendering its progress agonizingly slow. Akin to becoming mired in a swamp. Each individual was wholly absorbed in piloting the ship, daring not to indulge in the slightest lapse of attention. This represented their final glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in another star system, Moyuan, who was engaged in a sparring session with Broly, suddenly paused, seizing the moment. Broly delivered a powerful kick, sending Moyuan hurtling through the cosmos. The overwhelming force propelled him through a planet. Stop. Moyuan extended his hand, halting Broly's advance. I have matters to attend to. You may engage with Goku and the others. Before Broly could fully comprehend the situation, Moyuan had already executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Broly stood in the midst of a starry realm that felt both familiar and alien, utterly bewildered. Two thoughts consumed his mind. Where am I? How do I return? Just moments ago, Moyuan had received a message from his clone, reporting an unidentified energy response at the farthest reaches of the northern galaxy. A terrifying vortex had formed, capable of devouring all in its path. Fortunately, this vortex ceased its expansion after reaching a size comparable to that of the solar system. Had it continued indefinitely, the entire northern galaxy would likely have been consumed in short order, with the entire universe facing imminent peril. Upon hearing of the mysterious energy, Moyuan could no longer remain idle. If he could discover a higher form of energy, he would be able to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Though he currently possessed the enhancements of Super Saiyan 4, the allure of its majestic form was undeniable. Moyuan first returned to Earth to relay information to Lotzi Li. Following the coordinates provided by his clone, he teleported directly to the designated location. Lacking spatial markings from that realm, Moyuan had to rely on his inner vision to navigate through the void. After expending most of the day in this endeavor, he finally beheld the immense violet vortex. Spatial energy? In the midst of this vast violet vortex, Moyuan sensed an overwhelming surge of spatial energy. Yet, something felt amiss. There was another type of energy present, one that struck him as oddly familiar. Subsequently, he detected a strange yet recognizable force. This energy was neither spatial nor elemental. Nor was it malevolent or born of willpower, nor did it resemble the power emanating from Broly. Moyuan can assure that he has never come into contact with such energy. However, it is peculiar that he feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this force. As Moyuan keenly observed the swirling vortex, he suddenly discerned a spacecraft on the opposite side, adorned with the emblem of the Celestial Empire. Within Moyuan's being, energy surged as he prepared to utilize spatial transfer to extricate the vessel from the clutches of the vortex. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute passed. Yet the ship remained utterly still. Moyuan sensed that something was amiss. He focused intently, scrutinizing the violet vortex before him. Moyuan discovered that within the entire whirlpool, spatial energy intertwined chaotically with another form of energy. His attempts at spatial transfer were thwarted by this disordered energy. Given that he could not utilize his spatial abilities to extricate the ship, Moyuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. To exercise caution, he transformed into a pseudo-super force state, maximizing his combat prowess. While it was true that an ordinary ship could remain unscathed within this tumult for an extended period, the energies present were equally capable of undermining his abilities. This necessitated a more vigilant and cautious approach on his part. Moyuan swiftly approached the spacecraft. As he drew nearer, a force of attraction emanated from the violet vortex. However, this force was insufficient to hinder the spacecraft, rendering it utterly ineffective against Moyuan. Before long, he had successfully extricated the vessel from the confines of the violet whirlpool. Upon rescuing the ship, Moyuan instantly transported himself inside. The occupants of the spacecraft were overcome with emotion, weeping profusely, whether from their salvation or the sight of Moyuan himself. As the sovereign of the Celestial Empire, his subordinates were undoubtedly familiar with Moyuan's presence. Upon beholding him, they fell to their knees, fervently proclaiming the eternal reign of their king. Moyuan waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Enough, you all may leave now. For the time being, refrain from venturing into this area." Yes, yes, of course. Everyone nodded fervently. Even without Moyuan's admonition, they had no desire to return to this cursed place, having narrowly escaped with their lives. Upon emerging from the spacecraft, Moyuan watched as it swiftly departed, apprehensive that the violet vortex might suddenly begin to expand once more. Chapter 117, The GT World in the Void, sat in contemplation. Gazing hesitantly at the violet vortex before him, he grappled with the decision of whether to absorb this enigmatic energy. Were it any other force, he would have commenced the absorption without a second thought. Yet this particular energy eluded his understanding. Aside from the faint silver energy within the vital essence and the formidable force emanating from Broly, he could readily identify any other energy he encountered in the world. However, this unique energy was elusive. Once he departed from this location, he could no longer sense its presence. Nevertheless, the sensation it invoked within him was undeniably special. After considerable deliberation, resolved to absorb this energy, for the prospect of seeking a new source of advanced energy could prove to be an interminable quest. With his mindset, began the absorption process. Guided by his inner sight, the energy surged toward him in a relentless torrent. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his consciousness as the influx of energy intensified. It rampaged within him, resisting integration into his very bloodline. The colossal force caused his body to swell ominously. Realizing the peril of the situation, immediately ceased his absorption efforts. But it was futile. The energy continued to flood in, now forcefully invading his being. His insides were ravaged by the onslaught of this energy, sending waves of excruciating pain through his nerves. At that moment, felt an immense gravitational pull, tugging at his very essence, emanating from the purple vortex. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to execute a simple act of teleportation. Moyuan forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energy raging within him, struggling to rise. He yearned to escape this place. He had a beloved and a child, and he could not succumb to death here. However, the chaotic energy within him surged uncontrollably, overwhelming his ability to contain it. Sister. The energy within him grew increasingly unruly, causing his body to swell like a colossal balloon. Boom. At the peak of its expansion, his body erupted, the immense energy bursting forth and annihilating Moyuan. As the explosion subsided, a softly glowing purple orb materialized at the site of his demise. This orb represented Moyuan's core. Left with only his core, Moyuan could no longer withstand the pull of the vortex and was swiftly drawn into its depths. As he was engulfed by the vortex, Moyuan gradually lost consciousness. After devouring his core, the purple vortex began to contract. In mere minutes, it vanished entirely, leaving behind an emptiness devoid of anything. Back at home, Lazuli suddenly clasped her heart, sensing an unsettling premonition, as if something dreadful had transpired. It cannot be. It is impossible. Lazuli shook her head, whispering to herself. She then retrieved the Dragon Ball from her embrace. At that moment, the Dragon Ball was still in its cooling phase, merely a round stone orb, its true nature yet to be revealed. When departed, he informed her that he was going into seclusion to attain a breakthrough. According to past conventions, this process would take at least a month or two. Continuously reminded herself not to overthink, assuring herself that would return in due time. After a series of mental affirmations, her expression improved somewhat. However, an unsettling premonition still lingered deep within her heart. In the vastness of the GT universe, a little girl, proudly carrying a small cloth bag, hummed a cheerful tune. Under my most valiant leadership, we have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The entire world should be grateful to me. I am the new savior of Earth. Beside her, and exchanged resigned smiles. How much longer until we reach Earth? Inquired eagerly. I can hardly wait to share my story of saving the planet with everyone. It will take another 2 or 3 days, replied. What? That long? Felt her enthusiasm weighing. She truly longed to return to Earth sooner. Look over there. What is that? Shouted from beside the spaceship window. What? Let me see. And hurried over to gaze outside. To their astonishment, a figure floated in the vastness of space. That must be a person, exclaimed in alarm. I'll go rescue them. Upon seeing the figure, immediately prepared to rush out. Blocked his path, her expression serious. Grandpa? What if this person is like? After the incident with, had developed a lingering apprehension about rescuing individuals in space. However, waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. We'll rescue them first, and if they turn out to be like, we'll just eliminate them. Unable to dissuade him. They could only watch as ventured out to save the person. Wearing a spacesuit, he soon returned, carrying an individual. Assisted in laying the person down on a bed. Quietly approached for a closer look. Wow, how handsome, she exclaimed, nearly captivated. The man was tall and strikingly attractive. Although he had horns on his head and a tail behind him, he bore little resemblance to a typical earthling. But what did that matter? Her grandfather was an alien, and she herself possessed a quarter alien heritage. Strangely, he appeared uninjured yet remained unconscious. Examined the individual, puzzled. This person has no injuries, and their vital signs are remarkably normal. In fact, their physical condition seems even stronger than mine. I know. Raised her hand eagerly. He must be suffering from oxygen deprivation. As he spoke, he nodded with certainty, seemingly quite pleased with his own judgment. Trunks. It seems I cannot hold too high expectations for Xiaofang. How noisy. The incessant chatter in his ears roused Moyuan from his slumber. Moyuan opened his eyes and beheld a strange little girl, along with Goten? Future Trunks from another timeline? Wait a moment. Moyuan recalled being overwhelmed by that surge of energy, which ultimately led to his core being devoured by the violet vortex. What is the situation now? Look. He has awakened. Three heads swiftly gathered before Moyuan's eyes. Wu Tian, Trunks, how did you end up here? Did you rescue me? And who is she? Moyuan inquired, pointing at Xiaofang. It was then that he noticed the identical expressions of astonishment on the three different faces. Xiaofang, how do you know Trunks and my uncle? Goku, Wu Tian is my son. I am Goku. How do you know my son? Trunks, who are you? How do you know me and Wu Tian? Moyuan finally sensed that something was amiss. If this person were truly Wukong, memories from a past life surged forth from the deepest recesses of his mind. Chapter 118. I once held you in my arms when you were young, GT World. Moyuan never anticipated that he would find himself in the world of Dragon Ball GT. However, the pressing question lingered, how could he return to his original realm? Thoughts of his family, Lazili, Chinin, Tianlin, filled him with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Xiaofang leaned closer to Goku and whispered, Grandpa, what's wrong with him? He seems quite troubled. Perhaps he's just hungry? Goku suggested earnestly. I feel quite miserable when I'm hungry too. Xiaofang gazed at him incredulously. Grandpa, I think you are the one who is hungry right now. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. You've caught me. Moyuan, Trunks. Goku's performance has significantly alleviated his melancholy. Moyuan composed himself, realizing that he was still alive. As long as life persisted, the path home would inevitably reveal itself. Moreover, he had been brought to this world by that violet vortex. Perhaps if he could harness that energy, he might find his way back home. Moyuan assessed his own condition and found no physical ailments, though he felt a tinge of exhaustion mentally. Perhaps the transition into this world had somewhat impaired his spiritual strength. Nonetheless, it was not a grave concern. A few days of rest would suffice for a full recovery. There was also a silver lining. His combat prowess had surged once more. Originally possessing a battle power of 200 billion. He had miraculously doubled it to 400 billion following this harrowing experience. This could be considered a fortunate turn amidst misfortune. Wukong gazed forlornly at his granddaughter, Xiaofang. I am hungry. Absolutely not. Grandfather, you eat 5 or 6 meals a day. If you keep this up, we shall be left starving for the next 2 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaofang firmly declined Wukong's request for food, just as Wukong himself had acknowledged. He truly appeared quite disheartened when hunger struck. Moyuan suddenly recalled that there was an abundance of food within his dimensional space. However, he was uncertain if he could access it in this world. After a moment of sensing, Moyuan located his dimensional space, discovering that everything inside remained intact and undamaged. Moyuan retrieved a universal capsule from within, filled with exquisite delicacies. Such capsules abound in Moyuan's dimensional realm. Moyuan handed the capsule to Wukong, saying, Wukong, this is for you. What is it? Food. Wukong, who had initially appeared listless, instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Moyuan. Is this for me to eat? Moyuan smiled and nodded gently. How wonderful. In an instant, Wukong leaped with joy, then turned to Moyuan with a serious expression, proclaiming, you are a good person. Wait a moment, Uncle Wukong. Trunks seized the universal capsule from Yukong's grasp and inspected it closely, regarding Moyuan with a hint of caution. Who are you? How do you know us? And how do you possess a universal capsule? It was no wonder Trunks harbored doubts about Moyuan. They had previously encountered the incident with Baby, compelling them to exercise vigilance. Furthermore, to Trunks, Moyuan indeed appeared suspicious. Whether it was Moyuan's familiarity with him and Goten or the universal capsule he presented, both raised significant questions. Moreover, Trunks noted that the universal capsule given to Yukong bore no insignia of their family's company, indicating it was not manufactured by them. Yet, the technology of the universal capsule was unique to their lineage across the universe. All these clues compelled Trunks to question further. Indeed, who exactly are you? Xiaofeng interjected, confronting Moyuan. Although she had a fondness for handsome men, she was not so naive as to be blind to potential threats. Regarded the three individuals with solemn expressions and chuckled. Do not be so serious, Trunks. It is worth mentioning that when you were but a child, I once cradled you in my arms. Upon hearing's words, Trunks was utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. He incredulously pointed at, and then at himself, exclaiming, You held me? Moyuan smiled gently and nodded. Trunks shook his head rapidly, exclaiming, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do not be so quick to dismiss it. I possess evidence. He replied. Moyuan retrieved his mobile phone from the dimensional space. Within its confines, alongside cherished photographs of Razali and his two children, lay snapshots with his friends. He opened a picture of himself cradling Trunks and presented it to him. Take a look. Trunks widened his eyes as he gazed at the image on the phone. He magnified and minimized the picture, scrutinizing it from various angles. After several minutes of careful examination, he finally concluded that the photograph bore no signs of alteration. Handing the phone back to Moyuan, Trunks expressed his disbelief, but I don't even know you. My parents have never mentioned having a friend like you. You must be from another timeline, right? Having experienced the android incident, Goku immediately discerned Moyuan's origins. You guessed correctly, Goku. With a snap of his fingers. Moyuan descended from the bed and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Moyuan, hailing from an alternate dimension. Before arriving here, the time in my realm was the year 774 of the Eiji era. Xiaofeng, astonished, exclaimed, 774? That would be 16 years ago. I wasn't even born then. At this point, they had already located the Black Star Dragon Balls, a process that took 8 or 9 months. I heard you refer to Goku as Grandpa. So you must be the daughter of Gohan and Videl, correct? In our dimension, they had only just begun their courtship. Goku inquired, how did you arrive in this world? After hearing Moyuan's words, Goku felt a sense of doubt, as there was no recollection of Moyuan in his memory. If this were indeed a parallel universe, there should be a counterpart of Moyuan present in this realm as well. Oh, it's a long story. While I was training, I inadvertently became ensnared in an energy vortex and awoke to find myself among you. Now, I am at a loss as to how to return. Moyuan lamented with a sigh. Goku pondered for a moment and raised a question. One more thing troubles me. If you are indeed from a parallel universe, why has there never been anyone resembling you in this realm? Moyuan explained, you must understand that parallel universes are not entirely identical. Moreover, when Trunks traversed time, it altered the histories of many parallel dimensions, mine included. Some matters are rather complicated to elucidate. Thus, why not take a glimpse into my memories? That will clarify everything. Rather than engaging in lengthy explanations, Moyuan opted to show Goku a selection of memories, naturally omitting those of a more private nature. Upon viewing Moyuan's memories, Goku was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Moyuan was. Cell? Chapter 119. The Super Divine Water Yuan. The food you've brought is truly delectable. Goku exclaimed as he voraciously indulged in a bounty of provisions strewn across the ground. After witnessing Moyuan's memories, Goku's skepticism dissipated entirely. Smiled gently, saying, If you enjoy eating, indulge yourself further. I have plenty more where that came from. Brother, blushed, coyly inching closer to him and whispering, Ah. To be precise, you ought to address me as grandfather, for I share the same generation as your grandfather. Observing's youthful demeanor instantly grasped her intentions. He harbored no interest in such a sprightly young girl, especially considering she was merely around 10 years of age. He certainly did not have a penchant for younger companions. You, exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. What do you mean, grandfather? I simply wish to engage in a romantic dalliance with a handsome young man. What is wrong with that? At that moment, who was nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, is correct. You indeed should refer to him as grandfather. Grandfather, you are truly insufferable, shouted in frustration before storming off in a huff. In her mind, her inability to find a boyfriend was entirely fault. Upon seeing her departure, the little robot hurried after her, watched her retreating figure, perplexed, and mused, why is she angry? Unable to comprehend the complexities of such emotions, he quickly dismissed the thought, deciding instead that it was more important to focus on the meal at hand, and exchanged a knowing smile, reminiscent of, after their meal, began to reflect upon the narrative of Dragon Ball GT. If his recollections served him correctly, the Earth had now fallen entirely under the dominion of. Moreover, even within, there resided an egg laid by, albeit yet to hatch. Once this egg were to emerge, would be instantaneously subjugated by. Scrutinized Trunks with a discerning gaze, swiftly uncovering the presence of baby's egg within him. Feeling the weight of the scrutiny, Trunks shifted uncomfortably, inquiring, is there something wrong with me, uncle? Since Trunks had broached the subject, decided to address it candidly, stating, Trunks, there exists a foul entity within you. A foul entity? Moyuan nodded, inquiring, have you consumed anything unusual recently? Or has your body been invaded by any foreign entity? At present, there lies an egg within you, the origin of which remains a mystery. Should it hatch, it would possess the capacity to seize control of you instantaneously. Moyuan was well aware that Trunks had previously been possessed by Baby, yet they had not mentioned it to him, and naturally, he could not act as if he were privy to that knowledge. After all, he was a being of the past, not the future. Trunks exclaimed in terror. Could it be Baby? Yes, it must be him. There is no one else. Goku inquired, Moyuan, are you able to assist in eliminating him? To which Moyuan replied, certainly, it's a trivial matter. Moyuan approached Trunks, placing his hand upon the latter's head. The energy within him surged into Trunks, swiftly locating the egg within. It was uprooted entirely. Cough, cough. Trunks felt an obstruction in his throat and could not help but cough a couple of times, expelling a creature resembling a larva from his mouth. The egg, still alive, writhed on the ground. Infuriated, Trunks glared at the egg, and with a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot forth, incinerating it instantly. After eliminating the egg, Trunks bowed deeply to Moyuan, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Moyuan. This time, the title Uncle rolled off his tongue effortlessly, without an ounce of discomfort. Had it not been for Moyuan's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Trunks shuddered at the thought of what might have become of him had he succumbed to control. 2 days passed in a blur, and they drew ever closer to Earth. To be frank, Moyuan harbored some reluctance about returning to Earth, for in this dimension, Lazuli was the wife of Krillin. Of course, this scenario is implausible. It would be unbearable for readers, and as the author, I too cannot accept such a situation, even if it involves different individuals from alternate dimensions. But I digress. Further details will unfold as the story progresses. Contemplating this reality caused Moyuan considerable distress, making him hesitant to confront the situation. Otherwise, he could have easily transported Goku and the others back to Earth through instant transmission. Goku, due to his diminished size, was currently unable to utilize instant transmission. Look, it's Earth, Goku exclaimed excitedly, standing by the window. Where? Let me see. Xiao Fang responded immediately, eager to catch a glimpse. It really is. It's Earth, she exclaimed. Having been away from home for nearly a year, the quest for Dragon Balls had been quite thrilling. The longing for home was inevitable. Half an hour later, the spaceship successfully descended upon the temple. As descended from the spacecraft, he beheld the youthful visage of Dandy, alongside the ever-unchanged Bobo. After a brief exchange with Dandy, prepared to hand over the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls he had discovered. At that moment, intervened, declaring, wait, do not give them to them. Something is amiss. All eyes turned towards Dandy, forcing a smile, inquired, what is this gentleman speaking of? What seems to be amiss? In what manner are we not right? He then turned to, urging, hasten and give me the Dragon Balls. I must seal them away quickly, lest the Earth face annihilation. Glanced at Dandy before turning back to, shook his head at, saying, they have already fallen under the control of, utilizing the very same eggs that once parasitized. What? And recoiled in terror, distancing themselves from. Is there any way you can restore them? Moyuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he swiftly and decisively subdued Dandy and Bobo, annihilating the live eggs that had already hatched within them. After a brief moment, Dandy and Bobo regained consciousness. Upon seeing Goku and the others, Dandy exclaimed with immense joy, Goku, you have finally returned. Dandy, what is the current situation on Earth? Goku inquired. Dandy looked down, visibly despondent, and replied, "Alas, everyone on Earth has been controlled. As the divine guardian of Earth, I feel utterly defeated. I can only watch as everyone is subjugated. Powerless to intervene. Moyuan, could you assist in restoring the people of Earth to their normal state?" Goku now turned to Moyuan for help. As he believed there was no one else capable of such a feat, however, Moyuan shook his head in response. Goku, feeling disheartened, asked, "What? Is it impossible?" He assumed Moyuan was unwilling to help. "No," Moyuan clarified. "There exists a substance on Earth that can eradicate the live eggs of baby that have infested within them, and that substance is located right here in this temple." "What is it?" Everyone looked at Moyuan with eager anticipation. "It is the super divine water." Chapter 120, Baby. Upon understanding the significance of the super divine water, Bobo immediately set out to find it within the temple, which possessed the ability to connect to the lower realms. Moyuan, having transformed the super divine water into a mist, dispersed it from the temple. Soon, a delicate veil of super divine water enveloped the entire Earth. Under the insidious encroachment of this mist, no soul could evade its grasp. The vital eggs within every individual were purged by the super divine water. Once the vital eggs were dealt with, Bobo and Dandy sealed away the Black Star Dragon Balls. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Baby convened a meeting with Gohan, Goten, Bra, and Bulma. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Except for Baby, the others clutched their heads, writhing in agony. What was happening? Seated at the head of the table, Baby sensed the rapid demise of the vital eggs he had implanted. In a brief span, the survival rate of vital eggs across the globe plummeted to below 10%, and those that remained continued to vanish. Who is sabotaging my plans? Baby seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in his fury. As the vital eggs perished, Gohan and the others gradually regained their consciousness. What transpired? How did we end up here? Their memories were blank during the period of parasitism. Bewildered, they surveyed their surroundings, uncertain of the events that had unfolded. Uncle Vegeta, you're quite fashionable with that head of white hair. The earliest victim of control, Goten, remained oblivious to the fact that Vegeta was no longer the same. Upon regaining her senses, Bra noticed Goten approaching Vegeta and quickly cautioned, "Goten, be careful, he is not Dad." Bra's last memory was of Vegeta choking her, and thus she was certain that the figure before her was not her father. "Bra, take Aunt Bulma and leave. We'll handle things here." Piecing together the earlier events, Gohan swiftly grasped the situation. In an instant, he and Goten transformed into Super Saiyans, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze on Baby. Haraha. Baby's laughter became increasingly maniacal. "Since I cannot control you, then perish, you wretched Saiyan monkeys." A crimson light flickered in Baby's eyes. Boom. Gohan and Goten were hurled backward with tremendous force. Just as Bra and Bulma exited the Universal Capsule Corporation, they witnessed Gohan and Goten crash through the walls. Landing before them, the explosive sound sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of panic. Baby's furious roar echoed from within the Universal Capsule Corporation. Then, a brilliant golden light streamed through the windows, a massive energy coalescing within, as if a nuclear bomb were on the brink of detonation. Far away at the temple, Moyuan and Goku sensed this overwhelming energy. "It's Baby's energy. We must hurry. He is in West City." Trunks was the first to succumb to his emotions. The West City was his home, where his family resided. Most importantly, within Baby's aura, he sensed the presence of his father, Vegeta. This indicated that Baby had now taken possession of Vegeta's body. "Do not fret, Trunks. I shall transport you there via instant transmission," Moyuan calmly assured Trunks. "That is splendid," Goku exclaimed with delight, gazing at Moyuan. "I never imagined you could also utilize instant transmission. Now that my body is shrunk, I can no longer perform it myself. I am grateful for your assistance. Once you are prepared, we shall embark." Moyuan gently snapped his fingers, following a crisp sound. Wukong and the others realized they had been transported to a different scene. How astonishing. Wukong gazed at Moyuan in amazement. "You can teleport us without even touching us. That's more impressive than the God of Destruction." Boom. As Moyuan and his companions arrived in the West Capital, an instant later, the Universal Capsule Corporation erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The entire edifice of the corporation was utterly reduced to rubble. The shockwave from the explosion collapsed several nearby buildings, while the ground beneath them was marred by a myriad of fissures resembling shattered glass. "Dad." Upon witnessing Goku's arrival, Gohan and Goten were filled with joy, quickly suppressing their pain to rise from the ground. As long as Goku was present, a profound sense of security enveloped them. Trunks and Bra stealthily approached Trunks, with Bra pointing at Moyuan and whispering, Who is that handsome young man? I've never seen him before. From the moment they appeared, Bra's enchanting eyes fixated on the tall and strikingly handsome Moyuan, causing her scalp to tingle with budding feelings of infatuation. It must be said that Bra had inherited a touch of Bulma's penchant for admiration. That's Uncle Moyuan. If it weren't for his assistance this time, you would still be under baby's control. Trunks gazed at Moyuan with admiration. Uncle? But he seems to be about our age. Not quite. Uncle Moyuan hails from another timeline and accidentally arrived in this one. In his original timeline, he is a close friend of Uncle Goku and Dad. Is that so? Bra's burgeoning romantic inclinations were abruptly stifled. Baby, get out of Vegeta's body immediately. Haha, filthy scion monkeys. Today I shall annihilate you all, leaving none alive. Baby completely disregarded Goku, floating in the air and laughing maniacally. He had nearly fused with Vegeta. If Goku wished to defeat him, he would simultaneously have to eliminate Vegeta. Regardless, he intended to take at least one scion with him. It was a win-win scenario. Moreover, the power he possessed now far surpassed Goku's. Originally, Vegeta's strength was comparable to Goku's, but after Goku's transformation, his battle power had diminished by half. Presently, Vegeta's inherent strength exceeded that of Goku, compounded by baby's power. In any case, Goku stood no chance against him. Moyuan, do you have any way to separate Vegeta from Baby? No, with a heavy heart, shook his head. He had long since surveyed Vegeta's physique with keen perception. Baby's form was extraordinary, akin to a liquid. Now, he had permeated every crevice of Vegeta's being, even saturating each drop of blood within. Unless Baby chose to separate, no one could pry them apart, not even himself. Thus, there was little choice but to express his sorrow to Vegeta, promising to resurrect him with the Dragon Balls once Baby was vanquished. Goku gazed at Baby with a serious demeanor. He then commenced his warm-up exercises. Given that separation was impossible, the only recourse was to eliminate them both. Although such an action weighed heavily on his conscience regarding Vegeta, Goku was confident that Vegeta would ultimately endorse his decision. Chapter 121, Baby has gone mad. Let us engage in combat elsewhere. Should we continue here? The entirety of West City may be obliterated. Addressed Wukong, suggesting a change of location. Haha. Baby erupted into laughter upon hearing this. What I desire is to annihilate all of you. A menacing energy sphere materialized in his hand. Baby's current battle power stood at 120 trillion. In this realm, Vegeta's base power reached 20 billion, and after merging with Baby, his strength doubled. Although his hair had turned white, he had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan form. This version of Vegeta, akin to the one known by, lacked the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, yet his transformation still boasted a 300-fold increase. Wukong's battle power had originally been 20 billion, but had now dwindled to 10 billion. Furthermore, due to his diminished size, he was unable to maintain even the Super Saiyan 3 form. Perish! Baby's face contorted as he shouted wildly. The energy sphere in his hand morphed into a formidable wave of energy, hurtling towards Wukong. Haha! Baby envisioned the demise of all Scions at his hands, laughing maniacally. Quick to react, Wukong positioned his hands in a flower-like stance, preparing to counter with the Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, interposed himself before the energy wave, swatting it with a casual gesture. The wave then redirected itself, surging back towards Baby. What? Baby was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the incoming energy wave. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly ordinary yet handsome individual had so effortlessly neutralized his attack and sent it back at him. With great haste, Baby evaded his own oncoming assault, appearing somewhat flustered. Moyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at Baby, articulating in a tone that was both unassuming and authoritative. I was not seeking your opinion just now. I was merely informing you. Following this, Moyuan snapped his fingers. Moyuan, Wukong, and Baby suddenly vanished without a trace. What on earth? How could they leave without me? This is so frustrating. Xiaofang, watching them depart without her, felt a twinge of resentment in her heart. Gohan gently patted Xiaofang's shoulder, reassuring her, It's all right, Xiaofang. That place is far too perilous. We didn't bring you along out of concern for your safety. But who is that person? I don't recall ever seeing them before. Are they a new friend you made in the cosmos? No, Dad, let me explain. Xiaofang began to narrate the tale of Moyuan with great embellishment, as though she had rescued him from the depths of space herself. She completely overlooked the fact that she had, at one point, attempted to impede Wukong's efforts to save Moyuan. Trunks, listening to Xiaofang's tall tale, felt a sense of awkwardness wash over him. Amidst a chaotic expanse of jagged rocks in the desert, three figures materialized out of thin air. Baby felt as if the scene before her had abruptly changed, akin to a television channel switching in the blink of an eye. All right, you may engage in battle here as you please. Moyuan clapped his hands and then allowed Wukong and Baby to engage in their duel. He retreated to a nearby elevated spot, unfurling a sunshade and arranging a reclining chair along with a small table adorned with various snacks and beverages. Reclining comfortably, he prepared to leisurely observe their confrontation. Alas, Baby's current combat prowess was hardly impressive. Although he surpassed Wukong, his strength was still marginal. In the original narrative, it was only by harnessing the Scion energy from Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra that he attained such formidable power. Presently, he was merely slightly stronger than Wukong. How dare you treat me like this? Baby seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. This was compounded by the energy barrier Moyuan had erected around them, effectively reducing him to a mere spectacle, akin to a monkey in a zoo. Ironically, it was they who were the true monkeys, those wretched Scion apes. In a fit of rage, Baby unleashed his energy blasts upon the energy barrier established by Moyuan with reckless abandon. In an instant, the entire barrier was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Swiftly extricated Wukong, allowing Baby to descend into madness within. How terrifying this creature is. When Wukong emerged, he was still trembling with trepidation. Had those formidable energy blasts struck him directly, he would have surely faced dire consequences, if not death itself. Moyuan had not anticipated that his intention was merely to allow them to engage in battle without concerns, enabling Wukong to fight without the worry of harming the earth. To his surprise, Baby exhibited such a significant stress reaction. Moyuan, do you think Baby might end up destroying himself? Wukong inquired while snacking on some treats from the table. That is unlikely. Although he is mad, he is not foolish enough to endanger his own life. That's a relief. I'll indulge in some food first, and once I am satisfied, I shall confront him. Wukong immediately entered a state of gluttony. Moyuan observed that the snacks on the table were nearly depleted, so he hastily retrieved a universal capsule. In no time, the table was once again laden with an array of delectable treats. Baby paused his assault, resting on his knees to catch his breath. After such an extensive display of exertion, he surmised that Goku had likely been obliterated by his relentless onslaught. After all, he could no longer sense Goku's energy. The mere thought of vanquishing a Scion brought Baby immense delight. The smoke gradually dissipated. Within the confines of the energy dome, there was nothing left but himself. That accursed Scion must have been obliterated to oblivion by his own attack. Cough, cough. In the midst of his laughter, Baby suddenly looked down, only to find that the Scion he believed to be annihilated was, in fact, right beneath him. Clutching a massive piece of meat, Goku was gnawing away. And what was that glimmer in his eyes? Why did he perceive affection, and regarded with a gaze infused with concern, akin to that reserved for the mentally challenged? Has he lost his mind? I suspect it is highly probable, came the reply. In that moment, and reached a mutual understanding, had indeed succumbed to madness, transforming from into. Suddenly, felt as though he had become a lunatic. After enduring such an extensive battle, he had only succeeded in inflicting harm upon himself, leaving him battered and bruised, while his adversary remained unscathed. Well, it would be unfair to claim he had caused no damage at all, at the very least, was significantly injured. Furthermore, he sensed that his own demise was imminent. He had exhausted every ounce of his strength, yet not even a minor energy barrier had been breached. The thought of the individual lounging leisurely in a deck chair, indulging in snacks, filled him with dread. That being was likely at least 10 times more formidable than he was at present. However, a sly smile crept across his face. Chapter 122, Versus. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate landscape, stirring the dust and debris that lay scattered upon the ground, and chewed their food while locking eyes within the energy dome above. The atmosphere was eerily silent. After a brief moment, discarded the bone in his hand, patted his stomach in satisfaction, and said to Yuan, I'm full now, please let me in. Noticing spirited demeanor, chose not to elaborate further and promptly sent him inside. After all, if we're to falter, he could always retrieve him. You dare to enter? Truly fearless. Scoffed. Looking down upon. I will certainly expel you from Spotty. Just you wait. Unlike his usual cautious approach, was acutely aware that his current strength paled in comparison to's. Thus, he transformed immediately into his Super Saiyan 3 form. In an instant, his hair lengthened, his brow protruded, golden flames surged around him, and his combat power skyrocketed from 100 billion to 40 trillion. Yet, this formidable power still fell short against. Upon completing his transformation, launched an assault on. Is this all you've got, Scion? Remained motionless, effortlessly evading Olive's attacks. The vast disparity in power rendered incapable of inflicting any damage. Useless Scion. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Zephyr. Suddenly seized outstretched fist, causing a jolt of alarm within him. He quickly swung his other fist, attempting to repel. Bang! His other hand was likewise captured by. Straining to withdraw, he found's grip to be as unyielding as a vice, rendering him powerless to escape. Once he had a firm hold on, knee struck viciously against abdomen. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing against the energy shield set up by. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his abdomen, slowly rose. Die, you cursed Scion monkey. Spread his limbs wide, a terrifying aura coalescing around him. Supermassive energy sphere. A colossal energy blast formed in his hands, aimed directly at. Boom. The energy dome was once again engulfed in swirling smoke. That was close. Breathed a sigh of relief, his heart racing. Fortunately, he had managed to evade the attack at the last moment. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would have suffered grievously. What is happening? At that moment, Wukong suddenly felt a profound emptiness within his body. Subsequently, he involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It did not take long for him to discern the reason. It was due to his reduced size, which rendered him incapable of maintaining that form. Moreover, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation possessed a critical flaw, its energy leakage. Currently, Wukong found that his internal energy had dwindled to a mere trickle. What's this? It seems you are nearing your end. In that case, I shall send you to the underworld. Baby raised his hand, unleashing another energy wave. This time, Wukong lacked the strength to evade it. The disparity in their combat power was already staggering, and now, having abandoned his transformation and depleted his energy, he was left defenseless. Boom. Baby cast a glance at Moyuan, silently grinding his teeth in frustration. To him, Wukong was merely an insignificant foe, easily dispatched. However, Moyuan was an entirely different matter. A simple energy shield remained steadfast against his full-force assault, and despite the ferocity of their prolonged battle, the energy shield exhibited no signs of weakening. Baby's mind raced as he pondered how to inflict injury upon Moyuan. Only by wounding him could he infiltrate his body, parasitically attaching himself and thereby exerting control. Truth be told, Baby was uncertain of his ability to dominate Moyuan, yet this was the sole glimmer of hope for survival. If there was a chance to escape death, he would certainly seize it. You are indeed formidable. It has been ages since I encountered someone of your caliber. However, I shall not concede so easily, Wukong proclaimed. His body marred with wounds and his attire tattered, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwavering in its determination. Clearly, you have lived far too long, Baby retorted. His thoughts interrupted by Wukong's defiance, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. He lunged forward, launching a frenzied assault against Wukong. In the face of Baby's relentless onslaught, Wukong found himself utterly defenseless, retreating step by step under the barrage of attacks. Moyuan shook his head in disbelief. With the current strength of Wukong, he was utterly incapable of defeating Baby. Moreover, he was unable to transform at all. Indeed, it was not long before Wukong was slammed against the wall of the energy barrier, nearly devoid of the strength to rise. Prepare to meet your end, Scion monkey. Embrace the wrath of the Tuffle, Baby proclaimed, raising his hands high as a colossal black energy sphere, crackling with electricity, materialized above his head. This orb encompassed all of his power, as well as the Tuffle's deep-seated animosity toward the Scions. Revenge Death Ball. With a fierce thrust, Baby hurled the energy orb toward Wukong. The black sphere advanced step by step, resembling the onset of an apocalyptic event. Wukong could only watch helplessly as this orb, akin to a dark sun, descended upon him. He was now too exhausted to evade. Merely mustering enough strength to rise had drained him completely. Just as Wukong resigned himself to his fate, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The scene before him shifted. He had been teleported away by Moyuan. Glancing back at the energy barrier, he witnessed the terrifying black energy sphere dissolve upon contact, vanishing like raindrops merging into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. This spectacle left Wukong in a state of shock. His mouth agape as he reevaluated his understanding of Moyuan's formidable power. Moyuan reclined on the lounge chair, sipping his drink as he inquired, "How about it? Are you still planning to continue battling with Bei-Bei?" Wukong shook his head, a sense of helplessness evident in his demeanor. "I wish I could, but I simply lack the strength to fight any longer." Moyu smiled faintly and raised his hand to infuse a surge of willpower into Wukong's body. In an instant, Wukong felt as if he had consumed a mystical being. His wounds healed instantaneously, and even the energy within him was revitalized. Aside from his tattered clothing, there was no trace of the severe injuries he had previously endured. Ah, Mayu, you are truly remarkable. You possess such extraordinary abilities. Among the individuals Wukong had encountered, only Dandy, Bu, and the Kaioshin, the amalgamation of Ashen and Jebet, exhibited similar powers. It was astonishing to discover that Moyu possessed them as well. Moreover, Moyu's healing prowess surpassed that of the others, both in speed and efficacy. While the others could merely mend wounds, they were unable to fully restore energy. Moyuan had indeed restored his energy to its peak state. Wukong bounced on the ground, filled with delight. This meant he could fight once more. Wukong looked up at Baby, waiting. Baby. Chapter 123, Elimination of Baby. Baby knelt, gasping for breath. Baby, let us go again. Wukong's voice echoed in his ears. Baby raised his head, horrified, staring at Wukong. The very Wukong he had just nearly defeated was now lively and vibrant before him once more. How many times had this occurred? Baby could no longer recall. He felt drained, as if a fairy had extracted every ounce of his strength. And Wukong was that very fairy. When Wukong first regained his strength, Baby felt a lingering sense of challenge. The second time, Baby found it easy to manage. By the third time, Baby was deft and untroubled. By the 10th time, Baby was still boasting, asserting that no matter how many times Wukong returned, he could not be vanquished. On the 100th occasion, although slightly fatigued, Baby stubbornly declared he was still capable. Now, having reached the nth time, Baby admitted that he had spoken too boldly. He truly could not continue. Not only was his body depleted, but his spirit also languished. Yet Wukong, relentless as ever, demanded more and more, incessantly pursuing him. Baby felt as though he might be driven to madness by Wukong's persistence. Baby, are you ready? Here I come, Wukong said with a cheerful smile. To Baby. Wukong now resembled a mischievous little demon, complete with horns and bat-like wings, wielding a fork. This little demon approached him with a wicked grin. Don't come any closer. Baby shouted in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. Come on, Baby. Let us continue. Wukong beamed with delight. To an outsider, it might seem as though Baby was the one who had been defeated countless times. Wukong advanced step by step towards Baby, stumbling backward. Baby realized that his energy reserves were dwindling. Meanwhile, Wukong remained in peak condition, and after numerous recoveries from severe injuries, his combat power had surged to 200 billion. In this ebb and flow, Baby found himself utterly powerless against Wukong. Wukong finally understood the joy experienced by Majin Bu when they fought Bu. It bore a striking resemblance to his current situation, where every effort seemed futile and utterly hopeless. Baby, if you emerge from Vegeta now, I will grant you a swift end. Damn Scion Monkey, perish. Baby roared, his eyes widening in fury, channeling the last remnants of his energy into a powerful energy wave aimed at Wukong. Boom. Wukong did not evade. He resolutely endured the onslaught of the energy wave. Baby glanced downwards, only to discover that Wukong had not emerged unscathed. An exhilarated laughter erupted from him. Ha! At last, I have slain you. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Baby's smile began to fade, and terror returned to his countenance. How is this possible? Why are you still alive? This cannot be. Why is this happening? Baby screamed in hysteria. From the mist, Wukong emerged, unscathed. Baby could not reconcile the reality before him. Though he had been low on energy moments ago, that energy wave should have been insurmountable for Wukong. Yet, why was he unharmed? Why? Were you not aware? Wukong remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. While your energy is depleting, my strength is simultaneously augmenting. Observing the bewilderment etched on Baby's face, Wukong shook his head. It seems you do not fully comprehend the Scions. What do you mean? Each time a Scion returns from the brink of death, their power increases. Baby, in disbelief, exclaimed. What? In truth, this ability was not particularly extraordinary. However, Wukong was not alone. He had a man behind him capable of providing him with boundless restoration. Baby cast a resentful glance at the onlookers below, particularly at Moyuan. Moyuan now cradles half a large watermelon, vigorously scooping with a hefty spoon in hand. Scarcely glancing at Wukong and his companion, the two have exchanged blows countless times, and initially, Moyuan observed with keen interest. However, his enthusiasm has waned, and the spectacle has lost its allure. While indulging in his watermelon, Moyuan suddenly senses something amiss. He raises his gaze and meets Baby's eyes, brimming with resentment. Alongside the animosity, there lingers an enigmatic undertone. Intriguing. Moyuan set aside the watermelon and vanished from his original spot using instantaneous movement. He then reappeared before Beibai and inquired, "It seems you harbor some discontent towards me?" Beibai lowered her head, unable to meet Moyuan's gaze. Did not compel him to speak. Instead, he turned to Wukong and said, "Cease your games, simply eliminate him. He cannot possibly extricate himself from Vegeta's form." At the very moment pivoted, Baby raised his head, his gaze fierce. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertips. A gash was inflicted on Moyuan's arm by Baby, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Moyuan, quickly evade. Wukong shouted urgently. "Hot hop, too late. This body now belongs to me." A pool of silvery liquid, reminiscent of mercury, surged forth from Vegeta, rushing towards Moyuan. The closer Baby drew to Moyuan, the more exhilarated he became. As long as he could seize control of Moyuan, what were these scions to him? He aspired not only to dominate this planet, but to reign over the entire galaxy, and even the universe. "Fool, have you truly fallen for this ruse?" Turned his head, casting a mocking glance at. Meanwhile, remained frozen, as if time had been suspended, just a mere centimeter away from the wound on's arm. The space was ensnared. Watched in disbelief as the injury on's arm healed instantaneously. Even the blood that had flowed out reversed its course back into his body. In that moment, realized he had been deceived. "Please, esteemed sir, spare me. I vow never to appear before you again." Trapped in the air, began to plead for mercy. He did not wish to perish. He was the last of the civil people. Should he meet his demise, his entire race would be extinguished. Yet, paid him no heed. "Handle this yourself." After entrusting to, led out of the energy barrier. Stood momentarily dazed, having initially believed that was on the verge of being parasitized by. Little did he know that this was all part of his cunning strategy. Meanwhile, on the brink of mental collapse from his relentless torment, saw a slim chance and lunged forward without a second thought. "I warned you that I would utterly obliterate you. I implore you, spare me. I promise to keep my distance and never show myself before you again," begged in terror. Were it not for his current confinement by, he would have likely fallen to his knees in supplication. However, was no benevolent savior. Kamehameha, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, unleashed his full energy, generating a colossal energy wave that struck with ferocity. No, was completely annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 124. Android 18? Upon returning to the ground after dealing with, found that had been restored by, including the live egg had left within him, which had also been extracted. However, had yet to awaken. Seeing that had disposed of, Moyuan retrieved the useful items from the ground into the dimensional space, while obliterating the useless ones, leaving no trace behind. Much like Baby, his primary focus was on environmental protection, ensuring no pollution marred the surroundings. "Yuan, thank you. Without you, I would have been at a loss in dealing with Baby." Wukong expressed his profound relief. He was indeed fortunate to have rescued Moyuan from the depths of space. Otherwise, the entire Earth would likely have succumbed to devastation. Moreover, with Baby's formidable strength, he was certainly no match for such an adversary. Moyuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for formality. Even in my absence, you would undoubtedly triumph over Baby." He silently added to himself, "Moreover, you could even ascend to Super Saiyan 4. However, Moyuan now felt confident in his ability to help them achieve Super Saiyan 4. All that was required was for Bulma to construct the machine that amplifies the Blutz waves. "By the way, how is Vegeta faring?" Moyuan pointed to the unconscious Vegeta lying beside him, stating, "He has been treated, yet he remains unresponsive. Allow me to check on him." Goku hurriedly approached Vegeta, crouching down and gently shaking him. Vegeta, awakened. Perhaps stirred by the call of his dear friend, Vegeta gradually opened his eyes. "Kakarot? Where am I?" His mind still clouded from slumber, Vegeta struggled to regain clarity. After a brief moment, memories of the preceding events surged back. What about that civilian? Was I under his control? And Bulma? Bra, where are they? Are they unharmed? Vegeta, in a fit of concern, grasped Goku's shoulders, shaking him fervently. Unlike Goku, who could abandon home for 5 years of training alongside Vegeta was deeply family-oriented, his heart tethered to his wife and daughter. As for Trunks, a man must endure hardship to grow. Even in death, he could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. What was there to fret about? Vegeta, remain calm. They are safe. Thanks to Moyuan's intervention. Otherwise, I would have been powerless against that Baby. Moyuan? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, that is him, Goku affirmed, gesturing towards Moyuan. It was then that Vegeta noticed the presence of others nearby. He regarded Moyuan with gratitude, stating, "Though I am still uncertain of the circumstances, I sincerely thank you." This expression of gratitude from Vegeta intrigued Moyuan, revealing that even he could articulate thanks. It seemed Bulma's influence had indeed been quite effective. Moyuan shook his head slightly and then said, "Since you have awakened as well, let us return." Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. A crisp sound echoed, and the three of them vanished in an instant. The desolate land once again fell into silence. "Father, you have returned." Upon returning to West City, found himself immediately encircled by a throng of people. To be precise, it was and who were surrounded by their own families. Humanity is inherently a social species. Moyuan observed Wukong and Vegeta embracing their families, inevitably feeling a twinge of envy. At the same time, a sense of solitude and longing enveloped him. Moyuan's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, a cacophony of feelings intertwining within him. This sensation was profoundly distressing. Moyuan silently withdrew and, by means of instantaneous movement, arrived at a desolate locale, the south pole of the earth. This place, perpetually shrouded in cold, is blanketed by a thick layer of snow throughout the year. The snow beneath and the clouds above seem to merge seamlessly, rendering the boundary between them nearly invisible, creating a harmonious expanse of sky and earth. At the pinnacle of a colossal snow-capped mountain that pierces the heavens, a solitary figure lies motionless, already enveloped by a substantial accumulation of snow. Moyuan has been lost in thought here for 7 days, lying in the frigid snow, enduring the biting cold winds. Gazing at the pristine white clouds above, he yearns to freeze his heart in this ice and snow, seeking to attain inner tranquility. However, his extraordinary constitution renders the chilling cold utterly ineffective against him. After spending such an extended period in this desolate, icy expanse, his longing for his family has not waned. Rather, it has intensified profoundly. "Ah!" Moyuan roared at the sky, an invisible wave of sound emanating from his lips. The entire Antarctic continent began to tremble. The clouds above were dispersed, and the thick snow upon the mountains was shaken loose, resulting in countless massive avalanches. Moyuan expressed the turmoil within his heart. Feeling considerably relieved, he still managed to restrain himself, avoiding an outburst. Otherwise, it is likely that this expanse of the Antarctic continent would have been shattered into fragments. After venting his emotions, Moyuan lay down like a stiff corpse, his body rigid and facing the sky, lost in thought. Time passed, and eventually, a small figure appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching and landing beside him. It was Wukong. "Ah, Yuan, it turns out you came here. If it weren't for the faint trace of your aura I sensed earlier, I would have struggled to find you. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Bulma is preparing a feast to celebrate Earth's survival through yet another crisis, and as the greatest contributor, your presence is indispensable. Politely declined, "No need. You all go enjoy yourselves. I shall sit this one out." What does sitting this one out even mean? Wukong grasped his arm and urged him to rise. "Hurry." When I arrived, Chi-Chi and Bulma had already begun preparing for the banquet. "All our familiar friends are present. You are the only one missing." Upon hearing that familiar faces would be attending, froze. His reluctance to attend stemmed not only from his inability to find his place among this mix of both familiar and unfamiliar faces, but primarily from his desire to avoid encountering that particular individual. Yet, when Wukong mentioned it, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to take a glance. Thus, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, found himself reluctantly returning to West City. The banquet was to be hosted at Bulma's residence, in a courtyard as expansive as a park. At that moment, dozens of chefs were already busily preparing a feast, with an array of dishes ranging from main courses to snacks, and an abundance of beverages and desserts. Moyuan encountered all the members of Wukong and Vegeta's families, as well as Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu, Yamchu, Puar, Oolong, Master Roshi, Bu, and Krillin. Yet, the one he yearned for day and night was nowhere to be found. Moyuan's emotions were complex, a blend of regret and relief. Wait, that's not right. Who is that dark-haired girl next to Krillin? Goku, who is that person? Moyuan pointed to the girl beside Krillin. Goku looked at Moyuan with surprise. That's Android 18. How could you not recognize her? Android 18? From her figure to her appearance. It wasn't just a slight difference. It was as if she were an entirely different person. Even her aura felt completely unfamiliar. Chapter 125. Worse than a dog. Moyuan. Wake up. 6 in the morning. Goku's booming voice roused Moyuan from his slumber. After the banquet ended the previous night, Moyuan had declined invitations from both Goku and Vegeta. Instead, he found a secluded spot in the wilderness, tossed out a capsule corp capsule, and instantly had a small house at his disposal. One had to admit, the convenience of capsule corp technology was unparalleled. Back on Earth in his previous life, camping in the wild meant struggling with tents, cumbersome and uncomfortable. Now, with just a single capsule, he had a proper dwelling, far more convenient than a tent and infinitely more comfortable. Packing up was just as effortless, a simple press of a button, and everything folded neatly away. Moyuan rose from his bed and changed into a fresh set of clothing. In truth, he had scarcely managed to sleep at all. Ever since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had seldom experienced solitary slumber. Last night, he tossed and turned throughout the night, utterly devoid of any inclination to sleep. Moyuan briefly refreshed himself, then produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. A delightful array of culinary delights materialized before him. Moyuan glanced at Wukong, raising an eyebrow. Would you care for a bite? No, thank you. I've already dined at home, Wukong replied, gesturing dismissively. How about just a little more? When Moyuan extended the invitation once again, Wukong surveyed the array of delectable dishes laid out before him. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made him feel as though there was still room in his stomach for more. Then I shall indulge, he declared. And soon the two began to feast heartily. By the way, Yuan, what exactly is the method you mentioned yesterday for us to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Wukong inquired. The thought of Super Saiyan 4 had occupied his mind throughout the night, leaving him restless. Consequently, he had hurried over early in the morning, driven by an eagerness to uncover the secret of achieving this formidable transformation. Moyuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said leisurely, there's no need to rush. We must seek Bulma's assistance for this matter. Then let us hasten our meal and proceed to find Bulma, Goku exclaimed, beginning to inhale the food with fervor. In no time, a plethora of delicacies lay devoured upon the ground, consumed entirely by the two. Moyuan disposed of the remnants of the meal, and then, accompanied by the anxious Goku, he instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's residence. Bulma, Vegeta, rise and shine. Goku's booming voice soon reverberated throughout the household. The sheer intensity of his call rendered the meticulously crafted soundproof walls, constructed at great expense, utterly ineffective. Both Bulma and Vegeta, nestled in their beds, could even feel the house tremble slightly. Kakarot, I shall end him, Vegeta exclaimed, glancing at the clock before crushing it in a fit of rage. It's only 6:30. Not even dogs are awake at this hour. All right, calm down. Let us go see what the fuss is about. Perhaps Goku has something significant to discuss, Bulma soothed, quickly quelling Vegeta's fury. Humph. If there's nothing of importance, I shall certainly deliver him a beating, Vegeta huffed, rising from his bed to change his clothes. Uncle Goku, my parents haven't woken up yet. Would you like to join us for breakfast? Trunks, clad in a suit, emerged from the house, extending an invitation to Moyuan and Goku. Moyuan gazed curiously at Trunks and inquired, what brings you up so early? Trunks let out a heavy sigh, responding, because I still have to go to work. There are countless matters awaiting my attention at the company. Ah. I feel as though I am of lesser worth than the dog at home. Moyuan remained silent, gently patting his shoulder twice. He understood, truly grasped the essence of such a corporate existence. Though he had not personally endured it, he had witnessed it abundantly in his past life. It was undeniably arduous. Uncle Moyuan, Uncle Wukong, please stay here for a moment. My father should be coming down shortly. I must head to work now. After leading them to the living room, Trunks took a briefcase and departed. His desolate silhouette resembled a marionette devoid of a soul. Moyuan gazed at his retreating figure, shaking his head silently. How pitiable it was. As the son of the world's wealthiest individual, the most formidable heir, he still had to rise early each morning to attend to his duties. Moyuan had never contemplated the notion of managing his own company. Firstly, he lacked the requisite skills for management, and secondly, he possessed no interest in such affairs. It would be far more prudent to entrust the responsibilities to professionals, allowing him to simply recline and reap the financial rewards. One cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Trunks. Kakarot, unless you provide a compelling reason. You shall not pass through that door today. Vegeta descended from the upper floor, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Goku. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber is a transgression of the highest order. Moyuan sat aside, watching the performance. If he were to be awakened by Wukong while sleeping with his wife, he would certainly give Wukong a good thrashing. Thus, Moyuan profoundly empathized with Vegeta's current sentiments. Vegeta, do not be anxious. This is a fortuitous occurrence, Wukong said, feeling a bit embarrassed and speaking in a gentle tone. Do tell. But if I find your words unsatisfactory, he smirked ominously. Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze laced with a warning. Wukong looked intently at Vegeta. Have you ever heard of Super Saiyan 4? What? Those words instantly unsettled Vegeta. Can you truly transform into Super Saiyan 4? He gazed at Wukong in disbelief. He himself could not even attain Super Saiyan 3, yet Wukong had seemingly achieved Super Saiyan 4? It's not me. It's Moyuan. Wukong's words were abruptly interrupted by Vegeta. What? Can Moyuan really transform into Super Saiyan 4? But he is not a Saiyan. No. You must listen to me first. Moyuan possesses a method that allows us to attain Super Saiyan 4, Wukong insisted. Vegeta stared at Moyuan in astonishment. Is that true? Is what Wukong says accurate? Yet I cannot even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Can I really become Super Saiyan 4? Nodded slightly. Indeed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 does not require one to first attain Super Saiyan 3, and you will find it easier to achieve this form than Goku. What? Is that true? Why do I find it more challenging? Goku exclaimed, his composure slipping away. Did I not mention this to you? Goku shook his head earnestly. No. You did not. Oh, perhaps I simply forgot, but that is of little consequence, replied nonchalantly. He continued. The prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is that you must first assume the form of a gorilla. From there, you transform into Super Saiyan in that state, and subsequently revert to a humanoid shape. As for Vegeta, being of royal Saiyan lineage, he retains his sanity while in gorilla form, thus making his transition to Super Saiyan 4 easier than yours. Ha 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 ha. Kakarot, it seems I shall take the lead this time, Vegeta declared triumphantly. Casting a smug glance at Goku, as if envisioning the moment he would stand victorious over him. Wait a moment, Goku interjected, a look of confusion crossing his face. We no longer have tails. How can we transform into gorillas? Vegeta, recognizing the validity of this concern, turned anxiously towards. Smiled faintly. This is precisely why I require Bulma's assistance. Chapter 126, The Malevolent View. Vegeta. You must be aware of the conditions under which a Saiyan transforms into an Oozaru, am I correct? Vegeta nodded slightly. To transform into an Oozaru, a Saiyan must absorb over 17 million units of blood waves through their eyes, which triggers a reaction in their tail, initiating the transformation. Indeed, however, due to the fact that your tails are currently severed, merely 17 million units of blood waves will be insufficient. It is necessary to amplify the blood waves by a factor of 1,000. Once the blood waves are amplified by 1,000 times, they will possess enough potency to stimulate your bloodlines, causing your tails to regenerate and completing the transformation. After listening to his explanation, Vegeta pondered for a moment. Theoretically, he believed there was a certain plausibility to his assertion. It was worth a try. As for the assistance he required from Bulma, Vegeta understood it quite well. It was simply a matter of constructing a device capable of amplifying the blood waves by 1,000 times. Such a trivial machine would be a piece of cake for Bulma. Vegeta proudly crossed his arms. However, that would have to wait. Bulma was still resting, and they would discuss it when she awoke. Indeed, Vegeta silently affirmed to himself. Vegeta, you should hurry and wake Bulma. Goku, unable to contain his impatience, began to urge him. Yet Vegeta did not even glance in his direction, casually retorting, "What's the rush? I haven't tea at breakfast yet. Let me finish my meal first." With that, he turned and walked away. Oh, well then, eat quickly. Under Goku's persistent urging, Vegeta took a leisurely 2 hours to finish his breakfast, and only when Bulma was awake did he feel satisfied. Observing Vegeta, who was propping up his waist with a notably round belly, could ascertain that he had indeed feasted heartily. Bulma, seeing Vegeta in such a state, felt a mix of amusement, tenderness, and gratitude. Vegeta, next time just wake me up directly. There is no need to put yourself through this. Vegeta turned his head away, feigning disdain. What are you talking about? I indulged in such a feast solely because I was famished, having overindulged. I nearly expelled my meal with a mere utterance. Vegeta hastily covered his mouth, a rather unnatural flush adorning his cheeks. Bulma refrained from saying much. After so many years of marriage, she had long deciphered Vegeta's character. Ultimately, he was simply Tsundere, a stubborn soul, understanding what was required of her. Bulma set herself to work. Although the machine posed no challenge for her, it would still require a considerable amount of time to complete, approximately a week. Upon learning of the timeline, Mu and Goku took their leave. Meanwhile, a tremendous upheaval unfolded in the primary timeline. Countless figures and creatures from an age long past materialized on Earth, plunging the entire planet into chaos. Even Frieza, King Cold, and Dr. Gero made their presence known. Most terrifying of all was the emergence of Majin Buu, who, unlike before, had grown in both power and mastery over spatial abilities. Through the communication of the Supreme Kai, Goku learned the cause of the turmoil on Earth. It stemmed from the malevolent spirits overseeing the soul-cleansing machine and hell neglecting to replace the vessel for storing evil thoughts, resulting in an overload and subsequent explosion. The released waves of malevolence fused with Majin Buu, who was awaiting purification, giving rise to a terrifying new entity. Its size swelled to that of a mountain, and its combat strength soared to 50 trillion. Such formidable power rendered Earth defenseless. Following the birth of Evil Buu, the laws of life and death were inverted, allowing the souls of the damned to manifest in the mortal realm. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. This time I shall not let you escape. Frieza cackled with glee. During his years in hell, he had not been idle, he had diligently trained. Even in the inhospitable environment, boosting his power to 500 million, more than thrice his former strength. This time, he was determined to avenge himself by annihilating those detestable Saiyan monkeys, including Son Goku. Ah, Frieza, it has been quite a while. Suddenly, four burly figures materialized. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis had utilized Goku's instant transmission to seek out Frieza. Son Goku, I never expected you to come knocking on my door. And Vegeta too? Who is this additional Saiyan? Frieza suddenly noticed the imposing figure of a tall, muscular man who sported a fluffy monkey tail at his waist. Clearly, he too was a Saiyan. However, Frieza paid little mind to this trivial detail, after all. He regarded the Saiyans as mere insects beneath his might. In the face of the newly empowered Frieza, they could be extinguished with a mere snap of his fingers. Goku. This time, I shall send you and your Saiyan kin straight to hell. He cackled, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky, chuckling with glee. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through Frieza's abdomen. Frieza, your words are excessive. I have no time for your games, Vegeta declared, his figure darting forward to deliver a powerful punch to Frieza's midsection. The sheer force emanating from his fist was terrifying, and Frieza felt his body rapidly deteriorating. How is this possible? Frieza gasped, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Vegeta. He had been defeated without even transforming, by a single blow. Boom. Frieza never imagined that a Saiyan could possess such strength. With a sense of bitterness, he was once again cast back to hell. Subsequently, they sent King Cold to reunite with Frieza, and even Dr. Gero could not evade his fate. Within mere minutes of their revival, they found themselves returned to the underworld. While they dealt with Frieza and his cohorts, Gohan and Videl were busy clearing the souls haunting the city. Lazuli, accompanied by Buu and several children, traversed various cities with her spatial abilities. Before long, the spirits on Earth had been largely cleared, leaving only a few hidden deep within the mountains, as well as the destructive entity known as Evil Buu. With a staggering combat power of 50 trillion, Evil Buu wreaked havoc across the planet. Had it not been for the enhancements bestowed upon Earth by Moya, it likely would have already been annihilated. After dispatching Frieza, Goku hurried to confront Evil Buu. The vast disparity in their strengths allowed Evil Buu to evade the attacks of all his opponents with ease. As Goku and his companions pressed on, they grew increasingly alarmed. Evil Buu was simply too formidable. The most frightening aspect was that despite their relentless assault, they had inflicted no harm upon Evil Buu, while even a single strike from him could leave them gravely injured. Fortunately, Buu, Chinin, and Tianlin arrived just in time. Whenever a member of their group was wounded, the trio provided immediate healing. Yet, this merely served to prolong the inevitable. It did nothing to resolve the underlying issue. Chapter 127. Broly transforms into Super Saiyan 2. The transcendent form of Broly radiated a green luminescence. A terrifying aura of malevolence permeated the entire space, momentarily halting the malevolent Buu, as if this formidable power had instilled fear within him. Through relentless training, Broly's base combat prowess had soared to an astonishing 80 billion, while his peak strength reached an impressive 28 trillion. With reckless abandon, Broly surged toward the malevolent Buu, his fists transforming into mere phantoms. In a matter of mere seconds, he unleashed thousands of punches. The malevolent Buu cried out in dismay, feeling an unusual force emanating from Broly's fists, penetrating deep into his being. Under normal circumstances, given his constitution, he could withstand such assaults without sustaining a scratch. Yet this time was different. With each of Broly's strikes, craters marred his body, leaving a lingering power within him that hindered his recovery. Most notably, Broly's attacks inflicted genuine pain upon him. Enraged, the malevolent Buu retaliated with a single punch, his fist vanishing into the void. Suddenly, a colossal fist materialized beside Broly. Boom! Broly was struck and sent flying. The overwhelming disparity in their combat powers nearly 500 times. That blow rendered him unconscious. Lazuli utilized her spatial abilities to teleport Broly back, while Bu, Chinin, and Tianlin immediately commenced his treatment. After restoring Broly, Lazuli rejoined the fray. At that moment, she forcefully infused herself with 400 times her power using the Infinite Realm. Lapis also activated a 400-fold King Kai fist, while Goku simultaneously unleashed Super Saiyan 3 and forcibly engaged a 2-fold King Kai fist. The extreme augmentation placed tremendous strain on their bodies. Before long, they were gasping for breath. Nevertheless, an insurmountable chasm remained between them and the malevolent Bu. Bang! 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 The malevolent Bu's colossal hand struck down, sending everyone crashing from the sky to the ground. The immense power threatened to shatter their very forms. The severely injured warriors reverted from their transformed states. Mom, Chinin and Tianlin, witnessing Lazuli's fall, rushed toward her in a panic. Just as they prepared to administer aid, a surge of power erupted from within Lazuli. In an instant, all of her wounds healed completely. It was the power of her father. The two little ones sensed the familiar aura within Lazuli, and their hearts swelled with joy. Indeed, this power was the willpower sealed within her by Moyuan. Whenever Lazuli sustained an injury, this willpower would manifest to heal her. For injuries like the one she just endured, it could provide healing at least 100 times before being exhausted. Not only did Lazuli possess this power, but the two children harbored it within themselves as well. Yes, it was their father's strength. He had always been watching over them. Lazuli gently ruffled the little heads of her children, smiling as she spoke. Chinin, tilting her adorable little head, inquired, "Mom, when will Dad return?" Tianlin, shaking his fist, added, "Yeah, if Dad were here, he would surely vanquish this foe. He is currently engrossed in critical training, which is why he cannot return at this moment. We must endure for a while longer. He will come back and eliminate this threat." Lazuli tenderly reassured the two little ones. She then lightly patted their heads and said, "Now, go on and assist Uncle and Bukong with their healing." In truth, Lazuli understood that Moyuan could not return anytime soon. Just a few days ago, Moyuan's avatar had hurried back from the Heavenly Empire's headquarters to inform her of his current situation. Since being drawn into that purple vortex, he had lost contact with her. However, his continued existence indicated that he was not in mortal danger. He had merely fallen into some peculiar realm. Knowing that Moyuan was safe from peril allowed Lazuli to breathe a little easier, alleviating her worries and wild imaginings. Yet, the present crisis relied solely on their efforts. With unwavering determination, Lazuli fixed her gaze upon the malevolent entity, Bobuo. The power from the boundless realm surged into her being once more, unleashing a staggering battle prowess multiplied by 400. As Lazuli prepared to continue her battle against the malevolent Bu, a thunderous roar erupted from behind her. To her astonishment, the healed Broly had once again tapped into his transformation, his aura surging ever higher. Following his grievous injuries, Broly's base fighting power had soared to an astonishing 100 billion. With his aura escalating, golden lightning crackled around him. At this moment, Broly transcended into Super Saiyan 2, achieving a staggering 200-fold increase in power. Coupled with the latent energy within him, his maximum combat strength had now reached an incredible 4 trillion. With a powerful leap, Broly's immense force caused the ground beneath him to sink several meters, propelling him skyward like an arrow piercing the clouds. Concurrently, he conjured 2 green orbs of energy in his hands, merging them into a larger sphere. This orb spun in his grasp, radiating dazzling light that nearly bathed the entire realm in green. Broly charged towards the malevolent Bu. Then, with a powerful stomp in midair, he appeared directly above him. He thrust the energy sphere forward, akin to Goku's Kamehameha, targeting the malevolent Bu. The green energy wave expanded from Broly's hands, enveloping Bu's massive form, which was as large as a small mountain. With a resounding boom, the energy wave struck, causing the ground beneath Bu to collapse violently, transforming the terrain from flat earth into a chasm hundreds of meters deep within mere seconds. Bu's body began to disintegrate under the onslaught of the energy wave. Panting heavily in midair, Broly was breathless, having expended every ounce of his strength in this attack without any reservation. The remaining energy within him was barely sufficient to maintain his flight. Observing the vast emptiness of the chasm below, Broly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Had this monster been vanquished? Everyone stared in disbelief at the chasm. However, Goku soon sensed an unsettling presence. Although the malevolent Bu had seemingly vanished, an ominous and powerful aura still lingered in the air. Suddenly, Gohan, in a fit of terror, pointed towards a specific location and shouted, "Look over there." "What is that?" As the crowd followed Gohan's, a palm-sized manifestation of evil energy, Bu, materialized before their eyes. Subsequently, numerous diminutive manifestations of this malevolent energy began to emerge from the soil. These malevolent entities incessantly uttered their cries. Then, they took flight, converging into a singular form. Chapter 128, The Second Form of Evil Bu. These small manifestations swiftly amalgamated into a large mass resembling pliable clay. It continuously transformed and reshaped in midair, while its aura surged exponentially. Soon, it coalesced into a humanoid figure approximately 3 meters tall. "Everyone, follow me quickly." Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced the tension. King Kai, along with his attendant, Gogeta, materialized on the scene. King Kai had been closely monitoring Earth's situation since the emergence of Evil Bu. Upon realizing that Goku and the others were unable to contend with this foe, he promptly utilized instant transmission to appear above the Earth's temple. He then relocated Dandy and Bu to the realm of the Kais. As long as Bu remained alive, Earth could be restored with the Dragon Balls, even if it faced annihilation. After transferring Bu to the Kai realm, King Kai hastened to this location, intent on rescuing Goku and the others as well. Presently, the Kai realm was the only sanctuary. Quickly, there's no time for explanations, urged King Kai in a state of urgency. Under his insistence, everyone soon gathered together. Just as Gogeta was about to employ instant transmission, a yellow, transparent barrier enveloped the area, simultaneously sealing the space. Gogeta resignedly shook his head. "Lord King Kai, it's too late. We cannot escape." King Kai's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. "How could this happen? Ha ha ha. None of you shall escape." At that moment, the evil Bu had coalesced into a humanoid figure of approximately 3 meters. Its skin was a vivid pink, enveloped in a purple shell, with a long tail that incessantly struck the ground, causing fissures and depressions with each impact. This form of evil Bu was no longer the mere embodiment of destruction. It possessed its own consciousness. More terrifyingly, its combat prowess had intensified tenfold compared to before, now reaching an astounding battle power of 500 trillion. The sheer magnitude of its ominous aura was enough to instill a sense of despair. Kakarot. Vegeta's mind was flooded with myriad images. Trunks, Bra, and his beloved Bulma. What would become of Earth if they perished here? What fate awaited his Bulma? He could scarcely bear to imagine the outcome. At last, Vegeta made a resolute decision. Goku turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What is it, Vegeta? Let us fuse." Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering conviction. A smile flickered across Goku's face. "All right." He was completely taken aback that Vegeta was the first to propose the fusion. It is well known that Vegeta harbored a profound disdain for the fusion technique. Evidently, Vegeta had undergone significant transformation, becoming more humane than before. "Do you still remember the moves, Vegeta? We must not falter. We have but one chance." Goku's expression turned grave. Vegeta nodded firmly. "Yes, I understand." In order for Goku and Vegeta to successfully fuse, Lazuli, Lapis, Broly, and Gohan must withstand the onslaught of the evil Majin Bu, ensuring that he does not disrupt the fusion process. All 4 of them simultaneously heightened their states to the maximum. Broly declared, transcending to Super Saiyan 2. "My battle power surges to 400 trillion. Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, having narrowly escaped death multiple times, had seen his base power escalate to 40 billion. Yet in his Super Saiyan 2 state, his peak battle power was a mere 400 billion. Since the disappearance of Moyuan, Lazuli had been relentlessly training alongside Lapis, both siblings pushing themselves to the limits. Over this period, their battle power had also risen to 40 billion. This time, they amplified their power increase once more, activating a 500-fold enhancement. Tremendous energy coursed through their bodies, a searing pain tearing through them. The intensity of the agony caused Lazuli's delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she gradually regained control over her body. Despite their enhanced physiques due to their awakened bloodlines, they remained incapable of enduring the 500-fold increase for prolonged periods, a maximum of approximately 10 minutes. However, Lazuli had the advantage of Moyuan's residual willpower, which was gradually mending her body, while Lapis relied solely on sheer willpower. "Are you prepared?" The evil Majin Bu licked his purple tongue, a sanguine smile curling upon his lips. The fierce gleam in Broly's eyes was unmistakable. Although Broly's transformation post-Dragon Ball wish no longer led him to lose his sanity. He became exceedingly combative, unafraid of death, and his sensitivity to pain was significantly diminished, giving rise to a sensation akin to a berserk state. Broly roared with the ferocity of a beast as he charged forward. His fist, the size of a cauldron, was hurled towards the head of Evil Bu. In response, Evil Bu raised a hand and delicately tapped Broly's fist with a single finger. The collision of their immense powers caused the air to tremble, resonating in a cacophony that buzzed in everyone's ears. With his initial strike thwarted, Broly prepared to retract his fist. At that moment, Evil Bu opened his palm. Although both stood at approximately 3 meters tall, Evil Bu's frame was scarcely half that of Broly's, and his hand was significantly smaller. Yet, before Broly could withdraw his fist, Evil Bu seized it with surprising strength. The disparity in hand size created an illusion reminiscent of a child grasping an adult's fist. Nevertheless, this diminutive hand prevented Broly from retracting his strike. Evil Bu twisted Broly's fist with force, sending Broly's body spinning through the air. Following this, Evil Bu raised 1 foot high and brought it down upon Broly's chest like a battle axe. The impact reverberated as Broly's massive form crashed heavily to the ground. The overwhelming force caused the earth beneath him to sink several meters, leaving a network of spiderweb-like cracks across the surface. A sharp crack echoed, and Broly felt the unmistakable sensation of his ribs fracturing. Despite the minimal pain, a surge of blood rose in his throat, the metallic taste igniting a primal fury within him. Evil Bu's foot pressed down on Broly's chest, the immense weight rendering him completely immobile. Witnessing Broly's swift defeat, Lazuli and the others could no longer remain passive. The rapidity of Broly's downfall left them stunned. He had succumbed to Evil Bu before they could react. In an instant, they sprang into action, forming a triangle around Evil Bu. Demonic Flash, Dimension Slash, Spirit Slash. A wave of energy and 2 crescent-shaped slashes surged towards Evil Bu. Meanwhile, the pinned Broly began to gather a green energy sphere in his mouth. As the night wore on, I pondered whether I could manage to compose another chapter after working late. This chapter was one I had partially written the previous night and had just completed. Chapter 129, Spatial Turmoil, completed. For attacks converged upon Evil Bu simultaneously, who smirked with palpable derision. Boom. The collision of the Qigong wave resulted in a tremendous explosion, causing Broly to feel as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Although his attack struck the malevolent wave Majin Bu with precision, Broly felt no joy. The foot of the malevolent wave Majin Bu remained firmly planted upon his chest, providing no respite, leaving him struggling for breath. As the smoke dissipated, only the foot of the malevolent wave Majin Bu was left pressing down on Broly's chest. Gradually, small mosaic-like squares began to coalesce, reconstructing the form of the malevolent wave Majin Bu. Meanwhile, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta was nearing completion. Merely a final step remained, controlled by their energies. Goku and Vegeta approached one another with a series of comical dance steps. Fusion, they exclaimed, their index fingers inching closer together. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth at breakneck speed, striking Goku in the chest. The force of the impact sent Goku soaring away. What? Everyone watched in shock, stunned by the sheer swiftness of the malevolent wave Majin Bu's actions. The 4 companions, Lotzi, Lee, and the others, were unable to react in time as Goku was taken down. With a sinister grin, the malevolent wave Majin Bu raised an arm, a wisp of white smoke emanating from his index finger. He was not foolish enough to consider himself invincible. He recognized the danger posed by unpredictable variables and would not let them go unaddressed. He was not like some arrogant monkey. Are you still cursing? Vegeta shouted angrily, rushing to Goku's side. Uncle Vegeta, let us heal Uncle Goku. The healing trio swiftly arrived, attending to Goku's wounds. Gogeta had also intended to assist Goku, but he was a moment too late. Under the care of the healing team, the small hole in Goku's chest quickly mended, and his energy returned to its peak. The malevolent wave Majin Bu released his foot from Broly and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's side. With a resounding thud, Broly coughed up blood, hurtling like a cannonball against the yellow transparent barrier. The malevolent wave Majin Bu cast a disdainful glance at everyone present, then picked up a stone from the ground. A surge of power enveloped the stone, which instantaneously elongated into a blood-red longsword. Ha 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 ha. The malevolent energy emanating from Bobu wielded his longsword with reckless abandon, the air thick with a multitude of sword energies sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the entire barrier was inundated with this fierce energy, weaving a vast net that ensnared all within its grasp. Consequently, Everyone began to leap about like frantic monkeys, desperately evading the onslaught of the sword strikes. Yet it was evident that Bobu was merely toying with them, his intent far from earnest. Otherwise, none could have escaped his relentless assault. Lazuli clutched Qinin and Tianlin, seeking refuge from the oncoming sword energies. Countless strikes pummeled the ground and the barrier, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds that echoed throughout the enclosure. At last, Bobu ceased his onslaught, and calm gradually returned to the area. The onlookers, hearts still racing, surveyed the devastation around them. The land lay in utter ruin, with not a single patch of undamaged ground visible, and the structures had been reduced to mere rubble, none remaining intact. Lazuli gently set down the two children and removed the dragon ball from around her neck, placing it upon Qinin. She tenderly caressed the children's hair and softly instructed them to go to the Kaioshin and inform him to prepare for their departure. Although Qinin and Tianlin sensed the gravity of the situation, they obediently complied with Lazuli's request. Soon, all assembled together, save for Lazuli herself. "Haha. Are you all huddled together in preparation for your demise?" Bobu guffawed as he beheld the gathered crowd. Taking a deep breath, Lazuli steadied herself, silently invoking, "Boundless." 100,000 times. A terrifying force surged from the void into her being, a pain more intense than the previous 500-fold amplification coursing through her. It felt as though her very soul were on the brink of being torn asunder. The willpower left within Razuli by Moyuan is rapidly depleting, consuming 1/10 of its strength in just a second. 10 seconds. In this state, Razuli can only maintain her form for a mere 10 seconds. Were it not for Moyuan's willpower sustaining her body, she would have been torn to shreds the instant she activated this state. Time is of the essence. Razuli cannot afford to say much. Her autumn-like eyes fixate coldly on the malevolent entity, Bobuo, devoid of any emotion. An inexplicable sense of trepidation rises within Bobuo, as if something terrifying is about to descend. Razuli slightly parts her lips. The space around them becomes tumultuous. Suddenly, a rift several meters long appears behind Bobuo, resembling a gaping maw of an abyss. Terrifying spatial turbulence erupts from this fissure. In an instant, Bobuo and the barrier he erected are reduced to fragments by the chaotic forces of space. This technique possesses the capability to tear through the cosmic barrier, utilizing the turbulence of space beyond the universe to launch an attack. The space outside the universe is far from the stability found within it. Countless chaotic currents wreak havoc. And even beings like Beerus dare not step into the instability of the cosmos beyond with their physical forms. Razuli's original combat prowess would only allow her to create a rift the size of a fingernail, yet even that minuscule opening could inflict harm upon Moyuan, highlighting the terrifying nature of this technique. "Run!" Bearing the excruciating pain, Razuli shouts to those behind her. Qinin and Tianlin widen their eyes in shock. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, they rush toward Razuli with their short legs. "Mom!" However, just as they take 2 steps, they are seized by Goku and Bu. "Go!" Razuli calls out once more, her willpower nearly exhausted. Crimson blood seeps from her 7 orifices. This time, Gogeta does not hesitate. He immediately activates instant transmission, whisking everyone away from the perilous scene. "Mom!" The immense burden on Razuli's body renders her consciousness increasingly hazy. In her fading awareness, she seems to hear the cries of her 2 children. "Darling." In her final moment, the image of the one she loves most surfaces in her mind, and then she completely loses consciousness. A tremendous force from the rift pulls in both the shattered Bobuo and Razuli, engulfing them in the swirling chaos. Without Razuli's strength to support it, the rift gradually begins to mend itself under the universe's own power. The fissure slowly closes, ultimately vanishing from existence. GT timeline. Suddenly, Moyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. His complexion turned pale. What could be the matter? His mind was in turmoil. Sensing that something ominous was about to unfold, is now filled with an urgent desire to return, gripped by fear. He fears that something dreadful may have transpired at home. Rest assured, it is certainly not a mere knife's edge. Rather, it is to grant the female protagonist a new opportunity. In my eyes, the heroine is not merely a decorative figure. Chapter 130. The reappearance of Wakita. The realm of the Kaioshin remains bathed in sunshine, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Dandy and Bobo sit beneath a tree, their faces etched with worry. They have been waiting here for quite some time. Under normal circumstances, the Kaioshin should not take this long to return via instant transmission. Could something have gone awry? No, that cannot be. How could the esteemed Kaioshin encounter misfortune? Perhaps I am overthinking this. Dandy shakes his head vigorously. attempting to dispel the negative thoughts swirling within. Bobo gazes at Dandy with concern. Tenshi. Dandy responds with a shake of his head. I am fine, Bobo. Do not fret. As they speak, Jebet arrives, accompanied by a throng of individuals. Mama. Chinin and Tianlin cry out in despair, struggling in the embrace of Goku and Buu. Lapith pulls them both into his embrace. Uncle, Chin wants Mama. Chinin sobs, her small hands clutching Lapith's clothing tightly. Tears glisten in her reddened eyes, overflowing with helplessness. Do not cry, Chin. Your mother will be all right. Remember, we still possess the Dragon Balls. She will return soon. Lapith softly reassures the children. Is that true? Chinin bites her lip, suppressing her tears, looking at Lapith with hopeful eyes. Lapith raises 3 fingers in a vow. Indeed. It is true. Your uncle guarantees it. He gently wipes away the tears at the corner of Chinin's eyes. Under Lapith's tender comfort, Chinin and Tianlin finally manage to stabilize their emotions. Meanwhile, Asin retrieves a crystal ball to observe the current state of Earth. Through the orb, they witness the desolate battleground where they had just fought the malevolent Buu, now utterly empty. Lazuli and the wicked Buu have vanished without a trace. And the enormous spatial rift has also disappeared. Has the monstrous Buu perished? He must have, for I saw him being consumed by that rift. Surely he cannot have survived. Does this mean we can return to Earth and gather the Dragon Balls? The heavy burden that had weighed on their hearts finally begins to lift with the thought of Buu's demise. Wait, look there. Asin suddenly shouts, pointing at the crystal ball. Within the orb, the Earth appears to be stirring, as if something is writhing beneath the surface. Soon, a pink mass emerges from the soil. Not just one. Emerging gradually from the Earth, these entities multiplied in number. They began to converge slowly. Before long, the malevolent Buu reappeared within the crystal ball, still haunted by the remnants of fear. Had he not concealed part of his being deep underground in time, he might have been utterly annihilated by now. Nevertheless, he suffered considerable losses. After half of his body was devoured by the spatial rift, his combat power had diminished to half. From an original strength of 500 billion to a mere 250 billion. Fortunately, the woman was dead, and no one could threaten him any longer. With this thought, a wicked grin spread across Buu's face. As he laughed uproariously within the crystal ball, Goku turned to Vegeta. To his delight, Vegeta also glanced at him. Their eyes met in the air, a silent confirmation exchanged between them. With a subtle smirk, they nodded at one another, their unspoken understanding of each other's intentions evident. Under the watchful gaze of all, Vegeta's face flushed slightly, yet he resolutely began to perform the embarrassing dance. Fusion. The moment their index fingers touched, a dazzling light erupted from their bodies, blinding everyone present. The combined essence of Goku and Vegeta formed an even more formidable aura, surpassing that of the malevolent Buu. Soon, the light receded, revealing a man clad in the battle attire of a Metamorite. Gogeta wore a confident smile. Reflecting on the last encounter where he had almost lost control and nearly harmed Ian, he requested Lapus to convey his apologies when they next met. Now, it is time to deal with that little nuisance, Gogeta murmured to himself, aligning his index and middle fingers at his brow. He swiftly located Buu's presence. Farewell. He bid the others before locking onto Buu's signature and initiating instant transmission. The onlookers beheld Gogeta materializing on Earth through the crystal ball. Who is it? The familiar yet foreign aura startled the malevolent Buu. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you, Gogeta stated coldly. His gaze devoid of emotion, akin to that of a specter regarding a corpse. Indeed, in Gogeta's eyes, Buu was no different from the dead. Ah. The malevolent Buu elevated his energy to its zenith, a tinge of trepidation creeping into his heart. The aura emanating from Vegeta was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing his own by several magnitudes. Is this truly the extent of your strength? How pitiably weak, Vegeta scoffed, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring skyward like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, waves of energy radiating outward from his core. Are you prepared? Vegeta's voice resonated ominously, akin to a scythe of death. Fear began to take root in Buu's heart as the transformation magnified the disparity between them to an astonishing thousandfold. The terrifying aura bore down upon Buu like an insurmountable mountain. Vegeta advanced with deliberate steps, though his speed was not particularly swift under normal circumstances. Buu could have easily evaded him. Yet now, he felt his body slipping from his control, unable even to disintegrate into spatial particles, let alone teleport. As he had previously demonstrated, this space had been utterly sealed by Vegeta's formidable power. Unless Buu's strength could rival that of Vegeta, breaching his blockade was an impossibility. In the blink of an eye, Bu's purple shell was marred by numerous fist imprints, each bearing Vegeta's energy, preventing his recovery. However, Vegeta's assault had not yet concluded. He leaped forward, delivering a series of knee strikes to Bu's head, distorting it with each blow. A mere handful of punches and kicks had already inflicted grievous injuries upon Bu. Raising one hand, a vibrant energy sphere materialized within Vegeta's grasp, subsequently shrinking to a pinpoint. Held tightly within his palm, a sense of danger coursed through Bu, an overwhelming unease as he sensed his life hanging in the balance. Suppressing his inner dread, he charged recklessly toward Vegeta, desperate to thwart this impending attack, for failure meant certain death. Chapter 131, The Mysterious Palace. Vegeta chuckled softly, unleashing the energy in his hand towards the advancing Bu. The colorful energy orb transformed into countless specks of starlight, cascading over Bu. At that very moment, Bu's fist was barreling toward Vegeta's face. Boom. Just as Bu's fist was a mere centimeter from its target, the star-like energy pierced through his back, erupting a gaping hole in his form. His body seemed to be halted, as if pressed by an invisible pause button, rendered immobile. Soul Punisher, the technique employed by Goku, aside from purifying evil thoughts, possesses no offensive power. However, it is quite coincidental that the primary essence of the evil mage in Bu is indeed evil thoughts. The purifying force rampantly surged through his being. Before long, the body of evil Bu appeared to disintegrate into ash, scattered by the wind. With the dissolution of the evil thoughts, evil Bu reverted to his original form, Kid Bu. Yet, this incarnation of Kid Bu bore an unsettling gaze. Previously, his eyes were filled solely with a desire for destruction. In contrast, the current Kid Bu's eyes reflected purity, as pristine as untainted water. Could it be that the soul purifier had also cleansed Kid Bu's malevolence? Goku pondered, and this reasoning seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Following the vanishing of the evil influence, the laws of life and death were restored, causing all spirits, including Kid Bu, to vanish and return to the underworld. Peace once again enveloped the earth. Arise, Shenron, and grant our wishes. As the incantation echoed, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. A colossal green dragon materialized in the heavens. Speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them. The resounding voice of Shenron reverberated throughout the realm. Chunin gazed at the dragon, hesitating to speak. Go ahead. This wish is for you. In the loving gaze of her uncle and many others, Chunin stepped forward and shouted at Shenron. Please bring our mother back to life. Shenron's eyes flickered with red light twice before he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant this wish. Your mother is not dead. What? Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback. After being devoured by such a terrifying rift in time and space, Lazili was still alive? Brother, Mom isn't dead. This is wonderful. Chunin, overwhelmed with joy, leaped onto Tianlin, clinging to him like a koala. Hearing that Lazili was alive, Tianlin was equally exhilarated. He hurriedly addressed Shenron. Then please transport our mother back to us. However, Shenron shook his head once more. I'm sorry, but I still cannot fulfill this wish. Your mother is in a realm beyond my reach. Upon hearing Shenron's words, the adorable faces of Chunin and Tianlin immediately fell. Brother, I want our mother back. Chunin's tears began to flow uncontrollably again. Seeing his sister in distress, Tianlin, equally heartbroken, fought back his own tears to comfort her. Don't cry, Chunin. Mother has only temporarily departed and will surely return. By the way, we still have Father's Dragon Balls. Once their energy is restored, we can wish for Mother to come back. Yes, we still have Father's Dragon Balls. They will definitely bring Mother back. Chunin gently wiped away her tears, nodding emphatically. After Goku had made his wish, the earth returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Beyond the cosmos, a pristine white palace stood resolutely amidst the chaotic currents of space, impervious to their terrifying influence. In the heart of the palace, a golden-haired woman floated, enveloped in pure white energy that gradually seeped into her being, mending the wounds within her. In the GT timeline, a week had elapsed. Bulma had finally succeeded in constructing the machine to amplify the Blutz waves. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Moyuan guided them to a desolate wilderness. Xiaofang Bra and Trunks could hardly contain their excitement as they sought to witness the moment when Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In the hands of Moyuan, a luminous orb coalesced, a synthetic moon of his own creation. Bulma's device was designed to concentrate the Bra's light waves emitted by this artificial moon, amplifying them 1,000-fold before directing them towards Goku and Vegeta. Adjusting the apparatus, Bulma inquired if they were prepared. Both Goku and Vegeta nodded in affirmation and descended into the sky, ready to receive the Bruz light waves. Without hesitation, Bulma pressed the activation button. Soon, the machine began to absorb the Bruz light waves radiating from the artificial moon. Moments later, a beam of light, more radiant than sunlight, surged forth from the device, enveloping Goku and Vegeta. As their eyes absorbed the amplified Bruz light waves, their hearts began to race violently. Under the stimulation of the Bruz light waves, their tails gradually emerged from behind them. With a roar, their bodies began to swell, golden first sprouting forth. Fangs protruded from their mouths, which gradually elongated. In a brief moment, Goku and Vegeta had transformed into two magnificent golden gorillas. Vegeta, feeling the surging power within him, could not contain himself and let out a triumphant howl. However, it seemed that Goku, now a gorilla, found Vegeta's roar excessively loud. He raised his colossal hand and delivered a resounding slap to the back of Vegeta's head. The impact sent Vegeta crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Clutching the swollen bump on his head, Vegeta glared at Goku, indignant at such humiliation for a Saiyan prince. It was evident that a confrontation was imminent. Vegeta leaped into the air, engaging Goku in combat. Fortunately, they were in a desolate area, devoid of any nearby villagers or even trees. Moreover, Moyuan had established an energy shield to ensure that no bystanders would be harmed. Otherwise, with their destructive capabilities, it wouldn't take long for them to devastate half the planet. Uncle Moyuan, why haven't Dad and the others transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet? Trunks finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity after watching the two gorillas battle for some time. Goku had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4 because he had not regained his rationality. As for Vegeta, he likely desired to spar with Goku a bit longer. Being of royal Saiyan lineage, he would not lose his senses in this form. He could transform into Super Saiyan 4 at will whenever he chose. As stated, Vegeta refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 4 merely to engage in a spirited battle with Goku. However, as the battle progressed, Vegeta became increasingly alarmed, realizing that he could not surpass Goku. This realization was, in fact, quite reasonable. Following his physical diminishment, Goku's power, originally at 200 billion, had fallen to 100 billion. Yet, during his confrontation with Baby, his power surged back to 200 billion. Now transformed into a gorilla, his previously diminished strength had rebounded, resulting in an astounding battle power of 300 billion. Moreover, in his irrational state, Goku fought with reckless abandon, and any injuries he sustained only served to ignite his ferocity. In stark contrast, Vegeta, with his rationality intact, found himself somewhat hesitant. Chapter 132, Decision. Vegeta, already at a disadvantage in terms of battle power, now fought with trepidation. It wasn't long before he succumbed to defeat. Yay! Grandpa has won! Xiaofang exclaimed, ecstatic at Goku's victory. After Vegeta's defeat, the irrational Goku sought to continue his assault. To prevent Goku from inflicting fatal harm on Vegeta, swiftly intervened, separating the two. He then administered some healing to Vegeta. Once restored, Vegeta began to regain control over his body, reverting to his humanoid form. A golden light enveloped him, visibly shrinking him in size. Moments later, a completely new incarnation of Vegeta emerged before their eyes. His eyes adorned with a ring of red eyeshadow, his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, cascading longer over his shoulders. His bare torso was covered in crimson fur, and a red tail swayed casually behind him, while his lower body was clad in tight leather pants, which resembled shiny latex. In truth, wow, Daddy looks so cool. Upon seeing Vegeta's striking new form, Bra and Bulma were instantly captivated. Trunks gazed at Vegeta with envy. Xiaofang pouted, my grandpa will definitely look more handsome after his transformation. Nonsense. My dad is the most handsome, Bra immediately retorted. The two young girls then began to butt heads like young bulls, engaging in a spirited debate. Neither was willing to concede, and eventually, they fell into a huff, ignoring each other. When will my grandpa regain his senses? Xiaofang inquired, drawing closer to. I've told you countless times, you should refer to me as grandpa, replied with a hint of exasperation. Xiaofang pouted dismissively, no way. You clearly don't look much older than me. It feels strange to call you grandpa, okay? Your dad even has to call me uncle. So what sense does it make for you to call me brother? Let's not dwell on such trivial details. We can each call each other as we please. Found himself in a state of helplessness. The only way for Wukong to regain his sanity was through his own efforts. However, If one were to approach him and engage him in conversation, it might hasten his return to clarity. Me? Xiaofang exclaimed, incredulously pointing to herself. Indeed, replied with a gentle nod. While others may not succeed, you are Wukong's most beloved granddaughter. He would never harm you. Without hesitation, Xiaofang soared towards Wukong to help him regain his senses. Ultimately, through her impassioned speech and poignant memories, Wukong successfully reclaimed his rationality, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, there was a slight distinction between Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form and that of Vegeta. Wukong's hair remained black, his trousers were loose-fitting, and he wore no gloves. Moreover, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong reverted to his adult appearance, reclaiming the strength he had lost upon shrinking. Upon seeing the dashing Wukong, Xiaofang was so exhilarated that she clung to his thigh. Kakarot, you are truly slow, Vegeta remarked with an air of arrogance, casting a glance at Wukong. Since their acquaintance, he had only triumphed over Wukong in this instance. Although he still could not defeat him in combat, a victory was a victory, and he felt compelled to reclaim the pride he had lost over the past 2 decades. Wukong merely smiled and remained silent. Grandpa, will you no longer turn into a child? Xiaofang inquired, hanging from Wukong's thigh and gazing up at him. I don't know. I'll give it a try. Wukong replied as he released his transformation, only to revert back into his juvenile form. Alas, it seems nothing has changed. Xiaofang sighed in disappointment. Grandpa, can't you maintain your transformation indefinitely? The energy required to sustain it is too great. I cannot hold it for long, Wukong responded, leaving Xiaofang even more disheartened. She truly did not wish for her grandfather to appear as a younger sibling, and referring to the childlike Wukong as grandpa felt exceedingly awkward to her. Do not fret. Xiaofang, I can transform into Super Saiyan 4 at any time, Wukong assured her, gently stroking her hair. Really? Then when my friends come over, you must show them. She exclaimed with excitement. Time slips by unnoticed. It has been a month since Moyuan arrived in this world. Ever since Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Moyuan has been training alongside them, in pursuit of exhilarating battles. He imparted to them the art of internal energy cultivation. Upon realizing its profound benefits, Goku and Vegeta cherished this technique as a treasured gift. With this newfound skill, they no longer bore any critical weaknesses. Previously, every enemy they faced threatened to obliterate the earth, forcing them to endure attacks to prevent total destruction. Now, circumstances have shifted. If an adversary seeks to unleash devastation, they can retaliate with confidence, knowing they could resurrect the earth using the Dragon Balls after vanquishing their foe. Alternatively, before a confrontation, they can utilize instantaneous movement to transport their adversaries to the vastness of outer space for battle. Moyuan casually tossed Wukong and Vegeta to the ground. After a brief session of training, the two were utterly exhausted, akin to lifeless dogs. They were no match, utterly outclassed. With a regular combat power of 400 billion, coupled with a 5,000-fold enhancement from the Super Saiyan 3 form, and a 20-fold increase in energy, they were effortlessly dominated by Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Vegeta. Moyuan sat on the ground, beginning to reminisce about the storyline of GT. GT lacks a precise timeline. Moyuan was only aware that the forthcoming adversary was the Super 17, a fusion of Hell's number 17 and Earth's number 17. However, he remained oblivious to the current progress of Dr. Mu and Dr. Gero in Hell, is in dire need of a formidable adversary to engage in battle, as he seeks to swiftly enhance his prowess. However, it is evident that neither Wukong nor Vegeta can provide the assistance he requires. Super 17, in truth, does not possess exceptional strength. His power pales in comparison to that of Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. His only notable ability lies in energy absorption. Yet this comes with a significant drawback. He is immobile during the process. While he absorbs energy, the ordinary Wukong could easily vanquish him. Perhaps the true purpose of Super 17 is to wreak havoc on Earth, compelling Wukong and his companions to utilize the Dragon Balls, thereby unveiling the ultimate antagonist, the malevolent dragon. It is conceivable that he need not await the unfolding of the narrative. By simply locating the Dragon Balls and transporting them to an uninhabited planet, he could summon the evil dragon without endangering Earth, simultaneously achieving his own objectives. And his desire to return home expeditiously resolves to no longer wait. Even if he were to engage in ceaseless combat with Wukong and Vegeta for 24 hours a day, the enhancement of his own strength would be marginal. Most importantly, the unsettling emotions he experienced recently have intensified his urgency to return home. He is genuinely apprehensive that, during his absence, something unfortunate may befall his family. Chapter 133, The malevolent dragon completed, with minor numerical adjustments, under the shroud of vigilance. Moyuan swiftly located the 7 Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball bore several fissures, emanating a sinister aura. It is likely that this malevolent energy is a result of the excessive usage of the Dragon Balls in this realm. In the original world, the Dragon Balls would not generate negative energy, regardless of the frequency of their use. Moyuan had a premonition that perhaps this realm was not merely a parallel universe in its simplicity. If it were solely a parallel dimension, the rules would remain consistent. However, in this realm, even the principles governing the Dragon Balls were altered. Furthermore, there was one more matter that solidified Moyuan's conviction in this hypothesis. A couple of days ago, was suddenly reminded that within his dimensional space lay the time machine he had previously used to traverse the future. However, that very machine could not be activated in this temporal realm, regardless of his efforts. Moyuan initially suspected a malfunction in the machine. He even had Bulma examine it. However, after her inspection, Bulma informed him that the machine was functioning properly. Yet, the energy source utilized by the machine was unlike anything she had ever encountered, entirely dissimilar to that used by the time machines of their own realm. This indicated that this time and space was far more complex than merely a so-called parallel universe. It could potentially be an entirely distinct world. Moyuan departed from the North Galaxy of Earth, carrying 7 Dragon Balls. He sought out a lifeless planet and placed the Dragon Balls upon its surface. Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. As the incantation echoed through the cosmos, the heaven shifted in hue, and a deep blue dragon materialized. This magnificent creature bore a pair of wings reminiscent of a bat. To think you dared to summon me, the dragon exclaimed, producing a cigar from seemingly nowhere and lighting it with a lighter. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly, humph. The malevolent dragon leisurely smoked the cigar while casting a curious glance at Moyuan. I sense the aura of the dragon clan within you. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, did your elders not caution you about the consequences of summoning a dragon when the Dragon Balls are fractured? Yet, you still dared to call upon me? No, Moyuan replied, shaking his head. I am aware that summoning you would bring about such consequences, and indeed, it is you I wish to summon. Oh? The wicked dragon was momentarily perplexed by Moyuan's boldness. You were fully aware of the repercussions of calling me forth. Yet you still proceeded? A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of excitement. Indeed. Do you intend to bring about the destruction of this world? Young man, your thoughts are perilous. The malevolent dragon, cigar in tow, gestured towards with a tone reminiscent of a sermon. However, a wicked grin spread across the dragon's face as he swiftly altered his tone. But, I must say, I find it intriguing. Ha ha. The wicked dragon erupted into laughter. Then, with a sudden intake of breath, he inhaled the 7 Dragon Balls scattered on the ground. In an instant, his form transformed into 7 dragons, each composed of swirling black mist, each clutching a Dragon Ball in their jaws, soaring off in 7 distinct directions. Simultaneously, a sinister force enveloped the planet, as a phenomenon akin to the aurora borealis graced the sky. Quite a sight to behold. As leisurely admired the celestial beauty, he floated towards the location where the nearest Dragon Ball had descended. His unhurried demeanor suggested he was not there for battle, but rather for a leisurely outing. Before long, arrived at a patch of land emanating a foul stench. The surrounding water, soil, and vegetation were all tainted by toxic gas, releasing waves of putrid odor. Here resided the 2-star dragon, the very creature that even could easily overpower. This being's combat prowess was lamentably feeble, barely reaching a few million. Moyuan had no interest in indulging him in a futile waste of time. With a single strike, he ended his life and subsequently acquired a restored 2-star Dragon Ball. He proceeded to replicate this method. Moyuan swiftly dispatched 6 small monsters, leaving only the 1-star dragon. Among them, the 4-star dragon possessed the greatest combat strength. However, Moyuan noticed something peculiar. Their battle prowess seemed awry. For instance, the 4-star dragon exhibited a power level of merely 10 trillion, while its actual combat capability soared to 1,000 trillion. Could this be the fabled phenomenon of dark transformation, amplifying strength 100-fold? Unable to fathom it, Moyuan chose not to dwell further. Only the 1-star dragon remained, but this creature did not require his pursuit, for 6 Dragon Balls revolved around Moyuan. As he walked with deliberate slowness, seemingly aimless. Not far behind, a stark white figure trailed closely. The 1-star dragon's gaze was fixated on the 6 Dragon Balls, its eyes brimming with longing. Yet, it dared not act hastily, for it had just witnessed the effortless demise of the other 6 malevolent dragons at Moyuan's hands. Although it was the strongest among the evil dragons, Its power was merely 12 trillion. The 4-star dragon, with its 10 trillion, fell before Moyuan in mere moments. What chance would it have? Nevertheless, each evil dragon possessed a unique ability, and this one was no exception. Its power lay in consumption, by devouring other Dragon Balls. It could acquire the abilities of the consumed, subsequently amplifying its own strength significantly. Thus, if it could consume those 6 Dragon Balls, it would have absolute confidence in vanquishing Moyuan. It now bided its time, waiting for the perfect opportunity, a moment that could turn the tide. Moyuan juggled 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, resembling a performer of acrobatics. Suddenly, his grip faltered, and the 2 Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Alas! My hand slipped, proclaimed loudly, then bent down to retrieve 2 Dragon Balls. At that moment, the 1-star dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid opportunity! The Dragon Balls began to coalesce. The 1-star dragon opened its mouth wide, its eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. Instantly, the 4 Dragon Balls surrounding, along with the 2 that had fallen to the ground, began to emit a radiant light, breaking free from its grasp and soaring towards the 1-star dragon. However, the 1-star dragon remained oblivious to the slight smirk that crept upon its lips as he bent down. From the very beginning, had noticed that the 1-star dragon was trailing closely behind him. To encourage this pursuit, refrained from employing his instantaneous movement. Ultimately, to entice the creature into seizing the Dragon Balls, he deliberately feigned a clumsy moment. His acting was rather poor, even inferior to that of a novice actor. Yet the outcome was surprisingly effective. Just like that, the 1-star dragon fell into the trap with ease. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, did not allow the 1-star dragon to absorb all the Dragon Balls. He kept the 4-star and 5-star balls firmly in his possession. After all, had no knowledge of the extent to which these Dragon Balls would amplify his power. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. After the 1-star dragon absorbed the other 4 Dragon Balls, its form underwent a transformation. The once embedded 1-star ball on its forehead had now shifted to its chest, and its physique had altered in comparison to before. Most importantly, its combat power surged from 12 trillion to an astounding 948,324,092 trillion. This equated to a combat power of 12 quadrillion. If calculated accordingly, each Dragon Ball could amplify the 1-star dragon's strength tenfold. And the most frightening aspect was that this enhancement was multiplicative rather than additive. In essence, absorbing 1 Dragon Ball would yield a tenfold increase, while absorbing 2 would result in a 100-fold increase based on the previous tenfold, and so forth. Should it absorb all 6 remaining Dragon Balls, its combat power could escalate by 1,000,000 times. The sheer magnitude of these calculations left me utterly bewildered. Moyuan felt a sense of relief for having reserved some strength. When considering the previously encountered malevolent dragons, their actual combat prowess was a staggering 100-fold greater than their superficial capabilities. This implies that the current combat strength of a 1-star dragon could very well reach an astonishing 1,200 trillion. In contrast, Moyuan's own combat power, when fully exerted, barely amounted to 200 trillion. The disparity in strength was precisely calibrated, offering him just enough pressure to challenge himself without posing a significant threat to his life. Young one, relinquish the 2 dragon orbs in your possession, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, he chuckled ominously. The 1-star dragon, emboldened by its newfound might, exuded an arrogance that was intoxicating. Once it absorbed those 2 dragon orbs, it would ascend to become the most formidable entity in this universe. Do you desire those 2 dragon orbs? Moyuan twirled the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand for a moment before placing them into his dimensional space. He taunted the 1-star dragon, saying, "Defeat me, and these 2 Dragon Balls shall be yours. You seek death." The 1-star dragon replied, its cold eyes fixed on Moyuan, brimming with murderous intent. "Come forth. I have awaited this day for far too long." Moyuan began to feel a surge of excitement. Soon, the energy within him began to swell. Boom. A tangible, violet golden aura enveloped his body, while a black lightning dragon coiled around him, and his violet golden hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. Immediately unleashed his most formidable form. Given the vast disparity in combat strength, any attempt at probing was utterly superfluous, truly reckless. Let me demonstrate the true extent of the chasm that lies between us. With a thunderous roar, the 1-star dragon unleashed a surge of energy that erupted from within, coalescing into a luminous green energy sphere. This sphere expanded rapidly, before detonating in an instant. The ground beneath trembled violently, creating a massive crater. Moyuan stood aloft amidst the chaos of the explosion. Indeed, from the energy emanating from the one-star dragon. Moyuan could distinctly sense that his combat power had reached an astonishing 1,200 trillion. This formidable strength surpassed his own by sixfold. Defeating him would undoubtedly prove a daunting challenge. The one-star dragon gazed up at Moyuan with an expression of disdain, scoffing, "What a mere insect. So swift in its escape. I am eager to see how long you can evade me." In an instant, the one-star dragon flickered and appeared behind Moyuan, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his chest. How astonishingly swift. The one-star dragon's velocity was such that Moyuan could scarcely perceive his movements with the naked eye. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he managed to raise his arm just in time to block the attack. Boom. The tremendous force collided with his forearm, leaving Moyuan feeling as though it might lose all sensation. The sheer power sent him hurtling through the air, where he tumbled several times before regaining control of his body. The disparity of sixfold was indeed significant. He was utterly unable to keep pace with the one-star dragon's actions. Nevertheless, the one-star dragon would find that extinguishing his life was not an effortless endeavor. Within Moyuan's body, the willpower flowed autonomously, and the injuries on his arm healed instantaneously. With a flick of his arm, Moyuan revealed a faint smile. "Oh?" Remarkably unscathed? The one-star dragon was somewhat taken aback. He had not held back moments ago, and despite the vast disparity in strength, Moyuan had emerged unscathed. However, the one-star dragon was merely surprised. It did not warrant excessive concern. After all, a formidable recovery ability was not unique to Moyuan. Even the 5-star dragon possessed such prowess. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, it had still been vanquished with a mere swipe. The one-star dragon held unwavering confidence in his current power. "Come on, let us continue." Moyuan beckoned with his finger towards the one-star dragon, his mockery reaching its zenith. Seeking demise, his eyes emitted beams of icy light. Moyuan instantly teleported behind the one-star dragon, his hand gathering a sphere of energy which he pressed against the creature's back. Sensing the imminent threat, the one-star dragon remained unfazed, offering a disdainful smile before commanding the black spines on its back to extend abruptly. The sharp, ebony spines glinted with a chilling radiance. Moyuan did not evade the black thorns, allowing them to pierce his body. The thorns penetrated directly through his chest, and an excruciating pain radiated throughout his entire being. Moyuan clutched the energy orb tightly, enduring the excruciating pain of his heart being pierced as he advanced a few more steps. The energy orb was pressed directly onto the back of the one-star dragon. Boom. The one-star dragon's eyes widened in shock before being forcefully slammed to the ground. After the one-star dragon was struck down, the massive wound in Moyuan's chest began to contract, almost instantaneously restoring to its former state. The pain lingered. Rubbing the recently injured area, Moyuan managed to muster a faint smile. The one-star dragon, lying amidst the dirt, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not evaded the attack, allowing Moyuan's assault to land on him, simply because he had underestimated Moyuan's power. The disparity in their combat prowess was so vast that he believed standing still and taking the blow would leave him unscathed. However, upon feeling the impact of Moyuan's energy orb, he realized his grave miscalculation. Within the essence of Moyuan lies a unique power that nearly disregards all defenses, inflicting tremendous harm upon him. This is the effect of primordial energy. Primordial energy can deal greater damage to malevolent targets. And the evil dragon itself is a creature forged from negative energy. The assault imbued with primordial energy undoubtedly wreaks havoc upon it. Moyuan's essence has long been infused with this primordial energy. With each strike, he transcends the disparity in combat prowess, delivering damage to the one-star dragon. Infuriating. The one-star dragon roared, unleashing a surge of energy that instantaneously propelled the stones and earth weighing down upon it into the air. "You have provoked my wrath, boy." The one-star dragon glared fiercely at Moyuan, its teeth clenched in rage. In an instant, the one-star dragon surged forth, and the next moment, Moyuan found himself struck, hurtled away by the force. Subsequently, the one-star dragon's form flickered in the air, each appearance precisely beside Moyuan, relentlessly assaulting him. Moyuan was akin to a football, being kicked back and forth in the air by a starry dragon. Moyuan remained unhurried. Although he was unable to evade the assault of the first star dragon, the damage inflicted was not as severe as anticipated. With the healing powers of his will, his wounds were nearly mended the moment they were inflicted, leaving him only with a lingering sensation of pain. Moyuan refrained from employing his inner vision. Beyond his desire to enhance his prowess through combat, he was eager to ascertain whether he could, as he had previously with Goku, enter a state akin to the Ultra Instinct. Amidst the onslaught, Moyuan sensed his strength gradually augmenting. Simultaneously, he began to discern the attack patterns of the one-star dragon. Boom. Moyuan unleashed a powerful punch to the left, striking firmly against the chest of the newly appeared one-star dragon. The energy within his fist surged into the one-star dragon's body, and the essence of vitality erupted within him. How could this be? The one-star dragon found it utterly inconceivable. He spewed forth a mouthful of reverse blood. Had he truly been struck? This was impossible. After a long day, I shall present a chapter now, with another to follow soon. Chapter 135. The battle continues. Completed. Seizing the opportunity in your vulnerability. After enduring such relentless blows, Moyuan was brimming with fury. Taking advantage of the one-star dragon's momentary distraction, he unleashed a merciless onslaught of the celestial horse meteor fist. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The energy within him was ruthlessly unleashed upon the one-star dragon. In an instant, a multitude of fist imprints covered the entirety of the one-star dragon's body. Each imprint infused with Moyuan's essence. Moyuan unleashed a double-fisted strike, akin to cannonballs, that collided forcefully with the chest of the one-star dragon. Instantly, the one-star dragon was propelled backwards as if struck by an aircraft, retracted his fists, then gently snapped his fingers. With a sudden explosion, the imprint left on the one-star dragon's body began to heat up. Boom, boom, boom. The energy contained within the imprint erupted instantaneously, engulfing the one-star dragon in a barrage of explosions. Despite the vast disparity in strength, the one-star dragon was not spared from the onslaught of this vital energy attack. As the explosions subsided and the smoke cleared, the one-star dragon emerged, appearing disheveled and covered in soot. Though he looked quite battered, understood that the one-star dragon had only sustained minor injuries, not threatening his very essence. However, the pain was undoubtedly excruciating. The one-star dragon's expression darkened, his entire body trembling with rage. Such a disgrace, such a profound humiliation. He, the one-star dragon, had never endured such indignity throughout his life. Being bested by someone so significantly weaker was a blow to his pride, tarnishing the reputation of the malevolent dragon. Enraged, his body shook violently, even grinding his back teeth to dust in fury. Summoning an overwhelming sphere of negative energy, the one-star dragon coalesced a colossal crimson orb, radiating with intense malevolence. The atmosphere around him darkened under the influence of this negative energy, casting a shadow over the entire planet. The skies turned ominous, shrouded in thick gray clouds, while blood-red lightning crackled and roared amidst them. Natural disasters loomed over the realm, heralding earthquakes, tsunamis, thunderous storms, and volcanic eruptions. Die! The one-star dragon bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he hurled the energy sphere out with all his might. The energy contained within this orb far exceeded 1,200 trillion. It was likely to reach a staggering 3,000 trillion in power. In an instant, the energy sphere approached, emanating searing heat that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He realized he could not withstand it head-on. Moyuan detected a faint scent of death. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he deemed it unwise to gamble with his life. He swiftly employed teleportation to evade the impending energy sphere. After Moyuan dodged, the energy sphere crashed down instantaneously onto the ground. Under the impact of the energy sphere, the rigid earth transformed into something akin to tofu. The surface melted, and the energy sphere became deeply embedded in the ground. A terrifying surge of negative energy erupted in an instant. The entire planet disintegrated, erupting into a magnificent display akin to a colossal firework. Ha. The one-star dragon threw back his head in laughter, convinced that Moyuan could not possibly survive such an assault. Moreover, a mere earthling lacked any capacity to endure in the vastness of the cosmos. Even if he did manage to survive, he would ultimately perish from asphyxiation in space. It was a pity for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. The one-star dragon was truly curious to discover just how powerful he would become after devouring all the Dragon Balls. What are you laughing at, dog? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the one-star dragon's ears. He looked up in surprise. Moyuan stood in the vastness of space, appearing no different from how he would on solid ground, completely unaffected by his surroundings. How could this be? Are you not of Earth? How could an Earthling possibly possess the ability to thrive in the void of space? Yixinglong could hardly believe his own eyes. Moyuan scoffed. Who told you that humans cannot survive in space? After a moment of silence, Yixinglong suddenly burst into laughter. Heh, he chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of regret in his tone. Even if you can survive in space, what does it matter? In the end, you will still perish at my hands. However, this does present an opportunity. I was just lamenting the fact that those 2 Dragon Balls would vanish alongside you. Now, it seems I can fulfill that wish. Yixing Long's demeanor exuded confidence, as if he were already certain of his victory over Moyuan. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Acquiring those 2 Dragon Balls is quite simple. Defeat me, and they are yours. Moyuan let out a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a raging tempest, resembling a roaring thunder dragon. He initiated the assault, employing instantaneous movement to swiftly appear beside the 1-star dragon. Delivering a powerful punch, the 1-star dragon, quick-witted and agile, deftly grasped Moyuan's wrist, yanking it forcefully, while simultaneously conjuring a ki blast in his other hand. Launching it toward Moyuan's abdomen, Moyuan transformed his body into spatial particles, evading the strike with a swift motion. He harnessed his spatial abilities to dodge the oncoming energy assault. Moyuan was barely able to contend with the 1-star dragon. In a fleeting moment, the 2 were locked in a relentless struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. As the planet fell victim to the devastation wrought by the 1-star dragon, a formidable wave of negative energy surged forth, reaching Earth, located light years away. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta, both fervent martial artists, found themselves unable to restrain their excitement. In the past, they might have deliberated, but the present was different. Having mastered the art of internal energy cultivation, they possessed the ability to survive in the void of space. With their inhibitions cast aside, they swiftly reached a consensus. Goku immediately transported himself and Vegeta with a flicker of instant transmission. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta emerged amidst the cosmos, not far from their position. 2 beams of light clashed incessantly in the vastness of space. The purple-golden beam resonated with the familiar aura of Moyuan, while the other green beam emanated the potent negative energy they had sensed earlier. Such power. Just the combat auras of Moyuan and the 1-star dragon left Goku and Vegeta profoundly astonished. It appeared that Moyuan had not unleashed his full potential during their previous encounter. Vegeta clenched his fists, his heart engulfed not only by shock, but also by a fierce sense of unwillingness. The origins of Moyuan are well understood. He hails from over a decade ago. Even back then, he was significantly more formidable than his present self. If Moyuan had trained for as long as he had, how terrifying would he have become? Yuan is truly powerful. He speaks of many individuals in his time and space who surpass him, and it evokes a longing to traverse to that realm and engage with those masters. Wukong begins to yearn for another dimension. In this current realm, he and Vegeta are nearly the 2 most powerful beings in the universe. For over a decade, they have encountered no worthy adversaries. Even the reincarnation of Majin Buu, after years of training under Wukong, can only contend with Wukong in his base form. Should transform into Super Saiyan, he would stand no chance. The most exhilarating battle Wukong has experienced in recent years was perhaps the one against Baby. As for fighting Moyuan, that was pure torment, only pain, devoid of pleasure. Listening to Wukong, Vegeta relaxed his clenched fists and smiled with relief. Truly, you are remarkable, Kakarot. Chapter 136, The Bitter Strategy? The exhilarating battles left Wukong and Vegeta somewhat overwhelmed. Particularly, Moyuan's utilization of instant transmission as a standard skill in combat astounded Wukong. Kakarot, can you employ instant transmission like Moyuan? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. What a jest! Wukong shook his head vigorously. If I could use instant transmission as Yuan does, you would stand no chance against me. To Wukong, instant transmission serves merely as a means of travel or escape. It can only be employed occasionally in battle. He must first lock onto his opponent's energy, which makes the preliminary phase too lengthy. It would be more efficient to utilize high-speed movement directly. Moreover, while using it once or twice may yield an element of surprise, frequent use would easily expose vulnerabilities. Fighting against the 1-star dragon, though perilous, has indeed provided substantial growth and strength. Moyuan's combat prowess has now nearly reached an astonishing 500 quintillion. In terms of standard combat strength, he is akin to a long string of 9s, merely a fraction away, just 0.1 combat points from achieving a trillion. Yet, Moyuan finds that this minuscule increment in power resembles an insurmountable chasm, one that cannot be bridged no matter the effort. Could it be that his rapid ascension in strength has rendered the 1-star dragon incapable of further augmenting his combat abilities? Moyuan could not help but harbor doubts. Given his current combat prowess, a 1-star dragon was only marginally stronger than him, perhaps by a factor of 2. Previously, despite the six-fold disparity in strength, he had managed to hold his own against the one-star dragon using his spatial abilities. Now, the situation was even more favorable. The one-star dragon could scarcely land a blow on Moyuan. Even if he did, Moyuan would instantly recover due to his willpower's healing capabilities. Conversely, Moyuan could intermittently land a couple of punches on him. With the enhancement of his combat strength, the damage Moyuan inflicted had become significantly greater. In this back-and-forth exchange, the one-star dragon found himself battered and bruised. The one-star dragon grew increasingly alarmed with each passing moment, yet he felt utterly powerless. The instantaneous movement was simply too swift for him to counter or evade. Beyond that, Moyuan possessed the ability to transform his body into spatial particles, allowing him to dodge the dragon's assaults. As if that were not enough, each time the one-star dragon managed to evade Moyuan's energy blasts, those very blasts would unexpectedly be teleported back towards him. The one-star dragon felt utterly exhausted, grappling with a sense of futility akin to fighting against multiple opponents. To make matters worse, his adversary only seemed to grow stronger with each exchange. What a predicament this was. The one-star dragon finally began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Is fundamentally perceived as a mere tool for leveling up, an instrument to enhance others' prowess. It is likely that the previous 4 Dragon Balls were deliberately acquired by himself, given his spatial abilities. It is hard to believe that a one-star dragon could not manipulate those insignificant Dragon Balls. However, the situation is not devoid of possibilities. The one-star dragon has observed that strength has plateaued. The one-star dragon is acutely aware of the reasons behind this stagnation. Perhaps he could exploit this circumstance. Yet, it requires a gamble. Should desire to further elevate his capabilities, he would inevitably fall into a trap, providing the one-star dragon with the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the one-star dragon's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Moyuan seized upon a moment of carelessness from one-star dragon. Instantly, a barrage of punches, kicks, and energy blast rained down upon him, overwhelming one-star dragon in a tempest of relentless assaults. Had victory been achieved? Observers Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, astonished. Despite one-star dragon's superior strength, he had succumbed to Moyuan's myriad of peculiar techniques, emerging as the vanquished. Goku, having witnessed the spectacle, felt an urge to return home and diligently practice instant transmission. If he could master it to the degree that Moyuan had, might he not also rise to challenge foes beyond his current capacity? However, Goku understood that Moyuan's triumph over one-star dragon was largely attributable to the vital energy embedded within his own aura, contrasting sharply with one-star dragon's negative energy. Were it not for this, against a more conventional powerhouse, Moyuan's spatial abilities would merely serve as a means of evasion. In the face of such a vast disparity in combat prowess, inflicting damage upon the opponent would be an impossibility. After a while, the onslaught came to an end. Under Moyuan's relentless barrage, one-star dragon bore a multitude of intersecting wounds, and his presence had become considerably weakened. Moyuan felt that something was amiss. For even if all his attacks landed, they would not be sufficient to inflict such grave injuries unless the first star dragon was caught off guard. Could it be that the first star dragon had deliberately sustained these wounds? What ulterior motive could he possibly have? Opened his inner eye and surveyed the one-star dragon. He discovered that all of its wounds were genuine, not feigned injuries. Moreover, had not bestowed upon it the 5-star orb. Thus the one-star dragon lacked the capabilities of a 5-star dragon. It had no means to utilize electrical slime to heal its injuries. Just kill me. I can no longer contend with you. The one-star dragon seemed to resign itself to fate, stretching out its arms in a posture of surrender. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Moyuan instinctively sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. It was impossible to slay a first-rate dragon at this moment. Moyuan still intended to utilize the one-star dragon to elevate his own prowess. It was inconceivable that he would eliminate it at this juncture. Moreover, Moyuan harbored a profound intuition that once he transcended this threshold, he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. However, at present, the strength of the one-star dragon posed no threat to him. Moyuan pondered for a moment before retrieving a Dragon Ball from the dimensional space. This was the 5-star ball. Should the one-star dragon consume it, not only would its power multiply tenfold, but it would also acquire the abilities of the 5-star dragon. At that point, it could harness the electric slime to mend its own wounds. Upon witnessing Moyuan's unveiling of the Dragon Ball, A glimmer of delight involuntarily flickered in the depths of the one-star dragon's eyes. Moyu observed every subtle shift in his eyes. At this moment, he finally comprehended the situation. The one-star dragon had calculated that he would not harm him, and moreover, it would allow him to enhance his strength and bestow upon him the dragon pearl. To his astonishment, the one-star dragon had even resorted to a feigned act of suffering. Nevertheless, the one-star dragon had indeed played his cards well. Moyuan would certainly not take his life at this moment. He intends to summon the malevolent dragon to swiftly augment his own power, and thus, it is inconceivable that he would eliminate him now. Furthermore, Moyuan had initially planned to enhance his strength beyond that of a one-star dragon before offering him a Dragon Ball to consume. Moyuan directly tossed the 5-star orb to the one-star dragon, calmly stating, "Consume it, and continue battling me," remained unperturbed by the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Although the one-star dragon was evidently feigning vulnerability to acquire the Dragon Ball, was not without his own contingencies. He had already disowned the arrival of Goku and Vegeta in the vicinity. Therefore, he had discreetly communicated with them moments prior. Should any unexpected developments arise, Goku and Vegeta would fuse, subsequently dispatching the one-star dragon. The Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, regardless of the one-star dragon's formidable strength, would undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 137, Dimensional Hierarchy, complete. Clutching the 5-star ball, the one-star dragon could no longer contain his overwhelming elation. Eagerly, he consumed the 5-star ball, which soon manifested as a blue sphere embedded in his chest. Bang! Upon ingesting the 5-star ball, the one-star dragon's body erupted into a myriad of pink slime that dispersed across various planets. After a brief interval, the slime returned, and the planets it had visited now appeared desolate, resembling lifeless celestial bodies. Clearly, the energy of these planets had been siphoned away by the one-star dragon. Fortunately, the nearby planets were devoid of life, only their energy had been consumed. However, with their energy depleted, these planets could not sustain themselves, and it would not be long before they disintegrated into cosmic dust. The pink slime coalesced once more, reminiscent of Majin Buu's abilities, and swiftly reformed into the one-star dragon. Having absorbed the energy from so many planets, his injuries had fully healed. Ha! The one-star dragon erupted into maniacal laughter. Power, boundless power. He felt as though he could obliterate his former self with a single punch. After assimilating the 5-star ball, not only had he recovered from his wounds, but his strength had also multiplied tenfold. Tenfold. This was an increase of an entire tenfold. His power now reached 12,000 quintillion, equivalent to 1.2 myriad. If he were to consume the 4-star ball as well, his combat prowess would ascend to 12 myriad. Who in this universe could possibly rival him now? Fool. Who would have thought you would so easily hand over the Dragon Balls to me? As a token of my gratitude, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Ha 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 ha. No more pretense. The one-star dragon revealed his true intentions. He now stood as the invincible entity of the universe. The insignificant insect before him could be extinguished with the mere flick of his finger. The one-star dragon sneered at, proclaiming, "You shall regret bestowing the Dragon Balls upon me." A wisp of dark energy emanated from the body of the star dragon. Soon, the entire star domain was tainted by this malevolent aura, saturated with negative energy. Suddenly, the star dragon vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this disappearance, Moyuan felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively sought to teleport to safety. Boom. The star dragon's fist struck Moyuan squarely in the abdomen. The black spikes upon its knuckles pierced through Moyuan's flesh-like nails. With its chin resting upon Moyuan's shoulder, the star dragon sneered disdainfully, proclaiming, "Did you truly believe I would allow you to utilize your spatial abilities? Let me enlighten you. This space has been sealed by my will, rendering your repugnant powers utterly ineffective." Indeed, the star dragon had exerted extraordinary force to completely seal the space, preventing Moyuan from employing any spatial capabilities. Unless Moyuan's strength surpassed that of the star dragon by a factor of 10, breaching this confinement was an impossibility. However, the bolstered might of the star dragon now eclipsed Moyuan's strength by 24 times, making any hope of overcoming this barrier utterly futile. Bereft of his spatial abilities to evade harm, Moyuan found himself completely defenseless against the onslaught of the star dragon. The star dragon, relishing the opportunity, unleashed its pent-up frustrations with fervor. What to do? Is Moyuan going to be killed? Should we fuse? Goku anxiously inquired of Vegeta, observing Moyuan being mercilessly battered. Why the urgency? Did Moyuan not state that we should fuse only when he sends a signal? Vegeta replied coolly, arms crossed. He had no desire to engage in such a humiliating act. Were it not for the debt of gratitude he owed Moyuan for saving his family, he would never acquiesce to such a request. If it were within his power to abstain, he certainly would. Vegeta, you truly lack compassion, Goku remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away, dismissing Goku's observation. Moyuan closed his eyes, attempting to emulate the scene from his previous battle with Gogeta. Unfortunately, the outcome was far from satisfactory. During that prior confrontation, Gogeta had not initially sealed off the space, allowing Moyuan to evade his assaults using spatial abilities. However, now, the one-star dragon had immediately confined the area, rendering Moyuan incapable of dodging its attacks solely through his own speed. As for blocking, that was an even more futile endeavor. Blocking is only effective when the opposing forces are relatively equal, given the vast disparity in strength between Moyuan and the one-star dragon. Such an attempt would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The willpower within Moyuan's body surged ceaselessly, tirelessly mending the wounds inflicted by the one-star dragon's strikes. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Moyuan's strength to soar like a rocket in such intense combat. Yet now, the energy within him resembled a stagnant pool of water, devoid of any movement. Moreover, each blow from the one-star dragon left behind a residue of negative energy that needed to be eradicated before he could heal. However, expunging this negative energy required significantly more willpower than the standard healing process. After enduring such an extended battle, nearly half of Moyuan's willpower had already been depleted. If this continued, he feared that dire consequences would inevitably ensue. Felt a surge of urgency. Although the presence of Wukong and Vegeta assured him of safety, he yearned to transcend his current limitations, for only then would he have a chance to return home. The fist of one-star dragon struck his chest, and with a swift motion, the dark spikes on his fist erupted like Wolverine's claws, piercing through his body. With a mocking smile, one-star dragon taunted, "Are you perplexed as to why your strength has plateaued?" Suspended on the black spikes of one-star dragon's fist, lifted his gaze to meet the dragon's eyes. This question indeed eluded his understanding. Observing his bewilderment, one-star dragon erupted into laughter. "Haha, how amusing. You foolishly regarded me as a mere tool for your power enhancement. Yet you are utterly oblivious to the concept of dimensional hierarchy. However, if you were aware of such a thing, you likely wouldn't have so readily relinquished the Dragon Balls to me, would you? Dimensional hierarchy?" Moyuan was not unfamiliar with the term dimension. Phrases such as second dimension and third dimension had crossed his ears before. Upon his arrival in the world of Dragon Ball, he had heard Piccolo refer to dimensions, describing the Supreme Kai, Shin, as being from an entirely different dimension. Yet, the significance of Shin's power led Moyuan to dismiss the term entirely. "Considering the fact that you are on the brink of being slain by me, allow me to enlighten you," he began. A dimension refers to the hierarchy of one's power and the essence of existence. Presently, you inhabit the pinnacle of the first dimension, on the verge of transcending into the second dimension. Once you breach the confines of the second dimension, you shall no longer be a mere mortal. Your essence and strength will undergo a profound metamorphosis, elevating by 100-fold. However, do not be deceived into thinking that such a transcendence is easily attainable. It is only a fool, such as yourself, who believes that one can ascend dimensions through mere combat. Haha. The truth is now laid bare before you. Moyuan finally comprehended why the true strength of these malevolent dragons surpassed their apparent power by 100-fold. In other words, upon transcending to the second dimension, the energy within him would experience 100-fold amplification. Chapter 138, The Reemergence of the Supreme Intent Technique. Therefore, achieving a battle power reaching the trillion mark signifies entry into the second dimension. This led Moyuan to ponder another question. Although Majin Buu also possessed a battle power of the trillion level in his normal state, why did his strength not receive a 100-fold enhancement? Unbeknownst to Moyuan, while Majin Buu indeed reached the trillion level, he was inherently a magical creation, deriving his power from the consumption of others. Thus, Majin Buu's battle power was akin to that of the Scion's transformations, without transcending dimensional realms. However, the current Fat Buu, with a battle power of 90 billion, has fused with the soul of the Grand Kaioshin and is no longer the previous magical entity. Should he cultivate to surpass the trillion level, he too could ascend to the second dimension, resulting in a natural 100-fold increase in power. To return to the matter at hand. After all that has been said, why not hand over the remaining Dragon Ball to me? I can grant you a swift demise. The black thorns on the one-star dragon's fists elongated into a pair of sharp claws, incessantly striking Moyuan. Deep wounds, visible to the bone, appeared on his body. Yet, Before long, they were minted by the willpower within Moyuan. However, concurrently, the willpower within him was also being consumed at an accelerated rate. Paid no heed to the one-star dragon, simultaneously tending to his wounds while contemplating the means to transcend into the second dimension. If entering the second dimension could indeed amplify his power 100-fold, then perhaps all he needed to do was compress the energy within him 100 times. With this possibility in mind, eagerly set about putting it into practice. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself entirely to the task of compressing the power within his being, allowing the one-star dragon to attack him unimpeded. Moyuan also yearned to discover whether he could transcend to the second dimension under such extreme conditions. If ultimately it proved impossible, he would undoubtedly call upon Wukong and Vegeta for assistance. To Moyuan's astonishment, just as he devoted all his energy to compressing his power, his body unexpectedly reverted from the Super Saiyan 3 form. Subsequently, a faint silver luminescence enveloped him. He chuckled, contemplating the endeavor to transcend to the second dimension. Yet the outcome depended on his consent. The one-star dragon, upon witnessing Moyuan's state, immediately discerned his intentions. However, he was not the type to passively observe his adversary growing stronger. He would quash any threat in its infancy. Even though he was aware that breaking through to the second dimension was no simple feat, countless individuals had devoted centuries in vain. Ultimately succumbing to regret, he would not remain idle and allow events to unfold unchecked. Super negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon once more conjured an energy sphere in his hand. This one larger and more formidable than the last, brimming with terrifying energy. This time, I shall reduce you to ashes. With a confident smile, he hurled the energy sphere with great force. He firmly believed that, with the space sealed, Moyuan could not evade this assault. With his hands on his hips, the one-star dragon reveled in the anticipation, envisioning Moyuan being obliterated by the energy sphere. Vegeta, are you not going to intervene? Is Moyuan truly in peril? Goku, his anxiety palpable, stared at the immense energy sphere radiating an ominous aura. Not only Goku, but even Vegeta felt an urge to act. However, without a signal from Moyuan, they were reluctant to make a move. As they gazed at the energy sphere, Vegeta's mind was in disarray. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Kakarot, let us fuse. Although Moyuan had not communicated with them, Vegeta sensed that something was amiss with his current state. Regardless, he could not bear to watch Moyuan perish at the hands of the one-star dragon. The situation was dire and urgent. Goku and Vegeta, without hesitation, positioned themselves and harmonized their energy. Just as they prepared to merge, they suddenly noticed a transformation occurring within Moyuan. First, he reverted from the Super Saiyan transformation. Then a delicate silver glow emerged around him. Wait, Vegeta, it seems he no longer requires our assistance. Goku halted his actions. They beheld Moyuan, eyes closed, moving like a phantom, deftly evading the one-star dragon's strike. This is impossible. The one-star dragon was left speechless, his jaw agape in disbelief. What manner of anomaly is this? The one-star dragon had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Admittedly, he had only faced Moyuan once before. Undeterred by the challenge, the one-star dragon boldly advanced, unleashing a tempest of ferocious attacks upon Moyuan. Fists, feet, energy, an unrelenting barrage of assaults rained down upon Moyuan as if they were without cost. The one-star dragon nearly exhausted every ounce of his strength. Yet, it seemed as if Moyuan possessed an uncanny foresight, evading each strike by the slenderest of margins. The one-star dragon grew increasingly frustrated with each failed attempt. Moyuan moved like an elusive loach, darting around him. Yet he found himself unable to grasp or strike a single blow, despite his own speed being significantly superior to that of Moyuan. It seemed utterly inconceivable that he could evade him. The first star dragon was utterly perplexed. How impressive! Wukong marveled at Moyuan's agility, unable to contain his admiration. Even Vegeta had to concede that he was indeed formidable. However, this was advantageous for Vegeta, as a sly smile crept across his lips. It meant he could prolong their encounter before merging. Moyuan was entirely engrossed in the endeavor of transcending the second dimension, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. If he could perceive his current state, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, the mastery of ultimate freedom. Compressing power is indeed a formidable task, particularly when one must condense it 100-fold. Moyuan has expended a considerable amount of time, managing to compress his power only to double its original strength. Within the boundless space, a continuous stream of energy replenishes his consumption. The act of compressing power is not only arduous but also fraught with peril. Every step must be taken with utmost caution, for a moment's negligence could result in catastrophic failure. Double, triple, tenfold. Fortunately, Moyuan has created the boundless realm. Otherwise, absorbing such vast quantities of energy would be a formidable challenge. As time progresses, the energy within Moyuan's body has been compressed to 100-fold. Yet, that formidable barrier remains unyielding, showing no signs of yielding to a breakthrough. Moyuan felt an indescribable void within him. The one-star dragon, consumed by unrestrained fury, had been attacking for an extended duration without even grazing Moyuan. The flames of rage within him were now beyond containment. Super-duper negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon raised his hands above his head. A scarlet energy sphere coalescing within his grasp. This sphere pulsated with an erratic rhythm, swelling in size with each beat. Soon, a colossal energy sphere emerged, dwarfing even the sun itself. Surrounded by swirling black and gray currents, this blood-red orb emanated a terrifying aura of negative energy. With a frenzied expression, the one-star dragon bellowed at Moyuan, "This time, I shall see how you evade it. Perish." The energy sphere, resembling a crimson sun, hurtled towards Moyuan with a destructive force. Chapter 139, The Point of No Return. The overwhelming aura jolted Moyuan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a scarlet energy sphere akin to the sun. What in the world is happening? Moyuan could not help but utter a curse. Could it be that this one-star dragon has gone mad? Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about this scene. It was reminiscent of the last time he battled with Wukong. Had something extraordinary transpired during this interval? Could it be that he had once again slipped into that state akin to the ultimate freedom technique, driving the one-star dragon to madness? If that were indeed the case, then this ultimate freedom technique is rather cunning. When faced with insurmountable challenges, it simply relinquishes the body back to me. How impressive. How noble. To maintain your undefeated record, do you flee when confronted with an opponent you cannot defeat? Cursed at the flicker of silver within his internal energy. After venting his frustrations, he cast a grave gaze upon the energy sphere above him. Clearly, a direct confrontation was ill-advised, especially since his willpower was nearly depleted. To face it head-on now would likely spell his demise. As he contemplated the massive energy orb, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Ultimately, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, even tinged with a hint of madness. Vegeta, Kakarot. Both Goku and Vegeta spoke in unison, exchanging knowing smiles. Years of camaraderie had forged an unspoken understanding between them. Fusion. Without further ado, they positioned themselves on either side, ready to commence their unification. Goku, Vegeta, do not fuse just yet. I wish to attempt this on my own. Just as they were about to merge, S voice resonated telepathically. Yuan. Goku's mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately refrained from dissuading him. Vegeta crossed his arms and smirked, declaring, "We must prevail. Rest assured. It will be me who stands victorious in the end." S voice brimmed with unwavering confidence. Moyuan resolved to harness the power of the four-star dragon as an offensive means to transcend his own limitations. It was a matter of either breaking through or perishing. Should he meet his demise, Goku and Vegeta would undoubtedly fuse immediately to vanquish the four-star dragon. However, since the four-star ball resided within his dimensional realm, reviving it would likely necessitate Goku's journey to Namek, where he could utilize the Dragon Balls there to restore him. In Moyuan's eyes was a frenzy of madness. The energy sphere, akin to the sun, rapidly approached. It evoked a sense of the sun colliding with the earth. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Moyuan's entire being. Ha 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 ha. Die. The one-star dragon cackled incessantly, forcefully thrusting his hands forward, causing the energy sphere to accelerate abruptly. In an instant, it engulfed Moyuan entirely. Pain. Excruciating agony. Moyuan had not endured such torment in a long time. The last time he experienced such pain was when he activated his bloodline. The terrifying energy almost instantaneously dissolved Moyuan's flesh, akin to snow encountering searing temperatures. The physical form of Moyuan has been utterly evaporated, leaving behind only his core. A singular violet orb. The essence of Moyuan, along with his formidable power, resides within this orb. Had Moyuan chosen to expend his full strength to safeguard the core, withstanding this onslaught would have posed no challenge. However, he is not inclined to take such measures. He refrains from significant resistance, even deliberately channeling this negative energy into the core. Harnessing this force, Moyuan begins to breach the threshold of his limitations. Yet, concurrently, the power of the one-star dragon will also erode Moyuan's core. This is a race against time. Should Moyuan succeed in transcending his limits before the core collapses, not only will he survive, but he will also attain a second dimension, resulting in a dramatic surge in his power. Conversely, failure would mean his demise. The power of Moyuan guided the negative energy, and together, the two forces launched their initial assault against the bottleneck. Boom. The clash of energies resonated through Moyuan, as if his very soul were vibrating. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, the bottleneck remained steadfast. However, Moyuan was undeterred. He had anticipated this outcome. Soon, he readied himself for a second strike. Boom, boom. This time, he summoned even greater strength, but alas, it yielded no results. The third attempt. The fourth. With unwavering determination, Moyuan persisted, and at last, the bottleneck exhibited a hint of movement. Yet, he felt no joy, for he had already expended a considerable portion of his power, and his core was gravely damaged. The bottleneck had merely shifted slightly. Nevertheless, the slightest sign of loosening signified a glimmer of hope. As long as there remained a thread of possibility, Moyuan would never surrender. In this dire situation, he found himself with no other recourse. He had no choice but to gather all his strength for one final, decisive assault. Indeed, Moyuan resolved to take decisive action. Should he fail to achieve a breakthrough this time, he would lack the strength to challenge the bottleneck again. Furthermore, his core would dissipate entirely. Success or failure hinged upon this singular endeavor. Let me break through. Within Moyuan's heart, a furious roar erupted. He unleashed all of his strength without reservation, accompanied by a trace of the negative energy of the starry dragon. These two forces surged forth like an army of thousands, mounting a final assault on the bottleneck. Boom, boom, boom. A profoundly intense shockwave threatened to shatter Moyuan's very soul. Under his relentless onslaught, the bottleneck gradually began to loosen, becoming increasingly feeble. Crack. The sound resonated like shattering glass, as fissures appeared upon the once invisible barrier. Ecstasy surged within as he harnessed his power, determined to shatter the formidable barrier before him. Energy dissipated swiftly, yet the fissures upon the obstruction multiplied. No. Why is this happening? As the last vestiges of strength ebbed away, succumbed to despair. The once cracked barrier remained steadfast, impervious to his efforts. Exhausted and drained, found himself at the brink of annihilation, his power fully depleted. The core of his being had been eroded by negative energy, reduced to the size of a mere fingertip. The moment the core vanished entirely would herald's demise. Must he resign himself to fate? At this juncture, it seemed that acceptance was his only recourse. With his strength extinguished, what more could he do but submit? Countless thoughts urged to relinquish hope. After all, he could always be revived by the Dragon Balls. Why struggle so desperately? No. Moyuan was unwilling to resign to fate. If he acquiesced this time, he would likely do so again in the future. How many times can a person accept their destiny? Is it possible to resurrect oneself each time, as if possessing a Dragon Ball? Lotzi Li, Qin Tianlin. His beloved wife and children awaited his return. How could he surrender? He still had his final reserves of strength yet to be unleashed, the power of his soul. Moyuan resolved to harness the power of his soul for one final assault. The soul is the very essence of a person's existence. If it suffers harm, recovery would require an extensive period. Should the soul dissipate, it would signify his complete demise, one from which even the ordinary Dragon Balls could not resurrect him. Only the Super Dragon Balls might possess the capability to restore a soul that has met its end. Nevertheless, Moyuan steadfastly embraced this choice without hesitation. Gathering the energy of his soul, he prepared to undertake this ultimate strike. Indeed, it was to be his last endeavor. Should he fail, his soul would inevitably endure significant damage. At that moment, a familiar energy resonated from the depths of his core. Was astonished as he beheld the sudden surge of energy. This was not. I had heard from other author friends that one must shamelessly request 5-star ratings and gifts from readers. However, I am rather shy and do not dare to ask for any gifts. I would be immensely grateful for any free offerings. Yet, I sincerely hope that everyone could spare a moment to bestow a 5-star review. Thank you all. I cherish you dearly. Chapter 140, The Second Dimension. Moyuan was taken aback by the sudden surge of energy. Was this not the very essence of the purple vortex? The culprit that had transported him to this GT world? Moyuan had initially believed that the vortex would vanish after transporting him to this world or perhaps journey to another realm. To his astonishment, the energy from this vortex was concealed deep within his core. Had it not been for the emergence of this energy, Moyuan might have never realized that it resided within him for an entire lifetime. The magnitude of this energy was immense, surpassing even the combined force of his and the one-star dragon's negative energy sphere. The violet energy transformed into a sharp arrow, piercing towards the already fractured bottleneck. Wukong and Vegeta wore grave expressions, their fists clenched tightly. They could no longer sense Moyuan's presence. The negative energy sphere from the one-star dragon continued to descend, casting a blood-red hue over this expansive starry domain. Ha 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 ha. At last, he is dead. What a tenacious fellow he was. The presence of Moyuan has finally vanished. Now, the one-star dragon can rest easy without a care in the world. When Moyuan was struck, Yixinglong felt a flicker of concern about what novel techniques he might unleash. A colossal sphere of negative energy erupted violently, its immense power swirling freely, permeating the cosmos. The planets traversed by this malevolent force were cloaked in a shroud of ash and darkness. Subsequently, life on these celestial bodies withered at an alarming rate. Most terrifyingly, this negative energy did not wane as it spread. Rather, it intensified, proliferating like a contagion, one spreading to 10 to 100. Should this continue? It seemed inevitable that the entire galaxy, even the universe itself, would succumb to this insidious energy, leading to utter annihilation. Yixinglong watched with exhilaration as the negative energy consumed the world around him. This was indeed the most joyous moment since his summoning. If one were to inquire about the benefits of world destruction for him, it would likely be the sheer delight it brought him. Yet, unbeknownst to Yixinglong, beneath him, a minuscule orb, as tiny as a speck of dust, was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Moyuan never anticipated that he would transcend to the second dimension in such an extraordinary manner. Just moments ago, that surge of violet energy effortlessly shattered the barrier that confined him. Simultaneously, an enigmatic force, seemingly from nowhere, descended upon the core of Moyuan, nurturing his soul and ushering it into a profound metamorphosis. Moyuan could distinctly perceive the fortification of his soul. The wounds inflicted upon his core were gradually mending. Just as Wukong and Vegeta were poised to merge once more, they halted their movements yet again. How many times had this occurred? Perhaps the third time. Each instance they believed Moyuan was on the brink of defeat. They prepared to unite. Moyuan would once again surprise them, and this occasion was no exception. This time, both Wukong and Vegeta genuinely believed that Moyuan had been slain by the one-star dragon. To their astonishment, he had ultimately survived, and his power had undergone a terrifying enhancement. It appeared that Moyuan would decisively eliminate the one-star dragon this time. Gazing into the cosmos at the orb radiating a dazzling purple light, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles, sensing Moyuan's presence emanating from the orb. Moreover, his aura was ascending at an alarming rate. Impossible. I refused to believe it. The one-star dragon's eyes bulged as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had never anticipated that Moyuan would truly succeed. Under the full force of his attack, Moyuan had managed to cross that threshold and ascend into the second dimension. No, I must stop him. I absolutely must. During the first dimension, Moyuan had already pushed him to his limits. Now that he had entered the second dimension, the one-star dragon could scarcely fathom how formidable Moyuan had become. Scarlet energy blasts erupted from the one-star dragon's hands. In a frenzied state, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Moyuan's core, akin to a Gatling gun. These blasts struck Moyuan's core with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a violent explosion. An invisible energy shield enveloped Moyuan's core entirely, deflecting all incoming attacks. Before long, Moyuan's core had returned to its normal state, and under the nurturing influence of this energy, it had become 100 times stronger than before. Subsequently, Moyuan's physical form began to materialize autonomously. Threads of energy emerged from his core, coalescing into flesh and blood, constructing his corporeal body. The corporeal form of Moyuan has likewise been augmented 100-fold. With each heartbeat resonating like a thunderous roar, his formidable heart pulsates powerfully, and his blood flows like quicksilver, with each drop infused with immense strength. His bones, reminiscent of white jade, gleam with brilliance, while his skin and muscles have become even more resilient. Moyuan is currently preoccupied with matters of great significance, as he endeavors to infuse the energy of the violet vortex into his very bloodline. At this moment, he has finally come to understand the source of his familiarity with this energy. It is because this very essence resides within his own soul. This energy is known as time. Moyuan harbored a suspicion that the energy residing within his soul was a result of its traversal through the fabric of time and space, thus acquiring a fragment of this extraordinary essence. It was only now that he realized this energy stemmed from the higher echelon of temporal energy, which could only be sensed in the second dimension of the universe. As for Guldo, a member of the Jinya Force under Frieza, he possessed the remarkable ability to halt time, possibly due to his racial inheritance or his exceptional talents. However, it was evident that he had not harnessed his gifts effectively. Despite wielding such formidable power, he remained as feeble as a mere novice. The integration of temporal energy into his bloodline proceeded with remarkable ease, facilitated by the vast reservoir of time energy contained within the purple vortex. Moyuan successfully assimilated this energy into his veins, granting him the capability to manipulate time. Furthermore, this breakthrough brought about subtle transformations within his body. The malevolent energy now bore a hint of a somber purple hue, while the transparent spatial energy was infused with a strand of pure white essence. Simultaneously, the amplification of his chi from both forms of energy surged from fivefold to tenfold. The temporal energy, too, was seamlessly woven into his chi, augmenting its strength by a factor of 10. With the additional enhancement of his vital energy, Moyuan's chi now surpassed that of an ordinary individual by an astonishing 40 times. Moreover, upon transcending to the second dimension, his chi experienced a 100-fold increase. Notably, these enhancements were multiplicative rather than additive, resulting in a staggering disparity of 4,000 times when compared to those in the first dimension. In addition to these remarkable developments, there existed another source of exhilaration for Moyuan. The prospect of achieving Super Saiyan 4 has long cherished the form he yearns for most, the transcendent Super Saiyan 4, the most splendid transformation of all. Although his transformation will undoubtedly differ from that of Goku and his companions, how could a magnificent being like a divine dragon, when transformed into a humanoid, possibly appear unattractive? Though I have not witnessed Dragon Ball AF or the new era of Dragon Ball, I cannot help but feel that Reg's Super Saiyan 5 lacks aesthetic appeal. As for Gohan's Super Saiyan 5, it merely resembles Super Saiyan 4 with a change in hair color, lacking in originality. Chapter 141. As Super Saiyan 4 outside, explosions reverberated incessantly, shielded by a transparent energy barrier, remained unscathed. As he opened his eyes, he felt the overwhelming power surging within him 10 trillion. Upon entering the second dimension, S-Base combat power surged tenfold, reaching an astonishing 10 trillion. Moreover, the intensity of his energy amplified by 100-fold. Though it may appear that he only grew 10 times stronger, in reality, he became 1,000 times more formidable than before. With his current combat prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish a one-star dragon. Puff, puff. The one-star dragon had bombarded relentlessly, exhausting itself to the point of gasping for breath. Surely, I must have slain that wretched foe, right? After all, he is merely a newcomer to the second dimension. He cannot possibly survive this. Indeed, he cannot. The one-star dragon repeatedly reassured himself, though deep down, uncertainty gnawed at his mind. Before stepping into the second dimension, Moyuan's strength was merely 24 times weaker. However, upon entering the second dimension, his power would at least multiply by 100-fold. The first star dragon fixated his gaze on the site of the recent explosion, where the detonation had yet to subside, and a vast area remained engulfed in flames. After a few minutes, the fiery chaos finally dissipated, revealing the very individual the first star dragon dreaded to see. Moyuan, transformed into his Super Saiyan form, stood unscathed in the void, as if he had never been at the epicenter of the explosion. Thanks to you, first star dragon, I have now stepped into the second dimension. I must also express my gratitude for your extensive explanations. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the means of my breakthrough. Just as Moyuan articulated, had it not been for the first star dragon elucidating the dimensional hierarchy and the disparities between dimensions, he might have taken an extensive duration to comprehend the method for transcending into the second dimension. The first star dragon found himself rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Moyuan. At present, the power of, when measured against the combat prowess of the first dimension, has ascended to an astounding 100. In contrast, the first star dragon possesses merely a combat capability of 1. 2. To put it differently, in his eyes, the first star dragon is akin to a slightly more robust ant. Yet, an ant remains an ant, and no matter how formidable, it can be effortlessly subdued with a mere fingertip. The first star dragon glared at, his gaze brimming with resentment and animosity. Gritting his teeth and enduring the immense pressure emanating from, he scoffed, "If you possess the courage, hand over the remaining dragon pearl, and let us engage in battle once more." Moyuan smiled faintly, remaining silent. The Lone Star Dragon continued to mock, "I wager you lack the courage, for you are well aware that you could never best me." Moyuan could not help but burst into laughter. The One-Star Dragon glared with wide eyes, scolding, "What are you laughing at? I truly think you possess remarkable talent. Last time you resorted to a scheme of self-sacrifice, and this time you attempt to provoke me with psychological tactics? It seems you endure quite a lot within the Dragon Ball realm, don't you? Moyuan had no intention of giving him the 4-star ball, for it was utterly unnecessary. Even if the 1-star dragon were to become tenfold stronger, he would still lack the prowess to contend with him. It would merely be a waste of time. Realizing that Moyuan was not easily deceived, the 1-star dragon grew anxious. How could it be that he had so effortlessly received the Dragon Ball last time? Yet this time Moyuan was reluctant to part with it? The 1-star dragon was perplexed. Had Moyuan become more astute after his ascension to the second dimension? He had not considered the fundamental truth. Moyuan had previously bestowed the Dragon Ball upon him in pursuit of his own breakthrough. Now that he had achieved it, there was no need to relinquish the ball, especially since his power far surpassed that of the 1-star dragon, regardless of whether he possessed the Dragon Ball or not. The 1-star dragon could never defeat him. Thus, why should Moyuan offer it to him again? That would be an exercise in futility. To Moyuan, the 1-star dragon now held no value whatsoever. It was time to send him on his way. Moyuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, uttering words that instilled profound dread in the 1-star dragon. He continued, however, in gratitude for your assistance in my ascension to the second dimension, I have decided to present you with my latest form. This is indeed my inaugural transformation into this state, and you are the very first to witness it. The 1-star dragon's inner thoughts echoed with exasperation. Am I to feel honored? As this was Moyuan's initial metamorphosis, he first assumed a dragon form, subsequently layering his transformation with a Super Saiyan form before reverting back to his human guise. With a resounding roar, amidst the astonishment of the 1-star dragon and the distant observers, Goku and Vegeta, Moyuan transformed into a colossal purple dragon. Moyuan exercised a measure of restraint, transforming into a dragon form only comparable in size to the celestial dragon of Earth. Had he maximized his transformation, he would have undoubtedly filled the entirety of the star domain. Subsequently, the violet-hued dragon was enveloped in flames of a resplendent purple gold, with tendrils of black lightning dancing around it, as the entire dragon was simultaneously suffused with the same purple-gold radiance. Then came the pivotal step of reverting to human form. In contrast to his previous experience, Moyuan sensed a significant difference this time. Previously, when attempting to revert, it felt as though an insurmountable wall obstructed him. However, this time, the transition was remarkably smooth and effortless, devoid of any hindrance. Moyuan emanated a dazzling radiance, obscuring his true form, revealing only a colossal dragon-shaped silhouette. Gradually, this dragon-shaped shadow began to diminish, shrinking from an impressive length of 10,000 meters to a robust humanoid figure standing 2 meters tall. As the brilliance faded, the visage of Moyuan emerged. His long, pale purple hair cascaded casually down his back, while 2 dragon horns on either side of his head extended dramatically. His dark purple pupils, if not scrutinized closely, could easily be mistaken for black. Moyuan's upper body is bare, lacking the body hair that adorns Wukong and his companions. A black shoulder armor rests upon his left shoulder, and his hands are encased in claw-like black gloves. An exaggerated dragon head belt conceals half of Moyuan's abdomen, revealing only 4 well-defined abdominal muscles. He dons black trousers and knee-high boots, with a robust purple dragon tail trailing behind him. To elaborate, if Moyuan's Super Saiyan 3 form embodies a chaotic and reckless young master, then his Super Saiyan 4 form transforms him into a domineering war deity, exuding a cold and tyrannical aura far more intense than before. Moyuan was astonished to discover that upon transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form, the enhancement of his combat power deviated significantly from his expectations. He had initially presumed that his Super Saiyan 4 would yield a boost akin to that of his previous Super Saiyan 3 combined with his beastly transformation, merely differing in appearance. However, upon completing the transformation, Moyuan realized that his current enhancement was not 250,000 times 5,000 multiplied by 50 equals 250,000, but rather an astonishing 300,000 times. The unexpected additional increase of 50,000 times left Moyuan immensely satisfied with this transformation. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, his combat power soared to an impressive 120 quintillion, a staggering 100-fold greater than that of a 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon, paralyzed by fear, was already contemplating escape. Yet Moyuan's formidable aura kept him firmly in place, rendering him incapable of mustering the strength to flee. Moyuan skillfully shaped the sword technique, and a violet blade instantly coalesced at his fingertips. Crack the sky. In the terrified gaze of the 1-star dragon, Moyuan felt the energy blade pierce through its chest. As the blade entered, it severed the dragon's vitality. In the next moment, the energy within the wound erupted, obliterating the one-star dragon's form, leaving behind merely 6 orange dragon balls devoid of negative energy. Following the death of the one-star dragon, the negative energy it had previously released dissipated into the cosmos. Chapter 142. The anomalous android 17. During the battle between Moyuan and the one-star dragon, significant changes unfolded on Earth. A massive black hole appeared in the sky above the planet. Beneath this dark aperture, a golden-haired youth stood atop a mountain. His entire being was engulfed in black flames, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural red light. This golden-haired youth was Android 17 from this world. Both Android 17 and his twin sister, Android 18, were no resemblance to those known to Moyuan, and they lacked names, whether through forgetfulness or other reasons remained unclear. The flames emanating from 17 extended like chains, suddenly reaching into the black hole. Within the void, 17's flames intertwined with another's. Instantly, the colossal black hole in the sky expanded further, shrouding the heavens in ominous clouds. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, the humans below were thrown into a state of panic, hastily gathering their belongings in preparation to flee the city. Among them was the Krillin family. The elderly Krillin, burdened with bags, was accompanied by his youthful, beautiful wife and daughter, both resembling sisters. As they too sought to escape the urban chaos, trapped in a gridlock, their vehicle was immobilized amidst the throngs of fleeing individuals. "We're completely stuck," Krillin muttered, furrowing his brow in distress. "Didn't I mention? If we had flown, we would have already been gone." Android 18 gazed at the lengthy line of cars with resignation. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in their ears. Krillin and Android 18 turned to see the convoy behind them obliterated by energy blasts descending from the skies. Android 18 looked up, and a familiar figure materialized before her, her twin brother, Android 17. His face contorted with madness, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. "Die, you wretched insects." The violent explosions rapidly approached the Krillin family. Recognizing the peril, Krillin swiftly scooped up his daughter and fled alongside Android 18. Just as they distanced themselves, a shockwave detonated, annihilating their vehicle and those adjacent to it. 17, what are you doing? Number 18 shouted in fury. "It's been a long time." Number 18. Number 17 displayed a nonchalant expression, as if his recent actions were nothing extraordinary. "What on earth is happening? You are not at all like your former self." Despite the long separation, Number 18 instantly discerned something was amiss with Number 17's current state. "I have come to bring you along with me. Let us depart together." The crimson glow ignited in Number 17's eyes. "We are twins. Let us together bring about the destruction of the earth." There seemed to be an enchanting allure in Number 17's voice. The same crimson light began to flicker in Number 18's eyes. "We are siblings, siblings." Number 18's expression turned vacant as he repeatedly murmured this phrase, slowly advancing towards Number 17. "You cannot go over there," Krillin shouted urgently, and for a fleeting moment, Number 18 regained a semblance of rationality. "Do not go, Number 18. You are my wife," Krillin continued to implore. Frustrated by Krillin's interference, Number 17 rebuked him. "Enough with your prattle. Both Number 18 and I are creations of Dr. Gero." Upon hearing this, Krillin looked at Number 17 in astonishment. "What did you say? Dr. Gero? Did you not despise him the most? Why address him as sir?" "Loathe Dr. Gero." "Sir." A hint of confusion crossed Number 17's face as he struggled internally. Suddenly, he heard his own voice echoing in his mind. "What are you doing? Number 17, come here quickly. You are me, and I am you." The red light in Number 17's eyes flared once more. Krillin shouted, "Number 17, what is wrong with you? Enough. Silence yourself." Number 18 grappled with her inner turmoil for a moment before unleashing a wave of energy towards Krillin. Whoosh. The energy wave pierced through Krillin's heart. Unsurprisingly, Krillin met his demise once again. Witnessing Krillin's death, Number 18 furiously engaged Number 17 in battle. However, after years of neglecting her training, Number 18 was no match for Number 17 and was swiftly overpowered. Dragging her injured body, Number 18 crawled to Krillin's lifeless form and placed her hand in his. "I love you, Krillin." After uttering those words, Number 18 exhausted all her strength, closed her eyes, and collapsed. In the depths of hell, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero lingered, reluctant to depart. They awaited Goku's arrival, planning to trap him in hell before making their exit. Yet, after such a prolonged wait, Goku had yet to show up. The two old men were growing increasingly impatient. "What is taking Goku so long?" they lamented. Doctor. Gero angrily shattered the red wine glass in his hand, observing the absurdity of the situation while watching Dragon Ball. He found it baffling that these villains were enjoying their time in hell more than Frieza was in heaven, even possessing the materials to create a hellish android 17. Doctor. Mew swirled his glass of red wine and calmly stated, "Let us wait for another half an hour. If he does not arrive by then, we shall proceed to eliminate him. Once the two android 17s merge, Goku shall surely be no match for him." Dr. Gero nodded, his expression considerably brightened. "Indeed. As long as my super android 17 is present, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be sent straight to hell." "Excellent, Doctor." Mew retrieved another glass of wine and handed it to Dr. Gero. "Let us toast to the imminent victory." Dr. Gero accepted the glass, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Cheers. Cheers." Suddenly, Goku in the cosmos received a telepathic message from King Kai, informing him of the unfolding events on Earth. "Vegeta, Ian, we must return to Earth immediately. I just received a message from Lord King Kai, and it seems there is trouble brewing on our home planet." "What?" Upon hearing that Earth was in peril, Vegeta became restless, seizing Goku by the collar and demanding, "What has transpired on Earth? Is Bulma and Bra safe?" "Do not panic, Vegeta. I shall take you back right away." Goku then transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, placing his finger to his forehead to search for the energy signatures belonging to Earth. "This is bad." Goku awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "We are too far from Earth. I cannot sense any energy signatures from there. What should we do?" In order to avoid impacting the northern galaxy, Moyuan chose a location far removed from it. Initially, he intended to utilize teleportation. However, upon witnessing Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he decided to invite him instead. To his surprise, Wukong was unable to locate the position. "Allow me to escort you back." Moyuan discovered the spatial node of Earth and activated instantaneous teleportation. The three of them promptly vanished into the cosmos. Chapter 143, The Speedy Saiyan 4, Vegeta. Returned to Earth with Wukong and Vegeta, only to find it in utter disarray. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were engaged in a fierce battle against the fused Super 17. Xiao Fang, Bra, and Biddy Li also joined the fray. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they were utterly powerless against Super 17. The more energy blasts they unleashed, the stronger Super 17 became. What was happening? Why were their attacks proving ineffective? Trunks was perplexed, particularly by Super 17, who not only withstood their assaults, but seemed to grow increasingly powerful. Gohan, panting heavily, supported himself on his knees, sharing the same bewilderment. However, his primary concern now was the whereabouts of his father and Uncle Vegeta. He felt utterly overwhelmed. Although he had once achieved a mysterious transformation with the help of the old Supreme Kai, amplifying his power 1,000-fold during his battle against Buell, years of peaceful existence with little training had rendered him incapable of accessing that state again. He needed to resume his training to gradually reclaim his former strength. Moreover, his current battle prowess paled in comparison to that of over a decade ago. Training was akin to rowing against the current. Failure to advance meant regression. Presently, Gohan's base power level was a mere 5 billion, and even as a Super Saiyan 2, he could muster only 50 billion. Meanwhile, Super 17, having absorbed their attacks, had escalated his power to an astounding 10 trillion, with a maximum absorption capacity reaching into the thousands of trillions. He could easily drain even Super Saiyan 4 Wukong without difficulty. Bang, bang, bang. Super 17 mercilessly struck each exhausted fighter, sending them crashing to the ground, utterly spent and unable to rise. "You worthless fools, tell me, where are Wukong and Vegeta?" Dr. Meow sneered down at the fallen warriors. "What science? Aren't they all lying on the ground like the rest of you? If my grandfather returns, you're all finished." Xiao Fang, lying on the ground, seethed with anger. In her eyes, Wukong was an invincible force. There was no problem he could not solve. Super 17, eliminate them all. I refuse to believe that Wukong and Vegeta won't return. Doctor. Meow commanded with a disdainful huff. Obeying Meow's orders, Super 17 tossed his hair back, revealing a cruel smile. He began gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a colossal golden energy wave. "I don't want to die yet. I haven't even had a boyfriend." As Xiao Fang contemplated her lack of a romantic partner, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. "Grandfather," she cried out, unable to contain her anguish. The golden energy wave drew nearer, and she could already sense the chilling breath of death encroaching upon her. Just as the energy wave was about to strike, a crimson figure materialized before her, shielding her from harm. With a swift motion, this scarlet apparition deflected the energy wave of Super 17, sending it soaring into the sky. Grandfather, whoa. Despite being gravely injured, Xiaofang summoned an unexpected strength, rising from the ground to embrace Goku's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Goku gently stroked her soft hair, reassuring her. It's all right, Xiaofang. Let us see how your grandfather avenges you. Meanwhile, Vegeta tenderly lifted his daughter Bra. Since Bra's birth, he had cherished her as his most precious treasure. However, seeing his beloved daughter in such distress ignited a fury within him that nearly eclipsed his reason. Kakarot, step aside. How dare this fiend lay a hand on my Bra? He shall pay dearly. Vegeta's expression darkened ominously, his teeth clenching with a menacing crack. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku silently retracted his transformation, allowing Vegeta to take the lead. Understanding the depths of Vegeta's emotions, Moyuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not, Vegeta. I shall look after Bra for you. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, entrusting Bra to Moyuan before striding towards Super 17. However, after just a couple of steps, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Glancing back, he noticed Moyuan tending to his precious daughter and the others, administering healing. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. Vegeta had momentarily feared that Moyuan might harbor ill intentions towards his beloved daughter. After all, he had shared some intimate moments with Bulma, and phrases like rest assured, I will take care of your precious one, often have a tendency to provoke unwanted attention from the deities of censorship. If we're privy to's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a stern reprimand. Setting aside the fact that he is already a devoted husband and father, could never harbor any inappropriate feelings for a mere child such as, who is around 10 years of age. Moreover, it is crucial to note that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is destined to become his daughter-in-law in the future. Thanks to's healing, swiftly awakened from her unconscious state. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld strikingly handsome face, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic tastes, and she couldn't help but succumb to a moment of infatuation. The typically headstrong young lady now resembled a bashful girl. Her cheeks flushed as she discreetly stole glances at. Uncle, was it you who saved me? She inquired. Moyuan shook his head, then pointed in a direction and said, No, it was Vegeta who saved you. After attributed all the credit to, he turned to provide treatment to others, followed and caught sight of a figure that, though not particularly tall, instilled in her a profound sense of security. My father is so handsome. Go, Dad. You must teach this scoundrel a lesson. Completely recovered, leaped up from the ground, cheering for her father. Upon hearing her praise, felt a subtle flush of warmth on his face. He then lifted his head and puffed out his chest, feeling an invigorating surge of strength, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 for the first time. He was ready to face an adversary. Armed with the power of Super Saiyan 4, was resolute in his belief that he could vanquish the formidable Super 17. With pride, he gazed at Super 17, raising his thumb to point at himself. I, Super Saiyan 4, shall make you, the one who dares to bully my precious daughter, pay a heavy price today. Could not help but shake his head after hearing this. Such words had been uttered. It seemed inevitable that Vegeta would soon receive a severe beating today. His brothers had lost their composure, with only 2 days remaining. Today's unexpected revelation meant that his efforts to accumulate words would not count as full attendance. It appeared this month had been a fruitless endeavor, and he would not even earn the full attendance reward of 600 yuan. What a tremendous loss. Chapter 144. The demise of Super Android 17. At this moment, Vegeta was still lost in the praises of his daughter, unable to extricate himself from the bliss. It had been a long time since he had heard such uplifting words from Bra. The last time, she had remarked on his age, inciting him to shave off his beard in frustration. Alas, he reminisced about why he had initially grown it. Was it not because Bulma had often chided him for appearing too youthful? Yet, now he found himself despised by his daughter for it. Truly, this mother and daughter duo was a challenge to please. Trunks, who had been healed by, cautioned Vegeta, Father, you must be wary. This adversary seems to have employed some unknown technique. Our assaults appear ineffective, and I have a growing sense that he grows stronger with each strike. However, Vegeta paid little heed to this warning. To him, Super Android 17's combat prowess was vastly superior to that of Trunks and the others, making it entirely reasonable that they could not inflict harm upon him. In Vegeta's mind, his own strength far surpassed that of this so-called Super Android 17 by dozens of times. He could easily obliterate him with a mere flick of his wrist. Super Android 17 remained silent, wearing a look of disdain, completely dismissing Vegeta. This infuriated Vegeta, for he abhorred being looked down upon. Not only had this super android 17 bullied his daughter, but he also disrespected him. In Vegeta's heart, a death sentence had already been issued against this foe. With a single gesture, Vegeta raised a finger and scoffed, "With just one move, I shall shatter you into pieces." He spread his arms wide, radiating with brilliant light as sparks danced around him. After gathering energy for a moment, his hands converged. Ultimate Flash, faced with the immense energy wave unleashed by Vegeta. Super Android 17 did not evade. Rather, he spread his arms wide to welcome the incoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal energy wave cleaved through the earth, parting it as if for a grand design. Moyuan stood in the background, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. He was quite taken aback by the fact that this individual from the Scion race was rather impressive. Right from the start, he initiated the process of charging Super 17. Moyuan did not reveal the weakness of Super 17 to Vegeta, primarily because he wished to witness the unfolding drama. To his surprise, Vegeta truly played along, remained unfazed by the vast amounts of energy absorbed by the Super 17, for his vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. In the original narrative, Super 17, who nearly drained the energy of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, was rendered nearly lifeless by a single dragon fist from the standard Goku. Ultimately, Super 17 was merely an elite foe that could be vanquished within 2 episodes of the anime. As the thick smoke dissipated, the unscathed Super 17 re-emerged before Vegeta. This turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Vegeta. In his expectations, Super 17 should have been obliterated by one of his strikes. The muscles on Super 17's form bulged and contracted, as if digesting something. With a dismissive smile, he swept his golden locks back and proclaimed, "I have completely discerned your technique." This taunt was laden with mockery, inciting Vegeta's fury as he clenched his fist with a creaking sound. Vegeta found himself in a profoundly embarrassing situation. Having made grand declarations, he now faced an opponent who remained unscathed. Under normal circumstances, this might have been tolerable. But with Bra present, he yearned to display his prowess, only to have it backfire. A mix of anger, shame, and awkwardness swirled within him. Damn it, perish. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, and a multitude of energy blasts erupted from his hands, unleashing a comprehensive arsenal of his royal combat techniques against Super 17. From a distance, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero observed, their expressions mirroring a shared delight as they watched Vegeta unleash his fury upon Super 17. Attack. Continue your assault. The fiercer your strikes, the stronger Super 17 becomes. Meanwhile, Goku, watching intently, began to piece together the situation. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is blinded. From his vantage point, Goku quickly recognized the anomaly with Super 17 and shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, cease your attacks. He is absorbing your energy." "What did you say?" Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Upon hearing Goku's warning, he hastily halted his onslaught, but it was too late. At that moment, Super 17 had already siphoned an immense amount of energy, elevating his power level from 10 trillion to 600 trillion, while Vegeta's maximum strength barely reached 800 trillion. Upon realizing that they were already aware of the capabilities of Super 17, decided to directly disclose his weaknesses to them as well. Addressed Vegeta, urging him to persist in his assault. Despite his confusion, Vegeta complied, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Super 17. Goku, Vegeta, Super 17 has a vulnerability. He cannot move while absorbing energy, making this moment his greatest weakness. Goku grasped the implication instantly, realizing his course of action. He swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his energy coiling within him. Super 17's eyes widened, sensing the impending danger from their exchange. Yet, he remained immobilized, absorbed in Vegeta's energy. Goku performed a few warm-up exercises before focusing on Super 17, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself like an arrow, merging with Vegeta's energy blasts. Dragon Fist, unleash. In an instant, Goku transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, its roar reverberating through the air. The golden dragon surged through Super 17's form, and with a single dragon fist, Super 17 was obliterated into mere fragments. Following the defeat of Super 17, all eyes turned towards Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, who no longer bore the imposing demeanor they once had. How could my Super 17 be vanquished so easily? This is impossible. Dr. Gero struggled to accept the reality. In his mind, Super 17 was invincible, destined to effortlessly annihilate Goku and his allies. Yet, The current situation starkly contradicted his expectations, leaving him in disbelief. Noticing the dire circumstances, Dr. Mu stealthily attempted to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiaofang blocked his path with a menacing expression. She had long harbored disdain for the two old men, who had incessantly threatened planetary destruction while lurking in the shadows during the battle. With a swift Kamehameha wave, Xiaofang sent Dr. Mu back to the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero met a swift demise at the hands of the suddenly appearing android 18. Upon learning of Krillin's death from 18, Goku was consumed by fury. However, they still possessed the Dragon Balls. The Earth lay in ruins from Super 17's rampage, countless lives having been extinguished. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls could restore everything to its former state. Chapter 145, Dragon God Salam. Retrieve the restored Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Goku summoned the Eternal Dragon and made 2 wishes. With the dragon's assistance, Earth was returned to its original state, and those who had perished were resurrected. After the wishes were granted, the Eternal Dragon did not vanish immediately. Instead, it gazed at Goku and proclaimed, "This shall be my final act of assistance to you. Henceforth, the world shall no longer possess Dragon Balls." Having spoken, the dragon disregarded the astonished crowd and turned its attention to, respectfully stating, "My lord, the Dragon God requests your presence." "The Dragon God? Are you referring to the Dragon God Salama?" Moyuan was equally taken aback, although he had long suspected that the Dragon God might still be alive. It was merely a conjecture. Now, as he prepared to meet the Dragon God, a sense of unease washed over him. The character of the Dragon God had only been mentioned in the Dragon Ball Super anime during his past life, yet it had never made a physical appearance. It did, however, make an appearance in fan-made animations. He could not ascertain whether this Dragon God was the same as the one depicted in those works. If so, he might be in peril, for in the realm of fan animations, the Dragon God was the foremost among the 5 malevolent deities, a being intent on overthrowing the Omni King. Who could fathom the true intentions behind this encounter? Indeed, it was the esteemed Lord Salamander, for the divine dragon spoke of the Dragon God with utmost reverence. Moyuan nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. Wukong, after this departure, we may never meet again." Moyuan embraced Wukong. "Take care, Ayuan." Wukong did not say much, for he could not reasonably ask Moyuan to refrain from returning. However, in his heart, Wukong was profoundly grateful to Moyuan. Without him during this period, Earth would likely have faced dire consequences. He could hardly fathom how to resolve the situation with just one baby, not to mention the 1-star dragon that Moyuan had vanquished. Without Moyuan, Wukong shuddered to think of the potential outcome. Then, Moyuan shared embraces with Trunks and Xiaofang as well. After a brief farewell, Moyuan prepared to depart with the dragon. Moyuan cast a deep glance at the assembly before leaping onto the head of the divine dragon. He addressed the magnificent creature, urging it to proceed. The dragon nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, 7 Dragon Balls began to levitate from the ground, encircling the dragon in a mesmerizing display. With Moyuan atop its head, the dragon ascended towards the heavens. As he sat there, Moyuan delved into contemplation. The Dragon God's desire to meet him likely stemmed from the significant alterations his presence had wrought upon the annals of this world's history. However, Moyuan believed that the Dragon God would not act against him. If that were the case, there would be no need for a summons. The deity could simply eliminate him outright, a feat Moyuan was certain the Dragon God was capable of. Furthermore, the dragon's demeanor towards him did not suggest hostility. In the most ideal scenario, Moyuan hoped that the Dragon God would return him to his rightful place. Of course, this was merely the most favorable outcome. What would truly transpire remained uncertain until it unfolded. As the divine dragon traversed the clouds, a golden vortex of energy materialized above them. "My lord, hold on tight. We are about to arrive at the realm of dragons." The resonant voice of the dragon interrupted Moyuan's thoughts. The realm of dragons? The name bore a resemblance to the realms of the Kaioshin and the Destroyers. It seemed that this realm of dragons was indeed the abode of the Dragon God. Moyuan grasped the dragon's horn as the divine dragon plunged into the golden vortex. As they traversed this shimmering whirlpool, Moyuan experienced the sensation of passing through a membrane. Following a blinding radiance, he and the divine dragon emerged within a grand golden palace. At the center of the palace, upon a majestic throne, sat a figure of a human with golden skin, towering over 3 meters in height. Beside the throne stood several guards wielding long halberds, along with an individual holding a tome. Upon glimpsing the figure upon the throne, Moyuan felt an inexplicable affinity. perhaps due to the dragon blood coursing through his veins. The man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air reminiscent of an ancient emperor, commanding both authority and presence. "Lord Dragon God, I have brought the individual," the divine dragon said, bowing respectfully. The dragon god nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, you may withdraw." "Yes," the divine dragon responded, and then soared out of the palace. Moyuan meticulously observed the dragon god, who, in turn, regarded him with keen interest. The two engaged in a prolonged examination of one another, remaining silent for an extended period. At last, it was Moyuan who could no longer contain himself. "My lord dragon god, may I inquire what brings you to seek my presence?" The dragon god, akin to a child reveling in a victory, replied with an air of triumph, "I was curious how long you could maintain your composure. Yet, it has only been half an hour, and you have already faltered?" Moyuan sensed that the dragon god seemed somewhat amiss. Initially, he had assumed that the dragon god might embody malevolence. Yet, upon witnessing the deity in person, he found him to possess an air of formidable authority. Now, he perceived the dragon god as one who retained a childlike innocence. In simpler terms, he resembled a mischievous old man. "Speaking of which, you, young one, have come here and thrown history into disarray, forcing this old man to toil endlessly to clean up your mess. Were it not for your draconic lineage, I would have long since dealt with you most decisively." The dragon god, Salama, grumbled in exasperation, as if Moyuan had committed some grievous act of lamentation. "My lord dragon god, in fact, we have been managing these matters. You only became aware of this situation today," the individual holding the tome stated with a calm demeanor, uttering words of significant consequence. "Oh dear Mina, what are you doing? Am I not standing up for you?" The dragon god retorted angrily towards Mina. Moyuan now feels somewhat bewildered. Who can enlighten me regarding the current situation? To those several guards wielding long halberds, if you can no longer suppress your laughter, please feel free to let it out. There is no need to hold back. Just look at your hands, trembling so much that you can barely grip your halberd. Thank you for your concern, Lord Dragon God, however. If you would be so kind as to attend to some official matters, I would be most grateful. Mina resembles a corporate drone, utterly drained by an overbearing boss, radiating an aura of dare to insult me, and I shall resign. The moment official duties are mentioned, the dragon god immediately looks away, whistling and muttering under his breath. "I never said I wouldn't handle them. I simply forgot, didn't I? Lord Dragon God, you have stealthily indulged in leisure for millions of years and have only just returned today." Moyuan sensed that Mina's resentment could almost lift the roof of the palace. "I shall address it tomorrow indeed. For now, let us attend to this young man's matters." The dragon god hastily redirected the conversation back to Moyuan, wary of broaching any official matters further. Chapter 146, The Master-Disciple Ceremony. "My boy, how do you intend to compensate me for this?" The dragon god began, but was suddenly struck by a chill, causing him to shudder and alter his words. "For the tireless efforts of my subordinates these past few days?" Mina, with his eyes gleaming with a frigid light, nodded in satisfaction. The dragon god felt a pang of distress. However, Mina was his capable aide. His ability to frolic freely was largely due to Mina's unwavering support. Were it not for Mina, he might find himself burdened with the drudgery of official duties like Mina himself. Thus, Mina was not to be provoked. If he were to push Mina too far, the latter could simply resign, leading to dire consequences for the dragon god's future. Therefore, for the sake of better days to come, the dragon god chose to endure. "What kind of compensation does the esteemed dragon god desire from me?" When the dragon god mentioned compensation, Moyuan surprisingly felt less anxious. This indicated that he was of significance to the dragon god, and those who hold value typically enjoy longevity. The dragon god stroked his chin in contemplation and then beckoned Mina closer. Mina, understanding the unspoken cue, leaned in. The dragon god whispered conspiratorially, covering his mouth with his hand. "Mina, this young man indeed shows promise. After a few million years of honing, he should be able to lend you a hand." Mina nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the dragon god's assessment, as he too had recognized Moyuan's commendable talents, which is why he had persistently supported him. Subsequently, Mina leaned closer to the dragon god and remarked, "Esteemed dragon god, while your words ring true, there is no need for us to speak so loudly, as if we are conspiring." "Ah, is that so? Am I speaking too loudly?" "Ha." The dragon god chuckled awkwardly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Moyuan was momentarily taken aback. This dragon god appeared to be somewhat mentally unhinged. However, from their words, it seemed they intended to recruit him to assist Mina with her affairs in the future. coughing twice to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. The dragon god turned to Moyuan and said, "Young man, since you have overheard, I shall be direct. Tell me, do you wish to become an apprentice dragon god?" "I am willing." Moyuan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Upon overhearing their loud conspiracies, he had already formulated his response in his mind. After all, it was merely a matter of becoming an apprentice dragon god. Wait a moment, an apprentice dragon god? Initially, Moyuan believed that the dragon god intended to recruit him as a subordinate, subsequently honing his skills over millions of years before assisting Mina with official duties. However, what is the current situation? Why is he referred to as a trainee dragon god? "My lord dragon god, did you perhaps misspeak? Did you just say trainee dragon god?" Moyuan inquired cautiously. The dragon god remained silent, gazing at Moyuan with an expression devoid of emotion. In truth, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously resorting to a communication technique he had not employed in millions of years. The dragon god pondered. "What should I do? Mina, could it be that this lad is unwilling?" Mina replied, "Father, you must maintain your composure. Remember the days ahead when you will no longer have to handle official matters. Even if not for your own sake, consider mine. I have not had a proper rest in millions of years." She urged him, "Just remain silent. Intimidate him with your gaze. Your eyes must be resolute and unquestionable. He will certainly not dare to refuse. You can do it." Following Mina's advice, the dragon god fixed a determined and unyielding gaze upon Moyuan. A profound psychological intimidation enveloped Moyuan, instilling within him immense pressure. Mina continued to communicate telepathically, her excitement palpable. "Yes, that's the way, father." "Ask him once more. Are you unwilling? Remember, your tone must convey authority and threat, ensuring he does not dare to refuse." Mina envisioned a future where she would be free from official duties, luxuriating in leisurely days, and felt herself buoyed by the thought. After a prolonged scrutiny, the dragon god finally spoke. "Are you unwilling?" His voice resonated with an authority that brooked no denial. How could Moyuan possibly refuse? Even as a subordinate, he would have no choice but to agree. After all, he is currently a trainee dragon god. What does it mean to be a trainee dragon god? It is akin to becoming a disciple of the dragon god, positioning oneself as the heir to the dragon god's throne. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. He is willing, undoubtedly willing. Spoke hurriedly, fearing that the dragon god might change his mind. What a joke. With such a formidable ally, even Beerus could be treated like a meerkat. Ha. Upon acquiescence, the dragon god erupted into hearty laughter, a contagion that ensnared both Mina and the guards at his side. Their mirth was so profound that began to question whether he had somehow been shortchanged. "Very well. You shall henceforth be the successor to the dragon god's throne. You may address me as your mentor, or, like others, simply as father." The dragon god's gaze upon was filled with profound satisfaction. "Father?" Moyuan was completely taken aback. Could it be that this dragon god is the reincarnation of the white-bearded elder? Moyuan couldn't help but question whether he had entered the wrong theater. The towering dragon god, standing over 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared beside him, rendering the 1.90 m Moyuan akin to a mere child in comparison. The dragon god patted Moyuan on the shoulder and said, "Allow me to show you around the realm of dragons. I shall explain everything to you along the way." With that, he began to lead Moyuan out of the palace. Unbeknownst to Moyuan, the dragon god occasionally cast furtive glances behind him, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. "Father," Mina's voice, laden with resentment, echoed like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Instantly, the dragon god froze in place, slowly turning around. At that moment, Mina radiated an aura of darkness, her eyes glimmering with a crimson light. "Father, please tend to your affairs here. I shall take care of the rest." Mina's tone was exceedingly gentle, yet it was imbued with profound bitterness. With a flick of her wrist, a multitude of books cascaded from the heavens, swiftly forming a towering mountain of literature. These comprised the official duties from the past 2 years. I only completed those from the previous several million yesterday. I believe you wouldn't wish to see your child burdened with such toil, would you? Mina's voice was soft, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, resembling a kind and beautiful neighborly sister. However, the dragon god could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him. He slowly retreated, a forced grin adorning his face as he murmured, very well, I shall leave this young one in your capable hands while I attend to my duties." With each step he took, he glanced back longingly at the palace's entrance, revealing his deep reluctance to engage in work. As the dragon god resumed his throne to handle his responsibilities, Mina approached Moyuan with a satisfied smile and softly said, "Come, let me show you around the dragon realm." Mina was a human female with pink skin, appearing little different from an earthling aside from her hue. Like Moyuan, she bore dragon horns upon her head and a dragon tail trailing behind her. Moyuan observed everyone within the palace, including the dragon god. All shared certain characteristics, with the sole distinction being their skin color. Chapter 147. Preparing to return home very well, Lady Mina, Moyuan replied, accompanying her as they made their way outside the palace. "You may simply call me Mina. Or you may refer to me as elder sister, as others do." Her voice remained as gentle as ever. "You must be quite perplexed as to why we address the dragon god as father. Am I right?" Moyuan was indeed perplexed. Could it be that their relationship with the great divine officer was akin to that with the angels? Yet, if that were the case, why would he choose to become the apprentice dragon god himself? Surely, selecting one of his own offspring as the heir would suffice. Mina spoke softly and soothingly, gradually elucidating the matter for Moyuan. In truth, none of the inhabitants of the dragon realm had a direct blood relation to their father. We are all children adopted by him across various timelines. After adopting us, he bestows upon us the bloodline of the dragon clan. Though there is no biological connection, in our eyes, he is as a father. He has always regarded us as his own children, which is why he prefers we call him father rather than Lord Dragon God. Others refer to me as elder sister because I was the first he took in. Then why did you initially address the teacher as Lord Dragon God? Moyuan still found it odd to refer to someone he had just met as father. It felt rather strange. To provide the protagonist with a protector, it is essential to seek someone who is fiercely protective. Who could be more protective than a figure like Whitebeard? Humph. That old rascal has been off gallivanting for millions of years, leaving all the work to me. Why shouldn't I be upset about it? At the mere mention of this, Mina's irritation flared. The two engaged in conversation while meandering through the dragon realm. The dragon realm was vast, comparable to several galaxies in size. It exists within the GT temporal universe, a small universe independent of the 12 universes. This miniature cosmos was created by the dragon god. Although it stands apart from the 12 universes, it remains within the cosmic system of the Omni King. The dragon god has yet to attain the power to transcend the bounds of the Omni King's universe system. Mina only guided Moyuan around the planet where the dragon god's palace resided. This planet alone exceeded the volume of the solar system. After exploring for a while, Moyuan surprisingly encountered no one else. Moyuan couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Mina, are there truly no others on this planet?" Mina nodded slightly, indeed. At present, aside from my father, myself, and a few guards, there is no one else here. The other siblings are away on missions and have yet to return. When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce them to you. By the way, do take a moment to explore the surroundings and select a suitable place to establish your dwelling. Moyuan found a picturesque location by the mountains and rivers and cast out the universal capsule. Mina gazed at the diminutive house emerging from the capsule, momentarily taken aback. To her, the house appeared exceedingly small. However, she refrained from voicing any further thoughts. Moyuan was quite content with the environment here, as it resembled that of his home on Earth. However, reminiscing about his home inevitably left him feeling a tinge of melancholy. But wait. Moyuan suddenly realized that he had already taken the dragon god as his master. Returning home should not be a complicated matter, should it? "Sister Mina, let us hasten our return, for I have a matter that requires my teacher's assistance." With his discerning gaze, pinpointed the location of the palace and employed the art of teleportation. A soft chuckle escaped from Mina, who, sensing the spatial fluctuations emanating from, covered her mouth in amusement. This realm belongs to the Dragon Lord. How could one dare to utilize teleportation here without permission? Mina's tone carried a hint of pride. "Come, allow me to escort you back. Here, without my father's authorization, only the great king is exempt from such restrictions." With that, Mina guided, employing teleportation to return to the palace. Several hours had elapsed since their departure. At this moment, the dragon god was perched upon his throne, dozing off, while the towering pile of books beside him remained unchanged. What was there upon their exit still stood, untouched. Suddenly, Moyuan felt a chill sweep over him. Crack. It hardened. Mina's fist had stiffened. "Father." Mina's voice, though not loud, was laced with a palpable fury, each word forced through gritted teeth. The drowsy dragon god sprang upright from his throne, resembling a student caught daydreaming by the teacher. "Mina, I was attending to it, I wasn't." Slacking off, he mumbled, his eyes still shut. Mina, rubbing her forehead, felt a sudden pressure in her head. Sighing in resignation, she said, All right, father, leave this to me. My younger brother needs your assistance with something. Please help him. In truth, Mina didn't mind handling her father's affairs. What truly irked her was that the dragon god had been absent for millions of years. Really? The dragon god, who had been half asleep, now opened his eyes wide as saucers, glimmering with newfound energy. Mina suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had she been too kind to her father? I always knew my little Mina cared deeply for her father, always the best to him, the dragon god exclaimed, showering her with praise while dragging Moyuan away. So, I'll leave these tasks to you. In the blink of an eye, the dragon god had whisked Moyuan away, leaving Mina shaking her head in resignation as she settled into the throne, skillfully managing the tasks at hand. Before long, the dragon god had transported Moyuan to a distant palace. He patted Moyuan's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "Good lad, I knew I had not misjudged you. You've swiftly resolved a significant issue for me. Now, what can I assist you with? Master, could you take me back to the 7th universe? I arrived here by accident, and my family must be very worried," Moyuan implored the dragon god. A glimmer of light flickered in the dragon god's eyes. "I can send you home, but do not act impulsively upon your return." At these words, Moyuan felt a swirl of anxiety within him and quickly asked, "Master, has something happened at home?" The dragon god chuckled and shook his head. "Something did occur, but it is not a bad thing. Let me share with you the recent events in the 7th universe." With that, the dragon god touched Moyuan's forehead, and a cascade of memories flowed into his mind. Images flickered through his consciousness like a film reel, the sinister wave of evil, the rift in space. "Sister." As Moyuan witnessed Lotzi Li being engulfed by the spatial rift, he could not help but cry out in alarm. Shortly thereafter, he beheld Lotzi Li floating within a resplendent white palace, the scene abruptly halting. "Teacher, where's my wife now? Is she all right? Is she unharmed?" "Rest assured." The dragon god reassured him. "Did I not mention that it is not a calamity? She has fortuitously acquired the legacy of a powerful deity. That is a relief." Indeed. Upon hearing that Lotzi Li was safe, the burden that had weighed heavily on Moyuan's heart was finally lifted. Chapter 148, Homecoming by the Seaside. Two small figures perched atop a rocky outcrop. On an ordinary day, their lively little tails would be wagging, yet at this moment, they drooped despondently against the stones. "Brother, I miss Mom and Dad." Chinine pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. It had been 2 months since their father had disappeared, followed by their mother's absence. This was the first time in their lives that both parents were away for such an extended period. Previously, they had only been apart for a day or two. And before they could even feel sorrow, their parents would return. Though Tianlin also felt a deep sadness, he held back his tears and softly comforted Chinine. "Sigh." La Baisi stood a short distance behind, unable to suppress a sigh. The two little ones had never cried or fussed in his presence. Had he not stumbled upon this revelation today, he would have thought they had moved on. Yet, it was clear now that they had not truly let go. They merely concealed their emotions to spare him worry. "Lotzi Li, Moyuan, when will you both return?" La Baisi was aware of Moyuan's disappearance into the energy vortex, and Lotzi Li being swept away by the time-space rift. Both had vanished, their whereabouts unknown. And even the divine dragon could not bring them back. Thankfully, neither was in mortal danger. As long as they were alive, there remained a possibility of their return. La Baisi composed himself, preparing to call the two little ones for a meal. Just as he was about to step outside, a golden circular light appeared not far from the two children. Alarmed, La Baisi swiftly activated his high-speed movement, cradling Chinine and Tianlin as he retreated, vigilantly watching the luminous circle. Uncle, Chinine and Tianlin, momentarily bewildered, found themselves enveloped in La Baisi's embrace. He set them down and cautioned, "You two must leave this place at once." Not daring to underestimate the sudden appearance of the circle, La Baisi remained alert. "All right, uncle." The siblings understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, preparing to depart. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar figure gradually emerged from the circle. "Dad." When Chinine and Tianlin beheld this figure, they were instantly filled with exhilaration. The two soared into the air like twin rockets, colliding into Moyuan's embrace. Moyuan cradled the two little ones in his hands. "I'm sorry, I returned late, my dear children." "Mother," Chinine suddenly released 2 months' worth of pent-up grievances in a flood of tears, sobbing to the point of incoherence. Tianlin was even more distressed, gripping Moyuan's clothing tightly. Tears streaming down his face like a spring, wailing loudly, his cries surpassing those of his sister Chinine. In these recent days, not only had he suppressed his own negative emotions, but he also had to console Chinine. After holding back for so long, upon seeing Moyuan, he could no longer contain his feelings and erupted all at once. Father knows, mother is safe, do not worry. I will surely bring her back. Listening to the cries of his children, Moyuan felt an immense pang of sorrow. However, it was impossible to bring Lazili back in the short term. Even with the power of the Super Dragon Balls, it would be futile. Moreover, Lazili was currently not in danger. She merely needed to spend a considerable amount of time receiving the inheritance from that deity. Even he, during this return, could not stay for long, only 7 days. After 7 days, his master, the dragon god, would send him into a secret realm. Unless he could break through to the third dimension, he would be trapped there for eternity. As night fell, after lulling the 2 children to sleep, Moyuan sought out La Paisai. Do you remember what you promised me? Sensing Moyuan's presence behind her, La Paisai replied coolly, I am sorry, I have broken my promise. Broken your promise? The fury within La Paisai could no longer be contained. She turned and struck Moyuan's face with her fist. You vowed to care for her, and where were you then? Although she understood that Moyuan had been caught in an energy vortex at that time, it was inevitable for her to be enraged. For the one in peril was her own sister. Neither evaded nor defended himself, enduring the force of Laplace's punch with sheer resilience. However, neither of them anticipated the transformation that had occurred. Upon entering the second dimension, S' physical form had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering him entirely different from his former self. When Laplace struck, he experienced no sensation of pain. Conversely, Laplace's hand swelled in response. Laplace's usual combat prowess was merely 40 billion, whereas had escalated to an astonishing 10 trillion. Most significantly, upon entering the second dimension, even without utilizing his energy, one would require an attack exceeding 10 trillion in combat power to inflict harm upon him. Moreover, this 10 trillion combat power was calculated within the context of the second dimension, while beings from the first dimension would need to amplify their strength by 100-fold to contend. The excruciating pain in his hand compelled Laplace to utter a curse. Hastily administered treatment to him. Following this incident, S' emotions gradually stabilized. Inquired, what else could be done? To strike him is akin to striking oneself. What can we do? After calming his mind, he asked, do tell, where have you been during this time? Then recounted the events of being ensnared in an energy vortex, which transported him to a future timeline. He also shared the current circumstances of With. Are you both on the verge of becoming deities? Suddenly found his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth? Missing for 2 months, and now both husband and wife are ascending to divinity? Paused for a moment before responding. Furthermore, I can only remain for 7 days. After that, I must return to the dragon realm, where my mentor will escort me to a hidden domain. I may not be able to return for an extended period, so I must trouble you to look after and... What? Grasped Scholar, his voice rising in urgency. Do you have any idea how distressed they have been during this time? They only began to feel better after your return. And now you say you can only stay for 7 days? I understand, but I have no alternative. However, when I leave, I will create a doppelganger to accompany and was unable to refuse the demands from the dragon god. The hidden domain would open 7 days hence. And should he miss this window, he would have to wait a century to enter again. Thus, he devised this plan. The doppelganger would possess his memories, enabling him to assimilate its experiences upon his return. The doppelganger is merely an energy entity. Let us not dwell on that. It could be considered a form of companionship for the 2 children. The primary reason for confiding in about this matter was to seek his assistance in keeping it under wraps. Meanwhile, he would devote himself to rigorous training, striving to reach the third dimension as swiftly as possible to emerge from the hidden domain. Well then, reluctantly, acquiesced. Chapter 149, The Hidden Domain in the Ensuing Days. Moyuan was constantly by the side of the 2 children, taking them on countless adventures, cherishing every single moment. Yet, time is fleeting. The 7 days seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Casting a lingering gaze upon his slumbering daughter, Moyuan gently closed the door. The time was drawing near. It was time to depart. Moyuan conjured a doppelganger, which, though unable to transform, possessed half of his inherent strength. Despite being his own creation, Moyuan could not help but offer a heartfelt admonition. Take good care of them. The doppelganger solemnly replied, Rest assured, my lord. As activated the ring adorning his hand, a resplendent golden halo materialized before him. This ring belonged to the apprentice dragon god, granting the extraordinary ability to traverse various universes at will, unbound by limitations even within the realm of dragons. Stepping into the halo, re-entered the dragon realm. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the dragon god and Mina. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed teacher and sister Mina, expressed with utmost reverence. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively. We are all family here. There is no need for such formality. He then inquired, are you fully prepared? Once you enter this time, you shall not be able to exit unless you attain the third dimension. Moyuan nodded resolutely. I am prepared. Very well. Since you are ready, then step inside, the dragon god replied, gesturing with a wave of his hand as a golden halo materialized. Dear teacher, sister Mina, might I impose upon you to look after my family? Should any misfortune befall them, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Before entering, Moyuan entrusted his family to the dragon god and Mina. Do not worry as you enter, my little brother. Your family is as dear to me as my own. Even without your request, both my father and I will ensure their safety. Mina, ever gentle and unperturbed, spoke with a soothing voice that could quell the deepest anxieties. Indeed, we shall watch over them. You may enter with peace of mind. If you delay, you may find yourself waiting another century should the portal close. The dragon god assured him without hesitation. With the dragon god and Mina promising to safeguard his family, Moyuan finally felt at ease. He feared that if he lingered too long within, chaos might ensue when the god of destruction, Beerus, returned to Earth years later. He would have no time to regret should any calamity arise. Moyuan learned from Mina that the dragon god was only slightly inferior in strength to the Omni King, surpassing even the high priest. Mina's power, too, was above all the angels. Beerus was merely a minor god of destruction, unless he were truly afflicted by a cat's ailment. He would certainly not dare to act recklessly. I beg of you. Moyuan deeply bowed and resolutely stepped into the light circle. However, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Mina's face as he entered. Father, if I am not mistaken, is this so-called secret realm not something you conjured at will? You speak of it opening once every century, and that one must reach the third dimension to emerge from within? Mina regarded the dragon god with a sidelong glance. Somewhat exasperated. He. The dragon god revealed a mischievous smile. Isn't this meant to place some pressure on the lad? If I don't say it this way, how can he possibly leave behind the two children and devote himself to rigorous cultivation inside? After all, we will be watching over them. Nothing untoward will occur. Surely these two children cannot provoke the Omni King, can they? Very well, as long as you are pleased. Mina could only shrug, raise his hands in surrender, and shake his head. He then silently felt a pang of sympathy for Moyuan for a fleeting moment before stepping into the light circle. Moyuan stepped into an entirely new realm. Simultaneously, an immense pressure enveloped him instantaneously. It was not gravity, but rather a force akin to an overwhelming authority. This pressure exerted its influence not only on his physical form, but also penetrated his mind, and even his very soul. Moyuan understood that this was the consequence of the disparity between dimensions. Upon stepping into the second dimension, he transcended the realm of ordinary humanity, becoming extraordinary. While ordinary individuals remained unaffected in this realm, he, conversely, became susceptible. This was due to his newfound ability to perceive the aura of the divine. Although he could not yet be considered a deity, he had gleaned from the dragon god that the second dimension merely bestowed him with a fraction of divine power, insufficient to classify him as a true god. Only by entering the third dimension could one attain that status. After entering the second dimension, he shed his mortal essence and gained the ability to sense the divine aura. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more one feels diminutive. The divine aura is perceptible only to the gods, serving to safeguard ordinary beings. Otherwise, these deities would need to constantly restrain their presence. Even a mere hint of their essence could lead to the untimely demise of countless mortals. The second dimension is divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to combat powers of Zhao, Jing, and Gai, respectively. With each stage entered, the body undergoes a transformation akin to the transition from the first to the second dimension. Both body and spirit gradually become more divine. Each breakthrough amplifies one's physicality, lifespan, and aura 100-fold, with the aura slowly transforming into that of the divine. Thus, the second dimension represents the metamorphosis of an individual into a god. The essence within this secret realm embodies the divine aura of the 5th dimension. From this moment on, Moyuan shall cultivate amidst the divine aura of the 5th dimension. Within the cosmos, the power of the god of destruction resides in the 5th dimension. In truth, the Supreme Kai also exists within the 5th dimension, yet they have attained this realm solely through the divine grace granted by the Omni King, rendering their strength vastly inferior. The Omni King's bestowal merely endows the Supreme Kai with an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan and the ability to create life. However, in terms of power, they must engage in their own cultivation. Conversely, the God of Destruction must independently reach the fifth dimension through rigorous training before being deemed worthy of the divine title. This elucidates why the God of Destruction possesses strength surpassing that of the Supreme Kai. The immense pressure makes it exceedingly arduous for Moyuan even to move his feet. This secret realm, undoubtedly, harbors more complexity than it appears. In addition to being enveloped by the divine aura of the fifth dimension at all times, there exists a combat space within. Upon entering this combat space, an opponent with identical combat capabilities will be generated. However, while he endures the suppression of the divine aura during battle, the adversary created within the combat space remains entirely unaffected. Harbored a profound interest in this combat arena. With unsteady steps, he ventured into this battleground. Within its confines, there was no fear of meeting one's demise, for death would merely result in being teleported out of the arena. However, the sensations of mortality and pain remained undiminished. As Moyuan entered the combat space, a shadow materialized within. This shadow bore no visage, yet its outline mirrored that of Moyuan perfectly. Its combat prowess matched his own, boasting an astounding 10 million in battle power. Subsequently, as Moyuan transformed into his Super Saiyan form, the shadow opposite him experienced a commensurate increase in strength, amplifying 100-fold. It appeared that exploiting any glitches was no longer an option. Moyuan silently contemplated, glancing around as he prepared to exit the combat space. After all, at present, he could hardly walk properly. Engaging in battle would merely be an exercise in futility. However, just as he was about to leave, the shadow opposite him stirred. Amidst Moyuan's furious exclamations, the shadow unleashed a devastating attack, reducing him to mere fragments. Chapter 150. The Destroyer God Beerus in the Heart of the Seventh Universe. A humanoid feline with purple skin and no fur lay blissfully asleep on a circular bed. Suddenly, he broke into a sweat, his eyes snapping wide open. Vegeta, if you dare not return on my birthday, you might as well never come back. Bulma raged into her phone. Yet, there was no response, for she was sending a message. Vegeta was currently in outer space, completely out of signal range. A barrage of messages bombarded him. This is infuriating. Bulma fumed, nearly smashing her phone. Goku was truly exasperating. How could he take Vegeta to outer space to train at such a time? Kiki, too, was seething. Mom. Aunt Bulma, please don't be upset. I'll ask Uncle Moyuan to help bring Uncle Vegeta and Dad back. Gohan and Videl reassured the two volatile women. Gohan had recently wed Videl and thus had joined Goku and the others for training. He quickly sought out Moyuan's doppelganger to relay the situation. At that moment, Moyuan's duplicate reclined on a lounge chair, sipping a beverage and relishing a leisurely afternoon. His children and Bu were off frolicking with Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Little did he expect that Vegeta could forget Bulma's birthday. Gohan's suggestion to locate Goku and Vegeta was entirely unforeseen by Moyuan. Over the years, Vegeta had shown great devotion to Bulma, never missing a birthday celebration. Why had he forgotten today? Had he truly changed? That seemed improbable. Just as Moyuan was preparing to instantaneously transport himself to find Goku and the others, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred. Four ruggedly clad men appeared on the cruise ship, panting heavily, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. These four were Lapis, Broly, and the duo of Goku and Vegeta. In recent years, all four had ascended to the second dimension, with Gohan achieving the same feat surprisingly. It was Lapis who first broke through, rather than Broly or the father-son duo of Goku and Gohan. Following the incident with Lazuli, Lapis had trained with an intensity surpassing even Vegeta's, his strength escalating at an astonishing rate. Doppelganger once imparted the method for transformation into Super Saiyan 4 to Wukong and his companions. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, they found themselves unable to achieve this form. Later, when Mina visited Earth, inquired and discovered that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 could only be completed under the unique rules of the dimension created by the Dragon God. In this realm, even with Bulma's machine designed to amplify Blood's waves, she could not stimulate the tails of Wukong and Vegeta. They were incapable of transforming into a gorilla, let alone into Super Saiyan 4. Upon seeing the four of them, could only shake his head in resignation. Such dedication, even prioritizing training over his wife's birthday. Vegeta, your beloved Bulma is on the verge of frustration. Will you not go and comfort her? Teased, winking at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta's face turned crimson. He muttered under his breath, "Why say such embarrassing things?" and hurried off to find Bulma without a backward glance. Ha! Everyone erupted into laughter at Vegeta's retreating figure. Father. Mother is also angry. Gohan discreetly jabbed Goku twice while he was laughing heartily and whispered in his ear. Although Gohan spoke softly, the others present were far from ordinary, and each of them heard him clearly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Goku's expression changed dramatically. He awkwardly addressed the group, "Apologies. I must take my leave," and, like Vegeta, fled in haste. The laughter grew even louder. "Whis, how much longer until we arrive?" The figure of Beerus, resembling an Egyptian pharaoh, displayed signs of impatience. They had already been flying for over 10 minutes without reaching their destination. Was it merely a matter of locating a few Saiyans? Why did it take so long? Lord Beerus, we had already located them. But they suddenly used instant transmission to depart, so we need a few more minutes to arrive, Whis explained in a calm manner, holding his staff. Oh, these Saiyans not only defeated Frieza but can also instant transmission? Beerus expressed surprise, for even he could not perform such a technique. Moreover, Lord Beerus, they have all entered the second dimension, Whis remarked with an enigmatic smile. How intriguing. It seems that the so-called Super Saiyan God from my dreams may indeed exist. Beerus felt a surge of excitement. Accelerate, Whis, Beerus commanded. We are already at maximum speed, Lord Beerus. Whis maintained his usual composed demeanor. Once Vegeta and the others returned, Bulma's birthday celebration commenced in earnest. A few Saiyans began to devour the feast voraciously, having depleted their energy during training outside. They were in dire need of replenishment. Suddenly, Goku and the others paused their indulgence, their expressions growing serious as they gazed skyward. A formidable aura was approaching. Although this incarnation of was merely a projection, he too felt the weight of that presence, immensely powerful. Even collectively, they would struggle against the mere tip of a finger from their opponent. The god of destruction, Beerus. Its projection remained unfazed, reassured by the presence of a formidable ally. After all, Beerus was nothing to be concerned about, continuing to savor the delicacies at the banquet. He relished the fleeting moments, aware that as a mere projection, he would vanish upon the return of his true self. Thus, he was determined to indulge in as much exquisite cuisine as possible during this limited time. Moments later, Beerus and Whis materialized on the cruise ship. Though not through instantaneous movement, their speed rendered them indistinguishable from such a phenomenon to the naked eye. The god of destruction, Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus' visage, memories surged within Vegeta's mind. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai relayed a message to Goku, cautioning him about the terror of Beerus and advising him to avoid any offense against him. Those who had entered the second dimension felt the terrifying aura emanating from Beerus. Although he had reined in his power somewhat, the residual energy still instilled a sense of unease, particularly in Vegeta. He froze, his face betraying his inner trepidation. Beerus recognized Vegeta instantly. After all, he had slumbered for 39 years, and the event of trampling King Vegeta felt as recent as yesterday. Naturally, he could identify Vegeta. Vegeta. It has been quite some time, Beerus remarked, gazing at Vegeta's familiar countenance with a hint of nostalgia. Vegeta, are these two your friends? Bulma inquired. As an ordinary person, Bulma was entirely oblivious to the ominous aura surrounding Beerus, yet she discerned that something was amiss with Vegeta. Hello, I am Bulma, Vegeta's wife. Bulma approached Beerus, extending her hand. Vegeta intended to stop her, but found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. Helplessly, he watched as Bulma walked forward. Chapter 151. Pudding. Don't go. Hurry back. Vegeta could only feel anxious within, his mouth completely unable to move. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before extending his own hand to shake Bulma's, politely stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Beside Beerus, Whis also displayed great courtesy, introducing himself. I apologize for the earlier rudeness. I am Whis, and this is my master, Lord Beerus. Since you are friends of Vegeta, why not join us for a celebration? Today happens to be my birthday. You are both most welcome. Bulma warmly invited Beerus and Whis to her birthday party, leaving Vegeta in shock. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure exerted by Beerus that rendered him immobile, he might have suspected that the god of destruction was actually quite amiable. Not only Vegeta, but also the likes of Rabis, Broly, Goku, and Gohan, who had transcended to the second dimension, found themselves unable to move or speak, except for Piccolo and Dandy. Everyone else believed that Beerus and Whis were indeed friends of Vegeta. Thank you for your kindness. To be honest, the moment I arrived, I was enveloped by an enticing aroma, Beerus remarked, inhaling the delightful scent in the air, a look of bliss on his face. He resolved that matters concerning the Super Saiyan God could wait until after he savored the delectable dishes. Then come with me, Bulma said, taking Beerus by the arm to explore the culinary delights. Once Beerus and Whis departed, the terrifying pressure that had weighed upon them dissipated, regaining control of their bodies. Goku exclaimed, Vegeta, the god of destruction Beerus, is actually your friend? The god of destruction Beerus? For everyone except Vegeta and Dandy. This was the first time they had heard of such a deity. Goku had only learned of Beerus through a telepathic message from King Kai. Yes, just now. Asin communicated with me, warning us to treat Lord Beerus with utmost respect, lest he annihilate the earth. However, since Lord Beerus is a friend of Vegeta, we need not worry, Goku said cheerfully. Don't celebrate too soon, Kakarot. Although I cannot fathom why Lord Beerus did not deny it. I must clarify for you all that I am not friends with Lord Beerus. If we provoke him, the earth will be doomed, Vegeta said with grave seriousness. Goku was instantly alarmed. I must quickly inform the others to avoid offending Lord Beerus at all costs. As he spoke, Goku prepared to inform the others. Do not go. Son Goku, Piccolo intervened, halting Goku's intentions. Goku gazed at Piccolo, somewhat puzzled. Why not? He inquired. Piccolo elucidated, since Lord Beerus did not deny it earlier. It suggests he wishes to keep his identity concealed. Should you disclose this to the others, it may inadvertently provoke Lord Beerus. What shall we do then? If we accidentally anger Lord Beerus, the earth will be doomed. Goku exclaimed, fraught with anxiety and uncertainty. Piccolo pondered for a moment, then stated. There are no other options available. We must closely follow Lord Beerus and ensure that no one else inadvertently offends him. The individuals present appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, each wearing a grave expression. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed someone who seemed entirely unfazed, lounging in a chair while sipping a beverage. Hey, Moyuan, why are you not at all anxious? The one most likely to offend Lord Beerus is your Boo. Vegeta was somewhat exasperated, recognizing that Boo was indeed the most unpredictable among them. Relax, relax. Moyuan replied nonchalantly. Boo has always been well behaved, and besides, my daughter is here. So he won't act out. Vegeta chose to disregard Moyuan, prioritizing the need to keep an eye on the others to prevent any disturbances. He hurriedly made his way towards Beerus, with Goku and Piccolo following closely behind. You seem utterly unconcerned, remarked Laplace, who had not joined them but instead stood beside Moyuan. The earth will certainly be fine. Just enjoy yourself. Oh? Laplace recalled that Moyuan had taken the Dragon God as his master years prior, and he felt a wave of assurance wash over him. He then leisurely settled into his sun lounger beside Moyuan, patted another lounge chair, and said to Broly, There's no need to be anxious, simply relish the moment. Laplace observed a few individuals below who were tailing Beerus like infatuated admirers and inquired, Why don't you inform them? With a mischievous grin, he added, Don't you find Vegeta's current demeanor rather amusing? It's a sight rarely seen. Chuckled with a hint of wickedness. Laplace, spotting Vegeta below diligently preparing takoyaki, mirrored its expression of amusement. Broly, watching the two, altered his gaze, thinking, These two rascals. Beerus and Whis seemed to have uncovered a new realm of culinary delight, compared to the fare they had previously consumed on Earth. Their past meals paled in comparison to the exquisite delicacies before them. Just a single takoyaki left an indelible impression on Beerus. To please Beerus, Vegeta took it upon himself to whip up a large batch of takoyaki. It became evident that Vegeta must have clandestinely cooked before, otherwise his inaugural attempt could not have been so delectable. It surpassed even the dishes prepared by the chef hired by Bulma. While Beerus savored his takoyaki, Whis embarked on his own gastronomic adventure, sampling delicacies at every stall. Lord Beerus, I just tasted something delightful, smooth and tender. After relishing numerous treats, Whis returned to Beerus's side, only to find him still indulging in takoyaki. Smooth and tender? What might that be? Beerus's curiosity was piqued. Whis pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. It's a dessert called pudding. Let me there at once. Beerus could hardly contain his excitement. Even hearing Whis describe it made his mouth water. Follow me, Lord Beerus, Whis instructed, guiding him to the pudding stall. What? It's all gone. Whis's eyes widened in disbelief. There had been plenty just moments ago. I sincerely apologize. Another guest has taken them all. The chef indicated towards Majin Buu, who was seated nearby, indulging in pudding, with an entire table laden with it before him. Excuse me, could you spare 2 puddings for us? Chapter 152. Two little ancestors. Beerus gazed hungrily at the puddings in Boo's hands, his keen sense of smell detecting a hint of sweetness. Upon hearing Wis's voice, Bu looked up and saw two oddly dressed individuals. I apologize, we hail from a distant planet. Just as Wis prepared to deliver a heartfelt appeal, Bu, with a goofy grin, replied, sure, help yourselves. As Bu gazed upon Beerus's gaunt frame, it was evident that he had not indulged in fine cuisine. Generously, Bu offered two puddings to them. Furthermore, having heard Wis's words, he recognized that they had journeyed from distant planets, regardless of his own experiences in the cosmos, where alien food often lacked flavor. Bu felt a wave of sympathy for Beerus and Wis. Of course, the primary reason for his generosity was the lesson imparted by Chenine, that culinary delights are meant to be shared, not hoarded. Wis and Beerus expressed their gratitude with polite thanks. Finally, Beerus savored the pudding he had longed for, observing the sheer ecstasy with which Beerus consumed the dessert. Bu's conviction deepened. These two truly had not tasted the pleasures of fine food. After finishing one pudding, Beerus was left wanting more, his gaze longingly fixed on the remaining puddings on the table. However, as the god of destruction, he felt that asking for another would be beneath his dignity. Thus, he resigned himself to watching Bu devour the delectable treats. In the midst of Beerus's internal turmoil, a pudding was slid across the table towards him. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that Bu had presented him with another. Beerus felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Bu had offered the pudding out of compassion. Having imagined countless scenarios in his mind, he envisioned a small kitten, abandoned and wandering the cosmos, surviving on scraps from dumpsters, enduring a miserable existence of hunger. Too proud to beg for food, it was only due to Wis's initiative that he had received a pudding at all. Surely, this was why Beerus appeared as thin as a reed, likely a result of chronic undernourishment. Bu silently affirmed his thoughts. Had Beerus been privy to Bu's musings, he might have unleashed his destructive powers upon him. Yet, at that moment, Beerus regarded Bu as a commendable individual. Bu counted on his fingers Chenine, Tianlin, Beulah, Trunks, and Goten. He set aside 5 puddings and placed the remaining ones in the center of the table. Overwhelmed by his own imaginings, Bu felt a tinge of compassion for Beerus. Puddings were a daily delight for him, accompanied by a plethora of even more exquisite culinary experiences. Meanwhile, for Beerus, the mere taste of a pudding brought him sheer joy. Resolutely, he decided to reserve one for each of his friends and to share the rest with Beerus and Wis. I shall keep those 5 for my friends. Let us enjoy the rest together. In that moment, Bu appeared to radiate a luminous glow in the eyes of Beerus. Goku, Vegeta, and the others, who had been trailing behind Beerus, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bu, we are back, Chenine exclaimed, bouncing over, followed closely by Tianlin and the others. They all carried large water guns and were drenched, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Upon seeing Chenine and Tianlin, both Beerus and Wis pupils constricted in shock. The unmistakable features of the two children were reminiscent of those they had only observed in the dragon god Salama and his progeny. Wis, what is the meaning of this? Could they possibly be the offspring left behind by Lord Dragon God on Earth? Beerus communicated telepathically to Wis. Earlier, when they had first arrived on Earth, Moyuan's doppelganger had been reclining in a chair, so Beerus and Wis had not noticed. Please hold on, Lord Beerus, I will investigate, Wis said as he began to probe the information regarding Chenine and Tianlin with his staff. However, to his astonishment, he found nothing. Ordinarily, he could retrieve information on any being from Universe 7, yet there was no trace of the two children. It was as if they had materialized out of thin air, with no past to uncover. The only plausible explanation for this absence of information was that a formidable entity had concealed it. If that were the case, it was highly likely that these children were indeed descendants of the dragon god. Well, have you found anything? Beerus inquired eagerly. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It seems these children might truly be the offspring of Lord Dragon God, or at the very least, closely related, as I am unable to find any information on them at all. Upon receiving Wis' telepathic message, Beerus was taken aback, rising abruptly. He now regarded Chenine and Tianlin as if they were two revered ancestors. Internally, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that he had refrained from causing any disturbances on Earth, had he inadvertently harmed these two little ancestors, he would certainly have faced dire consequences as a destroyer god. Is Bu, are they your new friends? I don't believe we've met before. Chenine inquired curiously, glancing at Beerus and Wis. Yes, they have traveled from a distant planet to Earth, Bu whispered to Chenine, leaning in close. They seem not to have dined on anything substantial. Just look at Beerus. He appears quite famished. As Chenine finished speaking, she cast a glance at Beerus and Whis, her eyes laced with a hint of pity. Naturally, both Beerus and Whis had heard Buu's words. Whis appeared indifferent, but Beerus was deeply unsettled. He had initially believed Buu to be a commendable individual, only to discover that Buu was, in fact, pitying him. When had it ever come to pass that the god of destruction, Beerus, found himself the object of someone else's sympathy? Under normal circumstances, he would have obliterated Buu without a second thought. Yet, at this moment, Beerus was compelled to stifle his rage. After all, two little deities were present, and he dared not act recklessly, should he inadvertently harm or provoke them. His days of tranquility would be irrevocably shattered. Moreover, Buu appeared to have a strong bond with the two little deities. He simply could not afford to act. Whis, witnessing Beerus's cowardice, stifled a laugh behind his hand, unable to conceal his amusement. Chenine produced a universal capsule, and with a resounding boom, a feast of delectable dishes materialized before them. With pride swelling in her chest, she exclaimed to Beerus and Whis, "Come, eat your fill. Do not hold back. Buu's friends are my friends, and all these culinary delights were crafted by my father, truly the finest delicacies in the world." Tianlin enthusiastically added, "Please indulge. If you find yourselves wanting for more, I have plenty to spare." Chapter 153, The Apprentice Dragon God Approaches. Goku and Vegeta, hidden in the background, were drenched in cold sweat. Though Chenine and Tianlin harbored no ill intent, they were, astonishingly, pitying Lord Beerus. When had the god of destruction, Beerus, ever needed anyone's sympathy? The imagery of Earth's destruction flashed vividly in Vegeta's mind. It was over. In despair, he sank to his knees. Goku and Vegeta were correct in their assumptions. Beerus indeed loathed being pitted, but he detested even more being called thin, as it reminded him of his detestable brother, Kappa. Each time they quarreled, Kappa would taunt him, calling him nothing but skin and bones. Beerus trembled with indignation. "My lord Beerus, you must exercise restraint. If you seek your own demise, do not involve me. I will do my utmost to prevent it. At worst, I shall endure a beating, but your fate, I cannot guarantee." Whis' telepathic communication only served to further irritate Beerus. Yet he could not deny the truth in Whis' words. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Beerus. What had the two little deities said earlier? That the feast before them was prepared by their father? If they were indeed the offspring of the dragon god, then these exquisite dishes must have been crafted by the dragon god himself. Beerus was filled with a sense of astonishment. He, Beerus, had the rare fortune to partake in the culinary creations of the dragon god. Such an honor was surely beyond even that of the Grand Priest. They are not merely the offspring of the dragon god. At the very least, they are the children of his esteemed progeny, and those individuals stand on par with angels. Beerus felt an overwhelming elation in his heart. What transpired next left Goku and Vegeta utterly astounded. With a gentle no. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe his expression as one tinged with a subtle flattery. Beerus inquired of Chenine and Tianlin, "Dear children, is your father present here as well?" "Indeed, my father is just above," Chenine replied, gesturing towards the upper deck of the cruise ship. Tianlin then asked, "Are you seeking our father for something? If so, I could escort you to him." "No need, I have come myself." Moyuan has been attentively observing the movements of the two children from above. Who are Beerus and Whis? One is a god of destruction, and the other is an angel even more powerful than the god of destruction. It is evident at a glance that Moyuan is merely a clone, not his true form. The appearance of Moyuan was entirely unfamiliar to them. They had never laid eyes upon him before. He was neither the dragon god himself nor one of his offspring. Could he possibly be a newly adopted child of the dragon god? Just as Beerus and Whis were engulfed in confusion, Moyuan spoke. "I am Moyuan, the apprentice dragon god." Moyuan regarded Beerus and Whis with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Nanny." The mere mention of the title apprentice dragon god left both Beerus and Whis utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Although Moyuan's strength paled in comparison to theirs, his status and identity granted him an overwhelming advantage. The title of apprentice dragon god signifies that Moyuan is destined to become the future dragon god, a being of equal standing to the Grand Minister. In a certain sense, one could argue that Whis also occupies a role akin to that of an apprentice Grand Minister. For when the time comes for the Grand Minister to step down, it is certain that one of his offspring will inherit his position. However, Whis is acutely aware that, despite the eventual selection of a successor from among them, he is unlikely to be that individual. The most probable candidate is their eldest sister, the Grand Minister's firstborn, Kes. Yet, Moyuan's situation is distinct. Previously, Whis believed that the dragon god would choose a successor from among his own children. However, the reality is that Moyuan has already been designated as the apprentice dragon god, the first and only individual chosen for this esteemed title throughout the ages. The ascension of Moyuan to the position of dragon god seems to be a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the appointment of an apprentice dragon god indicates that the dragon god has begun to contemplate abdication. If all goes as anticipated, it won't be long before Moyuan takes his rightful place. Upon discovering Moyuan's identity, Beerus exhibited an unprecedented humility. My lord Moyuan, I was unaware of your presence here, and I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. Please pardon me. Beerus felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his previous actions, fearing they might displease Moyuan. He hastily offered his apologies. Even though he had not acted in any overtly harmful manner, still, he knew that displeasing Moyuan could result in a painful consequence. Given the protective nature of those from the dragon realm, after all, any of them would be more formidable than Whis, who would be unable to shield him from potential wrath. My lord Beerus, you are too kind. Your presence on Earth is a blessing to us. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I beg your understanding, for this Earth is, after all, my homeland. Moyuan replied graciously. You may simply call me Moyuan. I cannot bear such an honorific. Beerus shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, What nonsense! The future dragon god referring to himself in such a manner? That would be folly. If those from the dragon realm were to discover this, it would surely spell disaster for me. Moyuan chuckled heartily. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. You may address me as Moyuan henceforth. Let us be friends. Beerus's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded eagerly. Indeed, indeed. From now on, we are friends. Who would not wish to count the future dragon god among their friends? Vegeta, why do I have the feeling that Lord Beerus and Moyuan share a rather unique bond? Goku whispered to Vegeta. Unique bond? This is far beyond mere uniqueness. Clearly, Beerus is currying favor with Moyuan. Vegeta's mind erupted in a frenzy. The image of Beerus, once a lofty and omnipotent god of destruction, was irrevocably shattered in Vegeta's eyes, as he witnessed Beerus bowing and scraping like a sycophant before Moyuan. It seems that the divine figure Moyuan apprenticed under years ago is not to be underestimated. Vegeta suddenly recalled the matter of his apprenticeship from several years past. At that time, he had been rather dismissive, for the term dragon god had only been known to him in reverse. He had never heard it in its proper context. Nor had he even been acquainted with the Kaishin. He had assumed it was merely a deity akin to the Earth's supreme Kai, residing on some insignificant planet. After all, at that juncture, the so-called supreme deity, the Kaishin, had proven to be rather lackluster. In Vegeta's estimation, only the god of destruction held true power, while the other gods were mere facades. However, it now appeared that the world was far more complex than he had presumed, and the Kaishin likely remained oblivious to many matters. Furthermore, the god of destruction was not the most formidable entity in existence. With the apprentice dragon god having astonished Beerus, Goku and Vegeta, along with their companions, ceased to follow Beerus any longer. They no longer had to fret over Beerus's potential to annihilate Earth. In an instant, the atmosphere of Bulma's birthday celebration grew increasingly joyous. Beerus and Whis savored the delectable dishes prepared by Chinin, which were crafted by the future dragon god. Beerus relished the food immensely. It was a delight he could boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 154, The Super Saiyan God. After the banquet concluded, Beerus finally recalled the purpose of his visit to Earth. His heart raced like a roller coaster, nearly causing him to forget the matter entirely. Beerus approached Vegeta to inquire about the Super Saiyan God. Unfortunately, Vegeta was utterly uninformed on the subject. As for Goku and Broly, they were even less knowledgeable. Having spent little time on Vegeta's home planet and possessing scant understanding of Saiyan lore, it seemed they were altogether unaware of the Super Saiyan God. Shaking his head, Beerus prepared to abandon the quest, considering it merely a prophetic dream of his. As Whis had pointed out, the accuracy of his prophetic dreams was notoriously low, and it appeared this instance would be no exception. Why not consult Lord? Whis suggested, illuminating Beerus's mind. Perhaps the dragon god's extraordinary abilities could indeed provide insight. Soon enough, Beerus sought out to inquire about the Super Saiyan God. In the eager gaze of the crowd, nodded slightly. The so-called Super Saiyan God is, in fact, a form that Saiyans attain after cultivating to the third dimension. It does not currently exist, yet there are methods to bring it forth prematurely. What methods? What methods? Goku and Vegeta were even more anxious than Beerus. They could hardly contain their anticipation to transform into the Super Saiyan God as described by Beerus. It is quite simple. 5 Saiyans with a righteous heart must channel their energy into another Saiyan, and that recipient will then acquire the form of the Super Saiyan God ahead of time. 5. Goku began to count the Saiyans present. Myself, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Excellent. We have 7 Saiyans here. This is entirely feasible. Vegeta spoke up first. Kakarot, let me go first. Goku retorted, no way. It has to be me first. You lack the courage to act against Lord Beerus. Kakarot, you. Vegeta was instantly defeated. Indeed. He had no courage to confront Beerus, unless Beerus were to strike Bulma at that very moment. Broly remained silent, showing no desire to contest. With no one else vying for the opportunity, Goku successfully secured the first position to transform into the Super Saiyan God, excluding Bra. Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks joined hands, standing behind Goku. Soon, a layer of golden energy enveloped them. Unconsciously, everyone transformed into the Super Saiyan form. Goku, infused with energy, gradually lifted off the ground, followed by the 5 behind him. The golden energy from the 6 began to coalesce into a pillar of light, shooting skyward. In an instant, the world underwent a tremendous transformation. Golden clouds materialized in the sky, forming a colossal golden vortex around the pillar of light. Under the influence of the clouds, the entire world was bathed in a golden glow. The once tranquil sea began to roar, with numerous swirling vortices appearing on the surface. After a while, the 5 who had infused energy into Goku suddenly emanated a layer of blue energy. The blue energy gradually replaced the golden one, unleashing a completely different aura that spread in all directions. Simultaneously, the power within Goku was undergoing a significant transformation. The golden pillar of light slowly retracted into his body. Observing the now dormant energy emanating from the others, Bulma inquired, "Is that it?" "Not yet." Vex's eyes were intently fixed on Goku, sensing a remarkable transformation in his aura. Suddenly, a cerulean point of light emerged at the heart of Goku and his companions, rapidly expanding into a luminous column that soared towards the heavens. This radiant pillar pierced through the cloud cover above, subsequently dispersing outward. The immense blue beam enveloped the entire cruise ship, though its presence was fleeting, vanishing within mere seconds. The clouds that had obscured the sky now bore a colossal void, revealing a breathtaking starlit expanse. Yet, the metamorphosis was far from over. The clouds cascaded like a waterfall from the edges of the gaping chasm, immersing everyone in a resplendent golden well. The grandeur of the scenery left the onlookers in awe. Suddenly, a gentle patter of rain began to fall from the sky. Rain? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, hailstones the size of fists began to descend. Rain, hail, snow, scorching sun, frigid winter, the cycle of day and night, thunder and lightning. The group experienced the 4 seasons in less than a minute. Ultimately, only a dazzling golden light remained. Meanwhile, the individuals who had infused their energy into Goku were nearing the end of their exertion. Under the radiance of the golden glow, Goku and his companions began to tremble. The power within Goku was on the cusp of transformation. As the other 5 poured their entire essence into him, Goku suddenly radiated a golden light, which then shifted to a vivid red. He resembled a crimson light bulb, his features obscured, leaving only his silhouette visible. The other 5 reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, gracefully descending back to the ground. Beerus gazed at the figure enveloped in red light, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this figure perfectly mirrored the shadow he had seen in his dreams. Goku was the Super Saiyan God he had been searching for. As the red light receded, a new Goku emerged, with red hair and crimson eyes. His internal power had not increased, yet the quality of his aura had ascended from the initial stage of the 2nd dimension to the early stage of the 3rd dimension, a staggering enhancement of 10 million times. Setting. Upon transcending from the 2nd dimension to the 3rd, the essence of one's energy amplifies 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, Goku's aura became ethereal, imperceptible to ordinary beings. At this moment, in this form, Goku's essence had transformed into that of a divine presence. However, it is crucial to note that Goku only temporarily possessed this divine essence. Once the energy infused within him was depleted, he would be unable to access such divine power again. His corporeal form still belonged to the realm of humanity, incapable of withstanding the might of divine essence. Even when Goku later ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God, it merely enhanced his energy to the late stages of the 2nd dimension. Goku sensed that the energy within him had coalesced into a viscous liquid, each droplet brimming with boundless power. He could not help but exclaim, "How formidable!" Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan God? It is truly astonishing, Lord Beerus. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Goku, speaking as he walked. Indeed, I presume you were eager to commence? Coming to a halt before Goku. His eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, he admitted, to be honest, I feel the same. Then let us begin. Goku replied. The two ascended into the skies. As if in perfect harmony, and upon Beerus unleashing a torrent of galactic waters, Goku managed to engage in a fierce struggle with Beerus for a grueling half-hour. The aftermath of their battle reverberated throughout the cosmos, obliterating countless stars in their wake. Had it not been for the enhancements bestowed upon Earth by Moyuan using the Dragon Balls, and the deliberate protection from Whis, the planet would have surely faced obliteration. Chapter 155. I miss her boom. With a single punch, Moyuan shattered the shadow before him into fragments. Incredible. Moyuan marveled at his own hand in disbelief. Had this shadow appeared yesterday, without the use of his keen perception, defeating it would have been beyond his capabilities. At best, they would have reached a stalemate. Yet, after transcending to the third dimension, he vanquished the shadow with but a single blow. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that the shadow could only muster the strength of the second dimension, otherwise, defeating it would not have been so effortless. It had taken nearly 5 years. Moyuan has finally attained the third dimension in his cultivation. Upon breaking through to this elevated state, he officially stepped into the realm of the divine. The essence within him has completely transformed into the aura of a deity, rendering him imperceptible to mortal senses. Externally, there are no significant changes. His originally purple hair now glimmers with a hint of silver. To the untrained eye, these alterations may go unnoticed. His current form is akin to Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. However, Moyuan has fully embraced this form and will not revert to his previous state. This transformation represents the divine's natural state, whereas Saiyans possess the ability to transition into this form at will. Having reached the third dimension, this mystical realm no longer offers substantial assistance for his cultivation. It is time for him to depart. Moyuan activated the ring in his hand, and a familiar golden halo emerged. The thought of soon reuniting with his children filled him with immense excitement. Stepping into the halo, the scene before him transformed instantaneously. He had returned from the secret realm to the dragon realm, finding himself within the grand palace of the dragon god. Oh, in less than 5 years, he has cultivated to the third dimension? Father was right. Little brother, you truly are a genius. Just as Moyuan arrived back in the dragon realm and had yet to fully comprehend his surroundings, he heard the voice of Mina. Looking up, he saw Mina seated upon the dragon god's throne, diligently attending to affairs of state. Cautiously inquired, Sister Mina, has the teacher slipped away again? Upon hearing this, Mina puffed her cheeks in indignation and retorted, It's all your fault. That old man is practically living on Earth, indulging in every whim. The thought of the dragon god relishing gourmet delights on Earth while she toiled away with her duties ignited her fury. What infuriated her further was that upon each return from Earth, the dragon god never brought her any treats as a token of appreciation. He would always arrive with a bloated belly, having feasted lavishly. She regretted ever bringing him delicacies during her last visit. Now, she found herself unable to return to Earth. With a crisp snap echoing through the palace, Mina's pin broke in her grasp. Observing the tension in her expression, with veins visibly throbbing on her forehead, sensed it was time for him to take his leave to avoid any repercussions. After all, as an apprentice dragon god, it was theoretically his responsibility to handle these tasks in the absence of the dragon god. Sister Mina, I haven't returned in years. I must take my leave now. But I shall visit you again. Farewell. With that, hurriedly activated his ring. As the portal opened, he swiftly vanished into it. Humph. Mina scoffed at the disappearing figure of. If it weren't for your feeble strength, would I let you escape so easily? Just wait. In a few years, or rather, in several million years, when your strength has grown, I shall make you experience the burden of handling affairs daily. Unbeknownst to her, the pin in her hand had miraculously restored itself. She began to jab it forcefully against the documents, as if these papers were her sworn enemies. Finally, she found herself back on the familiar terrain of Earth. Moyuan's heart raced as he patted his chest. The fury of Sister Mina was truly formidable. First, let us observe what the children are up to. Moyuan opened his spiritual eye, and his gaze instantly enveloped the entire Earth. Soon, he beheld his twin children attending classes at school. Meanwhile, within his home, a golden and a pink figure, alongside his own avatar, sat in the living room engrossed in watching television. Surrounded by a mountain of takeout boxes scattered across the table and floor, it appeared that the three of them coexisted quite harmoniously. However, The dragon god seemed to have slightly diminished his stature. His original height of approximately 3 meters had now been reduced to around 2 meters. Moyuan utilized the technique of instantaneous movement and returned to his abode. Master respectfully inclined his body towards the dragon god seated upon the sofa. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively, his expression casual. There's no need for such formality. I have no strict rules here. He then scrutinized closely, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Impressive, he remarked. You have surpassed my expectations. I had initially thought it would take you at least a decade to ascend to the third dimension, yet you have accomplished this remarkable feat in less than 5 years. Progressing from the initial stage of the second dimension to the third. The speed at which Moyuan cultivates is astonishing, even to the dragon god. He has never encountered anyone whose rate of advancement and cultivation is so remarkable. At this pace, it is likely that in merely a few million years, Moyuan could entirely usurp his position. One should not underestimate the span of a few million years. It took him countless millions of years to reach his current realm, a duration so extensive that he has forgotten how long he has existed. This rapid progress is largely attributable to the significant benefits provided by his master's secret realm. Otherwise, such swift advancement would be unattainable. Moyuan playfully complimented the dragon god. The dragon god, amused, shook his head and jestingly retorted, "You little flatterer. Am I not aware of the extent of my secret realm's efficacy?" Ha ha ha. Moyuan gently ran his fingers through his hair, a hint of bashfulness illuminating his smile. After exchanging a few words with the dragon god, he retracted his avatar, assimilating all the memories it had gathered. 6 months prior, when Beerus arrived on Earth, their interactions had been quite harmonious due to his presence. Meanwhile, Goku, true to the original narrative, transformed into a Super Saiyan god by channeling energy through 5 Saiyans. 3 months ago, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis journeyed to the realm of the Destroyer for training, guided by Whis, who frequently visited Earth. Initially, Lapis hesitated to join, concerned for Qin Yin and Tian Lin. However, the sudden arrival of the dragon god alleviated his worries, allowing him to accompany Whis to the realm of destruction. Gohan, on the other hand, chose to remain behind, anxious for his pregnant wife, Videl. Unlike Goku, who was fervently devoted to training, Gohan prioritized his loved ones above all else. After absorbing the memories of his avatar, Moyuan approached the dragon god, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for formality with me," the dragon god remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the television. Moyuan took a deep breath and then said, "Teacher, may I have another glance at my wife? I miss her dearly." Chapter 156. I enjoy living off others. Such a trifling request was one that the dragon god would naturally not decline. With a gentle touch of his finger upon Moyuan's forehead, the resplendent white palace re-emerged within the confines of his mind. In the center of the palace floated the cherished figure he had longed for day and night. Lotzi Li remained as he had last seen her, enveloped in pure white energy. Her complexion was rosy, and she appeared to be in a serene slumber. It would not be long before she would awaken. Suddenly, the voice of the dragon god resonated. Upon hearing this, Moyuan gazed at the dragon god with fervent excitement. "Is it truly so? You are not deceiving me. Are you, master?" The dragon god affirmed with a nod. In a month or 2, she would complete her inheritance, and at that time, she would surely awaken. How splendid! How splendid! Moyuan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. 5 long years had elapsed since he unexpectedly found himself in the GT dimension. Throughout this time, there had not been a single day when he did not yearn for Lazili. If only he could hasten time to 2 months later. In the realm of the god of destruction, for individuals donned cumbersome attire resembling spacesuits, diligently training in an open area. These were Goku, Vegeta, Lapis, and Broly. They wore specialized training gear crafted by Whis, which allowed them to continuously experience a significant weight of pressure enough to challenge them without rendering them immobile. However, any movement required all their strength. During the past 3 months, apart from assisting Whis with household chores, they had devoted themselves entirely to their training. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, Broly, as a transcendent Super Saiyan, was influenced by the energy coursing through his veins. In his Super Saiyan God form, his aura transformed into a third-dimensional divine essence, while Goku's and Vegeta's auras reached only the strength of the second-dimensional tier. Broly's transformation was equivalent to being 1,000 times stronger than Goku. Another notable distinction was that Broly's Super Saiyan God form exhibited a unique emerald green hair color, rather than the typical crimson. The transformations of the three left Lapis in a state of envy. Initially, among the four, Lapis was only slightly weaker than Broly. Yet he surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Now, however, he found himself at the bottom. To avoid falling too far behind these scions, Lapis intensified his training. Although temporarily lagging, he did not succumb to self-doubt. He believed he was not significantly inferior to them, for he was no ordinary individual. Since his breakthrough to the second dimension, he had sensed a subtle change within his energy. Furthermore, during these 3 months of training in the realm of destruction, this change had become increasingly pronounced. Given time, he was certain he would not be outmatched by these scions. Gritting his teeth, Lapis maintained a steadfast gaze. Whis observed Lapis, drenched in sweat and fervently training, and revealed an enigmatic smile. Quite intriguing. It has been a while, my friends. A golden halo materialized, and then Moyuan emerged from within it. Upon seeing Moyuan, Whis bowed respectfully, addressing him as Lord Moyuan. Smiled and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, Whis. Whis shook his head with a smile. Please wait a moment, Lord Moyuan. I shall go awaken Lord Beerus. No need, Moyuan interjected. I have come merely to observe them. Let Beerus continue his slumber undisturbed. Very well. As Moyuan was not there to seek Beerus, Whis was pleased to allow him to sleep a while longer. This would afford him the delightful opportunity to indulge in the exquisite delicacies he had brought from Earth all on his own. Yuan, you have finally returned. Goku and his companions, clad in outfits reminiscent of astronauts, approached Moyuan with heavy steps. Not bad at all. You have all cultivated to the second dimension. Goku and his friend's strength far surpassed their counterparts in the original narrative at this point. In the original tale, Goku and his companions had yet to reach the second dimension, as they were still unable to sense the divine aura. It was only through transforming into Super Saiyan God that they could finally perceive such divine energy. Yuan, have you perhaps cultivated to the third dimension now? Goku, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Moyuan, was taken aback. This aura was exponentially more powerful than theirs. They had only ever sensed such terrifying energy from Beerus himself. Even Broly, transformed into a Super Saiyan God, paled in comparison. With a smile, Moyuan nodded. Upon witnessing his affirmation, Wukong and the others displayed expressions of understanding. They had grown accustomed to Moyuan's astonishing pace of cultivation. If he were to claim that he had not yet reached the third dimension, they would be even more astonished. With a spark of excitement, addressed, My dear, I bring splendid news. Within a month or two, shall return. Upon hearing's words, a rare smile of delight illuminated its previously indifferent countenance. Is that truly the case? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is, assured him with unwavering confidence. My mentor has conveyed this to me. There is no possibility of error. After all, such a proclamation came from the dragon god himself, so it must be accurate. This is wonderful. At last, your family shall be reunited, chimed in, sharing In's joy. However, quietly posed a question. But where exactly has been? Why has her return taken so long? Their knowledge regarding whereabouts remained scant. All they comprehended was that she was still alive, elucidated that she was swept away by a rift in space to the realms beyond the universe, where she received the inheritance of a deity. The notion of divine inheritance? Apart from the already known Lapis, even Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and the ever-surprised Whis were taken aback. Whis' astonishment stemmed from the fact that Razali acquired her legacy in a domain beyond the cosmos. In such places, ordinary gods are unable to withstand the chaotic currents of space without special tools. While he possesses the ability to traverse the universe, he too cannot linger in the void for extended periods. One must at least possess the strength of the seventh dimension to remain unaffected in such an environment. The individuals capable of leaving a legacy in such a realm undoubtedly possess power that does not fall below the seventh dimension. Within the entire realm of the Omni King, beings of the seventh dimension are exceedingly rare. Among the offspring of the Grand Minister, only the eldest sister, Kes, possesses the strength of the seventh dimension, while the other angels are confined to the sixth dimension. Therefore, it is imperative that you all strive diligently in your cultivation. After receiving her inheritance, Razali's strength is at least at the third dimension, if not potentially higher. Estone was imbued with a profound sense of pride. Upon witnessing such a countenance, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Isn't it you who ought to strive diligently in your training? If we are unable to prevail, so be it. However, it is truly humiliating to be outmatched by your own wife. No. Moyuan shook his finger, his face not displaying a hint of shame, but rather exuding a sense of pride as he proclaimed, I relish the taste of comfort. Chapter 157. The awakening of Lady. With a soft whimper, Lady emerged from her unconscious state. Her dazed eyes lacked focus, and her thoughts were entangled in confusion. A lengthy and intricate memory had suddenly intruded upon her mind, so extensive that she found it challenging to discern her true identity. Her own memories spanned merely a few decades, yet this new recollection stretched back over countless eons. It felt akin to a single droplet of water merging into the vast ocean, creating not even a ripple. In the face of such monumental memories, Lady's own past appeared insignificant. Teacher, what has happened to Lady? Why does she seem so disoriented? Moyuan, observing Lady through the dragon god, grew anxious. The dragon god, unfazed, responded, "Do not fret. The inheritance is simply too immense for her to process all at once. She will recover in due time." Despite the dragon god's assurances, Moyuan's heart remained in his throat, unable to find solace. Lady's mind danced with a series of vivid images, akin to a slideshow. Within this vast tapestry of memory, she was a girl named Zeluia. Zeluia's life resembled that of a protagonist in a thrilling narrative. Initially an ordinary girl, her journey into martial arts transformed her existence entirely. As a mortal, she ascended to divine status within a century, and over the course of billions of years, she evolved from an average individual to a formidable being residing in the seventh dimension of the universe. Subsequently, Zeluia devoted countless eons to mastering the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. The final fragments of her memories revealed her leaving behind a grand palace and an inheritance beyond the cosmos. Then, the recollection ceased. The enormity of these memories nearly suffocated Lady's own, plunging her mind into chaos. Who am I? Am I Zeluia? No, that's not right. I am not Zeluia. Then who am I? Lady clutched her head in agony, her mind pierced by what felt like countless needles. Her pallid face was slick with glistening beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. The excruciating pain in her head threatened to render her unconscious. Sister. A familiar voice lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. Such a well-known sound. It instantly calmed Lady, banishing the sharp throbbing in her brain. Subsequently, a series of vivid images surged forth from the depths of her memory like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. As she opened her eyes, clarity replaced the confusion within them. She had reclaimed her own memories. Reflecting on the life of Zeluia, Lady felt a wave of nostalgia. Through Zeluia's recollections, she surmised that after leaving the palace, Zeluia must have ventured to breach the eighth dimension. If all went as expected, she likely met with failure. The peril involved in transcending the eighth dimension was immense. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Otherwise, the vast cosmos would not be graced by only two deities of the eighth dimension, the dragon god and the high priest. Having inherited Zeluia's legacy, Lady could now be considered her disciple. Little did Zeluia imagine that her legacy would be entrusted to a mere mortal who had yet to even ascend to the second dimension. After all, Zeluia had left her teachings in a realm beyond the universe, a place accessible only to those who had mastered the path of space. At least at the fifth dimension level, those lacking such mastery would need to be at least of the sixth dimension to enter. In this palace, Zeluia had infused a fragment of her primal power, which bore the weight of her entire life as memories. Though insignificant to Zeluia, this essence was overwhelmingly burdensome for Lady, nearly leading her to lose herself. This was primarily due to Lady's still nascent strength. For those capable of traversing the realms beyond the universe, enduring Zeluia's legacy would have been entirely feasible. Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although Lady came perilously close to losing her identity, she also harnessed Zeluia's primal power to elevate her strength to the initial tier of the fourth dimension, combat power unit, Jian, Zheng, Zai. With each minor increment amplifying by 10,000 times. It was time to return. I wonder if he has come back yet. Lady's gaze was deep and enigmatic. After inheriting the legacy of Zeluia, she had come to master the palace entirely. This magnificent palace, crafted by Zeluia through the laws of space, possessed the extraordinary ability to connect various universes. Lady could traverse freely among the 12 universes through this majestic edifice, reminiscent of the ring given by the dragon god to Moyuan. Suddenly, a pair of powerful arms encircled Lady's slender waist from behind. Startled by the unexpected embrace, her delicate form tensed momentarily, and a misty veil clouded her eyes. Although she was uncertain how he had arrived, the familiarity of this embrace was unmistakable. "My dear, I have come to take you home." Moyuan buried his head in Lady's neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Moments ago, after Lady had returned to her normal state, the dragon god had teleported Moyuan, who was on the verge of despair. Had it not been for the fear that Lotzi, still disoriented, might inadvertently harm Moyuan, the dragon god would have summoned him much earlier. After all, their power levels were worlds apart, a disparity that flattery could never bridge. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, tears welled up in Lotzi's eyes, breaking the dam of her emotions. Husband. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turned in his embrace and buried her head against his chest, weeping uncontrollably. Her tears soaked Moyuan's garments, the scalding droplets pouring over his heart like boiling water. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by a colossal hand, rendering him breathless with anguish. Moyuan gently patted Lotzi's back, softly comforting her emotions. After a considerable time, Lotzi finally ceased her tears. Sniffling, she asked with a quiver in her voice, what exactly transpired during that time? I was swept away by an energy vortex into another universe. Gradually recounted his experiences over the years to Lazili. Lord Dragon God. Upon hearing about his apprenticeship under the Dragon God, Lazili could not help but exclaim. Having inherited the memories of Silua, she was naturally aware of the Dragon God's existence. He is one of the only two eighth-dimensional powerhouses known in the entirety of the Omniverse, possessing the extraordinary ability to create miniature worlds. No wonder you were able to enter this palace so silently. It turns out it was Lord Dragon God who brought you here. With these words from S, lingering doubts were dispelled. The act of the Dragon God from the 8th dimension silently transporting an individual here was an exceedingly simple matter. Let us depart. It is time to return home, and have been yearning for your presence as well. Wait a moment. I have something for you. Grasped hand. White energy coursing through her fingers. After a brief interval, a white mark materialized in the palm of his hand. This is the key to this palace. With it, you shall have the ability to enter at any moment, from any place. Situated within the turbulent currents of space beyond the cosmos, the spatial energy here is abundant, making it an ideal location for its cultivation. Therefore, she does not intend to relocate this palace elsewhere. Subsequently, the two of them utilize the palace's teleportation to return to the 7th universe. Chapter 158, The Great Mighty Dragon. It is time to return to your slumber. The clock has struck midnight, yet the little one remains reluctant to leave the room of and. No. Burrowed into the blankets, tightly embracing his waist, declaring, I wish to sleep with Mama. Moyuan fixed his lifeless gaze upon the scene before him. Lazili. Cradling Chinin, chuckled at the sight of Moyuan's ashen complexion. All right, let her sleep here tonight. With his wife having spoken, Moyuan found himself with no recourse but to acquiesce. It had been several years since Chinin had last seen Lazili. Beyond the sentiment of reluctance, there lingered an overwhelming sense of trepidation, a fear that upon awakening, it would all prove to be merely a fleeting dream. Extinguished the light and reclined upon his bed. He found himself in close proximity to Lazili, yet a chasm of distance remained. A large light bulb stood as a barrier between them. Although the light had been turned off, he could still perceive a blinding radiance emanating from the bed. Father, Mother. In the midst of them, Chinin gaped with her small mouth, chattering incessantly. Simultaneously, she nestled her head into Lazili's ample bosom, encroaching upon the territory that rightfully belonged to. How fragrant Mother is. She even uttered words of provocation. How infuriating. The resentment within Moyuan was nearing its breaking point, with the flames of jealousy burning fiercely in his eyes, threatening to overflow. You should sleep now. You have school tomorrow. Lazili gently coaxed Chinin to sleep while casting a reassuring glance at Moyuan. Mom. Chinin suddenly called out softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. What is it? Lazili inquired as Chinin cautiously raised her head. When I wake up tomorrow, will you still be here? The gaze of Chinin held not just hope, but a deeper sense of unease. She feared that upon waking, she might discover her mother had vanished once more. Both Lazili and Moyuan were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chinin would harbor such profound fears. It seemed that over the years, Chinin had merely buried her longing for Lazili deep within her heart, presenting a facade of strength to the world. Moyuan and Lazili could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. I promise you, my dear, when you rise tomorrow morning, I will be right beside you and will not leave. With Lazili's soothing words, Chinin appeared markedly more at ease. She extended her delicate, fair hand, saying, Let us make a pinky promise. A pinky promise. Lazili smiled lightly and intertwined her finger with Chinin's. Once we make this promise, it shall never be broken. A seal upon it. After this little ritual, Chinin's face brightened with joy. Now you can sleep soundly, can't you? Lazili pressed her forehead gently against Chinin's, affectionately nuzzling her a couple of times. All set. Hee hee. Following this, Chenine planted a hearty kiss on the cheeks of both Moyuan and Lazili. "Good night, Daddy and Mommy." After cheerfully bidding them good night, she slid down a bit and buried her head once more in the place Moyuan cherished. In the face of Moyuan's fiery gaze, Lazili shrugged, indicating her inability to assist further, while silently repeating my own in her heart. Moyuan finally resigned himself to fate. "Sleep well. Good night, my dear." After bidding good night to Lazili, he reluctantly closed his eyes. Lazili stifled a chuckle and softly replied, "Good night, my husband." The bedroom fell into a tranquil silence, leaving only the gentle rhythm of 3 breaths. In the dead of night, Moyuan was suddenly aware of something gently prodding his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lazili delicately poking him with her slender, fair finger, striking his chest once or twice with a gentle touch. Moyuan, mindful of disturbing Chenine, inquired in a hushed tone, "What troubles you?" Lazili remained silent, her alluring gaze lingering on Moyuan with an intensity that spoke volumes. Instead of persistently prodding, her fingertip gently glided over his chest, tracing delicate circles. The heartbeat of Moyuan surged rapidly, the blood coursing through his veins like a rushing river, flowing with great speed. Which official could withstand such a trial? Moyuan pointed at Chenine, casting a knowing glance at Lazili. Although they were shrouded in darkness, their prowess rendered such an environment inconsequential. However, Lazili paid no heed to Moyuan and continued to draw circles. Observing Lazili's demeanor, Moyuan quickly grasped the situation. Ah, so she was only responsible for igniting the flames, not extinguishing them, was she? How could the esteemed Moyuan tolerate this little imp's continued insolence? S. gaze sharpened. "Today, I shall subdue you, the enchanting spirit that wreaks havoc upon the world." With a gentle touch of my finger upon the little sprite's forehead, I ensnared her in a blissful slumber, rendering her incapable of awakening for a time. Then, I seized the diminutive fairy and, employing the art of instantaneous movement, transported us to another chamber. The advantages of a spacious abode are thus revealed. One can shift the battlefield at will. A fervent clash was imminent, confronted by the audacious little sprite, whose power had surged dramatically, utilized every ounce of his strength, even resorting to his transformation. The battle was fiercely contested, with neither side willing to concede. Moyuan was taken aback. If the situation continued, he might indeed face defeat. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. At this juncture, Moyuan could no longer hold back his strength. The mighty celestial dragon, renowned for its prowess in subduing malevolent spirits, proved remarkably effective against the petite demon. Once the mighty celestial dragon was summoned, the little demon could no longer withstand its force. Feeling as though her very soul was on the verge of being expelled from her body, Moyuan exhaled with a sense of relief, a faint smile gracing his face. He had finally subdued the little imp completely. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. To prevent Chenine from waking and finding no one around, Moyuan carried the exhausted little creature to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Utilizing his physical prowess, he devoted nearly an hour to ensuring that the little imp was impeccably clean inside and out. Upon returning to the bedroom, the little light bulb had yet to awaken. Gently placed back onto the bed and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. Given the hour, he decided against returning to slumber and instead made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the entire family. At 7 o'clock, rubbed her still dry eyes and sat up in bed. After a couple of minutes, her mind finally came to life. Mom, with her spirit rejuvenated, immediately began searching for her mother. Upon turning her head, she noticed sleeping beside her. How curious. S' complexion was rosy and she appeared to be in good health. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of fatigue etched upon her brow. Pondered this perplexing sight. Why was her mother always in this state each morning? Had they once again engaged in late-night training? After much contemplation, remained baffled. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What was important was that her mother was still there. Cautiously, placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, careful not to disturb her slumber. She then joyfully rose from bed and proceeded to the bathroom for her morning routine. As she exited the bedroom, she meticulously closed the door, ensuring not a sound escaped. Chapter 159, The Essence of Freedom and Self-Discovery. The celestial journey was nearing its destination. As two figures, strikingly similar in appearance and attire to and traversed through a band of light traveling at an unfathomable speed. One of these individuals, resembling, was a young girl with azure skin and a high silver ponytail. Beside her stood a considerably more rotund version of. These two were none other than sister, the angel of the sixth universe, and twin brother, the destroyer god of the sixth universe. Do not descend too closely. Keep your distance. Make as much commotion as you can. It would be splendid to frighten out of his wits, declared with a mischievous grin. Understood, replied, somewhat reluctantly. Yet she complied with his request. After all, she was indeed a servant of the Destroyer God and had to follow his commands. In the realm of Destroyer Gods, and Vis were engaged in combat. Vis's effortless movements allowed him to completely evade assaults. Rather than a battle, it resembled a training session where Vis was assisting in honing his skills. To Vis's astonishment, had perfected the self-transcendence technique to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, had cultivated this technique to its zenith while in the Dragon God's secret realm, as anticipated by. The energy that emerged after the transformation of his vital essence was the divine power generated by mastering the self-transcendence technique. During his time in the secret realm, had achieved a flawless rendition of this technique. The perfection of the self-transcendence technique did not directly amplify combat prowess. Instead, it enhanced the quality of the vital essence within, significantly increasing its intensity by 2 minor stages. This meant that after employing the self-transcendence technique, the strength of the vital essence within had reached the threshold of the 3rd dimension, equivalent to a staggering amplification of 1 million times. Truly, he was worthy of being the chosen heir of the Dragon God. Vis marveled inwardly. This was the divine art of self-transcendence. Many 5th-dimensional beings might struggle to fully comprehend it. It had already perfected it in the 3rd dimension. A further step would lead to the realm of returning to one's essence, a state attained only by those above the 6th dimension. On another side, the 4 companions clad in cumbersome training attire watched Vis's duel with envy while practicing. The self-transcendence technique? It seemed remarkably formidable. If it weren't for the constraining weight of their garments, Goku would have eagerly wished to join the fray. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lapus's eyes. The energy emanating from Moyuan resonated with the power within him. Could it be that he too could master the art of effortless ultimate skill? Lapis recalled the teachings imparted by Whis during this period, separating body and consciousness, allowing the body to act independently of the mind's control. Achieving this was no simple feat. Yet should he succeed, even Broly might find himself outmatched. After a considerable duration of sparring, Moyuan had yet to land a single hit on Whis. Nevertheless, he did not perceive this as a setback. After all, their realms of power differed vastly. Yet, Moyuan was eager to explore the extent of his own limits. Moyuan ceased his assault, standing still as he closed his eyes. What is happening? Has it come to an end? Wukong and the others gazed at Moyuan in confusion. Weiss observed him gravely, sensing another force within Moyuan. This force was all too familiar to him. But how could this be possible? The simultaneous manifestation of these 2 powers was akin to the fusion of water and fire, an utterly impossible occurrence. In the next moment, abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting shadow of dark purple flickering within his silver orbs. Subsequently, a surge of ominous, malevolent dark purple energy erupted from within him. This dark purple energy gradually intertwined with the silver energy, merging until it transformed into a silvery purple hue. This formidable dark purple energy was the divine technique of self-intent, starkly opposed to the tranquil intent. The tranquil intent requires a serene heart, free from unnecessary emotions to be manifested. In contrast, the self-intent demands an overwhelming surge of emotions for its execution. These 2 contradictory states cannot coexist. However, in an extraordinary turn of events, managed to wield both the tranquil intent and the self-intent simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, such a duality is impossible, yet achieved it. He did not require inner tranquility to activate the tranquil intent. The divine power generated from his vital energy flowed through his veins, enabling him to instantly enter the state of tranquil intent by merely channeling that force. The self-intent, on the other hand, is a manifestation of evolved malevolent energy. In this state, could unleash the destructive skills unique to the destroyer. The serene aura of the tranquil intent harmoniously melded with the ferocious energy of the self-intent, creating a peculiar essence that was both righteous and wicked, elusive and unpredictable. In this condition, the intensity of his energy surged, breaking through the limits of the 3rd dimension and attaining the initial stage of the 4th dimension, amplifying his combat prowess by an astonishing factor of 10 billion. While this enhancement seemed monumental, it still fell short of granting him the strength to confront the 4th dimension, as his combat capability remained at the nascent level of the 3rd dimension, merely a qualitative change without a quantitative one. Terrifying. Whis' jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He had never encountered such a fearsome individual capable of perfectly merging the tranquil intent and the self-intent. It was already remarkable that Beerus could comprehend the tranquil intent while mastering the self-intent. Many other destroyers struggled even to grasp the essence of the tranquil intent. Whis could not help but admire once more. Truly, the chosen heir of the dragon god possesses an extraordinary talent. After all, throughout his long existence, he had never witnessed anyone accomplish such a feat yet. Admiration aside, he remained unable to prevail. Half an hour later, nearly exhausted himself without landing a single blow on Wisconsin, Moyuan gasped for breath, having exerted himself to the fullest for half an hour. While his body felt relatively unwearied, his spirit was fatigued. At that moment, two formidable auras swiftly approached the realm of destruction. Everyone sensed the disturbance and looked skyward. A streak of white light, akin to a shooting star, traversed the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Observing the distant mushroom cloud, Weiss shook his head in exasperation. It's always such chaos. The thunderous explosion jolted Beerus from his slumber, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. Beerus concentrated destructive energy in his mouth and unleashed it against the wall, instantly creating a gaping hole. Clad in a nightgown, Beerus soared out, seething with wrath, and bellowed at the unsuspecting Goku and his companions below. How many times must I say, do not disturb my nap? The invisible sound waves emanating from Beerus nearly deafened Goku and his friends. Surely Lord Beerus does not believe we are responsible for this? Goku exclaimed in a panic. Run! Lapis had already spotted the numerous energy spheres in Beerus's hands. Beerus was still holding back. Although the energy spheres were abundant, their speed was sluggish. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of evading them in their training outfits. Furthermore, Beerus's attacks were solely directed at Goku and his companions, allowing Moyuan and Weiss, not far off, to evade perfectly. Chapter 160. The arrival of Kampa. Look at them in a flurry. Kampa remarked disdainfully, gesturing with a thumbs down toward the distant site of the explosions. Beerus, tremble in anticipation of my arrival. 2 minutes later, Kampa sat upon a fallen tree trunk, glistening with sweat, panting heavily. Beside him, Vados, with a staff in one hand and the other behind her back, maintained a poised and elegant demeanor, unperturbed. You are far too corpulent. Kampa was taken aback by Vados' icy retort. Indeed. Perhaps the blue skin is a result of the cold? Talkative, Kampa reprimanded, though Vados paid him no mind. Let us hasten. At this pace, we shall never arrive. With that, Vados strolled leisurely ahead, entirely indifferent to Kampa, who was utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, Kampa trudged along behind her, each step heavy. Who? Though he was a cat, he now felt as weary as a dog. Kampa regretted his choice to land so far away. Wait, why must I walk over there? I can fly? Hey, Vados, since I can indeed fly, why are you making me walk? You must be doing this to watch me embarrass myself, right? Bardoss chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and feigned innocence as she remarked. I assumed Lord Kampa was looking to shed some weight. You, Kampa retorted, rendered speechless by her audacity. There was no recourse. Bardoss was impervious to scolding, and retaliation was futile. He could only swallow his indignation. As they conversed, they arrived at the doorstep of Beerus's residence. Kampa promptly seated himself on the ground and produced a large container of beverage, indulging in it with fervor. In mere seconds, the entire container was emptied. Lord Kampa, you mustn't consume too many sugary drinks. Moderation is essential, Bardoss cautioned. After such a long journey, my caloric intake and expenditure perfectly balance out, Kampa retorted loudly. Bardoss raised an eyebrow and glanced at her staff, stating, that is hardly the case. One must forego dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow for it to truly count as 0. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details, Bardoss. Bardoss shrugged nonchalantly. Knocking on the door should be a bit more festive, should it not? Kampa declared boastfully, gathering a purplish-red energy sphere in his palm aimed at the door. Behold, he exclaimed, preparing to blast the door open. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door erupted open, hurtling towards Kampa. In that precarious moment, Bardoss enveloped herself in an energy shield and took flight soaring away, departing, leaving in this dire predicament. The isolated Kampa had no choice but to rely solely on himself. His corpulent form executed an impressive backbend. Bardoss, observing from a distance, could not help but exclaim, what remarkable flexibility, Lord Kampa. The door nearly grazed Kampa's belly as it flew past. He could even feel the wind stinging his midsection. After the door had passed, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, leaving Kampa disheveled and bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, a spectral shadow emerged from within. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis. Come out here, he bellowed. If you have the audacity to disturb my nap, then you better show yourselves. Floating in the air, Beerus, clad in his pajamas, shouted down at the ground. "Hey, Beerus!" At that moment, Kampa called out to Beerus from below. "I'm right here." Hearing the sound, Beerus did not concern himself with its source, nor did he bother to glance at who called him. Instead, he unleashed several energy blasts. Although Plague was somewhat rotund, his agility was remarkable, and with a few elegant yet awkward maneuvers, he deftly evaded Beerus's energy blasts. Vados nodded in satisfaction, secretly marveling at the effectiveness of their recent training. "Are you merely here to observe the spectacle?" Suddenly, two figures appeared beside Vados, Whis and Moyuan. A sly smile graced Vados' face. Such a performance was a rarity and certainly deserved her full attention. At that moment, Vados noticed Moyuan standing next to Whis. His striking features immediately reminded her of the dragon god. "And who might you be?" "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the apprentice dragon god, Moyuan. I look forward to your guidance." Extended his right hand towards Bardos. The term apprentice dragon god momentarily stunned Bardos. She then reached out her hand and briefly shook hands with, saying, "Pleased to meet you. I am Bardos, the angel of the sixth universe, and also the sister of Whis. I look forward to your guidance." After this simple introduction, the three of them took shelter nearby to observe the spectacle. They were about to witness the annual grand performance featuring two gods of destruction as the protagonists and four mortals as supporting characters, aptly titled Beerus's Cat-Teasing Chronicles. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Beerus to entertain Kampa. When Kampa and his companions arrived, they did not conceal their presence at all. Even if Beerus were in the deepest slumber, it would be impossible for him to remain unaware. Otherwise, how could Goku and his companions, clad in training attire and moving sluggishly, evade Beerus's attacks and escape outside? Why was it that when Kampa prepared to blow open the door, it was already obliterated by Beerus? And why did Beerus immediately engage in combat the moment Kampa spoke? All these occurrences were no mere coincidences. They were the result of Beerus's meticulous planning. Moyuan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Kampa. The honest and simple-minded Kampa was surrounded by individuals brimming with malice, notably Beerus and Whis, making his plight exceedingly tragic. After a brief interlude, Beerus finally recognized Kampa with astonishment once the latter had cleaned his face. Subsequently, a group of individuals entered the parlor. During this time, Kampa also noticed Moyuan and, upon realizing he was an apprentice dragon god, seemed to transform into Moyuan's sycophant, bustling around him with concern and pleasantries. Whis, witnessing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Covering his face and wishing to avoid looking at Kampa any longer, the elongated table in the parlor had been replaced by a square one by Whis. Beerus, Kampa, and Moyuan were seated, while the others stood nearby. "Speak. What brings you here? If there is nothing of consequence, do not blame me for being merciless." Kampa declared with an air of mystery, "I have come to let you experience the taste of irredeemable despair." Beerus regarded Kampa with an impassive expression, while Kampa met his gaze with an air of confidence, causing the atmosphere to take on an extraordinarily eerie quality. Moyuan observed the two of them with great interest. "Bardos, present the item." "At your command." Bardos responded, then waved the staff in his hand over the table. A beautifully crafted circular vessel gradually materialized upon the surface. Meanwhile, the pride on Xiangpa's face grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 161. The contest. Moyuan looked at Xiangpa with great interest, realizing that the commotion was merely a pretext for Xiangpa to flaunt a few bird eggs. He could not help but stifle a laugh. As the container was opened, it revealed several boiled eggs the size of goose eggs. These were the newly discovered eggs of the Dong Dong bird, renowned for their exquisite taste that could leave one speechless. Xiangpa confidently declared to Beerus, to which was added, "Moreover, their nutritional value is exceptional." With both hands, Xiangpa presented an egg to Moyuan, flattering him. "Lord Moyuan, do have a taste." Accepted the bird egg and addressed Kampa, saying, "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name, just as you do with Beerus." All right, Kampa replied, taken aback and nodding repeatedly. He then distributed the remaining eggs to the others. Beerus scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed. The group peeled away the eggshells, revealing the tender, white insides. Chew. The flavor of this East bird egg was as unremarkable as its appearance, reminiscent of an ordinary chicken egg. Moyuan initially believed that at the very least, the taste would differ slightly from that of an egg. However, he found himself quite fond of boiled eggs, thus he regarded the flavor as rather delightful. "How is it? Tasty, isn't it?" Xiangpa gazed at Moyuan with eager anticipation. "Yes, it's quite good." Moyuan nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Xiangpa's face lit up with joy. This is the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Observing Xiangpa's exuberance, akin to that of a simpleton, Moyuan felt a pang of pity. The most exquisite delicacy he had ever encountered was merely a boiled egg? The god of destruction, who presided over the life and death of a universe, lived such a meager existence. Therefore, Xiangpa must surely be an honorable and incorruptible deity, devoid of any greed. Right? Bah. Beerus chewed a couple of times before spitting it out. He had long grown weary of this taste, finding it utterly uninspired. Ever since his arrival on Earth, he could no longer stomach such bland boiled eggs devoid of any seasoning. Whis, bring that over, Beerus instructed. As you command. Whis promptly conjured several buckets of instant noodles. Watching Whis pour boiling water over the noodles while retrieving an hourglass for timing, Xiangpa couldn't help but mock. What is this? Do you need to sprinkle sand from the hourglass to eat it? Ha. In response to Xiangpa's jest, Beerus not only remained unperturbed, but even felt a slight urge to chuckle. The more exuberantly Xiangpa laughed, the more painful his face would soon become. Moments later, the sand in the hourglass had completely flowed through. As he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma wafted through the entire space, tantalizing the senses. Took a boiled egg brought by Xiangpa, sliced it in half, and placed it into his instant noodles. The egg, having absorbed the broth, offered a unique taste. Alas, it was not a soft-boiled egg. Had it been, the flavor would have been even more exquisite. Noticing his actions, Beerus inquired with curiosity, "Is it truly delightful? You should give it a try. I find it quite pleasant." Once the yolk absorbs the soup, its flavor transforms from bland to something much more savory, replied. Intrigued by remark, Beerus mimicked and cut a boiled egg to add to his noodles. After tasting the broth-soaked egg, his eyes widened in surprise. The yolk, having slightly melted after soaking, offered a rich, creamy texture akin to indulging in ice cream, with the yolk's aroma beautifully harmonizing with the broth, creating a delightful new flavor. In contrast to his careful savoring, Xiangpa lost all restraint after his first mouthful of noodles. Despite internally reminding himself to limit his intake, he devoured the meal ravenously, finishing an entire bowl in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind, nearly licking the bowl clean. Only after finishing did Xiangpa remember this was a delicacy from the 7th universe. Feeling somewhat guilty, he feigned indifference, remarking, "It is nothing extraordinary." Without hesitation, Beerus exposed his ruse, "Yet you drank every last bit of the broth." Realizing he had been caught, Xiangpa unabashedly queried, "What on earth is this food?" "It is instant noodles." "Instant noodles? Where did you acquire them?" "From a planet called Earth." "Earth?" At the mention of Earth, Beerus couldn't help but boast. Not only this, but Earth is brimming with countless culinary delights. Instant noodles are merely a quick and temporary meal. Whis. We should also have an Earth in our 6th universe. Find it for me. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Xiangpa was unable to remain composed. Instant noodles had been the most delicious food he had ever tasted. Yet on Earth, it was merely a quick meal? Having never experienced true delicacies, Xiangpa could not fathom the exquisite treasures Earth had to offer. Fortunately, as their 6th universe was quite similar to the 7th, Earth must exist there as well. However, before Xiangpa could revel in this thought, was brought in grim news. "Lord Xiangpa, our Earth in the 6th universe is now a desolate planet. Humanity has been extinguished due to their foolish wars." "Ha." Beerus laughed heartily. "What a pity, Xiangpa, the Earthlings who crafted superlative delicacies have perished in your realm." The malevolent Beerus provoked Kampa to the brink of explosion. Kampa had initially intended to return to Universe 6 and indulge in the pleasures of Earth. Now, having lost everything, he must endure Beerus's ridicule. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Kampa, and he proclaimed, "Beerus, let us engage in a contest." "A contest? What kind of contest?" "A battle. If I emerge victorious, we shall exchange Earth." "What? You wish to fight me?" "Ha." Beerus momentarily paused, as if he had heard an absurd joke, and then laughed heartily. Kampa roared in anger, "I have yet to finish speaking. How audacious. You, a mere glutton? Mind your tongue, you bag of bones." In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, and the very air became solidified. Moyuan slowly rose and retreated to the side, ensuring he would not be caught in the crossfire between the two brothers. Beerus and Kampa stood atop the table, their terrifying aura causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble. Goku and his companions had long since sought refuge in a corner. Despite being twin brothers, Beerus and Kampa were as different as fire and water, and every encounter between them resulted in conflict. Whis and Vados had grown accustomed to this behavior. After a few exchanges, Both Whis and Vados intervened simultaneously to prevent the escalation of their skirmish. Ultimately, Kampa managed to finish the sentence he had previously left hanging. Each universe would send 5 participants to compete in a wheel battle format, with the side that lost all its fighters deemed the loser. The stakes were the Super Dragon Balls on Earth. Beerus had initially been reluctant to agree, as the arrangement held no advantage for him. Moreover, Kampa possessed only 6 Super Dragon Balls, and without the 7th, those 6 would be of little use. However, he ultimately acquiesced to Goku's fervent insistence. Chapter 162. Unless you defeat me. The competition was set to take place in 5 days. After agreeing on the time, Kampa departed with Vados to prepare the arena. Lord Kampa, have you considered the implications? If we lose, those hard-earned 6 wish orbs. Vados' well-intentioned warning was dismissed by Kampa. Did you see their movements? That fellow named Son Goku is sluggish. A fighter of such caliber will be easily defeated by us. Soon, the Earth and its delicacies will belong to our 6th universe. Haha. Kampa began to envision a future filled with copious bowls of instant noodles. Vados remained silent, a knowing smile gracing her beautiful features. Unlike Kampa, she was far more astute. The garments worn by Goku and his companions had been imbued with power by Whis and were specifically designed for training. Although they had yet to ascend to godhood, they had already entered the 2nd-dimensional tier. In the 6th universe, only Hit had reached such a level. She could already foresee Kampa's impending loss, both in terms of his warriors and his pride. A small giggle escaped Vados' lips. What are you laughing at? Kampa inquired, puzzled. You must have misheard. I was not laughing, Vados replied with a serious expression. Kampa, still bewildered, chose not to dwell on it further, as his thoughts wandered to the delights of Earth's cuisine. As for the possibility of losing the competition, impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Fearing defeat, he had stipulated that gods could not participate in the battle. After all, if Moyuan intervened, no one could stand a chance unless he himself entered the fray. With the greatest threat eliminated, how could he possibly lose? Beerus has finalized the participants for the upcoming contest. The chosen ones are the 4 individuals currently training in the realm of destruction, along with Goku's son, Gohan. Although Gohan from this world has not had his potential unlocked by the old Supreme Kai, and thus cannot enter the mysterious state, he has nonetheless attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Due to the recent arrival of his daughter, Goku has been unable to dedicate time to his training, which is why he has yet to master the Super Saiyan Blue form. However, this is still a commendable achievement. While Goku and his companions ascended to the 2nd dimension in just a few decades, leading them to regard it as commonplace, it is important to note that for mortals, reaching such heights through their own efforts is no easy feat. Take for instance the Kaioshin, Shin, despite living for millions of years without guidance. His power remains at the 1st dimension level. It is unlikely that the entire 6th universe could muster 5 warriors at the 2nd dimension level, yet here, all 5 participants are indeed of that caliber. Beerus feels a robust sense of confidence in their victory. As 5 days swiftly passed, a gathering took place at Bulma's home on Earth. Whis had conjured a transparent cube the size of a shipping container, filled with fresh air. Without it, most of the Earthlings would likely suffocate before even reaching the contest location. Laughter and joy filled the air, with no trace of tension, as if they were embarking on a leisurely outing. Even Chi-Chi brought along a barbecue grill, and the group enjoyed barbecuing while traveling within the cube. Daddy, I want this. And this, and this. All right, sweetheart, I will grill it for you right away. When his precious daughter expressed her desires, Vegeta promptly rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Soon enough, he presented a large platter of skewers to Bra. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best, Bra exclaimed, showering Vegeta with praise as she held the skewers, causing him to feel elated and on cloud 9. Daddy, I'm going to play now. Go ahead. But don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall, Vegeta cautioned in a motherly manner. I know, Daddy. Holding a large plate of skewers, Bra scanned the crowd with her bright, glistening eyes. Soon, she spotted her target, Onaikin. Bra hurriedly dashed over, taking 2 steps for every one. Hearing his sister's voice, Trunks swiftly turned around, only to see Bra racing toward him with the plate of skewers in hand. Slow down. Trunks stepped forward to catch her. However, a gust of wind swept by. Sometimes, when a little sister calls out Onaikin, she is not referring to her own brother but rather to an outsider. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Bra leaped into the open arms of Tianlin. Realizing the situation, Trunks gazed longingly at the two embracing. To be honest, he felt a pang of jealousy. He had never been treated this way by Bra. Indeed, the allure of the wild surpasses that of the domestic. At that moment, Bra was feeding Tianlin skewers grilled by their father. How is it? Is it delicious? Bra asked, her face filled with anticipation. Tianlin savored the skewer. Its exterior charred yet tender and bursting with flavor, perfectly cooked. It's delicious. You should try some, he replied, offering a skewer to Bra. Chinin, munching on skewers nearby, observed the affectionate exchange and teased, Bra seems quite fond of my brother. Perhaps I should ask father to approach Uncle Vegeta for a marriage proposal, so you can become my brother's bride sooner. Bra's face flushed crimson at Chinin's words as she buried her head in Tianlin's chest, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Deep down, she was fervently nodding, wishing to marry Tianlin right then and there, but her shyness held her tongue. Eating won't silence your chatter, Tianlin said, shoving a handful of skewers into Chinin's mouth. Oh, are you feeling protective? Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta, who had been silently watching over his precious daughter, crushed the seasoning bottle in his hand. His teeth ground together audibly, and his eyes shot icy daggers at Tianlin. If looks could kill, Tianlin would have been left a mere shadow of himself. Vegeta, I believe Bra has taken quite a liking to my Tianlin. Perhaps we should arrange for them to become engaged at an opportune time? Lifted the skewer from Vegeta, gently brushing off the shards of glass, and then savored the delectable morsel with great relish. Vegeta, your skewers are surprisingly delightful. I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills. After finishing the skewer, couldn't help but express his admiration. However, the word engagement struck Vegeta's heart like a dagger. I find it quite agreeable, given the amicable relations between our families. Tianlin has been under my watchful eye since his childhood, and I have complete trust in him to take care of Bra. To Vegeta's astonishment, Bulma, who stood beside him, wholeheartedly endorsed sentiments. Vegeta was taken aback. He never anticipated that even Bulma would wish for their precious daughter to marry that insufferable brat. This revelation filled him with a profound sense of betrayal. No, my daughter will be safeguarded by none other than myself. Humph, you wish to wed my daughter? Only if that insufferable boy can defeat me will I allow it. Otherwise, I shall never permit Bra to marry him. With a sharp intake of breath, gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. I can't believe you, a man nearing 50, would utter such shameless words. Humph, I stand firm on this condition. If it cannot be met, do not even think of marrying my daughter. Vegeta's stance remained resolute, unwilling to yield. Moyuan found himself at a loss, left only to wish Tianlin the best of luck. Last week, amidst the joy of festivities, he had thought his workload was easing, only to be met with an avalanche of tasks for the upcoming National Day holiday, requiring him to work overtime every day. Upon the arrival of the holiday yesterday, he succumbed to fatigue and slept the entire day. Chapter 163, the first round indulging in feasting and merriment, they unknowingly arrived at their destination. The colossal Dragon Ball, reminiscent of a celestial body, radiated a subtle golden light. Despite having been informed of the Super Dragon Ball's immense size beforehand, the sight left the onlookers astounded. In stark contrast to the Super Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls on Earth appeared as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Nestled among the 6 Super Dragon Balls was a planet nearly identical in size to a Super Dragon Ball itself. This celestial body was aptly named the Planet of Nothingness by Kampa, and it was here that the competition would unfold. On the planet's surface, Kampa and Beerus had set up the arena and audience seating. Concurrently, they observed the competitors from Universe 6, who, compared to their counterparts, were an eclectic assortment of bizarre forms, with only one appearing relatively human. At Vegeta's insistence, the participants were required to undergo a written examination before being allowed to compete. This seemingly trivial test nearly disqualified Goku and Broly, who barely scraped by with 50 points. Had they failed, they would not have been eligible to partake in the competition. The questions posed were of a simplicity that even a first-grade student could easily answer. In short, they bore no challenge whatsoever. With a gentle wave of her staff, Beerus summoned the completed papers into their hands. With a beaming smile, she announced, "Congratulations to all for passing the written examination. You may now decide your order of participation, as the competition is about to commence." Aside from Goku and Vegeta, the other competitors, Lapis, Gohan, and Broly, were indifferent to when they would take the stage. Consequently, after a best-of-3 rock-paper-scissors match, Goku narrowly secured the privilege of being the first to compete. How could I have drawn scissors? Vegeta lamented, slapping his own hand in frustration, regret swirling within him. He was acutely aware of the skill levels of his opponents, apart from Hit, who possessed a mastery of the second dimension. The others were merely at the first dimension level. Although Hit concealed his aura, rendering his precise combat power undetectable. Vegeta sensed that Hit's strength would not exceed the initial stage of the second dimension. In other words, Hit's combat power amounted to no more than trillions. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Goku alone could sweep aside all 5 competitors from Universe 6. He anticipated that he might not even receive a chance to take the stage. Goku, playfully patting Vegeta on the back, chuckled, "Sorry, Vegeta." In the center of the arena stood an extraterrestrial being with green skin. Serving as the host and referee of the combat tournament. Grasping a microphone, he proclaimed loudly, "The battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7 commences now." As the representatives from Earth prepared to applaud, he interjected, "Kindly hold for a moment, esteemed contestants." The crowd murmured in confusion, questioning the meaning of his words. The host continued, "First, let us sing the cosmic anthem." At that moment, an alien resembling a penguin approached the center of the stage with a microphone in hand. Instantly, everyone, including the angels and deities of destruction, rose in unison, leaving the Earthlings in a state of bewilderment. The penguin-like performer brought the microphone to his lips, and the powerful, albeit brief, melody resonated, encapsulating the vastness of the cosmos. Before the Earthlings could fully comprehend, the cosmic anthem concluded. Once the penguin singer exited the stage, the host wasted no time and officially announced the commencement of the match. "Now, may I present the contestants for the first round. From Universe 6, the formidable Bertamore." As the host's voice faded, a yellow alien, resembling a bear, ascended the arena. Upon Bertamore's entrance, the audience from Universe 6 erupted in fervent cheers. And from Universe 7, the illustrious Son Goku. The spectators from Universe 7 matched their enthusiasm, their cheers eclipsing those of Universe 6. "Focus on your performance," stated Beerus, expressionless, as he addressed Goku from the sidelines. "Understood." Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kappa, observing Goku's entry, wore a smug grin on his chubby face. "Isn't this the scion who was with Beerus back then?" Had Kappa felt a wave of relief wash over him, convinced that Goku, with his perceived sluggishness, stood no chance against Bertamore. It was likely that within a minute, Bertamore would triumph over Son Goku. On the arena, Goku and Bertamore faced each other. In stark contrast to Bertamore's imposing height of 3 meters and considerable girth, Goku appeared almost as a frail child. They exchanged respectful bows. The host raised the microphone and announced, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Bertamore propelled himself forward, legs driving powerfully against the ground, charging at Goku like a freight truck on a collision course. A slight smirk graced Goku's lips as he subtly shifted his body. Whoosh! As Bodhidharma's fist grazed the hair of Wukong, he did not pause after his missed strike. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. The swiftness of his blows rendered his hands almost invisible to the audience, a speed so remarkable that it surpassed the limits of the human eye. Under the shadow of this barrage, Wukong appeared as a fragile boat amidst a tempest, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. It seemed as though he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, yet Bodhidharma's expression grew increasingly grave. He could not land a single hit, not even brushing the hem of Wukong's attire, let alone striking his person. Wukong assessed Bodhidharma's strength, estimating it to be around 20 billion in combat power. Such a level of power held no allure for him, and he deemed it a waste of time to engage further. With a focused gaze, he swiftly extended both hands. Sensing a change in Wukong's demeanor, Bodhidharma's heart tightened as he prepared to evade the impending onslaught. However, it was too late. Wukong's hands clamped down on Bodhidharma's wrists like iron pincers. Frustrated, Bodhidharma exerted all his strength to withdraw his hands, but Wukong's grip was insurmountable. "Ah!" Bodhidharma roared, his eyes wide with fury as a glimmer flickered within them. 2 beams of green light shot forth from his eyes, aimed directly at Wukong's face. Reacting swiftly, Wukong released one hand and swatted at the beams, redirecting them upward. Bodhidharma, seasoned in combat, seized the opportunity to strike again, confident that this time he would hit Wukong. He launched his fist forward. Just as Bodhidharma's punch was about to connect, Wukong ducked low. With a resounding thud, he delivered a heavy blow to Bodhidharma's abdomen, catching him off guard. Bodhidharma's eyes widened in disbelief. He possessed a physique immune to physical attacks. How could this be possible? Yet, he failed to realize that his immunity had its limits, applicable only to attacks of a lower dimensional nature. With a final, resounding boom, Bodhidharma's eyes rolled back as he collapsed unconscious in the center of the arena. Synopsis: a known character within Dragon Ball has transformed into a youthful cell. possessing low combat power, and now finds himself surrounded by formidable foes. Fixating on the striking blonde lady before him, Moy eagerly approaches and clings to her leg, unwittingly embracing the thickest thigh in his innocent attempt to seek support.